the Emperor Wu of the dynasty ordered everyone not to be enemies with you, the fool, in order to exterminate your entire family. He even granted you the border fortress as a fief because your father was the North King with military power. Now that your father has been killed, and the disciples in your family have been secretly slaughtered, only you, pretending to be crazy and foolish, have survived until now. According to the rules of the empire, as the only surviving heir, once you reach adulthood, you can inherit the position of the North King. How could the emperor pay attention to a foolish child who was still wet behind the ears? Moreover, with numerous bandits and rebels in Beiliang, a fool like you would surely meet a certain death if you were to go there. The emperor can also show his benevolent heart in this way. As a time traveler, you have been pretending to be crazy and stupid for many years, just to seize this only opportunity for revenge. Today is your coming of age day. As long as you deceive the officials today, you will officially start your revenge plan. At this moment, the crown prince and your fiancé arrived at the Jinbei prince's mansion together. Immediately, the crown prince Xiaoji presented the imperial decree. His majesty has decreed that the Jinbei prince has died in battle. His majesty is deeply saddened, and in recognition of his merits, the heir of the Jinbei prince, Li Tiance, will inherit the position of the Jinbei prince and depart for the fiefdom of Luochang immediately. Therefore, Li Tiance, accept the decree. After reading the decree, everyone from the Li family collapsed to the ground in despair. Who doesn't know that there are countless bandits in Beiliang, and going there means certain death? I must go to the palace in person and ask His Majesty why he spares not even a fool. The Li family will never accept the decree. Madame Tai, with a face full of despair, tried to get up with her elderly body but found she couldn't muster the strength. The next moment, your words made the Li family even more desperate. Thanking His Majesty for his grace, you accepted the imperial decree with a silly smile on your face. Your Highness, look, this fool is about to die, yet he's still laughing foolishly. The woman sneered with disdain. Despite the fact that you and her were childhood sweethearts, had a pre-engagement, and almost became your husband. Is this how you mock your husband? The prince sneered in contempt, saying, what are you talking about, Your Highness? 2 years ago, I belonged to you. Your Highness, who in the capital city doesn't know that? If it weren't for concerns about the Prince Jinbei's mansion before, who would like a fool who sleeps in a pigsty? Today, I am here to represent the Shi family in completely breaking off the engagement with the Li family. To put it bluntly, in the court, political marriages are not about love, only about interests. When the Jinbei Wang mansion fell, it lost its value, and the Shi family, who managed the household department, turned to Crown Prince Xiaoji. After speaking, they presented a marriage contract and a bag of money, walked up to you, casually threw the money on the ground, as if giving alms to a beggar. Li Tiance, don't think that now that you have become the Jinbei Wang, you have the right to marry me. You are just a fool who was about to be sent to the border to die. How can you be worthy of me? After signing the marriage contract, consider these 10 taels of silver as compensation for you. After speaking, Shiji's sense of superiority immediately surged up. Just like in the past when she humiliated you, her foot was now stepping on your head, as if to tell everyone that even the once illustrious Prince of Jinbei was now being stepped on by this woman. Onlookers outside the Li residence watched the scene, some mocking, some sighing. The Prince of Jinbei had achieved countless merits and his reputation shook overseas, but no one expected him to have such an unworthy son. It's really unexpected that Lady Lu and Lady Lin, who had done good deeds all their lives, would end up in such a situation. Actually, the hearts of the people are like a clear mirror. You lower your head, make no movement, but your fists are already tightly clenched at this moment. Seeing you silent, Shiji continued, yes, you have become a fool now. What can you understand? Lu Shi, don't blame me for not giving the Li family a chance. This marriage today, I have decided to call it off. Lu Shi looked dazed, her face devoid of color. The Li family agrees to cancel the engagement, and from now on, the Li family and the Shi family will have no further ties. What else can you do if you don't back down? To be precise, the Li family now doesn't even have the right to speak. Shiji coldly smiled, threw the marriage contract on the ground, and then, like a little cat, snuggled into the arms of the crown prince. Your Highness, I feel disgusted when I see people from the Li family. Let's leave quickly. The crown prince coldly glanced at Li Tianzi kneeling on the ground, then turned and left the Li residence. However, just as they left the residence, Shiji said, Your Highness, the old subordinates of the Prince of Jinbei may not have been completely eradicated. Do you really want to see Li Tianzi reach Beiliang? The crown prince sneered and replied, Don't worry, I have already disguised the General Li Yu as a bandit and set up an ambush in the Black Wind Mountain. Li Tianzi, a fool with only the strength to tie a chicken, will never make it to Beiliang. The royal family has always been ruthless in their actions. especially towards families of meritorious officials. On the other side, the prince of Jinbei's residence was eerily quiet. Mother, grandmother, please wake up quickly. Li Tianzi personally helped 2 people up. This will be no longer when the fool that crazy, but instead is extraordinarily quiet. While looking at Li Tianzi's Lin, her eyes were filled with heartache, and her tears couldn't stop flowing out. My son, don't blame my mother. As a subject, how can we defeat the king? Li is like this, but the court is still unwilling to let us go. This trip to northern Liang, I'm afraid that I'm bound to die, son. If you die, mother will definitely not live alone. A child is always a mother's heart. These 2 years of time, Li's authority has long been the court, the collection of clean. Li Tianzi these 2 years stimulated and became a demented child. They simply do not have the background strength. Li Tianzi escorted to the north of the Liang. More strength. Let Li Tianzi in the border to settle down. On second thought, Li Tianzi had indeed been pushed to the brink of extinction and had no way out. Mother, is there anything else we can do? Lin cried, looking to Lu. Grandma Lu slowly got up. The king has been sealed. The fiefdom is bound to go. The old body to go to a great general's house. The great general Su Bashan, and Miley, has a few friendship. If he can help, maybe temporarily can be based down in Luocheng. After that, figure it out. Great General Su Bashan, that was a close friend of his father, King Li Dingui of Jinbei. Grandma, in my opinion, that great General Su Bashan is not a good thing. Father in the world, that is a close friend. My Li's is to help him to ascend to the great general, but Li's after the disaster. His great general has ever come to my Li's again? I am sure that my grandson will be fine when he goes to northern Liang, so why should I bother to go to the great general's residence? Li Tianzi suddenly opened his mouth to comfort the crowd. The words were said, bored and square, no different from normal, but now the Li family members, in a hurry, were oblivious to Li Tianzi's subtle transformation. However, Lu glared at Li Tianzi with hatred. What do you know? This trip to northern Liang is a life of 9 deaths, without the great general's help, not to mention going to northern Liang on the clan. It's a luxury for you to reach northern Liang alive. Come on people, lock up the second son, in the backyard, before leaving the capital, not allowed to go out, so as not to this silly boy, go and make trouble again. Second prince, please. The 2 underlings made an inviting gesture, and Li Tianzi, looking at grandmother Lu, that hunched back, cannot help but nose a sour, that fist tightly clenched. Mother, grandmother, don't worry, since I've decided to take up Li's responsibility, I will never let Li fail. Li Tianzi said secretly. There are fewer people in the backyard, especially after the decline of the Li clan. The entire Li mansion has become extraordinarily quiet, and this backyard can be considered Li Tianzi's alone. However, today, for one day, Li Tianzi's reputation in the entire capital was agitated. Prince humiliatedly, Li Tianzi domineering dislike, tit for tat, sure family withdrawal, Li Tianzi domineering repudiation. This news is the people of the capital. Listen to that is a blank stare. This waste fool, afraid to drink the wrong medicine. Will Stone family and the East Palace? Completely offended dead. However, for most people, there is only a fool, dare to be so reckless, offend the capital's largest forces. Many people have waited. Li Tianzi out of the capital. Inexplicable death of the news. The moon is full tonight. It was now well into the latter part of the night. Li Tianzi changed into a set of black robes and sat in front of the stone table to sip tea, while his eyes, which were extraordinarily cold, had the ferocity of a wolf, the sharpness of an eagle, and his temperament was extraordinary. This would be Li Tianzi. Who was his true self? Sasha. It was around them that a rustling sound of wind was heard. A group of figures emerged. They were dressed in flying fish costumes, holding embroidered spring swords and wearing flintlock rifles on their waists. As far as the eye could see, there were 100 of them, standing respectfully and neatly in front of Li Tianzi. And in the forefront of the team is standing 2 people, a person named Ling Bai, behind the back of 2 long swords. This name, for the world of corrupt officials, is not strange. The world's first assassin, specializing in assassination of those corrupt officials. The luxury family, another person, named Xiang Longyu, holding a bar of the king's spear. In addition to the Li Tianzi, the world's one of the top martial artists. I, Ling Bai, pay my respects to the Lord. I, Xiang Longyu, pay my respects to the Lord. Jinyui, greetings to the Lord. Both heads were lowered, one hand protecting the left side of their chests. The voices of the brocade guards were deliberately low, and the underlings around the courtyard had long since been mesmerized by the brocade guards. The day after tomorrow, this king will be departing for northern Liang. How is everything prepared that I asked you to prepare? Li Tianzi got up. For this army, Li Tianzi was still very satisfied. And most crucially, Li Tianzi had secretly built some firearms. Your lordship, 1,000 brocade guards, will all gather near the Black Wind Mountain. According to the brocade guards probe report to understand, this place ambushed to thousands of bandits, seems to be deliberately waiting for the lords. However, please rest assured, as long as these bandits dare to make a move on the lord, within one incense stick of time, is to be able to call these bandits, become a corpse, Ling Bai said confidently. In addition, these 2 years, the last will be instructed by His Highness, kill corrupt officials, confiscated the family's wealth. There have been 3.5 million taels, part of which has been ordered. The first transported to Balian to go. Food, we within a year, more do not have to worry about. Trained by Ling Bai genie guards, each is an assassin. Killing techniques, the world's best, casually singled out one person, can be done as a killer. 5,000 Xian armor army, has also been prepared. This go to North Liang, have Xian armor army on the side, will ensure that the Lord, High Pillow without worry. Xiang Longyu said in a vibrant voice. 5,000 Xuanjia army, heavy armor cavalry, equipped with weapons, are made of expensive Xian iron. As for the war horse, that can be carefully selected from the north of the very best BMW. Good. Li Tianzi got up, his eyes narrowing slightly. Good job. Now, everything is ready. All we need is an east wind. This king would like to see, this court or the prince, how to kill this king. The old emperor and even the world would never have thought that someone could pretend to be crazy for almost 3 years, suffer a strange shame, and still be able to secretly form such a powerful force. As early as 2 years ago, Li Tianzi began to lay out the world. The brocade guards almost lay out of the world. Those who are the feudal lords, and even in the court, there are brocade guards. Of course, he can be so fast. The brocade guard development, or really thanks to the father's reputation. Those who are involved in the father's descendants of the ministry, after learning of his ambition, almost a call, have followed him. The world is the game of chess. The world is the game of chess. The flipping hand is the cloud. The negative hand is the rain. Li Tianzi, as the chess player, will completely stir up the world. Chapter 3, The Su family, which is desperately trying to clear up its relationship. In the past 2 days, Li Tianzi had barely left the Li mansion. That great general's house, originally did not want to care about the Li family, this file of broken things, for fear of getting into trouble. But in the way, the great general Su Basan still let his son Su Dingfang escort Li Tianzi to the north of Liang. Sort of come to return. The Su family owes the Li family debt of gratitude. People are quite realistic. Now the Li family, this piece of potato, still hot, who dare to touch? Time flies like water. 5 o'clock in the morning. Luoyang city silhouette, sparse, to say the least. He this Shinbei king, when it is really miserable. Other people sealing the king, 10 miles to send. To his this, not even see a hair. Tianzi, take care of yourself when you go to northern Liang. Grandmother Lu and Mother Lin held both of his hands tightly. Mother, grandmother, don't worry, wait at home for me to return. And then, when I stabilize the border and make meritorious achievements, I will come back to fetch you. Li Tianzi comforted. Tap 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 tap. Just at this time, a group of soldiers and horses ran in the city. The foremost of the majestic man, it is the great general Su Basan, followed by a teenage general. Li Tianzi is also recognized. It is the recent reputation of Su Dingfang. Su Dingfang, counted as a young man, made a lot of achievements in the north, thus gaining fame, and now at the age of 18, he was worshipped as a general by the dynasty. After that, there were 500 light cavalry. Elder Lady Lu, long time waiting. Su Basan smiled and dismounted. But Lu swept the army behind Su Basan, her brows locked. Great general, didn't we have an agreement? You sent an army to escort Tianzi to northern Liang. How could? Hey, Su Bo Shan sighed, quite helpless. Old lady, this general also has no choice. Just yesterday, the court issued a holy decree. The soldiers of all military camps cannot be mobilized. That is, the 500 soldiers behind this general are all selected by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Old lady also knows that your Li's current situation is one that everyone avoids, and all this general can do is to have my son, Su Dingfang, personally escort the king of Jinbei to northern Liang. Lu was anxious and couldn't stop trembling. Great general, you also know that the Crown Prince wants to get rid of Li's people, letting the Crown Prince's people escort them. Will this work? Oh, when I Li's heyday, help you and others a lot. But I did not expect that. In the end, even ended up in such a situation, when it is ridiculous. At this moment, Lu's real complete despair. Even Su Bo Shan is so. Li still have any way to live? The general's house. A high position of power. In charge of the world's troops. If you really want to Li, why need to look at the face of the prince? As for that what by Sun Su Dingfang escort, that is more bullshit. These prince soldiers can kill Li Tianzi, but only will not kill Su Dingfang. The crown prince's order. I dare not disobey. Please forgive me, old madam. Su Boshan bowed in apology, but was trying his best to clear the air with Li. Willow was too angry to speak. It's a good thing that there are underlings guarding them. Otherwise, I'm afraid this aged body can't withstand such a blow. What's all the chattering about? Hurry up and get going. At this time, Zhao Yu, a war general under the crown prince's command, urged, it's a death either way. Why be so melodramatic? As Li Tianzi looked at Zhao Yu, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Since they all rushed to their deaths, he should not be blamed for being merciless. Mother, grandmother, child is leaving. Li Tianzi knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times towards the two. Then, without looking back, he directly straddled the warhorse. Depart, Li Tianzi said indifferently. Zhao Yu and Su Dingfang immediately followed. It was just that Lin was still seeing the changes in Li Tianzi over the past few days. Mother, look at Tianzi, it seems like there's something different compared to before he was crowned king, Lin said. Speech is not demented anymore, especially with that aura on his body. Very extraordinary. It does seem a little different. Willow didn't pay much attention, but, what's the point? These days, she almost will be previously with Li's good relationship with the minister. All begged once, and only the Su family, in front of can care about her. But I didn't expect it to turn out like this in the end. But, they would not have thought that this time. Li Tianzi traveled to the border. Not only would he not die, but he would also return strongly. And in time, even the imperial court would have to give Li Tianzi some face. At this moment, Su Dingfang was catching up with Li Tianzi and deliberately warned. I really don't know why my father still wants to cross paths with your Li family. Don't look at the fact that we grew up with some relationship. But this time when we go to Beiliang, you can't expect me to protect you. This general is going to be a great general in the future. So I can't delay my future for a fool. In fact, Su Dingfang heart with a mirror. Li Tianzi this go to the north of Liang. Must die. Is around the soldiers to follow its north of Liang. In fact, are to kill Li Tianzi? When Li Tianzi died, it is just to find a ghost story of being killed by bandits, to put off the past. Is that so? Young General Su, it's better to protect yourself. With that, Li Tianzi was speeding up. Running that fast, are you in such a hurry to die? To Zhao Yu, Li Tianzi was nothing more than trying to escape. When he got near the Black Wind Mountain, he would do it. Killing a fool was just a casual swing. He really didn't know why the crown prince had to send out so many people. Was he afraid that he wouldn't be able to kill them cleanly? 50 miles west out of the Banan Pass, arriving at Black Wind Mountain, it was already noon. Stop, Zhao Yu shouted. Everyone stop and eat before you go. Su Dingfang on one side, but angry. Zhao Yu, you crazy, this place Black Wind Mountain. There is a bandit. Often burn and loot here. You do not know? Oh, Zhao Yu smiled coldly, full of concern. I know. If we don't stop here, how will His Highness, the Crown Prince, find an excuse to get rid of this fool? Young General Su, please also stay out of this. This general will definitely not harm you. If you have to protect this fool, when you offend the Crown Prince and misuse your future, it will be more than worth it. Su Dingfang's fists clenched, although he looked down on Li Tianzi. Looking at Li Tianzi, he was indeed a little too pitiful. Li Tianzi, don't blame me. If you want to blame me for you not being strong enough. Instead of traveling to the northern Liang frontier and dying for the torture of the foreigners, it would be better to have a good time. Su Dingfang took a step back, and he treated the matter in front of him, as if it had never happened. In fact, in his heart, he was thinking that it would be better to die than to be a fool, be humiliated by 10,000 people, and suffer for the rest of his life. Oh, Li Tianzi sneered. Around here, the ambush could be his people. As for those bandits, this will probably have long been silent and taken down by the brocade guards. It's really hard on your highness the crown prince, to have come in such a big circle to kill this king. Li Tianzi dismounted. What? This king is dying. Is there no good wine and food? Chapter 4, The Shocked Su Dingfang. Naturally there is, sneered Zhao Yu, greeting the soldiers. Come on, serve wine and meat. In a few moments, 2 soldiers brought a table with wine and meat on it. Li Tianzi sat down nonchalantly. General Su and General Zhao, have a drink with this king. Li Tianzi said calmly. Humph. Could it be that you're afraid of poison in this wine and meat? Zhao Yu was nonchalant and sat down. Anyway, they are all about to die. Does it still matter if there is poison in this wine and meat? There was wine and meat, but Zhao Yu had no qualms about feasting on it. Li Tianzi and Su Dingfang then sat down in peace. Su Dingfang, on the other hand, poured a cup of wine. Li Tianzi, take this as a last toast to you. Eat up and hurry on your way. Su Dingfang drank it all in one go. Li Tianzi did not say anything and proceeded to drink the wine down. After the wine and food had been consumed, Zhao Yu got up and pulled out his matching sword. Alright, after eating and drinking, please prepare for the road. King of Jinbei. On top of that sharp sword, it was shining brightly, shooting several cold lights. Li Tianzi remained calm. Zhao Yu, are you so confident that you can kill this king? Or else, nowadays, you have no power in your hands. Aren't you just waiting to die? Zhao Yu laughed coldly. It seems that you don't have any last words left. Go to hell. After saying that, the sharp sword in Zhao Yu's hand had already slashed down towards Li Tianzi. Hey! Su Dingfang sighed and closed his eyes slightly. Shoo! Just then, a sharp arrow, breaking through the air, directly pierced through Zhao Yu's arm that was holding the sword. There was a scream of ah. Zhao Yu covered his bleeding arm and sat down on the ground with his buttocks. Who? Come out for me? The sudden situation made all the soldiers around them alert, raising the weapons in their hands, wary of the four directions. Shoo, 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 shoo. Immediately after that, the sky was full of arrows that flew. 500 soldiers, caught by surprise, one after another, were shot down to the ground. Brush, brush, brush. In the mountains and forests, the brocade guards holding the embroidered spring sword, killed out. Their speed is very fast as a shadow. In the blink of an eye, it is killed in the ranks of the enemy army. These court soldiers, pressure is not the brocade guard's opponent. Seeing this, Su Dingfang immediately raised his gun and was on alert. Gollum. His throat gulped. These people, where on earth did they come from? This kind of killing technique, clean and sharp, rather like killers. Su Dingfang said darkly, especially the killing aura on its body shook him. He felt that if he directly fought with these people, within a few rounds, he would probably be taken down by these people. Li Tianzi, it seems, this general will, today, have to die here with a piece. Su Dingfang was rather unwilling, but Li Tianzi remained calm. Don't worry, you won't die. However, you can't go back. That's true. Su Dingfang is a talented person, to be precise, than his father Su Bashan, are much stronger. The future is bound to be the material to be a great general, and, if the Su family treated him like this, then he naturally didn't need to be polite. What do you mean? Su Dingfang blinked, making it look like these people will listen to you. In the Jinbei army, there is no such army. So, he first ruled out that these people were Li Tianzi's. Of course, even more so, he would not believe that a notorious fool would secretly form such a terrifying army. However, what shocked Su Dingfang was more than that. Tap 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 tap. Suddenly, a warhorse's neighing sound came from the distance, and even the earth was trembling from the iron hooves landing on the ground. What's going on again? In the next second, an army wearing ghost faces in heavy armor, holding lances and swords appeared, and the horses they sat on were also equipped with battle armor, and the flag of Jinbei was particularly dazzling, and was reflected in Su Dingfang's eyes. Once this army appeared, the feeling given to Su Dingfang was that although only 5,000, it was not afraid to face an army of 100,000. Subconsciously, Su Dingfang looked at Li Tianzi, who was still calm and composed, and for a while, his heart fluttered and beat at a faster pace. No, this is impossible. He's just a fool who's been crazy for over 2 years. This army, how could it be his? Su Dingfang shook his head. In just half a pillar of incense's time, the 500 soldiers of the imperial court that had followed them had all become corpses, too dead to die. Zhao Yu had already pissed himself. For a moment his legs went weak and he paralyzed on the floor. Because, the group of brocade guards, after killing everyone, neatly lined up behind Li Tianzi, seemingly saying that their master was Li Tianzi, Commander Ling Bai of the Jinyui. Greetings to the Lord. Commander of the Xuanjia army, Li Guangbi, pays his respects to the Lord. Commander of the Xuanjia army, Li Tianba, pays his respects to the Lord. Commander Xiang Longyu of the Xuanjia army, pay respects to the Lord. Commander Tang Jinye of the Xuanjia army, greetings to the Lord. This can't be. This isn't real. Zhao Yu shook his head in disbelief. Even Su Dingfang was in a cold sweat. He couldn't believe that it was true. Li Guangbi and Li Tianba, he still knows. That is Li's collateral descendants. Civil and military. Isn't it dead? How come it's here? Not bad. This world, the existence of corrupt officials, so that Li's children, picked up a life. Li Tianzi let Ling Bai, with money to bribe officials in the capital. will be a lot of Li's children. Saved. Be excused. The corners of Li Tianzi's mouth rose slightly. These people, they're all your army? Aren't you stupid from the stimulation? Su Dingfang no longer knew how to speak. To be honest, at this moment, he really couldn't understand Li Tianzi. When did I say that I'm stupid? Li Tianzi got up, drew his sword out, and slowly walked towards Zhao Yu, who had already pissed himself in fear. Gosh, now Su Dingfang realized that the Li Tianzi in front of him, just how horrible, can pretend to be crazy, hold back for 3 years, under the emperor's nose, to form such a force, the depth of the city, horrible to the extreme. The emperor, the crown prince, and the entire court. These people do not know what kind of a horrible existence they have incurred. It is Su Dingfang, is also a bitter smile. The Su family did, but also will be Li Tianzi, offended to death. Li Tianzi, you can't kill me. I am the crown princess person. If I die, the crown prince will not let you go. Also, the crown prince has ordered General Li Yu to ambush the surrounding area, and he will take your life. Let me go and I'll go back to the crown prince and plead for you, Zhao Yu threatened. But he didn't know that hearing the word prince had already made Li Tianzi rise up with the intention to kill. Li Yu, are you talking about him? Ling Bai threw out a bloody head. At this moment, Zhao Yu was truly afraid. Li Yu, as a great general under the crown prince's command, is dead, let alone him. Spare my life, Xinbei King, spare my life. It's all because of Xiaoji, forcing me to do this. Late. Zira. Li Tianzi's hand raised his sword and chopped off Li Yu's head. Ling Bai, where's the live one I asked you to capture? Over here. Ling Bai dropped a big man onto the ground. King Xinbei, spare your life. King Xinbei, spare your life. The big man shivered vigorously. Li Tianzi turned around, took out a letter from his pocket, and stuffed it in the big man's hand. Take this letter, along with the heads of Zhao Yu and Li Yu, back in one piece, and hand them over to Xiaoji personally. Chapter 5, The Angry Crown Prince. Little one understands. Little one understands. The big man kowtowed vigorously one by one. The stone hanging in his heart finally landed. Then, seeking a fast horse, he galloped to Luoyang, and it was estimated that in the evening, he would arrive at Luoyang. Li Tianzi is to deliberately will expose his strength, such as without his deterrent in northern Liang, then his family, in the capital, can be dangerous. On the contrary, as long as he is still alive, his family, one day will not be okay. He now needed to develop enough strength to build up his credits, and only then would the court have nothing to do with him. Clean up the battlefield as soon as possible. Then, the entire army is running to attack northern Liang, Li Tianzi said in a rousing voice. The generals led the way and went to dispose of the bodies. Li Tianzi turned around before looking behind him, at Su Dingfang, who was staring at him with an incredulous face. Su Dingfang, now in front of you, there is only one road to choose from. Follow the king to Luwadi and serve under the king's command. How about it? Li Tianzi has its own plans. Before Li Su, two families, close as brothers, irreconcilable friendship, Li's a fall, which hold the world's military general Su Basan, but try to clear the relationship with the Li family. He went to the North Liang. Su family could have helped support a hand. That is, the imperial court would not dare to meddle in more, but this Su Basan, but also really loyal, in the name of the crown prince bondage, will be the Li family to the send-off, but also sent their own son, to show their sincerity. That's good. Yu Su Boshan is not like to be a good old man. Then this gift, he accepted. To Su Dingfang's status and identity, that is the treasure of the Su family, the future pillar of the Dao Empire, to stay by his side. It is like tying up a hostage, holding a card. There is this person, that is, Su Basan, will be worried about his son's safety and security of the Li family. The most important thing is that he was looking at the Su Dingfang's ability to do so. Such a talented person. He cannot let it fly away. The most important thing is that he is interested in Su Dingfang's ability. Su Dingfang stared at Li Tianzi's eyes and only felt unfamiliar. This caused Li Tianzi, who had previously looked down on him, to be a bit terrified. I'll go with you to northern Liang. However, you Li Tianzi now, is still very dangerous. First, killed the crown prince's people. The crown prince is bound to be furious. Take the opportunity to retaliate against you. Second, although you now have a few thousand soldiers and horses, but their food and grass to eat and wear, the court is bound not to care, and will not give a penny. Third, that is the danger that can immediately kill you. The land of northern Liang, the swarm of devils and demons, the vassals are in strife, each occupying counties and counties, especially the land of Luochang, that the lord of Luochang, Zhao Yan, although for the local families of the family, the forceful occupation of Luochang as the governor of Luochang, the strength of many of the vassals of the northern Liang, the strength of the lowest of the one. However, this Xiao Yan is the son-in-law of the northern Hu people. Even if you can take Luo City, but then offend a powerful Hu power, I'm afraid it's doom and gloom as far as you're concerned. Since he was planning to follow Li Tianzi to northern Liang, Su Dingfang barfed out the situation in northern Liang and pounded it all out in his head. Not to mention, this son of the royal northern general really had some insight, and was able to map out the situation in northern Liang so clearly. Li Tianzi now felt since that the decision to force Su Dingfang to stay by his side was incomparably correct. The 5 major forces of northern Liang, divided into 8 counties, more than 160 cities, Zhao Yan defending Beiluo, Du Xiong defending Ding'an, Zhou Jinzai defending Zuli, Dong'an, Huangfu Ci defending Xining, Tianwei, Ding Datong defending Jincheng, Wu Du, the weakest vassal of the force, also has 10,000 soldiers and horses. Looks like, are not Li Tianzi can resist. However, Li Tianzi under the command of 5,000 Xuanjia army, each well-equipped, combat strength burst, is to 1 against dozens, is not the slightest bit is not an exaggeration. Since this king has already left the capital, then he is no longer afraid of his crown prince. As for the issues you are considering, this king has considered them all. Li Tianzi's expression was very confident and calm. As for what you said, dealing with Zhao Yan of Beiluo, this king thought of Zhao Yan's ploy in an instant. Su Dingfang looked at Li Tianzi in surprise, but again, it was immediately relieved. This is the descendant of Jinbei King Li Dinghua, since what he did before was deliberately pretending to be a fool out of it. The latter was afraid that he had inherited all of his father's genes of being able to fight. Of course, Li Tianzi was a man of 2 lifetimes, and his wisdom and farsightedness and ability in all aspects were even greater than that of his father. I wonder, King Jinbei, what is the plan? Su Dingfang frowned. Oh, the corners of Li Tianzi's mouth rose slightly. Meaningfully, someone come. One of the brocade guards came over and made a bow and clasped his fists. My lord, go and bring a message to Zhao Yan. Say that this king leads 5,000 troops and horses. In 20 days, arrives in Beiluo. Hope that he can have the foresight to take the initiative to surrender to this king. So, the 2 forces will be at peace with each other. Otherwise, this king doesn't mind. We'll take down Beiluo by force. Let him Zhao Yan be the prisoner. Li Tianzi had an expression of being in control. I understand. The brocade guards received the order, then jumped onto the horses behind them in a single leap, and with fast horses, headed towards Beiluo. Su Dingfang was a little confused about what Li Tianzi was doing. Your Majesty's move is to startle a snake. Aren't you afraid that Zhao Yan will be prepared? This king is to tell him Zhao Yan. This king's soldiers and horses are here. Not to mention, this northern Liang people are certainly tough, and the soldiers are brave and warlike, but there are also stupid fools. Li Tianzi said. The whole army listened to the order. Unload the heavy armor, hand it over to the brocade guards, escorted provisions, followed by 5,000 Xuanjia army, all lightly loaded marching. Within 5 days, must arrive at the bottom of the city of Beiluo. This place is far from Beiliang, but there are thousands of miles away. To arrive at Beiluo, at least 100 miles a day. Su Dingfang now is more and more unable to understand Li Tianzi. Of course, the Xuanjia army sat down on the warhorse. That each is the grassland of the good breed of BMW, not to mention 100 miles a day. Even if it is 300 or 400 miles a day, are not no problem. What Li Tianzi wanted to do was to catch Zhao Yan's army by surprise. Evening, the big man was in a hurry, fled back to the East Palace, and handed over the letter written by Li Tianzi to the hands of Xiaoji. Xiaoji looked at the contents of that letter and his face twitched in disbelief. Good one. Li Tianzi really underestimated him. This move of this palace can be considered as letting the tiger return to the mountain. Xiaoji tore the letter to pieces, and looked at the 2 bloody heads of Li Yu and Zhao Yu. Xiaoji's body was filled with anger. War ignited. Ah, Li Tianzi, pretending to be a pig and feigning madness. This palace vows to kill you. Shiji on one side, charmingly pacified Xiaoji. Your Highness, don't be angry. We have predicted that the old Jinbei army may still exist, and it is normal for a few thousand soldiers to appear around him. He can rely on luck. Killed Li Yu, Zhao Yu, but may not be able to survive in Beiliang. In the end, his old base of a few thousand soldiers and horses, in the eyes of the Norse Beiliang lords, simply not enough to look at. He is also bound to die. Hoo. Xiaoji took a deep breath. Yes, it's this palace that's overthinking. It's just a waste. It's just that this Li, it's really a 100-footed insect that dies but never falls down. It seems that this Li's collateral lineage, this palace still has to do a good job of secretly cleaning up some of it before it can be done. A dying man is just, he really cannot figure out. This Li envy went to the north of the Liang. How to survive. Chapter 6, 1,000-Mile Run. Beiluo City. The Jinyui's 800 miles of expedited transportation arrived at Beiluo City in the evening of the next day. I heard that the king of Jinbei sent a messenger, Zhao Yan of course, to see. Beiluo has been sealed as Li Tianzi's fiefdom. The whole of Beilang know, those vassals, is waiting to see his joke. If the new king of Jinbei died in his hands Zhao Yan, then he Zhao Yan will certainly become a target by the world to poke the spine. However, he, Zhao Yan, had thick skin and wasn't afraid of what others would say. Anyway, he had the support of the Hu tribe behind him, so what could he do even if he killed Li Tianzi? In the center of the hall, the person who stood was the emissary of the brocade guards, while Zhao Yan played up his authority and looked at the brocade guards with eyes that were superior. A messenger from the king of Jinbei, right? Your king, what did he send you here to supposedly do? Zhao Yan said indifferently. My great king asks Taisho Zhao to take the initiative to open the city and surrender, and to lead the civil and military officials of Beiluo to welcome the procession of the Prince of Jinbei 20 days later. Also, I have to remind Taisho Zhao Yan not to do any so-called resistance. My great king has 5,000 elites at his disposal, and he can raise Beiluo to the ground at any time, the brocade guard said in a vibrant voice. Ha ha ha. Zhao Yan couldn't help but laugh at the words of the brocade guards, and that laughter was written with disdain. 5,000. Are you kidding? I have 15,000 troops in my hand. 3 times as many as your Jinbei king. Really laugh at me. A little calf whose hair is not even long. Still dare to come and threaten me. I really give you a long face? Get lost and go back to tell your Jinbei king that this place of Beiluo is Laozi's, and that Laozi will guard it with a heavy force, and that with the 5,000 stragglers in his hand, he'll just wait to starve to death outside the city. You, the brocade guard clenched his teeth and clenched his fists. Well, Zhao Yan Taisho, take care of yourself. My family's great king will definitely take your head. Farewell. After saying that, the brocade guards exited the hall in anger. Dog, how dare you threaten me? Zhao Yan clenched his fist and slammed it heavily on the desk in front of him. Taisho, are we really going to kill Li Tianzi? The great general, Shay Yi, couldn't help but ask. What's the point of killing? The current Li clan is all just fucking lost dogs. Zhao Yan said contemptuously. Old me would never treat a little brat as an opponent. Then do we need to be on guard? Shui continued to inquire. Beware of what? He's a fool, and he can still make Laozi square up? To threaten Laozi, only a fool could come up with such a method. Go, tell the brothers that they should eat and drink. And when Li Tianzi comes to Beiluo, give me this fool and slash him to death. Zhao Yan shouted in anger. If he lets a fool have his way, those northern Lian feudal lords will still laugh him to death. I understand. Shui clasped his fists and bowed, then backed off. Zhao Yan let out a breath and lay down on the soft and gentle sheepskin chair, drifting off to sleep, as if Li Tianzi's matter was a grain smaller than a sesame seed. As for those lords, none of them had Li Tianzi in their eyes. What did it matter to them if Li Tianzi lived or died? However, there was only one person who was interested in Li Tianzi, Huangfu Ci, who occupied Xining County and Tianwei County. The number 1 power in Beiliang was sitting on 30,000 elite troops, and was taking close care of anyone who entered Beiliang, or even a force, especially this one, the son of the first-time Jinbei king. He naturally also want to pay more attention to some, want to think of the year he can stand firm in northern Liang, really thanks to the old Jinbei king's point of view. So, he is Li Tianzi, more or less to take care of some. However, the general sent out, Li Xin, personally went to scout Li Tianzi's movements, which was fine if he didn't look at it, but after looking at it, he suspected that he was the one who was stupid. He was surprised to see that Li Tianzi, who was regarded as a fool by the people of the world, actually spurred his horse and galloped towards Beiluo. Li Xin, who saw this scene, didn't dare to stay and rushed back to Xining County in the night. Huangfu Ci also didn't close his eyes for a long time these past few days because of Li Tianzi's matter. After all, this is the son of the benefactor. He did not want to watch Li Tianzi die in the hands of that group of thugs in northern Liang. On the contrary, he wanted to bring Li Tianzi to Xining, and wanted to let Li Tianzi, stupid for the rest of his life, spend the rest of his life. My lord, I saw it. My lord saw Prince Li Tianzi. Li Xian ran in with a kick in the pants. See? So soon? Have they entered northern Liang? Why didn't they bring anyone with them? A few questions. One could see that Huangfu Ci, indeed, was quite worried about Li Tianzi. Ahem. Li Xin cavity coughed twice. My lord, this outside rumor that Prince Li Tianzi is a fool. This news is not true. The last general saw Prince Li Tianzi, leading a light cavalry of 5,000 people, heading straight to Beiluo, and The cavalry team under his command is very refined and extremely fast. I am afraid that it has reached 800 miles per day. Such cavalry, even our northern Liang iron cavalry is not as good as it is. My lord, you say, this Lord Li Tianzi, is he pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Letting Li Xian remind him like this, Huang Fu Ci instantly felt that there was some truth to it. Li Tianzi is, after all, the son of the benefactor. The bloodline is all there. Before he was stupid, civil and military, there is a real possibility that he is pretending to be a pig in a poke. But, a person who pretends to be crazy, almost the things that fools do all of them, and still can endure being bullied by others, has suffered unimaginably. But this young man, did he endure for 3 years not? If that was the case, then this Li Tianzi was truly terrifying. My lord will go to Beiluo and see how Li Tianzi, in the end, is going to act? If he can really take Beiluo, then everything will be fine, Li Xian said. Aha! Huang Fu Ci nodded. Of course, Li Xian's side of the story, he in the end will be convinced. Pretending to be crazy for nearly 3 years. This is simply too incredible. No one can do this kind of stoicism. However, the entire northern Liang lords will not know. Li Tianzi's arrival will completely break the northern Liang stalemate for more than 10 years of pattern. An ambitious person who owns the world of throughput is not allowed to their own side. There are other people to seize his power and territory. I will not allow others to snore on the side of the couch. Night. At this time, Beiluo was rather quiet. Beiluo and as usual, stationed on the upper side of the Beiluo soldiers, spilling, extraordinarily lazy. There are even soldiers sneaking out to the greenhouse. The entire defense of the city of Beiluo, extraordinarily lax. The soldiers, on the other hand, didn't have a very high fighting ability, and could simply be described by the word crotch-pulling. In 3 days, Li Tianzi led 5,000 Xuanjia army, only 3 days to run 400 miles, and took advantage of Zhao Yan, who had no preparations to be on guard against him, to arrive at the bottom of Beiluo city. Chapter 7, A Raid on Beiluo, a battle to the death. My lord, this Zhao Yan is nothing more than that. You look at these soldiers under his command, each of them is listless. That has a little bit of fighting spirit. With such an army, once our army enters the city, won't it take Beiluo with a sweeping force? My lord, I am willing to take the vanguard. Xiang Longyu was the first to ask for help. Old Xiang, you baba so much, not just want to be a pioneer, but, we have to discuss things. Last time to fight the bandits, you grab when the vanguard, the old man on the fortress, you all to kill. One did not give the old man to stay, but today, is our Xuanjia army, since the establishment of the first official combat. So, this vanguard has to be given to me. Li Tianba was not happy. This first battle is of great significance, and all of them want to be the vanguard. However, Li Tianzi under the banner of Li Tianba, Xiang Longyu are first-class 10,000 enemies. The world is difficult to find opponents. That is, Li Tianzi, with the world's unparalleled martial arts. But also do not dare to say that 100% will be 2 people to take down, or even cannot take down. General Tianba, you still want to fight me in this battle today? Xiang Longyu said with displeasure. Alright you too, since you've come to northern Liang, are you still afraid of not having a battle to fight? Li Tianzi smiled faintly and said, Xiang Longyu, give you 1,000 Xuanjia troops, you'll be the vanguard. Quietly feel your way up and open the city gates for my army. Nuwa. Xiang Longyu was overjoyed. Tian Su, we're of the same clan, and I'm even your cousin. How could you give up this battle to old Xiang? Li Tianba bristled, rather aggrieved. Tianba, we are all brothers. Don't say this again. In the future there will be a big battle. You are guaranteed to be the vanguard. Li Tianzi comforted. This cousin of his was good at everything, except for being dumb and slightly stupid. Alright, Li Tianba nodded naively. In the Xuanjia army, only Li Tianzi could rule this simpleton. The moment, Xiang Longyu has quietly touched the city. It seemed that even the heavens were helping Li Tianzi. The sky that had moonlight just a moment ago was now completely cloudy and dark. Brush up. A hook lock, towards the North Luo city throne. 3 clawed hooks firmly hooked to the city wall. The upper side of the soldiers, drowsy, although he heard the ringing, but only slightly raised his eyebrows. There is no way. The North Luo military system. There is a problem. The first half of the night of the patrol and the second half of the night of the patrol. There is only a group of people who can be stood up for a long time. Plus, the soldiers of Beiluo were lazy, and standing guard for such a long period of time would not last long at all. Did you hear any movement just now? A soldier looked toward the edge of the city wall. Probably rats. Another soldier rubbed his eyes and returned. Phew! silent black night, suddenly set off a touch of sharp sound of the broken wind. From the ear, between the sword, that Beiluo soldier, suddenly eyes wide open, was about to shout out. Xiang Longyu hand overlord gun, is certainly pierced through the Beiluo soldier's throat. Hot blood, suddenly splashed Li Tianzi a face, next to the Beiluo soldier's face with panic, just wanted to shout enemy attack, was killed up the Xuanjia soldiers, a decapitation, and that Xuanjia soldiers, this will be like a flying swallow, from the wall above, jumped down, guarding the city on the North Luo soldiers, even the basic struggle is the Xuanjia soldiers, all killed, even a little bit of noise did not send these Xuanjia soldiers in the unloading of the heavy armor, just like the ghosts in the night, the speed of the surprising crunch, in less than a pillar of incense, the gates of North Luo city opened wide, almost all of the Bei Luo soldiers stationed at the citadel had become corpses. Seeing this, Li Tianzi pulled out his sword with a swoosh, charge in and go straight to the Bei Luo city hall and kill Zhao Yan. Li Tianzi took the lead and was the first to kill the city residents. As for Li Guangbi and Tang Jinye, they each led a troop and went to control the military camp in Bei Luo city. The entire Bei Luo city, the sound of killing surged up, and the chaos was incomparable. At this moment, Che Yi and Wang Chang, the war generals of Bei Luo city, ran out from the camp. What's going on? Where's that killing sound coming from? Chui shouted, but under the dull light of the campfire, he saw a black horseman killing. I am Tang Jinye, a great general under King Jinbei's command. My king has already killed his way into Bei Luo city. Those who don't want to die, quickly surrender. Tang Jinye bellowed. The Xuanjia army trampled on the battalion, and any Bei Luo soldiers who struggled to resist instantly fell under the hooves of the Xuanjia cavalry and became a puddle of flesh. How is this possible? Li Tianzi went out of the capital, but 4 or 5 days. How could he appear in Bei Luo so quickly? Che was incomparably shocked and amazed. In other words, Li Tianzi led a cavalry that ran 1,000 miles in 3 days, which was a bit too terrifying. No, this should not be the credit of that fool. Most likely Su Dingfang's strategy. After all, how could a fool who had been demented for more than 2 years come up with such a surprising ploy out? Dog thief, my Bei Luo is also something you can come to. Give this general to die. Wang Chang, who was beside him, was instantly furious, and holding a long spear, he killed towards Tang Jinye. General Wang Chang must not take the enemy lightly. Shui wanted to warn, but Wang Chang had already gone. However, in Che Yi's opinion, General Wang Chang could battle the northern foreign generals back and forth, and exterminating a notorious Jinbei army general would not be a piece of cake. Tear up. But in the next scene, a look of horror appeared on Che Yi's face. It was when he saw Wang Chang. Before his gun was swung out, he was somehow stabbed in the throat by Tang Jinye's gun. A mere second-rate martial general. How dare you offend this general? Tang Jinye was stunned and intimidated. At this time, Che Yi, instantly dumbfounded, to know, although Wang Chang is not his opponent, but also not so weak. I surrender. Shi put down the weapon in his hand and immediately surrendered. The rest of the soldiers followed suit. However, it wouldn't take long for them to realize that the king of Tang, whom they regarded as a fool and despised the most, would be so powerful. North LA City Hall. Li Tianzi held his matching sword in his hand and cut down several people as the Xuanjia army surrounded the city lord's mansion. The soldiers stationed at the city lord's mansion became the ghosts of the Xian armor soldiers' guns in a matter of moments. Ran. Zhao Yan, who had learned that Li Tianzi had already killed his way into the mansion, brought his wife, Xian Yuqian, and came face to face with Li Tianzi, who was holding a sharp sword. Zhao Yan was so shocked that his feet were unsteady and he fell to the ground. Lord Zhao Yan, where is this going? Li Tianzi smiled coldly. What? Aren't you going to kill Lone? How to run away now? Zhao Yan's face was green, and the way he looked at Li Tianzi was out of place, because he smelled an extremely dense killing aura on Li Tianzi's body. It was like a shocking wave that crushed towards him, instantly pressuring Zhao Yan into kicking the air a little. Chapter 8. All the people's hard-earned money. How is this possible? Aren't you stupid? Zhao Yan's eyes were so wide that they were about to fall out in general. The mind was shocked and scared. Could it be that the words of this legend that Li Tianzi was a fool were all rumors? The person in front of him had an outstanding temperament and didn't look half as stupid at all. What do you think? Li Tianzi said coldly. Are you not pretending to be a pig and you lied to everyone? This is Zhao Yan can think of. The most terrible idea. Just an 18-year-old teenager, pretending to be crazy and holding back for nearly 3 years. How in the world did this guy do it? The more he thought about it in depth, the more fearful and scared he became of Li Tianzi. Zhao Yan, Lone has already given you a chance. Be on your way. Li Tianzi waved his hand. The Xuanjia soldiers behind him raised the battle swords in their hands. Li Tianzi, no, Jinbei King, please be gracious and let me live. You know, behind me, Zhao Yan, is the Hu people clan. If I die, the Hu people clan will inevitably lead a large army southward. At that time, you will not be able to live. And in the future, don't even want to get a foothold in Beiluo. However, you will release me. The two of us can actually cooperate and jointly govern Beiluo. I guarantee, in the future, you will be the true king of Beiluo. Right now, Zhao Yan only wanted to stabilize Li Tianzi, and only by staying alive could he fuck this little scumbag Li Tianzi to death. Let him give a little brat to bow down. The door is not. Relying on the background forces behind him, pinch Li Tianzi, as simple as pinching an ant. Of course, today's defeat, he attributed all the responsibility to his own carelessness, and let Li Tianzi have his way. Threaten? Do you really think Lone is afraid of the Fae? Kill. Li Tianzi's voice gradually lowered. No, don't. And as Zhao Yan and Xian Yuqian's desperate pleas for mercy came to an abrupt end, the heads of the two men, accompanied by splashes of blood, rolled to the ground. This night, Beiluo completely changed the sky, and Li Tianzi only took Beiluo at the cost of a few injuries. This battle will certainly shock the entire northern Liang, and at the moment, Li Tianzi's trouble has not yet come. Take their own territory is easy, but to settle down in their own territory, there is some trouble. Send an order to Su Dingfang to lead 1,000 Xuanjie troops to copy the Zhao clan. Kill all the old, weak, women and children. Li Tianzi vibrated his voice and ordered. Zhao Yan evil. As early as in the information collection of the Genie Way, his whole family is not a few good people. Since we have to kill, it is necessary to kill the clean. Eliminate the roots. Cannot leave a person to their own trouble. Nuwa. Ling Bai went down to pass on the order. As for Li Tianzi and Li Guangbi, they entered the city hall and took out all the account books. A check of the accounts will make it clear what is happening in all aspects of Northrop. At this moment, Su Dingfang, who had gotten the order, led 1,000 soldiers and horses, and went straight to kill among the Zhao clan. This Beiluo's first big family was afraid that there were quite a lot of good things. Of course, this night's battle let Su Dingfang, completely on Li Tianzi admiration, personally led the Xuanjia army, 3 days to run more than 1,000 miles, hit Zhao Yan a surprise, with 0 casualties, take down with 15,000 soldiers of the North Luo city, which if replaced by some fools to come, estimates that would have been to the reality of the bowing of the head. That is, he Su Dingfang, did not dare to come up with such a plan. He is now helpless and bitter smile. Their Su family, this time really look away, to Li Tianzi's current posture, as long as not dead, the future is bound to rise in the northern Liang. He has to write a letter to his father as soon as possible, and good hospitality to Li, to make up for the stupidity of the previous approach. Beneath the darkness, Zhao's mansion, the firelight was so bright that it lit up half of the sky. Dozens of people from Zhao's family, the screams were continuous, all of them were killed by the Xuanjia soldiers. Su Dingfang stood in the middle of Zhao's mansion, and in his heart, he couldn't help but feel that Li Tianzi's methods were really ruthless. General Su, Zhao's warehouse was found in front. There are many large boxes piled up inside, as well as grain and rice. The soldier came to report. We dare not act without authorization and have come to report. Go forward and take a look, Su Dingfang said, striding towards the warehouse. However, without looking, this opening of the warehouse, the scene inside, but Su Dingfang was stunned. Good, a small border family with such a large warehouse. Su Dingfang's tone of voice was clearly beginning to be angry. Open those boxes, and these bags. Cut open the mouths for this general to see. No! 2 soldiers stepped forward and pried open a large box. Instantly, from within the box, a silver-white luster flashed out, flashing the eyes of the crowd. Silver, all of it, is white. Carry another box, Su Dingfang ordered again. No! The 2 soldiers opened another box, which was even more horrifying, but a box of treasures, in which there were not only gold treasures, but also jewelry. Crunch! Su Dingfang's fists clenched. A small county official actually owns such wealth. No wonder when this general entered the city, he felt that the entire Beiluo city is dead. Most of this is the blood and sweat money of the people of Beiluo. Make the money and food clear and tally them up as soon as possible, and later I will go and ask the Lord for instructions. This will be Su Dingfang, has changed his name to Li Tianzi, which is heartfelt admiration. Nah, inventory of treasure quickly, as long as a column of incense time. Su Dingfang surprised to find that these Xuanjia soldiers, not a brown man, but has a not weak cultural level, which regardless of where to put, can be in the government or the academy to seek a good job. which is to let Su Dingfang the most shocked place. General Su, the Zhao family has liquidated a total of gold, silver, and jade totaling 250,000 taels and 70,000 stones of grain. Listening to this data, Su Dingfang had already clenched his fists. This is the dilapidated Beiluo, but Zhao Yan can still have such a huge wealth. That is, the great general's residence. Have not been some things, so it can be seen that the people of Beiluo, life in the end how difficult. Understood. Seal Zhao off. Not a single person is allowed to come in. This general will go find the Lord, Su Dingfang said. He left the mansion, rode a fast horse, and headed to the city hall. Along the way, Tang Jinya had taken control of the city's security. Beiluo change of sovereignty, killing the sound of the sky, naturally disturbed many people out of the house. Xia troop, occupied Beiluo. Beiluo people are very frightened, especially in the streets and alleys, dressed in rags, homeless refugees, but also huddled in the corner of the edge of the atmosphere do not dare to kick. They even thought that it was the horse bandits in the desert land, or the foreign cavalry that had entered the city. In the eyes of the people, the horse bandits and the foreign cavalry were no good. They burned and looted as soon as they entered the city, even plundering women in the streets. However, they also found that after this army entered Beiluo city, instead of harassing them, it strengthened the security, and many local bullies and hooligans who wanted to cause trouble were all arrested and imprisoned. Chapter 9, Solving Troubles One by One. Of course, faced with an even stranger army, these poor people, clustered around each other, were even more terrified. Yes, in this chaotic place where the government colludes with the families and wreaks havoc on the people, the prestige of the government is not as high as that of the bandits. In the middle of the Beiluo city mansion, Li Tianzi, who was checking the books, was already angry. He did not expect that the books of Beiluo city are false accounts. Of course, this Beiluo is actually the territory of the Great Martial State, but in fact, has long been separated from the rule of the Great Martial Empire. That is to say, Zhao Yan is completely closed to their own when the king, Li Tianzi, destroyed Zhao Yan. Not only no fault, but also credit. A moment later, Ling Bai came with two people. One was none other than Beiluo War General Che Yi. The other was Beiluo County Minister Du Shang. And Su Dingfang also came in from the outside. Lord, the people have been brought, Ling Bai said. Chui knelt down. King Jinbei spare his life. Che Yi is willing to surrender. And he is willing to take the initiative to go to the North Gate Pass and beckon Wei Yan and Zhangba, the main generals of the North Gate Pass, to take the blame for their crimes. Ha ha ha. Li Tianzi didn't make things difficult for Che Yi, and helped him up. General Che Yi, please get up quickly. You have not resisted the Jinbei army and led the surrender, which is meritorious. Come, speak with the king about the situation at this North Gate Pass. Che Yi busily said. North Gate Pass is the gateway of Beiliang. Beiluo's heavy troops are all here. And that Wei Yan and Zanba are both tough generals of Beiluo, with extraordinary martial arts. If the great king thinks that the sinful general will be able to do it, the sinful general will be willing to beckon Wei Yan and Zanba to surrender. But, speaking here, Che Yi is also guilty of difficult color. That Wei Yan and Zanba, even Zhao Yan's words are rarely listened to. That is, the army's food and drink, are robbing the grassland ministries. They don't trust the official government anyone. That is, the sin will, but also can only try. Asterisk in Shui. Didn't you just say you'd take the blame for your crimes? Come back and say it's hard? Ling Bai stared at his eyes. Furious. General Ling Bai, the guilty general is not also afraid of death, Che Yi said. However, in Shi's words, Li Tianzi still heard quite a bit of useful information. Shi, just go and convey this king's order to beckon Wei Yan and Zhangba to surrender, and if they don't, present their conditions. But if you want to be a rebel, the sword in my king's hand is not a vegetarian, Li Tianzi said in a revitalized voice. The most important thing for a power to be able to develop is the population. So, it's best to avoid a war if you can. The guilty general will take orders. The guilty general will go now. Shi exited the mansion. My lord, are you not afraid that Che Yi will betray you? Su Dingfang asked suspiciously. Doubting people is not a good idea. Not to mention, tonight's battle has already given Shui someone to make a rough judgment, and he knows the gap between the Beiluo army and the Jinbei army. Li Tianzi said. Tell me about you. Su Dingfang immediately said. All of the Zhao family's possessions combined. 250,000 taels of silver. 70,000 stones of grain. So much money in grain. Enough for us to eat for most of the year. So much? Li Tianzi frowned. Even the entire people of Beiluo couldn't scavenge this much money in grain. Good. The king is right. These money and grain, part of it is obtained from raiding the people, and part of it is earned through the advantageous location of the Beiluo trade and commerce, through the trade, and with the grassland countries, as well as the Central Plains Chamber of Commerce. Du Shang said, but the great king has, for once, created a great disaster. What is this saying? Li Tianzi looked at Du Shang. The king does not know that Zhao Yan is the son-in-law of the Hu people tribe, and is the president of the Zhao Chamber of Commerce, and established diplomatic relations with the female true. Once Zhao Yan died, many problems, the opportunity to come one after another, the trouble of the Hu people, the trouble of the female true, and even, there is also the trouble of the desert sand bandits. From Du Shang's mouth, Li Tianzi had a general understanding of the entire situation in Beiluo. Within Beiluo city, there were still three great families, Han, Jin, and Wang, who were also the instigators of Beiluo's decline, and perhaps, would even bargain with him, the king. In short, not good things. However, Li Tianzi was willing to give the three great families some chances, who people and women really trouble not to mention, the most difficult. It is estimated that in August and September raided the border of Desert North sand bandits. This sand bandits 10,000 people, are cavalry, not only to plunder the landlords and gentry of Beiliang, and even the Hu people, the female, Tartar and other big countries, will be plundered, relying on all the light cavalry, in the step up to the shadowless, that is, the grasslands of those tribes, are not away, but the problem, to be solved one by one. First deal with the military power of Beiluo. This is the first step to stabilize Beiluo. The second step is to solve the problem of the family. As for Zhao Yan's problem, can be a slow step to spread out, just slow to spread out. He does not want to fight with the Hu people too early now. Du Shang, this king has already investigated you, during the period of being the county chancellor in Beiluo, but did not harm anyone, even the silver that Zhao Yanxiang stuffed you with. You exchanged it for food and secretly distributed it to some people. In such a chaotic Beiluo territory, to be able to make it this far is enough to prove that you, Du Shang, are a good official. From today onwards, be an official under the command of this king. You'll be the county governor of North Luo County. This would be Du Shang, not to mention how excited he was. My lord Du Shang, pay respects to the lord. In fact, Du Shang's origin is not small. That was once still the top 10 of the Dada science examination of the capable person. Just the family is poor. There is no money to bribe those officials in the dynasty. It was relegated to the North Luo, when the 10 years of the county minister. The first thing you need to do now is to take half of the money and grain you've scraped from the Zhao house and put it out to provide relief for the people of Beiluo. Let the people of Beiluo, first, drink a bowl of thick congealed rice. Li Tianzi continued. However, this action was what made Du Shang surprised beyond measure, and with a surprised expression, he looked at Li Tianzi. Is there such a good official under the sky? I thank the Lord for this great kindness to the people. It will surely make the people of Beiluo, the people's hearts return to the people. Du Shang was right. Just this one decision of Li Tianzi could make the people of Beiluo city die to follow Li Tianzi. Tonight, however, is destined to be sleepless. Someone can't sleep. The news of Beiluo's change of ownership was like a hurricane, blowing throughout Beiliang. The King family, the heads of the two remaining clans were gathered in the middle of the night. Han Yan, head of the Han family, and Wang Nu, head of the Wang family. With Zhao Yan dead, it was only natural for them to discuss how to manage their relationship with their new master. Will they coexist, or will the three families continue to monopolize the economy of North Luo? Of course, the battle in Beiluo city ended so quickly that the people of the three great clans had not yet reacted, or rather, in their opinion, the king of Jinbei, Li Tianzi, was still a demented waste, and the most troublesome one should be Su Dingfeng, who accompanied Li Tianzi. And then there was the fact that the army that had come after them, in their opinion, should be easy enough to bluff a fool. Chapter 10, Conspiracy. Jin Fu's lobby above. Sitting is the Jin family head Jin Zaibao. Standing next to the person is his son Jin Yuanbao. This Jin family and Han, Wang two families are not the same. The Jin family believe in Buddhism. Persecution of the people's things rarely do. Almost committed to the art of business. Both of you, you're here for the Jinbei King matter, right? Jin Zaobao snorted with a sleepy face. Jin Zaobao, it's this time of the night. You can still sleep. Zhao Yan is dead. The three of us should now consider how we can coexist with the new lord of Beiluo city. Han Yan said. Jin Zaobao smiled blandly. Master Han, in fact, in your heart, you've already had an idea. Why do you need to come and see what I think? With Zhao Yan dead, the big guy's ambitions came out. Who doesn't want to take control of Beiluo city? Ha ha ha. Han Yan laughed out loud. It really is true that nothing can be hidden from the Jin family master. The purpose of my coming here is also very simple. That is, our three great clans will unite and put the power of Beiluo in the hands of our three great clans, so that we can rely on the geographical advantage of Beiluo to obtain more benefits. Jin Zhaobao smiled faintly. Han family master, this matter you say is too light. That Jinbei King Li Tianzi's hands, but there are thousands of soldiers. That is, even Zhao Yan were killed. You think, on the hands of the 1,000 private soldiers we hold, can top what use? We are just ordinary people. It's enough for us to do good business and live a peaceful life on weekdays. Why bother to fight with the officials for power? Which in my opinion is not a good thing. The father and son duo of the Jin family only had money in their eyes, and one could even use the three words little money grubber to evaluate the two of them. Oh, Jin family master fallacy. According to my understanding, that Li Tianzi became a fool 3 years ago. Even personnel do not understand. Simply cannot afford to turn any big waves. This Xinbei army should make people afraid, should be Su Dingfeng, and several generals of this Xinbei army. I and the Han family master guessed that this Xinbei army, perhaps it is the old Xinbei king, Li Dinghua, to Li Tianzi secretly left the means. As long as we can take care of Su Dingfeng and these people, then Li Tianzi, just find a reason to kill him, won't it be fine? Wang Nu also said. What's more, what the Jin family master is afraid of is nothing more than the Xinbei army's troop strength. But in my opinion, the Xinbei army is doing nothing more than taking advantage of Zhao Yan's lack of any preparations, and that's why they were able to take down Beiluo city so easily. But whenever Zhao Yan has some preparations, the Xinbei army won't be able to enter Beiluo. Looking at the expressions on the two men's faces, Jin Zhaobao fell into deep thought. Since the two of you have such an idea, then I will try it out with all of you. Before that, we have to have a bottom line in our hands. Ha ha. Han Yan smiled broadly. Don't worry about this. I've already sent someone to find Shatosh. As long as there's enough money, all 10,000 sand thieves under his command can be pulled in. Think about it. Shatosh is in the north. The foreigners have suffered a series of losses, and this is the Xinbei army. What big waves can it make? The two of you are only at my disposal. Good. Jin Zhaobao nodded. And such a good thing. The reason why Han Yan does not do it alone. In fact, the main reason, or the Xinbei army some scruples. So, since he wants to master the entire Beiluo, what he wants, naturally, is to pull down the other two big families, in case there is any problem, or a piece of face. Good, then I'll take my leave. Let's wait for the good news. After saying that, Han Yan and Wang Nu then left the city hall. The plump Jin Yuan Bao, looking at the back of the two leaving, smiled disdainfully. Oh, father, this Han Yan is really a ghostly spirit. Surprisingly, he wants to pull our Jin family down with him. Maybe, when he really pulls the Xinbei army together, his Han family will still want to be a dominant force in Beiluo. What's more, that Li Tianzi can in just a few days' time arrive at Beiluo and complete the surprise attack. This is originally a miracle, but Li Tianzi, a demented child, deserted martial arts. His physique, any can do running wildly for a few days without stopping. Father, don't you think there is something fishy here? We must not be confused because of a few words from Han Yan and Li Tianzi with the enemy, or to find out for the better. Jin Zhaobao frowned. According to your meaning, that Li Tianzi is not a fool at all, or even, it could be a capable master? Aha! Jin Yuanbao nodded. If Li Tianzi is really pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger for 3 years, then how terrifying is such a person? Our Jin family, in the Zhao Chamber of Commerce all these years, almost conscientious, just because of the many things that go against the Zhao, Han, and Wang families, and are ostracized at every turn. So, now that Beiluo has changed ownership, it's an opportunity. If Li Tianzi is really pretending, then this time, our Jin family can't miss the opportunity to climb up the ladder. Early tomorrow morning, I'll quietly go to the city hall to take a look. Jin Zhaobao thoughtfully. You kid, who exactly do you follow? Ghostly. Of course it follows father. Jin Yuanbao said with a simple smile. The night was silent and turned to dawn. The people who slept on the streets this night spent it in fear and trepidation. Though no crime was committed this night. To know, Beiluo is very chaotic, especially those who people. Once at night, wandering in the street, and even insulting women in the street is not strange. But tonight, those troublemaking who people, but suffered a big disaster, either arrested and imprisoned, do not cooperate with the who people, on the street on the ground, which makes the lowest class of the Wogwa people, for the first time to see the hope of living. Jin Yuanbao early in the morning, wrapped in a thick coat, wrapped himself tightly, headed to the city hall. Do not say, the climate of the North Luo, it is really strange, hot to dozens of degrees during the day, to the night, even a dozen degrees below zero. and the morning is also exceptionally cold. When Jin Yuanbao arrived at the city hall, but smelled a smell of rice porridge, the door of the city hall, a bucket after a bucket of rice porridge, was pushed out of the house by the soldiers. There are also some inconspicuous small dishes, but these meals, for some of the people of Beiluo now, it is simply delicious food. This, Jin Yuanbao has not yet clarified the situation, is to see the county minister Du Shang, commanding at the entrance of the residence. Old Du, what's going on? Jin Yuanbao approached Du Shang and inquired in a low voice. Du Shang sniffed and turned around to look at the little fatty in front of him. Jin Yuanbao, what are you doing with your kid covering up so tightly? I'm here to find the king of Jinbei, and I'm afraid of being recognized, Jin Yuanbao said. Pust. Du Shang couldn't help but want to laugh. Yuanbao, in the whole of Beiluo, it's just your Jin family father and son who are the fattest, and when others hit the far side, they'll recognize them at a glance. Jin Yuanbao had a black line on his head and immediately pulled away from the topic. Old Du, you haven't answered my question yet. What's the point of cooking so much kanji? Almsgiving? And Du Shang's next words would completely stun Jin Yuanbao, causing Jin Yuanbao's thoughts about Li Tianso to change completely. Chapter 11, this Jinbei king is not simple. Yes, it is to give the people gruel, and also to distribute food to them, as the Lord has commanded. You don't know. Last night the Lord copied Zhao's family. He ordered that half of the money and grain obtained be distributed to the people. This official has been in the world for so many years, but this is the first time I have met such a good king. Du Shang is quite emotional. He is now completely dead to follow Li Tianzi. Change the other officials. If the copied to get such a wealth, I guess it would have taken for themselves, not to mention distributed to the people. What? Jin Yuanbao, who heard this news, his eyes were wide open, and for the first time, he also heard that there was a king who took the initiative to distribute money and grain to the people. No, not right. Isn't it rumored among the people of the world that Li Tianzi is a demented child? How could there be such a decision? Jin Yuanbao, who was shocked, immediately reacted. Also, why did you old Du call Li Tianzi as Lord? Could it be? Du Shang nodded his head. In the future, the king of Jinbei will be my lord. Also, the king of Jinbei is not a fool at all. I've been an official for so many years, but I've never met such a king with such a temperament. If you ask me, the future king of Jinbei will be able to become a generation of bright kings. Yuanbao, your Jin family has always been in business and has not harmed anyone. I think, king of Jinbei will not pursue the matter. Go back and tell your father. But don't be complicit with Han and Wan's families and go astray. King of Jinbei is a good master. If the Jin family climbs under his banner, in the future, the Jin family will be able to go to an unprecedented new height. SS. Jin Yuanbao sucked in a breath of cool air. It was the first time he had heard it from Du Shang's mouth. Evaluating a person in such a way. This Jinbei king is not simple. I'll go about my business first. The king of Jinbei is inside, so you can have someone introduce you, Du Shang said, and left. Jin Yuanbao was stunned for a moment, and with a secret resolution in his heart, he saluted towards the soldiers at the door. Your Excellency, my name is Jin Yuanbao, the young master of the Jin family of Beiluo. Please see the king of Jinbei. The soldier looked at Jin Yuanbao. Wait here, I will report. Thank you, sir. Jin Yuanbao made a bow. At this moment, Li Tianzi was sitting on top of the hall, reading the folders. My lord, outside, the Jin family's youngest master, Jin Yuanbao, requests an audience, the soldier said with a bow. Oh, finally, a worldly family has taken the initiative to come to the door. Let him come in, Li Tianzi said indifferently. No, the soldier retreated. As for the Jin family, he had also looked for Du Shang to understand that he could be the main candidate to serve as the president of the North Luo Chamber of Commerce. A moment later, Jin Yuanbao came in trembling. In fact, the murderous aura from the surrounding guards made Jin Yuanbao a little uncomfortable. And when entering the city hall, looking at the lobby above, seated Li Tianzi, Jin Yuanbao unexpectedly cannot help but want to worship, because in Li Tianzi's body, Jin Yuanbao smelled a different temperament, high above, and the body of the hidden outside the murderous aura, so that Jin Yuanbao's heart immediately lifted up. Sure enough, the rumors of this outside world are all false. If the people in front of us are all fools, those feudal lords outside and so on, are even worse than fools. Seeing that Jin Yuanbao stared for a long time without saying anything, Li Tianzi took the lead and said, Jin Yuanbao, is there a flower on this king's face? The words came out, and majesty followed. Jin Yuanbao was startled and knelt on the ground. Rumor has it that the king is a demented child who doesn't know anything about people. Herborists are very curious, but once I saw it today, the rumors are too false and must not be believed. Then what kind of person do you think this king is? Li Tianzi asked directly. Jin Yuanbao replied, the king is wise and powerful, mighty and domineering. The grass people follow my father, traveled for so many years, in those places in the western region, but also seen many great kings, but like the king only the king is a great one. This golden dollar is worthy of being a commercial goods. This little mouth, just like smeared with honey. Alright, let's get to the point. This king wants the entire Zhao Chamber of Commerce and will change the Zhao Chamber of Commerce into the Beiluo Chamber of Commerce. How about your father as the president and you as the vice president? Li Tianzi said directly. Jin Yuanbao is really listening to confused. He has not yet said the intention. Li Tianzi began to throw an olive branch. And he also raised the status of the Jin family by several levels. The great king trusts the grass people so much? Jin Yuanbao was surprised. Li Tianzi smiled lightly. As long as the Jin family can submit to this king, what's wrong with letting you head the Chamber of Commerce? But don't think that just because this king is only 18 years old that he feels good to bully. What this king can give you, he can naturally take back. Do you understand? A majestic icy cold aura immediately surged out from Li Tianzi's body. Jin Yuanbao was surprisingly stunned. It was the first time he experienced what it was like to accompany a king like a tiger. Jin Yuanbao was self-aware and willing to submit to the great king. Jin Yuanbao, in a show of loyalty, immediately changed his address to Li Tianzi. By the way, my lord, be careful of the Han and Wang families. These two families have no intention of compromising with the great king, but are secretly colluding with the desert north sand bandit Shatash. That sand bandit has 10,000 cavalrymen that come and go without a trace, and is quite difficult to deal with. Aha! Li Tianzi nodded. You go back first. The matter of defecting to this king should not be said to your father for the time being. In addition, tonight, this king will host a banquet for the three great families. At that time, you only need to cooperate. If the Han and Wang families are unwilling to compromise, then this king will have no choice but to exterminate the two families. Jin Yuanbao listened, his back already drenched in sweat. He couldn't see through Li Tianzi, but he felt that those eyes of Li Tianzi had already seen through his heart. I'll take my leave first. Jin Yuanbao retreated. Li Tianzi stood with his arms folded as if he had everything under control. However, at this time, Shi, who had persuaded the guards of the North Gate Pass to surrender, also ran into trouble. Wei Yan and Zhang Ba were not to mention how excited they were to learn that Zhao Yan was dead. Shi, are you confused to defect to a foolish king? He is that a little bit of soldiers and horses. I'm afraid that it will not take long. We'll be swallowed up by other forces. It is better to be with us a piece. How good to get away with it. Wei Yan scoffed at all these officials. General Wei Yan, the king of Jinbei is different. He is not a fool, and the army under his command is more than capable of defeating 10 with 1. With the 10,000 soldiers and horses in your hands, I'm afraid that you won't be able to stop it. Yi persuaded bitterly. Moreover, if you don't defect to Jinbei king, and don't join the court establishment, you all can be no different from the roving bandits? Ugh! Wei Yan spat towards the ground. In today's world, these officials, which are good people, lousy even if I become a bandit and a rogue. So what? Although Wei Yan was angry, but on second thought, good. If you think that stupid king is good, let Li Tianzi personally come to fight with me. Wei Yan. If he can defeat me one-on-one, Wei Yan will take all the generals of North Gate Pass and defect to him. If not, then let him withdraw from Beiluo City and obediently cede it to Laozi. Chapter 12, The Hongmen Banquet. Wei Yan, as the #1 martial artist in Beiluo, is very confident in his martial arts, that is, the sand bandits Shatash, He Jian, Xian Aroo and others. He has never put them in his eyes, not to mention a foolish king who's been demented for 3 years. Moreover, in his opinion, those princes and so on, all of them are drunkards. How can their personal martial arts be strong? Alright, I'll go back and report to the king of Jinbei. I hope you're true to your word. Yi said, farewell. Yi quickly and angrily went out of the Guan mansion. However, this result, he also expected it. Wanna make Wei Yan surrender? This is not easy. However, Wei Yan, this condition seems to be a bit harsh. He knows that Li Tianzi under the banner of those war generals are a million enemies, but he has not seen Li Tianzi shot Wei Yan's martial arts. That is also among the first class. He was afraid that Li Tianzi would be afraid to dare to come. However, his order has been passed on. As for whether Li Tianzi is bullish or not, that is Li Tianzi's own thing. And when Shi left, Wei Yan didn't take this matter to heart at all. General Zhang Ba, Zhao Yan is already dead. Let's also prepare to get ready so we can take over Beiluo City. When he escaped from Beiluo City, he had already told him that in Li Tianzi's hands, there were only 5,000 soldiers and horses, and by virtue of the fact that everyone was sleeping, He had sneak attacked Bei Luo, and that's why it was so easy to take Bei Luo down. You want to attack Bei Luo? Zhang Ba was surprised. However, for those who can enter Bei Luo this easily, I'm afraid that the strength of that Jinbei army cannot be underestimated. He Yin coldly laughed. The once Jinbei army has long since ceased to exist. The full-fledged troops has long been gone. He is now escorting Li Tianzi's this army. Great probability is relying on luck only. I just can't believe how powerful an army led by a fool can be. Zhang Ba didn't think much of it. He felt that what Wei Yin said was right. However, this would be the entire Bei Liang, which seemed to be in chaos, and they were quite shocked by the death of Bei Luo Zhaoyan. Li Tianzi had actually taken Bei Luo and killed Zhaoyan, which was undoubtedly heavy news to the lords of the other counties. But then again, Li Tianzi captured Bei Luo. Indeed some luck, for the several major lords of Bei Lang simply did not take this matter to heart, such as Dingan Du Xiong, Zhu Li's Zhou Jin Kai, Jincheng's Ding Daotong. Get this news, naturally did not focus on it. After all, what does Zhao Yan's death have to do with them? And Li Tianzi had actually killed Zhao Yan and Xian Yuqian. If this was known to the Hu people tribesmen, they would certainly retaliate against Bei Luo. Therefore, in the view of many vassals, Li Tianzi's move is just to stir up trouble. The fact is also proved. Bei Luo a place, the weakest. According to reason, other Bei Luo forces will certainly send troops, will take Bei Luo, but these vassals did not do so, is because of the fear of the Hu people behind the Zhaoyan forces. However, for Huangfu Ci, who had been paying attention to Li Tianzi, he was thoroughly surprised when Li Xian sent back the situation in Bei Luo. My lord, this is the situation, Li Xian said. Huangfu Ci stroked his beard. Li Tianzi raided Bei Luo all night long and took it down with no deaths or injuries, and then half of the grain taken from the Zhao family, half of which was succored to the people. Li Xian nodded his head. In this way, it seems that the Li Tianzi is not some kind of fool, and what he did in Bei Luo is completely in the shape of a capable minister. My lord, it's just that Zhao Yan's identity is special, and if the Hu people tribe knows about it, I'm afraid, we'll send troops to attack Li Tianzi. As you also know, this group of Hu people to North Luo City, also coveted for a long time in the whole of northern Liang, except for the cavalry in our hands, there is no vassal that can beat the Hu soldiers. Aha! Huangfu Ci nodded. Bei Luo lords are a bunch of big mouths that can't keep their doors open. They will probably borrow the hands of the Hu people to kill Li Tianzi. Think of the years, when the old Jinbei king was still alive, but these vassals, suppressed even the atmosphere do not dare to kick a breath. The old Jinbei king is not easy to die. Its son came to Bei Lang. These guys will probably put the old and the new old scores, all counted on Li Tianzi's body. Of course, these lords, or smart, do not want to bear the curse of killing the king of Jinbei, so they borrowed the hands of others. As a last resort, they will not do it themselves. Li Xin, you lead 5,000 cavalry and head to Tianwei County. Station your army at the border, and if any of the other forces in Beiliang dare to make a move, they don't need to ask for instructions. They can directly make a move to intercept them. Huangfu Ci's fists clenched. Promise. Li Xian vibrated his voice and made a bow and clasped his fists before exiting the city hall. Huangfu Ci sighed and looked at the distant sky, his eyes rather sharp. The situation in this northern Liang is indeed due for a change. Just as Huangfu Ci had said, the several great vassals of Bei Luo were actually big mouths, spreading the word of what Li Tianzi had done in Bei Luo with added flavor. This news, at the fastest speed possible, traveled towards the Human king's court. After all, the son-in-law and daughter of the king of the Hu people had let others kill them. The king of the Hu people was bound to not be able to endure it. However, all the vassal forces and so on, had a misunderstanding about Li Tianzi. They felt that Li Tianzi seemed to be very easy to bully, but it wouldn't be long before they would know that Li Tianzi was formidable, and they would also pay a huge price for underestimating Li Tianzi. At this point, in the city of Bei Luo, Li Tianzi took the official grain and grass and distributed them to the people, and the people who were originally afraid of Li Tianzi were at this moment all emotional, and the hearts of the people were indeed subordinated to Li Tianzi just as Du Shang had said. Of course, not all the people's hearts have returned. Many people in Bei Luo, after all, persecuted for the government for too long, they even feel that what Li Tianzi did was nothing more than deliberately posing for the camera, and when he gained a good reputation, he would reveal the original face and nature of the corrupt officials, and then, just like other officials, they would then extend the butcher's knife to their people's heads, and for the people, the official government no longer had any credibility to speak of. But it's good to have a full meal now. But in the afternoon, the people's opinion of Li Tianzi changed again, and Li Tianzi sent a few soldiers to the Han. and Jin families to invite the three heads of the families to dinner. The news was a big deal. I said, there's no such thing as a good official under the sky. And this Li Tianzi is bound to be no good either. It's only the second day, and he's about to feast on the three great families to offer their favors. We've had enough of this life. When will it ever end? Alas, I only hope that this king of Jinbei tries to fish and flesh the people a little less. The days of the common people are just too hard. Many of the people thought that Li Tianzi was just playing along. Chapter 13, an extremely ambitious family. However, this rumor from the people's mouths instead helped Li Tianzi, making these families think that Li Tianzi was truly afraid of them and then wanted to cooperate with them. Indeed, in this world, those kings of whatever kind, without the assistance of their families, would not be able to gain a foothold and rise at all. The Kim family mansion. Ha ha ha. Inside the mansion, the sound of Han Yan's maniacal laughter was heard. Old Jean. See, I told you that Li Tianzi is nothing more than a piece of trash whose hair hasn't even grown. Tonight, he even invited our three great families to a banquet. So it seems that if he wants to gain a foothold in Beiluo, he still has to flatter our three great families. Family Master Han, why do we need to cooperate with a fool? Why don't we just kill that fool? Our three great clans, sitting in Beiluo, that profit gained will surely be multiplied several times over. Wang Nu immediately said. Aha! Han Yan nodded. Shadowshi will arrive tomorrow morning. At that time, we'll work together from the inside and surround the king's residence. In that case, the entire Beiluo will be ours. Since the two family lords are interested, then I, Jin Zhaobao, will naturally accompany the two of you and kill Li Tianzi. This would be Jin Zhaobao, who still didn't know that his son, Jin Yuanbao, had already worshipped Li Tianzi as his lord. However, he only knows that now Li Tianzi's side has fallen into a weak position. At this rate, Li Tianzi is bound to die. So, Jin Zhaobao is also nothing more than following the general trend. Good. Tonight, let's give this Jinbei king a little dismay. Han Yan sneered. Old Jin, I know you don't want to get involved in political matters, but now at this critical time, you can't fall off the wagon. We, the three great families, can be united. Definitely, Jin Zhaobao said. Then, after some conversation, the two left. It seems that this Jinbei king, I'm afraid he won't live long. Jin Zhaobao sighed. Father, it should be the Han and Wang families that should be finished, not the Jinbei king, Jin Yuanbao said. Jin Zhaobao's eyes narrowed slightly. Brat, there's something in your words. Early this morning back, I feel that you are not right. Ask you what is the matter and do not say. You give the old man to tell the truth. You in the end into the king's house or not? Have you seen Li Tianzi? By this time, Jin Yuanbao also does not pretend. Directly said, Father, the child has already worshipped the king of Jinbei as the lord. Li Tianzi is not a fool at all, but a king with a very deep city. Han, 1-2 families, simply cannot fight Li Tianzi's, and its Jinbei army. Everyone is iron blood killing generation. To 1 against 10. Not too much. The child thinks that in the desert north of the sand bandits may not be Li Tianzi's opponent. What? Hearing Jin Yuanbao's words, Jin Zhaobao was instantly shocked. He can know this son of his own, but shrewd. Now even before not discussing with him, even took the initiative. Defected to Li Tianzi. He is now really curious. This Jinbei king Li Tianzi. In the end, what does it look like? Brat, what do you think? Jin Zhaobao didn't blame. The Jin family will serve under the Jinbei king from now on. What I mean is that we must also be sincere and give 2/3 of our family's assets to the king of Jinbei. When Jin Yuanbao said this, Jin Zhaobao, who was his old man, all of a sudden felt that his son was not letting Li Tianzi compel him. Jin Zhaobao held Jin Yuanbao's face with both hands and examined it up and down. Brat, do you know that it's not easy for us to save up all this family money? 2/3 of the family fortune, but it's going to touch the foundation of my Jin family. Jin Yuanbao continued. Father, we need to have a vision. This Jinbei king is different from others. He has ambition. Maybe in the future, he can do something great. Not to mention, if we don't make a choice now and join the forces, sooner or later we will be destroyed by others. This time, I still ask father to listen to my child. Whether or not the Jin family can rise or not depends on this time. Somehow, Jin Yuanbao for Li Tianzi has a kind of inexplicable confidence. He felt that Li Tianzi in the future is not just a small Jinbei king. It is very likely to go further. And today's world has long been in disrepair. All over the land of the vassals, someday fear of the world will be chaotic. And they are these families. Naturally, they have to choose a good master. You, Kim Zibo was torn. Father, after tonight, you will know that my child did not choose wrongly. Jin Yuanbao continued. Alright, I'll believe you this once. I'd like to see, what kind of charm does this Li Tianzi have? Jin Zhaobao's eyes narrowed slightly. Evening. The three great masters arrived at the city hall at the same time, while behind Han Yan and Wang Nu followed hundreds of household servants. The king has said that the three family heads can enter, and no one else, etc., is allowed to enter. The soldiers in front of the mansion stopped. Han Yan didn't give the soldier the slightest bit of face. Get your ass here. It's you, the king of Jinbei, who begged me to come, and I'll do whatever I want. You, a soldier, dare to stop me. Believe it or not, I'll chop you up. Han Yan drew his sword and pointed it at the soldier. The dozen or so Jinbei soldiers stationed at the city hall saw this and drew their swords. Stop. At this time, Ling Bai stepped out. Put away all your weapons. The three family heads are honored guests of the great king's banquet. How can they fight each other with swords? However, the three family heads should also know that this is after all the royal residence, and the royal residence has its own rules. So I ask the three family heads to forgive me. Jin Zhaobao sniffed and immediately said, this general is right. We are also people of status. To come to the king's residence for a meal and bring several hundred people with us. If this were to be told, wouldn't we be ridiculed for being incompetent and afraid of even a fool? Letting Jin Zhaobao say this, Han Yan instantly was reacting. Yes, how could he be afraid of a fool? Family Master Jin is right. It's me who was a bit too careful. You all wait here. Yes, Family Master, the crowd of private soldiers said in a rousing voice. In fact, Han Yan had brought so many people with him just because he wanted to show off how powerful he was. Sort of giving Li Tianzi a downward spiral. The three great lords, striding towards the inside of the city hall. It was to see that Li Tianzi was sitting on top of the main seat. Very majestic, without a bit of demented appearance. On a few of the surrounding tables were several large bowls, broken and worn, not at all like a feast. And in the middle of the compound of the city hall, there is also a screen. Behind the screen, the ambush is the knife and axe hand. Li Tianzi, you asked our three great lords to come for dinner and you're treating us to these? Han Yan was not happy. Then, going straight towards the table, he lifted up that one bowl, which was filled with sand, dead leaves, stones, roots and so on. Chapter 14, The Sand Thieves Are Coming, above. Seeing these things, Han Yan and Wang Nu immediately had the feeling of being teased. Pa! Han Yan was furious and kicked the wooden table in front of him to the ground. Li Tianzi, you piece of shit, just use these to put off old me. Sand and soil, can this fucking be eaten? Oh. It seems you really are still a fool, can't even tell what you can and can't eat? Li Tianzi's eyes narrowed slightly. Han Yan, Wang Nu, you also know that these things can't be eaten, but what good things you have done in Beiluo. You should be clear about it yourself. You and Zhao Yan scraped off the people's fat and wealth, killing hundreds of thousands of innocent people. Do you think this king is really inviting you all to dinner? Also, who told you that this king is a fool? Beiluo land, once how prosperous. The city is also large. 400,000 to 500,000 people of the county, but these years, hard to let these unscrupulous families and government persecution, dead 170,000 to 180,000 people, and, every day is still dead, and in Zhao Yan when this county governor, Beiluo city is more chaotic, will be many who people placed in Beiluo city, deliberately the martial arts, down to the lowest class of people, and the who people trouble, basically did not accept what punishment. But the martial arts crime, either regardless of the management, to manage basically is a death. The people of Beilang, living a very hard life, there are indeed eating sand, soil, stone death. As for the dead branches, trees, outside the city of Beiluo, it is difficult to find a few intact trees, that is, want to dig up some roots. This is a luxury. Han Yan snorted coldly, in my eyes, you, Li Tianzi, are a fool, dare to trick me. I will make you pay sooner or later. Old Wang, old Jin, let's go. It won't take more than a few days. His Li Tianzi's head will fall to the ground. Oh, Li Tianzi grinned. The father and son of Jin Zhaobao and Jin Yuanbao at this time, immediately worshipped. I, Jin Zhaobao, golden dollar, pay my respects to the Lord, Master Han and Master Wang. I'm really sorry, but my Jin family has been a vassal of King Jinbei since this morning. Jin Yuanbao grabbed the opportunity to speak. What? These words immediately caused Han Yan and Wang Nu's faces to look rather ugly. Jin Zhaobao, you're really crazy. Do you want to follow this fool to his death? Han Yan was surprised, but then immediately said, good, since your Jin family wants to seek death together, then I won't blame me for being merciless. Your Jin family's assets, it's up to me and the Wang family, a piece of it, to divide it up and annex it. Han Yan had been salivating over the Jin family's industry for a long time, and there happened to be no reason to exterminate the Jin family. which had learned to seek its own death. Li Tianzi slowly got up. Han Yan, Wang Nu, now you have one last option to live. Hand over all the properties of the two families and be relegated to the status of commoners. You can live. Otherwise, today you and others will not be able to walk out. Ha ha ha. Han Yan laughed out loud. Very disdainful, arrogant. Old me in this place of Beiluo. I've been roaming around for decades. What big storms haven't I seen before? Do you really think that old me hasn't prepared anything? Family Master Wang, summon all the private soldiers of our two families. 2,000 private soldiers are here. How dare you, Li Tianzi, hurt me? When Shatosh soldiers arrive in the morning, with the soldiers in your hand, you, Li Tianzi, won't be able to protect you at all. On one side of Wang Nu, this is from the bosom pulled out a horn cannon. Pull open the fuse. Shiny horn bullet, straight into the sky. Brilliant bloom. The private soldiers outside, commanded by Han Yan's son Han Nung, 2,000 private soldiers. This scale is not small. Rescue the head of the family. Kill. What Li Tianzi originally thought was to invite the two family heads to the city hall, in the form of a hongmen banquet, to take down the two, so as not to cross swords with their two private soldiers, but now it seems that he is underestimating Han Yan's city hall. Of course, he was not anything unprepared. Li Tianzi, it doesn't matter if I die, my son will still be able to command the Han clan, and at that time, you're the one who will surely die. Han Yan laughed, thinking that everything was under control, and this will be Jin Zhaobao. And suddenly to rashly rely on Li Tianzi thing, some regret. This border private soldiers, and those of the Central Plains family private soldiers, is not the same. The border private soldiers, faced with the bandits, that is some of the fighting force. Jin Zhaobao did not think that Han Yan even one-time mobilization of 2,000 private soldiers to come. Han Yan, you're also underestimating my Xian armor army. Come on, escort Han Yan and Wang Nu. Signal again. Xiang Longyu and Li Tianba, it's time to close the net, Li Tianzi said in a revitalized voice. Tap 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 tap. As soon as Li Tianzi's words fell, a group of Xuanjiao army soldiers came out from behind the surrounding screen and surrounded Han Yan and Wang Nu. Li Tianzi, you really dare to make a move? Han Yan was a bit flustered. I can tell you, if something happens to me, the sand thieves of Shatosh will definitely dismantle you tomorrow. Not only will this king take action against you, he will also completely exterminate the Han and Wang families, Li Tianzi said in a solemn voice. As for your 2,000 private soldiers, in front of this king, they are nothing more than a bunch of miscellaneous soldiers. Soldiers on the left and right took Han Yan and Wang Nu into custody. The Xian armor army's battle power was superb. It could not be defeated by a group of miscellaneous soldiers. SS. And in the darkness of the night, the basilisk armored heavy riders, murderous, the war horses snorting heavily. Xiang Longyu and Li Tianba, leading 3,000 cavalry, have been waiting for a long time. A bunch of things that don't know how to die. Kill. Li Tianba bellowed. The two beating drums and urns of golden hammers in his hands had long been hungry and thirsty. Bang. 2 hammers down. 1,000 pounds of force. Directly will 2 private soldiers, to smash backwards flying out, and is instantly behind it several people, to smash over the ground. This scene was a scene that stunned the group of private soldiers. But it was a scene that stunned the group of private soldiers. The Xuanjia Iron Cavalry, with Juga crossbows gripped tightly in their hands, was like a massacre, harvesting the lives of this group of private soldiers. That Han Neng, was Xiang Longyu stared. A photo. Was Xiang Longyu hands of the king's spear? To stab through. This group of private soldiers is naturally some combat power, but with the previous Beiluo garrison to compare, the difference is more than half a star. Plus, Xuanjia Iron Horseman's equipment is excellent. That is, the private soldiers in the hands of the sword are unable to Xuanjia Iron Horseman body armor cut open. Suddenly panicked. Run! Run! The strength of the Xinbei army is really a bit too strong. Some of the private soldiers saw this and immediately began to flee. If they didn't flee, staying would be a death sentence. 2,000 private soldiers, less than an incense stick time. Most of them died. The others, Xiang Longyu and Li Tianba, did not go after them. After all, killing such a group of jumping clowns, meaningless. However, the sounds of killing and shouting coming from outside the city hall were causing Han Yan and Wang Nu to have some heart palpitations. When Li Tianzi took the two of them out, he saw that the entire main street was already covered with the bodies of private soldiers, and the blood dyed the street red. Chapter 15, The Sand Thieves Are Coming, Medium. This, Han Yan and Wang Nu, both of them had been scared silly. He was 2,000 private soldiers, but he let others take one look and killed nearly half of them, and the other half, they were scared away. The surrounding people, Even more stupid. They thought, Li Tianzi will be the same as other officials, to the family compromise, and then oppression of the people. But they all thought wrong. It turned out that the king of Jinbei is set up a hongmen banquet, will be a few big families gathered together, and then kill it. Many of the people, but also quite guilty. If before, alms rice porridge, that is deliberately pulling the people together. Pretense words, that now overthrow the family, is to prove the people's previous ideas, are wrong. My lord, this is Han Nang's head. Xiang Longyu carried Han Nang's head in his hand and dropped it on the ground. Seeing Han Nang's head, Han Yan was incomparably devastated, his throat letting out a heartbreaking shout. Nang'er, my Nang'er, since your lineage seeks death, I won't blame this king for being merciless. Xiang Longyu and Li Tianba listened to the order. You two each lead 1,000 soldiers. Copy the Han and Wang families, old and weak, women and children. No one will be left behind. Li Tianzi solemnly ordered. Promise. The two men led the order. You guys follow me. The two of them each led a troop of soldiers and horses, and they headed towards the two residences. The private soldiers of the two families, almost all of them, were here, and it would be a breeze to completely overthrow the two families now. Animal. Li Tianzi, you animal. You shall not die. Han Yan cursed profusely, and one side of the Wang Nu has been afraid, immediately kneeled on the ground. Your Majesty, I am innocent. All is Han Yan, let me do this. In fact, I am the same as the Jin family. I have long wanted to defect to the king, if not for a moment of ghostly obsession, listening to the slanderous words, only to take this path of no return. I beg the king to be merciful and spare my life. Ugh! Han Yan was so mad that he angrily rebuked. Wang Nu, you birdless thing, what are you doing kneeling to this dying man? Li Tianzi, you think you can sit down in Beiluo after leveling a few of our families? You are just delusional. Shadow Shi, Wei Yan, these two major forces have long been salivating over Beiluo City for a long time. Sooner or later they will take your Li Tianzi dog's life. Han Yan seemed to be going crazy. Then this king really thanks the Han family head for the reminder. Li Tianzi smiled faintly. Then, advancing a few steps towards where the main street was located. Folks, today, this king, in front of you, is going to put the Han and Wang family heads to death, in order to console the people of Beiluo City. This king hereby swears, will be like the old Jinbei king, that is, this king's father, treat the people well, govern the Beiluo. This king promises, will make sure that the townspeople, all eat a full meal, no longer need to suffer from this hunger and cold. Li Tianzi's words were spoken forcefully and loudly. The old king of Jinbei back then, but he was extremely good to the people. How could his son be worse? Alas, earlier I suspected the king of Jinbei. I really deserve to die. In the future, we'll embrace Prince Jinbei and govern North Luo City together. For a while, all the people, almost all of them, recognized Li Tianzi. For the people, what they want most now is to have a good official. Ling Bai, execute the two of them. Li Tianzi's tone was icy cold. Nah, come on. Seize the two men up, Ling Bai said coldly. The soldiers on the left and right, escorting Han Yan and Wang Nu, directly and rudely kicked the two down to their knees. No, I don't want to die. I'm willing to be relegated to the common people. I don't want anything as long as I can live. At first glance, Wang Nu had been scared to pee, and underneath his buttocks, a large area was already wet, but it was too late to beg for mercy. For those who want to kill themselves, Li Tianzi never leaves his hand. If this morning, Han, Wang, two big families of people, if like Jin Yuan Bao, take the initiative to come to show their feelings, Li Tianzi naturally will not have the idea of reducing the two families to commoners. And tonight, if the two families do not have this hard mouth, Li Tianzi will at least leave the two people's lives. Rip, the right and left Xuanjia soldiers, hand up the sword, directly cut down, cleanly, two bloody head, is rolling down on the ground, chopped. Surprisingly, I did chop. The scene, for the people, was unbelievable. Long live King Jinbei. King Jinbei is mighty. Long live King Jinbei. King Jinbei is mighty. Banzai. These two words, if it is spread by others, Li Tianzi's head, I am afraid that it will not be guaranteed. The king is 1,000 years old. Banzai is the emperor. Under the sky. In addition to the emperor said Banzai, who dares to be so arrogant? Gollum. The Jin family's father and son behind them had already broken out in a cold sweat of fear. This moment of Jin Zhaobao realized that his son's vision, in the end, how poisonous. This Han, Wang, two big families, even Zhao Yan did not dare to kill. Li Tianzi even said to cut. However, Jin Zhaobao was still very worried. Just as Han Yan said, Shatash and Wei Yan, both have been salivating over North Luo City for a long time. So, early tomorrow morning. I'm afraid it's going to be a vicious battle. Lord. The Sand Thief and the North Gate Pass Wei Yan soldiers bet on North Luo City. That is estimated to be 20,000 troops. Tomorrow. I am afraid that there will be a bloody battle. Ling Bai said. Oh, yeah. Li Tianzi smiled lightly. I've heard of that sand bandit. Mostly robbing the rich to help the poor. Rarely harming the people. As for Wei Yan, didn't Che Yi come back just now? As for Wei Yan, didn't Che Yi come back just now and say that he wants to fight with this king? As long as this king wins against Li Tianzi, Wei Yan will submit himself. There's no drama in the army. If Wei Yan dares to go back on his word, then this king doesn't mind killing Wei Yan. Li Tianzi was very confident in the Xuanjia army under his command. Lord, dare not underestimate that Wei Yan. That Wei Yan has the courage of 10,000 men. Very powerful. The entire Beiluo. No one can be his opponent. Lord, you personally on. I'm afraid that no more than a few rounds will have to be taken down by Wei Yan. When the time comes, we can't be really want to withdraw from the Beiluo city, not? Jin Zhaobao frowned and advised. Jin Zhaobao naturally didn't understand Li Tianzi, because no one had ever seen how high Li Tianzi's martial arts were, and no matter whether it was before or after pretending to be a fool, he didn't have much of a battle record to speak of. So, in the opinion of Jin Zhaobao and these people, Li Tianzi might have a deep city, but this martial art, it was bound to be weak. Ha ha. When these words came out, Ling Bai wanted to laugh a little. Other people didn't know, but as the direct line generals under Li Tianzi's command, they naturally knew how strong Li Tianzi's martial arts really were, and that was truly the true transmission of the Li's marksmanship. Xiang Longyu and Li Tianba are already strong enough, right? May not be able to be Li Tianzi's opponent. That Wei Yan, even if more powerful, is only a first-class back some of the martial artists. Chapter 16, The Sand Thieves Are Coming. Below, Jin Zhaobao, however, was depressed. Was his comment funny? Why is General Ling Bai laughing? Jin Zhaobao was curiously puzzled. Of course, I know that General Ling Bai is powerful and may be able to defeat Wei Yan, but I am just worried about the great king. Ahem. Ling Bai shook his head. Master Jin will know tomorrow. For Ling Bai and the others, there wasn't the slightest worry about Li Tianzi. Your Majesty should still be careful. This Wei Yan's martial arts can be considered the #1 fierce general in northern Liang. It is that Li Xian and Huang Fuing, who are known as the 1 or 2 warriors of northern Liang, may not be Wei Yan's opponent. Jin Zhaobao continued. Aha! Li Tianzi nodded his head. Thank you for your concern, Family Master Jin. Perhaps, tomorrow there is a real possibility. Bloodless, to solve the sand thieves in Wei Yan's army. And, Jinui once was to collect the information of the sand thieves. This group of sand thieves of the 4 leaders, are ruthless, will be a mere dozens of people of the team. The development of tens of thousands of people. This kind of ability is not weak at all. Of course, the most let Li Tianzi want to recruit is the sand bandits under the military division Yang Xian. Rumor has it that this person is a scholar origin. Unlimited talent. Have him to join, only to the whole sand bandits team. To fast speed. To pull up. Also Yang Xian advocate. Rob the rich to help the poor. And, to rob the Hu people. Female true. This sand thief is also the #1 enemy of the Hu people. Female true. And this evening, Li Tianba and Xiang Longyu 2 people. Will Han. 1-2 families, turned upside down. This Han. 1-2 families, the assets owned, is really not at all less than Zhao Yan. Now, even if there is no that escorted several million taels of silver, Li Tianzi is also enough to build a good North Luo city. The night was silent and turned to dawn. Early morning, Wei Yan and Shadoshe's armies arrived at Beiluo at the same time. This sand thief, also do not know from where to circle in. Anyway, is to come without a shadow to go without a trace. But, however, it was detected by Wei Yan, who was afraid that Shatosh, who had preceded him, would arrive at Beiluo. In his opinion, Shadoshi was much harder to deal with than Li Tianzi. Shadoshi, if we both take Beiluo city, how should we split it? Wei Yan inquired. Shatosh looked at the infantry behind Wei Yan, then at the cavalry behind himself, and smiled disdainfully. Wei Yan, look at the miscellaneous soldiers behind you. Just you are worthy of sharing Beiluo city equally with me? The soldiers and horses behind me are all cavalry, and this group of bone-thin soldiers behind you will probably be smashed by the cavalry behind me. In a single round, Wei Yan's face was suffocated red. What did you say? If you have the guts to fight between the two of us, I will not destroy you this time. Phew! Before Shadoshi could speak, he brought his warhorse to a tight halt. Gollum! Shadosh's throat could not help but swallow his saliva. Across the grassland for so many years, in his face, or for the first time to show the color of panic. In front of him, is a heavily armed iron armor legion. Imposing, a murderous aura, came to the face. Shadowshi first felt the sense of oppression. He seemed to vaguely feel that his head the sky is black. The 5,000 Xian Armor Army, under the command of Li Tiansu, all lined up in front of Beiluo City, with Xiang Longyu and Li Tianba escorting them on the left and right. Everyone, stop! Shadowshi shouted down his throat, his eyes narrowing to slits. Wei Yan realized the situation and stopped as well. Looking at this army of elites in front of them, a few people's hearts were, surprisingly, a bit scared. This is the army of Jinbei King Li Tianzi? Wei Yan muttered. Just from the aura of this army, it was as if it had crushed both of their armies. The two people who originally came with complete certainty, this moment unexpectedly did not dare to go forward. Finished, Shadash, Wei Yan, these two guys, even got together. We only 10,000 people, can we hold? Chitty Heartside Straight Drum, is the gold treasure, is also in the heart of fear. General Ling Bai, or else let Che Yi command the 5,000 soldiers previously captured in the city and go down to help in the battle. In this way, the troops can at least reduce some gaps, and the chance of winning is greater. Jin Zhaobo said weakly. Oh, yeah, Li Guangbi smiled bashfully. I wonder how long it's been since we've seen a war. Master Kim? Jin Zhaobo returned. Like me and these people who have traveled far and wide. Naturally, we have seen many countries mixing, such as the female true Tartar kings mixing. Have you seen, then, an army that fights with 1 against 100? Li Guangpil continued. What? 1 against 100? It's a bit too exaggerated. It's hard to believe. General Li is thinking that the Xian armor army can fight 1 against 100? Jin Zhaobo expressed his disbelief. History does have a lot of battle cases with fewer than many, but in front of such a large gap, it is almost difficult. That the sand bandits' fighting strength, but it is very high. Let's wait and see. Li Guangpil laughed. They do not know. The Xuanjia army body weapons and equipment, each pair of armor to build, are cost hundreds of two. Defensive strength is very high. Xuanjia soldiers up and down, and is well trained. The general soldiers, not to mention killing Xuanjia soldiers, can break open Xuanjia soldiers' body armor? I'm afraid that we have to make every effort. Of course, this battle may not be possible today. Li Tianzi, who was on the lower side, pulled his warhorse and took a few steps forward, facing Shadish and Wei Yan directly. Both of you, this king has been waiting here for a long time. Li Tianzi was dressed in golden armor, with a tiger-headed Zhanjin spear in his hand and a sweat-blooded horse under his seat. He was imposing and heroic. Where's a hint of the stupid look in that? General Wei Yan, is he the king of Jinbei? It really doesn't seem like a fool, Zhang Ba whispered. Damn it, even if he's not a fool, I'm going to take Beiluo City today, Wei Yan said through clenched teeth. And Shadowshi didn't think that the foolish king that Han Yan was talking about had such majesty. The king of Jinbei is it? Beiluo City has been looked at by lousy. If you leave with your army, I promise I won't make a move. Otherwise, the 10,000 cavalry behind me can trample you and your army, all into mush. Shadowshi didn't act impulsively, but instead threatened him. Shatosh, this king knows that you colluded with Han Yan and Wang Nu and wanted to kill this king and take his place. But, the heads of Han Yan and Wang Nu have already been harvested by this king. This king also knows that Sha Dongjia and General Wei are both people who hate corrupt officials. So does this king. This king has only one request for the two of you today, and that is to surrender as soon as possible so as not to be eroded by the fire of war. Our opponents are actually foreign tribes and states, not our own people. Why don't we serve under the king's banner and accomplish something great? How about that? Li Tianzi advised. Li Tianzi did not want to fight. After all, under Shadow's command, there is a fine seat of cavalry. If trained, the future is not to be missed. Chapter 17, Fighting the Twins with Power. Ha ha ha. Shadowshi was a little afraid of the Xian armor cavalry behind Li Tianzi. However, when he heard Li Tianzi say this, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Jinbei King, do you know that the person who said those words to me would have long since died under my wolf-tooth rod? You're really arrogant. Shadow's eyes narrowed slightly, rather sharply. Cough my Northgate Pass border army. Surrendering to the great king is not impossible. According to the agreement, defeat me Wei Yan. I Wei Yan, as well as the Northgate Pass border army, will listen to you, king of Jinbei. Wei Yan also immediately said straightly. Wei Yan and Shatosh's thoughts were, in fact, the same, with this 10,000 soldiers behind him that had little nutrition. He was afraid that they would not be a match for the Xuanjia army. However, Li Tianzi did not have any battle records. The fool's name, on the contrary, is famous. They are the northern Liang tough generals. Even those warriors in the northern foreign tribes, they did not put in their eyes. let alone the infamous Li Tianzi. Wei Yan, you and the king of Jinbei, what is your agreement? Shadow Shi inquired. It's nothing, it's just that this will fight a single battle with him, Li Tianzi. If this will win, Li Tianzi will be the North Luo city, and give it up. What? Why don't we fight and compete for North Luo city? Wei Yan boasted of his martial arts skills, and it was a matter of having the hands to beat Li Tianzi. Buzz. The long spear in Li Tianzi's hand was erected down, where the tip of the spear was located, but it was emitting a slight sound of evil low sound, as if it was angry. If General Wei Yan wants to fight, it naturally counts, Li Tianzi said with a faint smile. However, if Sha Dongjia wants to come, he can actually have a piece of it, and the king doesn't mind fighting one against two. Cocky, a little too cocky. Shatash and Wei Yan, as a fierce general of the Desert North, that is a rare and arrogant generation, but also do not dare to be like Li Tianzi, put out to hit the two first-class military generals of the Wild Words. He even wanted to single-handedly challenge the land of the Desert North, the strongest two people, which did not almost the two people to die of laughter. Ha ha ha, is this guy really stupid or not? Has he not heard of the fame of our leader? And that Wei Yan, in the north of the desert? Even that Tartar clan's fierce general, Guan Xiuyan, doesn't dare to say that he can fight two against one. Not to mention Guan Xiuyan, even when the old Jinbei king was alive, he wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant. I think the boy is really crazy and ill. When Li Tianzi said this, it immediately caused the sand bandits and the soldiers of the North Gate Pass to laugh. Even the people on his side were not nearly choked by Li Tianzi's sentence. That Wei Yan and Shadish, I've also heard of them. They are rare and valiant generals in the Desert North. With one against two, my lord is afraid to suffer a big loss. If we lose, do we really have to quit Beiluo City? Su Dingfang on the city also could not help but doubt Li Tianzi's strength. Su Dingfang, can you have some confidence in the lord? Tang Jinye bristled. Don't worry, even you, Su Dingfang, are not the lord's opponent, so how can Wei Yan and Shadish Stream be an opponent? Su Dingfang frowned. General Tang, I am not the lord's opponent? In Su Dingfang's eyes, Li Tianzi's martial arts. I'm afraid that the general, after all, pretending to be crazy for nearly 3 years, even if there are some martial arts, they are all deserted, right? You're even better than Li Tianba and Xian Longyu? Tang Jinye skimmed his lips and said, this, naturally, I can't compare. Su Dingfang said awkwardly, according to you, is the lord's martial arts more powerful than the two generals Li Tianba and Xian Longyu? Just watch and see. Tang Jinye was incredibly confident in Li Tianzi, but in the next scene, everyone's skepticism would disappear. At this moment, Wei Yan, with eyes like looking at a fool, looked at Li Tianzi, and then, directly drove his horse to the center of the battlefield. Being looked down upon by a wasteful fool, Wei Yan was naturally furious beyond measure. Li Tianzi, don't say that this general is bullying you. So what if this general lets you have 3 moves? Wei Yan's nostrils were all the way up to the sky. Wei Yan, let this king make 3 moves. You won't have a chance to make a move. Don't say that this king bullies you. Let's be just and fair, lest you lose later and are not convinced. Li Tianzi continued. And you Shadow Shi, come along. Lest later, none of you have a chance to strike. Aha! Shadow Shi was also enraged. When had he ever been so despised by a fool? Military counselor, you line up here. I'll give Li Tianzi a little lesson. Shadow Shi looked at Yang Xian behind him, and this Yang Xian, at this time did not speak. As a strategist, in fact, is the observation of the world's momentum, this waste of the Jinbei king, he is also senior understanding. Well, good. Yang Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. In fact, he wanted to try Li Tianzi's bottom. After all, a person who feigned madness and endured endless torture must be extraordinary. Yes, Shadow Shi roared, and with a heart full of rage, he ran directly towards Li Tianzi. Oldest 3. I reckon that the boss can smash Li Tianzi off his horse with a single stick. He Jian said disdainfully. That goes without saying. Who is our boss? In the entire Desert North, there are few enemies. Xian Eruo also said. What do you think, Arms Master? Yang Xian shook his head. It's hard to predict the victory. The 2 men had different expressions on their faces. Warlord, are you confused? Xian Eruo said in a strange tone. Let's take a look first. Yang Xian stared dead on at the 3 people on the battlefield. Battle! Li Tianzi bellowed like a thunderous roar. His tiger body shook, and a forceful chi vibrated out, shaking the ground and causing dust to fly. Hiss! The war horse under the seat, even more upright, issued a long whistle. And then, with the momentum of a tiger descending from the mountain, it ran out wildly. At this moment, the aura on Li Tianzi's body completely changed. Gusts of murderous aura, as if it was a shocking wave, swept out. In the blink of an eye, Li Tianzi was meeting with the two. However, when approaching Li Tianzi, Wei Yan and Shatosh's face had already changed. To be able to have such an aura, is the martial arts not common? Eat my hammer. Shatosh gripped the sledgehammer in his hand, and with a destructive aura, he smashed straight down, and the power of that hammer was as if it had the strength of 1,000 pounds. Instead of dodging, Li Tianzi directly met him, the tiger-headed Zhanjin spear in his hand, fiercely smashing back, clanging. Between the two weapons, they instantly collided together, immediately rubbing out a brilliant spark. Even the circumferential space, it was as if it was going to crack, a terrifying aura, from the intersection of the two weapons, vibrating away. No good. The bones in Shatosh's arm, at once, were emitting a crisp ringing sound, and a majestic power swept over. What strength! Shatosh gritted his teeth and insisted, but his own body was still almost shaken down from the warhorse by the shot of Li Tianzi. But well, his martial arts were not bad, and he stabilized his body so that he didn't fall off. Of course, the first strike is naturally also because of the lightness of the enemy led to. Shatosh is really afraid of Li Tianzi, a stick on the smashing death. Chapter 18, Convinced. Phew! Cold sweat broke out on Shatosh's forehead. He was very confident in his martial arts power, but in the hands of Li Tianzi, he unexpectedly suffered a loss. How is that possible? Shatoshi, before giving you the chance to exert your full strength. Otherwise, you won't have a chance to strike later, Li Tianzi reminded. Crunch! At Shatosh's fists, the bones were rattling, his face was reddened, and he stormed out. Don't be arrogant, the party was just warming up. Now, you won't have luck again. Shatoshi was stunned and once again pulled the reins tighter and swung towards Li Tianzi, the other side of Wei Yan. Naturally the same encounter. He thought that he could be a sword. Will Li Tianzi cut off the horse? But the result, he almost shook himself from his horse. When he pulled the distance away from Li Tianzi, Wei Yan's mouth was also filled with thick breaths, and his hands could not stop trembling due to the huge force he suffered. Rumors, all rumors, this Li Tianzi is not a wasteful at all. Wei Yan finally understands why Li Tianzi is so arrogant. It turns out that the latter really has a proud capital. Again, although Wei Yan suffered a loss, he also shared Shatosh's thoughts that he was the result of a light enemy, and this time, he would exert his full strength. Shatosh and Wei Yan, two people, one move, all-out attack, wolf tooth stick, big sword, are domineering weapons, but the lance is the king of 100 soldiers. Flexible, domineering are there. Li Tianzi showed the gun technique, but also incomparably fast. Let a person see that called a dazzling. To 1 against 2. Li Tianzi did not lose the wind. Previously also questioned Li Tianzi's people. This will be the mouth to shut up. Is Big Brother letting off steam? Can't even hold a little kid? Xian Eruo was surprised. Old Xian, this Li Tianzi is truly a deep concealer. He is clearly this powerful himself, but he prefers to claim that he is a fool to the outside world. He Jian clenched his fists. If this were me, I would have lost to Li Tianzi in more than 20 rounds. He Jian and Xian Eruo, who were both not bad martial artists, could naturally tell from Li Tianzi's moves how powerful Li Tianzi really was, but as Li Tianzi's gun speed, getting faster and faster, that gun technique more and more mysterious, the two original rhythm, all let Li Tianzi disrupt. Not good. Before Shatosh's eyes were the shadows of that lance, and by the time he reacted, the tiger head Zhanjin lance had already slapped towards his chest. Bang! That lance pole as straight as heavily slapped in Shatosh's chest. Horrible power. Forcibly Shatosh from the warhorse slapped down. The whole person flew backward a few meters. Before landing, pust, Shatoshi covered his dull chest and couldn't help it, spitting out a mouthful of bright red blood. If this was on the battlefield, his little life, I'm afraid, would be gone. At this moment, Shatoshi looked at Li Tianzi's eyes, completely changed. Seeing Shatosh fall, Wei Yan naturally cannot hold on. He does not want to take a shot for nothing, which is very difficult to kill. Surrender. Wei Yan surrendered. Wei Yan shouted in a hurry, and Li Tianzi's long spear stopped just half a meter away from him. More than 30 rounds, the grassland two big tough guys, were beaten to a pulp. Wei Yan immediately dismounted and showed his loyalty. I, Wei Yan, as well as the 10,000 soldiers of the North Gate Pass, will all be at the Lord's disposal in the future. Li Tianzi smiled bitterly. Obviously, you can just submit to it, but you have to suffer this kind of skin and flesh. Of course, such a battle down, but let Li Tianzi on the two men's martial arts have a general understanding, is indeed rare prima donna. On the other side, Shatosh, also knelt on the ground. King of Jinbei, I, Shatosh, have never obeyed anyone in my life, and you are the first one. A gentleman's word is a promise. I, Shatosh, should have honored my agreement to surrender you. But, I have to consult my military advisor Yang Xian. Good. Li Tianzi nodded his head, while looking onto the Confucian-robed figure in front of the sand bandit army. This Yang Xian was a smart man. If he was just a sand thief, naturally, he could not be satisfied. Shadowshi ran back to the front of the army and saluted Yang Xian. Warlord, what do you think about surrendering Li Tianzi? Shadowshi inquired. Yang Xian nodded. This Li Tianzi has been pretending to be crazy for 3 years, and now that he has left the capital, he is a submerged scaly dragon, and perhaps in the future, he will really be able to transform into a dragon when he encounters the wind and rain. Big head of the family, we cannot be a thief for life. Earlier I said with you, the world sooner or later chaos. Choose a clear master and follow. Is the king? I see this Li Tianzi really have the qualifications of a clear master. We temporarily vote for him. If he is good to the people, we will die, assisted by the achievement of its greatness. If he is with the corrupt officials in general, scourge of the country and harming the people, then we will rebel again. Is not too late. Shadowshi nodded. Just listen to the warlord. After the 4 of them had discussed the matter, they dismounted and came to Li Tianzi's front at the same time. 4 men. It is natural to worship the strong. Of course, Shatosh couldn't back out even if he wanted to. He had always been known for keeping his word and valued the word righteousness the most. Since he had promised Li Tianzi, he naturally would not go back on his promise. We pay our respects to the Lord. The 4 men bowed down. Ha ha ha. Well, please rise, gentlemen. I have the 4 of you like a fish in water. Li Tianzi helped the 4 people up. Watching this scene, for the Bei Luo crowd, how shocked they were. The mouths of that gold treasure and gold dollar were so open that they could have stuffed an egg. Just like that, okay? Jin Zhaobo was surprised. This Northern Liang lords have not even solved the matter. Just like this easily. Let Li Tianzi to be subdued. Of course, the one who was surprised had to be Su Dingfeng. He had never thought that Li Tianzi's martial arts had gotten so strong that he felt that even if he fought Li Tianzi, he would not be an opponent. Sheesh. Su Dingfeng laughed bitterly, realizing just how ignorant he really was. Li Tianzi. Li Tianzi. Just how many more secrets do you have on you? Father, you have truly misjudged the wrong person. The entire court has misjudged the wrong person. This son will, in the future, become a great man, soldiering without bloodshed, stabilizing the North Low, and Beiluo this place. Once the trade with the North, that is completely a treasure bowl. To and fro merchants, all to cooperate with Li Tianzi, as long as there is money, what cannot be done? Moreover, just one county of Beiluo, the territory is very large. If we can move all the people outside of Guanwei inward, at least we can once again raise the population back to nearly 500,000. When the population is there, the soldiers and horses are there. If Li Tianzi really has a little bit of other ideas, the great cause can be accomplished. Su Dingfeng secretly resolved not to go back to the capital to go, just follow Li Tianzi garrison, and to watch Li Tianzi, in the end, how to rise. Of course, before that, he had to write a letter back to his father Subo Shan alone, explaining the situation in Beiluo. Things have come to this point. I think that if he writes a letter to go back, Li Tianzi will not block it. Chapter 19, Discussing the Heart with Yang Xian. The crisis in Beiluo city could be resolved without bloodshed, and it was almost as if everyone was happy. Next, Li Tianzi is to integrate the troops and horses of Wei Yan, Zhang Ba, Shatosh, etc. This troop of Shatosh, Li Tianzi has seen it. A real 10,000 Primus, whose horses are all of excellent breeds. Even, the equipment of these sand thieves is still quite uniform. Later, he realized that under Yang Xian's suggestion, the entire sand trader cavalry was made to start formalizing, which was the real Northern Liang Iron Cavalry. Prince Xiuji thought that he could make Li Tianzi die in Northern Liang by getting him to the frontier, but he hadn't thought about the fact that for a capable person, even if he was single-handed, he could still make a big career out of it. Today's Jinbei King's house, extraordinarily lively, a collection of 5 generals, but also got a top strategist. He is sure to be happy. He ordered the kitchen, kill sheep, slaughter cattle, but also really do not say. These sand thieves live a life. Then these people in Beiluo live a lot better. They even have their own animal husbandry. Many of the people outside of the pass, but also in the sand thieves under the shelter of the city, built a hidden walled city. Not only did he bring soldiers and Primus, he also brought 100,000 people. Li Tianzi's eyes lit up, and Yang Xian and others, also has a general understanding of Li Tianzi. Arrived yesterday, on the extermination of Zhao, Han, Wang 3 big families, but also will be obtained from half of the grain and grass, distributed to the people, to the 3 big families of the rich, out of half of the wealth out of the people. are enough to let the people of the North Luo eat for a few months of the. Yang Xian was getting more and more curious about this king of Jinbei. What would happen next? Come, brothers, eat and drink well. Xiang Longyu picked up the wine jar and drank freely. Old Xiang, drink less. Although the Lord leniently allows you to drink, but it's only 2 jars. When it's gone, you'll just watch us drink and drool on yourself. Ling Bai said. Ancient liquor concentration is very low, only 20 degrees. That altar of wine, in fact, the size of the palm, a mouthful is gone. For these tough generals, basically cannot drink drunk. There is no way. It is not that Li Tianzi is petty. It is just that the first time in Beiluo, surrounded by crises, at any time there may be a danger to life. If you let those foreigners take advantage of the situation because you are greedy, it will be too late for you to regret it. No harm no foul. Let's talk about it when it's smooth. Xiang Longyu gave a silly smile. Looking at the crowd mingling in front of him, Li Tianzi was quite satisfied that there was no relationship between these men that wine could not be adjusted to. He looked at Wei Yan, who was beside him with a heavy heart, and said, General Wei Yan, your northern gate guards, the half-year's salary that is owed to them, this king will make up for it in full. The food in the future will be like the food of the Xuanjia army soldiers. Your fighting strength is there, but your bodies are too skinny. When you go to the battlefield, you will suffer. He guessed that this was what Wei Yan was worried about. This Xiao Yan, there is so much money, even a military pay are not willing to send. Even give grain and grass are withholding and searching. So, Wei Yan has no way. Just take their own soldiers. In the border this place, reclaimed a lot of fields. Self-sufficiency, barely did not starve to death. To say the least, this Wei Yan's soldiers and horses, has been considered a spontaneous organization, used to be below the foreigners. Wei Yan's eyes lit up, and he was immediately moved, and immediately knelt down again. Lord, in the future Wei Yan to you, absolutely no second thoughts. You let me go up the mountain of daggers and down the sea of fire in the future. The minister also have no hesitation. Zhang Ba, who was happy on the side, saw Wei Yan kneeling down again, and was curious and asked, Old Wei, how come you saluted the Lord again? Wei Yan yanked Zhang Ba and dragged him to the ground. Zhang Ba, the Lord has already promised to make up our half-year's rations. Do you think we should kneel down for the Lord? Zhang Ba's heart fluttered and he willingly kowtowed a few times. Lord, I thank you, Lord, on behalf of the 10,000 soldiers of North Gate Pass. In fact, it doesn't matter if the 2 of us don't want our rations, but these 10,000 soldiers who follow us to guard the border are really too bitter. They are all local men from Beiluo, and if they can't get their rations, they can't even feed their families. With that, Zhang Ba touched away the wine cup. Old Wei, we have to toast the Lord. My Lord, the good words won't come. They're all in the wine. Zhang Ba tilted his head back, and he drank it all in one go. Wei Yan saw this and was also not willing to show weakness. They're all brown men, not so careful. This king also toasts the 2 generals. Li Tianzi returned the toast, but in Yang Xian's eyes, Li Tianzi was mastering people. Of course, it was indeed the art of harnessing people, and Li Tianzi had utilized the weaknesses of the 2 men's hearts to hold them firmly in his hands. My lord, I'll toast you as well. Yang Xian picked up his wine cup. Good. This king also has many questions that he wants to ask Mr. Yang, Li Tianzi said with a smile, pouring himself another bowl of wine. The 2 men saluted each other and drank from their bowls. Yang Xian finally couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire after holding his words for a long time. Lord has now taken Beiluo. What should we do next? This guy, it turned out, was giving him a test. Li Tianzi's 2 life memories. If you want to talk about the way to rule the country and the emperor's mind, in this world, there are really not many people who can compare to him. In fact, it is also very simple. Heavy agriculture and business, reclamation of wasteland, the development of animal husbandry. This is enough clothes to enrich the people's policy, officials to innovate, justice and punishment, purity of the law, reshaping the status of the government. This is the policy of the rich country, with the geographic location of Beiluo, the development of business, in the Central Plains, the North, the establishment of diplomacy, open the Silk Road. The policy can allow Beiluo to get rapid development, and the first step is to develop people's livelihoods. Only the people are better off. The North Luo will be strong, will be the biggest capital for the rise of Li Tianzi. Li Tianzi always remember, water can carry the boat, can also cover the boat. This sentence, business, is the key to tax revenue. The former Beiluo, how prosperous, and now even become a private place for certain people to seek benefits. Estimated, those people in the imperial court, also not less in the Beiluo business, to obtain benefits. Li Tianzi since he came, will be this kind of unhealthy wind to be curbed. And the commercial tax from Beiluo northward is also the main source of obtaining benefits in Beiluo. Now Beiluo down. If you do before, just collect border tax can receive a lot. Now most of the trade to the western region are going to the western wasteland, Beiluo this side of the road less. A big reason is still Beiluo, this place is too chaotic. Li Tianzi blah 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 said a lot. The depths of his feelings, even in his previous life. Some advanced concepts of governance, he poured out. Li Tianzi is also the first time when the ascendant. These so-called governance of the country's new reasoning. He naturally did not practice, but, let him in the way of bragging, chatting with others, that he can blah 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 pull out a whole lot. This was what confused Yang Xian. This ruling of the country, and so many doorways? Chapter 20, The Enraged Who. Yang Xian boasts of his own ability. In the world of many capable people, at least can be ranked into the top 10. He Fang also wants to test Li Tianzi, but did not expect. But was Li Tianzi all answered? This is just. After that said that a whole lot of words. Yang Xian listened to also confused. But he is very interested. Hate cannot pull Li Tianzi. Chat on 7 days and 7 nights. When the generals have all retired, the two are still chatting. As if two old friends have not seen each other for many years. There are many things to tell. Only. Yang Xian's that frown. A moment tightly frowned. A moment of relief. In the middle of the night, the Hu man who was in the city of Beiluo finally arrived at the tribe. But he missed the wonderful scene. That is, the sand thieves in Wei Yan's army had defected to Li Tianzi. The Hoosier rolled and crawled and ran to the king's court. What man? The person guarding the royal court and in command of the forbidden army was the Hu general Xian Eugene. General, the grass people are from North Luozhong, the people of the Hu people, and they have come here. There are 10,000 urgent matters to report to His Majesty. That Hu people's people said anxiously, looking at the person in front of him, in such a sorry state. Xian Eugene was puzzled and asked, why? Is something wrong with Beiluo? Hu people nodded. More than an accident, is out of the big thing. North Luo Taisho Zhaoyan, Qian Shao princess, all let Jinbei King Li Tianzi to kill. That Hu man will Li Tianzi add some oil and vinegar, which instantly let fresh Eugene, angry to the extreme. What did you say? Zhao Yan and the little princess, let that fool kill? Xian Eugene was aware that this place, Beiluo, was sealed to the old Jinbei King Li Dinggua's son, Li Tianzi. But under their investigation, that Li Tianzi had been crazy for 3 years. Even if he came to Beiluo, it would be certain death. Therefore, no one paid attention to Li Tianzi's movements. He's not a fool, he's faking it all. The Hu man was not sure. Crunch! Xian Eugene's fists, all clenched. Good Li Tianzi. Who does he think he is? Old Jinbei King Li Dinggua? You come with me. I'll take you to see His Majesty. Xian Eugene was furious. He cannot tolerate someone standing on their Hu people's head to shit and piss. And, a waste, killed Xian Yuqian. That is his sister who grew up watching, and the son-in-law of their Hu people clan. If this revenge is not reported, spread out to be laughed at by others have no balls. And in the past few days, the king of the Hu people, Fresh Yu Kook, dreamed of his daughter several times, saying that he would avenge her, and woke up several times in the middle of the night, shouting his daughter's name. Hu. Xian Yu Kook sat up in a sweaty panic. The Wang Fei beside her, looking at the kicking and breathing roughly Fresh Yu Kook, lit the candles well and wiped the sweat on Fresh Yu Kook's forehead with her handkerchief. What? Having a nightmare again? Xian Yu Kook sighed. Somehow, this is always distracting. Widow these days, dreaming of our Qianer, led a person to kill. She went to the dream. One and all shouted, give her revenge, give her revenge. As he was talking, the voice of Xian Eugene came from outside the door account. Your Majesty, something big has happened. At this moment, Xian Yu Kook's heart beat even faster. He looked at the crown princess. You sleep first. I'll go meet Xian Eugene. Saying that, Fresh Yu Kook draped a plush coat over his head and walked out. To report at this time, something must really be wrong. Xian Eugene, what happened? Xian Yu Kook asked flatly. Xian Eugene looked inside the king's tent. Say what's up directly. There's no need to be so secretive. Xian Yu Kook said impatiently. Xian Eugene came close to Xian Yu Kook's ear and muttered something in a low voice. Suddenly, the expression on Xian Yu Kook's face instantly changed, and his entire body. It was as if he was about to go limp. My little girl. What a pair of family father and son. Do they have to cross my Hu people clan? Xian Yu Kook's eyes narrowed slightly. A fool. What a big dog's guts. I want to take revenge. I want to give Li Tianzi a 5-horse split, car crack and die. Let the generals in the king's court all gather at the king's court. The widow will immediately send out troops to destroy Li Tianzi. The the last general will go and report. Xian Eugene retreated. In a few moments, a group of Hu people's generals who learned the news, all rushed to the king's tent, and the generals of the entire Hu people's king's court were all very angry and furious. Great General Xian Yuzhong, Upper General Xian Yuwu, Great Generals, Xian Eugene, Xian Yuba, Xian Yuneng, and so on, a group of corps generals, all of them gathered in the hall. Generals, you all know what's happened when I asked you to come at this time. I have decided that I will conquer Beiluo and kill Li Tianzi to avenge the son-in-law and princess of my Hu clan, Xian Yukuk said in a revitalized voice. As it should be. Xian Yuwu shrugged. The Li family has always been at odds with us. Once upon a time, Li Dinghua killed many of our clansmen and made us lose a lot of land. And now, this account should be settled on his son, Li Tianzi. Not bad, not only for the sake of revenge, but also for the great cause of our Hu people clan, to take down Beiluo, and then can take the whole Beilang. If we can take down Beilang, we can enter the attack, can retreat and defend. No longer need to fear the threat of the Tartars and the Jurchen. Xian Yuzhong spoke out the real idea of this waging war. That general, may he be willing to attack Beiluo. Though, I do think that this is a good opportunity to seek credit. That Li Tianzi is infamous. I guess it is not like his father's literary and military skills, Xian Yuku said. In other words, no one looked up to Li Tianzi. It's better for me to lead an army of 30,000 and attack Beiluo. Great General Xian Yuzhong stepped out and said, don't use a bull's knife to kill a chicken. The great general can just coordinate the whole situation at the king's court. Killing Li Tianzi is enough with my general, Xian Yuwu said. This fresh Yuwu is of Hu people tribes. Martial arts can be ranked to the second. Can and Wei Yan and other generals. The war is not divided. Good. Then you and Xian Yunnan will go out together. Take Beiluo, and bring Li Tianzi's head back to the king's court. Xian Yukuk said in a solemn voice. Don't worry, Your Majesty. We will win this battle. Xian Yuwu and Xian Yuneng led the order. However, this time, their greatest weakness, that was underestimating Li Tianzi's power. An army of 30,000 Hoosiers, 10,000 cavalry and 20,000 infantry, marched to Beiluo, the king's court of the Hu people, which was only about 150 miles away from Beiluo, was extremely close to Beiluo, and if one marched sharply, it would only be a day's march before one could arrive at Beiluo. For Xian Yuwu, this battle was imperative, and outside the North Gate Pass, it has been planted full of secret agents. The Jinyui. The current duty of the Jinyui under Li Tianzi's command was to be responsible for scouting the enemy. They had received professional training from Li Tianzi, and they were first class in scouting intelligence and other aspects. Chapter 21, Taking the Initiative. Early in the morning, the brocade guards were back in Beiluo City, and drove all the way to the royal residence. Urgent report from the desert north. Idle people, get out of the way. The surrounding people did not dare to stop the road and gave way. The brocade guards ran straight into the city hall. This would be Li Tianzi, who had talked with Yang Xian all night without sleeping. Hearing the commotion outside, Li Tianzi and Yang Xian got up and walked out of the city hall. What's the matter? So alarmed? Li Tianzi frowned. However, he did have a guess in his mind that the Hoosiers had moved south, killed the Human tribe's son-in-law and also the princess. The Human tribe of those people is how to face, is bound to not let go of him. Between the North Luo and the Human tribe, there will inevitably be a war. It is only early and late. My lord. 30,000 Hu people's army, killing and running to Beiluo. Looking at its marching speed, early tomorrow morning, it will be able to arrive at Beiluo, Jin Yiwei reported. Li Tianzi was rather calm. Soldiers come to stop, water comes to cover. When father was alive, he was able to beat the Hu clans and bow down to the great martial empire. Since this king is here, he can do the same. Lord, still don't take the enemy lightly. This Hu man is not weak, Yang Xian reminded. It seems that Sir is unaware of the power of my Xuanjia army in this battle. This king will make the Hu people understand that between Beiluo and the grassland, it has been attacked and defended in a different shape. Li Tianzi's fists clenched. Ling Bai, go gather all the generals and deliberate in front of the hall. Promise. Ling Bai led the order. The Xuanjia army is equipped with the best equipment in the sky, and there are also flintlock rifles and fire and thunder bombs standardized, enough to make the Hu people drink. Li Tianzi has understood the world. Dao actually have gunpowder. However, the use of these gunpowder, mostly for the production of fireworks, the biggest use, is able to explode the ware canisters, which is already a big killer. As for, will be the gunpowder to the extreme? This technological power seems to be somewhat insufficient. For example, the cannons, artillery, these lethal weapons, Da has not yet. This is Li Tianzi. the biggest capital to fight for the world. Of course, he is not able to build the mortars, warships and so on in the modern period of the previous world. These are confidential, but he can build the Ming Dynasty period of the Francoeur cannon, red-coated cannons and so on. In this world, even if it is just such a firearm, it is already enough to shock the whole world. A few moments later, in the city hall, the generals gathered. Now Li Tianzi's group of military generals, but it is very rich. There are the great generals of Li Guangbi, Su Dingfeng. There are as the town side of the generals Li Tianba, Tang Zhenye, Xian Longyu, Qi, Wei Yan, Zhang Ba, Shatash, He Jian, Xian Eruo. For the group of civil officials, there is only Yang Xian in Dushang, Bailiang this broken place. Now the degree of culture is extremely low, 100 people. It is estimated that can only find out 1 or 2 literate. It is simply the convergence of illiterate people. This is also Li Tianzi the most headache. He wants to reform the rule of law. Naturally, need to a large number of literati, as the foundation of the lead. This gave Li Tianzi a headache just thinking about it. Greetings to my king for 1,000 years. All the civil and military personnel bowed down. All rise. Li Tianzi shrugged off his robes. Gentlemen, before deliberating, this king announces something. From today, this king appoints Yang Xian as the king's prime minister, and together with Du Shang, they will govern Beiluo. Beiluo is very big. There are 32 counties in total, but the population of the people is very small. Very promising. Yang Xian was slightly confused. He didn't expect that he, a sand bandit commander, could be so valued by Li Tianzi. This makes Yang Xian very touched. Since he came out of the court, he has been ostracized, not reused. He is still the first time. Feel the feeling of being valued. The original feeling, so good. I, Yang Xian, will go up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire for my lord and take care of Beiluo. Yang Xian bowed down. Minister Yang, in the future, this king will have to rely on you more. Li Tianzi was considered to have given Yang Xian enough importance. This is the way of the royal man. You have to make people feel useful and he will work hard. I will do my best to assist my lord and accomplish great things. Yang Xian expressed his loyalty, and naturally, Shatasha and He Jian and these men were also made generals. Of course, just partial general. Want to go further, naturally need to make merit. But for them, this is a very good start. That way Yen temporarily do not have to give the official position. He this border general, can be counted as the court sealed, or from the 4th grade general position. In addition to Su Dingfeng, this hall, there is really not a person than his official position high. Alright, let's not talk too much. Let's step into the main topic. 30,000 Huan's army coming south. Do you all have any countermeasures? Li Tianzi looked at the generals. In fact, in his head, he already has a bold idea. He is now want to ask these generals under his command, brainstorming, and, of course, to develop the abilities of the generals. My lord, the Hu people are powerful. We must not fight hard, although we have 30,000 soldiers and horses. But in terms of combat power, our side is mostly weak. Take the Shatash cavalry, although it can be in the grasslands, will be the Jurchen. Tartar fooled, but no matter what, once it is to meet the large regimental combat, they cannot. What I mean is that the army will use the treacherous terrain of the North Gate Pass as a way to reject the Hu people's army, and as long as they can't take it, in less than 3 months, the Hu people's army will retreat. Wei Yan stepped out and said, Wei Yan makes a good point. It was just that he didn't know enough about the strength of the Jinbei army up and down the line. So, there was no confidence in the Jinbei army. It is also possible that Wei Yan is used to letting people bully him and is afraid of the Hu. Shadish was offended. Are you Wei Yan's guts? Smaller than a mouse shit? The district of the Hu people scared you down. If you don't dare to fight, just stay in Beiluo. Stay well. This general himself will lead the cavalry to fuck the Hu people army. General Shah is right. You don't dare, but we do. He Jian and Xian Eruo simultaneously refuted. Shadow Shi, would I be afraid of a bunch of foreign barbarians? If you dare to talk any more nonsense, I'll fuck you right now. Wei Yan was furious. Alright, all stop arguing. Let this king be quiet for a while. Li Tianzi scratched his ears. He didn't expect that the gaping hatred between these two people would be this great. Disagreeing and immediately quarreling. The two men shut up immediately. Su Dingfeng, tell me. Li Tianzi looked over. Su Dingfeng thoughtfully and slowly stepped out. My lord, this group of Huans are just asking for death. The last general thinks that the Hu people are in such a hurry to go south, unprepared, and have no real understanding of the strength of my Jinbei army. The last general thinks that we can take the initiative to attack and surprise the Hu people on the grassland, and wipe out the Hu people's army. Su Dingfang did understand the power of the Xuanjia army. All other armies can stay put. Just send the Xuanjia army out to battle. Attack the enemy army at night, and they will surely win the battle. Chapter 22, Night Attack Battle, above. The Hu people are very powerful. I'm afraid it's not a good idea to take the initiative to attack, right? Even Yang Xian said so. My lord. Even Minister Yang has said so. Let's think long and hard. Wei Yan concurred. There's nothing to be afraid of. My Xuanjia army has yet to find an enemy since its establishment. The last general invites us to fight. Tang Jinye said. The last general also invites to fight. Xian Longyu, Li Tianba, Li Guanbi, and these other direct generals who followed Li Tianzi's command, have been fighting in the main battle, and they are the only ones who know how tough the Xuanjia army they have trained is. Wei Yan, Shadow Shi, and a host of other generals, looked at each other in disbelief. They didn't understand why Tang Jinye and the others had so much confidence. Aha! Li Tianzi nodded. Good. Then take the initiative. Minister Yang and Wei Yan, this king knows your concerns. However, regardless of whether or not the Xuanjia army sits in my king's hands, but to win this war, we must take advantage of the enemy's contempt for our army, and under the negligence of defense, we will kill the enemy to win. By order of the king, Li Tianzi's expression became extraordinarily serious. The generals in the hall put away their cheeky expressions. Shatosh, He Jian, and Xian Aruo, with 10,000 cavalry, and Su Dingfeng, Li Tianba, Xian Longyu, and Lingbai, with 5,000 Xuanjia troops, send out an army of 15,000 men to crusade against the Human legions. Yang Xiang and the rest of the generals sit at the town of Beiluo. Especially watch out for the other few forces to avoid them taking advantage of the situation. Li Tianzi ordered. I accept the order. All the civil and military ministers bowed and clasped their fists in greeting. All go down and get ready. We'll set out in the afternoon, and we estimate that by nightfall, we'll be able to encounter the Hu people's army. Li Tianzi continued. Promise. The ministers retired. Only after the crowd had left the tent did Wei Yan seek out Yang Xian. Minister Yang, do you think the Lord can win? Wei Yan was quite worried. It was hard for him to find a good master, and he didn't want the latter to die in the hands of the Hu people just like that. Yang Xian shook his head. He didn't have a clue in this heart. Trust our Lord. At least, above the military level. The Lord's strategic ability is naturally above us. You and I will do a good job of defending Beiluo City, and wait for the Lord to return his. Aha! Wei Yan wasn't thinking much about it. What the master decided. They are not good to change. Of course, Wei Yan didn't want to persuade either. He actually wanted to see how Li Tianzi could actually defeat the Hu people's army. However, they are in Beiluo. Is not idle to play? Now Beiluo 100 waste to be developed, and Jin Yuan Bao to build the Chamber of Commerce, to start the autumn harvest matters, as well as the construction of housing, reclaiming the wasteland thing. Now in September, is the northern foreign tribes, playing the autumn season. This time is the most dangerous. The first fight against the Hu people, maybe a month or two, but also have to fight the female genitals, Tartar, and so on. After all, Beiluo's Chamber of Commerce is broken. That involves, can be the interests of the female true? Tartar is okay. Now Tartar tribes. There are 4 kings, each mixed up in it, mainly female true A. The threat to Beiluo is very big. It's the scourge of the foreigners, the trouble that comes with it, and the bigger problem of. Afternoon, Li Tianzi personally led 5,000 Xuanjia army and 10,000 cavalry, and went out of Beiluo with great vigor, which immediately caused the people in the city to hesitate and watch. I heard that the king killed Zhao Yan. Xian Yuqian provoked the Hu people. The Hu people army raised troops to the south to crusade against the king. Our king. This is not only do not defend, but also take the initiative to attack. Hu people tough. Our king can beat it? That's definitely possible. Don't forget, our prince. That's the son of the old Jinbei king. Back then, the old Jinbei king, but those foreign countries, to beat the bowed down to submit to it. That's right. Did you see under the king's command? That black armored army regiment? Have you ever seen an army with so much oppressive power? But having said that, we should all know just how powerful that Hoosier really is. Li Tianzi fixed North Luo City is okay. This sudden initiative to attack, so that the people of North Luo City, on the contrary, began to panic. Many people still feel that Li Tianzi this move, some of the impulse to send a person's head. However, Li Tianzi's battle will be his complete foothold in Beiluo. After this battle, no one will dare to underestimate Li Tianzi, and the Hu people think that they can easily pin down Li Tianzi, will become a stepping stone to Li Tianzi's success and fame. However, Huang Fuing, the guardian of Tianwei County bordering Beiluo, has detected a large number of Hu soldiers coming south, and the border place has entered the first level of war readiness. Outside rumors, this Hu people is for Zhao Yan, Xian Yuqian revenge, attack Li Tianzi came, but this is also inevitable as the Hu people false shot, but will reach out to Tianwei County. Huang Fuing sent an 800-mile expedited messenger straight to Xining. After Huang Fu Ci learned this news, he couldn't sit still. The Hu people's southward movement is the top priority, between him and the Hu people tribes, but there is a blood feud. Once, his wife, Hu died in the hands of the Hu people. So far, he always remembered fighting with the Hu people. He has always not left his hand, and the Hu people also regarded him as their number one enemy in northern Liang. My lord, the Hu people south, although the attack on Beiluo, but with us Xining, closely related. Li Tianzi if dead, Beiluo changed the master. The Hu people are afraid that they will take action against us. This war must not stand by and watch. He Xin, the general under his command, suggested. We all invite to fight. Li Xin and Mu Wu, one after another, invited to fight. Strategist Lu Chu said, listening to the frontline scouting report. Li Tianzi not only did not hold on to the pass, but led more than 10,000 people to the north and took the initiative to attack the Hu people. With its Hu people's power, Li Tianzi's army, I'm afraid that it is difficult to be a rival. We really need to do a good job in response to the strategy. Huang Fu Ci coiled the Buddha beads in his hand, pondering, his eyes suddenly struck. No matter who attacks the Hu people clan, I, Huang Fu Ci, will help the field. Li Xin and Huang Fu Shang, you two lead 5,000 northern Liang Primus, go out of Dingtian Pass, and sneak up on the Hu people's legions. The two of you need to be fast, otherwise, I'm afraid Li Tianzi, the rash young man, will suffer. Huang Fu Shang and Li Xin, facing each other, stepped out from the queue. We will take orders. Go, Huang Fu Ci said in a revitalized voice. Promise. The two immediately went out to count the troops. LOL. When the two left, Huang Fu Ci finally couldn't help but let out a sigh from his mouth. Lord is worried about Li Tianzi? Lu Chu saw through Huang Fu Ci's concerns at a glance. Huang Fu Ci nodded non-committally. Yes. From the previous surprise attack on Beiluo can see Li Tianzi this kid is a person with courage and strategy, but today's move is so stupid. The batch of soldiers under his command, it is estimated, difficult to fight with the Hu people. This is to send the hook to death. Huang Fu Ci looked like he hated the iron. If this were his own son, he would have to pull out a thorn and whip him hard to grow a long memory. Chapter 23, Night Attack Battle, Middle. Oh, Lu Chu smiled indifferently. A hot-blooded teenager who possesses his father's glory always wants to do the same as his father, to do something great to prove himself. Slightly young and wild is normal, but the occasional loss will make Li Tianzi learn from his mistakes. Huang Fu Ci turned his back, pondering. Warlord, what do you think, after this battle? What do you think if I receive Li Tianzi to live in Xining? Lu Chu was in a difficult position. Li Tianzi is the king after all. If he comes to Xining, how should we conduct ourselves? With his status as a vassal of the king of Jinbei? In the end, the entire northern Liang vassal forces should be bowed down to Li Tianzi's command. Li Tianzi in Beiluo. We are all at peace. If we take Li Tianzi over, this northern Liang ulterior motives will unite all the forces in northern Liang to use the pretext of imprisoning the Jinbei king to oppress us. And even, it is by no means good for Li Tianzi himself. We are a rebel side of the vassals. Li Tianzi follow us count what? Rebel thieves? Once this news is transmitted to the court, it is equal to giving the Jinbei royal house another fall into the mouth. Then this time, the Jinbei royal house can be faced with a devastating blow. Huang Fu Ci also thought of the advantages and disadvantages. Has not been proposed just. Is there really nothing else that can be done? There is, but the Lord may not agree. Lu Chu continued. Huang Fu Ci's eyes lit up and snapped back to look at Lu Chu. Warlord, what is the solution? Bow down under the Jinbei king's command. Lu Chu said seriously. Even if his lordship agrees to this, those subordinates below who follow his lordship may not agree to it. And even my humble servant will not agree to it. Unless this Jinbei king can be as trustworthy as the old Jinbei king, trustworthy enough to make everyone willingly submit and serve him. I know. Huang Fu Ci's face sank. All of you go down. I'm going to get some rest. Yes. Lu Chu cupped both hands in a deacon's salute and slowly exited the city hall. Huang Fu Ci's face was complex, and he didn't know what was going through his mind. However, Huang Fu Ci's worry about Li Tianzi is completely superfluous. If Li Tianzi knows what Huang Fu Ci and others think in their hearts, it is estimated that they will not be able to hold back their laughter. With Li Tianzi's ability, literature and martial arts are unrivaled in the world. rather than worrying about him, Li Tianzi, rather than worrying about themselves. After this night, in the entire northern Liang, no one could be underestimating Li Tianzi, and no one was laughing at Li Tianzi for being a fool. Nightshade. The weather in September in the north has a big difference between day and night temperatures, which can reach nearly 40 degrees during the day and drop to several degrees below zero at night. Shadish is the desert north of the old oil. Body wear is still warm, commanded by the 10,000 cavalry. Body armor are stuffed with wool. Warm. As for the Xuanjia army, under the illumination of the silver moon, the cold light flashes, but also like a hellish legion that stalks and seduces in the darkness of the night. There is no fear of the cold of the northern part of the plateau. Of course, the clothes they wear inside their armor are naturally padded. It was just that Shadoshi and the others, who had looked at the Xuanjia army all the way, were glad that they didn't fight against such a terrifying legion, or else, the 10,000 cavalry under his command would have suffered heavy losses. At this time, the Hu people legion all the way to burn and loot over. Outside the Guanwai of the Central Plains refugees as well as some small tribes, but suffered a great disaster. Was robbed by the Hu people. Food is just, almost the whole family was massacred. Full of death. The entire grassland has been a river of blood. The air is filled with a strong smell of blood. Xian Yuwu. Xian Yuneng does not seem to be Li Tianzi as a rival. This march is also very playful. The two are completely playing while walking, to the night beauty into the arms. According to this marching speed, more than 130 miles of road. I am afraid to walk up a 4 or 5 days. Inside the main tent of the Hoosiers, there was a pool of wine and meat. The dancers are voluptuous, twisting their waists, their asses, pouting. In Xian Yuwu's arms, he was also holding a well-presented woman from the Central Plains. It's just that the women of the Middle Kingdom, they're very resistant. Old Jean, I found a very pretty woman today. I'll give you a color check later. Pa 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 pa. Xian Yuwu clapped his hands. Come on, bring the woman in. Xian Yuwu shouted. A moment later, the tent lifted and a woman was brought in. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Get off me, get off me. Do you know who I am? The woman is extremely beautiful, the kind of the country, at the moment, struggle vigorously. Just this woman looks thin, but the body's strength is really not small. Want to break free from the hands of a few people. Seeing the woman's beauty, Xian Eugene stood up in a daze with drool dripping from his mouth. To be precise, he was stunned by the woman's beauty. General Wu, where did you get such a beautiful-looking woman? Xian Eugene licked the saliva on his mouth. It was a passing merchant caravan, which was robbed by my old man, and I didn't expect that. In this caravan, there was such a beautiful woman, so my old man took her back. Lao Jean, let's not put it on hold. Let's play together. Then, lock this woman up and keep her. In the future, we will have a place to vent when we have a craving. Xian Yuwu frustrated his hands. Good or you old Wu will enjoy. Old man not so good luck. Alone meet such a beautiful woman, said. Xian Eugene is the woman. A hand into their own arms. 2 salty pig's hooves, is in the woman's body, stroking vigorously. At this moment, the woman's face was red with rage, and she stared at the two with deathly eyes. Bastard, let go of me. The woman struggled hard. I'm telling you, my father is the county governor of Xishan County, Huangfu Ci. If I am in the slightest danger, I will make the Hu people clan pay. Oh, Xian Yuwu's eyes brightened even more and became even more excited. Good, that's even better. If it's Huangfu Ci's daughter, then old me will have to taste it even more. Back then, your old man didn't kill many of my Hu people's children, and now, let my old man give his daughter a little bit of awesome to see. General, since it's Huangfu Ci's daughter, then we, all the Hu generals in the tent, all came together. That gaze on the girl named Huangfu Yaoga, is Huangfu Ci's only daughter, usually favored, which also raised Huangfu Yaoga, savage and capricious character. Fine, all have a share, Xian Yuwu said with an evil smile. This will be Huangfu Yaojia. Looking around one to their own climb to the big man. She is very angry, but also cannot do anything. She is now very regrettable. Why a moment of playfulness? Out of the border into the grasslands to catch the eagle. The eagle did not catch, but also stumbled into the Hu man looting, because out of justice, killed a few Hu man. Was fresh in the Wu stared at, forcibly captured over. Chapter 24, Night Attack Battle, below, tear up. Anxious Xian Yuwu, even directly on the hand, will be Huangfu Yaojia chest clothes forcibly torn, revealing hanging in front of the chest of the red-bellied bib. Xian Yuwu's craving instantly was hooked up. The body is hot and impatient. Even a hand will be Huangfu Yaojia pounced on his body, began to solve their own body clothes as well as the waistband of the pants. Beauty, don't be in a hurry. Later on, this general will make you want to die and get away with it. Xian Yuwu's mouth was full of evil words. The surrounding generals, also very consciously backed to the side to watch. Throat saliva straight throat. The body of the evil fire is difficult to suppress. Is to reach out to the body of those dancers. Instantly, the entire tent. The young girl tearing her lungs screaming. A messy mess. To be more chaotic. Bastard, this would be Huangfu Yaoga. Almost the last line of defense left. At the corner of her eyes, 2 tear tracks immediately flowed out, revealing endless despair. Pa! Along with a crisp like thunderous ringing sound, the full tent suddenly quieted down. Fresh Yuwu, a certain part of the body, was immediately scared soft. Damn it, who wants to die? Interrupting my good deed? Xian Yuwu was so angry that he cursed. Kill! Ha! But when his voice had just fallen, there were high-pitched killing cries from outside, as well as the screams of people, especially the sound of the iron hooves of the Xuanjia horsemen, which could be heard clearly. No, something's wrong. It's an enemy attack. Xian Yujin's head, which wasn't too dizzy, immediately woke up with a start. Could it be that the Jinbei army is here? Xian Yuwu shook his head in disbelief. Impossible. Never possible. Li Tianzi has thousands of people under his command. We have 30,000 elites. How would Li Tianzi dare to take such a risk and take the initiative to run north? It's highly likely that it's that old thing Huangfu Xi's army. This old guy has always been at odds with us. As long as our army is heading south, this old thing will surely intervene. All of you, follow this general out to see what's going on. However, this tent is full of Hu generals. Each of them is not in the state. Drunk. This will even have trouble to see the road. Not to mention going to fight with the Jinbei army? Outside, Li Tianzi has changed into a black armor, wearing a ghost mask on his face, holding a tiger head Zhenjin gun, leading the Xuanjia army, even breaking the enemy camp. From the tent out of the Hu people's soldiers, even out of the opportunity to weapons, was Xuanjia army to be cut down. Where it passes, the blood flow into a river. God block kill God, Buddha block kill Buddha. Shatosh, He Jian, Shan Arrow led 5,000 cavalry, raided the left camp of the Hu people's army. Xiang Longyu led 5,000 cavalry, raided its right camp, the cavalry of the two armies, from the left and right to outflank, and directly robbed the back of the Hu people's army corps. These 4 guys are fierce generals. Under its front charge, the morale of the entire legion have been mobilized. The war will be vigorous. No way forward. Sudden situation naturally hit all the Hu people army. A surprise. The enemy army hurried to meet the battle and listen to the dark night, full of killing and shouting. Suddenly panic. Morale will be. They are afraid of. Don't know exactly how many Jinbei army came. Thief general, how dare you? How dare you rob my Hu people's army camp? Xian Yujin held a large sword in his hand, aggressively leading thousands of soldiers and horses. Ran out. Only he was sober. The other Hu people war generals had trouble walking, but after seeing the dress of the Xuanjia army in front of him, Xian Yujin was obviously scared of a shiver. The army in front of him, the face wearing a ghost mask, the equipment on the body is even more bizarre. See have not seen, as if it is from hell up to hook the soul of the messenger. Gollum, is this from hell? No, it can't be. In this world, how can there be ghosts? Pretending, even if you and others are ghosts. This general is killing you ghosts today. Xian Yujin let out a cry of rage. Kill for this general. Xian Yujin took the lead, waving his great sword, aggressively hacking towards the Xuanjia iron horsemen, and the Hu soldiers saw their own generals going up, and clenched their teeth and also followed to kill up. My lord, I will go and break the formation. Su Dingfang asked for orders. There's no hurry. They can't get through. Fire and thunder bombs and flintlocks await. Li Tianzi raised one hand slowly. Wow! The Xuanjia army took out a small thing from their waist and had loaded it with gunpowder. The first row of Xuanjia soldiers raised their flintlock pistols up, and behind the first 2 rows of Xuanjia soldiers, the soldiers had already taken out their fire and thunder bombs, the palm-sized thing that looked just like a toy. Fire and thunder bomb. A Xian armor soldier too is the standard. Li Tianzi, previous life king of soldiers, making these fire and thunder bomb, naturally, is apt. De Wu had no artillery, no cannons. When these small objects were brought out, Su Dingfang was curious. Could this thing kill people? Of course, when Li Tianzi unleashed the first shot just now, he looked at the flintlock pistol being able to spit fire and thought it was rare. But when he fixed his eyes on it, this gadget could really kill people. And now, Su Dingfang had seen a new novelty, that is, the fire and thunder bomb. Which, is this killing people with stones? Is the brain of the Jinbei army filled with paste? With this kind of small thing, can it still kill people? Pointing at my old man to scare me? Xian Eugene smiled disdainfully. My lord, the Huans are near, Su Dingfang reminded. The range of the flintlock pistol is not far, just 100 meters, but the closer the enemy is, the greater the power. That is, the steel plate can penetrate. Oh, the corners of Li Tianzi's mouth rose slightly and his hand fell violently. Release, pa 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 pa. The Xuanjia army pulled the trigger. The muzzle of the flintlock rifle erupted with fire. Bullets sprayed out. A loud sound that shook the ears. And the Xuanjia soldiers in the back, even threw out the fire and thunder bombs in their hands. Hundreds of them. Pust. The bullets were like ferocious beasts, instantly breaking open the body of a soldier at the front. The armor on his body. All seemed to have become a pose. Blood spurted out from the location of the wound, and he fell on the spot in a backward position, falling to the ground. Hu people soldiers in rows fell in front of Li Tianzi. Is the right chest of Xian Eugene? Is straight to a bullet, and from his back through the past. Burning pain. Let Xian Eugene instantly wake up. The heart of more than a few points of fear and fear. In front of the small gadgets, but can have such a great power. He stopped his footsteps, and his hand covered the injured right side of his chest, and blood flowed from his mouth. Retreat! Quickly! Boom boom boom! Before he finished his words, behind him was a burst of explosions, a wave of fire with the sand and soil lifted by the explosion, a piece thrown into the air and then fall. The Hu soldiers do not know the fire and thunder bombs. This thing was blown up on all fours, body fragments of limbs, floating in the air and then fall. The air has been filled with a pungent smell of blood. Hundreds of fire and thunder bombs. This is almost comparable to the grenades of Li Tianzi's previous life. The power is huge. In the blink of an eye, thousands of Hu people soldiers were blown over on the ground. There is no way. The Hu people soldiers are too dense. Charge. Almost give enough opportunity to the Xuanjia army. Chapter 25, The Miserably Defeated Hoosier Army. Legs, my hands. The wounded Hoosier soldiers who fell on the ground looked at their blown-off limbs and felt intense pain that made them struggle hard on the ground. Is this gunpowder? Xian Eugene looked behind him, and was blown to death by a large number of Hu people soldiers. The whole person was plunged into endless fear. Just such a small thing. It can have such a great power. One blast is to blow up several people. These people, could it be? Xian Eugene now has only one idea in his head. That is to run. Run as far away as possible. He campaigned for a lifetime, or the first time to meet such a horrible thing, can indeed be scared silly, including the entire Human army. This would only have endless fear for the Xuanjia army unit in front of them. Could this Shinbei army be mages? They must be from hell, here to reap our lives. Go home. I want to go home. The remaining Hu soldiers, no longer daring to fight, turned around and began to flee. In their eyes, this army that looked like the messengers of hell, not fake, but real. In an instant, the entire Hu people camp was in chaos. With that scene just now, who still dared to make a move against Li Tianzi? Gollum. Su Dingfang's eyes blazed over. At this moment, there were countless question marks in his head, wanting to make things clear. That small object that was thrown out, what exactly was it? It was actually so powerful. General Su. See, since the beginning of this king's entry into Beiluo, the martial people and the grassland tribes have attacked and defended the alien. Once this kind of powerful weapon appears, how many fewer generals can we sacrifice? Li Tianzi looked towards the stunned Su Dingfang. Aha! Su Dingfang nodded his head dumbfoundedly, obviously not having reacted yet. Shoo! The tiger head Zhanjin gun in Li Tianzi's hand immediately emitted a sharp sound of breaking wind at the location of its tip. The Xuanjia army is at your service. The Xuanjia army, up and down, shouted in unison. All troops, harvest the heads of the enemy. Kill. Li Tianzi pulled the reins of the warhorse, and it was as swift as lightning, running out. The will of the Xuanjia. There is death and there is no life. The will of the Xuanjia. There is death and there is no life. This heavily armored iron cavalry began his slaughter mode. Sharp swords, held horizontally in their hands, and in each hand, two long knives, hilts together, sharp edges extending out to the right and left, like reaping machines. Tear, pust. Oh, Li Tianzi, on the other hand, aimed at Xian Eugene and went straight for his body. His spear protruded out swiftly and pierced through Xian Eugene's chest with a single shot. Fong Xian Eugene is considered lucky, although he was shot, but did not hurt the vitals, and picked up a life for nothing. But he felt that, in the face of the masked general in front of him, even if he was not defeated, he could at least block it. How did he know that he had put in his best effort? But he still hadn't been able to take down this shot from Li Tianzi. You, who the hell are you? Xian Eugene stared at that mask of Li Tianzi, trying to figure out the identity of the person in front of him. King of Jinbei, Li Tianzi. Li Tianzi's green pheasant but not too masculine voice made Xian Yujin's body as if he had been electrocuted. How is this possible? Xian Yujin wanted to say something else, but his breath finally failed to go down his throat and he collapsed on the ground. Before Xian Yujin died, it was endless regret and fear. He now finally understood how terrifying Li Tianzi, who they had belittled, really was. 30,000 Hu people army, defeated, routed. The left and right battalions of its Hu people were also dispersed and disorganized by the cavalry of Xian Longyu, Shatash and the others, who were directly dispersed and disorganized. And the cooperation of the Sand Bandit cavalry was also very tacit. And after having the most authentic command of Li Tianzi, they almost exerted their full fighting power. At this moment, Xian Yu grabbed a fleeing soldier and said angrily, "Bastard! What are you running for? Where is General Xian Yujin?" The soldier stood up and said, "General Xian Yujin, let Li Tianzi stab him to death with a single shot." "General, that Li Tianzi is too fierce. Not only did he kill General Xian Yujin, but he also killed more than a dozen of our soldiers. He is too brave. That is, if General Xian Yuba came, I'm afraid that he is not Li Tianzi's opponent, and that black armor army behind him, it is even more powerful. It is not something that we can defeat." The soldier barked out a lot of words, with endless fear in his eyes. "Motherfucker, who told you to raise others' spirits and destroy your own?" Xian Yu was furious, and with a single slash, he killed the Human soldier in front of him. The surrounding Hu soldiers who escaped from Xian Yu immediately stopped and did not dare to move. "Amir Li Tianzi, what are you running for? Whoever dares to run away again, there is such a person. Kill back with me. I want to see how powerful the Shinbei army can be." Xian Yu was holding a large sword in his hand, and there was a rustling in his ears, a sound of iron hooves. "Xian Yu, right, are you looking for this king?" Li Tianzi towered over him. Xian Yu raised his head, and at first glance, he saw Li Tianzi's ghost mask, and in a blur, he instantly thought that the person in front of him was really someone from hell. It's a ghost. This king is Shura. Who wants you dead?" After saying that, Li Tianzi leapt up from his warhorse. His whole body was like a flying swallow, holding his lance tightly. With a fearful killing aura, he stabbed down at Xian Yu. "General, be careful." The surrounding war generals hurriedly shouted, and would have wanted to go and help, but instead they saw a big man of 1.9 m, holding 2 sledgehammers fall in front of them. A group of drunkards, just you group of stupid, also worthy of being a general of an army, simply a disgrace to the family. Li Tianba's mouth was mocking the drummer and gold hammer, with a horrible cyclone. 2 hammers will be 2 Hu generals, to directly smashed to death. Fresh Yu. Also as Li Tianzi a gun shocked back a few steps, a stagger fell to the ground. Li Tianzi's did not give it the opportunity to climb up, quickly ran up, came to the front of Fresh Yu. The hand dragged the long gun from the mid-air, ruthlessly flung down. No, Xian Yu was shocked. At this moment, it was as if the wine was waking up, but everything was already too late. As he watched the lance smashing into his head, he couldn't do anything about it. Pa! Ka-chow! Listening to the sound of bones breaking, a blood splash, splattered several meters high, sprinkled on top of Li Tianzi's armor, while Xian Yu's head was slapped and dented, and it's not even the opportunity to scream. It was dead. Kill. Li Tianzi's voice was low, like the low roar of a wild beast. The Xuanjia army obeyed the order. The iron hooves charged. The strong war horses knocked down these generals of the Hu people. Under the iron hooves, all the generals of the Hu people, none of them escaped. An army of 30,000 Hoosiers died in the blink of an eye. More than 20,000 of them. Su Dingfeng, Li Tianba, you and the others continue to pursue the Hu people. Kill as many as you can. No mercy. Li Tianzi's tone was cold and emotionless. Killing a bunch of inhuman beasts, he had never held back. Chapter 26, The Hero Saves the Day. Promise. Li Tianba, Su Dingfeng got the order. Each led 1,000 Xuanjia army, began to flee the Hu people's soldiers. To start the pursuit. This will be the Hu people. Can be really with the headless flies? Like, scurrying around, they rely on the pride of the glory. In this moment, was crushed a little bit left. Li Tianzi dismounted his horse and entered towards the Hu people's middle army tent. Into the tent, a wine gas comes to the nose. Not only wine gas, there is an extremely unpleasant fishy smell. Smell want to vomit. The tent inside a messy piece. Inside a dozen women. Was stripped bare clothes? Incomparable messy. My lord, this group of Human soldiers doesn't look that powerful. In such a state, it would be strange if they don't lose. Ling Bai said with a smile. Do not be careless. Their ability to fight head-on is also very not weak. Li Tianzi said, while his gaze, he couldn't help but sweep towards the body of Huangfu Yaoga who was beside the main seat. Her clothes were torn into strips and she was covering her chest with both hands. This woman was different from all the others. It was the temperament that was different. There was a rather unique charm. And all the women in the sea with the ghost mask of Li Tianzi crowd also really was startled. Do not dare to speak. After all, this ancient people, for the ghosts and gods quite fear and scruples. Big dark night. See wearing a scary ghost mask of people. Naturally feel afraid. Are you people or ghosts? Huangfu Yaoga asked warily. Naturally, people. Li Tianzi walked over. No, don't come over. Huangfu Yaoga was extremely frightened. And when she saw Li Tianzi coming over, her body stepped backward without thinking. Li Tianzi stopped and took off the mask on his face. It was a handsome young man who was so handsome that he couldn't be described in words, together with the blood on his armor. It actually made Li Tianzi quite a bit heroic. Girl, don't be afraid. I am the king of Jinbei. Huangfu Yaoja in a daze in the middle of God. And so on its reaction to the time, but found that Li Tianzi has been the cloak, warm cover in the body of Huangfu Yaoja. Men, in fact, they are all the same. After seeing a beautiful woman, always cannot help but want to care about. And in front of Huangfu Yaoja, is so. Huangfu Yaoga was mute, dumbfounded and took a step back, her face blushing. She couldn't help but ask, you're the king of Jinbei? Isn't the Jinbei king dead? He should be an old man. He shouldn't be as young as you. But, you and that Jinbei king, look alike. Li Tianzi's expression stared. You know the old Jinbei king? These words were enough to show that the woman in front of her, her identity was extraordinary. If she was a woman from an ordinary family, she simply wouldn't have had a meeting with someone at such a high level as the king. My father knows. When he was a child, he even hugged me. 4 years ago, he once even said with my father that he wanted to marry my family. It's just a pity that Jinbei king suddenly died. Huangfu Yaoga was very sad. Li Tianzi might have guessed some of the identity of the person in front of him. In this place of Beiliang, the only one who can have friendship with his father is the county governor Huangfu Xiai, who sits in Xining and Tianwei counties. That old Jinbei king is my father. In that case, you almost became my daughter-in-law. Li Tianzi smiled faintly. Huangfu Yaoga skimmed her mouth. You're really good at climbing up the ladder. There's not a single word of truth from the side of your men's mouths. As far as I know, the son of the Jinbei king, Li Dinghua, seems to have gone mad. So how could you possibly be? Huangfu Yaoga had been mingling in the grasslands for a month. So naturally she was not clear about the situation in Beiluo. Believe it or not, come with me later. At least, I can send you back to Xining safely. Don't you think so? Huangfu Yaoga. Li Tianzi turned around with a smile. How did you know? Huangfu Yaoga's eyes were as wide as bronze bells. Guess. Li Tianzi didn't chime in anymore, but looked at the other women. Ling Bai, find these women some clothes, give them some money and food, and let them return home. Nuwa. Ling Bai led the order. A group of women, crying with joy. They are really afraid. Just out of danger. Into the tiger's den again. Huangfu Yaoga looked at Li Tianzi. If this were any other army, the lives of these women, I'm afraid, would not be protected. This king's army was originally the people's sons and daughters of the people, Li Tianzi said. And this night's war decapitated the enemy army nearly more than 20,000 people. Heavy losses. The remaining troops began to flee to the king's court route, while the Jinbei army up and down just lost almost nearly 1,000 people. Just the main loss was still Shata's cavalry, and the Xuanjia army, up and down, suffered less than 100 casualties. After this battle, Li Tianzi's fame is bound to resonate throughout northern Liang, and it will even reach the imperial court, which will be shocked by Li Tianzi's battle. At this time, after Su Dingfang counted the loot, he came to Li Tianzi's tent. Li Tianzi, this is looking at the map left by the Hu people General Xian Yuwu. Do not say this initiative to attack the Hu people, or harvest quite a lot. On the strategic map in front of us, it is worth 10,000 gold. The distribution of Hu people tribal forces are marked out on the map. Ling Bai, put this map away. Maybe in the future, it will still be useful. Li Tianzi commanded. Nuwa. Ling Bai led the order. Hu people tribes now can be said to be Li Tianzi, the current biggest enemy. The future will not take long. The two sides of the army. Sooner or later there will be a war, which cannot be avoided. This map is useful sooner or later. My lord, this time our army has plundered 35,000 stones of grain from the Hu people and countless weapons and provisions, Su Dingfang said in a rousing voice. Good. The great victory of this battle is enough for the king to prove himself. Clean up the battlefield as soon as possible and let's go back to North Luo, Li Tianzi said in a revitalized voice. Nah. Right after Li Tianzi's return, Li Xian and Huangfu Shang, leading 5,000 cavalry, arrived at the Hoosier Army's location. And the two men who saw the bodies of the Hoosiers all over the place were already too surprised to speak. What's going on with these hoi polloi, anyway? Li Xian looked at the ground, the blackened crater, and fell into deep thought. Young Master Shang, what kind of weapon do you think this Jinbei army is using that can blow a crater out of the ground? This thing is much stronger than our tile mines. I don't understand, but this Li Tianzi, it's really enough additionally unexpected, actually can defeat 30,000 Hu people. So it seems that this Li Tianzi will certainly not be a generalized generation. Our worry is redundant. This matter has to be reported to father as soon as possible, Huang Fushang said. Just when the two were still very curious about Li Tianzi, a fast horse arrived directly in front of the two generals. Something big has happened. The little princess has disappeared. The guards who protected the little sheriff's lord all died on top of the grasslands. What? Huang Fushang was alarmed. This girl, not letting her run around. Non-listening to me. By the way, have you found out who actually took the little sheriff master captive? Chapter 27, Refugee Slums. The soldier looked around warily. Young general. Well, it seems like this is the same legion of Hu people. What? Huang Fushang was stunned. But our troops did not discover the little sheriff master's figure. This can't really be something, right? Damn Hu people. In the early years, they harmed my mother. But now if they dare to harm my sister, my Beiliang Huangfu lineage will be with the Hu people clan, immortal and unending. Do you really think that my Huangfu clan is still as unbeatable as before? Young general, we have captured a few women that came out of the Hu's big tent. The soldier continued. Quickly bring it up, Huang Fushang immediately said. A few moments later, several women were brought up. These few women were the very women that Li Tianzi had let go. Only, the first moment they were let go, unexpectedly did not immediately escape. But the target, placed on the gold and silver jewelry left behind by Xian Yu. So, this is why they missed the time to escape. And when they wanted to leave again, the time was already too late, and were caught by the sudden arrival of Huang Fushang's army. General, spare your life. General, spare your life. We are all the people of the neighborhood, and we have no relationship with the Hu people. A few women immediately kneeled down and begged for forgiveness. Huang Fushang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he inquired. This general will ask you, and you will answer truthfully. If you dare to be perfunctory, the sword in my general's hand is not long for the eyes. A few women were instantly frightened. Please also ask the general to speak frankly. We will definitely know everything. Do you know of a girl named Huangfu Yaga in the Hu people's military camp? When Huang Fushang said this, several women immediately remembered. Huangfu Yaga? Yes, we know. She was captured by Xian Yu and was about to violate, when that Jinbei King Li Tianzi's soldiers and horses killed their way in. That is, rescued Huangfu, no, rescued the young county lord. Young county lord has also followed the Jinbei King to North Luo City. Phew! Huang Fushang breathed a sigh of relief. For the time being, his sister was now fine. However, he also secretly vowed that if Li Tianzi dared to treat his sister badly, he would have to make Li Tianzi pay the price. Go away, all of you. This general will not make things difficult for you, Huang Fushang said as he suppressed his inner rage. Thank you, general, for your great kindness. A few women, holding each other up, hurriedly ran away. Soporific. The military masters they encountered this time were not with them in general. Young general, this Li Tianzi is much tougher than we expected. We have to quickly report what happened here to the lord, Li Xian proposed. Aha! Huang Fushang nodded. Then let's withdraw as well. The night was silent and turned to dawn. Li Tianzi didn't go back to Beiluo immediately. He just let the Xuanjia army and the cavalry under Shetash go back to Beiluo first, and he himself led the genie way to the refugee caves outside the pass. He was now on a private visit, just to see with his own eyes how hard the people of Beiluo were living. On this journey, Li Tianzi's heart was seized. He knew that the people of the border, living a very bitter, but he did not expect these people outside the border, but actually live this bitter. He can see, buried in the yellow sand in the side of the tired white bones, can also see the scene of easy to eat, living people. Life is worse than death. Death is not a kind of relief. This border outside the people, then the people in the city of Beiluo County, but also a number of times the poor, in a word to describe it is, live worse than the animals. Everyone says that the land of Beiluo is the center of the link between Dao and the northern tribes for trade, and the people here have made a lot of money because of the Silk Road with the north. But is this really true? This is the civil and military officials in the court, united to swindle the emperor's words. And these people, when they saw Li Tianzi and the others with swords attached to their waists, they all hid in fear. In their eyes, those with swords are not good things. Beyond the border, There are countless bandits and roving bandits, but these people will be persecuted from the bottom of their hearts afraid. Lord. Ling Bai looked at Li Tianzi. There are words in his heart but it is difficult to speak. This king understands what you have to say. Don't worry. These people, alone will not stand idly by. How much? How much does this king want? Anyway, Bei Luo as big as that. Big deal. This king today this winter, personally give these people to build houses and share land. Li Tianzi was very determined. He swore that he would let the people of Wugui in the desert north eat a full meal and drink hot soup. The promulgation of a new order on cantonment and new farming is imperative. There is no way. Now this world has been corrupted to the root. Family land annexation, the development of the power of more and more powerful, has become a huge threat. Is the current emperor has the talent to break the past and present. There is no strong determination and perseverance. Is bound to save the great martial arts empire. Wants to take the reform method, will inevitably touch the interests of the family. So, is to provoke these families to unite against the imperial court, and the emperor will be the first to take the reform method, the imperial court. There may even be a situation in which the families of the world rise up and dominate the area. So, those in power actually don't dare to gamble. They don't have great determination and will feel unable to control the situation. Big brother. Are you guys from the martial kingdom? At this time, a little girl, who was as thin as a bone and struggled to walk, mustered her courage and walked up to Li Tianzi. However, this little girl was naturally timid when she saw Li Tianzi again. Li Tianzi bent down and rubbed the little girl's head, gently asking, "Little sister, what is your name? Is there something wrong?" Ling Bai and the others were stunned. It was the first time they had ever seen their king in such an amiable light. Head was Huangfu Yaoga on one side, all touched. This whole way along, she looked at Li Tianzi's face. It had always been taut and would not smile at all, but now that she was facing a little girl, she even revealed the amiable smile of an old father. This killing god who killed without blinking an eye on the battlefield actually had such a scene. "My name is Zoe. My grandfather is dying. Can you give me some money?" The little girl's head hung low and she said timidly, "Is your grandfather sick?" Li Tianzi looked behind the little girl. Over a bone-thin old man. Having gone without food for so long, these people are literally starving to the bone. Li Tianzi fished out a white flour bun from his bosom, along with a small ingot of silver. "This is for you. Give it to your grandpa first. Feed him something to eat, and big brother will get you a bone setter." The little girl's eyes were suddenly moist, probably from the habit of kneeling when she saw someone. The little girl even directly kneeled on the ground and kowtowed. "Thank you big brother for saving my life. Zoe can't repay. In the future, she can work as an ox for big brother." Zoe continued. "In fact, the refugees here can really enter some families as maids and so on, and that would be a great blessing for them." Chapter 28, My Man. Ling Bai, is there any water? Li Tianzi asked. Yes. From his waist, Ling Bai unclasped a water pouch. "I'll do it. You big men. How can you be as meticulous as women?" Huangfu Yaoga snatched the water bag. "Little sister. Sister help you." Huangfu Yaoga threw a wink at Li Tianzi. Li Tianzi's eyes moved slightly. This woman. She's quite self-conscious. But just then, a man with a clear blood scar on his face. A fierce look. Followed by a gang of knives with a small brother. Towards Zoe. Li Tianzi has not yet figured out the situation. A hand will be Zoe in the hands of the silver and the steamed buns, to snatch over. "Stinky girl, I didn't think you'd be of any use with that pathetic look. It's been 3 times this month. This money and bun. It's master's now. You also hang out with master from now on. Master teach you to cheat and get more silver for master." That scarred face said playfully. "Master, my grandfather is dying. This is the life-saving money given by that lord. Please return the money to me." Zoe was scared to tears by Scarface, but for the sake of her grandfather's life, she actually stood up her skinny body and rammed straight through. "Stinky girl, today you have fat guts. Be careful of me selling you to the kiln." Scarface smiled. Then a big hand was about to probe out and grab Zoe's neck. "Bastard. You're such a scoundrel. In broad daylight. Who let you rob her of her money?" Huangfu Yaoga suddenly shot out, grabbed Scarface's wrist and twisted it with force. It was so painful that Scarface screamed. This Scarface is a gangster punk. Martial arts is not high. Huangfu Yaoja grew up on horseback. Naturally some martial arts. Earlier, if not too many Hoosier soldiers, she really can Xian Yu over a few strokes. "Little bitch, quite a lot of strength. I advise you not to mind your own business. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer," Scarface threatened. However, Scarface had actually noticed Huangfu Yaoja, no matter from the figure or looks. Huangfu Yaoja belonged to the upper class, which looked at Scarface, and instantly became lustful. "Seek death. Ka chow. Oh, ouch, Ouch, ouch. The bones in Scarface's wrists twisted crisp and straight. The pain made Scarface wow. Beads of sweat flowed down from his forehead. Bitch, let go of me, Scarface yelled. Big brother, several junior brothers, all gathered around, pulling their knives out one after another. Roll. Huang Fu Yaoga kicked Scarface to the ground, and Scarface stumbled and rolled several times on the ground, planting his head. Boss, are you alright? The two junior brothers went forward and hurriedly helped Scarface up. Scarface covered his kicked chest. His mouth was filled with thick air. Damn. Stinky old bitch. Not a big person. Strength is not small. Almost took my life. Later, old me. I must make you pay for it, so that you know the power of certain parts of old me's kung fu. Just you. That thin are malnourished. That aspect is designated not to work. Huang Fu Yaoga inserted her hands. A big sister's appearance. Then pulled Zoe to her side. Zoe is fine. Sister protects you. Then he looked at Li Tianzi again and smiled playfully, spitting out his little tongue on his mouth, and that look was still a bit cute. This chick, not very old, knows quite a lot. Though, for a bully like Scarface, a straight-up beating is considered clean. Protection. What kind of thing are you? Do you know that in this place outside Guanwai? Who doesn't know my Scarface's mighty name? Bitch, if I don't put you on the spot today, I won't believe in swords, Scarface said angrily. All come out to me. No one can leave today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Just at this time, from all sides came out a team of people. Some people with knives in their hands. There are people with sharpened wooden sticks. Well, Li Tianzi dozen people are surrounded. The number of this coming people. There are 200 or 300 people. So many people. And really is not a small force. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and in such a chaotic place as Guanwai, there are not enough forces like this to have many people. Always want to be the emperor. Sister, let us do. This Scarface is the biggest bully in 100 miles, but it's not to be messed with. You'd better go. Anyway, if Grandpa dies, I don't want to live. Zweier's age was only 6 or 7 years old, but such a small child, but already very understanding. She also knows that life is very hard. Without her grandfather, the last reliance is gone. She is a 6 or 7-year-old doll, either starved to death in the desert, or by bad people to catch, sold to other places. She witnessed, with her own eyes, the same size as her girl, sold by their own parents, or was eaten. Huang Fu Yaoga pulled Roar's rough little hand, her nose suddenly sour. Roar, from now on, you'll follow me. I'll let you be clothed in fine clothes and never have to go hungry. Let's go. Let's go behind Big Brother. All these bad guys are no match for this Big Brother in front of you. Really? Zoe's eyes were wide. Those eyes were soulful and watery, as translucent as jewels. Really? Huang Fu Yaoga nodded her head, and then shouted towards Scarface provocatively. Hey, what's that, Scarface? Aren't you very powerful? Still want to will catch this young lady? Humph, my man is here. Want to catch this young lady? First beat my man. Huang Fu Yaoga wasn't stupid. She already knew the identity of the person in front of her. The old Jinbei King Li Dinghua's son. Speaking of which, that was a man who was supposed to be her. And, this way, she already had a general understanding of Li Tianzi. Already, this man can be a murderer without blinking an eye of a big devil, means of iron blood, martial arts extraordinary, strategy superb. That is definitely the lord of the posture, but this is not the man's all face. This man can be iron blood ruthless, can also be gentle like water, especially for the people. He is like to look at their own children. This man, the mind is difficult to figure out, cannot guess, cannot be touched, but Huang Fu Yaojia also know, such a man, in order to do a really big thing, that is, when the world-famous old Jinbei, cannot be compared to the man in front of him. How to say it? The old Jinbei King Li Dinghua is a fool's errand, as with the lack of a string, very axis, twisted. So, Li's family, only to end up with a broken family. But the man in front of me, very different. Whatever the OP has, he has. She Huang Fu Yaoga, although it is playful, but when she was a child, a magician, gave her a fortune-telling, said that she is the life of the emperor and queen. So, her old man not only cultivate her martial arts, to her favor, from the elementary school is the emperor's mind. Of course, she is a woman. Learning is naturally half understood. Anyway, she felt that this man in front of her could be her Huang Fu Yaoga's man. Chapter 29, The Arrogant Scarface. Ah, Roar was a bit surprised. Looking at Li Tianzi's handsome face, she timidly said, Big brother and big sister. They're really a talented couple. Listening to the words of the two, Li Tianzi was rather helpless, but the whole person was still calm. Ling Bai, the world's #1 swordsman, is very gossipy. Lord, You and Miss Yaojia will not have been. What did you say? Li Tianzi glared at the latter. It's nothing. It's just that I think Lord and Miss Yaoga are a good match. Ling Bai made an extra remark. That face also matches. Ahem. Li Tianzi coughed lightly, and there were a few moments of acquiescence to Ling Bai's words. After provoking, Huangfu Yaoga was pulling Zuier to come behind Li Tianzi, and also rushed at Li Tianzi, spitting out her little tongue. Li Tianzi, you don't blame me, do you? Li Tianzi smiled indifferently. Since Miss Huangfu wants to be this king's daughter-in-law so much, then after returning to Bei Luo, you can marry this king. This king could have personally gone to Xining and proposed marriage to the imperial Fu sheriff. Huangfu Yaoga's forehead, instantly blushing, deliberately said, I'm afraid you don't have the guts. The way Huangfu Yaoga and Li Tianzi spoke was all like flirting. This scene made Scarface very upset. Only, two people's voice is not big. Low pressure. The surrounding people cannot hear what the two people in the end said. Perhaps, for two boys and girls in love, declaring their love for each other is a very shy thing. Dog, you dare to get your hands on the woman that I have my eyes on. I think you don't want to live? Of course, I can actually give you a chance to live. Seeing that you are not badly dressed and have such a beautiful woman, you should be the young master's son of that family among the northern Liang. Scarface guessed. Li Tianzi nodded non-committally. Sort of. Since you know that I'm the young master's son of one of those big families in northern Liang, you, Scarface, still dare to come recklessly? Aren't you afraid of retaliation from those families in northern Liang? Ha ha ha. Scarface suddenly laughed out loud. Those families in northern Liang, a group of people who are all afraid of death. When they see me in Desert North, they still have to call me Master Ba. I just said so much just now, just to make sure that you're not a pauper again. Playboys like you. Most of all people are stupid and have a lot of money, robbing up the old fragrance. However, seeing that you are the son of the northern Liang family, I cannot kill you. But, you have to crawl over and kowtow to me 3 times. Then hand over all the weapons, money, food, and the clothes on your body that you are holding. And, this bitch behind you. Stay here with me for a few days, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll let you all die right now. Hiss. The people hiding around them couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Finished. This Scarface is a pervert. No matter who it is, he dares to rob it. The whole village's girls. All let this beast Huahua finished. This usual from the desert north passed quite a few merchant caravans, all folded in the hands of this guy. A long time ago, that was a lot of rich merchants' wives and daughters, but all a little bit of beauty. Let Scarface, tortured to death. After that, the team traveling through the north of the desert will certainly be equipped with a large number of guards. Women are even less likely to appear in the grasslands of the north of the desert. That kid's heart is also big. How dare he bring a woman and show up on the grassland? Isn't this looking for trouble for himself? What a pity. This man and woman. Indeed Lang talent. But after today, I am afraid. Some of the people hiding on the inside of the house couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. Only, what they didn't know was that Scarface's arrogance for a lifetime would eventually pay off. And he had kicked the steel plate this time. Scarface, I advise you not to mess around. Otherwise, I'm afraid the person who will die later won't be me, but you. By the way, introduce yourself. This king is Li Tianzi, the northern Liangjian Bei king. If you turn yourself in now, everything is still not too late, Li Tianzi said directly. When these words came out, these people outside the pass, he was looking at each other in disbelief. Many people were still ignorant and had never heard of the name Li Tianzi at all, but they knew of the Jinbei king, Li Dinghua. Jinbei king Li Tianzi. I've never heard of him, but, do you brag about it? The king is traveling. That side is bound to be followed by a large team of soldiers and horses. The scenery is infinite. The robes you are wearing do have a bit of nobility. But would that king be foolish enough to follow your example and bring just a few people to break into such a dangerous place? If you are the king of Jinbei, then I am the king of Jinbei's father. Brothers, give me a hand and get this kid killed. Scarface instantly raged. The surrounding group of juniors immediately raised the weapons in their hands and surrounded towards Li Tianzi. The surrounding people buried their heads, not wanting to see the scene of Li Tianzi's blood splattering. Oh, my God. Li Tianzi let out a helpless sigh. This king has already warned you. Since you didn't listen, I won't blame this king for being merciless. Seeing as you don't look like good people, let's kill them all. It was just this extremely flat tone, but it was the most terrifying and full of killing intent. Ling Bai stood in front of Li Tianzi with a clear understanding and swept a glance towards the surroundings. Where are the brocade guards? The brocade guards, who were ambushed around the area, heard Ling Bai shout and immediately stripped off their clothes, revealing their flying fish suits. And with a single word, he killed towards the group of bullies. Rip. Then he saw blood splattering in the air. lifting up a piece of red mist, and the embroidered spring swords in the hands of the brocade guards were just like killing machines, and they began to start a massacre against the bullies. One by one, the bullies fell across the floor, blood flowing. It was only 100 brocade guards, but in the blink of an eye, they decapitated hundreds of gangsters, and that sword was quick, floating light, not giving anyone a chance to react at all, and all the brocade guards, holding their embroidered spring swords horizontally, stood guard in front of Li Tianzi. Kill, a word of kill, didn't nearly scare Scarface to death. A horrible killing aura, from the body of the brocade guard, flowed out. Run, run, the rest of the gangsters saw this. Where would they dare to make trouble? And immediately dispersed, running towards the surroundings without a trace. This, the man holding Scarface, already at a loss for words, looked at Scarface and said, "Big brother, we won't be accompanying you for the trouble you've caused." After saying that, he left Scarface behind and ran away. "Come back, all of you." Scarface wanted to run. However, he was afraid that if he moved, he would immediately be locked by the brocade guards and be cut down by them. It wasn't like he hadn't seen the speed at which the brocade guards shuttled just now, as well as the way they killed people, and his subconscious told him that he wouldn't be able to escape. Scarface gave a scare to the urine, flopped down on the ground. "I'm wrong, I'm really wrong. Grandpa, spare your life. Grandpa, spare your life." Chapter 30, The Prestige. Li Tianzi teasingly looked at Scarface. "Ling Bai, what would you say is the offense of killing a king according to the great martial law? If it is light, the clan will be raised, and if it is heavy, the 9 clans will be exterminated," Ling Bai said flatly. Scarface trembled in disbelief. "Are you really the king of Jinbei? But isn't the king of Jinbei dead? Blind your dog's eyes, this is the old Jinbei king's son, who is now hereditary and sitting in Beiluo," Ling Bai chided. "Now, you can be on your way. He's not stupid." "No," reacted Scarface again, but it was too late for him to backtrack now. "Don't kill me, the grasshopper knows his sins." Shoo! A cold light whisked by, blood rushed to the sky. Ling Bai's long sword, still sharp, a sword deadly. The Scarface even cannot feel the pain and died. Seeing this scene, the refugees around them were scared to death, but seeing Scarface dead, the hearts of these refugees could not mention how excited and relieved they were. Scarface did a lot of evil, and he deserved to die. Of course, they were even more shocked that the young teenager in front of them was really the king of Jinbei, and it was the first time they had seen such a king. If they had heard that Li Tianzi had destroyed 20,000 people in one night, they would have been even more shocked. And then, Li Tianzi looked at the crowd of people. "Folks, I'm sure you haven't heard of this king's name, but my father Li Dinghua you should know. Back then, he treated the people outside the pass as if they were his own sons and daughters. From today onwards, this king promises you all that since this king has come, he will never let the townspeople live in misery again. If you all believe in this king, you can lead your whole family and go to Beimen Pass. This king will be here. Set up porridge shed for everyone. Everyone has a share. And all the people who migrate to Guanyi, that is the king's people. The king will give you all, build houses, give you land to plant, so that you have enough to eat and wear warm." Li Tianzi said a lot. As for the believe it or not, that is the matter of these people. Of course, in the meantime, he had to as soon as possible to the new tune order, to promulgate, and sent officials, personally came to the pass. Do the people's ideological work? Li Tianzi can rise. Rely on these people. Otherwise, rely on the more than 300,000 people in Beiluo, slowly raising, restoring the people's plan. I do not know how much time it will take. When these words came out, all the refugee people looked at each other. To be honest, in such a great martial empire, there were already very few parental officials who wholeheartedly planned for the people, especially when Li Tianzi's mouth said that he would also build houses for the people, which was a typical pie in the sky for most people. Seeing that the people did not come out and did not answer, Li Tianzi did not waste time since. Instead, he went to look at Zoe's grandfather, but Li Tianzi realized that the latter was already stiff and not breathing. Alas, this is hopeless. Li Tianzi sighed. Whoops, the tears in Zhuer's eyes, instantly unstoppable, flowed out, breaking free from Huangfu Yaoga's constraints, and pouncing on the old man's arms. "Grandpa!" Bean-sized teardrops flowed out from Zoe's eyes, and after crying for a while, Zoe wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes dry. "Zoe, I'll help you bury your grandfather, then go with Big Brother, and in the future, you'll be called Li Zoe. How about being a sister to me?" Li Tianzi held Zhuer in his arms, and a few moments of pity arose in his heart. He could not bear to leave a little girl alone, outside the wilderness. "Aha!" Zoe nodded vigorously. Although she was small, but she understood everything. Without a backer, she would die sooner or later. But, being accepted as a sister by a prince, she knew how lucky she was. This if it were someone else, to be in a nice family, to be a maid for someone else, it would already be God's favor. Li Tianzi ordered people to bury the old man's body, and then, he was preparing to go all the way back to Beiluo along the refugee caves on the border. It was only after Li Tianzi left that many refugees gathered one after another. This rower's life is really good, even letting the Jinbei king accept her as his sister. In the future, I'm afraid I won't be able to enjoy all the glory and wealth. Let's not envy others a little girl. I'll say it, all of you think. The king of Jinbei said, is it true or false? He really set up porridge shed in the North Gate Pass, but also for us the people. Repair houses. Distribution of fields? Che, although he is the king of Jinbei, but Jinbei Wangfu encounter, you are also aware of. Li Tianzi now. It is estimated that they are difficult to protect themselves, but also for us to do things for the people. It is presumed to be another plan. Don't forget, before are many people outside the pass, but let the Zhao Yan trick to build the city, but went to the brother. How did it end? All died and were thrown into the wilderness. Even the old king of Jinbei back then, did not do so. If you don't believe me, then I have to go and see. This is September. See, the female true army is going to the south. For our people is a catastrophe, at any rate is a death. It is better to go to take a chance. The mouth of these refugees. There is a lot of discussion. Some people simply do not believe the ghost of the king of Jinbei Li Tianzi. Of course, the key is their place. The distance from the North Gate Pass. There are still 20 to 30 miles away. Many people do not want to take this cut off the road. If you let the people as a government official to cheat, can be a little bit more than lost. Don't look at only 20 or 30 miles. It's that much distance that can starve a person. Hard. To death. But soon, the news of Li Tianzi overthrowing more than 20,000 Huan's army, completely spread. Anyway, say anything. Some people say Li Tianzi wearing a mask in the dark night, is the night of the cultivator, belongs to Li Tianzi's mythological era. The official start. The previous refugees. Li Tianzi's admiration, suddenly several levels higher. Some people are to believe in Li Tianzi's words, began to head towards the North Gate Pass. Hoosier King's Court. Those who had routed the Hoosier soldiers, returned to the Hoosier tribes. Losing 20,000 troops and 2 generals was a devastating blow to the entire Human tribe. At this moment, the entire Human tribe had a new understanding of Li Tianzi. Your Majesty, this battle our Hu peoples face, but completely fell to the ground. Otherwise will be the great general's border army to transfer back. The defeat of this battle, we cannot just let it go off. Xian Yunong said with great reluctance. Sensible. All give me some sensible. We in Li Tianzi's revenge, not share heaven and earth. But, this battle, we suffered a heavy blow. There are not many soldiers and horses can mobilize. And, you have to realize, this Li Tianzi is not a fool. The defeat of this battle, in the end is due to our light enemy. However, Li Tianzi is by no means that bad. We have to think long and hard. The chief Xian Yukuk frowned. He now finally understood why Zhao Yan had fallen into the hands of a fool. Even if his opponent was a fool, it was by no means an ordinary fool. Chapter 31, it's time to meet the little guy. The Hoosier generals, naturally, were not convinced. Your Majesty, are we really just going to let it go? When have we Hu people ever been so humiliated? Even that Huangfu Ci has to give us Hu people some face. Xian Yuneng clenched his fists. This time, it's entirely because Li Tianzi got lucky. Xian Yuwu and Xian Yujin, these 2 assholes, marching and fighting, who let them drink and grab women, which gave Li Tianzi an opportunity to take advantage of. Otherwise, with Li Tianzi's measly 10,000 troops, he wouldn't have been a match for our Huans. These generals of the Hu people, for the fighting strength of their own army, naturally very confident, that is, the Tartars, the women of these countries, but also to take them Hu people, cannot be helped, that the Hu people's cavalry, indeed not weak. Aha! In response, it was the king of the Hu people, Xian Yuku, who put the blame for this defeat on this. Well, that Li Tianzi is using our Hu people's army as a stepping stone to improve his reputation, which is not a bad thing for us. Whether he is in the Da court, or Beiliang, or in the desert north, he has made a lot of enemies. Someone will seek trouble from him. We just need to sit back and watch the tigers fight. As of right now, the powerful female clan is Li Tianzi's biggest trouble. General Xian Yunong, don't you want revenge? Then now, your chance has come. The female true country, hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses in, is not a small Li Tianzi can block. If Li Tianzi really dare to fight back, then this back trouble, can be too big, may cause the female true in the great martial arts empire. the two big countries between the fight. Therefore, the Dawu imperial court must not allow Li Tianzi to make a move. If Li Tianzi dared to make a move, he would almost be completely isolated by the Dawu Empire. Moreover, that crown prince Xiuji in the court would not let Li Tianzi go. Therefore, Xian Yuku was in no hurry at all. Xian Yunang's eyes lit up, incomparably surprised. Still, the great king is far-sighted. Such a strategy of killing people with a borrowed knife. How come the last general did not think of it? Oh, yeah. Xian Yuku smiled faintly. As a superior, or a general, deciding things, you can't just rely on your emotions. You also have to rely on your own head. Got it? My lord understands. Xian Yunang said with a smile. Xian Yukuk and Xian Yunang's ideas were good, but, with their ideas, they hit the wrong person. Li Tianzi is not that easy to deal with, even the powerful female clan. Not a day. Li Tianzi returned to Beiluo. Now Li Tianzi has been the man of the hour in the 32 counties of Beiluo. The people of the entire Beiluo, the embracing sound of Li Tianzi, has reached its peak. For such a good official, and a king who can fight, they are naturally very welcome. Even, some people for Li Tianzi's arrival, has named as the savior. Is Li Tianzi's arrival, is like a beam of light, shines into the people's life inside. Xining, Li Xian was personally returning to Xining City with news of the northern grasslands. This Li Xian, that is a real general, civil and military talent, is to coordinate the whole situation of the general, but also by Huangfu Ci reuse, which is why, Huangfu Ci can be in the northwest, the cause of a firm foothold. Oh lord, there is good news and bad news. Li Xian ran in with a kick in the pants. After dismounting, Li Xian went straight to Huangfu Ci's residence. Huangfu Ci, as a whole, walked out from the side of the study. Li Xian, I'm here, Huangfu Ci shouted. Li Xian immediately turned around and followed Huangfu Ci into the study, which Li Xian but very nonchalant, directly held the desktop of the herbal tea, gulped up, drink slowly, no one is taking it from you. Quickly tell me, how did you come back so quickly? Could it be that Li Tianzi, who didn't fight at all, was bluffing? In Huangfu Ci's opinion, this was the only reason that could be justified. Li Xian shook his head. Not so. Li Tianzi led 15,000 cavalry, annihilated more than 2 large armies of the Hu people, and beheaded Xian Yuwu and Xian Yujin. His reputation was so great that it is now spreading like crazy outside, and everyone knows that Li Tianzi that was pretending to be crazy. What? Huangfu Ci was shocked. This will finally sit down. The heart that is a turning shock. Li Xian, is this real or fake? Huangfu Ci was still in disbelief. Li Xian nodded frantically. It's true. What's even more exaggerated is that Li Tianzi only lost a few hundred men. Li Tianzi's ability is really a bit too strong. Our previous worries were completely superfluous. Huangfu Ci stroked his beard, still quite surprised. Worthy of being the son of Nkong, he is so powerful. By the way, what was that bad news you were saying? Huangfu Ci continued to ask again. The bad news is that the young sheriff master was herding eagles in the north and let the Hu people capture her, and she was almost captured by Xian Yuwu. Pa! Before Li Xian finished his words, Huangfu Ci smashed his fist on top of the tea table in front of him, and the teacups on the table spilled all over the place. Huangfu Ci was furious. Where is the young sheriff now? Huangfu Ci's eyes were filled with anger. If, at any point, her daughter was harmed now, he would definitely fight to exhaust the troops and horses of Xining and Tianwei counties to make the Hu people pay. My lord, don't be anxious, young county lord is fine. She followed Li Tianzi and headed to Beiluo, Li Xian said. Phew. Hearing this, Huangfu Ci breathed a sigh of relief, but his heart immediately lifted again. Do you think this Li Tianzi, will he make a move against young sheriff master? E.g. Li Xian frowned and immediately said, Don't worry, my lord. Who is Li Tianzi's father? It's not like you don't know. Li Tianzi's character is naturally inherited from his father. If my lord is not at ease, my subordinate will personally go to Beiluo. Aha! Huangfu Ci nodded his head. In that case, the Li family is really as kind as a mountain to my Huangfu family. If this official doesn't turn towards Li Tianzi, this favor still can't be repaid. How about this? Wait for next month. This official will personally go to Beiluo. Lao Fu was now really eager to see this Li Tianzi. In the end, what is his ability? Huangfu Ci didn't seem to be too opposed to Huangfu Yaozi going with Li Tianzi. Ran. Beiluo's fall harvest is almost over. These days, Yang Xian, Du Sheng, has been busy. Beiluo newly settled. There are still many things to be resolved. In the middle of the Jinbei king's residence, Li Tianzi and Yang Xian had already negotiated the next reform to Beiluo, which was to promulgate a new farming order. Good. The implementation of the new farming order will definitely allow Beiluo to develop once again. Yang Shan looked at Li Tianzi's list of new governmental ordinances, his eyes glowing as if he had discovered a new continent. Chapter 32, Arsenal Building. This would be very exciting for Yang Shan. He didn't think that he would be able to meet such a bright master one day. The first step of the new agricultural policy is to reclaim the wasteland. Beiluo City is a large territory. In addition to pasture land, there are many deserted arable land. These arable land, if they can all be utilized, the people of Beiluo City, that is, there are millions of people, are enough to cultivate. As for how to reclaim it, that would require the active cooperation of the entire population of Beiluo, and the officials of all parties, actively taking the lead. The second book is to fight the landlords and wealthy merchants. Of course, this is not to say that the landlords and wealthy merchants of the land, all of them for themselves, to see these landlords and gentry, usually the degree of the evil committed, the collection of land, the deepest crimes, such as murder and arson, the prison of the prison, the confiscation of 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 the, in the case of lesser offenses, such as forcible occupation of land, etc. Naturally, restitution was forced, and the landlords and gentry were also heavily penalized. As for the families that have been good in their lives, that is of course to be counted separately, and the land under them, by way of purchase, is acquired and reissued to the people. Of course, these lands, not divided to the people, that is the people's land, to be precise, is to lease to the people, and the government signed a 50-year lease contract, that is to say, the land is your. You cannot arbitrarily resell, even if the people after the land, legally, sold the land. The final interpretation of the right to sell to those families, Hercules, is in the hands of the government, but only if this government, too, is a law-abiding one. This is the issue of fields. Strive to be every family, can cultivate the fields, have their own income, the only way to let the people have hope for the future. Beiluo will become more and more powerful, but now the problem, all in one piece, the most fundamental problem is, repair houses, and even have to build some houses, will be outside the customs refugees, all migrate in. Li Tianzi carefully accounting for the customs refugees, at least nearly 300,000. If you add some of the small tribes of the stragglers, almost 378 million. This population base has been very large. For the central plains of the majority of the counties, a county's population can achieve for most counties in the central plains, a county with a population of more than 300,000 is definitely a wealthy county. But before Beiluo is the richest place in Beiliang, the Wu dynasty, in order to trade with all parties. This place will spend a lot of money to build on the current Beiluo city, but also in the counties of Beiliang City, the most solid, the highest defense. Yang Xian, Du Sheng, the two of you should take more care in these few days. Li Tianzi said. Don't worry, Lord, we will do our best. The two men bowed down. By the way, Lord Yang, in this Beiluo city, are there any craftsmen who are great at making iron? Li Tianzi inquired. Beiliang is very big. Mineral materials are also many. Gunpowder, iron ore, etc. All the things that can be used to build artillery. Beiliang is everything. Moreover, Li Tianzi went to the stockpile of Beiluo to see. There is a lot of gunpowder piled up here. There is also a part of the iron ingot, especially the forged iron. Is the time of Zhao Yan's reign, with the northern foreigners, the most traded materials. The northerners are very short of iron, and also lack of gunpowder, the great martial arts to sell to the north of the iron. Gunpowder, weapons and so on, that is very lucrative. Of course, the northern grasslands, is not all the lack of iron or these materials, can only say that the nomadic people in the forging, is a typical white. Yang Xian frowned. Lord wants a blacksmith. Could it be that he wants it for forging weapons? We Beiluo have their own wrought iron factory? Swords, guns, swords and halberds can be made. Zhao Yan that time, is relying on this factory, and the north of the female genitals, Tartar, weapons trading. Li Tianzi shook his head. In this arsenal, this king has already let the Jinui, a large portion of the people, cleaned out. These people are from the Human tribe. This king does not believe that. There is also a portion of the forger, is also a thing that eats the inside and outside of the house. After the investigation, it also cleaned out a portion of the people. Right now, in the entire factory, there are only 50 or so forgers, a group of true believers that this king needs. So, the forges need to be re-recruited, and is required to have some technical ability, the weapon that this king builds. But the secret, this cannot be leaked. So, this king needs a forger who can be the head, as long as the ability is enough, no matter how much it costs. this king will recruit it to Beiluo, Tiger Squat Cannon, Franco Cannon, Red Eagle Cannon, Bird Cannon, Fire Rope Gun, Krupp Cannon, and so on, especially the Krupp Cannon, which is a great tool for defending the city, mainly used for sea defense in fortresses, with a range of tens of thousands of meters. These are secrets, and they can't be stolen by the enemy. My lord, what kind of weapon is it that is so mysterious? Yang Xian was curious. A sharp weapon that can kill people invisibly from 1,000 paces away. With this thing, even if we have fewer soldiers and horses in Beiluo, the foreign tribes in the north won't dare to bully us at will, Li Tianzi said in a revitalized voice. As Yang Xian said, the female true will go south at this time. The first stop is Beiluo. Since he came, he cannot be like Zhao Yan, disregard the people of Beiluo, and, when his father was here, the female true these, are walking around, who do not give a point of face, since he came, categorically cannot lose the face of his father. So, in the face of the more powerful female true clan, he wants to give its color to see. He now does not have many soldiers and horses. In addition to a Xuanjiao army, the army under his command, can be said to be half-assed, will not be the opponent of the female soldiers. Even if he can defeat the female soldiers, then I'm afraid that it will be the end of both losses. Li Tianzi's hand of soldiers was originally less. Do not want to be such a battle, all to the end, otherwise, what about the other vassals in northern Liang? What? 1,000 paces away, killing people invisibly? This is really fake. Is there such a divine weapon under the sky? Yang Xian naturally didn't believe it. My lord, but there is some bragging involved. Such a weapon. Yang Xian had rummaged through the ancient weapons record and couldn't find it. Less gabbing. The two of you are Bei Liang locals. Just say it. Do you recognize any characters in this area or not? Li Tianzi had a head full of black lines. The weapons he mentioned were indeed exaggerated for Yang Xian and Du Shang, and no one even believes such a thing. I do know one. His name is Ma Datong, a hand of forging technology, the world's first class. His grandfather once is the palace's chief forger. On the current martial arts sword, is his grandfather forged? Zhao Yan. This guy, but invited Ma Datong a few times, were refused by the latter. He had said, not to Zhao Yan, such a rotten official, to build murderous weapons, only for the people to build agricultural tools, will be scolded. But Zhao Yan also in the way of the latter's background, and did not take Ma Datong how. But the Lord is different. What he did in Beiluo, Ma Datong saw, and defeated the Hu people and defended the country. My subordinate believes that Ma Datong will definitely agree. Moreover, recently, Ma Datong's family has run into trouble, so if the Lord is willing to come to his aid, he will surely be able to tame Ma Datong and serve the Lord. Du Shang suddenly thought. Chapter 33, The Ma Family's Protectorate Sword. Oh, Li Tianzi fell on the blacksmith surnamed Ma, is indeed very familiar. When the forging of the martial arts sword of the horsemaker, that is known as the world's first artisan, and now the palace's forging yard, there is also a statue of the horsemaker. I didn't realize that this place, Beiluo, was really a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. What's Ma Chase running into that so hard? It's been 8 or 9 days since this king came to Beiluo. How dare someone still act recklessly? Li Tianzi frowned. Lord the problem of law and order is not something that can be accomplished overnight, especially those evil forces. Although they have been restrained a lot lately, it does not mean that they are honest. They are testing the bottom of the new government and the level of patience. Moreover, the Lord these days, to deal with the Shurjia, the north hit the Hu people, and then engage in the new decree and so on. Many troubles are set in one. For the local control efforts, it seems not that big. Du Shang said. It was because Li Tianzi didn't have time to care about such trivial matters that caused some guys, once again, to start being dishonest. It seems that there are still many things that need to be resolved by this king himself. How about this? Early tomorrow morning, this king will personally go to Ma's house and have him fight a mouthful of swords to try out this Ma Datong's bottom. And in the meantime, he will also see that there are still those bold people in the city of Beiluo who dare to disregard the new laws of Beiluo. Seeing is believing. It would take at least a month to make Beiluo completely new. Now is the most difficult time for Beiluo. Many troubles, one after another. For example, now the other lords in northern Liang except Huangfu Ci. This will learn that Li Tianzi annihilated more than 20,000 Hu people army. Was very shocked, but more still think. Li Tianzi is misrepresented. Deliberately said so. Want to use this to highlight how powerful he is. To deter them, they do not believe that. Even they can't deal with the Hu people, but will let an 18-year-old kid to defeat. Or to achieve this kind of, they didn't believe that even they couldn't handle the Hu people, would let an 18-year-old boy defeat them, or achieve such results. However, The several powers in northern Liang, naturally, began to be wary of Li Tianzi. Of course, they have now sent scouts to Beilang, because the women are going south. The first battle is Beilang. They want to see this Li Tianzi is the initiative to hand over food, peace of mind, or dare to fight with the women? According to the previous regulations, several vassals have to levy grain and send it to the Jurchen, so that the Jurchen won't turn on them. In addition to Huangfu Ci, the emissaries of several vassals have already traveled to the north of the desert to meet the Jurchen army to show their sincerity. Early the next morning, Li Tianzi wore civilian clothes. The Jinshi guards follow in secret, head to the more remote West Street. Now Beiluo is very poor. A lot of fields are deserted. The people come to him to beat the agricultural tools less, and iron since it was monopolized by Zhao Yan. Plus, Zhao Yan also did not allow the people to beat the agricultural tools in his place, resulting in the current Ma Datong. Even to feed the family is difficult. Also had to, down to the fields. The family is also very poor. Usually still have to dig wild vegetables. Good thing in the past when Beiluo has not completely failed. Save some money, otherwise, this Ma family of 6, and those refugees, sleep on the street begging to go. The Ma family's iron store has been deserted for a long time. A middle-aged man of about 40 years of age, scruffy and disheveled, looked at the blacksmith store in a daze and kept staring. He is the descendant of the horsemaker? It looks like a depressed old man. Ha! Ling Bai rubbed his eyes. The Ma family's ancestors were glorious. What an honor. And the descendants have lost the lintel. So naturally, it's very depressing. Maybe people are going crazy. Li Tianzi knew that sense of loss of falling from the altar. This is a very bad taste. Ooh. Ling Bai nodded his head as if he understood. By the way, Ma Datong doesn't like to deal with people from the government and the world. So don't expose my king's identity later. Directly, call me master, Li Tianzi said. The title of master was quite popular. Most of those lackeys in the worldly families addressed their lords and young masters, allowing Ling Bai to say this, neither exposing Li Tianzi's identity nor insulting it. Yes, master, Ling Bai nodded. Saying so, a group of 6, they came before Ma Datong's blacksmith store. Blacksmith, do you make iron? Li Tianzi shouted. Ma Datong disheveled and lifted his head, but listening to Li Tianzi's words, the latter's eyes immediately glowed with a gleam of color, but then immediately dimmed. Guest, go iron elsewhere. My stove, all deserted for 3 years, has long stopped making iron. Look at the whole Beiluo. Who else is looking for me to make iron? Ma Datong said helplessly. Ma family back then, that was the world's first forging family. Ah, what kind of scenery is infinite? This how to the offspring, how to not work, Li Tianzi deliberately said. Oh, yeah. Ma Datong smiled to himself. It's all about ancestral glory. The descendants of the Ma family's future generations have disgraced their ancestors. Your Excellency should go now. I can't build it here. Oh, Li Tianzi took out a drawing from his arms. I don't know if Mr. Ma can build this sword? If you want to take in the odd man out, you have to throw yourself at him. A forging expert like Ma Datong probably even dreamed at night, thinking about how to make iron and research new weapons. The descendants of this famous craftsman, they always want to achieve more than their ancestors. Ma Chase didn't give a damn, and merely supervised a glance before averting his gaze. Take it away, take it away. What good drawings can you come up with for a son of a family? Don't take these things and humiliate the old man. The old man has gone down to the ground. So you young people, don't come poking fun at me, an old man, all day long. Chase Ma cursed. Yeah, after the decline of the Ma family's descendants, the previous honor, placed on these descendants of theirs, has become a joke. The neighborhood jokes, even some of the children of the world's families, came to set him up for fun, just to see him make a fool of himself. So, he assumed that Li Tianzi had come to make fun of him just like everyone else. Is that so? It seems that the so-called forge madman, Ma Datong, has a false reputation. In my opinion, even if Chief Master Ma of the Ma clan previously forged the Protectorate Excalibur, it would be in vain in front of this sword of mine. This sword, when called the world's first divine sword, it if can be forged, you Ma Datong, since you can restore the glory of the Ma family, and even surpass his grandfather. Li Tianzi continued to use the agitation method. However, what he said was not wrong at all. If this sword of his could be forged, it would be the Empire's protector sword that would have to give way. This is the cyanide sword, sharpening iron like mud, blowing silk to break hair, sharp and incomparable. It is made of meteorite iron, and meteorite iron, it just so happened that he also had it. These past few years, he had been very eager to create such a weapon, but nay, hadn't been able to find a suitable forger. Sure enough, Chase Ma was captivated. Even and very unconvinced. Fine. You mouthy brat, do you know that no one, under the sky, has yet dared to touch my Ma family's porcelain? I'd like to see, on this drawing of yours, what kind of weapon is it that can be described so divinely by you? Ma Datong really didn't believe that there was any sword under the sky that could surpass the protectorate Excalibur created by the Ma family. Chapter 34, The Earth Snake Gang. Of course, if Chase Ma is a forged nut, then there's going to be a lot of interest in the new weapon. Ma Chase took the drawings over, and he, who hadn't been hopeful, was instantly captivated by the weapons on the drawings, crafted from meteorite iron, infused with one's own blood, and condensing its sword soul, can forge a true divine sword. Well, Ma Daitong instantly fell into deep thought and threw the drawings back to Li Tianzi. Li Tianzi caught the drawing and was quite curious. Ma Datong, what are you? Could it be that you can't forge it? Oh, yeah. Ma Datong laughed bitterly. This what's his name sword, if it can be built, it can indeed surpass my grandfather's protectorate Excalibur. But, do you know what kind of materials are needed to build this sword? Aha! Li Tianzi nodded. Naturally, I know that the most difficult material to find is nothing more than meteorite iron. Right. You also know that is a meteorite iron. Then the protectorate divine sword used 1,000 years of Xian ice iron, but also difficult to find. To put it bluntly, the record of meteorite iron only exists in the records of the books. This world, there is no meteorite iron this kind of material. You young man, in the end do not know how to forge still come to test the old man me? Ma Datong huffed. But, meteorite iron. I didn't say I didn't have it. The meteorite iron materials I have are enough for you to build hundreds of green bowl swords, Li Tianzi said with a smile. Speaking of which, the origin of this meteorite iron, it is really quite peculiar. Is 3 years ago when he came across, just accompanied by a meteorite fall, he dreamed of meteorite iron fall place. After, he will be in accordance with the route of the dream, explained to the lower side of the people to find. Did not think, really let him find. It is like God intends to let you take this thing, to build a great weapon out. Meteorite iron, as the name suggests, is nothing more than a rare substance that fell from outer space. What? You really have that thing? Ma Chase was a bit disbelieving. Aha! Li Tianzi nodded. Who doesn't know how to brag? Chase Ma bristled. If I have meteorite iron, you'll come with me to a place where it will never dishonor your Ma Datong's craftsmanship. Li Tianzi continued. Fine, then take it out and take a look. Ma Chase naturally didn't believe it. However, Li Tianzi had already brought the meteorite iron. Ling Bai. Yes, master, take it out. Ling Bai looked at the two guards behind him. From the backpack behind him, the guard took the refined meteorite iron. Straight out. The moment the meteorite iron appeared, the magnetic field around it instantly became different, as if there was an attraction. This, Ma Datong was instantly attracted by the meteorite iron. His feet involuntarily leaned forward a few steps. Well, it seems like it's really meteorite iron. Martha General probed with her palm. Wait a minute. Saying that, Ma Datong took out a book from his bosom. This book is the treasure of the Ma family. For the famous weapons in the world, there are records, but also for all kinds of forging materials. There are records. Yes, really yes. Ma Datong gradually excited up, and then looked to Li Tianzi. Doubtful. Such a big meteorite iron, and still refined. This thing is already worth a lot of money. Someone who can take out something like this definitely has an extraordinary status. Who the hell are you? Li Tianzi naturally refused to reveal his identity yet. Meteorite iron is occasionally obtained. As for the identity, when you promise to be here, you will know it. But I have come here to ask Mr. Ma to come out. Ma Datong waved his hand. Not even listening to the next words, he waved his hand to refuse. I, Ma, have sworn in this life that I will no longer go out of the mountain. You'd better go back. Li Tianzi's face sank. Mr. Ma, do the words you just said not count? What words? What did I say? Ma Chase instantly played the rascal. I have to go down to the ground. My family is still waiting for me. You? Li Tianzi was so angry that his body trembled. He had seen thick-skinned ones, but he hadn't seen one that could be so thick-skinned. Since he couldn't come to invite them, then don't blame him for using force and forcibly taking them back. It was then that a child, backward on his little legs, came running in hot pursuit, kicking and shushing with breath. Grandpa Ma, it's bad. The people from the Earth Snake Gang, they've come to cause trouble again. This time, that Shiman Ran brought dozens of people, all with swords, and he also injured Uncle Ma Tai, and wanted to rob Aunt Yun Yaogu, as well as Aunt Lu, to go home for marriage. You should go and take a look. If you go too late Ma Tej will be killed. The child smoothed the words straight through in one breath. What? Ma Datong was instantly furious. Good Shiman Ran, coming to my house 3 times to cause trouble. This time, old man, I'll fight you. Saying that, Ma Datong then went home and pounded around inside, took out a matching sword from inside, directly bypassed Li Tianzi and the others, and went to the field in a huff. The people who beat the iron, but none of them are ordinary. Their strength, but a lot of strength, especially like Ma Datong. Even if they meet some generals in the army, they can be knocked down with one punch. As for this ground snake gang, he has understood, completely as the scourge of the city of Beiluo. Death is not enough to pity the kind. Zhao Yin Rain, ground snake gang father and son Shiman Cloth. Shiman Ran, that is bad to do all. No evil, but also trafficking in salt and so on. The most detestable is that they are martial arts, even in the same as the Hu people, robbing the people of the women, prostitution. How many women destroyed in the hands of his father and son, the daughter-in-law of Ma Datong's family, as well as the youngest daughter. That is the western city of Beiliang, a rare beauty, at a glance by the father and son of the Earth Snake Gang saw, before, because Zhao Yin in the time, to Ma Datong still have a few points of care. So, ground snake gang is not dare to come openly, but also often harassment, but at least do not dare to do too much. But now it's good. Zhao Yin died and changed his master, so he thinks that no one will back up the Ma family. And this earth snake helped Shiman's father and son, so he wants to force the Ma family's 2 women to snatch them away. Master, should we go and take a look? Ling Bai asked. Naturally, I would like to see who, exactly, dares to cause trouble at this juncture. Li Tianzi's eyes narrowed slightly. The cold light in those eyes was like 2 sharp swords. At this moment, a lot of people had gathered at the edge of the field. They gathered around to watch the show. None of them were willing to go up and help. Ma Tai was lying on the ground, curled up and covered in blood. As for Ma Datong's wife, Lin, this time she also fainted on the ground, and where her head was, there was still blood. Its daughter-in-law Lu, sister Ma Yunyao, is to let the Earth Snake Gang's thugs, deadlocked, can see is, the Earth Snake Gang's young master Shiman Ran. This will be on the head, is also wrapped in white gauze. Fight, give me a hard fight, dog, still dare to fight back. Today, old me, let your Ma family die out. Chapter 35, Compromise by Chase Ma. Saying that, Shiman Ran picked up a wooden stick. All get out of the way. Today, old me, I'm going to kill this dog. Alive. Sunga, get up and run. Lu was so anxious that tears rolled in her eyes. His sister, Ma Yunyao, also fainted, but this time Ma Tai, his head was dizzy. The whole person was beaten to the point of falling into a coma, let alone running. Shiman Ran stomped on Ma Tai's head, then swung the wooden stick in his hand and smashed it. I'll make you fight back. Just as he was about to hit Ma Tai's head, out of nowhere, a dart flew out and instantly pierced Shiman Ran's arm. Ah! The wooden stick in Shiman Ran's hand landed on the ground, and a pig squealing sound came out of his mouth. Arm? Old man's arm. Who did this? Shiman Ran cursed, his entire face turning white. Seeing this, a group of fighters immediately walked over to Shiman Ran's side and held him up. Do I look like I'm okay? Go, find that bastard out. If you can't, kill them all. Shiman Dai pointed at the surrounding people who were watching the show. When that group of people heard about it, they were scared beyond belief, and fear appeared on their faces. No, it's none of my business. Who did this to even dare to sneak up on the young master of the Earth Snake Gang? If you have the guts to do it, you should have the guts to admit it. You can't drag us into this. Who is it? Step forward yourself. Someone growled at once towards the surroundings out of fear of Shiman Ran. Old me shot it. Ma Datong cursed and ran over. Shiman Ran, I'll fight you today. Ma Datong's sword, which had already been drawn, had a lustrous blade, and was a good sword at first glance. Ma Chase, you came just in time. Now that everyone is almost here, let's go to hell together. Shiman Ran said viciously. Slaughter Ma Chase straight away. Dog thing, dare to hurt me. I don't care what you are, a royal artisan. Give me death as usual. Seeing this, the group of fighters immediately swung their swords. Ah! Ma Daitong growled. A sword swung out. It can be seen. The sword with gas, actually will be a fighter's weapon. Directly cut into 2 halves, which can be scared of the other fighters. Backward again and again. Ma Daitong iron is really a good hand. But this fighting thing, after all, pull crotch some. After cutting a few people, Ma Daitong was a fighter. Directly kicked to the ground. Cut him down. A group of fighters, but raised their weapons, toward Ma Datong cut down. A dozen sharp edges together cut down. Can be Ma Datong's body chopped into pieces of mud. I didn't expect that Ma Datong, after the famous family, would have to be so vain to die here. Ma Datong closed his eyes. Whoosh! In the nick of time, The sword in Ling Bai's hand actually spun in the air and cut through the throats of the enemy fighters, and bright red blood instantly sprayed out from the inside of several people's throats, pouring all over Ma Datong's face. How dare you? The king of Jinbei has already enacted a new law. How dare you know the law and break it? Ling Bai leapt out, pulling out the long sword that was stuck on the ground again. Li Tianzi, on the other hand, slowly walked over. Mr. Ma, do you need any help? As long as you promise to come with me, I'll help you get rid of these people. Li Tianzi helped Ma Datong up. This would be Ma Datong, looking at his injured family members, who had already been infuriated and red in the face. He wanted the people of the Earth Snake Gang to pay through and through. Little brother, have you thought this through? This Earth Snake Gang has more than 200 people. If you help my Ma family, I'm afraid you'll get into trouble. Ma Datong once again confirmed the inquiry. It is not that Ma Datong does not trust Li Tianzi. This Earth Snake Gang trafficked in private salt and knew many of the bigwigs in northern Liang. If it was an ordinary family son, the Earth Snake Gang might not be afraid. Not to mention a ground snake gang. Even if the entire Beilang those forces, I don't have a fear. It wasn't that Li Tianzi was bragging. Since he entered Beiliang, he really didn't put these forces in Beiluo in his eyes. After he stabilized this place, Beiluo, he would set his sights on the whole of Beiliang. As for whether to hit the other forces of northern Liang, he still needs an excuse. Otherwise, he is a county king. Suddenly the other forces of the northern Liang territory, all under their own command. This is not intentionally give others to catch their own handle. Chase Ma blinked. It always felt like Li Tianzi was bragging. In his opinion, even Huangfu Ci, the most powerful of Bei Luo's forces, wouldn't dare to say such words, and he didn't know how this young man in front of him could be so outspoken. This statement also caused the surrounding people a lot of laughter. This guy is really crazy, and really mouthy. Dudes, sometimes cocky. It's normal. You guys have seen it. There's any guy who isn't cocky. This kid, I guess he hasn't even heard of the name of the Earth Snake Gang. Those words do sound like bragging when you say them. But Ma Datong listened to the laughter of the people around him, and suddenly became inexplicably confident in Li Tianzi. As far as the aura on Li Tianzi was concerned, he had only smelled it on one person, and that was the old Jinbei king. But it was different again. Little brother, as long as you help me eradicate the Earth Snake Gang, I will listen to you. My whole family will listen to you. I, Ma Chase, swear to the heavens that this life will be yours from now on, Ma Datong said seriously. In ancient times, the people still had great respect for the heavens. This is the case with the mighty power of heaven. Good. Mr. Ma, remember what you said, Li Tianzi said with a faint smile. Rather, he did not expect that this Shiman Ran had helped him a great deal. In that case, even if he died, it would be considered a worthy death. Shiman Ran, right? Your sins are deep. I advise you to turn yourself in at the Yamen, and for the rest of your life, you will be able to save a little life. Otherwise, I will have to do it myself. Li Tianzi smiled disdainfully. Crazy? You're really crazy. In this Bei Luo, even if Du Shang comes, he wouldn't dare to do anything to me? What are you? I think the one who is impatient to live is you. Shiman Ran said angrily. Come on, kill the dog. One piece up, chopped into pieces and fed to the dogs. Kill. Dozens of people didn't dare to slow down, immediately raising their swords and slashing towards Li Tianzi. Little brother, can this little man of yours do it? Ma Chase got worried. Don't worry, it's fine. Li Tianzi gave Ma Datong a look to relax. Ling Bai, do it. Capture the thief first. I want to live for the time being. The best can be from Shiman Ran's body. The people of the Earth Snake Gang, all of them are attracted. So, I won't have to tackle them one by one, Li Tianzi said. Subordinate understands. Ling Bai nodded his head and then held his sword. With this rabble, it's just not enough. And Ma Chase listened to the conversation between the two. Is wanting to end the whole ground snake gang. And, is that Ling Bai, a person to do it? Ma Datong stared wide-eyed, not daring to blink, wanting to see what Ling Bai alone wanted to do. Dozens at a time? That's a bit too much to ask. Chapter 36, Finding Each Other. When Shiman Ran saw that only Ling Bai had made a move, he was instantly wide-eyed and couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Ha ha ha, kid, your master. He even let you come alone to die? Do you think that just you alone can beat so many people? I advise you, don't follow that waste. Instead, why don't you follow this youngster? This youngster will bring you to eat fragrant food and drink spicy food, beautiful women in your arms every day, and live a free and happy life. Ling Bai a beat. Two eyes are just like the eyes of a wolf, General Sharp. Just you also deserve? What I specialize in killing is these scum like you who are a scourge to the people. Shiman Ran smiled disdainfully. Toast to the wind. Shoo. In an instant, sword chi swept out in all directions. Rip. A sword pierced the throat of a fighter. Blood splashed out and floated. Another sword, resulting in another person. These so-called fighters, bullying the people can still be. Meet the real killers, even the opportunity to fight back. And even more alarming is that the sword in Ling Bai's hand, almost the sword is fatal. Straight to the vitals of the enemy fighters. Its figure is even faster. Like a phantom. Robes flying. More like a dancer. Floating. The enemy fighter's sword simply cannot touch the corner of Ling Bai's clothes. Was killed by Ling Bai. The blink of an eye. Even killed its dozen people. This scene was a sight to behold for everyone. How could one person really beat so many people? This caused the people who had been laughing at Li Tianzi to have a fiery pain on their faces. Run! Run! Shiman Ran did not care about the injury on his arm. He turned around and wanted to run. This would be him. Terrified. He did not think that in this world, there could be people with such high martial arts. He even suspected that just dozens of people in front of him were not Ling Bai's opponent at all. It's too late to run. Shiman Ran didn't dare to move. His cold sweat was pouring out. A cold chill came from his neck. His pants were wetting. Ling Bai's sword was resting on top of his shoulder. Good man. Have something to say. Don't make a move. Shiman Ran said with trepidation. I can tell you. My father is the Earth Snake Gang's gang leader Shiman Bu, the biggest local snake in Beiluo. Even the government has to give him a few points of face. You cannot kill me. Otherwise, my father will definitely not let you go. Of course, the good man's martial arts are extraordinary. If you can join the Earth Serpent Gang, how about I sponsor you to be the vice master? Ling Bai didn't say anything and turned his head to look at Li Tianzi. Master, how to dispose of him? Let him release the people first. Li Tianzi said indifferently. Ling Bai's sword advanced another millimeter. Do you hear me? Release the people and make them all put down their weapons. Or else, I mind killing you now. Release them, and lose the weapons. Shiman Ran shouted. Seeing this, the fighters threw their weapons to the ground and released the women of the Ma family. Gollum. At this point, Ma Chase was already insufficient to say what to say. Of course, to have such a bodyguard at his side. The young man in front of him, I'm afraid, is more than just a family of the world as well. Many thanks, Your Excellency. Ma Datong immediately ran forward and carried Ma Tianyao over, and went to look at his wife and son, and was relieved to see that they had fainted. Gongzi, let's hurry up and leave. Ma Datong quickly said. That Shiman Ran, after all, is the Earth Snake Gang's less help? Little brother gives some lessons even if really make things big. I'm afraid it's not good to end. Will also inevitably cause the Earth Snake Gang crowd madness retaliation. Does Mr. Ma think that I'm really afraid of the Earth Snake Gang? Li Tianzi smiled faintly. It's not that I'm underestimating Your Excellency, it's just that I feel that it's better to do more than less. Ma Datong continued. It's just that your heart is too soft, that's why you're being bullied by these people. Since he's a member of the Earth Snake Gang, and I hurt him Shiman Ran so much, do you think Shiman Ran will let us go? For such a person, it is imperative that they are cut down to the bone to eliminate future problems. Just watch from the sidelines and see how I overthrow the Earth Snake Gang today? Li Tianzi said with a smile before walking over to Shiman Ran. Shiman Ran, if you had compromised earlier, why would we need to get to this point? Humph. Shiman Ran immediately snorted coldly. You punk, if it weren't for this person's power, what could you be? If you're capable, you let me go back and I'll call my father here. Of course, aren't you great? I'll give you the chance to call someone as well. Don't say that my old man bullied you. How about it? If it were a man, you'd say yes. Shiman Ran tried to use agitation. Aha! Li Tianzi nodded. Fine. I'll wait here for you to come. If you don't come, I'll send someone to your Earth Snake Gang in person and destroy your Earth Snake Gang. Ling Bai, let him go. Yes. Ling Bai threw Shiman Ran out as soon as he could, because of touching the wound. But it hurt Shiman Ran so much that his teeth ached. The hitman helped Shiman Ran up. Good. You kid has guts. Go back and tell the gang leader that his son has been beaten up. I'll be here to guard this guy. Yes. A hitman, taking the order, quickly walked towards the location of the Earth Snake Gang. Kid, letting me go is your biggest mistake. Later, Laozi will let you know what is called begging for life, begging for death. Shiman Ran was quite pleased. However, what he didn't know was that he had, this time, really kicked the bucket. Oh, yeah. Li Tianzi smiled disdainfully. Then in Ling Bai's ear, he muttered a few words. Yes, Ling Bai received the order, but he went out himself. The Jinyui in Beiluo City, as well as Tang Jinye, who was in charge of the law and order issue, after receiving Li Tianzi's order, began to sweep the entire underground forces in Beiluo City. These border forces, not a worry, how much with other forces, is to have collusion. One can be smart at as Shiman ran mouth of the snake gang, the power is not small. In other counties, there are snake gangs power. Once called up, not a couple hundred people, but thousands of people. Li Tianzi, since it is to destroy the snake gang, naturally the first to capture the thief, first to capture the king, will be attracted to the Shiman cloth here. Soon, Shiman Bu, with more than 300 men, rushed over. Hearing that Shiman family's only sapling was beaten up, and the other party might still be the son of the family from other forces, Shiman Bu personally brought his own people. He would like to see that family's playboy dare to injure their Earth Snake Gang's people. Who the hell dares to hurt my son? Shiman Bu was furious. This will be Ma Daitong. Trembling, was stunned, with Shiman Bu fight, is not able to fight. Finished, completely finished. This Shiman Bu is actually in the gang today. So many people. Duke if you can escape later, hurry up and do so. My Ma family probably won't be able to escape. Even if I die, I have to let this Earth Snake Gang die a few deaths. Chapter 37, The Clear and Just Punishment. Rather, I didn't expect that this old boy, Ma Datong, was quite righteous at the critical time. Li Tianzi didn't say anything, but the Ma family, at once, felt that Li Tianzi was afraid. And this is in the middle of nowhere. Originally only some farmers, but some people in the city know. The Earth Snake Gang's young master Shiman ran. Let a person to beat up, is to attract a lot of people in the city to come to watch. They are very curious, want to see whose guts is so big. Even the Earth Snake Gang's people dare to mess with. Father, it's fine. This Earth Snake Gang is evil. The worst thing is to fight with him. Waking up Ma Tai, holding a wooden stick tightly in his hand. Naturally, he was ready to want to fight with the people of the Earth Snake Gang. Good. Today, our old Ma family, let's have a good honor, Ma Datong said in a solemn voice. However, the words of the surrounding onlookers were even more incomparably harsh to the ear. What the hell is going on? There are people who dare to provoke the Snake Gang, look to the other young master to beat, but also killed people. This Simon Bu personally came, but not this guy, big disassembled 8 pieces? As you all know, this is always some dude who doesn't know the sky and dares to mess with anyone. If you ask me, this kid is so young. He is designated to look at the old Ma's family's girl, or else, why would he be so eager to behave? Also, it just seems like the idea is hitting on the wrong person. These Bei Luo locals, naturally, were clear about the terror of the Earth Snake Gang, and they even felt that the Li Tianzi in front of them was a mindless dude, a rash one. At this moment, Shiman ran, but Wow cry out, Father, is this dog thing? You see, he will son hurt like this. You can be for the son to avenge Shiman Bu looked at Shiman Ran's injuries and was quite distressed. How could you be injured like this? You bunch of losers. What are you doing for food? So many people. Even the young gang master can't be protected. When you go back, lead dozens of big boards for yourselves. Yes, these guards didn't dare to speak, and Shiman Bu's gaze was immediately placed on Li Tianzi's body. You're the one who injured my son. Don't you know that even in the whole of northern Liang, the power of my Earth Serpent Gang is ultimately as great as it is? Oh, Li Tianzi smiled coldly. You're nothing more than a sub-leader of the Earth Snake Gang. Don't worry, I will uproot the entire underground forces of northern Liang one by one. Shiman Bu stared at Li Tianzi. In the entire northern Liang, those big family forces, those dukes, Lao Zi can recognize all of them. But you're a strange-looking person. I'm afraid it's just a male son from a medium family's house, right? It's only the males of those medium families that I've never seen before. So, you will definitely pay the price for your arrogance. That's, said Shiman Ransbottom, suddenly full of energy. That who, weren't you very wild just now? Now that you've even run away from your most capable guards, let's see how you can fight. And where are the people you called? Let them come out. Soon, Li Tianzi said through gritted teeth. Humph, I think you're bluffing and trying to scare this young man. Shiman Ran laughed. Father, I'm going to dismantle him. Okay, I'll listen to you. Shiman Bu had a doting face. This is the only son, and he still has to carry on the family line for the Shiman family. How can he not be spoiled? Come on, do it, the Ma family, except for those 2 women. All the others for me to die. Go! Hundreds of people, with their swords, slashed towards Li Tianzi. How can this be? Ma Datong was anxious. Facing so many people, not to mention fighting, he didn't even have a chance to fight back. Seek death. A cold light exuded from Li Tianzi's eyes. Shoo, 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 shoo. In an instant, a gust of wind-breaking sound rang out, and the sharp arrows were like wild beasts, shooting out swiftly. Tear up. Oh, in an instant, the mouths of the enemy fighters resounded with wails of pain, that the enemy was falling piece by piece. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people fell. At that moment, a figure, holding a Zhuge crossbow, escorted beside Li Tianzi. At close range, Zhuge crossbows are invincible. The brocade guards that came, there were 50 of them, but these brocade guards, they didn't wear flying fish uniforms. The sudden change was a surprise to Zimenbu. Zhuge crossbow, sat on a long knife, fully equipped. This looks like no ordinary person. Who the hell are you? Simon Bu was getting wary. King of Jinbei, Li Tianzi. The 6 words Li Tianzi came out of his mouth, and the sword in Ma Datong's hand, all unsteady, fell to the ground. He now suddenly figured out that in the entire northern Liang, the only person who is not afraid of the sky and the earth is Li Tianzi, the king of Jinbei, who has just entered the city of northern Luo, who has just come to the city, calmed down the Shurjia, recruited the sand thieves, and still managed to hit the Hu people hard, is the only person who can do this. Only Li Tianzi can do it. If the person in front of him was really Li Tianzi, then today, their old Ma family was considered saved. At this moment, Shimen Bu's eyes were slightly narrowed, and he didn't know what he was thinking in his mind. Jinbei King Li Tianzi? Do you really think Laozi is stupid? Haven't I seen the Jinbei King before? How dare you steal the Jinbei King's name? You're tired of living. Come on, take down this counterfeiter and execute him on the spot. All of them. Shimen Bu waved his hand. In an instant, more than 200 people simultaneously rushed up. This guy is really a fox? Li Tianzi said secretly. The depth of this Shimen Bu's city was truly impressive. No wonder he was able to mingle in such a chaotic Bei Luo city. Now, regardless of whether he was the king of Jinbei or not, as long as he was killed, all things would be simple. Now the northern Luo lords all want to kill Li Tianzi to eliminate future problems. If Shimen Bu kills him, this guy will still get credit instead. And behind him, Ma Datong. Again, let Shimen Bu reminded. Ground Snake Gang, such a big gang. How can not have seen Li Tianzi? Can't it be that it's really the gentleman in front of him, deliberately taking the king of Jinbei to scare the Earth Snake Gang? Now that Li Tianzi reported his name, Ma Datong was instead disbelieving. Alas, Li Tianzi helplessly shook his head. Then, a kingly temperament surrounded the surrounding, domineering. Today, this king will be here. Take the Earth Snake Gang to open the knife. Clear justice. Positive my North Luo's law. Kill. The brocade guards trembled, and after receiving the order, their embroidered spring swords swung out to meet the enemy directly. Hands and dark weapons darts suddenly zapped the enemy. Suffering, especially between the cooperation. Impeccable. This is almost a slaughter type of battle. Tap 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 tap. Not far away, Tang Zhenye, armed with a sword, arrived leading a cavalry of 500 men. Shimen Bu, how dare you? You dare to disrespect the king of Jinbei. I can't keep you today. Arrest them all. Seeing Tang Zhenye leading the army to come, those Earth Snake Gang guards who were still resisting, immediately did not dare to resist, and threw the weapons in their hands, consciously, on the ground. Spare me, my lord. Spare me. We were forced to. That Earth Serpent Gang guard immediately shifted his responsibility, and shrugged it off. It's just that the people, who will be here, don't know what to say anymore. Jinbei army have come. The person in front of me, that is bound to be the king of Jinbei. Chapter 38, One Night for One Gun, above. This will be the people, and began to envy Ma Datong, which flattered the king of Jinbei. The future will not be brilliant. How come it's not their turn for such a good thing? At this moment, Shimen Ran has been scared, legs soft, paralyzed on the ground. Originally thought to provoke, at most, just a family, but did not expect, actually will be the king of the North Luo to invite. He has seen with his own eyes, the 2 great masters in the city of Bei Luo. That day gathered to come thousands of people, but was killed by others' blood, and even the head was chopped off. These families, and other vassals' forces, also has a connection, but, the latter said to kill. In the whole of northern Liang, there are still things he dares not do? Father, this guy is really the king of Jinbei. What can we do? Will he really kill us? Shimen Ran finally got scared. He is a playboy. Usually bully people even, but if really kicked to the iron plate, especially can kill him iron plate. He must be afraid. The psychological defense instantly shattered. He didn't want to die at all. Stupid. Stand up. What are you afraid of? The big deal is death. Shimen Bu angrily rebuked. Father, I don't want to die. Why don't you plead with the king of Jinbei? Shimen Ran was trembling. Li Tianzi slowly got up from his chair and was saying, Shimen Bu, I don't need to say anything about your offense. Ready to die? Shimen Bu smiled disdainfully. Li Tianzi, do you really dare to kill me? My Earth Snake Gang's power in Northern Liang is really not small. It's easy for Yuzhinbei King to kill me, but to provoke the entire Earth Snake Gang, this is not yet a good idea. You as a king, what you should value the most, should be the benefit is supreme. You are now the most lack of money. You know, my ground snake gang in Northern Liang annual profits, in fact, in more than 1 million. So, the two of us can actually cooperate. You help me to become the chief master of Earth Snake Gang. As for the profits, we can split them in half. There's no need to hurt the peace for the sake of some pariahs. Shimanbu believed that no one could resist the temptation of money. And, the thing that a first-timer like Li Tianzi who came to Beiluo lacked the most was money. Right now, Shimanbu only wanted to stabilize Li Tianzi. As for the future, it would be a matter of time. Maybe, he could even control Li Tianzi in his own hands. Yes, Jinbei King, my father is right. Our two families can actually cooperate. And, just now we were completely a misunderstanding. If I knew that you are the king of Jinbei, how would I dare to be disrespectful to you? If you are looking at those two women of the Ma family, I, Shiman Ran, wouldn't dare to covet them. Shiman Ran still knew before the great right and wrong. Moreover, if the Earth Snake Gang can be involved with this new ruler of Beiluo, then he will be completely uncontrollable in the entire Beiluo. Ma Datong was in a hurry. He was afraid that this young king would be fooled by the benefits in front of him. King of Jinbei, you can't listen to them, and even more so, you can't dishonor your father's reputation. Shimanbu immediately rebuked Ma Datong. Ma Datong, cut the crap. This bullshit court, but it killed the old Jinbei king. Do you want to watch the young prince follow in his father's footsteps? Ma Datong was afraid that Li Tianzi would be affected by this emotional card, but he didn't know what to say. After all, Shimanbu was right. The old Jinbei king died. It was too unjust. Phew, Li Tianzi let out a breath. Have to admit, this guy Shimanbu, as a small sub-gang leader, is really a little too big for his britches. Just the means of pulling people together is really brilliant. Shimanbu, you are very smart, but it's a pity it's not used in the right way. Not to mention, this king's eyes can't tolerate sand. This king also wants to warn you that no one in this world can sway this king's decision. No one. Tang Zhenye, Li Tianzi just hollered. You, the words fell. Tang Zhenye understood. Fast horse charged. Just a knife. The head of Shimanbu, cut down. Shimanbu even the opportunity to speak. The only cognitive error Shimanbu made was that he didn't anticipate Li Tianzi's ambition. Li had already ended up like this, and no one could make a Li Tianzi with a blood feud continue to serve an edifice that was about to topple. Shiman Ran had thought that there was a turnaround, but he hadn't thought that the latter's knife, when he said it would fall. The great king spares me. It's wrong. The grass people know it's wrong. With a sniffle and a tear, Ximan Ran buried his head in the ground. Li Tianzi waved his hand in a gesture, then turned around, looking at Ma Datong. Tear up. The large sword fell, and Shiman Ran's head rolled to the ground. At this moment, Ling Bai had already led his men, and had gone to raid the Earth Snake Gang's home. In the entire city of Beiluo, none of the criminal and evil forces that were on the list of the brocade guards could survive. In fact, Li Tianzi thought that coming to Beiluo had to be very difficult, but he hadn't thought that the poor Beiluo, just the people are poor, but those dignitaries, one by one, are rich. It is a small ground snake gang. All dare to say that the annual income of millions of silver wild talk, visible above the border, the trade road to bring the revenue. In the end how huge? Mr. Ma, as promised, smiled Li Tianzi lightly. Ma Chase is not a brainless fool. Immediately pulling his whole family, kneeling on the ground. First, kowtow 3 times to the king. Mr. Ma, what are you doing? Li Tianzi had wanted to stop, but the person wouldn't let him, and insisted on finishing his kowtow. Kowtowing these 3 heads is to thank the great king for saving my life. The great king is to be accepted. In addition, in the future, my Ma Datong's life is the great king's. The great king as long as you need to use the life of a straw man. Feel free to send. To be honest, if you had said that you were the king of Jinbei, the grasshopper would have submitted to you long ago. And based on what you did in Beiluo, and how you were able to strike the Huans in the north, I, Ma Datong, would have submitted to you. I can build weapons for you again just as I did for the old Jinbei king, as long as you are doing it for the good of the people. Ma Datong spoke bluntly. With his weapons, he can fight the foreigners and the vassals, but not the common people. Good. What this king wants is for you to say this. Li Tianzi helped Ma Datong up. The matter of the green substance sword. We'll discuss it later. This king now has a weapon here. Take a look at it first. The female Genghis Khan is about to come. You strive to build it earlier. What weapon? So mysterious. Is it more powerful than my grandfather's martial sword? Ma Datong wondered. Go back to your blacksmith store first, you'll know later. If this weapon can be built, no one in the world can beat Bei Luo. Li Tianzi was very confident. Oh, Ma Datong became quite curious. Just for the fact that Li Tianzi could take out the drawings of the meteorite iron and the green substance sword, he believed what Li Tianzi said. The great king follows the straw man home. Chapter 39, One night to make a shot, medium. Aha! Li Tianzi nodded his head and instructed Tang Jinye to take care of the aftermath. Then he came to Ma Datong's blacksmith store. On the way back, Li Tianzi took out another drawing. The construction and use of the tiger squatting cannon was almost clearly depicted. Tiger squatting cannon is a light weapon, made of cooked iron, about 2 feet long, the caliber of about 2 inches, plus 7 iron hoops around the body, the head of the cannon by 2 iron claws, another iron trip, weighing about 36 pounds. It looks like a tiger potential, is very powerful. Before firing, must be used with a large iron nails will be fixed to the ground body of the cannon. Each time to fire can be filled with a 5-coin weight of 100 of small lead or small stones. The top of the weight of 30 tails of a large lead bullet or large stone bullet pressure top, or a large stone bullet pressure top. The launch of the size of the bullets flying out. The sound of thunder, killing power and radiation range are very large, especially for field battles. How to say it? Take Li Tianzi pre-mortar as a comparison. This tiger squatting gun is like a mortar in the previous life, but the range is not far, about 500 meters. Of course, the siege power is also huge. This face of the female clan, tiger squatting cannon will surely be a shocking way to give the female clan caught off guard. The reason why build this cannon? That is because, now Li Tianzi, do not have time to build more powerful red razor cannons and furlong machine cannon, and tiger squat cannon molding fast, can be in a very short period of time, to build a dozens of doors, or even hundreds of doors. Beiluo's warehouse has all kinds of materials, and as soon as the first gun is built, mass production of the tiger crouching cannon can be carried out immediately. This way back, listening to Li Tianzi's words, as the current world's #1 forging master Ma Datong, unexpectedly listened to the confused, heart-side not to mention how surprised. It was the first time he had heard of such a weapon. Lord, you say this thing, can it really kill people? How Ma Datong was a bit unconvinced. Also, there's gunpowder to mix, and that stuff is very dangerous. Naturally, if we can build it, it will definitely be a blessing for my Bei Luo. In the future, even in the entire northern Liang and even the world, no one would dare to underestimate us. We have fewer people. In addition to training elite soldiers, weapons should also be stronger than other forces. Only in this way, our army's losses will be minimized. Our sons and daughters will bleed less and sacrifice less. Li Tianzi said in a vibrant voice. His Li Tianzi's tenet was simple. Never use people for enemies that can be defeated with weapons. Moreover, the emergence of hot weapons can make people use a lot less strategy. Even if they are caught in someone else's scheme, only firearms in hand, all have the opportunity to counterattack. And the strategy of the future Jinbei army is that the battle that can be won with firearms. Never use people. Lord's idea is good, but this thing is really something that has never been seen before in ancient times. It's simply unbelievable. Ma Datong rubbed his head. Whether it works or not, we have to wait until it's built. Start now. Let's try to build a cannon tomorrow. Li Tianzi continued. Good. I'll listen to everything, Lord. Ma Datong said. Yun Yao, your big brother is injured today. Let him rest. You'll burn the stove today. Good. Ma Yun Yao nodded her head obediently, her beautiful eyes sweeping over Li Tianzi's body. She went to burn the stove. Father, actually, this injury of mine, it's nothing serious, Ma Tai said. Don't try to be brave. We don't need you yet today. Rest up and serve the Lord well. Ma Datong urged. That there is a father who doesn't love his son. Ma Tai was beaten with blood all over his face. And of course Ma Datong was heartbroken. Father, I know. Ma Tai nodded. After Ma Datong finished speaking, he came to the furnace in his house, which hadn't been opened for a long time. Old brother, let's get started, Ma Chase muttered as he looked at the furnace. Ma Chase has his own passion for ironworking. Dang it. The Ma family's ironwork store rang for a day. What Ma Datong did not expect was that Li Tianzi, the hallowed king of Jinbei, would also know how to make iron, and was very skillful. Li Tianzi originally did not know how to make iron, but since the Li family suffered a great change, Li Tianzi had to force himself to learn some skills. For example, it was iron making, the embroidered spring sword, flintlock pistol, juga continuous crossbow, etc. All of these new weapons equipped on the Xuanjia army were all built by Li Tianzi. This will be Li Tianzi. Bare shoulders, a muscle, but also with abs. Hot sweat will be his body, watered with oil shiny. Real man's temperament. In Li Tian's body. Revealed undoubtedly. That woman doesn't look confused. The fire is too big. The fire is too big. Yu Niao. You little girl. What are you gawking at again? Ma Chase urged with his mouth. Ooh. Ma Yu Niao averted her gaze. Her cheeks were a little scarlet. Just now, her gaze had been staring at Li Tian's muscles, which looked out of her mind. Yes, that woman can resist the temptation of such a man. Father, I might have suddenly gotten a bit tired, but I'm fine now. Ma Yunniao hurriedly looked for a topic to mend. The bellows in his hand pulled much slower. Yes? Ma Daitong smiled favorably and looked again at Li Tianzi, who was very seriously working on the cannonball. If you think he's good, father can also set up a match. Our Ma family, the ancestors can be glorious. Who wouldn't be a good match? Where can a child's mind hide from the eyes of a father? Ma Yunniao's cheeks turned even redder and hotter. Father, what are you talking about? I didn't look. You, from a young age, you blush whenever you are nervous. It just so happens that this prince of ours, who has just been abandoned by that little girl from the Shi family in the capital, has the most lack of a woman around to appease him. If you accompany him, when the Li family rises again in the east in the future, he won't be able to get away from you. Ma Datong continued. Ahem. Li Tianzi suddenly coughed. The two men's voices were very small, but Li Tianzi's ears were incomparably sensitive, and the two men's quiet words were all heard by Li Tianzi. Li Tianzi's heart was complicated. This father and daughter really didn't treat him as an outsider. Listening to Li Tianzi's cough, the conversation between the two ended. Tianzi, I've brought you food. Just then, a woman's sweet shout came from outside. That voice was sweet to hear. It was to see a dressed-up Huangfu Yaoga, carrying a lunchbox in her hand, walking directly over this open-air blacksmith store. As soon as I arrived, I saw the tendon-fleshed Li Tianzi. Huangfu Yaoga and Ma Yunniao's reactions were no different. You are? Chase Ma swept his eyes at the beautiful woman in front of him. Huangfu Yaozi, my father is Huangfu Ci. Huangfu Yaozi said directly. You have met Ms. Huangfu. Ma Dapa passed the salute. By the side of this outstanding man, there really was no shortage of women. Even Huangfu Ci's daughter was following him around. Moreover, listening to the latter's address to Li Tianzi, this relationship looked rather extraordinary, which, be excused, since you're Tianzi's friend, then you're my friend. There's no need to salute. Huangfu Yaoga's character, by nature, was big-hearted. Chapter 40, One Night to Make a Shot. Below, this male and female people, feelings this thing, in fact, is very strange, said to come, a glance like, will not be able to resist the impulse. Ma Yunniao's little mouth muttered, her heart a little uncomfortable. Li Tianzi wiped his hands and asked in surprise, where did you get this rice? Huangfu Yaoga lowered her head, still strangely embarrassed. My lord, this meal was made by Miss Huangfu herself, Ling Bai immediately said. Only, Ling Bai recalled the scene of the kitchen flooded with gusts of black smoke. He could not help but be a little afraid, not knowing, but also thought that someone was fanning the flames to burn the house. You can still cook? Li Tianzi was surprised. Huangfu Yaoga nodded tenderly. Why don't you taste it? Li Tianzi opened the lid of the food box and a burning smell hit his nose. What's this? Charcoal? Li Tianzi took a look at it, and it was black. So where is this a dish? It's chicken. I made it especially for you. This is my first time cooking. This is not to see that you are working too hard to beat the iron. I want to make up for your body. Huangfu Yaoga twisted her body. Where would there be a bit of a big sister's appearance this time? It was clearly a small woman who served her husband. Where would this landlord's eldest daughter be able to cook anything? You, Li Tianzi skimmed his mouth. This is not cooking for him. This is trying to send him away. Miss Huangfu, this rice wok of yours is made mushy. I'm afraid this is inedible. Ma Tianyao deliberately leaned up. Your Highness, otherwise, the family is about to start dinner. Let's eat some together. Yes. Ma Datong also nodded his head. I just ordered my daughter-in-law to go to the market and buy some good food. So after we finish eating, we still have to continue making iron. Aha! Li Tianzi nodded. Good. Let's eat some together then. This king is very casual. Unlike those other young masters who are extravagant. Lord please. Ma Datong made way and gave Li Tianzi an inviting gesture. So, what am I going to do with this chicken? One bite without eating? Huangfu Yaoga pouted. Wait for me. I haven't eaten yet either. I'll have some too. Saying that, Huangfu Yaoga also followed up and sat right next to Ma Yunniao. The two were very close to each other. I don't know what the two whispered. That one said and laughed, making it look like the two were acquaintances. And Ling Bai came over to report on the daytime operation to eliminate the evil forces. From the warehouse of the Earth Serpent Gang, more than 300,000 taels of silver were recovered. among which there were also many private salts that had not been sold. The miscellany added up to a huge sum of over 400,000 taels at least. Li Tianze is considered to have made a fortune again, and the money and grain shipped from other places is estimated to enter Beiluo in another half a month. And at that time, Li Tianze will be really rich. Of course, this building firearms, the development of the army, everything is money, and so really want to develop. A few million taels and counts for nothing. All. Jin Zhaobo, father and son of the Beiluo Chamber of Commerce, but also as soon as possible on the agenda. After eating, Ling Bai controlled the fire. The day job, all ready, and the night is the build. And Li Tianze for their own technology to make cannonballs, but very confident. He does not believe that he will make duds. Li Tianze most admired, but also Ma Daton's iron technology, a night of time, even the tiger squatting cannon to be built. The night was silent and turned to dawn. Early morning, on a square table, there was a Zun mighty cannon, with a tiger and a tiger. My lord, according to your instructions, the tiger squat cannon has been built. Ma Daton was quite surprised. Li Tianze went up to take a look and caressed the body of the tiger squatting cannon, and for a moment, he was about to be unable to hold back his inner excitement. Go out and test the guns. Go to the countryside, Li Tianze said. Inside this North Luo city, there is no place to test the gun. If the commotion makes a big noise, it will not let people think about it. Promise. Ma Daton clasped his fists and bowed to receive the order. My lord, where is Miss Huangfu? Ling Bai looked at the bench. Huangfu Yaoga, who had accompanied Li Tianze all night. Find someone and send them home to rest. Li Tianze was quite warm inside and slightly moved. This girl, but it is very generous. The iron sound of the night, this girl is still able to sleep. Nuwa. Ling Bai had just led the order when Huangfu Yaoga woke up. I want to go too. I also want to see how powerful this new weapon of yours can be. Saying that, Huangfu Yaoga went up to look at the tiger squatting cannon on the square table. He was skeptical. Tensaku, can you kill someone with such a small thing? This doesn't look like a weapon either. It's not even a small siege weapon. Aha! Ling Bai had the same doubts as Ma Daton. Can this thing really kill? Gentlemen, follow me. Li Tianze was confident. A moment, the crowd arrived at the outskirts of the city, the open area, separated from North Luo City. The crowd wanted to see how powerful this little thing could be. Ling Bai went up and tied up a few scarecrows for 400 meters. My lord, isn't this scarecrow placed a bit too far? Our bows and arrows, the maximum range, is only 200 meters. Ma Daton weakly asked, can this little thing shoot this far? Naturally, I can. Just watch Lone operate it. Li Tianze began to pound the tiger squatting cannon. The operation of the tiger crouching cannon requires a certain amount of skill. When loading, you need to put the projectile and gunpowder at the muzzle and install the fuse at the tail. After igniting the fuse, the projectile will be fired to attack the enemy. To improve accuracy, the gun body needs to be fixed to prevent movement due to recoil. After doing this series of maneuvers, Li Tianze lit the fuse. A smell of gunpowder filled the air as the fuse was lit. Li Tianze's breathing also suddenly rushed, hoping to succeed at once. He currently didn't have much time to study the tiger squatting cannon. Bang! With a thunderous bang, sparks erupted from the muzzle of the tiger squatting cannon, and shells flew out. Rumble! With an explosion, the people around, but watched the shell hit the scarecrow 400 meters away. Instantly, the dirt splattered. The scarecrow was blown away several meters high, and the ground was blown out into a not-so-small crater. Ma Daton, Ling Bai, Huangfu Yaoga, and the others were already shocked. Just such a small thing, but it's even more powerful than a stone thrower? Huangfu Yaoga said wistfully. At this moment, the way she looked at Li Tianze was even more different. The man in front of her was too good, several times better than those so-called emperors of the ages. It's done, said Li Tianze with a sigh of relief. What a great power. Lord, you are the invention world, the true number one. Ma Chase is convinced. Ma Chase was convinced. With such a weapon in our hands, what do we have to fear on the battlefield in the future? Ling Bai also chimed in. My lord is truly the first person of the ages. At this moment, no one was questioning Li Tianze. All they had was admiration for Li Tianze. Chapter 41, Border Killing by Female Genghis Khan. Ahem. Li Tianze was flattered and oddly embarrassed. Try a few more shots, Li Tianze said. And then, Li Tianze fired a few more shots in a row, mainly to test how much the tiger squatting cannon could withstand, and to what extent it could reach without blowing up the chamber. The next few shots were still successfully fired. With the tiger crouching cannon intact, Li Tianze belongs to a standing on the shoulders of giants. According to the cat painting, tiger squatting cannon to build out, basically impossible to make a mistake. Ma Daton, from today onwards, you are the chief forge master of this king. in charge of the Beiluo arsenal. In addition, you are famous in the forging and invention world. Find some reliable forging masters for this king, and strive to build 100 tiger squatting cannons within half a month. Li Tianzi continued. You can rest assured in this matter, Lord. I will gather those forge friends of mine in Beiluo to come and serve Lord. Ma Datong bowed down. However, the current Ma Datong, naturally, is incomparably excited, can once again become the chief craftsman of Beiluo, since it is incomparably honored. This face also has a face. After all, no one does not love face. As for the tiger squatting guns, 100 in half a month, a little rush, still enough time. The men in the arsenal, too, had to be divided into two groups, one to build the tiger squat cannon and the other to develop gunpowder. It's useless to have many guns, but the main thing is to have enough ammunition, and nothing less will do. These days, the arsenal restarted. The sound of iron has not been heard. Li Tianzi is not assured, has been guarded. As for the internal affairs of the problem, Bai Du Sheng, Yangxian two people can be responsible for, so that Li Tianzi can save a lot of trouble. However, in the early part of October, 10,000 cavalry and 20,000 infantry of the female genocide clan came south from the north, burning and looting all the way, even conquering some small tribes while fighting. This female real power can be really is not small. It's female real, a tribe of Emperor Wanyan Abone. From a small tribe of how slaves rise, the struggle process can be called a life inspirational film. From nothing again to conquer hundreds of tribes of the big country. Now the female real a tribe, but sitting on hundreds of thousands of big army. Even its troops has been expanding to the west. The first conquest of the steppe. In the conquest of the south, the first to suffer, naturally, the Wuwan and the Hu people of the two tribes. As for the Tartar and the Dao, the female real are self-awareness, and the superpower to go to war. Naturally, we must be cautious and prudent. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Horseback female soldiers, flinging the hands of the curved sword, the mouth issued like a wolf general shouting. In front of them, is a group of panic fleeing the people of Wu. In the eyes of the female true people, the people of Wu and livestock there is no difference, is for them to have fun with toys? Then, the reason why the northern border will become such a pattern. A big reason, or today's Wu, has long lost its Wu Gaozu period of blood, allowing foreigners to kill the people of Wu. Wu still indifferent. And, the emperor even had a few times, to the female true Tartar these grassland foreign country compromise, offer annual coin, in order to wrest the border of the war. This kind of behavior, naturally, is caused by the people of the country of the public anger, but ultimately the emperor of the state of Wu finally because of weakness, ignoring the anger of the people of the world. To the north of the foreigners' compromise, this is to lose the hearts of the people of the world. Run, run, run to the North Gate Pass and we'll be saved. At a distance of 100 or 200 meters from a few people was the North Gate Pass. Since Li Tianzi proposed the policy of inward migration of the people, many people outside the pass have migrated to the pass. However, this is only 10 days of time. Not all the people can migrate into the customs. There are many people in the wait and see. So, it is reduced to the object of the killing of the female Jinren. Want to run? That's so easy? The person at the head wearing the general's armor was the general Hu Hai under the main general of Wanyan Construct, the main general of the plundering south this time. This person almost every year would go south to the border of the Wakoku, sweeping the borders and killing a lot of people from the Wakoku. Hu Hai pulled out his bow and arrow, hitched it in his hand, and with a swoosh, he shot out an arrow. Ah! A scream was heard from the people, and a sharp arrow hit the back of one of the people's head. General Mighty, behind the cavalry, accelerated speed up to the front, waving the hands of the machete. The remaining people, all decapitated. A head rolled down to the ground. Then, it is picked up by the soldiers, riding a war horse, until the North Gate outside. The guardian of the North Gate Pass has been replaced with Shadoshi, rats of the martial kingdom. This general's gift to your king of Jinbei. Take it well. Hu Hai took the head in his hand and threw it with force onto the top of the city tower of North Gate Pass. Whoa, whoa, whoa. This group of true women had not yet left, and they cheered at the bottom of the city, as if demonstrating to the Jinbei army. Shadoshi and Swanero watched with clenched fists, all indignant. This could be all of them from Wakoku. These bastards, who take pleasure in killing our martial artists, really deserve to go to hell. Big brother, open the city gates and give chase. Give these scumbags a little color. Shen Eruo could no longer hold back. Motherfucker, this female Jin is only 100 or so people, but also dare to be so reckless. Do you really think that the current Beiluo is still the Beiluo ruled by Zhao Yan in the past? It's tolerable. Open the gate for this general. I will personally go to battle and cut down this scum Hu Hai. Shatosh angrily descended from the city and summoned 1,000 light cavalry. These female Jinren this time must still think that today's Dao Empire, as before, is a group of soft bones without eggs. Their provocation, the North Gate guards, must be afraid to come out. The previous Wei Yan is like this. No matter how the female real insults, he is not out of the gate, mainly because of the Beiluo army at that time. The fighting quality is really too poor. Poor to what extent? That is 100 female cavalry. Can eliminate 1,000 Beiluo army? Such a huge gap. How do the Beiluo army dare to fight with the female true? But the cavalry of Shatosh is different. They are very fine light cavalry. Can be compared with the female cavalry? The female iron cavalry will know the horse skills. Shatosh cavalry also all know. Crunch. Just as Hu Hai was getting complacent, the gate of the North Gate Pass suddenly opened. Shatoshi led 1,000 horsemen in a ferocious assault. Hu Hai, defeated. Do you still recognize your grandpa Sha? Shatoshi bellowed. This rough and familiar voice could really startle Hu Hai. Sha, Shatosh, how could this guy appear in the North Gate Pass? Hu Hai was shocked. Having suffered a loss at the hands of Shatash, he was naturally afraid inside. Withdraw, Hu Hai shouted in a hurry. The female cavalry around them, on the other hand, had clearly not reacted. They actually didn't understand why Hu Hai would suddenly call for a retreat. Release the arrows. As he was talking, Shatosh was ordering the soldiers behind him to bend their bows and draw arrows, and an arrow shot out just like it had eyes. Rip. One by one, the female soldiers, killed by sharp arrows, were shot down from their war horses. Chapter 42. The three great northern Lian lords are all soft bones. The female real people and not stupid. He was reacting to the Jinbei army is to really come. They're flaunting, after all, paid the price. The remaining female cavalry, seeing the situation, turned their horses and ran. Everyone is human. Female soldiers will naturally be afraid. However, the female real war horse is all the way running down. This has consumed a lot of physical strength. Soon to be Shatosh to catch up. The hand of the wolf toothstick, angry smashed in a female real cavalry horse above. The power of the hammer, directly make the female real soldiers even with the horse a piece of fall on the ground. Jinbei army cavalry, but also no mercy. The hands of the weapon, not the slightest bit of mercy, towards the female soldiers greeted the past. The female soldiers are trying to stop, but they do not know the Jinbei army in the attack on the foreign soldiers, as if it is to stimulate the potential of the bloodline. The fighting force is an exponential increase in just a photo. Hundreds of female cavalry, left more than a dozen people, and Shatoshi caught up with Hu Hai. Hu Hai, if I let you escape again today, I'll take your surname Hu from now on. As he spoke, Shatosh was holding the hammer with both hands, almost with all his strength, and smashed his backhand wildly towards Hu Hai's chest. In the past, it was Hu Hai who ran fast, otherwise how could he be a one-round opponent of his Shatoshi? Hu Hai was shocked, immediately went to stop, but this strike, even really was his desperation to stop. This let Shatosh was very shocked, but Hu Hai was also by this hammer, shocked out of serious injuries. On the spot is a mouthful of blood, sprayed out of the mouth. Hu Hai knew that he couldn't beat Shatoshi and tried to persuade Shatoshi, that king of Jinbei is a waste of space that doesn't even have his hair grown and can be killed by the Dawu court at any time. You don't have any future following him. Moreover, the female Jin army is about to take action against Dawu. At that time, the first to suffer is Bei Luo. At that time, he must die. Rather than follow Li Tianzi, it is better to directly rely on my female Jin clan. With your fame and the female Jin clan, it will certainly be high-ranking officials and generous salaries. At your choice. Shatosh often attacked the border of the ministry of the female true, killed many female soldiers and people. But the female true to Shatosh is inexorable. The female true one of the Emperor Wanyan Abone, but did not want to kill Shatosh, but also to Shatosh up the heart of the love of the talent. Once more on the general's position to treat Shatosh, but was Shatosh refused to do so. If I wanted to surrender to the Jurchen women, I would have surrendered long ago. Why would I need to wait until today? Shatosh sneered. You and these foreigners will never understand the word nation. You can go to hell. Shatoshi had just finished speaking, and the wolf-tooth hammer in his hand, once again smashed over. Above this hammer, it carried an endless killing aura and attacked Hu Hai. My life is over. Hu Hai's eyes stared at the wolf-tooth hammer that had already smashed in, and he suddenly closed his eyes and gave up resisting. As a long mouthful of blood spurted out, Hu Hai's body shot out towards the back like a cannonball. Shatosh, the power of this hammer is directly smashed in the body of the Hu Hai. Almost all the strength moves to kill. No matter who comes to take this heavy blow, I'm afraid not to die also disabled. The moment Hu Hai landed on the ground, his body was out of breath after a little struggle. As for the other female true soldiers, none of them escaped. However, these female true cavalry, but also really well trained, surprisingly rely on horsemanship. But let Shatosh died several people, wounded more than 20. Phew! Shatosh's warhorse stopped, and the people outside the pass, looking at this scene of Shatosh, their blood immediately boiled. They have not seen the official government of Beiluo for a long time, but actually have the initiative to attack the foreign soldiers of the day. General Shah is mighty. General Shah is mighty. It seems that our Beiluo has really come with a good master. All generations of Beiluo's parental officials haven't been this just yet. What do you say? Facing the powerful female clan, will our king of Jinbei, like the last time he attacked the Hu, attack the female clan? It is difficult to say. After all, our Beiluo strength is still very poor and weak. The women are powerful. I am afraid. Just for this point today, Shatosh's fame is enough to resonate throughout the entire pass and beyond. And these people also know that if Shatosh's back, there is no Jinbei King Li Tianzi's support. The latter would never dare to arbitrarily send out troops. General, what should we do with the bodies of these female soldiers? Pull them out into the wilderness and feed them to the dogs, just like before? The soldier inquired. Shatosh frowned and suddenly said, sooner or later, our Jinbei army will have to go to war with the female Jin, and we are not afraid of provoking the female Jin to anger. This time, since I have become a general under the Jinbei King's command, I also want to let the female Jin to have a good look at it, and I, the martial man, am not easy to be bullied. Go, cut off their heads. I will personally throw them to the enemy's main camp. This time, it's okay if he, Wanyan Construct, doesn't come to the North Gate Pass. If he comes to the North Gate Pass, I will make him crawl back. Nah, brothers, all hands cut off the heads of these beasts, the soldier behind him commanded. Shatosh, in turn, ordered the soldiers to go back and inform Li Tianzi about the situation at the North Gate Pass, while he himself led 100 cavalry to find out where the Wanyan Constructors' camp was located. It was only at night that Shatoshi sought out the camp of the female clan. Female real army. From the North Gate Pass, only 60 miles position. Fast horse whip, half a day can arrive at the North Gate Pass. Shatosh in the north. The road met the scene, almost did not gas him out. He saw the female soldiers, the child's stomach cut, hanging in the tree. Let the vultures eat. Also saw a woman naked, exposed to the dead body of the wilderness. The old man was tied to the side of the cross. Live sun-dried and so on. The perversion of the female real people, more firmly Shatosh, to eradicate this perversion of the idea of the tribe. To be honest, even the Wuhuan and Hu people have not been perverted to this extent. It is simply tragic. Shatosh was not idle, and on the way, he killed many fallen female soldiers, so he was busy until the evening. However, he was not the only one who came to the female camp with Shatoshi. He saw from the direction of Dingen, came the 3 big caravans. Here is loaded, can be gold and silver jewelry, as well as grain and grass. Gold and silver jewelry together. It looks like there must be 1,000,000 taels, grain and grass. I'm afraid that there are hundreds of thousands of stone, or 3 caravans. Shatosh inquired. Actually so that he expected that. It is Dingan Du Xiong, Zhu Li Zhou Jin Kai, Jincheng Jin Daton sent. This Shatosh also knows. Those lords of northern Liang, every year will send money to send food to the female real. Used to be from the Beiluo this place to go, but now Beiluo was Li Tianzi sealed. Now these 3 lords can only be diverted to go out from Dingen. Chapter 43, The Angry Wanyan Construct. Well, these 3 shameless things, they really treat the female real people as their father? It's a pity. If this general had brought kerosene today, he would have had to burn all these things. Shatosh cursed on his lips. General, don't be anxious. So many things, trip cannot bring back. Maybe, in the end are still all our Beiluo. The deputy general beside him said with a smile. So you say. Shatoshi nodded. Let's go. Throw these heads in. First, saying this, Shatosh ran towards the camp of the female Jins with his horse. What people? Hearing the crisp sound of hooves, the female soldier shouted. Of course, he wasn't overly wary. In these recent times, there are too many people who give gifts to the female true. Just now went in those 3 people, all with soldiers. So, the female real soldiers thought that it was again which power came to flatter the female real. I am your grandfather Shatash. Rip. Just finished. The female soldiers is to feel a murderous aura sweeping. When he reacted, Shatosh's wolf tooth hammer has been directly smashed in the head of the female soldiers, as crisp as a watermelon, instantly cracked, blood flying, and will be instantly smashed backward flying out of the stake behind him. The other female soldiers looked at them, their eye holes glaring in disbelief. Who had the guts to be so bold as to dare to make a move against them? Female. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The female soldiers gathered around. Shatosh immediately threw a head over. The female soldiers retreated a few steps. When they saw Hu Hai's head, they immediately fell to the ground in fear. It's the head of General Hu Hai. Bastards, old me Shatosh, tell Wanyan Construct that if he dares to violate North Gate Pass again, I will let him have no return. After Shatosh finished speaking, he took the soldiers under his command, turned around and left. Shatosh, it is this bastard again. This guy is specializing in crossing the line with our female true clan, and this time he also killed General Hu Hai. General Wanyan is afraid to be furious. Go and report to the general. The female soldiers hated Shatoshi beyond measure. At this time, inside the tent, the messengers of the three major vassals, surprisingly, also returned to Wanyan's structure to ask for peace. This made Wanyan Construct smile, and his eyes looked at the martial artist as if he were looking at a lackey. Exempt, all exempt, this general and the three adults, that is also an old acquaintance, this time to send money and grain. More than ever, the three adults are really heartfelt. Wanyan Construct, holding the list in his hand, said with a smile, by the way, why aren't the people from Northrop coming? Zuli Messenger immediately said, General is still do not know. Beiluo has long changed the master. That is Li Dinghua's son Li Tianzi. Some time ago, but also destroyed 20,000 Hu people. And we are not allowed to pass through Beiluo. We also came here bypassing Dongning. That Li Tianzi also said wildly that no one is allowed to send money and grain to the female true country, or else, he will beat whoever goes. Even if it's a country of the Jurchen, he doesn't put it in his eyes. Three people fabricate right and wrong, add oil and vinegar skills, but it is a great is to want to provoke the female true, to move against Li Tianzi. However, Li Tianzi did also say that there was no need to take the female Jin too seriously. Wanyan Construct was furious and exposed beyond measure. What is a Li Tianzi? Even if his father is still alive, he wouldn't dare to talk like this in front of the female kingdom. Even the emperor of Dawu wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Report. Just as the Wanyan Constructor was angry, the soldier outside, in a hurry, holding Hu Hai's head, ran in. General, it's a big deal. General Hu Hai has let Li Tianzi kill him. What? Wanyan Construct could not sit still at once. Looking at Hu Hai's head, he was now really completely shaken. A few veins on his forehead directly exploded. Shadash. It's that bastard Shadash again. I will make sure that the sand traders are completely eradicated. The emissaries of the three major northern Lian lords looked at each other. General Wanyan must not yet know that Shatosh has already defected under Li Tianzi's banner. General Wanyan, imagine, if there was no order from Li Tianzi, would Shatosh dare to send troops? Indeed, to the army, cannot be like ordinary thieves, want to do what you do. That is, Wanyan's structure at once also think, is Li Tianzi deliberately instructed? Wanyan Construct's eyes narrowed slightly. Well, all of the Li family deserve to die. That Li Dinghua does, and so does his son Li Tianzi. The previous Li Dinghua is just, now an 18-year-old brat, also dare to touch porcelain female true clan. Simply outrageous. This will not give Li Tianzi a little color to see. He is not I female true clan. In the end, how powerful. Pass the order. Leave 5,000 men to guard the property. The rest of the soldiers will follow me to the North Gate Pass. I will step through the North Gate Pass and kill my way into Beiluo, beheading Li Tianzi. Promise. The generals under his command, Bu Dagger and Woba, with one hand protecting their chests, received the order and retreated to gather their troops. With the distance between the female soldiers and the North Gate Pass, it would take half a day to arrive. Of course, the northern foreign generals, rather easily impulsive. In their view, the cavalry of the female clan can conquer everything? Even if the country's territory is very large, Dao Empire cannot stop them from conquering by force. Savagery, synonymous with them. And this is the ploy of the three great lords in the north of Liang. That is, to kill Li Tianzi by borrowing the sword. By borrowing the sword of the female Jinren. To kill Li Tianzi. The three messengers, not to mention how happy, this woman really is fooled. After delivering the money and grain, the three of them returned to Beilang in the night to inform their own masters about this matter. This will be the Shatosh, the first step back to the North Gate Pass, and on the North Gate Pass, tightly guarded, they are running back to the North Luo Night. These days, the arsenal by the great master builder Ma Datong stared. Tiger squatting cannon is also built, more than 50. Cannonballs are also a lot. To get together more gunpowder, but also need some time. Beiluo City. Shatoshi ran straight to the arsenal to meet Li Tianzi. This would be Li Tianzi, still bare-chested, building the tiger squatting cannon with his own hands. My lord, Shatoshi has returned from the border, Ling Bai said as he quickly circled around to Li Tianzi's side. Oh, Li Tianzi stopped what he was doing and thought of something all of a sudden. Let's go. Go see Shatoshi. Yes. Ling Bai followed behind Li Tianzi and walked out. Shatoshi, on the other hand, is a little nervous standing on the side. He is now a general under the Jinbei King's command, the Jinbei Army's military law and regulations. He is also aware of. He yesterday, without receiving the order, took the initiative to attack. He violated the military law and regulations. Shatoshi, have the female trueborn come? The first time Li Tianzi saw Shatoshi, he asked directly. It was just that he always felt something strange when he looked at Shatoshi today. When did you, boy, become so restrained? Chapter 44, Waiting. Shatoshi immediately bent over and cupped his fists, pressing his head down. Ahem, my lord has come to ask for a pardon. Li Tianzi frowned. The female foreign invaders provoked the border. The end of the general led the army, took the initiative to attack, beheaded the Hu Hai, but also ran 60 miles. Shatoshi will be what he did. The whole thing. The last general is guilty of attacking on his own initiative without asking for permission. Please punish my lord. Ha ha ha. Li Tianzi laughed freely and held Shatoshi's shoulders with both hands. This king thought something was wrong. It turns out it's because of the initiative to kill the female Jinren. Shatoshi general. The rules are dead. People are alive. Sometimes, also need to learn to adapt. The king is not unsympathetic people well. This time you killed the female true general, but also to be female true deterrent. This is not only no fault, but instead of merit, I also want to reward you. From this day forward, you, Shatoshi, are the general of the equalization of the Ko, and as for money and grain, the king will not be rewarded. Shatoshi brightened up and said in surprise, thank you, Lord, for the gift. This Ping Ko general can be compared to the partial general. Listen to have a platoon much more, promoted to the official position, has not been convicted, than anything else. By the way Lord, the end will kill the female true clan, but also met the other 3 vassals of Beiliang, and then give the female true tribute. There are millions of taels of silver, hundreds of thousands of stones of grain and grass, so much material, how can let the female true pull it to the country? So, is it not fueling the national strength of the Jurchen? The last general is thinking, these things are our Beiliang, we should snatch them. This world can not only allow the female true to snatch us, we can also snatch the female true, and even kill the people of the female true country. The last general for the sand thief. Always do this. Shatoshi continued. General Shah in this De Wu dynasty, if everyone is like you, will not be reduced to the end of being bullied by foreign thieves into such a state. Li Tianzi sighed. When towards incompetence, he still couldn't tolerate loyal and meritorious officials. The daily delusion is that these loyalists have embraced the army and are persecuting the court. What about the Lord's meaning? We can't be wimpy softies like the imperial court. Shatoshi was afraid that Li Tianzi would hesitate and not agree to fight. Fight. Of course, we must fight. No matter how difficult Bei Luo is, foreign wars, never be merciful. This is the purpose of this king, Li Tianzi said in a revitalized voice. However, now is not the time to fight. Our Bei Luo is indeed a little too poor and weak. General Shah has just killed the sharpness of Wanyan construct. He is bound to harbor a grudge against us. And the female Jin soldiers up and down are full of wariness. We need to hang him out for a few days so that the female Jin will fall off the wagon. General Shah, go back to Bei Luo again and remember, make sure to hold out until this king arrives. This, Shadow's eyes narrowed slightly. Lord, when you say wait for a few days, exactly how many days? Can you give us an exact number? Mainly, those generals and soldiers under the Mordecai's command are all masters who cannot be angered. And when the time comes, the Mordecai is afraid that they will do something to disobey orders. Li Tianzi is considered to understand. Shatoshi this is afraid that he will not fight. After all, Li Tianzi said these words. It is too familiar. Many people who are officials have said these words, to use as a perfunctory excuse. 5 days, once the 5 days are up, this king's army will definitely arrive. Don't worry, this group of female Jinren will not be able to leave until they get their face back on this matter. It's just that, it will be bitter for the people outside the pass, Li Tianzi said with a sigh. After all, the war is to rely on the brain. Li Tianzi is now the lack of people, not dare to fight. This time to fight. The female really the strongest will to fight, the most guarded heart. He wants to let the complete yin structure think that Li Tianzi is a goatsoft one, completely on him to put down the heart of wariness. So, the party can achieve unprecedented victory. In addition, his tiger squatting cannon, still need time, even if not to build the cannon, but also to match the gunpowder. Right, since the female Real has come, we have to let these guys, well drink a pot. As a commander-in-chief, you can't just do whatever you want like a war general. What you have to do is to coordinate the whole situation and get the biggest victory at the smallest cost. Shatash to Li Tianzi. Naturally, was incomparably trusting. Good. The last general will follow you. That is to believe in you. I will go back and tell the brethren to guard the North Gate Pass. My lord will take his leave. After saying that, Shadasha retreated. Lord, those people under the Shatash's command are used to being wild. Aren't you afraid that, behind your back, they'll say bad things about you and say that you're afraid of the female Genghis Khan? Ling Bai reminded. Oh, Li Tianzi smiled indifferently. The entirety of my Jinbei army should be like this, to be bloodthirsty. As for the skepticism, let them question it. The more adequate the skepticism, the more favorable it is for us, and the backlash will be even stronger. You go and order all the generals to station themselves in the camps outside the city, to organize their armies and prepare for battle, and to be ready to march at any time. Understood. Ling Bai clasped his fists and then headed to the camps to pass on orders. Li Tianzi looked at the direction of the North Gate Pass. The corner of his mouth could not help but rise slightly. Everything was within his grasp. Whether it's the Hoosiers or the Jurchen, it will be the springboard to his fame. 3 days in a row. However, the reason he didn't immediately send out his troops was that it aroused the suspicion of many people who thought that Li Tianzi was afraid. Zuli, Zhou Jin Kai's residence. Ha ha ha. It seems that this Li Tianzi is really afraid. A series of 3 days. The female soldiers are in his territory to make trouble, but also killed so many people outside the pass. This Li Tianzi did not have a little bit of movement out of the army. It's us who think highly of Li Tianzi. This guy can't even compare to his father. He's just a wimpy softy. He even wants a good reputation. This is to move a stone to stone his own feet. He deserves it. Zhou Jin Kai was informed of this news. The interest in Li Tianzi that was not easy to raise. Suddenly lost. Father is wise. It seems that this Li Tianzi will surely die within half a month. As for that Hu people, it's really a bunch of stupid fools, that they would be defeated by a little brat. This time they will be even more humiliated. His son, Zhou Debao, laughed even more happily. As far as they were concerned, if they dared to come to northern Liang to break their balance, then they were their enemies. The one who was most concerned about Li Tianzi was still Huangfu Ci. Damn it, what the hell is this Ben Li Tianzi up to? Fighting the Hu people. A word on the troops. Fight the female true is this kind of coy. Simply have lost a great man. Old man just high regard for him a few points. And now come to hit the old man's face. Huangfu Ci was so angry that he walked all over the courtyard. My lord, didn't you not want him to send troops? Li Xin frowned. LOL. Huangfu Ci sighed softly. This evening is different from the past. He defeated the Hu people in a battle. How many people have been caused to look sideways, just waiting to see him beat up the women? Then the people of Beiluo are also watching. At this time, even if you go out to the army and lose, you will have face when you come back and not dishonor his father, the king of Jinbei. This brat, or the old man, overestimated him. Chapter 45, the ancestors' 18 generations have all been scolded by others. Maybe, Li Tianzi he has his own ideas? Li Xian thought for a long time, then suddenly said, well, Huangfu Ci stroked his beard and nodded. You're right, the might of the female truth is indeed incapable of being defeated. Li Xin, go to the border, keep an eye on Li Tianzi, don't make any mess, and if necessary, pick up the young lady. Promise. Li Xin led the order. Li Tianzi overnight fell down the altar. Who was laughing at Li Tianzi's incompetence? Ridicule him to lose face of his own father. It was on the 5th day that Li Tianzi gathered all the generals of Beiluo. All together. Gentlemen, the female true southward, detain my border, kill my people. This king must not tolerate. This afternoon northward, this king will personally lead the army. Destroy this southward female true. Su Dingfeng, Xian Longyu, Li Tianba, Wei Yan. You 4 generals will accompany this king north to meet the female Jin. Li Tianzi ordered. The 4 generals looked at each other in dismay. And all of them took orders. The last generals will take orders. And this expedition, Li Tianzi only take Xuanjia army. There are 5,000 cavalry up. Other soldiers continue to train. Other soldiers on the battlefield, equal to send life. It is estimated that you have to make up the nutrition, the physical quality of the body up to be able to really send on the battlefield. Li Tianzi for the elite of the army. In fact, the requirements are very high, according to the standards of the elite troops of the Great Martial Empire, and then up a bit. Then, the fact is also true, Li Tianzi's army, the training is relatively to be a lot of hard work, not simply training, combat gaming skills, the key is, to how to kill the enemy in the case, but also how to survive. Of course, the education of the mind, is also very critical, which is the focus of the Jinbei army of the spirit of bravery and fear of death. After noon, Li Tianzi's army, which marched out from the camp outside the city, did not reveal a single bit of news, and the entire people of Beiluo, and even the spies who entered Beiluo, did not know about it. Ran. At this time, the North Gate Pass was already in a big fight. In order to avenge Wan Yan's structure, the North Gate Pass successive attacks. This guy is also a thief very fine. On the Sha Tuashi and the army under his command, even with the scolding, playing a day scolding day, the Sha Tuashi and the North Gate Pass generals of the ancestors of 18 generations, are cursed all over the body, which stops who can bear such abuse, especially or a group of angry lords. Today was the 5th day, and the female soldiers stood at the bottom of the city, cursing at the top of their voices as they lined up towards the city. Are the Jinbei army all shrunken heads? A bunch of eggless trash. Weren't they arrogant earlier? How come they're shrinking in the city and don't dare to come out? Come, and my female clan, fight hundreds of rounds. What's the point of hiding every day? The female general Budagger, pulling his rough voice, just like that big stereo, shouted towards the North Gate Pass citadel. Shout for the old man. Just shout. 10,000 female soldiers, immediately is pulling the voice, shouting in unison. Jinbei army, shrunken head turtle, eggless waist, have the guts to come out and fight. Do you want to be like Jinbei King Li Tianzi and be poked by others? Get out. Jinbei army on the city, each was angry red face. To be honest, this time the Jinbei army, but not because it cannot go to war and demoralized, but because of the female soldiers cursing. Each person's stomach are holding a gas. Are a group of blood and vigor of hot-blooded men, how to stand this kind of abuse? Even if it rushes down to the death of the battle, they have no complaints. However, they did not find a substantial problem. That is, the change of mood on both sides. The soldiers of the female genocide clan. At first, the Jinbei army is still a little wary. Just these 3 names, enough to make them have a psychological shadow. But these 5 days down, they found that this Jinbei army is too much garbage than the Jinbei army they encountered in the past. It is simply a group of goons. All this cursing, even dare not go out of the city. Though for a time, their vigilance against the Jinbei army has been gone. They make a strong show of force, become unrestrained, is to think. The Jinbei army categorically do not dare to come out to fight. But the Jinbei army up and down. This is every day holding fire. Some soldiers even want to go down to the city to fight for their lives. Fighting force is naturally doubled. But this army, there are some taboo words, are talking about Li Tianzi. They feel that defecting to the king of the north of the town is the biggest mistake. Do the sand thieves that will want to fuck whoever, there is no hesitation. Big brother, listen to the curses from the mouths of these brutes. Even our parents have cursed them. I just can't help it anymore. So just let me go out of the city and fight these bastards for a few hundred rounds. Xian Eruo's fists clenched. The Lord has ordered that no one is allowed to leave the city. We are now a regular army and are not allowed to disobey orders. Shadow Shi chided. LOL. Xian Eruo let out a sigh. That's not as bad as when you were a sand thief and came more free to fight whoever you wanted. Big brother, you say, Lord is not afraid. Do not dare to go out to fight the female true. Deliberately with us to find some excuse, is to wait for the female true one retreat, in the pretense of coming out? As soon as these words came out, Shadow Shi glared fiercely at Xian Eruo. Xian Eruo, don't say such words again in the future. We used to be sand thieves that will. When have we ever encountered such a big war? Killed a female true. A handful, but it is just a small fight. We have to believe in the Lord. Xian Eruo clenched his teeth. But, the entire generals of the North Gate Pass, all of them are rumored to be like this. And, it is now the 5th day. If the Lord wanted to come to exterminate the female truth, he would have come long ago, but now there is not even a person to report the news. Mordecai is just skeptical. Shastrash chided again. Come on, calm down. Isn't the day over yet? Go tell the brothers to all stay calm, and whoever dares to disobey the order, I'll personally send him to Xingtai. Yes, Xian Eruo could only lead the order. In fact, this will be Xian Eruo really can't figure out. His own big brother. In the end Bai Li Tianzi instilled what kind of mesmerizing soup. So dead-hearted. In fact, there was nothing else. He felt that the person who even Yang Xian looked favorably upon was not a mediocre and incompetent generation. Outside the female true, cursed a day, voiced a curse smoke. Until the evening time, only Su Su withdrew to the camp. The soldiers of the Jinbei army, up and down, couldn't even eat. Within the Guan mansion, in front of Shadow Shi and a group of generals, there were a few hot white buns and a few small plates of vegetables, but hardly none of them moved their chopsticks. Big brother, it's nighttime, and it seems that the Lord really won't be coming. Xian Eruo let out a sigh. However, Shadow Shi didn't say anything, only this time, he also began to doubt Li Tianzi, whether he still fights the female army or not. The Lord has arrived. Just as the entire hall was in a haze, A shout from outside instantly swept away this layer of haze. Chapter 46, The Power of the Tiger Squatting Cannon. In the eyes of the generals, a few flashes of joy flashed across their eyes, and they all turned sideways to look at the entrance of the Guan mansion, only to see Li Tianzi in a black dragon armor, stepped in. Behind Ling Bai stood behind. Li Tianba, Xiang Longyu, Wei Yan, Su Dingfeng, divided into left and right neatly lined up, followed behind. As far as the eye could see, it was oppressive. Greetings, Lord. The generals of North Gate Pass clasped their fists and bowed. All be excused. Li Tianzi walked directly towards the main seat, and Shadowshi was very self-conscious to move his seat out of the way. It was only after Li Tianzi took his seat that he looked at the mansion full of Beimengwan warlords, all of whom were red in the face. The generals have been waiting for a long time, haven't they? Secretly, you haven't scolded this king much, have you? Li Tianzi deliberately flirted and said, just these 5 days. He, the king of Jinbei, but 1,000 people. Even in the Jinbei army, there are many people, pointing at his back to scold him for cowardice and cowardice it. The words came out. The crowd's face but more red. They do have quite a few words for Li Tianzi these days, but no less curse Li Tianzi. Think Li Tianzi, to the female real is afraid. How dare I? The generals naturally didn't dare to admit it. Alright, this king doesn't mean to blame you guys. Right now outside, I don't know how many people are pointing at this king's back and cursing. No more nonsense. Nowadays, the female true to our army will certainly begin to slacken. Tonight to rob the camp. This king will let the female true this group of scumbags to taste the taste of cannonballs. Li Tianzi said with a confident face. Cannonball? The generals were wooden and looked at each other. For the word, the moment felt rather rare. My lord, how sure are you of the surprise attack tonight? Even a surprise attack may not be able to take advantage. Shadowshi reminded. The female army has counterattacked more than once in many night raids. General Shah, just rest assured. A mere female Jinjin can be nothing in front of my Jinbei army? Xiang Longyu patted Shadow's shoulder. Moreover, this time the Lord has brought a killing weapon that kills at 1,000 steps. Killing with 1,000 steps? Shadish blinked her eyes and broke away from Xiang Longyu's hand. General Xiang is really joking. How could there be such a weapon in this world? If there really is such a weapon, it is also a divine weapon. Are you kidding? That's 1,000 meters. Of course, in Xiang Longyu's words, there was naturally some exaggeration in it. However, in the eyes of many people, these words were indeed jokes. After some pleasantries, the generals went down to get ready. Nightfall. At this time, the female real army camp, singing and dancing, the 3 major vassals of Beiliang, to the female real and send wine and meat. This is not the first time the female real expedition outside drinking and enjoying, especially the 3 major vassals sent women, so that these female generals, during the day a serious declaration of war against the North Gate Pass, to the night, it is the left and right, not to mention how excited and happy. This scene was captured in Li Tianzi's eyes. He couldn't help but grin as he watched the wobbling female. These beasts, they really don't mind, shouting all day during the day and drinking to this state at night. Humph, do you really think that this king is a wimpy softy? In Li Tianzi's eyes, there was no longer any difference between the female soldiers in front of him and the dead bodies. My lord, should we wait for them all to rest before attacking? Xiang Longyu inquired. Hey, you see this group of female soldiers, each drink to the east and west. You think these guys, there is still combat power to speak of? Let's go straight to war. Let the iron cavalry of my Xuanjia army step over the corpses of the female soldiers. The tiger-headed Zhanjin spear in Li Tianzi's hand were gripped tightly. Tiger guns ready. Tap 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 tap. Immediately after that, hundreds of soldiers placed 80 tiger squatting cannons on the ground. This place is only 100 meters away from the female camp. The soldiers of the Jinbei army fixed the tiger crouching cannon on the ground to avoid the recoil generated by firing the cannonballs, which would send the tiger crouching cannon flying, and the shells are all stuffed into the muzzle of the tiger cannon. This time, Li Tianzi had brought 2,000 shells, enough for the tiger squatting cannon to fire. This little thing is the weapon the Lord is researching? This mold doesn't look as reliable as a stone thrower. Shadowshi couldn't help but spit. In fact, the generals of the Jinbei army, who had not seen the world, were actually very curious about how such a small thing was going to make the enemy army suffer. Tuned to maximum range. 1 round of flak. Li Tianzi himself gave the order. The tiger squat cannon turned its range to maximum, so that it was feared that it could reach a range of over 600 meters. Ready. Release. Bang bang bang. With a crisp, thunder-like sound of artillery, ringing in his ears, accompanied by sparks erupting from the mouths of the cannons, a shell, like a wild beast, was shot towards the enemy's camp. The shells were just shot out, and the Jinbei army immediately began to load ammunition. and the female soldiers who were originally still drinking and making merry, suddenly heard the crisp sound of shelling, and all stopped their hands. Curious, he looked around and asked suspiciously, "What's that sound?" Rumble. In an instant, the first shell fell, directly in the female soldiers of the campfire explosion. The shell produced a huge power. Instant stiff that campfire lifted up. Bright sparks to the surroundings scattered. Sitting around the female soldiers, Hera is the power of the shell. Exploded in all directions. The tiger squatting cannon the greatest lethality. But also when the explosion of the sharp debris produced, is directly into the enemy's skin and flesh. Not waiting for the female soldiers to react. That a shell is in the entire female camp. The explosion. A shell almost can be blown up to kill and injure 2 or 3 people. The first round of shelling fell. The second round of shelling and continue to start. Moreover, that camp gate of the female camp, at this moment, looked so fragile in front of the artillery that it was allowed to be crumbled to pieces directly by a shell from the tiger squatting cannon. In an instant, the entire female camp was in chaos. They thought that it was God punishing them for the crimes they had committed on the border of Dob. And that's why such a monstrous fury had descended. Bad thing, bad thing. This God is angry and sending down heavenly thunder. A soldier hurriedly ran into the center army tent. Wanyan Construct and the generals under his command. He was awakened by a burst of crisp explosions, and put on his armor and walked out. What the hell is going on? Just said. A shell. In the Wanyan structure behind the fall. The explosion produced by the mud. Splash up a few meters high. Is the Wanyan structure to blow to the ground? Fortunately, this shell away from the far. Just let the Wanyan structure some head dizziness. Wanyan Construct struggled to climb up. Looking at the crater created by the shell as well as its power, he could not help but feel his heart palpitating. What in the world is this thing that has such divine power? If this falls directly on this general's body, won't it be able to blast this general into mush? Chapter 47, The Wawan Clan. There are craters everywhere, and the intense firelight rushes to the sky, illuminating the darkness of the night. General, what do we do now? Or, retreat? Wuba said with trepidation. Look at these soldiers, they are so drunk. Do they have any will to fight? Then, again, the artillery was allowed to explode, and thinking that God had punished them, each began to flee in all directions. What's the point of retreating? So much money and food, don't even want it. Go, organize soldiers and transport the money and grain out first. Obviously, this fellow, Wanyan Construct, was not aware of the seriousness of the matter. This will be stationed in the former military camp of the female True Guards. Ran over in a hurry. General, night attack. It's the Jinbei army night attack. What? Wanyan Construct stared in disbelief. How can that be? That Jinbei army has been afraid to go to war for 5 days in a row. How can they possibly dare to go out of the North Gate Pass? They're a bunch of complete turtles. General, this is true. It is really the Jinbei army, the general continued to say. Shoo, Wanyan Construct was even more furious, pulling out his sword and then leaping onto his horse. Damn it, when did we female Jin have to run away when we saw the Central Plains army? All men mount with me and form up to meet the enemy. Just said, in front of Li Tianzi, is like a ghost god general descending? And Li Tianzi, all the way to break the enemy. Through the generals, even killed more than 20 female soldiers. Scared female soldiers, after seeing Li Tianzi, all lose courage. Behind him, the Xuanjia army harvested the lives of fleeing female soldiers. A massacre, a true massacre. Wanyan Construct, killing the people of my Wugwa and attacking my border. This day, this king, I cannot spare you. Li Tianzi's voice, suppressed extremely low. You, this king? You are Li Tianzi? Wanyan Construct was furious. This king didn't go looking for you, but you took the initiative to come and send yourself to death. Generals, take this man down. Around Wanyan Construct, a dozen or so war generals were gathered, all of them great generals under his command. I'll take him. It was to see a general holding a sledgehammer, aggressively smashing towards Li Tianzi, tiger back and waist. Much more wild and fierce than Li Tianzi looked. It really looked like a very fierce general. Seek death. Li Tianzi was not afraid in the slightest, but when the enemy smashed the 2 hammers, he didn't even dodge, and straightly met them. Seeing Li Tianzi being so impulsive, everyone's eyes widened. This guy, I'm afraid he's crazy. Thin arms and legs, still dared to take a hammer from the number 3 general under this general? He's afraid that he doesn't know that this general's hammer general. I don't know how many people have been smashed to death. Wanyan Construct sneered, and these female Jin war generals around him, also waited to see Li Tianzi, being smashed by a hammer. Confidence is good, but blind confidence is arrogance. Li Tianzi, what a bullshit king, what an egomaniac. This hammer of mine can smash you into mush. That hammer general was confident. Oh, yeah, The corners of Li Tianzi's mouth rose slightly. The aura wasn't weak, but the difference with him was just too great. Clang! Weapons met. Sparks shot out, and the sound of collision was like thunder. Click, click, click. Ah! Enemy hammer General Armbones. Instantly be shocked to break. Suddenly from the mouth came out a miserable voice. Blood like a rainbow. From the Black Knight swept. The whole person as if the broken kite. From the warhorse shot down. The two rods weighing dozens of kilograms of the hammer. Is in midair spinning for several weeks. Fell straight in front of the Wanyan structure. The hammer will fall to the ground. The mouth is still flowing blood. This will be the body after a little struggle. Is not breathing. The internal energy of the gas into the body. How can there be a way to live? Dead. Dead. The female generals went forward to check, and immediately could not help but swallow their saliva, shocked and scared to the extreme. One move. Li Tianzi only used one move to bring the third greatest general under Wanyan Construct's command to a direct end. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Li Tianzi. What are you all waiting for? One piece at a time. This general doesn't believe that he can be as powerful as he is. Wanyan Construct simply didn't believe that Li Tianzi could fight a dozen people by himself. After all, it was hard to beat four hands with two fists, and he was still very cognizant of the strength of these generals under his command. Kill! The 12 generals behind him were killing towards Li Tianzi at the same time. My lord, will Mordecai make a move? Ling Bai inquired. No need. You take people to the rear military camp. Those money and food, they are all from our Bei Luo. Li Tianzi commanded. Promise. Ling Bai led the order. Follow this general. Ling Bai led the brocade guards and headed to the rear camp. After Ling Bai left, the 12 generals of the female Jin, already holding a variety of weapons, attacked towards Li Tianzi. Seek death. Li Tianzi was not afraid in the slightest and ran his horse to kill. Shoo! The tiger head Zhanjin spear with a harsh wind sound, stabbed at one of the generals. Just a photo. A gun to break the throat of an enemy general. Li Tianzi's gun, surprisingly fast, simply cannot see the speed of the gun, and even the shadow of the gun cannot catch, which will be a group of female generals. See the fear of heart. Wanyan Construct, on the contrary, is still watching the show. Unbeknownst to them, the other side of the forces that the female Jin clan has offended is also killing the camp where the Wanyan structure is located at this moment. It was a group of cavalry, 10,000 riders, each holding a bow and arrow, and the bows and arrows they shot out could almost be described as 100 shots. Wuhuan, the world-famous mounted archery, is talking about the Wuhuan mounted soldiers, who seem to be natural marksmen, and in terms of archery, the Wuhuan soldiers are the best in the world, and Wuhuan has a great hatred for the female real, almost can be explained by blood feud. Female real in order to expand their power in the grassland. One side of the south expansion to the north of the Liang, the other side is to expand to the west. To the west expansion, will meet the Tartar. The Tartar this tribe is very strong. The female real is not dare to easily mess with, but the other two, is the Hu people and Wuhuan, two tribal troops, in 7 or 8 million or so, in the grasslands, is considered a medium tribes. Hu people on the female true, is considered submissive, but Wuhuan have their own blood, and coupled with, the female true slaughtered a lot of people in Wuhuan, which also led to, Wuhuan sworn will not be defected to the female true. This time, women's true south, complete yen structure of 30,000 soldiers, but also deliberately separated from 5,000, to go to the Wuhuan border, killing and looting. In a fit of anger, the king of Wuhuan sent his army to intercept and kill the women who entered the south. I thought it was going to be a bad fight, but I didn't realize that it was picking up the slack and that someone had gotten there first. Big brother, we seem to be late. The person who spoke was the princess of the Wuhuan clan, Yu Liushue, the strongest female warrior of the Wuhuan clan, whose beauty could be counted as one of the greatest beauties in the entire grassland. The other man was the crown prince of the Wuhuan clan, Yu Shang. Zhenbei? Yu Shang looked at the cavalry that was gradually approaching them, and the word Zhenbei attracted Yu Shang's attention. King Zhenbei's army? Yu Shang said darkly. But the king of Zhenbei is dead. Chapter 48, can be an ally. The man who commanded the cavalry was none other than Shadash. Big brother, it seems to be Wuhuan's army? Xian Ero narrowed his eyes and warned. They're also killing the female Jinren. Not only the Wuhuan army, but also our old acquaintances. Shadoshi saw the crown prince of the Wuhuan clan. Go, you hurriedly lead 1,000 cavalrymen and go to the rear camp to guard those money and food. We can't let the Wuhuan clan take advantage of them. Since they weren't here to fight them, the enemy of their enemy was a friend. But, who is Shatash? Which is a bandit? If this group of guys, this time to pick up the leakage, after the war want to get a piece of the pie, absolutely impossible. I understand. Shen Ero nodded his head. so he led the order towards the rear camp. Shatosh this move, but with Li Tianzi's character, quite similar to his Li Tianzi's things, others do not want to take away, not a little. On the back of the camp of those money and food, Li Tianzi naturally want to take possession of their own. As for Shatoshi, this would go towards the siblings Yu Sheng and Yu Lu Shui. Both of you, you're too late. More than 20,000 female true soldiers have already been wiped out by our army for the most part. So, all the things in the female true camp, you guys don't want to get your hands on a bit of it, Shatoshi said directly. Shatoshi, it's actually you? Yu Sheng stopped his horse and looked at Shatoshi. You've defected to the Jinbei king? Haven't you always refrained from getting involved with officials of the martial kingdom? Also, this Jinbei king is. Yu Sheng saw Shatosh, this big thief, actually defected to the government. This has really let him incomparably surprised. This new king of Jinbei. In the end, what is the magic? Can this guy, under the banner? Shatoshi explained. You Wuwan really don't know anything, do you? Yu Sheng is quite embarrassed. The Wuwan clan, far from the border of the Wu kingdom, and north of the Tartars, east of the Jurchen, all the people of the army, its Wuwan clan's center of gravity, are in the Jurchen clan. Since the death of the old Jinbei king, Wuwan has been more than a year. Did not pay attention to the news of the Wu dynasty. This time, I learned that the female true, and in the dog border plundering, my Wuwan clan in order to avenge the blood revenge of the dead clan, special raid of troops and horses south, want to the female true army, one by one, wipe out. Yes, Wuwan clan is still very just, not backed by any big clans, which also leads to the whole clan, are facing the threat of Tartar, female real, their own clans have to take care of themselves, and how to care about other countries of the broken things. Oh, Shatosh nodded. Today's king of Jinbei, it is the old king of Jinbei's son Li Tianzi. Why would I defect to him? Now is not the time to discuss with you in detail. When the extermination of the female truth, I will talk to you in detail. Maybe, it can even save your Wuwan's life. This, looking at Shatosh's adoring gaze, the two siblings, were truly shocked. Then didn't Li Tianzi become a fool 2 years ago? How can? Yu Lu Shui was surprised. Alright sister, now is not the time to dwell on this. Since this king of Jinbei, even Shatoshi can conquer, then I think there must be something outstanding about him. First, follow me to kill the center army and take Wanyan Construct's life, Yu Sheng said. With the help of the Jinbei army, the Wuwan clan's anger was vigorously vented on the female soldiers. Ran, when Yu Liu Shui, Yu Sheng's siblings, killed to the middle army, but saw a masked man, took the lead to the front of the female real army tent. The 12 generals of the Jurchen all died in the hands of Li Tianzi. It's just that the Moonsheng siblings came late to this wonderful process. All they saw was that Wanyan Construct had fled towards the north under the cover of his generals Bu Dagger and Waba. Wanyan Construct, rest away. Yu Liu Shui had wanted to chase after him, but was stopped by Yu Sheng. Sister, the poor enemy should not be chased. After killing so many female Jinren, that Wanyan Construct has fled. Yu Sheng said. What's more, did you see those people who died behind that masked general? They were all generals under Wanyan Construct's command. Moreover, this Jinbei army in front of us, and Shatosh that army, is fundamentally different. This Jinbei army, killing, as if, the ghost army general. Yu Liu Shui nodded. Looking at it is indeed somewhat terrifying. Such an army, even the old Jinbei king back then, didn't seem to have one. Go up and look, Yu Sheng said. Aha! Moonflower Snow nodded. At this time, more than 20,000 female soldiers, those who can escape have fled, but this battle, the elimination of female soldiers, naturally, reached more than 10,000 people. Li Tianzi dismounted and didn't go after him. This general, all these female generals, you killed them? Yu Sheng said directly. Aha! Li Tianzi swept a glance at the two, his tone very cold. Wuwan people? What are you doing here if you don't go after the Wujin? Naturally, it's to kill Wanyan Construct, Yu Sheng said. Oh, Wanyan Construct has already run away. With the speed of your Wuwan cavalry, it's not too late to chase after them this time. Li Tianzi continued. But you could have killed him just now? Aren't you afraid that your king will chastise you? Yu Sheng was puzzled. That's right. Where's my big brother talking nicely to you? Why are you being so patronizing? Yu Lu Shui questioned. I am the king of Jinbei. What's more, whom this king lets go. The two of you have not been too lenient, have you? Li Tianzi sneered. Moreover, don't you two think that this Wanyan Construct is stupid? Isn't letting a stupid idiot general back, whether it's for Bei Luo or the Jurchen, both are favorable? What kind of words are you saying? Saying that the two of us have no brains? Yu Lu Shui's face was reddened. It was only when Li Tianzi lifted his head up that he saw the true face of the woman in front of him. This woman is, indeed, beautiful. Even those princesses and young ladies in the Wu dynasty could not match the beauty of this woman. This king didn't say that. Li Tianzi smiled faintly. By the way, although Yu Wuwan came later and killed many female Jin soldiers, all the captured female Jin goods today belong to this king. Sister, must not be rude. You and I dismount. The person in front of him, at least, is also the king of Jinbei. The two naturally must not lose their manners. Yu Liaoshui's small mouth pouted as she immediately dismounted and came. I am the crown prince of the Wuwan clan, and this is the princess of the Wuwan clan, Yu Liaoshui. This time to come, originally wanted to the soldiers of the female true clan, a little attack. I did not expect to be able to obtain such a great victory. This time to come, only for revenge. Those money and food, I Wuwan clan, naturally not greedy, Yu Shang busy said. Yu Liaoshui stared with wide eyes. Big brother, why don't we? We at least killed a lot of female true soldiers. Lu Shui, the main credit, after all, is the Jinbei armies. People also lost a lot of soldiers. We can take revenge and kill so many female soldiers. It's already considered a great relief. Yu Shang's temper, still stable. This made Li Tianzi, at once, look at the person in front of him, a few points higher. A calm personality. There's a purpose in those words. Alright, Prince Wuhuan, feel free to say anything, Li Tianzi said, and then walked into the female Jin's central army tent. There are a lot of treasures inside this center tent. Yu Shang was slightly shocked. He did not expect Li Tianzi to guess that he had come with a heart. Of course, this was also a temporary thought that came to him. This legendary fool of a son seemed to be more shrewd and more urban than all the princes and sons he had ever encountered. On behalf of the Wuwan clan, I have the audacity to make an alliance with King Jinbei. Chapter 49, The Thoughtful Yu Shang. Oh, Li Tianzi stopped and looked at Yu Shang, deliberately saying, do you think this king needs allies? Moreover, in terms of your current situation in Wuwan, whoever is involved with Wuwan is tantamount to being dragged into the vortex of the war between Wuwan and Nujin. Yu Shang said unhurriedly, Jinbei king, the sky is not such a chat, but look at our two families. What do we need together? Now, your highness killed so many female true soldiers, that is bound to be a liang with the female true. The female true will definitely not let go of your highness, and I, the Wuwan clan, and the female true is also a blood feud. As the saying goes, the enemy of the enemy is a friend. We can completely cooperate. Moreover, your highness's enemy, not only the female true, and the northern liang those vassals, they but want to borrow the hand of the female true. You this old Jinbei king's son destroyed, but now your highness, you are not only not destroyed by the female true, but also won the fight. These vassals, is bound to be personally, when, your highness is facing, can not only be the North Liang vassals, maybe there are also the Hu people and the female true, but with my Wuhuan alliance, at least it can help your highness to pull the other two forces. Yu Shang barfed a lot, and he had to say that this Wuhuan crown prince's mind was really well thought out. That said, Bei Luo does need a reliable ally, and Wuhuan is a no-brainer. Moreover, foreign trade requires partners. Beiliang cavalry, Li Tianzi to form a very strong cavalry, and the formation of cavalry is the most critical. That is, the war horse, Beiluo's horse farm, has been destroyed. Want to return to normal, need some time. Right now, the fastest way to get war horses is to buy them from the Wuhuan clan. Alliance, viable. Ha ha ha. Li Tianzi laughed out loud. You are right, this king needs allies. However, can you, the prince of Wuhuan, with your impromptu alliance, keep your word? Yu Shang was overjoyed. As the king's crown prince, I naturally have the right to speak. When I go back this time, I will ask the king of my clan, perhaps, wait until the beginning of November, my Wuhuan clan's bonfire festival. At that time, we can invite the king of Jinbei to come, sign the alliance, and enjoy some, my Wuhuan clan's culture. Aha! Li Tianzi stroked his chin and nodded. Good, then we'll wait to hear Prince Wuhuan's good news. November, the north has been killed into the winter season. This time of the female true, Tartar, is not expected to go south, but can engage in some other things. Moreover, don't look at this time Li Tianzi killed so many female soldiers, but a bigger war, for a while, can't be fought. The reason is very simple. Tartary internal, now or four-king rebellion era. Each king want to unify Tartary, and the hands of these kings, can be pinched 120,000 troops, which each fights for supremacy. Okay, in fact, once the joint, regardless of which country on the periphery, is not a good thing. As for the female true, is also the rise of the last 10 years. The domestic nature is still some turbulence, the need to expand outside, at least 1 year. However, There is this 1 year's time. Has been enough. Li Tianzi. Will be the development of Beiluo good. Since you want an alliance, you are still wearing a mask. Why don't you show your true colors? Yu Liuxue on one side had not interjected. The two men's conversation, in Yu Liuxue's ears, was like listening to heavenly books. Princess Wu Huan, could it be that you like this king? Li Tianzi smiled faintly. What are you babbling about? With a reputation like yours? Who would like you? If you dare to talk nonsense again, don't blame this princess for not being polite. Saying that, Yu Liuxue was pulling out the saber that was hanging from her waist, and that little face was as red as a flaming apple. In the entire Wu Huan clan, no one dares to flirt with this princess like this. Sister, Yu Sheng grabbed Yu Liuxue's wrist. Brother, he bullied your sister. Yu Liuxue stomped her foot. Her brother, for the first time, turned towards an outsider. At that moment, Ling Bai, who was outside, came to his order. My lord, the casualty report is out. This battle, we exterminate the female true nearly 20,000. Our army died in battle 751 people, of which nearly 100 people is the Xuanjia army soldiers, seized. Ling Bai towards the side of the Moon Victory's siblings looked at the mouth as to spit out two words, quite abundant. Hiss. Although he knew that the Xian armor army would also suffer casualties, but this one-time death and injury of more than 100, it is also really heartbreaking. After all, the amount of money spent to form a Xian armor heavy cavalry was quite a lot. Hearing this casualty word count, the two siblings of the Wu Huan clan were also quite shocked. Just by losing more than 700 people, he wiped out 20,000 female soldiers. Even if it was a night attack, if it was Wu Huan cavalry, I'm afraid it would be difficult to achieve such a victory. Aha! Pass the order down. Escort the captured money and grain. Let's go back to Beiluo. Right. The clothes on the female true soldiers. All give this king to strip off. Those what weapons are. Not a single bit can be left. As well as these maps in the tent. All to this king to get back. Promise. Ling Bai bowed and received the order. Then with a few brocade guards, he started to collect the objects inside the tent, even if it was a piece of paper. Li Tianzi said with a smile before looking at the brother and sister of the Wu Huan clan, both of you, this king is busy with various matters, so I won't see you off. Yu Liuxue was instantly furious and wanted to scold Li Tianzi, but was pulled back by Yu Sheng on the side, signaling to stop talking. Yu Sheng bowed towards Li Tianzi. Farewell. So, he took Yu Liuxue and exited the tent. Only after leaving a long way away did Yu Liuxue couldn't help but inquire. Big brother, this Li Tianzi is just too much. Look at his tone of voice. It's as if we owe him money. Moreover, Li Tianzi is surrounded by enemies. Even their own court is against them. Maybe in a few days, he will be destroyed by someone else. What do we have to do with his alliance? Yu Liuxue did not understand. Oh, yeah. Yu Sheng smiled faintly, altogether in the grasp of the appearance. You do not understand. A person who pretends to be crazy can be an ordinary person? Moreover, isn't the date we signed the alliance set for November 1st? If he is truly destroyed by the other Northern Lian lords during this month's time, it has nothing to do or lose with us. Yu Liuxue nodded her head as if she understood, but thinking, if this can wait until November when Li Tianzi arrives at the Wu Huan clan, at that time, she would definitely give Li Tianzi some color. In the twilight of the night, Wang Yan constructed a gray head, with a group of cavalry, escaped from life. This will be his, has not yet reacted from the defeat. General, have a drink of water. The Jinbei army and the Wu Huan army aren't chasing after us. Bu Dagger took out a water bottle from his waist and handed it over. Chapter 50, a shortcut to the imperial court. Shu, Pa, being angry Wang Yan structure. Where can still drink the water? Suddenly in a fit of anger, the water bag was cut into two halves. The water clattered and fell to the ground. This could be seen by Bu Knife, his throat gulping straight. Drink, drink. Just know how to drink. Are you all a bunch of losers? A tiny Li Tianzi can't even beat you. After you and I return to the capital, we won't let those people in the court laugh our asses off. Damn it, why don't we just all die of thirst in Ma Bei, and go back for nothing? It's a disgrace. Wang Yan construct was exposed, and the veins on his forehead stood out. The men of this steppe, who mostly call themselves warriors, value the word honor more than their own lives. Ahem. Bu Knife rather embarrassed cough. General, this is the only water bag in our army. You still cut him. It is estimated that we are really going to die of thirst in the grassland. What? Wang Yan construct looked at the water bag that he had cut off and was momentarily confused. Where's the water bag? None of it was taken. Bu Dagger said honestly. In addition, the 5,000 cavalry that attacked Wu Huan let Wu Huan swallow it in one bite. For the next 3 days, we can only go back to the feminine with thirst. Wan Yen constructs fists clenched. Ah, it's all because of Li Tianzi. If I don't kill you, I will not be a human being. Go on, go grab someone else's. Women's true south of the border of Wu. Indeed, there is still a distance to travel. If there is no water, the thousands of people under its command have to die of thirst. Before entering the women's true, there is a desert. There is nothing. This area can put people around the death. Ran. The news of the defeat of the army of the Wan Yin structure, overnight, like a hurricane, spread around. The entire sky of northern Liang was about to change at this moment. Xining's Huangfu Ci, laughing the most happily, he did not expect. Li Tianzi really will give him a surprise. Taking advantage of everyone did not pay attention to, even overnight, destroyed 20,000 female soldiers. That's a female Jin. A female Jin that's even more powerful than the Hu people. All suffered a great loss at the hands of Li Tianzi. This is simply unthinkable. And in the eyes of the entire people of Beiliang, Li Tianzi's fame, but to reach the apex, as long as it is to fight the northern foreigners, the people of Beiliang embraced worship. However, this was not a good thing for the several major lords of northern Liang. Du Xiong of Dingyan and Jin Chang Jin Datong, the two lords, came to the land of Zhu Li Zhou Jin Kai. Two adults, we can no longer underestimate this Li Tianzi. This kid really has some strength. Defeated Zhao Yan, destroyed the Hu people, and now destroyed the Jurchen. His son's ability, I'm afraid that it's not too much more than his father's. We can't just sit back and wait for death anymore. Zhou Jin Kai clenched his teeth and said, Aha! The two men looked at each other. Du Xiong said, after all, Li Tianzi is the son of the king of Zhenbei. Openly starting a war and killing Li Tianzi would not be in my favor. Jin Datong also echoed. Moreover, there is a tiger eyeing Huangfu Ci next to us. This guy's strength can be much stronger than us. Before, or the old Zhenbei king Li Dinggua's brother. If this guy gets involved, it will be difficult for us. They actually wanted to kill Li Tianzi, but they were also afraid of Li Tianzi's identity. After all, the old Zhenbei king Li Dinggua's reputation is really too big. Killed his son, their three vassals, by the world scolded a scolding even if, but if it is missed by others, become a victim of the dynasty of the gang of political power struggle. But it is not worth it. Oh, Zhou Jin Kai sneered. Li Tianzi being alive makes some people's hearts uneasy, and there are many people in the court who want to take Li Tianzi's life. For example, Crown Prince Xiaoji. Today, I invited you two to come, not only to talk about the situation in northern Liang, as well as Li Tianzi's problem, but more crucially, I want to show the way for you two adults. To show the way. The two blinked, suddenly feeling that the atmosphere around them was not right. Zhou Jinzai's expression was as sinister as an old fox. Du Xiong curiously inquired, Lord Zhou, what exactly are you trying to say? Zhou Jin Kai smiled faintly. I am not hiding anything from you two. I have already defected to the crown prince of the current dynasty. What? The two people who would be here were stunned into sitting down. Zhou Jin Kai, what on earth do you think? Didn't we all agree? Independent of all forces, not in the company of the court, even, a long time ago, we also fought with the old Zhenbei army, that is to go to war with the court. At this time, you defected to the court will let us go so easily? Jin Datong stared at his eyes. Hey! Zhou Jin Kai waved his hand. Both of you, what kind of situation is Beiliang in now? And you're still obsessing over this? Can the female genitals be relied upon? They don't treat us as human beings at all, and every year they offer to pay tribute in money and grain. More and more. And with this money, we would have developed our army long ago. Moreover, what we have offended is the court, not the crown prince. Now the crown prince is pulling the strings. The entire court, half of the officials, are his people. If in the future, the crown prince becomes the emperor, then we will be the vassal of the dragon. I'm not hiding it from you two. The crown prince promised that after killing Li Tianzi, he would appoint us as marquis, and we don't need to join the dynasty as officials. We will continue to lead Beiliang. Maybe in the future, after the crown prince completely ascends to the throne, we will still be able to serve as princes. Backing is important. To be able to gain a foothold in this chaotic place of northern Liang, these vassals are not any kind of oil lamp. They knew very well that if they continued like this, they would be swallowed up by others sooner or later. Dependable? Jin Datong stroked his beard. We won't be used by Xiaoji. Don't worry, Xiaoji wouldn't dare. Zhou Jinzai thought he was smart. Good. If the crown prince really says so, then we'll just do as he commands. Kill Li Tianzi, Kim Chase said in a revitalized voice. The three are sort of in a complete alliance. Duke and husband. These two titles and official positions are just a bit too tempting. However, Xiaozhu would not have thought that this time his approach was just what Li Tianzi wanted. Li Tianzi couldn't wait for Beiliang to be in chaos. And then he took the opportunity to send out his troops and logically control the entire Beiliang. 2 days later, the news that Li Tianzi was in the north, exterminating Zhao Yan, then the Hu people, and later killing the women really reached back to the capital. Beiluo Jiabo, Jinbei King Li Tianzi, destroyed Beiluo Taisho Zhao Yan, then destroyed 20,000 Hu people, followed by the destruction of 20,000 female truths, to drive away the wolves and drive away the north, and to raise the prestige of my country of Dao. Beiluo Jiabo, Jinbei King Li Tianzi, destroyed Beiluo Taisho Zhao Yan, then destroyed 20,000 Hu people, followed by the destruction of 20,000 female truths, to drive away the wolves and drive away the north, and to raise the prestige of my country of Dao. For a time, the entire capital shook. To be honest, it's been almost a month since Li Tianzi went to northern Liang, right? Normal time projection is, Li Tianzi just arrived in Beiluo, also perhaps died halfway, no news at all. But because of this, Li Tianzi's news just sent back, just like that bomb, instantly detonated the whole capital. Chapter 51, Appointed Assassin of Northern Liang and Leader of Liangzhou General Affairs. Unbelievable. This Li Tianzi, really great. A fool, just arrived in Beiluo in less than a month, captured Beiluo, attacked the Hu people in the north, and then attacked the Jurchen, and severely injured them. Such achievements, even his father, Li Dinghua, has not yet had. Throughout the 1,000 years of the world, there hasn't been any person who, at the age of 18, could have such a battle record. Say, this Li Tianzi, he can't be pretending to be stupid, that goes without saying, it must be playing dumb. With Li's situation in the first place, if she didn't play dumb, this second son of the Jinbei royal family, I'm afraid he would have died a long time ago. This kind of city is truly astounding. Throughout the streets of the capital, discussing Li Tianzi's voice, endless, many people just feel their face hot and painful. There are still some people to Li Tianzi incomparable admiration, but some people began to be afraid, especially those who used to trample on Li's feet. In Li's extremely unfavorable family nobility officials, learned that Li Tianzi is not only not dead, but also in the north to take so much credit, but so scared that they can't even stand up. The court, on the Taiji Palace, the civil and military officials stood to the right and left. Not only the people, but also the civil and military officials in the court were very shocked, especially the Crown Prince extremely Crown Prince party. That face, but then the dead mother is more ugly. Is the emperor? This will hear the Northern Liang report back. Do not know is happy or worried. After all, the slightly mediocre emperor, the heart of the door is very clear. Li was destroyed, but from his handwriting. Of course, as the emperor, he could deny the practice of secretly exterminating Li, and could completely blame it on someone else. But he didn't dare to be sure that Li Tianzi, who had been playing dumb, would believe his words as the emperor. But he also thought about the fact that he was the emperor, and what the emperor said was what he said, and there was no need to give explanations to his subjects. But today, since Li Tianzi has made a merit, it is natural for him to make a statement. Otherwise, it will chill the hearts of the people of the world. Dear ministers, take a look. This is the fool you're talking about. First entering the north, winning 3 battles in a row. It's simply raising the national prestige of my great martial empire. Emperor Xiao Wu, the martial emperor, was deliberately faking a smile at this moment. But then again, Li Tianzi Northern defeat 2 major tribes in a row. But to the entire dog country to raise eyebrows, to the Emperor Xiao Wu is also a long face. After all, since the death of Li Dinghua, the entire dog country foreign wars, is simply a mess. Prime Minister Qin Hui and Crown Prince Xiuji, glancing at each other, seemed to have agreed on this a long time ago. He saw Qin will step out first. Your Majesty, the King of Jinbei, Li Tianzi, made such a merit, must be rewarded. Oh, the old emperor frowned slightly. Qin will be with the Li family. Now it is like fire and water. This old thing will even give Li Tianzi to ask for credit. Its gourd in the end sold what medicine? Even the other civil and military ministers, all looked at Qin Hui, quite curious, and did not know, this Qin Hui's stomach, and what bad water is holding, but would give Li Tianzi to ask for credit? And the prince surprisingly didn't stop it. He asked, Qin Aiqing, what do you think I should reward? Qin Hui's eyes rolled and he immediately said, naturally, Li Tianzi was given the title of Assassin of Northern Liang, leading the general affairs of Liangzhou, SS. The identity of the King of Jinbei is already very special. If in the addition of a Northern Liang assassin, will not it become a party of feudal officials? Border officials. That is a real person in charge of the army. The dominant party wants the power to sit big. I'm afraid that the court, have to be afraid of a few points. Now the territory of the Dawu Empire, but there are a lot of such a vassal king, has threatened the court, but it was Qin who would say this, and the ministers of the court, naturally, did not dare to talk too much. Great general, that second son of yours, he should be following the Jinbei king. Since that's the case, tell us your opinion. The emperor placed his gaze on Su Boshan. Su Boshan was actually quite confused. To be honest, what Li Tianzi did in northern Liang, he knew before anyone else in the dynasty. After Li Tianzi defeated the female true soldiers, Su Dingfang sent a letter to Su Boshan. At that time, he was shocked, no less than any other person. He Su Boshan, the official general, the general leader of the world's troops and horses. But I did not expect. That fighting is not ambiguous, but this look at people's skills is indeed poor. He did not expect the Li family Li Dingwa also, even if, but as a result, its son's ability to be more than the old man is also horrifying several times. However, his son chose to stand with Li Tianzi, so naturally he, as a father, still chose to help Li Tianzi. Your Majesty, the land of northern Liang, a group of demons, several vassals, divide the territory. Li Tianzi may be able to win the female genitals, but may not be able to determine the northern Liang. If you let Li Tianzi for the northern Liang assassin, it is bound to be the forces of those vassals of the northern Liang. A group of people attacked. To the ability of Li Tianzi, I'm afraid that, please, Your Majesty, to take back the order. The advantages and disadvantages of this, Su Boshan is naturally aware of. Beiluo is now unstable, and offended the female genitals and the Hu people. This if in the north of Liang a number of forces are offended. I'm afraid that really want to end of the road. And in Su Boshan's opinion, Li Tianzi may have the ability, but really want to settle the whole of Beiliang, without 1 or 2 years. It is an impossible thing. Even if you really take Beiliang in 1 or 2 years, it is bound to be a lose-lose situation. When the time comes, how will the Jurchen and Hu respond? Su Boshan was just afraid that Li Tianzi's troops and abilities were limited and he was distracted. However, this enthronement could unintentionally help Li Tianzi. Listening to Su Boshan's words, the old emperor finally understood why Qin Hui would be so active in pushing Li Tianzi up to the position of assassin of northern Liang. Crown Prince, what do you think? The old emperor looked again at Crown Prince Xiaoji, who did not say a word on the side. Xiao Zhili stepped out of the queue and said, Father, Li Tianzi's father Li Dingwa, when he was alive, the north drive Tartar slaves, heroic and invincible. The son of the court, Li Tianzi has such a capacity, should be adhering to his father's legacy, for my Dao, to guard the northern border, and should also pacify the northern Liang chaos. This should be Li Tianzi's duty. Aha! The old emperor stroked his beard and nodded. Good. Prepare a decree. Add Li Tianzi as the assassin of northern Liang, and within a year, destroy the big and small vassals of northern Liang. After that, it's just some bottles and jars of stuff. What with the cloth, wine, beauty, and so on. And the corners of Qin Hui and Xiaoji's mouths rose slightly, very pleased with themselves. Gentlemen, do you still have a book to present? If you don't have a book, leave the court, the old emperor said indifferently. Su Boshan continued, Your Majesty, the border between he and you, which is bordered by the Jurchen, has recently discovered that the Jurchen have staged an army of 200,000 men here. On one side of the right, Prime Minister Yang Yi also stepped out of the queue. Your Majesty, not only the northern border, recently my eastern land, Su, Cheng, you 3 states of the land, are subject to the East Japan provocation, killed a lot of people on my coast, this north, east on the sudden increase in troops. The visitor is not good. Chapter 52, The Gateway. The Jurchen and the Eastern Japanese, these 2 assholes, they won't join forces, will they? These 2 countries are joining forces. Can our Dawu cope? For a time, the entire civil and military officials above the courtroom were instantly thrown into panic. Your Majesty, this female true, East Japan, afraid of long agreed. They make some things out, only want to our great martial arts dynasty, to ask for money to food. Just, when the time comes, let's just give a few 3 melon 2 jujubes, and send them off. Prime Minister Qin Hui said indifferently. Su Boshan was instantly offended. What does Minister Qin mean by this? Millions of silver taels and also grain and grass. Are they 3 melons and 2 dates? The people of our great martial kingdom, how difficult it is to live now, do you know? Moreover, since the old Jinbei king died, our country is like a broken spine. Even the indemnity for 3 years, the amount of indemnity adds up to more than 10 million. The other foreigners, with the money and food given by our great martial arts, the strength of the more and more expansion, but our country of martial arts, because of these indemnities, the whole world is suffering. How many people have died? National strength has long been decadent. You and a group of deceitful people, to His Majesty to submit the folders. Can there be a word of truth? Subo Shan, you're also too unbridled. Qin Hui said angrily. Enough, all of you stop arguing. The old emperor shouted angrily. What kind of place do you think this is? A vegetable market? All shut up for me. As an emperor, is seen by outsiders as dim, but does not mean that the emperor of a country, really weak and incompetent. The old emperor's mind, can be fine. In the north and east, strengthen the guard. If this time, the foreign tribes of the Jurchen and the eastern Japanese, if they still dare to soldier against the borders of Da, I will never let it happen. In addition, next year's Mid-Autumn, I will be held in the capital of the Mid-Autumn Festival. Next year not only poetry and song, in addition, also have to choose people for my great martial arts. Our own country's princes, those border foreigners, all invite back to me. I want to organize a good martial arts competition, to strengthen the momentum of my martial arts country. A year's preparation. All of you, go and find someone well. And next year do not dishonor the national prestige of Daewoo. Retreat. The old emperor threw out his sleeve and left in a huff. The 100 officials are not even given the opportunity to explain their opinions. Perhaps, in the emperor's view, the martial arts state is to martial arts state. This civil martial arts style is strong. That martial arts strong generation, naturally, is not in the minority. To win the northern foreigners those who, that will certainly be a handful of well. And the old emperor's mind, is also very obvious, since the old age, maybe one day will die, which is not yet dead before it, always want to do something, only to make up for the mistakes he made when he was young. Moreover, this passed to the Mid-Autumn Festival that naturally there are poetry and song contests, martial arts country of the Central Plains culture. In fact, or can, in succession, defeated the northern foreign tribes. This northern foreign tribes are also more forceful, every year to send people to participate in, just do not give in to defeat. So, lost a lot of land to the great martial arts. Yes, this simple Mid-Autumn Festival, without some bets, it is not interesting. Of course, the Wugwa people took advantage of the advantage, not a few months, and then let others forcibly send troops to recapture back. That is, will be the great Wugwa nailed in the generations of the imperial dynasty on top of the pillar of shame, out of the palace gates. Prince Xiuji, all the way into the East Palace. Your Highness, you have returned? Shiji trotted over and broadened Xiaoji's clothes. I heard that, instead of dying in northern Liang, Li Tianzi has gained a foothold in northern Luo. Shiji in front of the face of the whole world, withdrawing from the Li clan, but the Li clan's face, stepped on the soles of the feet. She originally thought, Li Tianzi went to the north, has no way to live, but the reality is to give her a slap in the face. Li Tianzi not only survived, but also in a way that is famous and shocking to the sky, hit the face of the entire Shi family. Not bad. Father also added him as the assassin of Northern Liang, leading the general affairs of Northern Liang. Xiaoji said bluntly. What? Shiji's eyes were wide, and her tone was clearly a bit panicked. Don't look at Xiuji as the crown prince. However, from the world situation, not when the crown prince, in addition to the emperor below the largest power, now the great martial empire, divided in all sides of the vassal forces, but can grasp the heavy military? Even the court will have to give a few moments of face. However, the state of Northern Liang, incomparably large, put it this way, the great martial arts empire, and the state of the map, but it is very big, Beiliang's map, but the two states of the sum, although only 9 counties in Beiliang, but the peak of the Beiliang, that has nearly 5 million people, is the world's first big state. Li Tianzi became the assassin of Northern Liang, then this guy would not be able to turn over a new leaf. Shiji immediately said, today's Li Tianzi has gradually taken on the momentum of a fierce tiger. If he is then made the assassin of Northern Liang and becomes one of the feudal officials of my Wu dynasty, I'm afraid that he will become a great danger. Oh, Xiaoji smiled disdainfully as he swept Shiji into his arms. Are you regretting it? Shiji was terrified, and immediately, as if she were a kitten, she arched into Xiaoji's arms. What is your highness saying? My concubine is naturally your highness's person. How could I dare to have second thoughts? Letting Shiji tease like this, Xiaoji's heart to blame was gone. One pinched its buttocks. Measure you don't have the guts. That punk does have some ability, but that's about it. I thought that after winning 2 battles and concealing him from the palace would have no way to take him? The reason why I appointed Li Tianzi as the assassin of Northern Liang, that was naturally to dig a pit for Li Tianzi. Think about it, nowadays, the place of Northern Liang is in chaos. The 4 major forces are entrenched. Such a pattern has not been broken, but Li Tianzi's arrival is going to break the balance. Do you think that those lords of northern Liang can let Li Tianzi continue to gain a foothold in northern Liang? Moreover, of the three major forces in northern Liang now, other than Huangfu Ci, the other three forces have already obeyed all the orders of this palace, and this time, this palace will personally beat Li Tianzi into the abyss of doom. Xiaoji's eyes narrowed slightly, and two cold glints were revealed, rather sinister. But unfortunately, Xiaoji didn't understand Li Tianzi at all, nor did he understand where Li Tianzi's limits were. Ran. A conspiracy is brewing, but has been silent for a long time. Li's gatehouse. This time it is the door of the city. However, Li's old grandmother, Luz, had asked the mansion's houseguests to keep the doors closed, and they would still not know what had happened. After all, after Li Tianzi left the capital, Li's family, life in fact is not good. The residence is surrounded by the court spies, where close to Li's 50-meter radius, there is no one. That is, Li's maids, go out to buy groceries are followed. In fact, that is, grounded. Therefore, Li Tianzi's news, the Li family people are not yet clear. Just on the sudden, outside the door gathered a lot of rich and noble merchants and businessmen family and so on. This is the emperor, has lifted the Li family grounding order, but also specially ordered General Su Bo-shan, personally go to the Li family, send some gold and silver jewelry. What? Chapter 53, the Li family will rise again. This will be, the housekeeper of the mansion, after understanding what happened outside, a moment of great shock, so, ran back to the mansion in a hurry. This news, can be really great, for the entire Li family, that is incomparably exhilarating. Grandmother Lu, Mother Lin, as well as some of the mansion's subordinates, all stood in the middle of the courtyard, quite apprehensive. They were afraid, and again, what kind of setup the court was putting them in. How's it going, old butler? What the hell happened? Our Li family, we have long since lost our relationship with these families and nobles. They won't be coming to seek trouble from us, right? Lin asked urgently. The old butler shook his head and said excitedly, Mrs. Lin, it's a good thing, a heavenly good thing. The king has made a great achievement in the north, destroyed Zhao Yan, and struck the Hu and the Jurchen in the north, and for a while the world was abuzz with national prestige. How is this possible? Are you talking about the Jinbei king? Lin couldn't believe it. The old butler nodded. It is none other than the second son, Li Tianzi. Old madam, I'm afraid that our Li family will rise again. However, the Li family for this news, since the attitude of half-belief, not quite dare to believe. After all, Li Tianzi is a kind of, they are aware of, to be able to live to the north Luo, is already God's favor, and how can you make such a feat? This is not the key. Lu was counting the time, a month to time, estimated only to the north Luo bar. How is it that such a big thing has happened in just this amount of time? This is when the old Jinbei king Li Dingwood in the time, may not be able to have such a record. Even family members do not believe that Li Tianzi can be in the north, have such a big job. Mother, this news, can we believe it? Lin asked the old man beside her. The old dominant mother, Lu, narrowed her eyes slightly. This matter, not to be believed in its entirety. This is bound to be an impossible thing. Wait for the investigation to be clear and truly certain before saying anything. Our Li family, have become this appearance, but still be missed. After all things, we must be careful and cautious for good, Lu said helplessly. The Li family, can't take another hit. Tap 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 tap. Just at this moment, outside the door of the house, sounded a sound of iron armor crashing. Outside the coaxing sound, is also much smaller. Elder Lady Lu, my name is Su Bo-shan, seeking an audience by His Majesty's imperial decree. Su Bo-shan bowed down. Su Bo-shan's voice was so loud that inside and outside of Li's city hall, it could be heard clearly. It's the great general, Lin said in astonishment. Even the great general has come, so I guess this matter, I'm afraid it's true? Old butler, get the door. Yes, Mrs. Lin. The old butler went to open the door again. He saw a group of soldiers, trotting in, and in Su Bo-shan's hand, he was holding what was naturally an imperial decree issued down by the emperor. Your Majesty's holy decree, Su Bo-shan said directly. Hearing this, Lu clan and Lin clan immediately knelt down. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, Jinbei King Li Tianzi, in the northern land, the north drive Tartar slaves, the extermination of the female true, the Hu people, each counting 20,000, great merit, plus his as the North Liang assassin, the general leader of the Liangzhou general affairs. This day, lift the Li house confinement, reward it with 100 pieces of gold, silver and jade, worth 10,000 taels, and 1,000 pieces of silk and satin. Anyway, the old emperor rewarded the Li family with many things. In fact, The old emperor was thinking that back then, he was able to utilize the old Jinbei king, Li Dinghua, to become the pillar of the martial state, with 20 years of peace on the border. And now, the ability shown by the small-town northern king could also become the foundation stone of the martial state again. So, the old emperor was thinking, to be gracious to Li Tianzi, and to take such a talented person into his own hands. Of course, the premise is, you must be able to survive in northern Liang. The old minister accepts the imperial decree. Lu took the imperial decree. The Lu clan, Lin clan, and a group of Li clan women who would be here were also incomparably shocked. But more than that, they were excited. What did the rise of Li Tianzi represent? They were naturally very clear. The Li family's re-emergence is expected. This time, Su Boshan waved his hand, and the soldiers behind him, all of them exited the Li family residence. Old madam, please rise quickly. Su Boshan personally went forward and helped Lu up. It was just that this subtle gesture was what convinced Ryu that what Li Tianzi had done at BYU, that it was true. Can the great general speak with my old self about the circumstances of this matter? My Li family has top quality tea to slowly catch up with the great general, Lu said with a smile. Old madam invited me. How could I not give face? Su Boshan came in person this time, which was considered to give Li face. Of course, the most important thing is, that is to ease some relations with the Li family. The future Li, in the end, will not go to the old Jinbei king's old way. This is no longer important. The important thing is that the old emperor want to cultivate Li Tianzi? This is enough. And then, Su Boshan told the whole story of what happened to Li Tianzi in northern Liang. Even the process of how he defeated Zhao Yan was told, the details of which were naturally told to him by Su Dingfang. This chat, it is to the evening, the Li family, listening to his hot-blooded excitement, but only Lu's and Lin's no, was forced to the end of the Li Tianzi, to make every command decision, is under how much determination? Of course, Su Dingfang did tell Su Boshan some details of the war, but not everything was said outwardly, such as the firearms that Li Tianzi had researched. Su Dingfang was already boasting that he was under Li Tianzi's command, and that many secrets, naturally, could not be told. It was late in the evening before Subhashan left. Great General, my old body's legs are not convenient, so I won't see you off. Lu was in a good mood today. The gloom of the month was swept away. Lin, you gave birth to a good son. Lu's eyes, already red. Aha! Lin nodded. This child, pretending to be crazy for 3 years. These 3 years, really aggravated him. Only a mother knows how much Li Tianzi has suffered these 3 years. Well, a child with good results is what we want to see. Lu was stunned. This old bone of mine. I have to hold on and wait for Tianzi to lead the family back to the top before closing my eyes. Old housekeeper, since His Majesty has lifted the Li family's grounding, you these days, take the money sent by the families and go recruit some beater mates to come back. And you go to the bazaar right now to buy more meat to come back. Tonight, meat. Yes. The old butler bowed respectfully, and at this moment, Su Boshan, who had returned to the mansion, called in his eldest son, Su Dinghua, the current minister of war. Father, you called me? Su Dinghua bowed. Sit down. Let's talk, Su Boshan said. Yes. Su Dinghua pulled a chair aside. Speaking of which, Su Dinghua's name, and the old Jinbei king Li Dinghua's name, were quite similar, and back then, Su Boshan, also in order to benchmark Li Dinghua, hoping that his own son in the future, could also become a character like Li Dinghua, and then deliberately took it. Chapter 54, The Great Talent Han Wenzhou. Su Boshan's face had heart written all over it. It was obvious that after going to the Li family today, Lu didn't treat him much better. The Su and Li families, after all, could not go back to their previous relationship. Relationships were really important in this capital, and it mattered what kind of people you involved your interests with. He speculated, if Li Tianzi could really master northern Liang, then in the next 10 years, the Li family would continue to be the dominant one in the world. Father went to the Li family. He shouldn't have received a good face. Su Boshan was a great general, usually had quite a lot of military affairs, and his mind was not that complicated. While Su Dinghua served as the minister of war in the dynasty, dealing with a group of old foxes, and became an old fox himself. Not bad, but it doesn't matter anymore. The gift has been sent out. At least, old lady Lu accepted it, and the relationship between the Su and Li families has eased a lot. It's just that, for next year's mid-autumn martial arts competition, Li Tianzi is the person that His Majesty has chosen by name. It's fine if the latter dies, but if he lives, after this martial arts meeting, it's really going to take off. Su Boshan said helplessly. The emperor destroyed Li Dinghua and now wants to support his son, and he is not afraid of raising a tiger. Father needn't worry, My younger brother is under Li Tianzi's command and has been entrusted with important duties. With this layer of relationship, the relationship between the Su and Li families cannot be broken. Moreover, this Li Tianzi is keeping his second brother by his side only because he wants to pull our Su family down and get involved with them. Then why don't we push the boat along? Help him out again? An old fox-like smile appeared on Su Dinghua's face. How can I help? Su Bo Shan inquired. What does Li Tianzi need most now? Nothing more than money and food. And talent. Father, why not? Give 100,000 stone grain and grass. Give some gold and silver. To Li Tianzi that is a favor. In addition, our Su family, there is not a depressed and unfulfilled doorkeeper. Han Wenzhou well. A scholar groom who offended the rich and powerful will never be able to take the exams in his life. But father's protection of him and giving him a bite to eat is already a favor to him. Such great talent. Stay in the Su family to do a Mr. Scribe. Is really talented. Not as follows to the border. Su Dinghua continued. By the way, let Han Wenzhou give us as an eye to monitor Li Tianzi also good. Han Wenzhou. 6 years ago, the first prize winner of the Chun exams, with absolute power to crush a group of students. I thought that the green clouds, unfortunately, this world, after all, there is no such thing as fairness. Han Wenzhou is quite upright. Do not attach to the powerful party, behind and no background. Naturally, Qin will be forced to switch down. Aha! Su Bo Shan nodded his head, but began to worry about Li Tianzi again. You go and arrange it. Just, Han Wenzhou this guy. No one serves, when a paperwork, but also happy in it. Li Tianzi want to accept this great talent. I'm afraid to waste some effort. The next day, the wine and cloth given to Li Tianzi by the court were also loaded out of the car. Han Wenzhou was appointed as the steward for this escorted cargo. Grand Duke, let's make a deal. If I don't get along wherever I stay at Li Tianzi, I'll leave immediately and never stay. For Su Bo Shan to ask him to assist a fool and manage Bai Liang, isn't that bullshit? Regardless of whether or not Li Tianzi has won the battle, in his opinion, those what king what officials he can't see any of them. Even the old king of Jinbei back then, he could not look at it, and his evaluation of it was that he was foolishly loyal and did not know how to adapt. Over the years, he was stationed in the four sides of the feudal lords, have understood, but never a feudal lord can enter his eyes, otherwise, he would not have stayed in the Su family. When a small paperwork, now, he was even asked to assist a foolish king, that would be even more impossible. He was a normal person. He must not be exhausted? There is no way out. Turning mid-October, the weather is getting cooler as we enter fall. Because of Li Tianzi's strong resistance to the foreigners, the people's harvest this year, more than doubled. Right now these times, Li Tianzi is undoubtedly the focus of the world. The outside has been discussing crazy, the heat is still climbing. However, Li Tianzi didn't care about other people's discussion, but put all his energy on governing Beiluo, the people outside the pass. Basically all inward migration in, nearly 300,000 people. Just a pity, many people do not believe in the government's transfer orders, did not move in time to save their lives, so that the female real killed a lot of people. As for Wuhuan Prince Yu Shang, he returned to the king's court after making some trouble at the border of the Jurchen, but he is always remembering the alliance with Li Tianzi. Li Tianzi, in one battle, became a feudal official sitting in Beiluo. Han Wenzhou's imperial decree, slow yet to arrive, but the rumors from the outside, has already arrived. Yu Sheng was still thinking of what excuse to use, to convince his father, but now it seems to be no longer necessary. Like among the northern tribes, the Wuhuan and the Hu people, these tribes are actually about the same as a state power in the Dou dynasty, while Bai Liang is a large state. So, the current Li Tianzi was actually above the Wuhuan king when it came to status. The Wuhuan king's court, because of Yu Sheng's return, the entire Wuhuan royal court, the generals and people, were happy. In addition to the Wanyan structure of the main force, Yu Sheng just cross a foot, but in the Wuhuan tribal border, Wanyan structure but with their own strength, eliminating the female 5,000 soldiers and horses. After, Wanyan construct did escape. However, later was Moon Victory cavalry catch up, a fat beat, lost half of the troops. This is not enough. Moon Victory in the female border, a burst of looting, after a harvest of rich back, when he had just returned to the king's court. He got the news that Li Tianzi had been appointed as the assassin of Northern Liang. He had been startled. Then, that his self-assertion was not a mistake. Ha ha ha. Crown Prince's trip on this expedition was very fruitful, decimating 7,000 to 8,000 female soldiers. It really strengthens my Wuhuan's heart. Great General Yu Tinglong, hooked up with Yu Sheng. Big brother, congratulations. The second prince, Sukomo, made a chest protector salute towards. However, this Yu Mao, within his complexion, flashed a touch of sinister. You kid, you're getting stronger and stronger. If it wasn't for second brother giving me side support, it would have been difficult for me to have such a great victory. Yu Sheng patted Yu Mao's shoulder. It's all because of big brother. It was with these words that Yu Mao's teeth, in hatred, clenched. His Majesty has arrived. It was to see the Wuhuan king, slowly walking in, and on top of his arm, he was dragging the small pendant of Moon Lu Shui. As soon as Yu Liuxue came back, he went to show off his achievements. How many enemy troops he killed. How powerful he was on the battlefield. He could ask for a lot of rewards. And most crucially, he also described Li Tianzi as a strange person. In short, he was not away from Li Tianzi in 3 words. And he said that Li Tianzi did not dare to take off his mask. And he specified that he was an ugly monster. However, this Wuhuan king is also compassionate and full of favor. And did not say anything. It's just that it's really not good for a little girl's family to be dancing with swords and sticks. Alright, father is going to discuss politics, so you go back to where your mother is and stay there. King Wuhuan said gently. Oh, father, I want to hear it today too. Yu Lu Shui pouted. Not today. Today is an important meeting. Your elder brother has emphasized that you are not allowed to listen to politics. Wuhuan king said. And what Yu Shang was discussing today was discussing the Jinbei king, Li Tianzi, and to be honest, discussing a Central Plains person was not on the mind of the Wuhuan king, because he felt that a teenage king was nothing worth discussing with them. Of course, Wuhuan these years, do not pay attention to the affairs of the Central Plains, is not clear about what Li Tianzi has done recently. If he knows, Li Tianzi first came to these days. The collection of Beiluo, defeated the Hu people, the destruction of the women's true. I do not know what kind of expression on the face will be. Chapter 55, The Wuhuan King's Choice. Oh. Yu Lu Shui beamed and made a face at Yu Shang. Before exiting the tent, Wuhuan king sat on top of the throne, swept the eyes of the ministers below. Prince, this battle, you did a good job. Really raise my Wuhuan's power. The widow will give you a golden sword. And in the future, execute this golden sword, without the need to pass the report. Can hold the sword directly to the court, but also can monitor the 100 officials. Can be first to kill and then report. This kind of power, really is the first person under the emperor. The Wuhuan king is already completely the moon victory. As the successor of the Wuhuan dynasty, Yu Sheng immediately bowed down and accepted the golden sword delivered by the guards. Thank you father for the gift. This could make Yu Mao, who was on the side, look incomparably jealous, and that fist was clenched. He had his share of credit, so why shouldn't father see any of his efforts? Humph, the Wuhuan king nodded. Crown Prince, get up. Don't you have something important to discuss with the widow? And speak with all the civil and military officials to hear it. Yu Sheng got up, retreated to the side, then said, Father, nowadays, the female true power, our Wuhuan clan, was pressed by it step by step. We Wuhuan, is not also confined an ally? Allies? When these words came out, it made the ministers in the king's court look at each other in dismay, and there was quite a discussion in their mouths. Your Highness the Crown Prince, are you confused? Looking at the entire world, who is willing to be an ally with my Wuhuan clan? Prime Minister Moon confused said with a cold smile. This Prime Minister, and Yu Sheng quite against. To be precise, Prime Minister Yu Pu want to support the person. Is the second Prince Yu Mao? After all, Prime Minister Yu Biao is a person with ambition. He does not want the future king of Wuhuan to be a king who cannot hold his own. Yu Mao's character is relatively easy to utilize, and he is also obedient to his words. But this Yu Sheng, nowadays, in some things, he has done a little better than the Wuhuan king. Such a person, there is no benefit to him. Perhaps, after Yu Sheng ascends to the throne, he will also abolish him as the prime minister. The king of Jinbei, Li Tianzi, Yu Sheng said bluntly. When these words came out, the hall was in shock. Big brother, what kind of person is that Li Tianzi? A notorious fool. We're afraid we're not crazy to cooperate with him, right? Yu Mao immediately said. Father, please think twice, but Li Tianzi is not a fool. This person first came to Beiluo for a month, repeatedly routed the Hu people. Female true, and now was appointed by the court as the assassin of Beiluo, the general affairs of Lianzhou. That is a real feudal official, and he and our Wuhuan have a common enemy, so it seems that this Li Tianzi is our Wuhuan excellent ally. Yu Sheng continued. In fact, during this period of time, Li Tianzi's reputation not only resounded through half of the great martial empire, that is, in the north of the desert, Li Tianzi's reputation also completely spread. After all, on the Jinbei king 3 words, almost is the nightmare of many foreigners in the north of the desert. For Li Tianzi this new Jinbei king, these foreigners, naturally, is to understand a little more. but as far as I know, this Li Tianzi now has a lot of enemies. Some people in the court want him to die, and add his as the North Liang assassin. This does not seem to be a good thing. This is clearly the Prince Xiuji want to send Li Tianzi to the tip of the storm, so that it and those lords of the Northern Liang for the enemy. Those several lords of the Northern Liang casually pull out, are not weaker than the Wuhuan. Is a conspiracy? Dare to ask your highness the crown prince. Do you think Li Tianzi has the ability to with the extreme north luo several lords at the same time for the enemy? Moon confusion continued. Yes, what the prime minister said is very true. Maybe this Xinbei king not only can't give Wuhuan any help, but also become a drag on the Wuhuan clan. And then it's too late for us to regret it. Please think twice, Your Majesty. Please think twice, Your Majesty. The entire civil and military officials of the Wuhuan royal court suddenly turned towards Moon Confusion. If Moon Confused was alone in opposing it, it would be nothing, but the entire court felt that it would not work, and the Wuhuan king would have to think about it for a moment or two. He then asked Yu Shang, Crown Prince, do you think that Li Tianzi will definitely rise to power? In other words, will he be able to stabilize his position as the assassin of Northern Liang? If Li Tianzi can really secure the position of assassin of Northern Liang, then what does it matter if Wuhuan allies with him? When Yu Shang thought of that Jinbei king who wore a facial color on his head and was clad in black armor on his body, it was as if he exuded an otherworldly aura that made him have an inexplicable trust in Li Tianzi. My son believes that Li Tianzi is by no means an idle person. Father, my son feels that if we miss out on this alliance, we will definitely regret it in the future, Yu Shang said in a vibrant voice, but in his heart, he actually had other thoughts. It would be even better if we could marry the king of Jinbei. What? The ministers were amazed. Looking at Yu Shang, he was already at a loss for words. They know Prince Yu Shang for their own sister. Look, but very important, the grasslands of other tribes to the marriage, because of the Moon Lu Shui's sentence do not like, with his life, but also to help his sister will be proposed to drive away. They are still the first time to hear that the Moon Sheng initiative to their own sister. The initiative to marry with a person? What kind of ecstasy has the crown prince been given by Li Tianzi? Or is the prince's head kicked by a donkey? Can't, a Li Tianzi's value, which is more valuable than the Tartar ministry. We just promised the Tartar Jengba ministry, in the bonfire festival, to have a match. At this time, if the princess, directly married to a king of Jinbei, definitely not. Of course, if Li Dingguo was alive before, I have no opinion. But now, what the old minister said is all for the sake of the Wuhuan tribe, and now the only thing we can rely on is Tartary. Yu Puzzle continued. Yu Shang also said, the 4 Tartar tribes, all of them want to marry the princess of my Wuhuan clan. They just want to borrow the hand of my Wuhuan clan to solve the civil unrest of their Tartar clan. Ahem. The Wuhuan king coughed lightly twice. Alright gentlemen, all stop bickering. Listen to the words of the widow, whether it's the Tartars or the king of Jinbei. As for who to ally with, let's talk about it at the bonfire festival. Write a letter of invitation in the name of the widow. Do not offend either party, preferably this relation. Neither. As for the matter of marriage, still depends on the princess's own will. Right. Princess want in the bonfire festival to engage in a competition for marriage. All grassland warriors can come to participate. The winner can be the son-in-law of the Wuhuan clan. The simplest rule on the grassland. That is compared to whose fist is big. High martial arts. To be honest, Wuhuan Wang Li Tianzi is not optimistic. After all, grassland people good martial arts fight. Courageous countless. That Li Tianzi certainly passed his father's mantle, but with the grasslands above, those martial arts strong courageous one battle, is bound to be weak some. Your Majesty says so. Moon Confusion and the others saluted. Moon Confused feel, Wuhuan king this practice, already is the balance of victory. Moved to him, he felt, to the grassland those warriors of the powerful. Pinch Li Tianzi, is not a breeze? Alright gentlemen, all go down. The widow was going to rest. King Wuhuan deliberately snorted. See your Majesty off. The ministers bowed down. Yu Shang, who would be here, gave Yu Puzzle a hard look, as if in warning. Only after the Wuhuan king had retreated did Yu Shang say, Lord Prime Minister, you topped this palace. Well done. Yu Pu immediately bowed and said deliberately, Your Highness the Crown Prince, everything I do is for Wuhuan, for His Majesty. Yu Shang waved his sleeve robe and exasperatedly left the king's court tent. A martial arts competition? It's the strength of the grasslanders. Didn't Li Dingguo lose? Now that his son was here, wouldn't he end up the same way? This made Yu Shang a little worried again. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Moon Confusion deliberately shouted. To be honest, he really couldn't figure out how the prince, who had always been steady, could be so inclined toward a Central Plains king this day, but it's good to make the son of the mighty Li Dingwa lose face back then. Such a thing, just thinking about it, makes people excited. Chapter 56, The First Meeting of a Gentleman and a Minister. Your Highness, Second Prince, go out for a walk together. Moon Confusion said. Prime Minister please. Yu Mao worshipped, and the two of them walked out. I don't know how far I had traveled before Yu Pu slowly spoke. The ambition of His Highness the Second Prince is really not small. How dare you collude with the female Genghis Khan? If this is known to the Wuhuan king, it will be a serious offense. This time, quite a few female soldiers. It's you who let them go, isn't it? Yu Mao snorted coldly. That old thing, anything, all favor Big Brother. I am not convinced. Don't think that Big Brother does everything better than me. The female emperor Wanyane Bonde has already promised me. Help me to be the king of Wuhuan. This defection to anyone is a defection. So what if I, Wuhuan, defect to the Wujin? I just want to show that old thing that I'm not doing any worse than the crown prince. Bonfire Festival Day. Is not there a martial arts competition? In fact, the old thing does not say. I also know who married the princess. Who will be able to get the Wuhuan princess? At that time, I will be ushered in the female real prince. Smooth Water won the martial arts competition. I think this spread out the announcement of the martial arts competition. The whole grassland knows. The old thing should also not dare to back out. In short, as long as I can get help from the Jurchen, I will be able to sit on the Wuhuan throne. But such a Yu Mao is most likely to be exploited by others. A cold aura flashed across Moon Confusion's eyes. Okay, I'll help you. As for that Li Tianzi, if he dares to come to Wuhuan, I'll let him die in the Wuhuan tribe, which will be considered as a meeting gift to the Jurchen. In the eyes of the two, the one who had the least to care about was Li Tianzi. Moon Confusion's thoughts were clear. An alliance with a Li Tianzi? That was merely a vassal king who didn't know what would happen to him in the end, and it was far less tangible than an alliance with a country. However, it would not have occurred to them that they would eventually pay the price for belittling Li Tianzi. The next day, Yu Sheng personally sent the Wuhuan king's invitational sex, and his own letter of apology, and ordered to send it to Li Tianzi. Yu Sheng actually hoped that Li Tianzi would come. He didn't believe in Tartar or female genius, but he believed in Li Tianzi's character, because Li Tianzi had a good father. This will be Bei Luo. But finally ushered Han Wenzhou. Along the way, the rotten scenery of Beiliang, and even in the air, the smell of rotting flesh, and the white bones of corpses everywhere, made Han Wenzhou for Beiliang this place completely no good feeling. So, he thought about finding an excuse to hurry away after delivering the gift list goods. He for Li Tianzi this person, very not good, even like loathing other officials, loathing Li Tianzi, perhaps in his heart, these officials King are all a hill of raccoons. However, it was not until he entered the Beiluo territory that the surrounding scenery was so refreshing to Wang Meng's eyes. Han Wenzhou saw the people and officials of Beiluo, surprisingly, together to repair houses. The road also set up free porridge huts, and you can also see officials, together with the people, clearing the ground. Of course, in addition to the officials of Beiluo Wancheng, who are the new officials who have been removed and replaced, they voluntarily follow Yang Xian and Du Shang, and go down to the land to open up the land for planting. But the officials of the other counties and cities are not the same. They are the ones who are just as black as Zhao Yan's heart, and if it is not for the genie Wei secretly keeping an eye on them, it is simply more difficult than climbing up to the sky to get these officials to do the real work. Now Beiluo has no way. Want to Beiluo's officials, completely replaced, cleaned once again. There must be fresh blood injection, but now it is. No Beiliang's cultural level, terribly low. You can find illiterate. It is good. However, although the culture is low, but hidden in the folk of Beiliang capable people, but also really quite a lot. My lord, North Luo City is just ahead, the servant accompanying him reminded. Aha! Han Wenzhou barred a mouthful of wine. There's a shed up ahead. Stop there for a cup of tea. By the way, I'll poke around and find out what's going on in the city of Beiluo. The servant inquired. My lord, you've asked all the way here. Why do you still need to ask when you're under Luo City? To be honest, it was because Han Wenzhou kept asking that the trip was delayed. However, for Han Wenzhou, not nothing. At least, he knows that the current land of Beiluo is practicing new laws, reforming the rule of officials, and clarifying punishment, and also has a new farming order, which he just learned about. Don't say. Sounds quite rare. You don't understand. You can't truly understand the Jinbei King until you've arrived at this place in Beiluo. There is a point Han Wenzhou is a bit also cannot figure out. In the capital, he also met Li Tianzi. Then crazy. Then he was on this person. But also feel quite sorry. but since coming to the north of the Liang, the person suddenly changed. If not some people's conspiracy, that Li Tianzi really pretending to be crazy for 3 years, the person is also really too horrible some. Oh, the servant didn't understand, and at this time, Li Tianzi returned from the outside carrying a hoe, wearing also a ragged linen clothes, he and Yang Xian, with the people, to go to a more remote place to reclaim the land. Do not say, the place is far, but the land is still very fertile, mainly black mud, and swamps, which is a rare fertile land. Of course, his identity is naturally not hidden. Anyway, just lead the people a piece of dry. His efforts, all by the people in the eyes. Dry work, live as a peasant, with the usual noble king, not at all related, but, as a king, personally lead the people, open up the land and planting, repair the house, the people's own energy, also full of energy. Li Tianzi's popularity in Beiluo, he is at the top of the heap, and when Li Tianzi learned that Han Wenzhou had almost reached Beiluo city, he went back to the city first. Master, do you think this Han Wenzhou is not a tortoise, transporting some lightweight things, can also go for half a month? Oh, Li Tianzi smiled faintly. The world's great talent, you don't understand. He is thinking of how to deal with this king? It's not coming. The caravan in front of them happened to collide with Li Tianzi, and this tea store and stables in front of him are also owned by Li Tianzi. By the way, don't expose the identity of this king. This king is eager to try out the ability of this scholar. How geometrical can it be? Yes, led Ling Bai. A moment, Li Tianzi is with Ling Bai, 2 people, sitting with the tea seat above. Xiao Air, serve the herbal tea. Okay, master. The person in the cupping is a brocade guard in disguise. Xiao Air, also serve these brothers of mine some herbal tea to quench their thirst. Han Wenzhou said. He had come to ask about things, but the people were all working in the fields, and it was not yet time for lunch, so when he saw Li Tianzi and the 2 of them, he came over. 2 little brothers, can you squeeze in? Oh, naturally, Li Tianzi said with a smile. Han Wenzhou was not polite and sat down directly. Chapter 57, it's not a boast, but it's something. In October, fall is getting cooler. By this time, it was much cooler, and the tea in front of him was refreshing and sweetly evocative. Li Tianzi deliberately glanced at the 2 carts of gifts that Han Wenzhou had escorted, secretly thinking that this old emperor was a bit too stingy. He was at the border. At least 2 good victories. The biggest beneficiary is not him, but the old emperor. The wind is simply out of the wind. Those officials in the court. But the reason why this battle can be won, called the Heavenly Mighty, Mr. is Han Wenzhou. Those 2 boxes of goods, they are the reward items sent by His Majesty the Emperor. Right, Li Tianzi said with a smile. Han Wenzhou drank a bowl of tea, wiped his chin overflowing tea, is nodded. Little brother, good eyesight, a glance to see out. However, this was not unusual. The news that Han Wenzhou had been ordered to go north had already spread. Dare I ask, little brother, your Jinbei king, where is he now? Is he good? To the people of Beiluo, Han Wenzhou asked many questions in a row. Li Tianzi didn't know how to answer, so he shamelessly boasted. Let's put it this way, Jinbei king is the best prince I've ever met in my life, and his new policy, when applied to the national level, is also a policy of governance that benefits the people and makes the country strong, equivalent to a reform. If you have to ask what kind of person the king of Jinbei is, then I can tell you that the king of Jinbei is virtuous and loves the people, and takes the people of the world as his own responsibility as a bright ruler, and he is willing to plow with the people to start, and give grace to the people, and is more than capable of rectifying the rule of the officials, and making clear and correct punishments. This kind of person is a blessing to the people, the blessing of the people. If you don't believe me, sir, you really might as well go to the folk more often, and you'll find that what I say is true. Li Tianzi has boasted about himself. However, the truth is also so. Exactly. Han Wenzhou stroked his beard, frowned tightly. Not bad, to say, I and this Jinbei king, is in the capital when we met one side, but then, this Jinbei king, is crazy, face is also smeared with pig food, cannot see the appearance of this time if you see the real person? I really have to take a good look at the people of the North Luo held up to the sky of the Jinbei king. In the end, what is the magic? But, Han Wenzhou suddenly reacted, staring at Li Tianzi for a long time. Little brother, this speech and demeanor, not like ordinary people. This is really different from the people I've met on the road. It's like an educated rich kid, especially the aura on it. Oh, Li Tianzi smiled faintly, and a sigh of relief came out of his mouth. Just now he thought he had been recognized. In response to the Jinbei king's call, even the rich children of Beiluo are required to participate in labor, and it's not unusual to meet princes like us down on the ground. Aha! In this regard, Han Wenzhou said, very satisfied with the recognition. Jinbei King, this practice, let in the following feel the most correct. These family dude, really have to experience the hardships of the people. So, also lest they go out to scourge the common people. It seems that I really need to have a good talk with this king of Jinbei. If it's really like what you said, what if I, Han Wenzhou, just stay in Beiluo? A person's city can be very deep, and his mind can be hidden. But the people will not lie. If a people say that the king of Jinbei is good, then perhaps it may be faked. But now, all the people he has met so far, say that the king of Jinbei is a good official. Then the latter is bound to be a good official. Mr. Han, with your abilities, you should indeed stay and assist the king of Jinbei for the benefit of the people. After all, a master like the Jinbei king is hard to come by in 1,000 years. So if you miss it, you won't have it anymore. Li Tianzi said with a smile. It's not that he's boasting. After all, it's all true. Han Wenzhou was thoughtful and slowly got up. The tea is finished. I have to go meet the king of Jinbei. After speaking, Han Wenzhou dropped a silver ingot and prepared to leave. He heard Li Tianzi say, Mr. Han, this will be the king of Jinbei going down to the ground. Not in the city. Oh, Han Wenzhou heard this, quite surprised. This is more than once he heard from the mouth of the people. A king of Jinbei who can go down to the ground and labor with the people is even 3 times worse. Han Wenzhou did not say anything, and with the convoy, he entered the city. Only, Han Wenzhou wouldn't know that between him and Li Tianzi's juniors and ministers, they would meet again soon. Master, what about us? Ling Bai asked. Going back. Of course, this Han Wenzhou's temperament is indeed extraordinary, a great talent. It seems that he has a good impression of this king. Today is the day to go with the flow and take him down. Li Tianzi was already calculating in his heart which method to use to take Han Wenzhou down. He watched episodes on TV shows that either held hands, tied someone's shoes, or wiped tears from their eyes. He'll have to learn when the time comes. This time, Su Dingfang had been ordered by Li Tianzi to wait outside the mansion. Seeing Han Wenzhou come, Su Dingfang immediately welcomed him. Mr. Han, it's been a long time, how have you been? Han Wenzhou dismounted and asked straight out. Where is the king of Jinbei? I may have to read the imperial decree. The Lord has taken the people to open up the land for planting. I've already sent people to inform them. When Mr. Han came, didn't he meet them? Su Dingfang asked in a deliberately puzzled manner. This is not encountered. In Han Wenzhou's opinion, Li Tianzi, even if he went to work on the ground, it may not be the real ground. With the people planting, looking at the side of the command that is also called to lead the people to open up the land. As for the dress, it cannot be linen clothes and coarse cloth it. That's strange. Su Dingfang shrugged. Mr. Han, go in first and have some tea. No, I've just had my fill. So carry all these things that His Majesty has rewarded me with inside. I'll wait here for King Jinbei. Han Wenzhou wanted to see if this Li Tianzi, or not, had gone to labor on the ground. Don't say he is narcissistic. With his ability, perhaps Subo Shan has sent someone to send a letter to, in order to accept him as a great talent, so that he, Li Tianzi, deliberately put on a look of love for the people. He wasn't going to fall for that. A moment, Li Tianzi entered the city with a few old men who had just returned from the land. A couple of people did talk and laugh. When Han Wenzhou saw Li Tianzi, he even came towards him, and not knowing his identity, he went up to greet Li Tianzi. Little brother, good to see you again. You are? Li Tianzi smiled faintly. Naturally, it's to return to the house. Little brother is also a member of the royal family. No wonder. I see that little brother's speech and demeanor do not look like an ordinary person. I did not expect that he is still a member of the official family. There really aren't many officials who are as young as you and who have personally traveled to the land. Han Wenzhou complimented. Han Wenzhou is also a farmer, who has not done farm work. He can see at a glance. The ones that were a little older, looked at each other, and looked at Han Wenzhou strangely for a moment. Chapter 58, Wuwan Bonfire Festival. Pust. The people were holding back laughter on their faces, but they couldn't help but be amused by Han Wenzhou's words. Why are you all laughing? Han Wenzhou was quite curious. This official, you are not from Beiluo? Could it be that you just arrived? An old man inquired. Han Wenzhou nodded. I have come to deliver the holy decree by His Majesty's decree. If you are a great lord from the capital, why don't you know the king? That is, the person in front of you is none other than the king of Jinbei. A few old men, with a word from you and a word from me, revealed Li Tianzi's identity. You're the king of Jinbei? Han Wenzhou rubbed his eyes, then on Li Tianzi's body. He swept a glance in utter disbelief. The hall of the king, even wearing linen rough clothes, and both sides of the sleeves, as well as the lower side of the pants, are cut off, the whole with a broken beggar. This appearance is difficult to let people think of the person in front of them as the king of Jinbei. You, how could you be? Han Wenzhou's eyes widened. Doesn't this king look like a king? Li Tianzi deliberately swung his body. What the king said about starting with the people's plowing can be more than just words. A good official is naturally one who puts things into place and takes it personally. This point we can testify. What kind of place is my Beiluo? Before the king didn't come. Beiluo, this place is still full of beggars and stragglers. The people don't have enough to eat and wear. But after the king came, the beggars on the street disappeared. And the king even personally built us a house, so that we have enough to eat and wear. Such a parental official. There is only such a person for 1,000 years, which, that old man continued. The rest of the old people also have to help. That eye's extraordinarily sincere. Does not look like a lie. At this time, Su Dingfang walked out. 2 carloads of goods. So something. The court's reward. But also really stingy. My lord. You're back? Su Dingfang bowed. My lord. You're back just in time. The Wuhuan emissary has arrived and is waiting for you in the side courtyard. This king will meet the Wuhuan emissary later. Li Tianzi waved his hand. Then looked at Han Wenzhou. Mr. Han. Since the great general asked you to assist this king, then from now on, we'll be family. With that, he was going to pull Han Wenzhou's wrist. Han Wenzhou sweated and immediately bowed in fear. Your Highness, it's me who has taken the heart of a small man for the heart of a gentleman. I shouldn't have suspected your Highness. How can I not do my best to assist a master like your Highness? My subordinate is willing to do the work of a dog and horse. The great talents of the world are all fiery horses. Li Tianzi has taken in such great talents as Han Wenzhou. And the whole scene of Beiluo is the best padding. And everything is in the water. The ideal of Han Wenzhou's life is to follow the master and let the people live a good life. Ha ha ha. Li Tianzi laughed out loud and helped Han Wenzhou up. I've heard that you, sir, are well versed in politics, so tonight you and I will have a long talk all night long. A little bit of knowledge. Compared to the king's new policy, it is much worse. Speaking of which, my subordinate would like to ask the king's new policy. Good. This king likes to negotiate with smart people like Mr. Han. Li Tianzi said with a smile. Mr. Han will go to the side courtyard to rest first, while this king goes to look for the Wuhuan emissary. Your Majesty, please go ahead. Just this imperial decree. Han Wenzhou took out the imperial decree. Li Tianzi took the holy decree directly. Holy decree, well, the content is clear to this king, so there is no need to read it. After saying that, Li Tianzi was throwing the imperial decree to Ling Bai casually and walked towards the side yard. Though civil and military officials in the court thought that the emperor had made him an assassin of Beiliang and was digging a pit for him, but in fact, it was not. Li Tianzi is waiting for this pit to come. Thanks to the Prince Xiuji and Qin Will, these 2 guys think they are very smart, but do not know. Stupid to death. This is just in his mind, but for him to logically launch a war against the entire Northern Liang, and then take Northern Liang into his pocket. As long as Northern Liang is in his hands, he has the confidence to make this place the #1 strongest state in the world. Even its overall strength, be it economic, political, cultural, etc., he could make it surpass the entire current Dawu Empire. To that time, Li's revenge can be reported, but not now. He has too many enemies, and each look more powerful than him. Not paying attention can be annexed by others to kill. However, Li Tianzi's disrespectful behavior towards the holy decree made Han Wenzhou's eyes narrow slightly. Pondering, combining all of Li Tianzi's past behaviors, he seemed to understand what? At this time, the messengers from the Wuhuan clan explained their intentions. King Jinbei, this is an invitation to my Wuhuan king's bonfire festival, and this time, the Tartar clan has also been invited. As for the matter of alliance and cooperation, please ask King Jinbei to go to the clan to discuss, the Wuhuan messenger said. It seems that your crown prince's words are not very heavy. Tell your Wuhuan king that after 8 days, this king will honor the agreement. Li Tianzi said. This Wuhuan messenger was going to leave, but he was under the Wuhuan prince's door. Naturally he had to remind some of it. Jinbei king, my crown prince, personally gave you a message. He hoped that you would not participate in the bonfire festival. If you go, I'm afraid someone will misbehave with you. It's a bonfire festival. Naturally, it doesn't have to be just the Wuhuan clan. But the more he said this, the more Li Tianzi wanted to go and take a look. Go back and tell Yusheng that Wuhuan's bonfire festival, this king is really set to go. This, I will definitely report truthfully. Farewell. The Wuhuan messenger retreated. It seems that within Wuhuan, it's not all ironclad. Yang Xian, who was on one side, stroked his beard and said, Ha! Li Tianzi laughed coldly. As long as the throne of the crown prince is involved, party disputes will continue. This king reckons that this Wuhuan's second Prince Yumao, I'm afraid that he'll really make a small move. Yang Xian frowned slightly, but said, Yu Mao isn't scary. This guy is simply a reckless man. Rather simple. The person who instructed him. I'm afraid it's Wuwan's Prime Minister Yu Biao. Yang Xian still knew the people in the Wuwan tribe very well. My lord. It's better not to go to Wuwan this time. It's too dangerous. It's not too late to go again when there's an opportunity later. Ling Bai also chimed in. My lord. The brocade guards found out at the border of the female Genghis Khan that the female Genghis Khan ministry also has a group of soldiers and horses. Heading towards Wuhan, the number of people is not large. There are also 1,000 people. However, there is an iron cavalry of thousands of people at his border. It is not to be avoided. I am afraid that the female Zhen has suffered a big loss and wants to make a move against us at this bonfire festival. Think twice. Lord. Li Tianzi was slightly contemplative. Thousands of cavalrymen. It's nothing? But this bonfire festival will definitely attract many grassland tribes to come. And the lowest status will be an imperial prince. And perhaps, the 3 major lords of northern Liang will also send people there. Such an opportunity to befriend a power can't be missed. Yang Xiang, we, Bei Luo, just rely on our own development. Still can't do it. The trade in the north have to be opened up as soon as possible. So, this king must take a risk. Chapter 59, Li Tianzi's ambition. What the Lord says is true. Bei Luo needs to develop up quickly, and it does need to cooperate with the foreigners. Since the Lord has already decided, then bring all the Xian armor army with you. Bei Luo has my minister to guard it. Lord can rest assured at all costs. Yang Xian said. Li Tianzi shook his head. Who is this king? Wouldn't I be underestimated if I brought a Xian armor army of a few thousand men with me? This king will only bring 100 brocade guards. If someone really wants to kill this king, then they will deal with it again. This style cannot be lost. Go to a Wuhan, but also bring a few thousand people to go. Will not let people think that Li Tianzi's courage is small. Moreover, he was going to attend a banquet, not to fight and destroy the country. Bringing so many people there, it was inevitable to be suspected. And I'm afraid that the Wuhan clan can't even cross the border. This, Yang Xian frowned slightly. Since the Lord has already decided, it would not be good for my subordinate to admonish. Li Tianzi didn't bring any troops or horses, but as a minister, especially a strategist, you can't be so stupid as to prepare nothing. Everything northward, he plotted as quickly as possible. Afternoon, Li Tianzi brought the meal to Han Wenzhou's room. Like Han Wenzhou, such a capable person, governance is dominant, but, for the military above, is also quite understand some, and now Li Tianzi's side, is less it can help him govern Bei Luo big talent person. Yang Xian is still mainly planning. Military, govern Bei Luo natural is also a good hand, but, then it's Han Wenzhou, in the end is to be much worse. Subsequently, with Yang Xian talk about the same, and Han Wenzhou from small local governance, and then to the governance of the country, Han Wenzhou's ideas, and he coincides, for today's Dao Empire's shortcomings, is a very good understanding of the family to become big, hollowing out the imperial power, is the biggest problem in the empire today. Do you really think that the current emperor is dim? Otherwise, it can only be said that the ability is not outstanding. Want to change the pattern of the country? We must reform. Reform is whose interests? That is the family. Moving the family's cake is tantamount to digging a pit for themselves, accelerating the demise of the empire. The emperor cannot afford. It is difficult for those in power who are not of great ability to turn things around. Moreover, the emperor around, but where there are a few loyal, all let it to kill, but also really deserve to let the family to empty the imperial power. No matter how to say, the world chaos, that is inevitable. This is just a matter of time. Lord, don't worry. With your ability, in the future, you will certainly be able to replace the position of the great general, and perhaps even become the trustee of the important minister, become a high-powered regent. In the future, will be restored to the glory of the Li clan, Han Wenzhou said confidently. With his assistance, he can Li Tianzi, support to even Li Dinghua cannot reach the tell, become a real one person, 10,000 people, and Han Wenzhou's meaning, it is very clear, move to the current prince, and then set up the dynasty of certain virtuous prince, as the emperor of the martial arts country. To say that Han Wenzhou smarted, it is also true that there are a few clever, but to say that it is stupid, it is also true that there are a few silly. Li Tianzi and the court, that is a blood feud, will still listen to the court's transfer appointments? Mr. Han, how ambitious are you? Li Tianzi got up and looked out the window at the slowly rising sun. After negotiating all night, it was only in the morning that the two men gradually spilled the beans on their ambitious ambitions. Han Wenzhou's greatest ambition was to be prime minister. However, the latter did not ask about his Li Tianzi's ambitions. Didn't we talk to the Lord just now? Han Wenzhou expressed his surprise. A dynasty prime minister? Heh, Doesn't Mr. Don't want to be the founding prime minister? Li Tianzi didn't say it explicitly, but this sentence, if it was spread to the outside, was enough to set off an uproar. My lord is joking. Is the prime minister of the founding of the country not? Said Han Wenzhou words, suddenly stopped. He raised his head, his eyes staring at Li Tianzi's back. Just for a moment, he actually could not see through the person in front of him. How smart a person, naturally can understand Li Tianzi's words. His lord, even want to rebel when the emperor, to know, even if the four sides of the town of those feudal lords, in their own fiefdom operation for more than 10 years, but also dare not have such an idea. But Li Tianzi now what? Fiefdom on the county, a small beiluo, and also face the countless forces of the oppression, cannot survive from the northern Liang, are an unknown number. But now Li Tianzi even thinking of rebellion and chaos. But now Li Tianzi is even thinking of rebelling? What kind of audacity is this? However, it reminded him of what happened to Li Tianzi, and in combination with Li Tianzi's words nowadays, it was completely lying in wait, and the latter was waiting for the time when the world was in chaos to raise an army to rebel. People live a life. If you do not do something big out, really in vain life, is dead, but also in the history books, leaving a thick one, not to mention, this king will never lose. Doesn't Mr. hate the present court with a passion? Instead of expending efforts to reform it, a world chaos would be more effective. Mr. can be willing to do his best to assist in this king. Of course, the king is not in a hurry. Sir, consider it well. In Li Tianzi's eyes, a cold aura was revealed. Naturally, don't think that he, Li Tianzi, was really easygoing, a person who was a threat to him, he would never keep. Han Wenzhou was a smart man, and Hurley understood this. Besides, who says he, Han Wenzhou, is loyal to the court? Thinking for a moment, just as Li Tianzi was about to leave, Han Wenzhou immediately made his intentions clear. Lord, my subordinate is willing to follow you, a piece of the world to fight. Ha ha ha. A laugh burst out of Li Tianzi's mouth. If Han Wenzhou thought about it for a long time, he should have distrusted it instead. Good, if I have your help, I will be able to accomplish great things. Li Tianzi helped Han Wenzhou up. However, this decision of Han Wenzhou would be the best decision he had ever made in his life. Ran, at this time on the grassland, a team of female real cavalry, towards the Wuhuan Mercedes. The head of the person is the female real family Prince Wanyan Liangbi. In its side there are two people. One is the female real country's first general Wanyan structure. The other is Li Tianzi recognized the old acquaintance Wanyan structure. Your Royal Highness, this time set off to Wuhuan. If Li Tianzi comes, you can be sure to give the last general revenge Wanyan structure this time to go back. Face loss, those courtiers, are laughing at his incompetence. Humph. Wanyan Liangbi snorted coldly. If you can't deal with a tiny Li Tianzi, you deserve his majesty to demote you. If Li Tianzi dares to come this time, the heavenly dragnet will have him in trouble. Wanyan Liangbi brought the elite Tianwu cavalry of the Jurchen, which numbered 10,000 men. However, for Wanyan Liangbi, Li Tianzi dared to hit the face of the female clan, and he was bound to make him pay the price. Nowadays, all the forces are heading towards Wuhuan. Li Tianzi led 100 Jinyui, and also went out of the North Gate Pass, heading to the Wuhuan clan. Chapter 60, The Forces. In the past, Wuhuan's bonfire festival was not as lively as this one. The forces of northern Liang all came uninvited, as if they had reached some sort of agreement with certain forces. They went to the only purpose, is to marry the Wuhuan clan's Princess Yu Liuxue, and Wuhuan marriage, holding the beauty is a point. The second is also the most critical point. That is now the grassland. More than chaos, the grassland major tribes, is to want the Wuhuan clan's mounted archery technology, as well as the Wuhuan clan mounted archery soldiers to help. If you say, who people in Wuhuan two tribes, in the grassland belong to the same population, strength of the middle tribes, then, in terms of strength, the Wuhuan tribe is above the Hu people tribe. Just the cavalry and archery as a troop type, it is enough to beat the Hu people to raise their heads. Therefore, the Hu people can secretly collude with the female real state, and submit to the female real state. But the Wuhuan clan, relying on the strength of the mounted soldiers, the north can stop the Tartar, the east can intercept the Hu female real, if not special large-scale wars, the female real, the Tartar, and simply take Wuhuan have no way. Therefore, they united with Wuhuan and also wanted to get help from Wuhuan in order to grow their own national strength. Let's put it this way, if the Wujin kingdom marries with Wuhuan, in this way, it will be able to move eastward into Tartary and take a great advantage. A few days later, outside the Wuhuan royal city, it was quite lively. Wuhuan border has its great general Yu Tinglong stationed. 30,000 Wuhuan army, stationed at the border. and all are elite. All the major forces of the soldiers and horses, all stopped at the border, not allowed to enter. One of them, the Tartar one, came with 2 kings, Tartar Jengba Department Prince Dung Yi. This department is currently the Tartar Department, the strength of the most powerful one. The other is the Tartar Huli Hanmo Department, Prince Huli Hao Yen. This one, is the grasslands on the new rise of the Tartar one, is once the Tartar royal family of the bloodline of the Orthodox Emperor. In the midst of the 4 great Tartar royal clans fighting with each other, there is no time to care. There is a force, has quietly risen, and is the Orthodox royal bloodline. The appeal is very strong. In a very short period of time, formed a strong force, and in the name of the royal family's orthodoxy, to establish the Orthodox royal court. In addition, the 4 major lords of northern Liang, all sent their own sons to come. Zhu Li Zhou de Bao, Ding and Du Fei, Jin Cheng Ding Nung, Xining Huangfu Shang. These major lords of the sun, in addition to the Huangfu lineage of Huangfu Shang, other than the other are mediocre. That Zhou de Bao and others, the face of the arrogance of all the arrogant and domineering. There is another one, the Human Prince Xian Yuhan, who is very annoying to the female gene. These forces, each leading 100 guards, and the rest of the army, were at the border. Ahem, sister, this time, you're really star-studded. Look at it. The sons of the emperors and lords of this martial arts competition are all here for you. Sister, Yu Mao laughed out loud. Yu Lu Shui, however, was very unhappy. Her mouth pouted. They are all ugly. Look at these people. All of them are sickly. Maybe, they are not as powerful as this princess. If they want to compete in martial arts, let them, who are the masters, come in person. If we let our subordinates compete in martial arts, what's the point of recruiting? I will petition father on this matter. Yu Xing said. To be honest, just these guys, thin arms and legs, really may not be Moon Lu Shui's opponent. That is, Yu Shang, a Han who grew up riding a horse and practicing martial arts, is not Moon Lu Shui's opponent. I also think so. Yu Mao smiled deeply. A princess of my Wuwan clan, would she be able to marry a mediocre person? That martial arts must be superb and unrivaled. Sister, don't worry. This time, second brother has chosen a good husband for you. What? Yu Lu Shui blinked her eyes and looked at Yu Mao. Second brother, you chose a husband for me. Where is it? Not here yet. Will be here later. Tap tap tap. As Yu Mao was talking, there was a sound of iron hooves not far away, and the wolf totem flag was particularly dazzling. Wan Yan Liangbi is the leader, in terms of looks, but more than many people here, to be much more handsome. To say, Wan Yan Liangbi can come, that is, the Prime Minister of Wuwan, did not expect. Yu Mao actually can invite the second prince of the country of the Wujin. Wan Yan Liangbi, the second prince of the Jurchen. Why is he here? That is even still the wolf rider of the female true clan. I heard that this wolf rider, once for the Wan Yan A bone dying, to fight a great territory. A commotion was instantly set off amongst the crowd. This grassland, who does not know? This female emperor Wan Yan A bone Da's 2 sons, can be martial arts strong generation? The world's famous generals. Phew. Wan Yan Liangbi's warhorse stops with a heroic flourish. Yu Shang's expression immediately became grave, his gaze sharply looking at Yu Mao. Yu Mao, the second prince of the female true country. You invited him? Tsukumo smiled evilly. Exactly what I invited. How's it going, big brother? Yu Sheng clenched his fists and grabbed Yu Mao's neck collar, colluding with the female true clan. Don't you want your little life anymore? Wu Jin and I, Wu Wan, have a deep enmity. If the martial arts competition lets him win, do you really want to marry your sister to Wan Yan Liangbi? This move will get you killed. Yu Mao had no problem with it. In his opinion, Yu Shang was in a hurry because he was afraid that he had found a powerful backer. Big brother, I am all for the good of Wuhuan. You also know that if this continues, sooner or later, Wuhuan will be annexed by the Wujin. My actions are naturally just to reconcile the relationship between the Wujin and Wuhuan. Yu Mao continued. But you should also know that the female truth killed more than 100,000 people of our Wuhuan. Yu Sheng angrily rebuked. When Yu Mao saw this, he broke Yu Sheng's hand away. Big brother, a group of pariahs. What we want is the stability of the entire Wuhuan tribe. Do you really want the entire Wuhuan tribe to touch the stone of the Wujin? Yu Mao disdainfully smiled. Then, in front of everyone, he walked towards Wan Yan Liangbi. Big brother, what should we do now? Yu Liuxue asked eagerly. Or else, wait for Li Tianzi to come? I just don't know if Li Tianzi, as the king of Beiluo, has the guts to come. Yu Sheng frowned tightly. Li Tianzi martial arts strength and weakness. It is still difficult to estimate, but that Wan Yan Liangbi's martial arts is also among the first-class martial artists. I am afraid of Li Tianzi. May not be its opponent. This female true to come. This is the intention is impure. Perhaps. Is informed of the news that Li Tianzi is coming. Deliberately come to block Li Tianzi's. Do you see Wanyan Liangbi on the body that holds a wolf-tooth sledgehammer? This person is called Wanyan Jinggang, the first fierce general of the female Jin. That is, Li Dinghua, has also been defeated by Wanyan Jinggang. Yu Liaoshua's small fists clenched. We have to try. Let's hope he's not a coward. As he was talking, Li Tianzi led 100 brocade guards and sped over. Only, today's Li Tianzi did not wear that mask, covered in murderous anger. Extraordinary temperament, 18 years old, but heroic, that overrides the 10,000 people of the king's temperament. Vaguely emerged. Chapter 61, All Enemies. Herod. It is heard Li Tianzi's sitting horse, a hissing, its horse in full view, actually came to the front of all the prince. Prince stop, but also ran in front of the female prince Wanyan Liangbi, but the wind will be out of the head. You, who are you? Yu Liaoshua looked at Li Tianzi, who was in civilian clothes and not wearing a mask, and instantly inquired curiously. Your Highness is really forgetful. We met the last time we exterminated the maiden, Li Tianzi said with a smile. SS. Yu Liaoshua blinked her eyes, her beautiful eyes staring blankly at Li Tianzi's handsome and absolutely beautiful appearance. Unlike other men, although Li Tianzi was young, but all over his body, he exuded a rather majestic manliness. You're surprisingly not ugly. You're quite good looking, Yu Liaoshua said in a daze. Yu Mao on one side, but immediately said, Li Tianzi, my sister has long had a candidate of her liking. Tomorrow's bonfire festival martial arts competition. You don't want to win, but then again, you can't win. Just a little white boy like you. I heard that you even ate pig's food for 3 years. It's really confusing. How in the world did you manage to survive in Beiliang? If it were me, living in such a humiliating way, I would have already crashed my head into the ground. What the fuck did you say? Dare to insult my lord? Looking for death? Ling Bai's eyes widened in anger, and a sword chi, he burst out from his body. This could frighten Yu Mao. His body shivered. He did not expect. Li Tianzi's side. There is such a powerful martial arts general. The surrounding those who followed the war generals. But also he also looked at Ling Bai. Don't have such a foul mouth. If not, if you provoke the guards behind this king and cut you down with a sword, this king can't care. Li Tianzi smiled coldly. This is the Wuhuan clan. How dare you be so reckless? Yu Mao was furious. Great to try. Li Tianzi's eyes narrowed slightly. The Yu Mao in front of him completely made him murderous. The atmosphere around them was even more tense. Pa! Before Yu Mao could speak, Yu Sheng slapped his face. That's enough. Don't embarrass yourself here. Invite the female to come here, and you'll wait to explain to His Majesty. Big brother. Yu Mao covered his face, hated his teeth. At first glance, it was to see the eyes of Wanyan Liangbi and the others, all thrown over, in full view of the public. Dared to slap him. He remembered. Okay, big brother. This slap. Brother remembered. With that, he turned around and was walking towards the palace. Gentlemen, welcome to the Wuhuan clan's bonfire festival. Please come inside. Yu Sheng bowed towards the crowd. Tartar Hu Li Hao Yen, Gung Yi and Wanyan Liangbai of the Jurchen tribe. All three of them together. Hu Li Hao Yen, you horse-breeding house slave. How dare you come to Wuhuan to compete for marriage? Let me tell you, if you want to marry the princess, there is no door. Gung Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Wuhuan Prime Minister Yu Biao has already agreed to an alliance with my Gung ministry. So, the Wuhuan princess is bound to be mine. Yeah, let's talk about it when you can win the fight. Hu Li Haoyan laughed coldly while he was glancing at Li Tianzi as he crossed the city gates, but it was only a glance. The name of the king of Jinbei. He had naturally heard of it, but, a person who relied on his father's name to woo people, he naturally did not take it to heart. Li Tianzi came here, for marrying the princess and so on, naturally did not think of. He just came to negotiate with the Wuhuan alliance. No one in he said, there is a what the martial arts things. Moreover, the female Jin, who people these tribes have come. This if out of the Wuhuan on the situation. The trouble, I am afraid that he Li Tianzi, and, Wanyan Liangbi and Xian Yuhan, when they passed by him, they stopped. Are you the king of Jinbei, Li Tianzi? Wanyan Liangbi said coldly. Not bad, Li Tianzi said bluntly. I thought you didn't dare to recognize me. Rather a man. Unfortunately, you can't go back. Lone's 10,000 wolf riders are at the Wuhuan border, waiting for you. Oh, being able to make the female Jin send out their wolf riders is really giving this king face. Though, this king sends you a word. If this king can defeat this Wanyan construct, he can also defeat you. Of course, you, the female crown prince, can be worth much more than this fool. This king deliberately let him go last time. But if it was you, the female crown prince, this king may not let go. Li Tianzi did not care at all. Wanyan Liangbi, however, gave a fierce glare to the Wanyan structure, which could scare the Wanyan structure. Shivering, hating Li Tianzi cannot be eaten alive. As for the other forces, other than Huang Fu Shang, the rest of the vassal sons, the eyes were as if they wanted to eat Li Tianzi. These people, all of them, are the lapdogs of the female genocide clan, and naturally, they came here with a purpose. Not just for the princess, but for another purpose. Greetings to the king of Jinbei. Huang Fu Shang deliberately came over. How is my sister? Huang Fu Yaga? Li Tianzi stroked his chin. Very well, if you don't cause trouble for this king is already considered to have burned high incense. A girl's family, something to run to his room, but also some strange meals. Have to eat, do not eat still make a scene. Do not know. Thought he bullied the girl. Ahem. Huang Fu Shang was quite embarrassed. For this sister of his, he also knew. Since childhood, she had been difficult and capricious. Jinbei King is more than accommodating. Speaking of which, the two of us have almost become family. Huang Fu Shang said with a smile. Oh, Li Tianzi returned the smile. He saw Yu Shang and Yu Lu Shui, coming up side by side. Seeing this, Huang Fu Shang was very sensible. Enjoy your chat. I'll leave first. Oh, by the way, King of Jinbei, I have something important to say to you here. Later when the banquet is over, I'll be speaking with you. Huang Fu Shang's last sentence was quite mysterious, and then he accelerated his speed and distanced himself from the few people. Jinbei King, didn't I tell you not to come? If you come here, someone will definitely make a move against you. Yu Xing said. The only way to bail you out now is to win the martial arts competition and then marry Lu Shui and join with my Wuwan in marriage. Sui, it is my Wuwan clan that will ally with you and then protect you. I see that this guard behind you is not weak in martial arts. Or you can give it a try. I will go back tonight and ask my father to change the rules. SS. Li Tianzi took a deep breath. Why didn't you say so earlier? Also, this king came here just to make an alliance with all of you. Or to open up commerce? This king didn't think that he would cause much trouble. All the people have brought troops. Less than 5,000. He is good. Only 100 brocade guards. This to the borderland. Is not to kill him? Do you think that, in this current situation, I, the Wuwan clan, would dare to ally with you? Even if there is an alliance, would the old men of my Wuwan clan risk offending several major powers to help you? Yu Sheng frowned. Chapter 62, Scourge. Is it okay to only compete in martial arts? The corner of Li Tianzi's mouth twitched. Yu Lu Shui's small mouth bulged, and she squinted sideways at Li Tianzi. What? This princess's appearance. You can't see it? Do you know that the men chasing after this princess can line the entire grassland? And you even picked on it. Are all the traits of this woman's love of anger exactly the same? Brother, I don't think we should count on him. With his three-legged kung fu, who can he beat? Yu Lu Shui huffed. What three-legged kung fu? Ling Bai was offended. That night, my lord killed the 12 generals of the female genocide in a row. Didn't you see it? Yu Liu Shui shook her head. Naturally, I didn't see it. So I don't know who killed them. Besides, those were a bunch of second-rate martial artists. Even if this princess were to go on, she would be able to finish them off just the same. If you change the rules, that Wanyan Jin gang, a mortar and pestle will kill you. And, in the grasslands, there is this rule that the battle of warriors, when you get into the ring, regardless of life or death. But if you don't change the rules, which Wanyan Liangbi alone can defeat you? It wasn't that Yu Luiyue was boasting, but he did have such a skill as a girl, soft and cute appearance, but in the heart, it was incomparably wild, even more savage than Huang Fu Yaoga. This northern woman, indeed very beautiful, but this character is indeed quite irritable am I that bad? Li Tianzi was helpless. Humph. Yu Liu Shui snorted coldly and wasn't speaking. Yu Sheng apologized. King Jinbei should not take my sister's words to heart, but I think that this guard behind you might still have a fighting chance if he goes up. Tell me more. However, since this king has come, it's only natural that his own face is still needed. Li Tianzi continued. However, if this king were to really win, would the princess really be willing to marry this king at that time? You such a great beauty. Not to mention these people on the grasslands miss, even the De Wu Empire and those royal sons, Marquis all miss the beauty of the princess. If you can marry the princess such a great beauty, why not life is not a great pleasure? Li Tianzi said flirtatiously. Humph. You'll have to beat this princess first. Yu Lu Shui's small mouth muttered. The words of my Wuwan clan are naturally true to their words. Of course, if you can defeat Wanyan Liangbi, what if this princess marries you? But the prerequisite is that you have to defeat Wanyan Jin gang. That is known as the #1 warrior in the grasslands. How about that? Scared. Cut. What kind of bullshit grassland first warrior? Ling Bai disdained. He's still the world's #1 killer. It's not like the prairie is unkillable. As for his master, I'm afraid that his martial arts skills are still above his. A Wanyan Jin gang. Do you still want to make any big waves? Alright, about the competition. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Li Tianzi quickened his pace. However, the thing that made Li Tianzi quite unable to figure out was that this Yuxing didn't know if he was on the wrong medication. So many big powers didn't flatter, but actually wanted to cooperate with a king like him that hadn't risen to prominence. Nightfall. The Wulwan king is the one who organized the banquet outside the tent. Speaking of which, the Wulwan clan. There was no time that it was as lively as today. However, this Wulwan king, who didn't know what kind of medicine he had taken wrongly, had actually changed the rules. And 2 new programs have been added, and this one is archery on horseback versus land-based archery. Archery, this is the strong point of the Wulwan clan. The last item is the tournament. The Wulwan king is very shrewd, adding the first 2 items. That is, he wants the Wulwan clan to win the first 2 items, so that the princess will not have to marry. As for the last item, it was of a performance nature. Of course, if the princess had taken a fancy to herself, that would indeed still be something to consider. This Wulwan clan is not kind to have an archery competition. Who doesn't know that this Wulwan clan's archery skills are unrivaled in the world? Zhu Li Zhou de Bao was instantly offended. That's right, these vassals of our northern Liang, are they really here to disgrace themselves? Ding Datong, of the Golden City, grumbled from his mouth as well. Even Gung Ye's eyes are looking at Wulwan Prime Minister Yu Biao. He now realized that this old man seemed to have no say in Wulwan. However, Hu Li Haoyan and Wanyan Liangbi were not concerned at all. The 2 were smart people, naturally prepared. As for Li Tianzi, more do not have to care about. If he wants to make a name for himself, the text no first, no second, both can dominate. The text on poetry, song and dance. The past life is a copy of the Tang Poetry 300. In the world of literature, no one can be compared to. As for the martial arts, that's even more need to worry about. Li's gun, the world's champion. She to the full extent of the world. The world, no one can be a few opponents. But Li Tianzi, but will be the improvement of the gun, more than the 10th gun. Invincible in the world. Is his cheap father learned the skin of the 9th gun? Has been the world's top stream of war generals, more than the 10th gun. Invincible in the world. That is, his cheap old man, the 9th gun to learn the skin, has been the world's top stream of the ranks of the war general. As for the 18 kinds of weapons, he is a little bit of understanding. As for archery, that can only be said with proficiency, the previous life of the king of soldiers, but he has reached the human gun. Even if it is to change the weapon, it is also to reach the point of human arrows. Beautiful women. Anyone who looks at it is moved. Not to mention all relived a life. Li Tianzi to follow their own wishes. As long as he looks at the woman, then directly embrace home. A stunning beauty like Yu Lu Shui. If she were to marry someone else, he would still feel sorry for her. All shut up. Since we are here to compete for marriage, for the sake of Princess Lu Shui, then what is naturally to be determined by the people? This Wulwan clan archery is unparalleled. Then we naturally have to follow the rules. If you cannot, you can abstain. Wanyan Liangbi coldly snorted. The 3 of them, Zhou de Bao, immediately forced their mouths shut, revealing a pleasing smile. Prince Wanyan is right. It is we who are coarse, Zhou de Bao hurriedly said. Anyone can see that these 3 guys are obviously wearing the same pants as Wanyan Liangbi. Prince Wanyan is right. If you want to marry your daughter, to each his own. As for the matter of alliance, we will discuss it after the martial competition. The Wulwan king with its blandness, without a trace of emotion. As for Yu Mao, he was given 30 lashes by Wulwan, and this time he can't even sit down. All of you, come and taste it. My Wulwan clan's fine wine and also mutton can be really flavorful, the Wulwan king said. And that one roasted leg of lamb came up with a great aroma. Ling Bai, you also sit down and eat some together. Li Tianzi said, fished out a packet of chili and cumin powder from his arms and sprinkled it on the leg of lamb. Li Tianzi wasn't a pig. How could he swallow eating that dry meal after crossing over for so long? He made a lot of homemade condiments, especially barbecue, which he liked the most, and knowing that he was going to eat barbecue on this trip north, he brought it along. But the cumin and chili powder, just sprinkled on, is to attract the attention of the Moonflow Snow. Yu Liu Shui was sitting next to Yu Shang, a table's distance away from Li Tianzi, smelling the aroma, and even in full view of everyone, took the initiative to sit much closer towards Li Tianzi. But what was ushered in were countless gazes with hatred. Chapter 63, Provocation. What seasoning did you add that smells so good? Yu Liushue swallowed her saliva, and came very close to Li Tianzi, the young girl's fresh scent, causing Li Tianzi to suddenly give a start towards the young girl's side face, and glanced at her. Only, he had no time to appreciate the beauty of Yu Liushue right now. He only felt that all around him, countless channels of rich killing aura came pouring in. It is to see those royals, sons, with murderous eyes looking at him. Wanyan Liangbi hand of wine cups, were crushed by him, the appearance of hate to the root of the teeth straight itchy. However, then again, the grassland first beauty, has long been their own predetermined for a long time daughter-in-law. Now even in another man to get close to now. The key is, the two Lang talent female appearance, look also very match, very ambiguous. These people come, this is for the princess to come. So long even a sentence did not say on the, now it is cheaper than their most despised waste. So who can stand it? Naturally, someone got jealous. Ahem. Li Tianzi lightly coughed. Your Highness, otherwise it's better to pay attention to the image. Look at these people around you. All of them are like wolves and tigers. Moon Lu Shui was not amused and whispered. Didn't you say just now that you are very capable of fighting? What are you afraid of? If you are a man, you should step in and beat all these people down. Ran. Watching the two of them move so intimately, Wanyan Liangbi finally couldn't help but stand up. Rumor has it that Li's marksmanship is unparalleled, and that the former king of Jinbei, who swept the desert north with this marksmanship, must have a son who is also unparalleled in the world. Li Tianzi, earlier you killed 13 generals under the command of my female Jin Kingdom Wanyan construct. I think the ability is not small. Would you like to fight with Lone? Also for the big guys to help a good time. Of course, for the 13 generals under the banner of Wanyan structure. Wanyan Liangbi still knows its bottom. Most of them are water goods. As long as it is a first-class martial arts general, it can be decapitated. His Wanyan Liangbi's martial arts, at least, is also a first-class lower ranks, which is also considered a rare fierce general. Take the entire Wuhuan clan. There is no one who is his opponent. Wanyan Liangbi, with your ability to deal with the Jinbei king who was once a fool, it's a bit too much of a bully, isn't it? At this time, the Tartar clan Gungi said, with his three-legged kung fu. I'm afraid, it's only good enough to go through the motions with ordinary martial artists. That's not necessarily true. In the past month or so, King of Jinbei has gained fame, not just defeated the Hu people and your Jurchen one. Huang Fu Shang suddenly said. Li Tianzi's face was black. Huang Fu Shang thought he was speaking for Li Tianzi, but it was a sentence that lifted Li Tianzi to the tip of the storm. It's just a matter of picking up shit luck. It's just relying on our clan not to take things lightly to win. If you dare to come to a battle head-on, my Hu people clan, I can beat him. Li Tianzi, to the point of collapse, Xian Yuhan said disdainfully. Li Tianzi, there is no need for the female Genghis Khan Wanyan prince to make a move. Come and fight with Lone for a few rounds, and see if Lone doesn't beat you to death. This would get fresh Yuhan, twisting his wrist and fist pumping. Crown Prince Xian Yu, that Li Tianzi's guts are even smaller than a rat turd. How would he dare? Zhou Debao said contemptuously. If we want to fight, why do we need Prince Xian Yu to make a move? Having us to make a move would already be enough. Li Tianzi, don't be a shrinking turtle. Hurry up and come over for a couple moves. That's right, Her Highness Princess Wuhuan. That's Prince Wanyan's. If you don't dare, hurry up and stay away from the princess, and don't want to get your hands on the princess. Simply take your troops and go home. Ding Nung was blunt as hell. Of course, this North Luo 3 vassals, that are all playboys, pig-headed stupid, but still know so little martial arts. Li Tianzi pulled out his ears and didn't care. However, when the king insults the subject, Ling Bai can't help it. My lord, the last general will go and give this group of things that don't know the sky and the earth a little lesson. If not, these people of the foreign race still think that there is no one in the Jinbei army? Ling Bai tightened his grip on his sword. Li Tianzi lifted his wineglass and took a small sip. Yu Liushue, however, watched the show. Are you still a man? Can you even tolerate this? Don't tell this princess. This is a great man can bend and can stretch. Earlier you in the capital, is pretending to be crazy, lost all face, to the Wuhuan here. If this is still this and other excuses, that is, this princess all look down on you. The old Jinbei king's reputation will also be destroyed in your hands again. If it were me, I would rather be beaten to death than suffer such humiliation. Princess doesn't need to persuade him. This kind of waste is simply dishonoring his family father's reputation. If he is a man, he should agree to our invitation to fight. Xian Yuhan said disdainfully. Ha ha ha. The people around them even let out a laugh, mocking Li Tianzi endlessly. In the face of so many people's provocation, the crowd felt that Li Tianzi categorically did not dare to meet the battle. And Wanyan Liangbi once. Is this kind of result? He is to Li Tianzi's face. all lost and swept away. Who let Li Tianzi? Who dared to steal the woman with him? Li Tianzi continued to drink his wine and smiled faintly. Gentlemen, it's not that this king doesn't want to battle with. It's just that all the princes and sons here are all trash. Wanyan Liangbi, if you let that Wanyan Jin gang by your side make a move, there might still be some possibility of fighting this king. When these words came out, even Wanyan Liangbi was confused. Arrogant. You are so arrogant. My clan's Wanyan Jin gang is the #1 warrior of the steppe. Is that something you can challenge? Wanyan Liangbi smiled disdainfully. Jinbei King, don't be reckless. Wanyan Jin gang can be difficult to have an enemy. Yu Sheng immediately reminded. Gentlemen, Jinbei Wang that after all is the king, the superior, proficient is political military. This on the battlefield to kill the enemy's kung fu, naturally is not a strong point. You and so on this behavior, is simply difficult for Jinbei Wang. Li Tianzi got up and clapped his hands. In that case, then this king will make an offering. Ling Bai, fetch my king's lance. Yes, Ling Bai handed the tiger head Zhenjin gun into Li Tianzi's hands. Ling Bai, who would be here, was not worried at all. I am afraid that the only one who can fight with Li Tianzi is Wanyan Jin gang. Who can give it a try? You really want to go on? Yu Liuxue was quite worried again. Princess is worried about me? Didn't you just ask me to be a man in a dignified manner? Li Tianzi said with a smile. Then, in full view of everyone, he came to the center of the banquet hall. Since this king is fighting with his kingly body, then you all can't let your subordinates fight. Li Tianzi laughed coldly. Gentlemen, don't say that this king is bullying you and others. Come on, it's not a problem for this king to fight against several people. Otherwise, if you all take turns, you won't even have a chance to beg for mercy later. Chapter 64, It will be you who will be disgraced. Li Tianzi, you are so arrogant and simply lawless. Zhou Debao was the most furious. Prince Wanyan, I'll give this guy a little lesson first. After all, his father, too, had suffered at the hands of Li Tianzi. Last time to send the female real country's money and food, all by Li Tianzi to loot, harmed the 3 major vassals of Beiliang, by the female real reproach, and asked to re-prepare a copy of the money and food, and then sent to the female real one, or else, waiting for the female real country to break through the northern Liang. It will even the 3 major vassals, a piece of the attack. As for Zhou Debao, he drew a long spear and ran out. The Wulwan king stroked his beard, and was actually curious about what some of the abilities of this Jinbei king, especially since the northern tribes, the most revered thing was martial arts. He also wanted to see just how strong this Li Tianzi's martial arts could be. The status of all of you are extraordinary. This competition can be done to the point. Do not hurt your life. Wulwan king said. That's natural. I wouldn't be able to injure the Jinbei king. Zhou Debao sneered. After saying that, he raised his spear and killed towards Li Tianzi. Brother Zhou is the most powerful martial artist amongst us. I'm sure that Li Tianzi, who has been demented for 3 years, is definitely not a match for Brother Zhou. Ding Neng said confidently. Also natural. Du Fei concurred. However, Li Tianzi did not take Zhou Debao seriously at all. Being the topmost martial artist, Zhou Debao's martial art, the speed of swinging his spear, was as slow as a turtle. For a dude like you, I'm afraid you're not even a match for a second-rate martial artist. The corner of Li Tianzi's mouth rose slightly, and just as Zhou Debao's long spear suddenly approached, it was Li Tianzi, who grabbed his spear with one hand. Zhou Debao was as if he was frozen in place. The lance in his hand, surprisingly, could no longer be retrieved. Zhou Debao had already begun to panic. It was to see Li Tianzi kicked. Instantly was kicked on Zhou Debao's chest. It is to hear Zhou Debao's mouth. Came a wailing sound. Zhou Debao's body, like a cannonball, flew out backwards, fell hard and heavy on the ground. Chest suddenly sullen. A mouthful of blood suddenly sprayed out. Directly is fainted. This, one move, just one move. People are not even out of their guns. Gollum, Ding Nang and Du Fei, suddenly alarmed, went forward to probe Zhou Debao's nostrils. Fortunately, just fainted. Ding Nang breathed a sigh of relief. Come on, take Mr. Zhou down to rest. Zhou Debao was carried down. Ding Nang and Du Fei stood up and drew their swords. I just don't believe that you can beat both of us. Brother Du, you and I will go at the same time. I don't believe that he can fight 2 against 1. Ding Nang said. Ding Nang and Du Fei, who did not have a thorough understanding of the martial arts, in their opinion, as long as there were more people, they could defeat Li Tianzi. Good. With the martial arts we have, I don't believe that he, Li Tianzi, can fight 2 against 1, Du Fei said in a revitalized voice. With that, the 2 attacked with a left and a right. Pa! But in the next second, another shocking scene appeared. The 2 didn't even have a chance to get out their weapons. before they were shocked by the end of Li Tianzi's gun barrel, and flew out. And like what happened to Zhou de Bao, they fainted instantly. The crowd that had originally looked down on Li Tianzi lightly, at this moment, they suddenly looked at Li Tianzi a few points higher. These three losers, with average martial arts, still dare to do such a stupid thing? Now it's a disgrace to their father's face. All of them, Wan Yanliangbi sneered. Of course, defeating these three idiots was not really anything to be shocked about. In the place of any of them here, defeating three people would be a breeze. Anyone else? May come up together. Li Tianzi's long spear, pointing at Wan Yanliangbi and the others. At this moment, Li Tianzi was so heroic that he was in the limelight. Boom! Only for a moment, a cyclone from Li Tianzi's body shocked out. The force of the air actually will be the ground sand and dust, to the shock of the splash out. That strong killing aura would be enough to represent Li Tianzi's extraordinary martial arts. The contempt on Wan Yanliangbi's face was immediately put away. Arrogant man. Don't dare to be so arrogant after losing to three losers. Wan Yanliangbi said angrily. Xian Yuhan, what are you still standing there for? Xian Yuhan was actually a bit freaked out, because only he knows, Li Tianzi but killed the Hu People Clan's general Xian Yuwu. Xian Yuwu's martial arts, but not worse than the eyes of this Wan Yan prince. The reason why he was so arrogant just now, is that he wanted to let Wan Yanliangbi hands, so that the female Jin clan and Li Tianzi's relationship, completely ruptured to the point where it can't be salvaged. Yes, Xian Yuhan lifted a long lance and stepped out. He couldn't help but be on it. After all, the Hu People clan is now, secretly, a vassal state of the Jurchen clan. It is really forced to Wan Yanliangbi personally. This Li Tianzi is afraid that it should be defeated. Hu Li Haoyan is naturally aware of the details of Wan Yanliangbi, both military and civil. Known as the Grassland, his courage is inherited from his father Wan Yan Bon Da's bravery. I'll try your Li Tianzi as well. Gung Yi came out holding a long spear. These three were born in the grasslands, riding and shooting from a young age. Extraordinary martial arts. Since they are among the first-class martial artists, Yu Shang stood up and looked at Li Tianzi. King of Jinbei, these three people have extraordinary strength. All of them are amongst the first-class martial artists. They are much more powerful than those three idiots just now. So you have to think about it clearly. Big brother, isn't the other Jinbei king a bully? Then let them go. Certain people don't know the heights of heaven. It's only right to remember the beatings. Yu Mao laughed and said. Moreover, just now, it was his Jinbei king who said that he wanted to fight against the crowd. So he can't go back on his words at this time, right? You shut up. Yu Sheng angrily rebuked. Crown Prince, your brother is right. The party was indeed said by the king of Jinbei himself. Of course, he can also backtrack. The Wuhuan king also said. Big brother, look at what Father King has said. So it seems that what I said just now, I wasn't wrong. Yu Mao was very proud of himself for being recognized by the Wuhuan king for the first time. I also agree with what second brother said. This is naturally what the king of Jinbei said. That naturally must be done. Yu Liuxue was not too big to watch the fun. Of course, Yu Liuxue didn't think that Li Tianzi, alone, would be able to defeat the three first-class martial artists. However, she most despised the arrogance of Li Tianzi's party. His ability was not big, but his temperament was not small. What the king admits to saying, he will naturally do. Come on. Today, this king would like to see who will lose face. The corner of Li Tianzi's mouth rose slightly. That would naturally be you. Gung Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold aura shone out, as Tun took a step forward and took the lead in attacking. The power of this shot was indeed not bad. The breath was majestic, and it had indeed entered the ranks of first-class martial artists. This shot of mine, even wild beasts have to avoid the sharp edge. Today you can possibly block it? Gung Yi was quite confident in his shot. Chapter 65, Juvenile Boldness. It was true that he could be considered a first-class martial artist, but Gung Yi could only be considered a first-class martial artist a bit behind. They wouldn't know just how big the gap was between a first-class martial artist at the bottom of the pad, and the topmost martial artist. And they realized that Gung Ye's lance was already almost on the verge of stabbing Li Tianzi, but Li Tianzi didn't even have the slightest intention of dodging. Jinbei King, dodge! Yu Shang shouted. Gung Yi was a first-rate martial artist, even though it was only the lowest, but even a medium-level first-rate martial artist would not be able to dodge at all at such a close distance. What a guy looking for death. Yu Mao sneered. I'm afraid I've already been scared silly. Yu Liuxue also couldn't help but cover her eyes. Huang Fu Shang and the others could not help but pinch a cold sweat for Li Tianzi. King of Jinbei, you are no better than that. Gung Yi seemed to have seen the scene where Li Tianzi was stabbed down by his own gun. But in the next second, Li Tianzi's body just shifted a little bit. Even though it was just such a small step, it was as if the remnants of Li Tianzi's body could be seen. This kind of reaction is really swift. Slow. Using the same method he used to beat Zhou Debao, Li Tianzi just came out with a kick, and it viciously kicked Geng Yi's chest. For Geng Yi, Li Tianzi's kick was mixed with internal energy, and didn't nearly shatter Geng Yi's internal organs. How is it possible? Geng Yi's body, like a kite with broken strings, flew out backwards, blood in his mouth, spitting all over the place. However, Li Tianzi had already collected a lot of force for that kick. Otherwise, he could have kicked Geng Yi unconscious. What a Li Tianzi, said Geng Yi, but he didn't dare to climb up. He is not a pig. Climb up again. Go up and get another beating. He can now more or less feel clear about Li Tianzi's strength. This guy to pinch him, as simple as pinching a chicken. This scene could really dumbfound the crowd. Both of you, be careful. This Li Tianzi's martial arts are not bad. Wanyan Liangbi gripped the lance in his hand. Rubbish. Do you think everyone is like you? Xian Yuhan, since Li Tianzi is looking for death, let's go together. I'm afraid that Xian Yuhan's martial arts skills are still above Wanyan Liangbi's. Only, Wanyan Liangbi was already able to see that Li Tianzi's strength was not bad, and he might not really be able to take Li Tianzi alone. Aha! Xian Yuhan nodded. The two of them made up their minds and attacked towards Li Tianzi at the same time. The strength of these two was naturally not something Geng Yi could touch. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, were quite well matched. However, before Li Tianzi's eyes, the results were all the same. The gap is the gap. Li Tianzi easily dealt with the left and right. Wanyan Liangbi and Xian Yuhan almost put their best foot forward to take down Li Tianzi. This guy fought 2 against 1, and he didn't even lose? Yu Sheng rubbed his eyes. It's not that he's not losing, but it seems like he's not using his full strength. Yu Liaoshua's attainments in martial arts were naturally much higher than Yu Sheng's, and she could tell at a glance. Although Yu Liaoshua is a woman, if she really wants to fight, she can at most tie with Wanyan Liangbi, so she will definitely lose against Li Tianzi. How is this possible? Wanyan Liangbi this time, in Li Tianzi's body, it was as if he saw the shadow of Li Dinghua. He was much older than Li Tianzi, so naturally he had fought with Li Dinghua. However, Li Tianzi's oppression was much stronger than what his father had brought with him. There's nothing impossible. It's just that you and the others are sitting on a well and looking at the sky, and are too blind. It's time to end it. Li Tianzi's eyes suddenly widened. The long spear in his hand, with a gust of whirlwind, drew all his strength and attacked towards the two men. Only this time, the two of them didn't even capture the shadow of Li Tianzi's shot. Clang! Oh! With the sound of weapons colliding, accompanied by 2 miserable cries, the 2 silhouettes were, indeed, sent flying out left and right. Impossible. This is never possible. Wanyan Liangbi struggled to get up. You have been demented and insane for 3 years. Your martial arts should have been wasted. I don't believe it. Wanyan Liangbi doesn't want to admit it, but when he wanted to pull out his sword again, he felt a stabbing pain above his arm. Li Tianzi just used the inner strength vibration. Is the Wanyan Liangbi arm bones, to shock dislocated broken? Tomorrow's archery conference, these 2 people are afraid that will not be able to go on the field. Li Tianzi, you really are very powerful. No wonder you were able to decapitate 3 of my clan's great generals such as Xian Yuwu. Xian Yuhan's hatred for Li Tianzi was naturally true, but his admiration for Li Tianzi, that was also true. After all, the people of the grassland, the most revered martial arts strong generation. I didn't expect that this Li Tianzi's martial arts was so strong. Before, we really looked away. More than strong, it's ridiculously strong. I don't know, who is being powerful when he is compared to Wanyan Jingang, the first general of the female clan? Nonsense. Naturally it's Wanyan Jingang. Even his father, Li Dinghua, was beaten down by Wanyan Jingang. The surrounding people were talking. This would no longer dare to underestimate Li Tianzi. Of course, earlier those who also ridiculed Li Tianzi's foreigners. This will face, but Li Tianzi ruthlessly threw a few slaps. Today there is this scene, should also be situated. Li Tianzi is by no means a waste of time. Huangfu Shang, Yu Sheng, and the others, shocked, didn't even know what to say. Yu Liaoshua's beautiful eyes were even on Li Tianzi's body, not moving away. Being civil and military is most attractive to a woman. It seems that the martial arts of all of you are also average. After a few moves with the king, you're not good enough? After Li Tianzi finished speaking, he then looked at Hu Li Haoyan again. Hu Li Haoyan, as a fellow grassland tribe, don't you want to avenge them? He could sense that this Hu Li Haoyan's strength, I'm afraid, was not weak. Hu Li Haoyan is not a pig. Li Tianzi is so strong that he does not dare to touch the porcelain. No need. I have no animosity towards the king of Jinbei. Perhaps, the two of us can become friends. Hu Li Haoyan originally looked down on Li Tianzi, but now it seemed that he was too interested in the young man in front of him. Maybe. Li Tianzi smiled faintly. But then his complexion condensed, his body was filled with murderous aura, and the lance in his hand spun in a circle pointing at everyone. Gentlemen, this king is here. Those who are not afraid of losing face can come by all means. However, this king's hand is not light and heavy, but will not leave his hand again. The calmness that should be there can be, but the arrogance that should be there also cannot be less, cannot give the Central Plains shame. Not to mention, Li Tianzi is only 18 years old, now the most bloodthirsty time. This scene, Li Tianzi is how the courage of the vast sky, the entire grassland tribes of young talent, all here, by a Central Plains teenager suppressed, but at this time, but no one dares to go on, they don't want to take a beating for nothing. Chapter 66, Conspiracy. It's quite wild. Lone likes it very much. Li Haoyan ruthlessly memorized Li Tianzi in his heart, the surrounding foreigners, viciously itching their teeth, but none of them were willing to go up. Seeing this, the Wuhuan king immediately got up and said, "Gentlemen, it seems that today's competition will end here. If we continue to fight, I'm afraid we'll hurt the peace. You all eat slowly, there is enough wine and meat, so the widow will leave first." With that, he threw a glance towards Yu Shang, who was at the side. Yu Shang understood and followed, father and son, before stopping farther away from the party. Your kid's vision is not bad. This Li Tianzi looks even more fierce than that father of his. Wuhuan King's mouth was full of praise for Li Tianzi, especially that looks good too. Follows his father and his mother. I think back then, his mother, Lin, was a rare and great beauty in the capital. I was also fortunate enough to have witnessed it. Ahem. Yu Sheng coughed lightly. This matter, does mother know about it? King Wuhuan instantly reacted. This matter is not to be spoken of, especially to your mother. Ahem. Let's get down to business. Do you think it's appropriate for Lu Shui to marry the Jinbei king? A man and a woman are naturally suitable. It's not like you don't know the character of the Li family, Yu Sheng said. Compared to its Tartars, Jurchen, and Hu people, there is no one more suitable than Li Tianzi right now. And, to tell the truth, my son inexplicably trusts Li Tianzi, and feels that this person's future prospects are unlimited, so father might as well take a gamble? Ha ha ha. Wuhuan King laughed, but then suddenly condensed. But right now, there is a problem very tricky. Previously promised a match. If these leading princes what on, Li Tianzi will win. But if it is a change of people on, that Wanyan King Kong, I'm afraid that here, no one can deal with. That Li Tianzi is certainly powerful, but he's also new to the desert border and has no combat experience. So I'm afraid that when he encounters a top martial artist such as Wanyan Jin Gang, he'll have a hard time holding his own. Yu Sheng stroked his chin. Father, there's still a chance. The guard behind Li Tianzi, named Ling Bai, is the #1 swordsman in the world, and he's also a top-tier martial artist. If he makes a move, it's hard to predict whether he'll win or lose, and the only ones who should be worried about tomorrow are just two people. Li Haoyan, who hasn't been able to make a move, and the other person, Wanyan Jin Gang. Of course, as long as we win in archery, we will naturally be able to hold the final result of the match in our own hands. Aha! The Wuhuan king was more and more satisfied with Yu Sheng. I didn't expect that this Li Tianzi would have so many capable people around him. However, the rules of the assembly are the rules, and this king still abides by the rules. And who the princess ends up marrying in the end? Well, to each his own. The Wuhuan king was also helpless. If the woman really wins, then he'll have to marry, too. After all, the female Genghis Khan was so powerful that it was indeed difficult to deal with. And this time, the wine over 3 rounds. Everyone also drank almost. Originally a good banquet, but let Li Tianzi to the families to slap. The atmosphere has become very strange. Lu Shui originally wanted to talk more about talking with Li Tianzi. However, the scene of Moon Lu Shui raising a ruckus just now had made him very upset. Your Highness, after the words are finished, this king will go and rest, Li Tianzi said blandly, then got up and was leaving. Are you a man? Why are you so petty? Lu Shui muttered. Just as he arrived at the tent, Huang Fu Shang followed him. Huang Fu Shang, what are you following this king for? Li Tianzi frowned slightly. King Jinbei, if you win tomorrow, do you really want to marry Princess Wuhuan? Huang Fu Shang asked curiously. Li Tianzi stroked his chin. Why not? A beauty like moonflower snow. That man doesn't want it? Yeah, the ones who don't want it are the fools. Lu Shui and other beauties. And the Central Plains beauty is different again. They are more wild character. Give men the desire to conquer, since it is very wild. Huang Fu Shang was also straightforward. What about my sister? The king of Jinbei may not yet know that my sister, Yao Jia, who has been staying in Beiluo and not going back, is writing to say that from the time you saved her, Your Highness, she has had her eye on you. Moreover, she, a well-bred girl family, can even put aside her playful nature and take the initiative to cook and bring food to you. That is, she is truly fond of you, and I and these others who are older brothers, and even my father, do not have such treatment. When a brother, naturally, he must seek a result for his sister. For her, Li Tianzi was thoughtful. This king's damn manly charm does attract some butterflies. However, this king wouldn't mind marrying them all and spreading the seeds for my old Li family. Indeed, all great beauties. In ancient times, which noble prince didn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Even Huangfu Xi had several concubines. Li Tianzi, your appetite is really big? Huangfu Shang was slightly enraged. Li Tianzi didn't want to wrangle with it more. Huangfu Shang, what else is going on? Just say it. If it's alright, don't delay the king's rest. Huangfu Shang immediately pulled away from the topic. There's a bigger trouble waiting for you. The 3 major lords of Northern Liang, with a total of 30,000 troops, combined with 10,000 wolf riders from the Jurchen ministry, are waiting for you at the Wuhuan border. If you don't leave Beiluo this time, you will be able to escape this trouble. But I didn't expect that you would be exactly the same as your father's temperament, and that you are really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers, and that you are bringing 100 people to Wuhuan. What? Li Tianzi frowned. He now finally understands that this Northern Liang 3 major vassals, how also came, did not expect really rushed to him. Fine, if they want to kill this king, then we have to see if they have the ability to do so. Ling Bai, you are fast. Come without a shadow and go without a trace. Personally go back to Beiluo and transfer the Xian armor army out. In addition, bring as many firearms as you have. If they really dare to make a move, then it is to let them know that my Jinbei army is powerful. Li Tianzi's eyes narrowed slightly. Promise. Ling Bai led the order, and looked behind him to the 100 brocade guards. During the time that this general is away, you will stay by the side of the great king without leaving for a moment. Yes. The crowd of brocade guards clasped their fists. Li Tianzi, are you confused? Wanyan Liangbi is waiting for you to pull your army out and then, on the grasslands, hit you hard. Your first time to the grassland do not know. The female real Tian Lang cavalry is the grassland's most elite cavalry. Battle invincible which, you are bound to suffer. If it were me, at this time, I should sneak away. Huangfu Shang continued. SS. Li Tianzi took a deep breath of cool air. Sneaking away? Do you want this king to lose his reputation and be called a rat by others? Well, this king has his own measure. Don't need you to teach. This king really want to learn. That female true so-called heavenly wolf riding, just how powerful can it be? Cavalry? That's also flesh and blood, no stronger than firearms. Moreover, the most powerful one on the grassland should be the female real iron floaters. But this Iron Faust is no more powerful than the Xuanjia army, right? Chapter 67, Yang Xian's use of soldiers. SS. Huangfu Shang took a deep breath and said helplessly, you're really a newborn calf who isn't afraid of tigers. This character, I like it. Don't worry. The purpose of my coming here is not for that so-called Wuhuan princess. By my father's order, specially come to protect your safety. 5,000 of Bailion's most elite iron cavalry, ready to strike at any time. In the past, the Northern Liang iron cavalry was the best in the world, but to this day, only the cavalry in the hands of Huangfu Xi can truly be considered the Northern Liang iron cavalry. The cavalry in the hands of the other lords, and the Northern Liang iron cavalry of the previous peak are far from being the same. Then thank you very much. Li Tianzi smiled faintly. Alright, this king is going to rest. After saying that, he went into the tent. What an arrogant fellow. I wonder, how many rounds can you last in the hands of Wanyan Jin Gang tomorrow? Huangfu Shang was getting more and more excited. Huangfu Shang is also the Northern Liang generals. Martial arts can be regarded as first class. Few enemies, but to face Wanyan King Kong, 20 or 30 rounds will be defeated. Ran. This would be the CU of the female Jin, the Huans, and the 3 Northern Liang ministries, with serious injuries, gathered together. Prince Wanyan, we are incompetent. Zhou Debao bowed down. I have to say, this Northern Liang 3 parts, really wear a pants. One side bows to the Prince of Wu, the other side in the female true peace. Really which side is not a loss? You guys are indeed incompetent. Wanyan Liangbi was furious, but as soon as he was angry and furious, a sharp pain shot through his chest. Damn it, above Li Tianzi's lance. It actually contains dark energy. If this son doesn't die, he will become a great danger to our clan in the future. Just like Li Dinghua. Zhou Debao immediately said. Don't worry, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Since this Li Tianzi is out of Beiluo, he won't be able to go back. My 3 ministries totaling 30,000 soldiers and horses, cutting off Li Tianzi's back road back to Beiluo, Even if that Huangfu Shan wants to intervene in this matter, he won't be able to save Li Tianzi. And, if Huangfu Shan dares to help Li Tianzi, he will be destroyed piece by piece today. Xian Yuhan followed suit. My Hu people clan. I also brought 10,000 people. And, if Li Tianzi wants to go south, he will definitely pass through the border territory of my Hu people clan. Ahem. Very well, all of you are very sensible. However, killing Li Tianzi is just something Lone is going to do in passing. Tomorrow, if Wu Huan doesn't marry Yu Liushuet alone, Lone will step on the Wu Huan royal court. All you need to do is watch over the Wu Huan clan's great general Yu Tinglong. What do you mean? The crowd looked at each other as if they understood something, but at the same time they saw Wanyan Liangbi's smiling face. They only felt a chill down their backs. And Ling Bai's speed, incomparably fast, Wu Huan distance from Beiluo. In fact, just more than 200 miles, to Ling Bai's speed. In the morning at 7 o'clock, back to Beiluo City. At this time, Yang Xian has been mindful of Li Tianzi's safety. North Luo in the Genie Way, half sent to the grasslands, to detect the movements of the ministries, which does not check not know, a check but really is to find out the end. The representatives of the tribes on the steppe had just arrived at Wu Huan, and the armies of the tribes quietly sneaked up. Warlord, General Ling Bai has returned. The soldiers outside the mansion came to report. Quickly, please come in. Yang Xian was all over the place. Ling Bai, as a personal guard, came back at this time. Something big was bound to happen. No need to invite. This commander has already come. Ling Bai stepped into the hall, tucked into the teapot on the tea table, and took a sip. Minister Yang, something big is going to happen in the grassland. The 3 northern Liang lords have sent troops, wanting to intercept the lord halfway. Let's hurry up and send troops to meet the lord halfway. Yang Xian stroked his beard, his brows locked, and immediately shook his head. No, this battle categorically can't be fought like this. However, this prime minister still has a suspicion in his heart. That is, the soldiers and horses of the major powers are not just targeting the lord. What if they have ulterior motives? For example, stepping on the Wu Huan clan. Ling Bai blinked his eyes, rather surprised. They have such big guts? Those major powers in northern Liang may not dare, but the female truth is not necessarily so. Yang Xian frowned and continued. Men, bring all the generals here. Promise. The soldiers outside the mansion immediately went to pass on the order. Yang Xian had always remembered what Li Tianzi had said, that wars were either not fought, but once they were fought, they could not suffer and do nothing. In a few moments, Su Dingfeng, Li Guangbi, Li Tianba, Tang Zhenye, and a host of other generals who had gotten the order came. General Ling Bai, you're back? Where is the lord? Xiang Longyu was surprised. The lord didn't come back. The grasslands are in chaos now. The lord asked me to come back to lead the troops. Ling Bai said. Sure enough, this matter of going north to the grasslands is obviously a pit. Xiang Longyu's fists are clenched. Minister Yang, the last general will lead the Xuanjiao army, and directly cut down this group of scum. With the combat power of our Xuanjiao army, it will always be enough to eliminate the soldiers and horses of those forces in northern Liang. Aha! Yang Xian nodded his head. General Xiang's words are right to my prime minister's heart. What this prime minister means is that we cannot sit back and wait for death. We should concentrate our superior forces and destroy the enemy army one by one. Anyway, next year, with the other forces of northern Liang, it's bound to be a big fight. Why don't we start on the grasslands and exterminate the 3 major forces' troops, preferably wiping them out? Xiang Longyu was the first to speak. Minister Yang, just say it. How are we going to fight? I can lead the vanguard and take the brunt. Li Tianba also chimed in. This errand of vanguard, the last general can do it as well. Both generals don't argue. The battle is yours to fight. Yang Xian continued. In the lord's absence, this prime minister will preside over Bei Luo's important military affairs. The generals obey. The last general is here. The hall full of generals, almost in the same motion, stepped out. Let's go in with 2 separate armies. The first line of troops, with General Su Dingfeng as the main general, and Generals Li Tianba and Shui as his lieutenants, will lead the Xuanjiao army, as well as 5,000 infantry, to attack the military camps of the 3 major forces in northern Liang. Promise. The 3 stepped out and took the military order. Will not dishonor the order. The second road of soldiers and horses, by the Xiang Longyu as the main general, Wei Yan, Zhang Ba as the vice general, leading 10,000 light cavalry, against the female true one. But, not let you hard just female true, by the Jinui secret agent found. This time the female true south of the soldiers and horses, but there are 30,000 soldiers and horses, is quietly arrived at the border of Wu Huan. Female true soldiers and horses are strong, cannot be defeated, but can burn their grain and grass in the rear camp 40 miles away. It's just that this Wuhuan, this time is considered to be dipped in the Lord's blessing. Otherwise, just this 30,000 female cavalry, suddenly killed into the Wuhuan. The whole Wuhuan will not have peace. Wuhuans those high-ranking, if they know Gaoan, they should know how to do next. My lord, the three Xiang Longyu stepped out and then took orders. Tang Jinye and Li Guangbi, how has the recruitment of soldiers been going recently? Yang Xian continued to ask. Chapter 68, Changes. Tang Jinye returned, back to the military division. The people enthusiastically joined the army. 20,000 recruits. In 3 days' time, they were all recruited and are now being trained. Good. After this winter, these 20,000 soldiers and horses, it's time to become an army. Yang Xian nodded in satisfaction. All generals go down and prepare. This prime minister is here, waiting for news of your victory. To be honest, if Bei Luo remains at 20,000 to 30,000 soldiers, it is simply unable to deal with the threat of the other lords of Beiliang, and expanding the army is imperative. Please rest assured, the generals of my Jinbei army have never failed to act. The generals rallied their voices. Immediately afterward, the generals exited the hall and went to count their troops. Yang Xian, on the other hand, is raising his head, looking at the gradually brightening sky outside the temple, pondering, to say that the first 2 times is the beginning of the rise of Li Tianzi's fame, then this battle will let the Jinbei King Li Tianzi's name completely famous all over the world. Half an hour later, the people of Beiluo is to see the soldiers and horses in the city of Beiluo, almost all moved. Of course, the northward assault on the enemy was not to be fought at this time, but waited until night and attacked by surprise. As far as the 3 major forces of Beiluo were concerned, they thought that they could hide their troops by quietly sending them out and hiding them in a very hidden place. Unbeknownst to them, they wouldn't even think of the fact that on the northern Luo side, the intelligence agencies were powerful, and the ears and eyes of the enemy army, under the search of the brocade guards, almost all of them have been killed. So, the enemy secret agents now can't get hold of any information about Bei Luo at all. That's what a strong intelligence agency does. At this moment, among the Wuhuan clan, bonfire festival has already begun. This Wuhuan bonfire festival was supposed to be the night. Usually naturally there is no fight, only singing and dancing, and, at the bonfire festival, the adult sons and daughters of the clan can show off their talents and confess their love for the girl. But this time the event was laced with politics, and the meaning had long since changed. With the attendance of all the forces, originally also swore, in the archery, can win the Wuhuan king, face expression, suddenly solidified the general, because, which the Tartar and the 2 major forces of the Jurchen, appeared 2 familiar faces. One is the Tartar Huli, a part of the Huli Hao Yen. Its Huli Hao Yen followed behind the person, called the 100 Miles of Arrows, is known as one of the world's archery, and in the back of the Wanyan Liangbi, but also followed by a back arrow of the person, called the Wanyan Dajian, is also the archery, although not as good as the 100 Miles of Arrows, but in fact, it is also almost the same. Surprisingly, its 100-mile divine arrow and Wanyan Daiwang, Yu Yuan, who was beside the Wuhuan king, narrowed his eyes slightly. Yu Yuan, the divine archer of the Wuhuan clan, was also known throughout the world. 3 of the 4 great divine archers of heaven had come, and the other one was Xiao Badian of the great martial kingdom. General Yu Yuan, possible victory? The Wuhuan king inquired. Yu Yuan shook his head. Although there are 4 great divine archers in the world, there is no ranking difference, which means that everyone's archery skills, in fact, are not very different, and it is difficult to distinguish between victory and defeat. Prince Yu Sheng also said, it seems that these 2 guys, in order to pull in the Wuhuan clan, they have really gone to great lengths. If we draw 1-1 in archery, then after the martial arts competition, we will definitely lose. It's not that Wuhuan doesn't want an alliance, it's just that, the Wujin is a blood feud against Wuhuan, and an alliance with the enemy is something that the Wuhuan king refuses to do, and, the tribes that the Wujin have collected over the years, in the end, they all became the private armies of Wanyan A Bonesetter, and even, is to use the armies outside the Wujin bloodline as cannon fodder. At that time, I'm afraid that none of them, the Wuhuan royal family, will survive. As for the Tartar Huli tribe, it now seems to be the weakest of the several tribes, and it is really unsteady to join with it in marriage. As for the choice of Li Tianzi, in fact, the Wuhuan clan also has selfishness. Yu Sheng is like this, trade is naturally normal trade, but this alliance, you can play some smarts. If Li Tianzi cannot get a foothold in Beiluo, besieged by other people's forces, then extinguished, even if they come to ask for help, The Wawan clan can rely on their own strength, do not have to make a move, and turn their backs on the alliance. What can be done? Of course, what they value most is still Li Tianzi's identity. That is, they feel that Li Tianzi can rise. As for the association, you can first promise, but through this relationship, you can first not married. In the end, to see how Li Tianzi's development? If Li Tianzi, if he is willing to be the door son-in-law of the Wawan tribe, that is not impossible. Then the Wawan king naturally promised to marry immediately. After all, Li Tianzi's ability is there, so there is no such thing as a free lunch when it comes to politics in this world of cheap things. This time, Wanyan Liangbi and the others, with murderous gazes, looked at Li Tianzi. Li Tianzi, where is that guard of yours? Wanyan Liangbi laughed. The guards have gone back to mobilize their troops, and this king is also afraid that certain people will harm him, Li Tianzi said in a breezy manner. Oh, Wanyan Liangbi thought to himself, this guy doesn't know anything, does he? However, he thought back, Li Tianzi's soldiers and horses, even if all of them are pulled to the grassland, it is not a threat to the female real. Even, what he wants to see, is not Li Tianzi will North Luo's soldiers and horses, all pulled to the grassland, and he really fight? Is that so? That would be best, when Lone wipes out your soldiers and horses, all of them, then, after dismantling you in big pieces, Wanyan Liangbi laughed. However, he wouldn't have thought that Li Tianzi wasn't trying to fight him head-on, but rather, he was coming up with a strange strategy. Then try it. Li Tianzi didn't care at all. Are you so fucking crazy? Wanyan Liangbi was furious. That's just it. I'll let you lose face first today. Let you understand. Lone. Li Tianzi didn't care. Really? Then this king would like to see how powerful air really is. After saying that, he was far away from Wanyan Liangbi. This big fool. When, with the sound of the gong, the martial arts meeting officially began. The Wawan king rose. Gentlemen, the first item of today's martial arts meeting, foot archery and mounted archery. These two items will be carried out together. But the instructions, this shooting compare not only accuracy, but also time. If 10 arrows are shot and accurate, and the time is quick, the one who crosses the finish line first wins. Wawan king is to increase the difficulty of archery. Step arrow, everyone is actually the same. Bailey got arrow and even Wanyan Daxian cannot be wrong at all. But once on the horse, you Yuan's strong points. It is highlighted. As long as you win this competition, even if you lose, you will still have something to say. This old fox, but will count for his own family. Wanyan Liangbi smiled contemptuously. Wanyan Dajian, can you ride and shoot? Wanyan Dajian scratched his head. We can try. However, it doesn't matter if this is won or not anymore. If it's really a draw, doesn't the crown prince want to rob it by force? Let's just take it as a matter of importance. Ha ha. You are smart. You are right. This old thing doesn't know the time. Don't blame Lone for being merciless. A beauty like you Lu Shui, even if it's dead, Lone will get it. Wanyan Liangbi's latter sentence, rather perverted. However, everyone's focus was on the three great divine archers, but they wouldn't have thought that an exception like Li Tianzi would appear in today's martial arts competition. Chapter 69, this guy overdid it by pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, didn't he? Gentlemen, let's begin, the Wawan king said in a revitalized voice. This archery is nothing but moving targets and fixed targets. Moving targets and fixed targets, each holding 3 arrows, and the distances at which they were placed were different, being 100 paces, 150 paces, 200 paces, 250 paces, and 300 paces. The 250 paces and 300 paces, or mounted archery. This is unprecedentedly difficult, even if the archer so what? If you can't even pull the bow open, 250 paces and 300 paces is actually a joke. In this world, the highest is the 10-stone bow, which can be opened to 400 pounds, and can shoot at targets beyond 300 paces. However, the 10-stone bow, only the god of archery in ancient times, Yan Yuji pulled open, and to this day, there is no one who has the strength of this arm. The 4 archery gods that exist in the world today, at most, open 8-stone bow, usually used in the hands of the bow and arrow, but also 7-stone bow, and 7-stone bow, will be able to shoot 200 paces away from the target. 8-stone bow, can be shot at 250 paces, as for the 9-stone bow, can be shot at 270 paces. The reason why it was set up this way was actually the Wawan king, who wanted to see where the limits of these divine archers were, and the Wawan king really looks down on these divine archers. 1 to 9 stone bows are prepared, and he also took out his own Sky Wolf divine bow. This Sky Wolf divine bow is a 10-stone bow. Such a big bow. I am afraid that only the Wawan clan has it. Gentlemen, the rules are simple. The The one who can shoot the bow and arrow far and accurately is the winner. Begin. After the Wuhan king finished speaking, Wanyan Dajian, Yu Yuan, and Bailey Divine Arrow took to the field, and as for the others, they had already given up. Gengya's face was even more fiery and painful. He knew that marrying Yu Liuxue already has no chance with him. For this, he had cursed all the ancestors of Wuhan Prime Minister Yu Biao, and he swore that when he united the Tartars, the first one to be overthrown would be Wuhan. King Jinbei, who are you sending up? Could it be that you are afraid of seeing the three divine archers? Wanyan Liangbi was very confident in the strength of his own divine archers. Alas! Li Tianzi stretched his waist. In that case, this king will make a fool of himself and go up to have some fun. You really don't know how to die. It's also good to go up and disgrace yourself, so you don't need loan to beat your face in again. Wanyan Liangbi snorted. Don't laugh too loudly. Maybe you'll be the one who loses face later. Li Tianzi reminded. You, don't be too crazy. It was the first time that Wanyan Liangbi had seen someone so capable of pretending. Li Tianzi did not pay attention to it. Pro on the target range. Anyway, just 4 people. Play to play. This kid, really crazy, in front of him, but the 3 great arrow gods, this he also dared to go up and touch the porcelain? Ding Nung was amazed. Looking for death and disgrace. Later on all give me a hard laugh and let him beat me. I'll make him pay. Zhou Debao said angrily. This guy, if he can't even hit a target at 100 paces, Li's face will be gone. Xian Yuhan laughed. As for Yu Sheng and Yu Lu Shui, they were also looking at the figure on the field. Big brother, can he do it? Yu Lu Shui lightly bit her lips. This is the 3 great divine archers? What is he going up to make a scene? Yu Sheng frowned. It's just that, maybe Li Tianzi, on top of his archery skills, also has a superiority. After all, it's understandable that it's a member of a famous general's family. Only, this Li's, out of the fierce generals, but that archery shooting accurate, can not yet the 3 divine archers, naturally, chose a 7-stone bow. Li Tianzi also randomly chose a 7-stone bow. Archery, he is not practiced. The original owner was originally raised in the barracks. What weapons have not touched? Archery or some of the bottom. As for him, that is to take the big sniper. For the wind speed, distance, resistance and so on the judgment, casually look at it, such as if the 3 years across the side, Li Tianzi studied the most. Naturally, or the gun with the archery. It is just a change of but in front of the absolute strength. This is not important. Kid, courageous, I appreciate it. Yu Yuan did not scoff. Li Tianzi didn't say anything, still pounding the bow and arrow. This bow on the grassland. No wonder it can shoot far. And the bow and arrow of the central plains. It is indeed different. But it didn't matter. Any weapon, in the face of a powerful firearm, was treated equally. Let's begin, the referee ordered, and stepped aside. In fact, the speed at which the 3 divine archers drew their bows was incomparably fast. 100 paces, 150 paces, for the 3 of them, incomparably fast, only 200 paces. They were about to change their 8-stone great bows. Whoosh, 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 the sound of arrows breaking through the air, cutting through the ears, sharp and piercing. These 3 people are worthy of being divine archers. That is, from this sound, one can hear the extraordinary snap. Only 3 arrows from each of the 3 men were seen, all of which went through the target, and again, immediately turned to the target at 150 paces. Worthy of a divine archer, it was done almost simultaneously. Look guys, that Li Tianzi pulls 3 arrows. This guy can't be trying to shoot all 3 arrows, right? Someone exclaimed. This guy, I'm afraid he's not crazy in overplaying his hand, right? Yu Liuxue couldn't help but stand up, puffing, but in the next second, 3 arrows shot out in unison. The sound was not the least bit less than that of the other 3, which also drew side glances from the other 3. Pada! The 3 arrows came out in unison, surprisingly accurate and directly hit the bullseye of the target. This, in an instant, the crowd that was waiting to see Li Tianzi make a fool of himself, suddenly let Li Tianzi's archery. Surprised, 3 arrows shot in unison, far more than a single shot in succession. More shocking, pulling the 3 fingers to shoot arrows, and still be able to shoot so accurate. This is too difficult. Even the 3 of them, Yu Yuan, could not help but look towards Li Tianzi, quite shocked, and when he waited until 150 meters, Li Tianzi still pulled out 3 arrows. Jinbei King, Yu Yuan had wanted to persuade. After all, adding 50 meters of range, did it increase more than half a star? Without waiting for the former to finish his words, Li Tianzi had already fired 3 more arrows and continued to raise them with great confidence. 3 arrows in one, 3 more in the other. Finally, everyone boiled over, and the way they looked at Li Tianzi was already wrong. This guy is pretending to be a pig in a poke. He's a little overdressed, isn't he? This can't be possible. His archery skills are even this good? How loud Wanyan Liangbi was just now. How embarrassed he was now. Zhou Debao and the others. But they put their heads down. And next, 200 paces to shoot arrows. Li Tianzi was suddenly changed to an 8-stone bow. And 3 arrows flew out. The 8-stone bow, in Li Tianzi's hands, was pulled so easily. Even the 3 divine archers did not pull it so smoothly. Gentlemen, are you still frothing? This king will go first. Li Tianzi leaped onto his horse. However, the great bow he chose, once again, made the people around him incomparably surprised. Surprisingly, he chose 3 large bows with 8, 9, and 10 stones. Chapter 70, The Archery Skill That Crowns the World. Really underestimated this fellow. Wanyan Dajian's face sank. Immediately afterward, the 3 of them also grasped and shot out the arrows from their own striking hands. And it had to be said that the competition between the top divine archers was truly a visual feast that was beautiful to the extreme, wonderful to the core. This guy really steals the limelight. People take 8-stone and 9-stone bows to challenge 250 paces. This guy takes a 10-stone bow. Is he trying to shoot a target 300 paces away? Xian Yuhan said in surprise. Impossible. A 10-stone bow. Not to mention shooting the arrow out, even pulling the bowstring apart. It needs at least the strength of a hegemon. When Wanyan Liangbi thought of this, his heart relaxed. Nothing more than the wind out of too much. Is more than a lot of pompous acting? Want to set themselves off to the extreme. To know, that is, a few hundred years ago, that one of the divine archer Yan Yuji can pull open the 10-stone bow. That's because, at that time of the 10-stone bow, more or less is some water. At least than the present Wuzhou's 10-stone bow. Less than 50 pounds of the bow power. Plus the difficulty of mounted shooting is more difficult. Perhaps, the 100 miles of divine arrows and finish the big yen are subject to a lot of constraints. Can stabilize the body shape is already enough cattle? Can say to be on top of the warhorse? Pull open 10-stone bow is simply a fool's errand. But then again, Li Tianzi is already ahead of the 3 great divine archers in standing and shooting. And this scene today is already enough to shock the grassland tribes. Ran, Hu Li Hao Yen, however, stared at Li Tianzi with interest. He always felt that this young king of Jinbei might bring them a surprise. Even if you can't hit a target 300 paces away, if you can hit a target 250 paces more, it's enough to make a name for yourself. Mounted archery coupled with moving targets makes this difficult enough. However, the Moon Abyss is worthy of the Wuhuan mounted general. That horsemanship strong is just. Even archery on horseback is also extremely stable. Almost all the arrows are in the bullseye. Mounted archery, 100 miles of archery with the finish of the Yen Daxian. But to pull the crotch of many. Damn it, this is really a big loss, Bailey Divine Arrow said darkly. However, Li Tianzi finished fast, which was already to the 250-meter target. This king really wants to try the bow and arrow. How difficult is it? Li Tianzi's 9-stone bow was drawn and an arrow was shot. This arrow was still right in the center of the target. But, it's way off compared to the first 2 times. King Jinbei, where did you learn this archery skill from? Yu Yuan couldn't help but ask curiously. Teach yourself. Li Tianzi smiled faintly. 250 paces. Wanyan Dazhou and the 100-mile divine arrow. In the end there is a loss of standard. But at least it is also in the bullseye. That is, Li Tianzi. Also 3 arrows hit the bullseye. Li Tianzi, on the other hand, came hard to second and Yu Yuan first. Gentlemen, I'm really sorry, but this bow and arrow mounted archery skill, after all, it's this general who came out on top. Yu Yuan clasped his fists. 100-mile divine arrow and Wanyan Dajian were still quite unconvinced. As for the 300 steps, no one bothered to challenge it. It was simply impossible. What pulls out the top? It's just relying on your horsemanship advantage. There's good fun for us, Wanyan Dajian said angrily. On one side of the room, the Bailey Divine Arrow said, if we can hit the bullseye from 300 meters away, won't we win? What if you don't have to ride shotgun? If I shoot the target from 300 meters away, does that mean I win? Hearing these words, the gazes of the crowd looked towards Bailey Divine Arrow. This guy was the head of the 4 divine arrows and naturally wanted to challenge the limits. This, Yu Yuan frowned. Of course, you can all try. The rules are dead, but people are alive. The widow since I will not be this weapon. Wuhuan King got up and immediately said. However, only the Wuhuan King knows how difficult it is to draw this 10-stone bow. And even if you can draw it, it is simply impossible to hit the bullseye at 300 meters. No one under the sun will ever do it. Then I have to try it. Said. Bailey got arrow as the 9-stone big bow forcefully pull open. And this time, He is almost the string of the main bow or pulled into a full moon. Can see is, Bailey got arrow's arms, even in the non-stop trembling, if not use the 10-stone big bow, then the 9-stone big bow, must pull the string to full, in order to be able to shoot to the 300 meters at the target. Puffing, shoo, under the crowd's anticipation, the bowstring in the Bailey Divine Archer's hand was lowered, and the arrow was shot at the target with an astonishing ringing sound. The result was the same, that is, the arrow that was shot out could not touch the belt target at all. Again, Bailey Divine Arrow picked up the Skywolf bow, but when he exerted his strength, he couldn't even pull the large bow open properly. In the end, one has to give up. All of the gazes were on Bailey Divine Arrow, which saw that Bailey Divine Arrow didn't pull it off, and their complexion dimmed immediately. In fact, it's not that the big bow can't be drawn. A fierce general like Wanyan Jin Gang was able to pull the big bow away, but he was unable to shoot. And Wanyan Daijian and Yu Yuan also tried it, and there was no difference from what happened with the 100-mile Divine Arrow. This bow and arrow, I guess it's just looking at it for fun. Wanyan Daijian smiled helplessly. This king will also try. Li Tianzi took the heavenly wolf bow in his hands and raised it. It's not that we are belittling you. It's just that the big guys can't pull it apart. Can you pull it apart? Even if you can pull it apart, this 300-meter distance, I am afraid. Yu Yuan smiled bitterly. Yes, after all, a bow that hadn't been drawn in hundreds of years, coupled with such a terrifying distance, no one could have done it, even if Yoruyuki had been alive. Raising Yuki is, after all, a figure from hundreds of years ago, and his legend, indeed, is beyond one's reach. However, a few hundred years ago could produce such a person, but a few hundred years later, it may not be impossible. Since it's all about making a splash, let's come full circle. Boom! As he was saying, Li Tianzi's body, surprisingly, a mass of red-colored true qi emerged, a forceful qi, expanding outward. What could be seen was that the blood vessels on Li Tianzi's arm, all protruded out. Crunch! Li Tianzi almost pulled the 10-stone bow into a full moon, in full view of everyone. And this, it seemed, was not Li Tianzi's limit. Do you know that the force is strong and powerful? Phew! The arrow was like a rainbow, swinging through the air and shooting straight out. Pada! This arrow, in fact, instantly shot that target into several halves. This arrow didn't end thereafter. 3 more arrows were fired in a row, shooting the targets of the remaining 3 so-called arrow gods to pieces. If the first arrow was luck, then 4 arrows in a row hit this time. Who dares to question it? This, in turn, represented that the strength displayed by Li Tianzi in his previous sparring match with Wanyan Liangbi was just the tip of the iceberg. This guy really underestimated him. In that case, the 4 divine arrows in this world are going to become the 5 divine arrows, or the insurmountable first place. Yu Sheng marveled. His eyes that were looking at Li Tianzi seemed to be radiating light. Chapter 71, Li Tianzi vs. Wanyan Jin Gang. Above. Li Tianzi. This son must die. Otherwise, he will become a great danger to my female real family. At this time, Wanyan Liangbi no longer dared to despise Li Tianzi. However, he to Li Tianzi is up a must-kill heart. Wanyan Jin Gang. Kill him for loan in the next game. Originally to Li Tianzi, still very disdainful Wanyan Jin Gang, in Li Tianzi will be that 10-stone bow pulled open. He dared not have the slightest bit of slack to it, to know, even if he can also pull that 10-stone bow open, but to be so steady to shoot it out, or 4 arrows in a row, enough to see, Li Tianzi arm strength. In the end how horrible, the last general will try his best, although Wanyan Jin Gang said so, but in fact, for the top martial artists, to their level, in fact, can rarely find opponents, this invincible glory, but rather let a person feel lonely. And now, the thought of fighting with Li Tianzi, his body's qi and blood, all tumbled up, the battle intent surging. Your Highness the Crown Prince should not be angry. For the duel in the afternoon today, with General Wanyan Jin Gang present, he will be able to strike down Li Tianzi with a single strike. That's right, this archery is powerful, but after all, it's just a side way. What's the use of it? Wanyan Jin Gang is the #1 warrior of the grassland. No one is his opponent. That is, Li Dinghua back then, is no better than that, and now, his son, too, is bound to be no match. What the 2 brothers say is true. Zhou Debao, Ding Nung, and Du Fei. You said one thing while I said another. They wouldn't understand at all what Li Tianzi's pulling the 10-stone bow apart really represented. These 3 people are pure fools. They have no half understanding of the martial arts. And everyone present, looking at that back on the field, baring their mouths, no longer dared to be half as contemptuous. You have to know that among these 4 people, the person they looked down on the most was Li Tianzi. but Li Tianzi's ability that he had shown today, the ability that Li Tianzi has demonstrated now is completely a slap in the face of everyone who looked down on him. King Jinbei is mighty. King Jinbei is mighty. 100 Jinyui is loud shouted up. His lord so out of the limelight, under the command of these soldiers, naturally also feel very honorable. This time, Yuliashua's beautiful eyes were placed on Li Tianzi's back, out of focus, but when she thought of before, she actually had a few moments of blushing guilt. But how can you not admire such a wonderful man? At this moment, Li Tianzi, who was on the field, gazed around at the surrounding crowd. Shouldn't we announce that this first archery competition, is it a win for this king? Hearing this, the Wuhuan king reacted from his shock and immediately announced, for the first archery match, the Jinbei king wins. Hiss, worthy of being Li Dinggua's son. It's really better than blue. How wonderful it would be if this were my Wuhuan clan's aunt's son-in-law. Just for a moment, Li Tianzi was on the grassland, gaining a large number of fans. After the arrow competition, rest for an hour and use some lunch. People who practiced martial arts, their chi consumed the most and replenished the most. Li Tianzi hard to eat a whole roasted leg of lamb. After the scene in the morning, the afternoon's martial arts competition, on the contrary, made people look forward to it. They wanted to see where this Li Tianzi's limit was. In the afternoon, the crowd came to a new venue, which was a newly built wooden martial arts stage. Only 4 people participated in the martial arts competition for the final contest. The Wuhuan clan abstained. Then, the Tartar clan will face the Jurchen clan first, and Li Tianzi, the champion, will directly take a turn. The reason why the Wuhuan clan abstained, that's because they know the power of Wanyan Jin Gang, whose latter's prestige is not gained for nothing. The Wuhuan clan does not have anyone can fight with one. Ladies and gentlemen, the last martial arts competition contest will be between the Tatar Huli department and the female Genghis Khan department. The referee said, ahem. Huli Haoyan then lightly coughed twice. Wait, Huli Haoyan, will not participate in this martial arts competition. The first warrior of the steppe like General Wanyan, Huli's department, naturally can't match him. His gaze, on the other hand, was directed towards Li Tianzi. Shenbei Wang, this opportunity, Lone let you, Lone know, Shenbei Wang's father, the prestige is far and wide. Lone next believe, Shenbei Wang will not give its father disgrace it. Huli Haoyan's mind tricks are quite something. In fact, he just wanted to see Li Tianzi and Wanyan Jin Gang in the end who is powerful. As for that, to marry the Wuhuan clan's princess Yuliashui, this is not his purpose. He also likes beautiful women. But, he likes power more. This world is big, there are plenty of beautiful women. And now, he originally wanted to choose the Wuhuan clan as an ally. Even if he couldn't be an ally, opening trade with each other and being a partner is also possible. But now it seems that he has a better choice than the Wuhuan clan. That would be Li Tianzi, a person who can defeat the Hu people and the female truth in succession. And under that rare predicament, in the North Luo foothold, visible Li Tianzi ability of outstanding. In that case, it will be the king of Jinbei versus the female Genghis Khan. Please send representatives from each side. The referee finished and stepped back. At this time, Wanyan Jin Gang stomped out and looked at Li Tianzi. King of Jinbei, why don't you simply fight with this general? Don't worry, this general will stay his hand and not beat you to death. How arrogant Wanyan Jin Gang was. He who was invincible in the grasslands could indeed have no one in his sights and could belittle anyone. Li Tianzi, don't be afraid to go up. If you will concede this time, the princess will be Lone's. Wanyan Liangbi sneered. He didn't care about Wuhuan's rules. As long as he won this last match, then he could just rob it. As you wish, Li Tianzi said in a revitalized voice. Immediately afterward, he was carrying the tiger head Zhanjin gun and jumped to the top of the martial arts platform in a few steps. The king of Jinbei has really gone up. I just don't know. Where exactly is his limit? If we win against Wanyan King Kong, King Jinbei will be famous all over the world. Won't he? Winning Wanyan Jin Gang. This is categorically impossible. I still believe in Wanyan Jin Gang. He is the #1 warrior in our grasslands. That being said, those who are strong in archery may not be able to reach the top ranks in martial arts. However, if he can last for dozens of rounds, Li Tianzi is enough to be proud of himself. Wanyan Jin Gang has a great reputation in the grasslands, and these grassland tribes, naturally, mostly believe in the greatness of Wanyan Jin Gang. They actually wanted to see how long Li Tianzi could last in the hands of Wanyan Jin Gang. Both of you, the fight is to the point. Do not hurt anyone's life. Let's begin. After the referee finished speaking, he retreated to the side. Referee, this king still advises you, stay away. Otherwise, I'm afraid of accidentally injuring you later. Li Tianzi reminded. Mistakenly injured? Don't worry. I have legs that will run unless you guys can lift the martial arts stage. But that's simply not possible, the referee said confidently. Chapter 72, Li Tianzi vs. Wanyan Jin Gang. Next. Oh. Li Tianzi shrugged. It seemed that they did have some misunderstandings about the strength of top martial artists. Maybe, when the fight is over later, the one who will be hurt the most is not the referee next to him. I'm afraid, Jinbei King, this will become famous at the age of 15, and now has been across the grassland for more than 10 years. There is no opponent yet, and few people can catch this will be a hammer. Today, let you see the strength of this general. War. Boom. In an instant, Wanyan Jin Gang's body vaguely drifted out purple true chi, and a huge sense of oppression swept towards Li Tianzi. But that's about it. Tap tap tap. Wanyan Jin Gang rushed in with a big step, as if the entire martial arts stage was trembling. Li Tianzi's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he was facing a great enemy. Just from the latter's aura, he could sense that this fellow was not generally strong. Interesting. After saying that, Li Tianzi's body's breath, also quickly as if a rocket climbed up. That is like a sea of breath. Also let the attacking Wanyan Jin Gang, eyes gradually burning up. Ah! Wanyan Jin Gang roared, like a tiger whistling in the mountains and forests, and in his hands, the wolf-toothed sledgehammer, which was an extremely domineering weapon, carried a monstrous destructive aura, and violently smashed towards Li Tianzi's head. What a point! Wanyan King Kong is a killer when he comes out. Wanyan Jin Gang. This is not trying to let Li Tianzi live. The king of Jinbei died in the Wuwan tribe. If this news is spread back to the Wu kingdom, it is equal to hitting the face of the Wu kingdom. This won't cause a big war between the two countries, right? How could it be? This Li Tianzi was originally an outcast. But, their king is dead. If they do nothing, this I am afraid. That the face of the martial state, I am afraid that they will lose their face. The surrounding people, resounded with whispers, although they stand far away, can still feel, from the Wanyan King Kong that hit, emitted a horrible breath. If you were to do any random person on the field, I am afraid that you can be smashed by this hammer, smashing the city neat cake. Of course, Zhou Debao and the others, who were only concerned about the chaos in the world, wanted Li Tianzi to hurry up and die. Look, instead of dodging, Li Tianzi even took the initiative to meet him. Isn't he afraid to die? The crowd had thought that Li Tianzi would dodge, but to their surprise, Li Tianzi greeted it. You're really arrogant and cocky enough. Wanyan Jin Gang was quite surprised. Yes? Li Tianzi smiled faintly. Clang. The next second, the two hands of weapons, is to collide together. Just for a moment, a wave of sound generated by the collision of weapons. Outward vibration. The referee to see the situation. From the two nearest, the mouth-cursing words are burst out. These aren't even fucking people. The referee turned around to escape, but he was simply too close to the two men to make it in time. Pust. A mouthful of blood, spat out from his mouth. The whole person was shaken out. Fainted on the spot. What could be noticed was that the referee's ears were already bleeding. This scene, looking at the crowd, was frightening. Rather underestimated you. The expression on Wanyan Jin Gang's face suddenly changed abruptly, and the muscles on his arms were instantly tearing pain. However, the last one that made him feel this way had already become a ghost under his hammer. Yeah, you're not coming either. Li Tianzi smiled faintly. Inside him, it was just as bad as Wanyan Jin Gang. Bang! The two of them were instantly shaken by the residual force generated by the power chi and pulled away from each other by a distance. However, Wanyan King Kong was shocked back a dozen steps before stopping, while Li Tianzi was able to stabilize his body after being shocked back a few steps. Again, Li Tianzi held his spear and attacked again. Only, this time, the state of Li Tianzi's body had once again risen upwards by a level, with his vigor skyrocketing, and that spear technique, naturally, had been pulled to the extreme. The opposite side, Wanyan Jin Gang, was also heated and serious. You can't win today. Wanyan Jin Gang once again raised his wolf-tooth hammer and smashed over. Only this time, the hammer's power was even more violent. Bing bong 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 bong. The two of them were almost going all out this time. They exchanged blows. And, as the two exchanged blows, the number of collisions, too, grew faster and faster. But in fact, the hammer and the gun, after all, there is still a discrepancy. The hammer is heavy in the hegemony, a fatal blow, but Li Tianzi's lance, not only fast but also with the hegemony, and after a long time, Wanyan Jin Gang's crack, revealed, and the martial arts platform that was built, also under one impact, a crack actually appeared. Gollum. Thinking of Zhou Debao and the others who had to give Li Tianzi a good look before, they couldn't help but feel a pang of fear at this moment. This guy's martial arts could completely sock him in the face. This Li Tianzi. It's really surprising. He's been demented for 3 years, so how did he maintain such battle power? This world's rumors are really not to be trusted. Yeah, tougher than its father. For a while, the surrounding people watching the show were already shocked by the two, especially their least favored Li Tianzi. The people of the Wuwan clan would also be staring nervously at the two people on the martial arts stage, and as time passed, the two had already exchanged more than 60 rounds. In the end, Wanyan Jin Gang was a bit weaker than Li Tianzi, and was already a bit overwhelmed. Wanyan Jin Gang was the #1 warrior of the grassland, but it didn't mean he was the #1 in the world. Damn it, at this rate, I must lose, Wanyan Jin Gang said darkly, his mouth speculating thick air. Wanyan Jin Gang, don't say that this king doesn't give you a chance. What moves do you have? Use them as soon as possible, Li Tianzi said in a revitalized voice. This guy is worthy of being the first war general of the grassland. However, this guy is also a bit worse than its Li Tianba as well as Xian Longyu. Alright, let's decide the winner in one move. After Wanyan Jin Gang finished speaking, the aura on his body, he had risen another step. Bang! The chi of internal energy exploded out from his body, and the armor on his body was clearly shattered, revealing incomparably majestic muscles. On Li Tianzi's body was a set of golden battle armor. At this moment, above his body, his aura was already rising. Li's ninth shot. That's to show her how great the revamped version is. Li Tianzi stored power on top of his spear. Bang! Thereupon, like a cannonball, it ejected Li's ninth spear. It's not like this general hasn't seen it before. Your father, but he was defeated in my hands. Wanyan Jin Gang laughed. However, Li Dinghua's ninth shot, that could only be considered half-assed, not even comprehending the essence of the ninth shot, let alone. This ninth spear of Li Tianzi was stronger than that by more than half a star. Yeah, then try again, Li Tianzi said in a revitalized voice, clanging. The two men's figures staggered, their vigor spreading, and the air around them, all vaguely agitated. Rumble. With a loud noise, the martial arts platform under the feet instantly cracked open, turned into pieces, dust scattered. Slightly closer to the martial arts platform of the soldiers, was instantly shocked to spit out blood and fell down. Retreat! Wanyan Liangbi shouted. The rest of the group hurriedly dispersed when they saw the spreading air blade. Who would have thought that a battle between two mortals could be so terrifying? Chapter 73, The Princess Pouring It On. Wanyan Liangbi shouted to retreat, but his body did not move, and that Wanyan Dajian is blocked in front of Wanyan Liangbi. If not for Wanyan Liangbi yesterday suffered some injuries, this point of energy aftermath cannot hurt him, but Zhou Debao and others were miserable. Looking at Wanyan Liangbi did not move, and as a result, he also did not move. But the next second, the three people but extremely miserable. Hera is a chest from a doll, a mouthful of blood, from the mouth spewed out. Originally, yesterday, he was almost shot wasted. Suddenly came this, the little life almost lost. Damn it, said Zhou Debao as he was helped up by the soldier, his mouth bursting with curses. He cursed the 18 generations of ancestors of the two men. It was a moment of palpitations, no matter who it was. It's quite an eye-opener that a martial arts competition can be like this. All eyes, expectantly, looked into the sand. And I wonder who wins. Bang! Just when the crowd was curious, there was another crisp sound, and they saw a wolf-tooth hammer flying in the air, smashing at Wanyan Liangbi. Your Highness, be careful. Wanyan Dajian drew his saber out, and in the heat of the moment, he immediately chopped that wolf-tooth hammer flying to the side and smashing it to the ground. Wanyan Liangbi rose in shock. This is Wanyan Jin Gang's wolf-tooth hammer? And the next second, they saw Wanyan King Kong's body, like a cannonball, flying out this way. Your Highness, be careful. Wanyan Dajian shouted again, immediately to stop. But this is a person. He immediately will be the sword back. Open arms is to Wanyan King Kong hold, but he underestimated the strength of Li Tianzi. The body actually cannot control. Towards the back of the smash. Just miserable Wanyan Liangbi. Hard to take their own face. Pad people's ass. Pressed under the body. Even dragged several meters. Your Highness, Your Highness. Wanyan Dajian threw the unconscious Wanyan Jin Gang away and rushed to help Wanyan Liangbi underneath him. Pa! Before the man could get up, a crisp slap was heard. Asshole, you dare to bump into orphan? Wanyan Liangbi was so furious that the side of his face rubbed through his skin. Your Highness, I really didn't expect that this is just picking up a person, but there is still such a raging dark energy in his body. Wanyan Dajian was quite aggrieved. Pa-da! Right at this moment, the martial arts platform that had been erected collapsed into pieces in an instant. These two are truly terrifying, to the point that they even dry-wasted the martial stage. Yu Sheng swallowed his saliva. I don't know how Li Tianzi is doing? Everyone's eyes looked over. and they saw Li Tianzi slowly walking out with a gun in one hand, and at the corner of his mouth, a blood trail was flowing out. The armor on his body, on the other hand, was still intact, and the whole man looked in quite a state of mind, not a bit injured. Gentlemen, can we declare victory? Li Tianzi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice still booming. To be honest, Li Tianzi's limit was not here, and Wanyan Gang's strength was still a bit different from his. Everyone looked baffled. How is this possible? Even if Wanyan Gang is not a match for Li Tianzi, it's not so breezy. Wanyan Liangbi was filled with disbelief. Xian Yuhan and the others even rubbed their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. Where exactly is this fellow's limit? Even Hulai Haoyan had not expected that Li Tianzi would be so strong. To be honest, in terms of Li Tianzi defeating Wanyan Gang, looking at the entire world, I'm afraid that no one can be Li Tianzi's opponent in a single fight. At this moment, it was as if they had seen a god of war rise. At this moment, who else dared to underestimate Li Tianzi? While Yuliashua's beautiful eyes were placed on Li Tianzi's body, and she couldn't move away for a long time. At this moment, Li Tianzi was undoubtedly the protagonist between heaven and earth, and such a hero was naturally loved by the beauty. I declare that King Jinbei shall be the champion of this martial arts competition, the Wuhuan king announced in a rousing voice. According to the agreement, the princess of the Wuhuan clan will be married to the king of Jinbei and its association. But the Wuhuan king still wanted to say something, but was tugged by Yu Shang. Father. Yu Sheng shook his head. What did the Wuhuan king instantly understand? However, this wedding day, not rash, when to choose a good day. Jinbei king, you think? Li Tianzi said, marriage is not the intention of the king. Fierce battle of the grassland, a group of upper-class martial artists, is the king's fortune. In addition, it is to cooperate with the grassland ministries to open the trade road to the north. This is the real purpose of this king. In fact, the Central Plains and the northern tribes has always been trade, win-win cooperation. The economy has been able to grow by leaps and bounds. Therefore, this is for all of you, and there is no harm in it. Li Tianzi, what do you mean by this? Do you not want to marry this princess? Yu Liushue got up, her face reddened. This incomparable association, the entire grassland, but everyone knows, if you don't marry this princess, where does this princess's face go? With that, Yu Liushue came over, clasping her hands in front of her chest and looking at Li Tianzi with a puffed-up expression. Father, there's no need to choose a good day. I see that I'm going to marry him tonight at the bonfire festival. And anyway, mother's set of gowns, which were woven for women, is still always there, so my daughter will go and put them on later. If he leaves the Wuhuan clan, what if he backs out? Moreover, women are not married to him. So Kuroyuki barfed. This is what made the surrounding people listen, are incomparably surprised, even incredulous. This is still the princess they know? Surprisingly backwards. You know, in the past, their princess, this can't see, that can't see, and even find excuses to escape the marriage. The grasslands, those noble sons, even the royal son, the crown prince or whatever, she can't see. After all, she either disliked people's martial arts, or felt that they were too coarse, or felt that people's parents were not good looking. As for Li Tianzi, perhaps in her opinion, he was both a good writer and a good looking man, and such a man was unique in the world. Sister, you don't have a fever, do you? Yu Mao stepped forward and touched Yu Liushue's forehead. Oops. Yu Liushue shook his hand away. Second brother. This time, what I said is naturally true. Sister, he's a person from the martial kingdom. What do you have to marry him for? Yu Mao clenched his teeth. As long as you're not willing, this wubi will naturally not count. How dare you? My Wuhuan clan's marriage contest can't be disregarded? The Wuhuan king was enraged. King Jinbei, in that case, let's finish the marriage tonight. It's rare for a young daughter to like a man so much. Li Tianzi was surprised. This is not too hasty? It's not hasty. As long as my daughter likes it, then it's not hasty. The Wuhuan king continued. The man who can make Yu Liushue want to marry like this, that latter must really like it. Since this is the case, as a parent, naturally want to help. Chapter 74, Action. Li Tianzi did not have a good refusal. After all, as a modern man who relived his life, it was only for the sake of imperial power and wealth, pillow drunkenness of the rivers and mountains, and collecting all the beautiful women in the world. Only, this will be the Wuhuan tribes. Do not know Li Tianzi's ambition. If you know Li Tianzi want to be the emperor, want this mountain, this Wuhuan clan face, and what kind of expression it is, but on one point can be sure, that is, as an emperor, then it is impossible to have only one woman. The Moon Liushue can only be the first, but as a foreign princess, I am afraid that even cannot be counted as a wife. Among the royal family of the Central Plains, there is this rule that the person who inherits the great lineage must be of pure Central Plains blood. However, some people are happy and some people are sad. This will be Gung Yi. The expression is as ugly as eating shit. The other person is Wan Yen Liangbi. Two people thought that Wu Wan inside someone to take care of. Take down the moon Lu Shui. That is the nail in the coffin. But I did not expect. Halfway to kill a Li Tianzi. Will be his plan. All disrupted. Li Tianzi, wait for me. If you make it back to Beiluo alive, I'll take your name. Wan Yen Liangbi's fists clenched. However, with this duel today, Li Tianzi's reputation would be completely famous. And now Wan Yen Liangbi, who was already mad as hell, wanted to take revenge on Li Tianzi, and even the entire Wu Huan clan. Go transfer our army. All of them. I will fuck Wu Huan to death. The troops of your 4 families, all of them, transfer up. Wan Yen Liangbi grabbed one of the guards by the collar. Yes, the 3 northern Liang tribes, as well as the Hu people, all sent messengers out. It's just that, this Wu Huan is also strictly guarded. So, if these guys want to go to the border, I'm afraid they'll have to move at night. The afterglow of the setting sun, spilling over the earth. The Wu Huan clan is quite lively this evening. Large red silks, hung throughout the Wu Huan royal court, as well as the streets. The princess can be considered married off, and these big red silks, finally, come in handy. Yes, in the past, the princess might have run away from the marriage again. However, that Xinbei king, is indeed born handsome, both civil and military. But I think that our princess is still climbing high up the ladder. Hush, these things are not to be discussed in the future. This princess of the Wu Huan clan married out, and these palace maids and guards, look happier than the princess. As for Wan Yen Liangbi and the others have not yet left, he wants to wait for the scene in the middle of the night, when the female true iron cavalry treads through the entire Wu Huan royal court, and, he wants to press the woman, Yu Liu Shui, under his own body, and ruthlessly give its color. Inside the Wu Huan king's tent, the Wu Huan king had quietly sought out Yu Sheng again. Crown Prince, tell us what you mean today? King Wu Huan asked. Yu Sheng immediately said, Father, if we follow the previous statement, it is no longer feasible. If we delay the wedding date, I'm afraid that anyone with a clear eye can see that we, Wu Huan, have tricked the king of Xinbei, which will make the king of Xinbei's face to where to put it, and perhaps, in the end, will also turn against each other. The strength shown by the king of Xinbei today is already worth marrying our sister to, even if that day Beiluo is gone. As long as the king of Xinbei is still alive, then for our Wu Huan clan, we will not suffer. From today onwards, the name of the first warrior of the grassland, I am afraid that it will be changed. Just this title, can let many countries on the grassland tend to rush. Good. This king will listen to you, the Wu Huan king said. Alright, the bonfire festival is about to start. Go and arrange for a few women with quite good posture to accompany those several princes from other tribes, so that they don't lose their faces. Yes. Yu Sheng nodded. The king of Wu Huan as well as the queen. Both of them can come. Li Tianzi changed into a Wu Huan clan's glad rags. Will the newlyweds please enter? The MC chanted. Li Tianzi and Yu Liu Shui, surrounded by a group of children, were walking towards the Wu Huan king's position. To be honest, Li Tianzi is still a little confused. This self in the capital, was those women dislike, was returned to the marriage, but to the desert, but somehow married to still the most beautiful woman on the prairie. This back and forth is like a dream. Huang Fushan propped up his chin, muttering under his breath. This is screwed up. Once the news of Li Tianzi's marriage is spread back to Beiluo, my little sister, I guess, is going crazy. Huang Fushan felt a headache just thinking about it. Bride and groom, worship heaven and earth. The Wu Huan clan's centralization, on the contrary, is very serious, and many rituals and customs are used in the Central Plains. After the 3 prostrations, the ceremony was completed. Then, it is the song and dance of the Wu Huan bonfire festival. The men and women on the grassland, all of them are able to sing and dance. And, this foreign woman, indeed, has a great deal of charm. No wonder his old ancestors, to the north as well as those places in the western region, cannot forget. What was supposed to be a good bonfire festival has become someone's wedding reception. Brother Gung, good wine and meat, why aren't you happy? Hu Li Haoyan said deliberately. What do you say? Aren't you here for Princess Wu Huan too? This is great. The princess didn't marry and lost her face. Do you still have the face to drink? Gung Yi was very upset. Women, there are plenty of them. I didn't come here for the sake of women, but only for reliable allies, so that I can free up my hands to completely unify Tartary. Only under the leadership of my Hu Li clan will Tartary restore its former glory. Hu Li Haoyan took a deep breath. With your Hu Li department's measly tens of thousands of troops, Or do you think you look favorably on Li Tianzi as an ally? Two forces that are about to perish are nothing more than that, and they deserve to snarl and bark here. Gung Yi sneered, disdainful. The Wuhuan bonfire festival dance, held until midnight, is still going on. In the cave, Li Tianzi hugged the beauty. But Li Tianzi, however, did not make the next move, but at the short table, ate pastries and tea. Tonight, it is not peaceful. For example, outside the Wuhuan border, a war has been ignited. Su Dingfeng, Li Tianba, and Che Yi, leading the Xuanjia army, as well as 5,000 infantry, killed straight into the military camp of the three northern Liang tribes. The soldiers and horses of these three forces are simply a group of soldiers in oil, drinking and playing cards and gambling. A group of chaotic, simply a group of soldiers and ruffians. The three led the army rushed in, but the 30,000 soldiers and horses hit a surprise. For a while, wailing sounds rose throughout the camp. The three great generals of the three forces stationed in the camp, Du Mu, Zhou Ku, and Zhou Qian, were actually still in the dark when they saw the fleeing soldiers. What's the point of running? This general hasn't run yet. Who told you to run? Du Mu was furious, grabbed a soldier and asked about the situation. What's going on? It's the Jinbei army killing. Their black riders killed all the soldiers in the front army camp, and the Jinbei army's general, Li Tianba, is already killing towards the center army camp, the fleeing soldier said in horror. The look was as if he had seen a severe ghost and evil spirit. Chapter 75, Inexplicably Married. Hiss. The three generals couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air in disbelief. What they couldn't believe was that the guts of the Jinbei army could be so big, that the entire Beiluo had just that many soldiers and horses, and they still dared to go north and launch a surprise attack on them? General Du Mu, what shall we do now? Rumor has it that there is a black cavalry under Li Tianzi's command that has defeated both the Hu and the Jurchen in a row. Zhou Ku asked. These generals, in fact, afraid of death very much, usually bragging that what the strength of 1,000 troops, millions of troops to take the head of the enemy, but to the battlefield, each greedy and afraid of death. Du Mu's fists were clenched, and he had been drinking a bit more at night, so he was bold. What? According to what the two generals are saying, my northern Liang army, is it going to be worse than the Jurchen and the Hu? I just don't believe it anymore. That black cavalry is really this powerful. What's more, if you don't fight now, do you still want to run away? I would like to remind you that our young master is still in Wuhuan. If we don't kill the Jinbei army, even if we escape, our heads won't be safe when we go back. When Du Mu said that, he jumped onto the warhorse next to him. Everyone listened to this general. A few thousand soldiers of the Jinbei army, not a threat. Now is the time for you to build up your career. I'll give this general to kill back. Kill. After Du Mu finished speaking, he took his personal guards and charged back. Seeing this, Zhou Ku and Zhou Qian, this time also straddled the warhorse and followed Du Mu, killing towards Li Tianba. The three generals have killed back. What are we running for? Quite a number of soldiers who fled, stopped in their tracks, and again immediately turned around with their weapons in hand, and followed the three to kill back. Sometimes, the battlefield situation changes. This is the way. As long as the main general is willing to lead the charge, those soldiers, basically will not be routed. If even the generals are afraid of death, the battle is naturally very difficult to win. However, this rush by the three of them was tantamount to entering a tiger's den. When Du Mu fixed his eyes, he saw that the Xian army soldiers, who had been slaughtered non-stop all the way over, were not even a one-round opponent before they were decimated. What's even more horrible is that, at the forefront of the Xuanjia army, Li Tianba holds a drummer and gold hammer, just like a wild beast, God blocking to kill God, Buddha blocking to kill Buddha. The enemy that was smashed by him is just like that cannonball, being shot out several meters away, and every hammer is fatal. Thief generals, don't be crazy, wait for me to come and kill you. Du Mu, who had drunk some wine, looked at Li Tianba in a blur, but this boldness was big. But Zhou Ku and Zhou Qian, the way they looked at Li Tianba, it was very fearful. General Du Mu, be careful, Zhou Ku shouted, be careful. Watch this general behead this thief general to get credit. In the blink of an eye, Du Mu arrived in front of Li Tianba, and with the long sword in his hand, he slashed towards Li Tianba. Seek death. Li Tianba disdained. Just this swinging out of the knife. In Li Tianba's eyes, it was light and fluttering, not threatening at all. Ka chow. Li Tianba did not dodge. A hammer will Du Mu hand long knife smashed flying. Huge power. Is Du Mu's arm, or smashed broken? Another heavy hammer is violently smashed in Du Mu's chest. Its chest at the bone, like a watermelon open general, instantly broken. Even the opportunity to scream, the whole person was smashed out. Zhou Ku and Zhou Qian, immediately pulled the reins to a stop. The two were watching Du Mu with blood in his mouth, flying past his side, and rubbing out several meters as he fell to the ground. The soldiers went forward to check, and saw Du Mu, not even a little struggle, has already swallowed the breath. Dead. General Du is dead, not even resisting for a single round. This Li Tianba is really brave. Alas, I have long warned of this. This Li Tianba has the courage of 10,000 men. General Du still do not believe. This is the little life is gone. A few of the soldiers in the party started spitting. Retreat, retreat quickly. Seeing this, Zhou Ku and Zhou Qian, where else would they dare to fight hard with Li Tianba? And the two of them didn't dare to be too big for their own good. Their martial arts were just on par with Du Mu's, so they turned around and fled. It's too late to escape. Li Tianba increased his speed and chased after him. The warhorse he sat down on was a divine horse that Li Tianzi had personally selected for him. How could his speed be weak? In the blink of an eye, he caught up with the two men, and the two hammers in his hands were thrown from his hands, throwing them towards the two men. Ah! Is to hear two sharp screams sound, Zhou Ku and Zhou Qian. Even the opportunity to react or not, is to be thrown to the hammer, will be from the warhorse smashed down to the ground is no breath. To know, Li Tianbahan's drum-earned gold hammer, weighing up to 100 pounds, my strength, but also very brave, was smashed in the moment. The back of the bone, herein is broken, like a sharp weapon, directly from the front chest plugged out. One hammer for one war general. Who wouldn't be scared to look at this? Dead. All three generals are dead. This guy, I'm afraid he's not human. Those soldiers, who were now looking at Li Tianba with eyes as terrifying as if they had seen a ghost, were heckling to run. What are you running for? Those who surrender will be spared from death. Li Tianba roared. The crowd of enemy soldiers sniffed and looked at each other. Surrendering was better than dying. Surrender. We surrender. There are soldiers, directly in the hands of the weapon, threw on the ground. However, as long as there is a person put down the weapon, the others naturally do not continue to resist the confidence of the next. Herrera has followed suit. Will be a piece of the weapon thrown on the ground. 30,000 enemy troops, defeated, and they simply had no way to escape. Su Dingfang and Shi, who had already led 5,000 infantry, circled around to the enemy's rear camp, and anyone who escaped from the rear camp was basically beheaded or captured by Su Dingfang. The battle, which lasted less than half an hour, was already over. 30,000 soldiers and horses, captured more than 18,000 people, killed nearly 10,000, of which 1 or 2,000 people took advantage of the night to escape. The chopping is quite rich. However, when Su Dingfang arrived at the warehouse in the back camp of the three major powers, he was stunned by the scene inside. General, could these bags be grain? Chui asked curiously. Cut it open and take a look. Su Dingfang pulled out his sword, then cut open the sack, which was lined with white rice and wheat, which flowed out. It's really grain? Look at the size of this warehouse. There must be at least 100,000 stones. This Northern Liang's three great lords, they really recognize a thief as their father. All of them are escorted to a hidden place, and when they return to Northern Luo, all of them will be escorted back. Nuwa. Chui made a bow and clasped his fists. All of you come here and escort the grain away first. Now, Bei Luo's stock of food, gold and silver, just by beating these landlords and tycoons, had filled up Bei Luo's warehouses. The other side of the Xiang Longyu, also very smooth, surprise attacked the female True Logistics supply wagon troops, and a fire burned clean. Chapter 76, a good show. Chu Chao, the main general of the logistics supply wagons of the Jurchen, escaped as if he were a lost dog and fled all the way to the quarters where the main army was located. Wan Yanlai, the main general of the main army of the Jurchen, has just received Wan Yan Liangbi, who has sent the order to march into the Wuwan clan. General Wan Yanlai, something big has happened. Chu Chao ran over with a group of remnants of soldiers in a state of disarray. General Chuzhou, what brings you here? Wan Yanlai's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the tattered and torn armor of Chu Chao. Are you under attack? Chu Chao mouth tucked thick air. The Jinbei army. Is the Jinbei army attacked our grain and grass supply wagons, and burned all the grain and grass that we brought this time with a fire? I'm afraid it will not be in our army's favor if we march hastily this time. Upon hearing this, Wan Yanlai was incredulous. The Jinbei army attacked our provisions? How is this possible? How many people does that Jinbei army have to dare to take such a risk? And moreover, our army came here quietly. How did Jinbei army know our army's position? Wan Yanlai did not yet know that the opponent he had met was actually a gambler. Regardless of that, the entire army is assembled to enter Wuhan and create momentum for His Highness. Don't worry, although our grain and grass zizi were burned, but it doesn't matter. Someone will prepare the grain and grass for us. Those three major forces in Beiliang is not for the female true clan, prepared enough food and grass. However, the only thing that Wan Yanlai did not expect was that the three northern Liang departments, now almost completely wiped out. As for the soldiers and horses of the Human tribes, they were intercepted by Li Xin. At this moment, Su Dingfeng, Li Tianba, and Che Yi, on the other hand, were leading their troops and horses, heading to the Wuhuan border. Arriving in a little over half an hour, Wuhuan clan suddenly appeared 30,000 troops, which is still the most elite Tianwu iron cavalry, is not let a person guess its intention to destroy Li Tianzi. To the arrogance of those generals of the female true, is bound to be not use so many troops. So, they are guessing that Wan Yanliangbi not only want to destroy Li Tianzi, but also tonight, even the Hu people and the three major forces of northern Liang, the entire Wuhuan take. Wuhuan clan disobedient, repeatedly refused to female real solicitations, has long become a great danger to the female real clan. So, Wan Yanliangbi thought, if he can destroy the female Jin clan, for his father to pull out this nail thorn, it is bound to be a great work, and he in the female Jin clan's crown prince position, can also sit securely. After all, as the female real country is more and more powerful, the contradiction of the domestic establishment of the crown prince, it highlighted, and the female real country's second prince Wan Yan Guangbi, civil and military, are above him, and by the Wan Yan A bone, which also led to the Wan Yan Liangbi, there is a mustard and critical. So, thinking of taking Wuhuan to take credit, originally this night is a great situation, can peacefully take Wuhuan, but all was Li Tianzi stirred up. That is why the option of using force had to be taken. This would be, Li Tianzi had been drinking tea and sitting until midnight. Only, tonight was the bonfire festival, and it was still bustling outside, which was to be held until early the next morning. But Wan Yanliangbi was drinking mulled wine, looking at the wedding tent of Li Tianzi and Yu Liuxue. This will not mention how angry. How could he not be annoyed when a great beauty lets someone else sleep with him? Your Highness, it is estimated that in another 2 columns of incense, Wan Yanlai's troops and horses will arrive. Wan Yan construct said. Bang! Good. That's also soon. First let Li Tianzi get away with it. Later, Lone will let him, from under the crotch of Lone's pants to drill through. So, only then will the hatred of my heart be resolved. Wan Yanliangbi slammed his wine cup on the table. This time, seeing Li Tianzi's delay in making a move, Yu Lu Shui finally could not help herself, lifting her own skullcap by herself, her cheeks puffing out as she walked over to Li Tianzi's side, towards a certain location. Looking. Daughter-in-law, what are you looking at? Li Tianzi drooped his head and looked at Yu Liuxue. Yu Liuxue sat on her but on the stool, wondering, are you not able to do it? What can't be done? This king has a flood of power right now, if not for the fact that it's not the right time. Otherwise, this king has to make you see how powerful this king is. Li Tianzi skimmed his mouth. Yu Liuxue's face instantly turned red. What exactly are you waiting for? Wait for a good show. Li Tianzi wiped his chin, and suddenly, the movements of his hands just stopped. Coming. Li Tianzi's ears, how sharp! A mile away from the sound of the cavalry's iron hooves, he heard it clearly. Come with me to a theater. Li Tianzi pulled Moon Lushue's delicate little hand and headed out. Before Moon Lushue had time to react, she followed out of the tent. Greetings, Your Highness and Your Highness. The maid outside the tent respectfully paid her respects. They were still curious about the fact that the two were done without any noise coming from inside. Seeing this, Yu Shang immediately walked over. Jinbei King, what is this about you two? Brother Yu Shang, look what's that? Li Tianzi looked into the distance. It was pitch black there. Yu Shang also looked over. At first a hazy, cannot see anything, but suddenly, a wolf totem flag. Into the eyes. It's the heavenly wolf cavalry of the female true kingdom. Yu Shang was shocked. At this scale, there are at least tens of thousands of them. The soldiers and horses I have stationed around the king's court are only about 10,000. And this skywolf cavalry, once it launches an attack, the entire Wuhuan tribe will be finished. Surround them all. Wan Yanlai shouted. A team of cavalry directly rushed over, and the curved sword in their hands, but do not give the Wuhuan people any opportunity to explain, is ruthlessly cut down. Wan Yanliangbi, what are you doing? Yu Yuan immediately guarded the Wuhuan king's side. The originally lively bonfire festival was instantly quieted down with the arrival of the Skywolf riders of the female True Clan. Xian Yuhan, Zhou De Bao, Ding Nung, and Du Fei, on the other hand, felt comfortable standing behind Wan Yanliangbi. Everyone looked at Wan Yanliangbi nervously. Wuhuan King, originally I didn't want to use force. Who let you Wuhuan clan not know the time? You have to go against my Wu Jinwan clan. Then loan today. I have no choice but to exterminate the Wuwan clan. All of them. Wanyan Liangbi slowly got up, and at that moment the latter's smile was so deranged. Warriors of the Jurchen, kill the men of Wuwan. All of them, and leave the women behind to reward the generals. Also, that Li Tianzi, leave me alive. Drink. The Skywolf riders began to press forward. What can we do about this? Yu Liushue was incredibly nervous. Even Yu Shang and the others were at a loss for words. Wanyan Liangbi, a part of the Tartars, will not make do. Gung Yi rose. Gung Shitzi can leave as much as he wants. The Jurchen, am not an enemy of the Tartars. Wanyan Liangbi continued. There is also the Huli part, and I will not make it difficult, so I can leave myself. This will. Huli Haoyan did not speak, but looked at Li Tianzi. See, the latter did not fear. Seems to be a face of confidence. Is very curious. Yu Sheng on one side, but looked at Li Tianzi. Jinbei King, my Wuwan royal court still has some soldiers and horses. Later if the chaos rises, you take my sister. Leave Wuhan. Run for your life. I believe that with your ability, sooner or later, you will make a comeback and avenge Wuhan. Chapter 77, A Thoroughly Established Relationship. No, I won't go. I was born a person of Wuhan. I am a ghost of dead Wuhan. Wuhan is in trouble. How can I escape alone? Yu Lushue's eyes instantly red, shook her head vigorously, then looked at Li Tiansu seriously. Li Tiansu, didn't you not want to marry me? So, we got married today. It can't be counted. Later on when my Wuhan clan, and the female Jin soldiers and horses are in a melee, you can take advantage of the chaos to escape. The Wuhan clan, don't have much to do with you either, and I don't need you to take revenge. After saying that, Moon Lushue's heart, however, tightened. Li Tianzi was surprised. This girl, after all, is quite righteous, but the more this happened, instead, it made him completely accept Yu Liushue. To know, after experiencing the withdrawal of marriage in the capital, he was wary of all women, but with today's words from Yu Liushue, he was already determined that he would marry Yu Liushue back. Just as Yu Liushue finished speaking, her body couldn't help but flop to the side and was swept into Li Tianzi's arms. Don't worry, with this king here, let's see who dares to bully this king's woman, Li Tianzi said confidently. Moon Lushue is also quite surprised. In Li Tianzi's body exudes out of the man charm, but let her for the man in front of her, give birth to inexplicable self-confidence. What are you going to do? Moon Lushue was curious, and with a blushing face, broke away from Li Tianzi's arms. It was when he saw Li Tianzi that he stepped forward. Wanyan Liangbi, do you really think you've got this king? As soon as Li Tianzi finished his words, he saw a black shadow coming and standing behind Li Tianzi. The person who came here was none other than Ling Bai. The sudden appearance of Ling Bai, who had disappeared for 2 long days, also made Wanyan Liangbi unable to help but look at him a few more times. What? Could it be that you think that with that guard at your back, you can stop all of my thousands of troops? Wanyan Liangbi laughed. Could it be that the female true prince doesn't want to know? Where have I been in the past 2 days? Ling Bai smiled faintly. Wanyan Liangbi, however, didn't take this to heart at all. I don't care where you've been. Cavalry, charge the line. Give the lone kill. Wanyan Liangbi pulled his sword out, and the 30,000 Skywolf cavalry were about to charge. With a whoosh, he saw 3 packages that suddenly landed at his feet. What is it? Go and take a look. Wanyan Liangbi signaled Zhou Debao and the 3 of them to come forward. When the 3 men saw this, they had to go forward and open the cloth bag. Blood, it's blood. Ding Nung exclaimed out loud. This is the head of the general of the 3 generals in charge of my northern Liang. The 3 of them sucked in a breath of cool air and looked at Li Tianzi with eyes like they had seen a ghost. The 3 generals leading the army were all dead. So in that case, their army, wouldn't it also be attacked, or even wiped out? How could you? Zhou Debao gulped straight from his throat. Tap tap tap. Just then, on Wanyan Liangbi's flank, Su Dingfang and Wuwan Great General Yu Tinglong led an army of 50,000 men to run in. Wanyan Liangbi, the hand of the Jurchen is stretching longer and longer, Yu Tinglong said angrily. If it wasn't for the Jinbei King's message, this general would not have believed that you, Wanyan Liangbi, would actually dare to send troops to kill into my Wuwan royal court at this time. At this moment, Yu Lushui and the others were all very surprised as they looked at Li Tiansu. To be honest, none of them could understand how on earth Li Tiansu knew that Wanyan Liangbi was preparing to make a move here. How do you know? Wanyan Liangbi was shaking with anger. Wanyan Liangbi, it's natural for this king to be cautious when your Wujin clan comes to Wuwan to participate in the martial arts competition, and you're also underestimating the intelligence organization under this king's command, aren't you? Li Tianzi sneered and deliberately provoked. However, you, Wanyan Liangbi, have come to such great lengths and left without getting anything. I'm afraid that after this, you are going to be the laughingstock of the grasslands. At this moment, looking at Li Tianzi's confident expression, Wanyan Liangbi, as well as the people around him, actually gave birth to a few moments of fear and dread. It's scary to see someone with a mind like that. Shoo! Wanyan Liangbi drew his sword. Li Tianzi, my hatred with you, do not share the same day. Do not think that this can let lone retreat. Lone behind 30,000 wolf riders, the crown of the world. A charge will kill you and so on. Piece of armor not to stay. Didn't wait for Wanyan Liangbi to finish. A test of Wanyan Lai, but in its ear, suddenly whispered, Your Highness, we'd better hurry to retreat. Li Tianzi not only overthrew the three major coalition forces of Beiliang, but also brought us food and grass Ziwei, all burned. If we stay here for a long time, increasing casualties in vain, or even, all of them are accounted for here. What? Wanyan Liangbi marveled. The fact that the food was gone was the most fatal step, and he really couldn't figure out how Li Tianzi dared to do it. This dare is also really too big some. Good one Li Tianzi. It's Lone who has underestimated you. Worthy of being Li Dinghua's son. A tiger's father is not a dog's son. However, the days to come will be long. Today's insult will be avenged in another day, and Lone swears to kill you. Withdraw. Wanyan Liangbi cross-leaped onto the warhorse, turned around and withdrew. But even so, he also felt that Li Tianzi is by no means his opponent. In his opinion, as long as the female true hundreds of thousands of army south, all the intrigue and trickery cannot block the iron hooves of the female true cavalry. Seeing this, Zhou de Bao, Xian Yuhan and the others didn't dare to stay and immediately fled in ashes. If this was caught by Li Tianzi, they would be finished. Tartar Gagne, seeing the situation, also withdrew. Seeing the retreat of the female genocide and other ministries, the people of the Wuwan clan breathed a sigh of relief. If this is a real fight, it's hard to tell if we'll win or lose. Wuwan was not at all prepared. Come on, imprison Yu Mao and ground him for a year. No entry or exit allowed. King Wuwan was enraged. Father, Yu Mao was paralyzed on the ground, grounded for a year. Then the position of the king of Wuwan can be completely unrelated to him? Just, the female real family is he found. If it is further entangled, that is, he wants to rely on the female real family Han rebellion to seize power. I am afraid that is not able to wrap up. King Jinbei, thank you for coming to the rescue. Such a great favor. I, Wuwan, will never forget it. In the future, Wuwan and the king of Jinbei, not only are they allied, they are also the most reliable allies, the Wuwan king said in a rousing voice. He was considered to have truly recognized Li Tianzi. It's best though, Li Tianzi smiled faintly. This time, Hu Li Haoyan also walked over. King of Jinbei, would you like to take a moment to talk? Naturally, Li Tianzi didn't have any hostility towards Hu Li Haoyan. The two moved a few steps to the side. What is the matter with His Highness Hu Li? Li Tianzi inquired. Hu Li Haoyan said bluntly, since King Jinbei is here to seek cooperation, I do think that our two families, in fact, can also cooperate. Hu Li Haoyan did not talk about alliance. That was not necessary. And, Li Tianzi's status and position, placed here. So, at most, it was cooperation. Even if it's an alliance, it will have to seek out the great martial state. Chapter 78, Female Ambition. Why are you seeking my king's cooperation? Li Tianzi was puzzled. There were very few things that he could trade as a small vassal king. Firstly, I who lie apart, is also just rising. In front of the big country, people are small. Naturally, cannot pull cooperation. Secondly, is Yu Jinbei king? Boldness and tactics. The future is unlimited. Coupled with now with the Wuwan clan alliance, Lone if you in cooperation, is equal to the cooperation with Wuwan clan. Hu Li Haoyan said bluntly, and pulled out his sword and raised it diagonally in the air. Li Tianzi understood. He also pulled out his king's sword and crossed it with his sword. Good. Under this sky, there are not many people who let me. Li Tianzi, look at them squarely in the eye. And you, Hu Li Haoyan, counts as one. Hopefully, in the future, you and I won't become enemies. Heroes sympathize with each other. And in the future world, the two strongest emperors are united. However, this decision, for Hu Li Haoyan, is also the most correct one. The Tatar Hu Li department, through the trade with northern Liang, get rapid development. And Li Tianzi is also the same, but the future of the two, and will be the most difficult opponent. After some conversation with Li Tianzi, Hu Li Haoyan's purpose had already been achieved, and after bidding farewell to the Wuwan king, he left. Until he walked away, Bailey Got Arrow asked curiously, Your Highness, that Li Tianzi is now in a dilemma. He himself may not be able to survive from this chaotic world. Why do we want to pull Li Tianzi to cooperate? Oh, yeah. The corners of Hu Li Haoyan's mouth rose slightly. Among the forces that fill this seat, which one of them is worthy of our cooperation? Moreover, I have a premonition that it won't be long before Li Tianzi rises to power, and none of those so-called vassals in northern Liang can be his match. Think about it. A person can sleep in a pigsty for 3 years. This person is not as simple as the surface. And tonight's crisis, he has even more hands and feet, is to let the female and those forces of the northern Liang have suffered a big loss, and therefore rescued the Wuwan. This kind of character, you think it's still simple? When Bailey Divine Arrow thought deeper, he did realize that this Li Tianzi's life could simply be described as legendary. The last general seems to understand. 100-Mile Divine Arrow nodded. At this time, after Wuwan finished making good, it was almost dawn. However, Li Tianzi hadn't left immediately. This wasn't even the end of the cave. Husband, today is really thanks to you. Otherwise, the Wuwan clan, the losses suffered. I'm afraid it is difficult to estimate, Yu Liuxue said, but she did lightly by her lips, her face incomparably blushing. Li Tianzi's hands were very unfaithful. Husband. She was about to speak when she herself was suddenly picked up by Li Tianzi and headed straight for the bed. Husband, the sky is going to face. Wei. Yu Lu Shui is a little alarmed and nervous. Those two small fists, tightly gripping the skirt. It's not even dawn yet. Springtime is worth $1,000. And there's still time. After saying that, Li Tianzi was like a hungry wolf pouncing on him. In a moment, the whole house, the atmosphere is hot. That the bed couch creaking and swaying straight to the sound. Li Tianzi slept until about 10 o'clock in the morning, and the two of them didn't wake up until the maid came in with breakfast. After having breakfast, Li Tianzi formally discussed with Wuwan about the trade road. Li Tianzi now urgently needed a warhorse, about 20,000 horses, to form an elite cavalry of 10,000 men, and if the Shatosh's cavalry, whose warhorses could all be replaced with warhorses of these fine breeds, its combat power would be greatly increased. Of course, what Wuwan needed, Li Tianzi also had, such as grain and grass, or weapons, especially weapons. Beluo's forging technology was better. Even, he could also sell Zhuge crossbows to the Wuwan clan in order to enhance the fighting strength of the Wuwan clan. As for firearms and other things, this is Li Tianzi's bottom card. Naturally he has to keep it for himself, but he can't leak it out. The first deal, sort of, is done. Bartering, but warhorses in the north are, indeed, ridiculously expensive. So, Li Tianzi thought, he wanted to breed ponies and rebuild the horse farm in Beiluo. After all, this place, Beiluo, could have a very large and fertile horse farm, an excellent base for horse breeding, the most powerful firearms in the world, as well as the most elite cavalry. With these two cards in hand, will easily sweep the world. No one can stop. The next day, after bidding farewell to the Wuwan king, Li Tianzi was ready to depart back to Beiluo. After a few battles in the north Luo border will be stabilized for a while. At least today, there will be no more fighting. Wanyan Liangbi, who has been humiliated in Wuwan, was summoned to the palace by Wanyan Liangbi in a hurry. More than 1,000 miles of road. Wanyan Liangbi ran for a day and a night, and his butt was rotten, not daring to have the slightest slackness. Pa! In the middle of the hall, there was the sound of crisp slaps. Wanyan a Bonestrike slapped Wanyan Liangbi to the ground. Father, forgive me. Wanyan Liangbi didn't dare to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction, kneeling on the ground and burying his head very low. That Li Tianzi is not simple. My son was gullible. You are the crown prince of the Jurchen, a famous general of the steppe. How can you lose to a brat who is not yet dry? I seem to remember that Li Tianzi is only 18 years old, right? How did you lose to him? Wanyan Bonesetter questioned. My son was lightly defeated. Wanyan Liangbi continued. Humph, don't make excuses for your failure. You are the son of my Wanyan a Bonechild. Come on, pull the crown prince down and beat him with 80 torture sticks, so that he can learn his lesson properly. Wanyan a Bone Snake said in shocked anger. And in his life, he was almost undefeated, but because of his own son, he disgraced the face of the female Genghis Khan clan. All of it. Father, this defeat of Big Brother is completely justifiable. That Li Tianzi child minister has already investigated. This son is able to endure humiliation and play dumb. This alone is enough to prove that this son is extraordinary. Seeing this, Wanyan Guangbi immediately stepped out from the queue to plead for mercy. No need for you to plead for mercy. These 80 torture sticks. Not one stick less. Wanyan Liangbi looked sinister. He himself got up and walked towards the outside. You guys stay back. No mercy. Wanyan Liangbi yelled at the execution soldiers on both sides. Yes, the two soldiers nodded warily. In Wanyan Liangbi's eyes, Wanyan Guangbi's plea for him is just a false pretense. It's nothing more than wanting to play the good old boy in front of father. Wanyan Guangbi was puzzled. He really wanted to properly assist this brother. But the more he was like this crown prince elder brother of his, the less he treated him. Father, this matter cannot be left at that. Truly, after the fall of next year, raise an army to destroy Wu, kill the Central Plains, and achieve greatness. Kill the Central Plains and accomplish great things. Kill the Central Plains and accomplish great things. The civil and military officials of the women's realm revved up their voices and shouted. As for Li Tianzi, in the eyes of Wanyan a bonechild, it is a little brat. He will not put it in his heart, not to mention as an opponent. Chapter 79, a visit from a distinguished guest. Now Li Tianzi can be really outstanding. Reputation far and wide. The title of the first warrior of the desert north. Hard to let Li Tianzi to take away. For a time, the entire grassland tribes were all shocked by Li Tianzi. However, such news, naturally, is still widely spread in the grasslands. As for the Central Plains, very little attention is paid. After all, this was something that made the entire desert north people lose face. And if they could not go out to the outside world, they would not go out to the outside world. Especially the face of the three major forces of Bei Liang was even more slapped red and swollen. And the people they despised the most, but they repeatedly made them suffer a heavy blow. In the middle of northern Liang, no one dared to underestimate Li Tianzi either. And no one dared to ridicule Li Tianzi as a fool. If Li Tianzi was a fool, then what were they? As for Li Tianzi this time, he was already back outside of Beiluo city. After going out, the reputation of the king of Jinbei, but it was getting louder and louder. Yang Xian, Du Sheng, Han Wenzhou, and a host of other officials and people had already greeted them outside the city. And as the military flag of the king of Jinbei surfaced, all the people became incredibly excited. It's back. The king of Jinbei is back. The young and old of North Rock City. All cheer up. A respected old man shouted at the top of his voice. Nowadays, Li Tianzi's reputation, but in the hearts of the people of Beiluo City, reached its peak. After all, a master like Li Tianzi who was good to the people and could also win battles to defend the people of the country was the only one in the world. So they naturally embraced him immensely. How could there be so many people? Li Tianzi was a bit terrified. That's because the Lord has the hearts of the people. This month's time, the Lord's policy, but let the whole Beiluo a new look. The people of Beiluo also have hope for the day. Naturally the Lord is incomparable embrace. Su Dingfang's tone of voice, that is also to Li Tianzi. Incomparable respect. When he first arrived, he felt that Li Tianzi wouldn't be able to survive, but now a series of operations had directly revitalized Beiluo, which was on the verge of collapse. Aha! Li Tianzi was quite proud of himself. Listen up, all of you, and show us your most spirited side. Into the city. The Xuanjia army was sampling in the front, and the soldiers in the back also held their heads high and strutted forward. They still felt for the first time what is called honor. I, Yang Xian, with the civil and military officials and people of Beiluo City, welcome your majesty's triumphant return. Welcome the king's triumphant return. Then, the 100,000 or so people, shouting like thunder, went up to the sky. Li Tianzi did not speak, but walked straight towards the city. The corner of his mouth, which had long been unable to suppress, curled up to the sky. Yang Xian and the others, who were also following the army, followed and returned to the city hall. And at the entrance of the city hall, Li Tianzi found an old acquaintance, none other than Huang Fushan who had left before him. Beside it, there was a middle-aged man, quite serious, whose aura was quite extraordinary. The old gentleman has an extraordinary temperament? Let this king guess. You are General Huang Fuci, the lord of Xining County. Li Tianzi said bluntly. I am afraid that the only person who can make Huang Fushang this respectful is Huang Fuci, the greatest lord of northern Liang. Huang Fuci nodded. You have a sharp eye. You've made a name for yourself. This time, come, the old man has something important to discuss with you. Prepare tea. Li Tianzi waved his hand, then welcomed Huang Fuci and entered the side hall. Speaking of which, the person in front of him or his seniors, to climb the relationship, he also called Huang Fuci for uncle. Back then, he heard his father say, in the north of Liang has a good relationship with a close friend. Is the person in front of him? However, after entering the side hall, Li Tianzi's gaze was directed towards the surroundings, and he did not find Huang Fu Yaoga's figure. Partial hall. Li Tianzi weekdays to correct the paperwork are in this place. The place is secluded. Li Tianzi personally boiled tea, bubble tea, a series of operations, but very skillful. General Huang Fuci, what is the reason for this visit? Li Tianzi poured a cup of tea for him. Call me uncle, Huang Fu Si said. Your father and I are also teachers and friends. You and I don't need to be so formal. Yes, uncle. Li Tianzi took a sip of tea. Huang Fu Si's eyes, however, made a few glances at Li Tianzi's face. But so much like your father. But there is a point. You and your father is different. That is the body of that impetus. You first came to the north of the Liang. These battles played really beautiful, even the old man, but also had to impress you. This point, you can be much stronger than your father. What's next? This Huang Fu Si came here with an impure purpose, by the court's decree, to gather the northern Liang ministries and quell the rebellion in northern Liang. That's all. Therefore, uncle and my father is also a teacher and friend relationship. Therefore, nephew does not want to go to war with uncle. If uncle is willing to take the initiative to surrender to the imperial court, in this way, all happy, so as to avoid bloodshed. Bad relationship between you and my two families. Li Tianzi's words were also very ambiguous. He has ambitions, but not anything that people say with its hearing. Huang Fu Si's intentions were not clear to him, and there were some things he naturally couldn't say too bluntly. Oh, Huang Fu Si smiled blandly and was not angry. The scheming city of this little guy in front of me is not ordinary deep brat, still hiding things from me. Which of the things you did in Beiluo, the piles and pieces, was not for the sake of rebellion? For example, you allied with the northern foreign races in your own name, and traded with their various ministries with each other, restarting the trade road, and it did not ask for instructions from the court of Dao, and all of these acts should be things that the state should do, not you, a vassal king. Kid, the old man knows that you and the Dawu court are blood feuds, so, you will never be the court's lapdog. For its service, this time, the main thing that I came here for is to ask you, do you want to take revenge or not? As long as you want, Lao Fu can help you and, from today onwards, Xining, Tianwei, as well as the 50,000 Beliang troops under Lao Fu's command, can all serve you and help you unify Beliang and accomplish great things. Huang Fu Si will be in the heart of the idea, all out, and did not hide. After all, things have come to this point. Continue to test. It is not as good as to open the door. More pain. And, he believes that his vision will never look at Li Tianzi wrong. Every word he said just now was well thought out. To say that before, he still had contempt for Li Tianzi. But now, he did not dare to underestimate the person in front of him at all. Li Tianzi looked at Huang Fu Si's serious eyes, and it was clear that he understood Huang Fu Si's intention of coming here. However, if he wanted to unify northern Liang, it would be much easier if he could have Huang Fu Si's help. Chapter 80, then marry them all. Li Tianzi's ambitions and ideas were actually nothing to hide. As long as he doesn't admit it, no one can actually catch him in the act. However, Huang Fu Si itself has long been out of the bounds of the court, has been a rebel. So, he felt that, just for the Li family suffered the vengeance of the extermination of the family. Li Tianzi, if he is a man, definitely can no longer give the court to sell their lives. Ha ha ha. Li Tianzi laughed out loud. At this moment, in his body, a majestic aura surged out, a temperament that did not belong to Li Tianzi that should be there. It was a kingly aura that was above all the people. But the shocked Huang Fu Si, very surprised. No more hiding? Uncle has a big family. Are you really willing to serve under this king? As uncle said, this king, however, has the heart to gobble up the world. Even, this king has held back until now. And now it is not only for Li's hatred, but for this world. Nowadays in Dawu, the family holds the government. The power is very big. The imperial power has long fallen by the wayside. As for that emperor, obviously has an absolute opportunity to turn the tide. But what did he do? Will support his loyal ministers? All killed. And now full of treacherous ministers. The emperor is even more dim-witted. This world is even more chaotic. The people live even more chaotic. So, this king is here. Must be for the people to establish life. For heaven and earth to establish the heart. For the world to open peace. Li Tianzi said a lot. Indeed, since ancient times, there has been a constant change of dynasties. And this world can be surnamed Shao. That can also be surnamed Li. People say that Zhao's taking charge of the world is a matter of heavenly destiny. But people can also say this. That Li substituting for Shao is a matter of heaven's will. Huang Fu Si guessed that Li Tianzi must have ambition. But he did not expect that Li Tianzi's ambition can be so big. What kind of ambition is it to create a dynasty of unprecedented prosperity? Especially Li Tianzi just said that sentence. For the people to establish life. For the heaven and earth to establish the heart. For the world to open peace. This sentence alone, all those so-called saints' words throughout the ages, are all dog shit. And just at that moment, He actually felt that Li Tianzi's charm was so great that it was boundless. Good boy. The old man really did not look at you wrong. Your father's foolish loyalty. If he had resisted earlier, with the help of Northern Liang, it is the old emperor in the dynasty. I'll have to give your father a few points of face. It's all thanks to the old king of Jinbei that I become what I am today. And now, Xining and Tianwei are considered to be returned to their original owners. The more Huangfu Ci looked at Li Tianzi, the better he looked. The Wangfu clan, on the other hand, had many talents, and with its addition, Li Tianzi was already like a tiger with wings. The conversation between the two did not end, chatting for most of the day. Huangfu Ci defection of the news naturally cannot be spread out. Next year, North Liang is bound to be in great chaos. Li Tianzi has already thought about it, using Huangfu Ci as a dark move to catch the other forces in North Liang off guard. And, with the brains of those three masters of the three major forces in Northern Liang, it must not have occurred to them that Huangfu Ci would willingly serve under Li Tianzi's command. After all, with a family business as big as Huangfu Ci's and the number one power in Northern Liang, how could anyone else willingly defect to a brat and be subject to others? And in the two negotiation, Huangfu Ci also found that Li Tianzi's ability more horrible than he imagined. As if the person in front of him has a bottomless pit, it is impossible to penetrate it, especially some of the ideas that are ahead of the world. But also Huangfu Ci listened to the dumbfounded. Moreover, when he arrived at Beilang, he had already learned that all the new policies and laws in Beilang were drafted and promulgated by Li Tianzi, and he had also heard that Li Tianzi also engaged in inventions, and all the fine weapons equipped by the Jinbei army were invented by Li Tianzi, as well as those so-called powerful firearms, etc. He now realized that the young man in front of him was simply a little too good. How can any of the emperors and capable men of all times be compared to this? Yes. In the future, you kid will definitely shock the entire world. Old me is waiting for the moment when you reign over the world. Huangfu Ci was quite excited. His arms were trembling, as if he was already seeing the day when Li Tianzi would reign over the world. But then he reacted as if he had thought of something. Talk is talk. So let's talk about something else now. Li Tianzi bowed respectfully. I wish to hear more. Huangfu Ci faces another change. You also know, I have a good relationship with your father. Once also talked about the matter of marriage. The old man came here, was also for this matter. And, Yaojia that girl, just because you saved her, now you can't forget you. This is also to come with the discussion of the wedding matter. But I did not expect that. You even married that Wuwan clan's princess. Oh, it's the fate of the peach blossom. These little old men, insisting on shoving their daughters into his arms. So, what do you mean then? The corners of Li Tianzi's mouth twitched. If you were to set up two proper wives, would you be willing? Huangfu Ci's sudden words didn't nearly make Li Tianzi choke himself to death on a mouthful of tea. What's not to like? We're not losing out anyway. Moreover, what's wrong with this capable person marrying a few more daughters-in-law? Li Tianzi continued. He's already thought about it. As long as he doesn't die, he's bound to have more than one wife in the future. Then he can't hesitate to take it or leave it. Then why not just marry them all? You kid. Huangfu Ci blew his beard and glared. Well, the words have come to this. The old man has to rush back to Xining to go. As for Yaojia that girl, it will be handed over to you. You'd better go and see. This girl is blocking your princess to go. What? Li Tianzi's eyes widened. Why didn't you say so earlier? Immediately afterward, he was running towards the outside of the city hall in a hurry. No wonder when he came back just now, he didn't see Huangfu Yaoga, so it was with this idea in mind. However, these two are in fact female martial arts madness, but on the martial arts, Yulio Shue can still in Huangfu Yaojia above. This woman well, once you hold a grudge, in case you fight to the death, that can be finished. But no sooner had he reached the yard than he heard women giggling and giggling. He rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was hallucinating. That was Yu Lu Shui, Huangfu Yaoga, and Ma Yunyao. Three women gathered together, talking and laughing. He walked over in surprise. You guys didn't fight? Huangfu Yaoga clapped her hands. The fight is over. Who won? Li Tianzi continued. I lost, Huangfu Yaoga directly admitted. However, I didn't lose for nothing. This young lady discussed it with Princess Yu. She'll be the eldest, I'll be the second, and Yunyao will be the third. That is to say, my sister Tian Yao and I, we will also marry you piece by piece. How about it? We are a first-class beauty in Northern Liang. Isn't that what you men like? You shouldn't refuse to take it, right? Huangfu Yaoga's eyes, blinking vigorously. Li Tianzi was clearly a bit confused. There was no time for him to react. Chapter 81, Taking Down Two Women. Huangfu Yaojia, Ma Yunyao. These two women, is indeed a first-class beauty, that is, in his past life, the too light this kind of face, is also more than 99% of women. How many men would dream of marrying all of them? Only, he didn't expect that this girl, Moon Lu Shui, didn't care. Streaming snow. Li Tianze looked over. It was then that I heard you Lu Shui sigh lightly. Husband, from the moment I married you, I was prepared to serve a husband together. After all, an excellent man like you, after all, can't be exclusive for me alone. And, Yu Liu Shui wanted to say something. In fact, or because of her identity, she is, after all, the daughter of a foreigner. In accordance with the customs of the Central Plains dynasty, the foreigner born of a child, after all, cannot inherit the throne of the great cause, even if Li Tianze, strong only marry her a woman. But, underneath those ministers, will not agree, and, she is also a smart woman. Not to mention those ministers do not agree, even she will not agree. After all, this Central Plains rulers, for their own bloodline is pure or not. See very important. Therefore, she thought on the way, that woman called Huangfu Yaoga, if she was willing to marry her husband, she would definitely try her best to set up a match. That is, in the end, she would be willing even if she couldn't be the rightful royal consort. Which was her true thought. You really think so? Li Tianze was surprised. Aha. Yu Liu Shui nodded. No matter what, if my concubine side can have such two good sisters, is in this backyard, will not be lonely and isolated, also can have a few people a piece of talk. So, I also ask my husband to fulfill my request and marry both sisters. Just now, my concubine has already asked the two prime ministers, Yang and Han, and they feel that after the Northern Liang rebellion is pacified next year, my husband will be able to marry his two sisters, in style and splendor. Moreover, there is an unwritten rule in Dawu, that is, those princes and generals, the more daughters-in-law they marry, the more they can show off their status, especially when a big family develops. They need a lot of women to open up their branches and spread their leaves, and right now, Li Tianze, that's what's needed, to have a lot of children, and to grow the Li clan lintel up. Of course, not any woman can be married to Li Tianze, like Huangfu Yaojia and Ma Yunyao. Their current identity background are extraordinary, so, after marrying Li Tianze, it was very favorable. Li Tianze, after all is said and done, you wouldn't want to refuse, would you? Huangfu Yaoga clasped her hands over her chest. Ahem. Li Tianze coughed lightly twice. That's not so bad. Immediately afterward, Li Tianze was purposely approaching Huangfu Yaoga's ear, not knowing what was said. Huangfu Yaoga's face, instantly blushing, that ears were red. You are not allowed to mess around, Huangfu Yaoga muttered. That may or may not be possible. The corners of Li Tianze's mouth smiled lightly. Alright, it's time for this king to go take care of some political matters. After saying that, Li Tianze left the courtyard. Sister Yaoga, what did the king say to you? Ma Yunyao was curious. No, it's fine. Huangfu Yaoga shook her head. Anyway, you'd better stay out of the royal residence and watch out for someone's clutches. Oh, Ma Yunyao listened with a seeming understanding. This little girl is much more innocent. Next, Northrop will enter a phase of rapid development. Of course, in the near future, Beiluo won't have to worry about food for a year or two. The money and grain escorted by the brocade guards will be enough to eat for a year. Then, snatched from the Shurjia, the hands of the female True, has been enough for the existing population of Beiluo, eat for a long time, and wait for next year's August and September, and planted a new grain. It will be a bumper harvest. However, Li Tianze will certainly not rest on his laurels. After all, he now aspires to take care of the entire Beilang and take care of the entire Beiluo people. But if he takes down the entire Beilang, these money and food will be somewhat insufficient. Nightshade. After Li Tianze ate dinner, he was first in Yu Liushue's room, a melee, and when Yu Liushue got tired, Li Tianze was stunned in spirit and quietly slipped into Huangfu Yaoga's room. This will be the time is still early. 12 o'clock has not arrived. Just, Huangfu Yaoga's room. Also don't know what's going on. Dark. Can't see 5 fingers. Instead of saving candles when you should be saving them, this is the time to save them. Li Tianze rubbed his hands, the dry heat on his body, which had not yet faded. Woman, aren't you usually quite wavy? How come she's shy today? Li Tianze simply didn't light the candles either. After all, lighting candles was too bright for him. Li Tianze tiptoeing to the bedside, lifted that quilt. Who? The sudden voice, but it made Li Tianze tremble. This voice was not unfamiliar, but it was certainly not Huangfu Yaoga's voice. Li Tianze is hastened to light up the fire candle. Is found. This lying in bed of people is not someone else, it is Ma Yunyao. This little girl, with only a piece of red belly band over her body, has fair skin and an enchanting figure. Yun Yao? Li Tianzi was surprised. Where is Huangfu Yaoga? Ma Yunyao's head drooped, and when she saw that it was Li Tianzi, she lost her fear in her heart. Wang, the king, how come it's you? Sister Yaoga said that someone is coming tonight and asked me to wait in her room. I didn't expect it to be you. Your Highness? Ma Yunyao seemed to think of something. That face instantly blushed. She was simple, but she was not a fool. A man, sneaking into a girl's room in the middle of the night. What else could he do? Good. This chick's playing chicken with him, isn't she? As he was thinking, behind him, there was a sudden movement. Li Tianzi, isn't it exciting? In Huangfu Yaoga's hand, what she was holding was clearly a leather whip, which she lashed towards Li Tianzi. A cold light flashed in Li Tianzi's eyes. His body quickly sidestepped, and with his other hand, he grabbed that leather whip, taking a fixed look. Who was it if not Huangfu Yaoga? Great, so you like to play like this? Li Tianzi yanked hard, and that Huangfu Yaoga's body, as if weightless, fell into Li Tianzi's arms. You let go. Huangfu Yaoga's face blushed with shame. Li Tianzi hugged him so tightly that no matter how hard Huangfu Yaoga tried, he couldn't break free. Let go of what? Since they're all here, none of them should leave tonight and serve this king well. Like a vicious tiger, Li Tianzi pounced Huangfu Yaoga onto the bed. After that, it was blowing out that fire candle. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room was fiery and gradually rose. The bed shook, and the room emitted bursts of sounds that were difficult to describe. The night was silent and turned to dawn. Early in the morning, Li Tianzi and the usual rise martial arts exercise. But I have to say, if this is indulged for a long time, it does hurt the spirit and the body. Chapter 82, Western Caravan, Marco Polo. Today, Beiluo, this place, came a team of Western merchants. They brought a lot of goods. Messy goods are there. The leader of the merchant team, captain, named Marco Polo, is a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners. In the past, Beiluo was a trading town, the main city of commerce with all parties, Westerners, people from the northern countries, as well as the easting people, etc., can be seen everywhere, but Beiluo's decades of dilapidation, where there is still the prosperity of the previous, as for the faces of these Westerners, is almost impossible to see, and now, suddenly appeared a team of Western merchants. Hers let a person feel incomparably rare, and the appearance of this caravan naturally drew the attention of many people. It's a Western merchant caravan. These Western faces, it seems like they haven't appeared for a long time. Can't it be that even they are here to seek cooperation from our king? If that's the case, in the future, Beiluo will become a prosperous place again, and won't the days of our people in Beiluo become better and better? For a time, the surrounding people, followed by incomparable excitement, they are clear. When Beiluo powerful, is the people of Beiluo, is also considered relatively rich, and I heard that the Western caravan came to the gold treasure in gold dollar, but from the North Luo Chamber of Commerce, moment by moment to the city hall, Marco Polo's caravan, naturally, stopped in front of the gate of the city's main residence. This is it, the kind of powerful weapons in the Jinbei army, my holy empire, must be obtained. This is an opportunity to make the empire rise, Marco Polo said seriously. In fact, Marco Polo's caravan is not prepared to stop in Beiluo. His main purpose is to go to Hebei to trade, but in the time to go to Hebei, he encountered Li Tianzi army and northern foreigners fighting. The entire Western Sacred Empire's merchant caravan was too scared to continue, so they stopped and waited for the tension in the north to fade before traveling south. But the wonderful scene appeared. Marco Polo suddenly found, in the hands of the Tang army, using a very powerful weapon. Loud, earth-shattering, the Hu tribe's army exploded into pieces. He is also the first time see such a powerful weapon. Instantly shocked, and then he continued to observe and pry into the bottom of Li Tianzi. After which Li Tianzi's victory in a few battles, more and more let him feel that he must be with this king of Jinbei, to do trade in weapons. What person? The guards in front of the city hall gate immediately surrounded them when they saw this. Marco Polo's mouth shouted in a broken Chinese language. Don't misunderstand any of them. We have come without malice. I am the head of the trade envoy of the Western Sade Empire, and I have come here to see King Jinbei, to talk about trade matters. I should be considered your Jinbei king's honored guest. We have a lot of money. Marco Polo is a smart businessman. He knows that the current king of Jinbei, what is the most lacking? Hearing Marco Polo say this, the soldiers guarding the city hall, he put away the weapons in their hands. The person who came before them, might really be a big gold master. This will be, the Jin family father and son, is also from the carriage down, fast-paced to come over. The two in the art of business, is how talented, the two naturally know. With the West trade brought by the prophets in the end, how big? Otherwise, how could the previous Dao Empire have spared no effort to open the Western Silk Road? Hello, Mr. Marco Polo. Jin Zhaobao greeted him. You are? Marco Polo looked at the two men very familiar. My humble self, Jin Zhaobao. We've met before, Jin Zhaobao said. Previously, when the owner of Beiluo was still Zhao Yin, I served as the vice president of the Zhao Chamber of Commerce. And my Jin family's industry has some dealings with the West as well. Letting Jin Zhaobao remind him like this, Marco Polo instantly reacted. So it's you? We did meet. You are. Now. Marco Polo surveyed the Jin family. Jin Zhaobao continued. I am now the president of the Beiluo Chamber of Commerce. And this is my son, Jin Yuanbao, who serves as the vice president of the Beiluo Chamber of Commerce. I already know your intentions. Please wait here and allow me to go and report to my lord. Oh. Marco Polo's eyes instantly lit up. President of the Beiluo Chamber of Commerce? Then in that case, if we can cooperate with the king of Jinbei, then we are bound to deal with you two afterward. Since we are old friends, I still ask you two to try your best to convince the Jinbei king. I believe that the price offered by the West will be of great interest to the Jinbei king. Therefore, I need to have a good interview with him. Perhaps we can still become very good friends. Kim Zibo returned. I hope so. After a conversation, Jin Zhaobao asked Jin Debao to guard the outside and walk towards the mansion by himself. This will. Li Tianzi just finished breakfast, ready to yesterday's paperwork. All of them are approved. The most important thing involved in this is the expansion of the army, as well as the expenses required for the expansion of the arsenal, and so on. After all, now Beiluo 600,000 to 700,000 people, as well as sufficient grain and grass, to raise more troops, since to cope with next year's change of Beilang, or can be. My lord, my subordinate Jin Zhaobao has something important to see. Jin Zhaobao shouted respectfully outside the house. Li Tianzi put down the work in his hand. Come in. Upon hearing this, Jin Zhaobao walked straight in. Greetings, lord. As soon as Jin Zhaobao paid his respects, he then immediately said, my lord, there is now an opportunity for Beiluo to develop rapidly. Oh, Li Tianzi was surprised. What chance? There is a Western merchant caravan coming from outside, and the head of the merchant caravan's envoy, which my subordinate has also seen, is Marco Polo, the famous trade envoy of the Western Holy Empire. He wants to cooperate with us. My lord might as well meet this man, if we can really cooperate with the West, in a year's time at most. I'm afraid that the profits from just one county of our Beiluo can match the entire Beilang. Since today's Dao Empire has cut off trade with the West, then we should pick it up. The lord wants to develop quickly. The opportunity is in this day. Must not miss it. Jin Zhaobao barred a whole lot of words. That is, he hoped that Li Tianzi would be able to have a good talk with the Western emissaries. Hearing this news, Li Tianzi stood up violently. Hey, gold treasure. This king is not a dim lord. Good and bad can distinguish themselves. If we can make contact with the West, this king is eager to do so. Will not agree? You quickly invite that Marco Polo to the Great Hall. The king will negotiate with him personally. Lord is wise. Jin Zhaobao made a bow and then exited the study. For his part, Li Tianzi changed his clothes again and went to meet Marco Polo. A moment. Li Tianzi came to the main hall and raised his eyes to see the blonde hair and blue eyes of Marco Polo. Chapter 83, 1 byte price. 6 million taels. Li Tianzi actually wondered if the foreigners in this world would speak the same Western language as the foreigners in his previous life. Hello, Mr. Marco Polo. Li Tianzi smiled, striding in from the side hall. Oh, seeing Li Tianzi, Marco Polo's eyes, he was bright. With Western etiquette, he took off his hat and bent 90 degrees towards Li Tianzi to show his politeness. I really didn't expect the Jinbei king to be so young. I've seen your battles on the grasslands. You and your army. It's just too powerful. Especially the body armor dress up. It's like a devil that crawled out of hell and claimed people's lives. Especially your weapons. They are really great. Marco Polo's hands were very pompous, gesticulating on his own body, and his mouth was bearing a lot of words, and its tone was filled with endless admiration for Li Tianzi. Li Tianzi smiled lightly, and was bluntly saying, Mr. Marco Polo, tell us your purpose for coming here to see this king? Painful. I like dealing with people like you, king of Jinbei, who are straightforward and don't beat around the bush. Marco Polo said, I am here to trade with King Jinbei. I, the Holy Empire, have nothing else, but a lot of money. If King Jinbei is willing, I would like to engage in a weapons trade with King Jinbei. What kind of weapon? Li Tianzi asked flatly instead. Is able to kill the enemy in a few hundred meters away from the kind of explosive weapons? We in the West know that the Great Wu Dynasty's gunpowder is really powerful. Western countries, in fact, also want to research Powerful weapons, but have been no clues. Until now, seeing the weapon in the hands of Jinbei, I have some ideas. If King Jinbei is willing to cooperate, I will definitely give a satisfactory price, Marco Polo said seriously and expectantly. If the Holy Empire masters this kind of artillery, it will surely be able to dominate the West. And now in the West, it is also the period of great chaos. Small countries have been swallowed up. There are 6 big countries left: the Holy Empire, the Bonner Empire, the Latin Empire, the Gulama Empire, the Luria Empire, the Great Eclipse Empire. Like the largest territory of the Gulama Empire, its territory can basically be compared to the Dao Empire, and its strength is the Mediterranean Sea, while the Holy Empire in the West, it can only ranked 3rd. So, Marco Polo absolutely cannot let go of such an opportunity. Jin Zhaobao and Ling Bai, who were beside him, had their brows furrowed. My lord, sharp weapons like the tiger squatting cannon cannot be shared with others. They can only belong to our Jinbei army, Ling Bai said seriously. If such a powerful weapon is in the hands of another country, it will not be beneficial to us. General Ling, don't worry. I, Marco Polo, swear that after my Holy Empire gets these weapons, it will only be used for wars between the Western countries, and will definitely not use these weapons for battles with the Eastern Empire. And moreover, the countries of the East and the West have always only traded, but there has never been a war. It has always been to keep up a friendly trade, Marco Polo said seriously. Jin Zhaobao answered, among the Western countries, the nearest Bonner Empire with the state of Wu is only more than 2,000 miles, and can arrive at the western Liang land of the state of Wu in a month. The war said to be open. If it is other trade, we can cooperate, but this kind of sharp weapon, which can be called a divine object, cannot be sold. But in fact, Marco Polo was cooperating with Li Tianzi for the sake of the weapons, and if it wasn't for the weapons deal, he really couldn't think of anything else that he could cooperate with Li Tianzi on. After all, Li Tianzi is just a small local vassal king. Even the northern Liang have not taken, are not something good to trade. On the current rely on the Jin family before the accumulation of contacts, only to let the northern Luo Chamber of Commerce now can be stabilized and run. I also asked the king of Jinbei to think about it, Marco Polo said seriously. Ling Bai and Jin Zhaobao felt that Li Tianzi would definitely not agree. After all, how could such a sharp weapon be sold out? Oh, yeah, Li Tianzi smiled faintly. Good, this king can sell you the artillery. And, also, I can sell you all the drawings for making the tiger crouching cannon. But, the price is very expensive. Speaking of which, he was still very impressed with these guys in the West. The current De Wu Empire was still taking gunpowder to create fireworks. The Holy Empire, these Western countries, were already starting to research gunpowder and derive it into some great killing weapons. Of course, to make the weapon completely, is a very long process, from the beginning to maturity, maybe need decades or even hundreds of years. But on this point, these countries in the West have the scientific and technological weapons, sooner or later, ahead of the martial arts country. Moreover, the tiger squatting cannon can only be regarded as Li Tianzi mastered weapons. The most pull crotch of a firearm just, give. Perhaps, this thing once sold, will certainly be able to rich, and if they don't sell it, it will make those people in the Holy Empire mindful of their thoughts. Maybe at that time, they will also send people to come and steal the secrets of the arsenal. With Li Tianzi's current power, he can't keep these secrets. So, instead of waiting for people to come and steal it, it would be better to be a good person and give the secrets out. What? Marco Polo instantly wondered if his ears had misheard him. Lord, no, can't Jin Zhaobao said anxiously. He did want to open up this market in the West, but it was also not possible to take such an important secret of Northern Liang to open up this market. Li Tianzi waved his hand, signaling the two to keep quiet. Marco Polo was incredibly surprised. Is the king of Jinbei serious? Aha! Li Tianzi nodded his head. Naturally true. Good. As long as King Jinbei is willing and the price is right, my sacred empire will definitely agree, Marco Polo said seriously. First, the Holy Empire must purchase 200 tiger squatting cannons. The price of each tiger squatting cannon, 50,000 taels of silver, and send 5 blossoming bombs for each door. Second, that is the manufacturing drawings of the tiger squatting cannon, the process of manufacture, etc. The king will give you a reasonable price, and that will be 5 million taels. And third, that this drawing may not be passed on to anyone as well as to any country. Marco Polo, if you promise, this weapon will be sold to you by this king, Li Tianzi said seriously. He is tantamount to selling patents, and is the first reforming weapon under the sky. It should be worth it, and this price, indeed, can scare people to death. The peak of the martial arts country, a year's financial revenue, but only 50 to 60 million taels of silver only. Li Tianzi breath almost asking for 6 million taels. This is the Jin Zhaobo have been stunned. The Beiluo Chamber of Commerce under his control. Even if he earns for a year, he can't earn so much money. If he can take this deal down, the whole Beiluo don't have to do anything, and he can develop with his eyes closed. Chapter 84, Crops for Increased Yield and Production. This, Marco Polo's eyes widened. For a moment, it was hard to know whether to be willing or not. If Mr. Marco Polo doesn't want to, so be it. To be honest, Li Tianzi is just cheating Marco Polo. Just this thing, almost 100,000 taels of silver, already tops the sky. There is no need to use 6 million taels, but these Westerners, in fact, are no good, plundering everywhere and making a fortune. So what can be done about extortion? If we can't reach an agreement, we can still discuss it again. No, I think it's very worth it. 6 million is 6 million, but I hope the king of Jinbei can send more firebombs, like an increase of 10 per door. Okay, deal. Li Tianzi, who was afraid that Marco Polo would back out, immediately clapped his hands. Marco Polo also breathed a sigh of relief. I wonder, when will the delivery be made? Marco Polo asked. Payment on delivery. No credit. This king is also based on honesty. Li Tianzi continued. Good, give me 3 days time. I shall deliver 6 million, but I hope that the king of Jinbei will have all the goods ready. Marco Polo continued. After 3 days, I will come to pick up the goods. Good. Li Tianzi nodded. King of Jinbei, I will take my leave. Marco Polo retired, only waiting for the latter to go away. Jin Zhaobo said, Lord we a tiger squatting cannon cost only a few dozen taels. We are too much. A few $1 million at once. Jin Zhaobo's brain, still dizzy. He felt, his business skills, in front of Li Tianzi, seems to be a little insignificant. It's time-consuming and labor-intensive for us to build weapons. Doesn't it cost money? Li Tianzi felt that he had a clear conscience. It doesn't matter if these people in the West notice that something is wrong. After all, the money is already in his pocket, so don't try to get out of his pocket. It's just a pity. Once these weapons are sold, they are not the only ones we have. If in the future, if we are enemies with the West, it is not a good thing for US. Jin Zhaobo sighed. Yes, it is true that the Holy Empire did not have a conflict with the Martial Kingdom, but the Bonner Empire, but more than once, want to dominate the Silk Road, and thinking of invading the Martial Kingdom, to expand their territory, still at the peak of the great martial arts. Not everyone can be messed with. The Bonner Empire suffered a few defeats, and then did not dare to come. But, now the Dao Empire, sunset, strength is not as strong as before. The Western countries will not covet the land of the Central Plains. It is difficult to say. Don't worry, just do what this king says. Besides, do you really think that Marco Polo, who has repeatedly entered the commerce of the Martial Kingdom, is a fool? Li Tianzi smiled lightly. Moreover, this king can forge a divine weapon like the tiger squatting cannon. Naturally, he can also build a weapon that is even more powerful than this kind of firearm. Marco Polo wanted nothing more than the technology to forge the tiger crouching cannon. However, before improving this technology and then coming up with a more advanced artillery. However, to forge a more powerful weapon, not overnight can be completed. Many of the Western countries' technology, naturally, is not comparable to the great martial arts. For example, iron refining, forging better armor, etc. These core technologies, Li Tianzi naturally will not be foolish to give. Besides, the weapons he sold to the Holy Empire could naturally be tampered with in secret. What does the Lord mean? There are more powerful weapons? Jin Zhaobo was surprised. Aha! Li Tianzi nodded. Have you ever seen a firearm that can shoot 2,000 paces? 2,000 steps? Jin Zhaobo uttered in surprise. He couldn't even think about it. It's no wonder that Li Tianzi agreed to Marco Polo. And at this point, Marco Polo is as good as picked up a big baby. Mr. Ambassador, $6 million for 200 small cannons and a drawing. I'm afraid even His Majesty won't agree to this, right? The deputy chief of mission felt that it was very uneconomical. Marco Polo is a light smile. You do not understand. I buy is this so-called artillery technology. We have our own Western research gunpowder team. I do not believe that we cannot research out more advanced. Holy wisdom of the envoy leader, the deputy envoy leader said. And the next 3 days, Li Tianzi naturally ordered the arsenal to hurry up the forging, and Marco Polo placed another order, because he found out that the weapons forged by Beiluo Arsenal were incomparably sharp, and the technology could be much better than that of the Wuhua. So, he hoped to keep working on the weapons trade with Li Tianzi. Doing weapons trade, such profit, was just too big. Even, Li Tianzi wanted to do the weapons trade of the whole Western countries, so that within a few years, he would be rich as a nation. Moreover, he can sell the tiger squatting cannon to the Holy Empire. Naturally he can also sell the tiger squatting cannon to other Western countries. In this way then, let the West mess some good. Day 3. Marco Polo came to pick it up and loaded the tiger cannon onto the car at the original price. Marco Polo, on the other hand, delivered 6 million taels of silver, as well as money for 10,000 sets of custom armor. Li Tianzi became directly rich in just a few days. Marco Polo also brought several wagons of grain, saying he wanted to give it to Li Tianzi. Mr. Marco Polo, my Bei Luo now, but there is no shortage of food. Why are you still trafficking food to my Bei Luo? Jin Zhaobo was puzzled. You will understand if you come. When Marco Polo came to the wagon, he lifted the canvas from the wagon. The crops in the interior were, heck, something Jin Zhaobo and the others hadn't seen before. These are the local specialties of my sacred empire. The flavor is still good. I was in the mountains and wilds, dug them out, and then I thought they were good, so I prepared some, and this is all for you. Moreover, these things, our place is full of mountains, relatively ubiquitous. However, my holy country's nobles, naturally, are not willing to eat these things. That is, they are fed to the livestock, and then they are all poisoned, but if they are cooked, they can still be tasted. Marco Polo said. This was a time when Westerners were still primarily focused on grains, dairy, and so on. This you don't eat. What do you all do for us? You want to poison us? Jin Zhaobo was a bit disgusted. Take it all away. Take it all away. Take it away for what? Keep it all. Since it is a new idea, we can't let people down. Li Tianzi looked at these treasures. Both eyes were glowing. Sure enough, this potato sub is ubiquitous enough in the West. Marco Polo Messenger, next time you come, please bring more of these wild things. This king is very fond of them. Marco Polo naturally did not find that the benefits of these crops. The reason why the flood, that is because the potato and sweet potato, that are able to produce acres of thousands of pounds of crops. The reason why the poisoning, that is because, this thing must be cooked, otherwise, it can indeed poison people. While Han Wenzhou, Jin Zhaobo and others are puzzled. This Westerners to send out things, their king, why not at all angry, but also all to the arms of the collection. Even if you're polite to people, you can't be this polite, right? Chapter 85, 3,000 pounds of yield per acre. Shocking Han Wenzhou, the king of Jinbei likes it. Next time I come, I will definitely bring more. Marco Polo bowed. Then let's part ways. Farewell, said. Marco Polo's fast horsewhip came to the forefront of the caravan, with the merchant fleet far away. Li Tianzi slowly walked to the side of the carriage, carefully touching that a potato. This potato is on the verge of sprouting, and if you bite into it raw, you will indeed be foaming at the mouth. My lord, they all say it's poisonous, so I guess even the livestock won't eat it. So what are we going to do with it? Han Wenzhou was puzzled. Oh, Li Tianzi smiled faintly. This king reckons that they dug these to feed the livestock. However, then after poisoning the livestock, I guess they didn't dare to eat them. But these are good treasures. Cooked, can be made into a variety of delicious, is a rare crop, and strong vitality. If we can ask for more seeds to right, our people, we do not have to live the days of starvation. Wheat, rice and so on, with the ancient technology, planting down the crops, but also 200 or 300 pounds an acre, which is already considered a high yield. If you meet the thin field, but also 100 pounds, even if Li Tianzi thought to engage in hybrid rice, wheat, which also need time. After all, our textbooks have not yet practiced, but this potato, that is real in front of the eyes. Mu yield of 3,500 pounds, which if the popularization, that is not good, that is, God, are going to give you merit, and the people are suffering. Rather than questioning the toxicity of such crops, it is better to boldly try. If the people accept this thing, you do not have to worry about starvation. This is really edible? Han Wenzhou expressed his skepticism. Li Tianzi selected dozens of good potatoes on the wagon. You guys go and take these potatoes, send them to the warehouse, and make sure to guard them well. No, the soldier led the order. Only then did Li Tianzi look at Han Wenzhou's three. You three don't go to the cafeteria to eat today. This king will personally cook for you, and later you'll know that the potatoes are delicious. Han Wenzhou and the others swallowed their saliva, but Li Tianzi had ordered it, so they naturally couldn't refuse. After all, if the king wants the subject to die, the subject has to die. Even if this potato is really poisonous, they have to force themselves to eat it. Noon. Li Tianzi cooks himself. For Han Wenzhou and the others, it was somewhat terrifying to have their master cook for them. But soon, in the kitchen, there was a burst of fragrance, a host of flavored material put in. Not to mention how fragrant, these spices and so on, only Li Tianzi manufacture. To say, this spice is actually a great business opportunity. Li Tianzi has planned, so that this world does not have the novelty of the things, are built to sell, and then trade with the West, the North. These objects will certainly be loved by the public. Maybe in the future, he relies on the northern Liang estate of land. Its income can be comparable to the entire martial arts country. To that time, who see him do not give face. Even the emperor old man, all have to be obedient. Baked potatoes, fried shredded potato meat pie and so on. Li Tianzi made 7 dishes because of the seasoning. When it was served, the aroma of the meal immediately pounced over. Good, so fragrant. Jin Zhaobao directly swallowed a mouthful of water. Estimatedly, even that palace's imperial kitchen, the meals made out of it, are not as delicious as this. Ling Bai nodded. This is much better than those mountains of delicacies. Our king, well, seems to know everything. Those when the king's master, which one will cook, will also make excellent delicious, but only their king, as if under the sky, there is nothing he will not do. Civil and military, in the eyes of the people, that is the world's first, and can get out of that kind of powerful weapons out. And now this cooking, the hold in the palace, those imperial chefs are cattle. They are now very curious. Their master, what else will be able to do? Li Tianzi filled a pot of rice and sat down on the main seat. Come, let's see how my king's handiwork is. Han Wenzhou served a bowl of rice. His chopsticks stopped in midair. A little hesitant. My lord, this stuff, is it really edible? As soon as his words fell, Li Tianzi directly moved his chopsticks and brought the shredded potatoes to his mouth. Lord, Ling Bai shouted anxiously, this even if you want to test the poison, but also the end will come. Seeing this, Ling Bai did not allow Li Tianzi to eat it, but was in a hurry himself, sending the dish to his mouth. But the next second, his eye holes changed. This, what's wrong? General Ling Bai? Jin Zhaobao blinked his eyes and looked at Ling Bai. Good, delicious, too delicious. 2 adults hurry up and try it. I'll be polite. Ling Bai completely let go, his mouth barfing as he stuffed rice into his mouth, just like a starving ghost. Lord's cooking skills are also so good. My lord has also eaten a lot of good food, but this kind of deliciousness is really rare in the world. Bullshit, with all the ingredients put into it, even if you copped a belt it would taste good. Seeing Ling Bai eating so favorably, Han Wenzhou and Jin Zhaobao were nonchalant. It was only the moment the potato was brought to their mouths that the 2 men drew a line under the prejudice against the object. Good, delicious. Han Wenzhou's eyes lit up. My lord, this potato, really if it can be grown, what is the yield and how is it grown? However, Li Tianzi's next sentence instantly shocked the crowd. Li Tianzi stretched out 3 fingers. All of you guess? Jin Zhaobao replied. Could it be that it can reach a yield of 300 pounds per mu? That is indeed already a high yield. Our wheat and rice, the highest yield is only 300 to 400 pounds. However, the mountains in the west are full of this thing. So I think the advantage of its cultivation is that it is resistant to survival and good for planting. In this way, it is indeed a very good crop. Jin Zhaobao's analysis was right. Only the yield of this crop, the estimation was wrong. Li Tianzi shook his head. Not really, with a yield of more than 3,000 pounds per acre. And such crops, even under extreme conditions, are easy to survive. Do you think that such crops are considered to be divine? Pust. Ahem. The trio nearly choked to death on the rice they had put in their mouths, in shock at the number of words. More than 3,000 pounds. My lord. You, how do you know? Are you not bluffing us? Han Wenzhou heckled in disbelief. Do you guys think that this king looks like he's lying? Also, when has this king ever lied? Li Tianzi asked rhetorically. Come to think of it, there wasn't a single thing that Li Tianzi had to do that had failed. In that case, this item, it's really something good which. Han Wenzhou was astonished. My lord, you know all about this western crop? A little bit. Li Tianzi smiled lightly. If you all don't believe me, you can immediately plant and try it out. And it's estimated that in 2 or 3 months, you'll be able to harvest. But, it's about to be winter. There's no crops that can withstand the freeze. This potato shouldn't be able to either. Han Wenzhou shook his head. If this could be a year-round crop, then the people under the sky would not have to go hungry a long time ago. In his opinion, it was nothing more than a deliberate joke by Li Tianzi. Couldn't one person manage a way to grow crops all year round? This is bullshit. Chapter 86, The Flanders Cannon. Li Tianzi actually understands the worries of Han Wenzhou and the others. Bailing this place. Once winter comes, it is very cold. especially Beiluo this place. The coldest time can reach -10 degrees or even higher. Just such a harsh environment. Still want to plant the crops to live? It is simply not possible. No matter what you plant, it's going to freeze. However, where Li Tianzi came from, he was a modern man, so he naturally had a way to solve these problems. This king has his own way. This king has already decided to get some planting greenhouses, so that we can grow vegetables all year round. Li Tianzi continued. Planting shed. The crowd who heard this novelty word for the first time, again blinked their eyes and looked at Li Tianzi in amazement. And what is this? Couldn't it be possible to control the temperature? Han Wenzhou continued to ask. It can be understood like this. Li Tianzi nodded and continued. That was a little too unbelievable for the crowd. And control the weather? Isn't this a god? Could this, their master, do it all? But the more they hear about it, the more outrageous they feel, and the more they feel they can't believe it. My lord, you're getting more and more outrageous. How can the temperature be man-made? Han Wenzhou was naturally unwilling to believe it. It's not like he's stupid. You guys don't believe it either? Li Tianzi looked at Ling Bai and Jin Zhaobao. The two were shaking their heads afterward. Well, it's useless for this king to say anything. It's better to speak with practical actions. Hurry up and eat. Next, we have to put almost all of our energy above agriculture. Li Tianzi said. When these things are worked out, people like Han Wenzhou will be very shocked. Seeing how confident Li Tianzi was, the crowd naturally became very expectant and curious. They were going to see exactly what tricks Li Tianzi could pull off. And next, Li Tianzi, along with Han Wenzhou, Du Sheng, and Yang Xian, almost entirely devoted themselves to internal affairs. And Yang Xian in Beiluo's local, promoted some officials, replaced some corrupt officials. Beiluo this place, illiterate more. Li Tianzi has not asked. In this place, elected a number of capable officials out. He actually thought, directly issued a recruitment order, or like the court, run a selection of talent examination. That is, a small imperial examination. But this is somewhat inappropriate. First, although he now has the identity, but on a small Beiluo, everyone thinks you will die. No one will rely on you. Second, is the so-called imperial examination. This thing is still cannot be overstepped. This is all the court to come. If he is to run an imperial examination, shall not be falsely accused of a small court in Beiluo? Still have to take Northern Liang as soon as possible. As long as this is the case, his position will be really completely elevated. His own words only have prestige. However, the next month, Li Tianzi will be that planting greenhouses, directly get up, and in the North Luo into December, has been very tired, and even the ocean began to snow. But this North Luo's weather, but also very strange. The daytime sun, the night is very tired, but also because of this, so that inside and outside of the greenhouses, resulting in a temperature difference. On this day, Han Wenzhou, Yang Xian, Du Sheng and others, came out from the side of the shed, full of shock. Han Wenzhou, in particular, looked at Li Tianzi in amazement. My lord, you are truly one of the most powerful people that my subordinate has ever seen. You are good at everything. And this cloth, it's so transparent. How the hell did you make it? Yang Xian was also surprised. He now finally realized that his previous understanding of Li Tianzi was just the tip of the iceberg. These things that the Lord has sent him are simply a boon to the people. We are really impressed. So it seems that we can grow crops all year round, and the development of our Beiluo will become more and more rapid. Yang Xian already didn't know what words to use to praise Li Tianzi. My lord is truly the first person in the ancient times. There is no one before or after. The first person in the world. No, even if I say it's a saint, it's not too much to say. Du Sheng praised very sincerely. What saint? The Lord is a saint. Han Wenzhou spoke bluntly. My lord, you're so really leaving us with no place to go. You have to aspire to greatness and it will be realized. Han Wenzhou, Yang Xian, these two people, can indeed be called the world's great talent. Originally thought, they defected to Li Tianzi. With its situation, coupled with the 101 abandoned Beiluo, with their ability, they will certainly shine in front of Li Tianzi to show their ability, but they now realize that before their ideas, in the end, how naive, on their little ability, in the front of Li Tianzi, simply nothing, and all they could really do was to properly assist Li Tianzi. Oh, Li Tianzi was flattered. Gentlemen, this Beiluo can't be separated from any of you. As powerful as this king's decisions are, there has to be someone to carry them out. From this day onward, a large area will be planted with potatoes, and there will be this planting shed, which will also be set up. The three gentlemen, you may labor, for the king has other things to do. Li Tianzi intends, in the next month or so, internal governance, directly to the three, after all, now around Beiluo, are calm. There will not be any major events. The three people can deal with themselves, and what he wants to do is to upgrade the weapons, is what he said before. The Tiger Squad cannon along with its technology are sold to Marco Polo, that now, he is going to build a more powerful weapon. As for the technology of the new weapon, he couldn't reveal anymore. The one he is forging is called the Franco cannon. This kind of artillery forging up, quite cumbersome, really need technology, no drawings, even if the gun will be put in front of you, may not be able to build it. The cannon was a rear-mounted smoothbore cannon, composed of a mother cannon and a child cannon. The mother cannon had a slender body tube and a small caliber, equipped with a collimator and a light door, which could be used for long-distance aiming and shooting. The sub-cannon was similar to a small cannon, preloaded with ammunition, which was loaded into the mother cannon in turn and fired, increasing the firing speed. And the advantages of the furlong machine cannon is still a lot of, is definitely a broken enemy weapon, such as the weight. The lightest is only 300 pounds, heavy is only 1,000 pounds, propulsion is convenient, its range can reach a maximum of 2,000 meters, and heat dissipation is fast, is not easy to blow up the chamber, can be used in the river on the boat war, as well as set up the coastal artillery. Li Tianzi soaked in the arsenal almost every day, even without seeing his wife. In January, 5 or 6 days before New Year's Eve, snow falls in torrents, covering the ground with a layer of snow fluff. In this month or so, Beiluo developed rapidly, came step by step, everything went smoothly. Because of a deal with the West, Li Tianzi also expanded the armament. Beiluo's troop strength, from the original 30,000, expanded to 50,000, 5,000 Xuanjia army, resupplemented the full establishment. The Xuanjia army is independent of all the armies and is not counted in the total force, while the main force of the Jinbei army has 15,000 cavalry and 35,000 infantry, and with Su Dingfeng, Li Guangbi, and a host of other worldly good generals to train them. These new recruits are progressing quickly. As for Li Tianzi, he also welcomed the good news that Yu Lu Shui was pregnant. This was undoubtedly the most uplifting news for Li Tianzi. Chapter 87, Distribution of Food and Meat. Ran. Before New Year's Eve, Northern Liang was particularly quiet, terribly quiet, and there was no war. And even less came to seek Li Tianzi's trouble, giving Li Tianzi enough time to develop. Fran machine cannon. Test gun success. The maximum distance of 2,000 meters. This news out. Yang Xian and others, how exciting. Originally thought, made a tiger squatting gun, has been the limit of Li Tianzi's ability. But now, even made more than a tiger squatting gun, but also the horror of the artillery too. Once the equipment into the establishment, get a few hundred, but not to be the North Rang 3 forces, bombardment into a twine? The unification of Northern Liang seemed to be a done deal, and with the end of the year too, Li Tianzi is ready to North Luo's dead heir. A good wash sum, is to give every householder hung with red couplets. Then, this year, the people of Beiluo, finally do not have to starve, and did not happen again to freeze to death. Li Tianzi's previous strategy of food for work, is correct, which also allows many people, for their own new year, earned a small amount of money. Of course, Li Tianzi also from the north, purchased a few thousand sheep, the district a few thousand. For the development of animal husbandry in the north, is not a matter of fact. The Hu people, will one, female, from these 3 places, in batches to buy. Do not look at the north of certain forces, and Li Tianzi's hatred, has reached the point of no common ground, but it does not affect the Beiluo Chamber of Commerce, and the merchants of those forces, to carry out trade. After all, this businessman's eyes, only interests, the court messed up, and what does it have to do with him? There is money not to earn, that is a fool. 3 days before New Year's Eve. These days are the same as in the previous world, and the officials are naturally on vacation and recuperation. It's morning hours, Li Tianzi personally supervised, to the people to send food and meat, each family, to the age, the number of population, the issuance of meat stamps and food stamps vouchers. This is in order to put an end to some people, let a time, and then return to lead another time. After all, although Beiluo has now restarted the law, many people also know the law and abide by the law, do not dare to mess around. But, there are always people with evil intentions who want to cause trouble. Once this notice came out, the entire people of Beiluo, instantly boiled. The notice bored around, but gathered a lot of people. By the order of the king, this year, the people of Beiluo, all can go to the food collection point in each county and village to receive food and meat. Children under the age of 10 years old can receive 3 taels of meat and half a caddy of rice. those who are 10 years old or older can receive half a caddy of meat and 1 caddy of rice. In front of the notice board, the soldier in charge of posting the notice shouted at the top of his voice, "But the prerequisite is that every family first go to the official government or the point set up, register to receive food and meat tickets. Each person is limited to 1. And every household, from the east to the west of the city, go to each point in turn to receive grain and meat, and register them. In addition, the most crucial point, this is the king's favor to the people. Who dares to move a small mind, directly rob others of food and meat stamps, the officials will directly skip the law, directly rebel to impose their death penalty. Such a big event is most likely to go wrong. And if Li Tianzi doesn't come down with a strong dose, these people will still be in disarray." Crowd immediately exploded in the pot. Many people swallowed their saliva. Heard the word meat, the whole person cannot stand. Most people are honest farmers, and the king of Jinbei love people like a son. They naturally will not make trouble. The king of Jinbei is truly the first good parental official in the world today. It's truly a gift from God to us. Yeah, throughout history, no one has been able to do what Prince Jinbei has done. King of Jinbei, long live! Long live the king of Jinbei! I don't know who shouted a hurrah from the side of the crowd, and the other people followed. For these dying people, it was Li Tianzi who gave them the dawn of hope to live. This long live was sent from the bottom of their hearts. They hoped that Li Tianzi could long live, so that the people's life will be better forever. In fact, the people's mind is very simple. Who is good to them who is long live, cannot just refer to the emperor. However, such words, but a group of soldiers were startled. If it is spread out, may also bring their king, what big trouble. However, during this period, the calm northern Lian was surging with dark currents. Ding and Du Xiong, Jincheng Ding Datong, all gathered at Zhu Li Zhou Jin Kai's mansion. And there was a stranger who was not from any of the forces in northern Liang. As for Huangfu Ci, they didn't invite. After all, compared to the other 3 major forces in northern Liang, this Huangfu Ci is naturally counted as the first major lord in northern Liang. The latter does not rely on the court, not to mention those imperial princes of the court, completely independent of all forces, is a true vassal, coupled with the latter's relationship with Li Dingwei is good, so the extermination of Li Tianzi's military secrets, there is no need to notify to this person. All of you are here. Then this official will convey the orders of His Highness the Crown Prince. Earlier, this official has already let you mobilize troops and horses. Prepare for the winter attack on Li Tianzi. Now can be implemented. Is on New Year's Eve. This person, speak full of momentum. Its back broad, tiger back and waist of the bear. It is also led by the state pastor of merging state. The emperor gave his king of Jin Sima Yin, holding 80,000 male soldiers, and its Simas, in the power of the parallel state. Deep-rooted, is the first big valve in the parallel state. That is, a surname in charge of a state. The real big vassals, however, he is now working under Prince Shirji. The 3 of them were very humble in front of Sima Yin. King Jin, don't worry, Li Tianzi's enmity with us is not shared by all. We are not only helping His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, but we are also doing it to help ourselves. Zhou Jin Kai said bluntly. Since the Battle of Wuhuan, they have lost troops and generals. This revenge, can they not go unrequited? Good. 3 of you. At that time, I will also send 50,000 troops from our state of Pingzhou and station them at the border of Beiliang to support you. Sima Yan continued. But this word out, 3 people's face, instantly became bad. Sima Yan's army, stationed at the border of Beiliang. This is really to cheer, even if not out. It is just, but if they and Li Tianzi to play a lose-lose. This guy suddenly sneak attack on their rear and how to do. That Shao family's people. There is no one good thing. Salivating for a long time in northern Liang, may really do some backstabbing things. The 3 people in the end is not stupid. This elimination of a tiny Li Tianzi, with the 3 major forces such as us, it is already enough. How do we still need King Jin's help? Zhou Jin Kai continued to say in a low voice. Moreover, the reputation of these forces in northern Liang, you are not unaware of. If the King of Jin's soldiers and horses were to get involved, would it not be too good for you or even His Highness the Crown Prince? And expose His Highness the Crown Prince in northern Liang's forces? In the end, they are still a little bit afraid of Sima Yin, and they don't want the forces of other states to meddle in the affairs of northern Liang. At the very least, they had to ensure that after this battle was over, their 3 ministries would have a position and absolute say in northern Liang. Chapter 88, Undercurrents. When these words came out, Sima Yan was instantly displeased. Behind him, his son, Sima Shao, said, Gentlemen, we are stationed at the border, but also for your own good. Don't forget the identity of that Li Tianzi. He is the king of Jinbei. Just the word Jinbei. The status of the world's kings is above. If you go out to crusade against him, it is difficult to avoid that the other forces will not be able to take action. That Yuzhou Beiping King Qin Dali is the Jinbei king's life as a very good friend, and that now has been changed. Support Li Tianzi's great general Su Bashan. Two people, if you know Li Tianzi's crisis, is bound to ask for an order to send troops. These two people in the dynasty talk, even His Majesty, I'm afraid that all. So, Jin army stationed at the border, is for you and so on, blocking the soldiers of other state capitals just. As for the credit for exterminating Li Tianzi, the Jin royal house, will not covet a single point, and will absolutely report truthfully to His Highness the Crown Prince. And, His Highness the Crown Prince has already given a new directive to raise the credit for exterminating Li Tianzi. Not only will you be awarded with a marquee, but if you can exterminate Li Tianzi, you will find a way to be awarded with the title of Double Character King. The Double Letter King naturally does not have the same status as the Single Letter King, but at least it is a king. Of course, among the Double Character Kings, except for Jinbei, which belongs to the Li clan alone, even those Single Character Kings have to be respectful when they see them. When these words came out, the three people who were still dissatisfied with Xiaoji immediately put their minds behind them. Their faces were full of excitement. To be crowned king, that is something that honors their ancestors, their three families' ancestors. They haven't produced a king yet. This is true? Ding Nung grabbed the words. Naturally it's true. This is an oracle prepared by the crown prince. Take a look. Sima Xiao spread out a yellow cloth, and on it was clearly stamped with the crown prince's seal. This oracle was originally given to the three of you, so, the three of you have nothing to suspect about us. In the future, we all serve under the crown prince's banner. So what is the difference between you and me? Good. Very good. Seeing that this oracle is real, Zhou Jinkai's mouth shouted repeatedly. Don't worry, King Jin, please go back and tell His Highness the Crown Prince that we will definitely take Li Tianzi's head, and this is our meeting gift for defecting. Extremely, Ding Datong and Du Xiong, too, called it good. The ambition of the three people is not big to say, but also this place in Beiliang, and then sealed a king, for the three people, has been very satisfied. Good, the matter has come to this meeting here. 4 days later, New Year's Eve night, this king hopes to hear, you soldiers under the city of Beiluo City Boy. Of course, if you guys can in one day directly take down Beiluo, His Highness the Crown Prince will be happier. Jin King Sima Yan got up, flung his sleeve robe, and was directly out of the courtyard. Gentlemen, farewell. Sima Xiao saluted and followed him out. It was only after the two left that the expression on Zhou Jinkai's face gradually turned grim. Humph. Something that bullies others. Zhou Jinkai spat out in displeasure. Both of you. This is a good opportunity for us to turn over a new leaf. Don't miss it. That's natural. We'll listen to you, Lord Zhou, on how to fight this battle. Ding Datong and Du Xiong said with smiles. Both of you don't worry. You and I, the three forces, the total army combined is no less than 100,000. What does he, Li Tianzi, have? Maybe, once our army arrives, when the defenders of Beiluo see it, I'm afraid they'll already surrender to the wind and obediently offer up Beiluo City. As for that Li Tianzi, being able to let my three northern Liang departments, so excited to crusade, he is dead, should also feel honored. Zhou Jinkai smiled disdainfully. In their opinion, the previous victory of Li Tianzi was nothing but luck, time and again, taking advantage of their unprepared night attack, resulting in a great defeat. This kind of unseemly tactics, they are most despised. In their opinion, the men of Beiliang, you have to face hard. However, they were feeling that, to eliminate Li Tianzi, this credit, was simply picked up for nothing, or rather, they had not been putting Li Tianzi in their eyes, and even felt that, if they were not scrupulous about where Li Tianzi's special identity was, otherwise, just such a hairy wow, turn over the hand can be destroyed. However, they wouldn't know that this one wrong decision would plunge them into the abyss of doom. Attacking Beiluo, what awaited them would be a relentless blossoming bomb, as well as the world's most advanced weaponry. But then again, these three finished things, the head really does not work, was sold, but also in helping people count money. Xiao George's this meal operation. In fact, it is very obvious. Let Sima Yan troops, on the surface is to help Li Tianzi exterminate the four major forces of the northern Liang, but secretly, is ready to sit down and watch the tigers, so that Li Tianzi and the four major forces of the northern Liang, playing the two defeat, and then send their own real direct line of the army. The entire northern Liang, are in their own pockets. It must be said that this wishful thinking is really good, but unfortunately, he played wrong. The entire northern Liang, are in their own pockets. I have to say, Shoji's this plan, playing really good, but unfortunately, he played wrong. After Sima Yan's father and son left, the forces of the three northern Liang tribes had begun to move. Of course, in the North Liang three forces around, Li Tianzi arranged a lot of brocade guards, secretly monitoring the movements of the three forces. He knew that, with the North Liang three hands, is sooner or later, so, avoiding the enemy to suddenly launch an attack, his powerful intelligence agency, to the three departments of Northern Liang, is incomparably close monitoring, and this will be Li Tianzi, is with Ling Bai, Yang Xian, to go to the farther village county inspection. Now Beiluo has been completely changed. All over the paperwork submitted, are saying that they will be the local governance of how good, the task is completed, how beautiful, the paperwork written, not to mention how good, but these, in the end, is to see is to believe, and the results of all over the world. It is also considered to be a big difference, good to let Li Tianzi some relief, but until from the king's capital of the most remote place, is to let him completely shocked. This place, named in county, is a county bordering the border. This place, desertification is indeed serious. Some can plant the land is not much, but because of the sparse population of the region, will be some deserted land, reclaimed, barely can feed their own, coupled with the official government for the county of and county's target is, as far as possible will be able to plant the field, reclaimed, and then wait for the next year. The family migrated to the west of the place, a piece of grassland to go in development of animal husbandry. However, the governor of Anshan County seems to treat the words of the royal family as bullshit. The land has not been reclaimed, that's all. But Anshan County is surrounded by almost all the people who are starving and skinny. It's as if there isn't a bit of life here. Li Tianzi walked directly to an old man who still had some strength. Why is this happening? Didn't the government allocate food down? Moreover, on New Year's Eve, didn't the king of Jinbei personally send people down to deliver meat and food? The people's lives, why is it so bad? Chapter 89, Han Li votes for who? Oh, the old man smiled bitterly, rather helplessly. I think it's the first time you've come to an county, Your Excellency. Also, as far as Anshan is concerned, a poor place filled with yellow sand. Who would want to come here to create this sin of wind and sand? So, this place, I'm afraid that even Prince Shinbei won't pay too much attention to it. Li Tianzi, however, said anxiously, how could that be? The king of Jinbei treats each and every one of his people as if they were his own son, without discrimination. In every county, messengers have been sent down. Is this all a lie? The old man helplessly returned. This matter is indeed true. When the king of Jinbei implemented the new policy, I and other people of an county, not to mention how happy, the county guard Hanli, is also considered to be personally involved in it. However, this messenger is gone. Hanli is showing his true colors, to our people, is more cynical and hateful, and, our place, the land is originally less. The messenger cannot monitor, naturally do not know, we these people, but also suffered. Later, after the messengers handed over their tasks, they never came again, and Hanli took advantage of this to collect all the money and grain brought by the upper side into his own pocket. As for that so-called holiday benefits, the officials are on their own to send people to the county, with the county, at the same time escorted to the county, although the king, has been positive Beiluo's law. However, this thing, in the end is to treat the symptoms but not the root cause. Beiluo high-level officials, are good, but to the lower level of officials, not necessarily. Once there is no brocade guards to watch, these people greedy heart, it reveals. Li Tianzi's eyes narrowed slightly, and the aura on his entire body was heatedly cold to the extreme. It seems that the move to change the blood of the officials in Beiluo can no longer be delayed. Follow me, gentlemen, and I'll take you to the government house to eat meat and steamed buns. Li Tianzi was stunned. When these words came out, the surrounding people, looked at Li Tianzi, but after seeing Li Tianzi's age, they were a bit deflated. Could it be that Your Excellency is a member of one of the families? Someone inquired curiously. If it's just the people of the family, I'm afraid I can't fight the officials. Nowadays those powerful families are either destroyed or weakened away, and no one dares to mess with the officials. This Hanli for the county guard of an county. The reason why this is so arrogant, its background is in the county. It is very likely that it is Dushan Du adults. What? Li Tianzi was shocked. No wonder no one dares to overstep the bounds of the original backstage Beijing. Can be so big? The current Dushan was the county governor of Beiluo County, and his power was immense. Dushan? Ling Bai was surprised. Lord Dushan has always been diligent in politics, working hard, and during his inauguration, he has loved his people very much. How could he possibly be in bed with corrupt officials? the old man continued. This brother, you may not know that this Hanli is the nephew of the former county governor, and Lord Dushan may not want to see that one person is left behind when all of the Han family is dead. Perhaps, even Lord Dushan doesn't know that this Hanli is here, acting recklessly. Indeed, Dushan has done a great job in the past few months and has been repeatedly sought after and unanimously praised by the local people. It seems that certain people are oppressing the people and enriching themselves under the banner of Lord Dushan. I'd like to see for myself how arrogant this person is, Li Tianzi said in shocked anger. My lord, are you really going to go find trouble with that Hanli? That's an official. The backstage is so hard, the old man continued. Little old man is mainly afraid that you will suffer. Li Tianzi patted the old man's shoulder. Old man, don't worry. Nowadays under the rule of the Jinbei king, this law can still be treated equally. Big deal. I'll sue the county. This matter, the Jinbei king will surely manage it. Seeing that Li Tianzi was so convinced, the surrounding people looked at each other and gathered around. Can you really cure that Hanli? Since this gentleman is willing to stand up for us and seek justice, let's follow. That's right. Instead of starving to death here, it's better to put up a fight. Folks, come on. Let's go to the government office. For a while, under the leadership of Li Tianzi, a group of people were raging, heading towards the official residence. The moment outside the government house has been filled with many people. They are denouncing Hanli. Hanli's behavior has caused the entire county people, all up emotions, have to seek justice. And in the middle of the crowd, several people had fallen, bleeding batches of faces. Hanli, aren't you afraid that the king will find out about what you've done and take your life? That's right. Lawlessness, my North Luo's law, has long changed. So, not afraid I wait until the county to sue you? Oh, yeah, Hanli sneered, seemingly disdainful of these people's words. Around in county, it's only hard to get in and out. Do you think you can get out? And you group of unruly people, each one is as thin as a bone. I guess you can't run out a few miles. You will have to die in the desert. Stay in county. Obediently listen to this official. At least you can still let you not starve. Speaking of which, you should thank this official. Hanli smiled coldly. Is that so? As a governor of an county, you are so negligent of your duties and amassed wealth. Do you think you are very smart? Some things, in the end, paper cannot wrap fire. Heir's life, sooner or later died under the guillotine. Li Tianzi walked in big strides. The words from his mouth were like a cannonball, spreading throughout the interior and exterior of the government office. Everyone's gazes were then directed towards the direction of Li Tianzi and the others. Who's so bold as to scold Hanli like this, when he really doesn't know how to die? Hanli's eyes, on the other hand, narrowed slightly. The person who came was quite new to him, seeing it for the first time. Who is this person? So arrogant, never seen it before, and judging by its dress, it should be from somewhere else. The people around them, talking about it. Who are you? Want to bring this group of people who can't even walk to make trouble? Hanli sneered. Someone who can get you killed. Li Tianzi continued. Hiss. When these words came out, there were boos all around. This kind of mouth is too big. The person in front of me, at least is a county official. The smile on Hanli's face instantly closed. You're from the county? The brocade guards? Li Tianzi shook his head. No. Humph. You're not even a Jinui and you dare to lecture me? Scumbag, you don't have a lot of guts. However, unless the king of Jinbei himself comes with his troops, even if the brocade guards come now, this official is not afraid. Gentlemen, this official has good news to tell you, and that is that this official has already defected to the Hu, and you, all of you, are going to die by this officer's sword. No wonder Hanli dares to be so reckless. So he's found his next family. What? When these words came out, all the people already froze. The next second, the eyes that looked at Hanli were filled with fear. Chapter 90, Execution by Decapitation. Are you going to kill all our people in county? The crowd that heard this trembled, but they didn't dare to resist. Of course, you can also become slaves of the Human clan, which can save a life. Hanli continued. Slaves? We're not slaves. You want to kill us? We'll kill you. Finally, someone couldn't resist resisting. One after another, they rushed towards Hanli. Seek death. Hanli retreated a few steps. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Just at this time, dozens of arrows, from within the walled courtyard of the government office, shot out, and the sharp arrows directly killed several people on the spot. Immediately afterward, about 100 or so Hoosier soldiers ran out. Among them, there are a few hundred Yamen who follow Hanli as a tiger, also rushed out from the government office, and then all the people, all surrounded. Whoever dares to move will be killed directly. And after seeing the Hoosiers, The crowd was finally convinced that Han Li had really defected to the Hoosiers. Han Li, what's the point of wasting words with a bunch of pariahs? Just kill them directly. That centurion of the Hu tribe said rather disdainfully. The people who were originally still making trouble were so frightened that they backed away and didn't dare to come closer. Li Tianzi's eyes instantly widened. Brilliant days, colluding with the Hu people, slaughtering the people. Han Li, you really have been a good official. Li Tianzi was about to step out, but the old man behind him grabbed his arm. A strong dragon can't suppress a snake. Not to mention that Han Li has already defected to the Hu people. If we dare to rush up now, we're just sending ourselves to death. The old man now regretted why he followed Li Tianzi and came to take this risk. Only, they didn't know that the identity of the person in front of them. They had really met a nobleman this time. Old man, don't worry, this Han Li won't be able to bounce around for long, Li Tianzi said confidently. And in full view of everyone, Li Tianzi took a big step forward. Han Li frowned slightly. Kid, young and foolish, you're really not afraid to die. Li Tianzi was not the least bit afraid of Han Li. Han Li, fornicating with the enemy is a dead end. Don't you know that? Han Li snorted coldly. Li Tianzi annihilated the entire Han family. If not for my old son's cleverness in begging Du Shang to save his life, this is how he picked up a life. Wanting me to serve him, Li Tianzi, a fool's dream. I don't share the same fate as him. Sooner or later, I will chop Li Tianzi's head off. Of course, he was just saying this arrogantly. Anyway, Li Tianzi is not here. It is just to show his attitude in front of the Hu people. Oh, Li Tianzi's eyes shone with a cold aura, a murderous aura, surfacing from his body. Han Li, you won't live. Take it down. Li Tianzi waved his hand. Ling Bai, as well as the dozen or so guards behind him, drew their swords. Kid, a mere dozen people. How dare you make a move? Kill him, kill him. Han Li shouted. The magistrates behind him saw this and immediately swung their swords towards the brocade guards to kill them. The surrounding people, frightened, dispersed. Moreover, for Li Tianzi and the others, it was even more difficult to know what words to use to describe it. Anyway, it just felt that the guts were too big. A dozen or so people dared to take action against a few hundred people. Han Li, the person standing in front of you is the Jinbei King. How dare you make a move against the Jinbei King? Ling Bai growled. I am Ling Bai, the commander of the Jinyui. I advise you to stop quickly, or else, die without a whole body. As soon as these words came out, Han Li's body was as if he had been electrocuted, and he looked at Li Tianzi in a daze. He instantly shook his head. Impossible. This is never possible. You're trying to scare me. How could the Jinbei King come to a place like this? Kill him, kill him. However, this would be Han Li, who was already afraid. Combining the age and temperament of the person in front of him, the latter could really be the king of Jinbei. But things have come to this point, he has no way out. Even if the person coming is really the king of Jinbei, then all he can do is to kill Li Tianzi. If he can kill Li Tianzi, just this one merit, it is able to let him in the Hu people tribes, as a high-level official, or even a marquis may be possible. As soon as he thought of this person, he felt that his breathing has become very short, and those Hu people, after hearing Ling Bai's words, also immediately put the weapons in their hands and gave them to be drawn out one after another. Whether you are the king of Jinbei or not, this general will kill you. The Hu-man centurion waved his big hand, and all the Hu-men killed Li Tianzi. However, they seem to have forgotten that Li Tianzi had more than just a dozen people with him on his private visit. In his surroundings, he was followed by at least 100 brocade guards. Shoo, 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 shoo. Just when the Hu people were about to kill in front of Li Tianzi, countless sharp arrows were shot over, and the Hu people and the magistrates, in a moment, were shot down by the sharp arrows, and a large number of them were shot down one after another. The brocade guards are here. Among the crowd, the brocade guards took off their civilian clothes, revealing their flying fish suits, and holding their embroidered spring swords, they came towards the enemy army to kill. The entrance of the brocade guards was inevitably a crushing gesture, harvesting the lives of the enemies, as if what was in front of the brocade guards was not an enemy, but grass, arbitrarily allowing them to harvest. This is simply a one-sided massacre, and one can't help but gulp at the sight of it. Those Yamen, seeing the situation, turned and fled. As for Ling Bai, between a few figures, he scurried to the front of Han Li, and with just one kick, he knocked Han Li to the ground. Dog officer, if you are a good official, even if you are surnamed Han, the Lord will not kill you, but you are like this. You really deserve to be dismantled. Ling Bai was enraged. This time, the 100 soldiers of the Huron army had all been beheaded by the brocade guards. In this kind of skirmish, the Jinyui could almost be said to be special warriors. and no one was a match for them. My lord, what should we do with this person? Ling Bai inquired, and he threw Han Li, like a dead dog, onto the ground. Lord, wrong, I'm wrong. I'm the one who got carried away and mistakenly trusted the Hu people, harming the townsfolk. Please Lord, give humble servant a chance to atone for his sins. Please forgive me Lord. This time, even if I am allowed to be a beggar or an animal. How arrogant Han Li was just now. How wretched this would be. Do you think this king can keep you? Li Tianzi's body slightly bent down, looking at the shivering Han Li. This fellow, who was actually scared to wet his pants. Kill. A word kill. Extraordinarily cold. Lord spare. Ling Bai's hand rose up and chopped off Han Li's head with a single stroke of his sword, and the blood splattered Li Tianzi's face. Li Tianzi got up and used a handkerchief to dry the blood from his face. The people of An County, on the other hand, reacted and looked at Li Tianzi with incredulous eyes, especially the few old men who had talked to Li Tianzi before. This would be even more excited and astonished. Though An County was remote, their king did not give up on them. Chapter 91, Gathering the Generals for Deliberation. You are the king of Jinbei? In a poor countryside like An County. I didn't expect you to really come. That old man fluttered, and was kneeling on the ground. Please save the king of Jinbei's life. Save the people of An County. Please save the king of Jinbei. The people of An County, one by one, knelt on the ground and kowtowed vigorously towards Li Tianzi. In the hearts of the common people, there is nothing to wish for but to have a full meal and not to suffer from war. Looking at a group of old people whose bones were as thin as firewood and whose vitality was fading away, Li Tianzi's eyes were slightly red, and his heart was quite unfavorable. Folks, is the king of the use of people is not clear, leading to the people of An County, suffered such a scourge. This is the king of the use of people's faults. The use of people is not clear, but the king can guarantee to the folks. This kind of thing, in the future will not happen. Ling Bai, open the barn and release the grain. Let the townspeople have a good full meal. Li Tianzi said through gritted teeth. Promise. Ling Bai bowed. My lord, we don't have enough men. After all, what about the 7,000 or 8,000 people? I can cook. The people below sniffed and raised their hands, volunteering to sign up as cooks. I can too. All starving to death. These people, naturally, are incredibly proactive. Granted. Li Tianzi nodded. Hundreds of people heard, immediately went to their homes, to get pots and pans, originally so hungry cannot walk the road of the little old man, in order to a mouthful of food. This will also be fit as a fiddle. The streets and alleys throughout Ontario County are full of cookstoves, and in the An County government office, all the grain and money allocated from the county, as well as the mutton that had just recently been distributed, were piled up in the government storehouse. Until noon, the entire An County, all streets, houses, etc., are overflowing with fragrance, and this meal, it is estimated that the people have eaten the most fragrant meal. This meal, but added Li Tianzi's special spices, the flavor is incomparable. These people, if they hadn't met Li Tianzi, they probably wouldn't have been able to eat such a meal in their entire lives. The people are well fed, but in County, this place, cannot be a day without the magistrate. He also sent people back, grabbed Dushong to arrange for officials to come. Of course, this is also to remind Dushong, the person he bailed out, in An County in the end to do something. Late afternoon, a fast horse, 800 miles, galloped wildly straight into the county office of An County, and when he arrived outside the gate of the mansion, he ran into the mansion at a fast pace. Report, my lord, Military Master Yang Xian has sent an 800-mile expedited letter. Seeing Li Tianzi, the messenger immediately knelt down. Li Tianzi frowned slightly. Immediately, he took the letter. This is such a close place. Yang Xian used 800 miles expedited to come to send a message. I'm afraid that this sent the news must be to be secret. Opening the letter up, his brows instantly furrowed. Good. 3 major forces of northern Liang, all near New Year's Eve, all restless. Li Tianzi had thought that since the battle in the grassland, he could at least have a good year, but he didn't expect that these 3 guys, they were really impatient to send death. However, it is good to eliminate the 3 as soon as possible, so that the unification of northern Liang, so that the 8 counties of northern Liang in the hands of his power, will expand several times, even in the face of the threat of some people in the court, but also can have some backbone. Ling Bai, leave behind a commander, as well as 50 brocade guards to lead the government affairs of An County, and the rest of the brocade guards, immediately returned to Beiluo with this king, Li Tianzi said in a vibrant voice, and was heading outside the government office. Ling Bai was quite puzzled, so he followed behind and inquired, Lord, what's the matter that's so urgent? Zhou Jin Kai, Ding Datong, and Du Xiong, have already forcibly assembled nearly 100,000 soldiers and horses, wanting to make a move against my Beiluo. However, they originally wanted to sneak around and catch our Beiluo off guard, but they didn't want to think that my Beiluo's intelligence organization could be so big. Li Tianzi stroked his chin. Li Tianzi was not afraid of these three forces joining forces. So what if they had an army of 100,000? When he was in the grassland, he had already learned the power of these three forces. So to speak, it was a bunch of rabble. Moreover, these three families, united together, are not of one heart and one mind, but are each harboring their own agenda, and they can't become a climate at all. Just a few days away from New Year's Eve, Li Tianzi estimated that these three forces, still gathering troops, would most likely make a sneak attack on Beiluo on New Year's Eve. Li Tianzi went back and spent nearly a day until the next morning when he arrived at Beiluo. Yang Xian had already called back all the generals of Beiluo, before Li Tianzi rushed back, and more than 50,000 troops, long since assembled, were stationed just outside the city. In the middle of the city hall, the civil and military ministers, standing left and right. Li Tianzi walked straight through the middle of the civil and military ministers. Now, under Li Tianzi's command, the civil officials and military generals, their wings are growing. Text, Yang Xian, Du Sheng, Han Wenzhou, Jin Zhaobao, Ma Datong, Wu Su Dingfeng, Li Guangbi, Ling Bai, Xian Longyu, Qi, Wei Yan, Zhang Ba, Shatash, He Jian, Xian Eruo, Tang Zhenye, Li Tianba and others, especially in terms of military generals. Just mentioning one out of the blue as a charging general. Li Tianzi flung his sleeve robes and said blandly, "Everyone, all of you, be excused. The three forces of Northern Liang, they came too fast. Let's hurry up and talk about the countermeasures." In fact, Li Tianzi had thought about it all the way back to Beiluo. Actually, the three major forces in Beiluo no longer posed any threat to him. After all, he had the bottom card of Huangfu Ci. Yang Xian stroked his beard, stepped out, and said, "My lord, Zhou Jin Kai Bei Liang 3 Coalition Army, a group of rabble, forcibly put together enough 100,000 troops. We do not hide. Head-on battle, can also win. But this method, the only drawback is that it might be hurting the enemy 1,000 times and damaging yourself 800 times. So, I feel that I can make a surprise attack from Huangfu Ci's territory, turn around and go directly behind the three major forces, and uproot their cities, as much as possible. But at the moment, our biggest enemy is probably the Jin King Sima Yan of the parallel state." According to the report from the secret guards, Sima Yan has already led a large army into Beiliang, and is mainly focusing on Huangfu Ci. And if we want a sneak attack off the three major power cities and towns, we have to exterminate Sima Yan's army first. But once this clashes with Sima Yan's army, if this matter spreads out, ha ha ha, Li Tianzi smiled faintly. Since even the three forces of Northern Liang, he has to clean up together. Still afraid of a Sima Yan not? Don't worry. Sima Yan's entry into Northern Liang was under the guise of helping this king, and if he really dares to make a move against this king, then this king won't be the least bit polite. Moreover, Sima Yan came here at this time. I'm afraid that he doesn't just want to spy on this king. He wants to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, watching this king in his two defeats, and then send out troops to take away the whole of Northern Liang. This little scheme, this king is not unable to hear it. Chapter 92, Pre-War Deployment. That's right, where that Xiaoji's forces are concerned, just exterminate them all. Why do we need to reason with him? Li Tianba said angrily. The last general is willing to take the lead. Without waiting for Li Tianba to finish, Xian Longyu immediately stepped out to grab the words. Old Xiang, this kind of thing where a pioneer is looking for death. Why do you always grab it with me? Li Tianba skimmed his mouth. Every time, after Lao Zi finishes speaking, you come to snatch the job. Yuanba, who are you and I to each other? We are both old men who have followed our lord around. Is mine not yours? Xian Longyu deliberately patted Li Yuanba's shoulder. That won't work either. I'm not going to fall for it. Li Yuanba had been tricked several times, and his brain, even if it was no longer simple, was able to think that Xian Longyu, this guy was full of ghost words and specialized in tricking him. Watching the two argue, Li Tianzi would smile. These generals under his command, the atmosphere is really quite good. Each warlike, Li Tianzi's favorite. Is this kind of tough generals? Alright gentlemen, this battle, we can't miss. It is necessary to achieve success in one battle. All generals, act, Li Tianzi said in a revitalized voice, and the expression on its face, became incredibly serious. Listen to the king's order. In. The generals straddled the stand, stepping out one step after another, holding hands and clasping fists. First, order Tang Jinye, as the main general of North Gate Pass, to command the 5,000 troops of North Gate Pass, Li Tianzi ordered, taking out the token arrow in his hand. Tang Jinye was confused. Lord, the last general can also go to the battlefield. Since coming to Beiluo, the last general has been practicing and has never properly led an army to the battlefield. This time, it is about the great plan of Northern Liang. How can the last general be absent? Speaking of which, he's still a full general under the king's command. But, why doesn't the king use him? Li Tianzi's face had a condensed expression. Tang Jinbei, do you think that this king, by placing you at the North Gate Pass, is not paying attention to you? On the contrary, this king is to throw you in the most important position in this battle. You know, the Northern Liang chaos, foreign people, inevitably covet the North Gate Pass. If this time, the North Gate Pass attack, the North Gate Pass to take away, its troops will be directed to the North Luo City, and the North Luo City is the king's foundation is located, and definitely cannot be lost. And among the many generals, is there one whose skill in defending the city can be compared to yours? This, after a few words, Tang Jinye was speechless. Li Guangbi said, General Tang, you are the one who should be responsible for guarding the North Gate Pass. In terms of defending the city, none of the generals can match you. Yes, General Tang, Xian Longyu, Li Tianba and other generals, but they praised Tang Jinye to the skies. Of course, they were also afraid that if Tang Jinbei didn't go to defend the city, it would be them who would defend the city. Tang Jinbei was praised to be embarrassed, immediately took the order. Lord, is the last general disregard the overall situation? The last general this will go to guard the North Gate Pass. As long as there is the last general in the foreign race, those small people don't want to cross the North Gate Pass a step. Aha! Li Tianzi nodded his head in a rather satisfied manner before looking at Su Dingfeng. Su Dingfeng, this king has left you with 5,000 Xuanjia troops to stay at Beiluo City, so that you may lead this troop and hold back the main army of the 3 northern Liang tribes for a month? Su Dingfeng stepped out. If it's the Xian armor army, not to mention a month, even if the last general is allowed to guard it for half a year, there's no problem. He had seen the power of the Xian armor army, and with such an army stationed in Beiluo, not to mention the enemy army, even a fly wouldn't be able to fly in. Good. Li Tianba, Xian Aruo, He Jian, the 3 of you will stay behind as General Su's vice-generals, and you will listen to General Su, along with Lords Han and Du, for any matters in this city. Li Tianzi continued. This would be, Li Tianba didn't refuse to guard the city, and immediately stepped out and received the order. After all, the North Gate Pass that Tang Jinye was stationed at, might not be able to engage the foreigners in battle. Those foreigners were all scared of being beaten, and naturally, they wouldn't go south again. While guarding Beiluo City, he was facing the real main force of the 3 northern Liang departments. He had endless battles to fight, letting him kill them all at once. However, this time Su Dingfeng defending the city, but it is convenient. The back is the arsenal. What materials, warehouses are piled up. You can fight while building, or the mighty Franco cannon. This can be fired out in the city. I'm afraid, this time, the army is going to be headless and blown around. This powerful weapon, also the Tiger Squat cannon, has fought with the enemy, or with the Hu, and now it is a more powerful artillery. Enough for the enemy to drink a pot of water. The rest of the generals, lead 50,000 troops with this king and head out of Xining City for a fierce battle against Sima Yan, Li Tianzi said in a rousing voice. Promise. The generals led the order, drinking like thunder, resounding throughout the hall. On the faces of these generals, there was not the slightest bit of fear or dread. There was only excitement. For them, this was all a military honor for nothing. Don't want it for nothing. Okay, all go down and get ready for battle. Early tomorrow morning, the king will first lead his troops to attack. Li Tianzi gave an eviction order. We will retire. The generals retreated slowly. Only Du Shang, Yang Xian, and Han Wenzhou did not leave. And Du Shang hesitated for a while before kneeling in front of the temple and pressing his head firmly to the ground. My lord, I am guilty of compassion and misuse of the wrong person, harming the people of An County. I ask my lord to punish me for my sins. Li Tianzi thought that this guy, Du Shang, was really not going to utter a word. He had actually been waiting for Du Shang to give himself an account. After all, he had already asked Ling Bai to spread the news deliberately. Du Shang took the initiative to admit his mistake. That is to show that he is still in his heart for his master. If there is no explanation for admitting his mistake, then it is a different situation for the time being. Alright, get up. This king has already investigated clearly. This matter has nothing to do with Lord Du, Li Tianzi said lightly. A hegemonic and majestic aura, which was clearly swept away from his body, But the frightened Du Xiong was trembling. In Li Tianzi's body, he still felt for the first time what is called accompanying the king as accompanying a tiger. In fact, Li Tianzi was also a bit angry. He had given the order to exterminate the entire Han family, but Du Xiong even secretly hit a person of the Han family. This is not provoking his king's authority? Sometimes, this royal way is a study. As the top, you have to let the subjects in respect and fear and admiration will die to follow you. The key is your mind. To let the ministry cannot guess. My lord, I am guilty. I shouldn't have harbored Han Lees and caused a great disaster. I ask that I punish myself with half a year's salary and inform the counties and cities of Beiluo. Du Xiong continued. Oh, Li Tianzi smiled faintly. The result he wanted had been achieved. Well, this king doesn't blame you. The punishment of half a year's salary is waived. Just punish it for 3 days. In the future, such things should not be committed. When these words fell, Yang Xian immediately said, Lord Du, why don't you kowtow and thank the Lord for his great favor? When Du Xiong heard this, he also took advantage of the situation and hurriedly returned. My humble servant thanks the Lord for his great kindness. Li Tianzi also did not want to really punish, but just knocked Du Xiong. Long memory is enough. Chapter 93, The Arrogant Northern Liang Three Giants. Well, get up. Is this king that intimidating? Li Tianzi smiled faintly. Not scary? Why not? That seemingly harmless face actually harbors a hidden murderous intent. Thank you, Lord. Du Xiong obediently stood to the side, secretly relieved. Anyone who dared to underestimate Li Tianzi would be in real trouble. Han Wenzhou, you'll have to work harder tonight, taking charge of the army's food and clothing for the next few days. Li Tianzi looked toward Han Wenzhou. Han Wenzhou said, Don't worry, my lord. As early as when my lord was on his way back to Beiluo, my humble servant had already prepared all the grain and grass. Oh, sure enough, it's so cool to have someone in this hand who can use it. What you have to do alone, handily, is done for you. So, much easier indeed. Good, all of you gentlemen, all have the talent to help the world. Once this battle is won, this king will be able to total the whole of Beiliang, and the strength will increase greatly. Thereafter, see who else dares to provoke the majesty of this king? Li Tianzi's fists clenched. Help the Lord to win. The crowd made a bow and clasped their fists. Everything is ready. All we need is an east wind. Frankie Cannon now has 30, put in the city. As for 100 Tiger squatting cannon, Li Tianzi to take away all. Tiger squatting cannon light, suitable for rapid movement combat, just to go to fight Sima Yan. Early the next morning, Li Tianzi led 50,000 soldiers and horses, is to Tianwei County. At this moment, Huangfu Ci, who got the news from the secret guards, had quietly assembled 40,000 troops, and the 10,000 Northern Liang Iron Cavalry under his command had all been mobilized from the border. In this way, Sima Yan's 50,000 troops have to face Li Tianzi's 90,000 troops. Of course, although Sima Yan did not have the advantage in terms of troop strength, but the army's fighting strength was extremely high. In fact, the Iron Cavalry of the Parallel State, back then, was also known throughout the world, with a very strong fighting force, and Li Tianzi's 50,000 troops, half of them are just recruited new soldiers, also only trained for more than a month. Li Tianzi should be glad that the people who live in Beiluo have seen blood, and the people's culture is also very tough. As long as the recruitment into the army, after a little training, can be comparable to the general on the battlefield soldiers. New Year's Eve, the whole of North Law was busy. Most of those county officials in Beiluo's front station used to be under Zhao Yan's command, and when they saw the army of the three forces coming, they even surrendered to the wind. Wo Wu and Du Tao, the generals under Ding and Taisho Du Xiong, led the 30,000 vanguard army, their speed getting faster and faster, and the thrill of capturing the city was very enjoyable for them. As for Zhou Jinkai, Du Xiong, and Ding Datong, they led the main army and followed behind. Report! A fast horse, quickly galloping in, stopped in front of Zhou Jinkai and the others. The three cavalry commanders, Generals Guo Wu and Du Tao, have already led the vanguard army, driving forward for 100 miles, and wherever they passed, they surrendered to the wind and, it's already almost at the bottom of Beiluo City. What? The three of them looked at each other for a moment. It was also very exciting. They didn't expect the attack on Beiluo to go so smoothly. It seems that once my three armies of Northern Liang come, the recently famous Li Tianzi Jinbei army is nothing more than that. When they see our army, they are not holding their heads and scurrying away. Gentlemen, everything is going a little better than we expected. Zhou Jinkai laughed out loud. Tell Guo Wu and Du Tao to find a way to kill the Jinbei army's sharpness again, and kill a few Jinbei army generals by way of challenge. Nuwa, the soldier answered, while immediately turning his horse around and heading in the direction of Beiluo. Lord Zhou, shouldn't we speed up our advance as well? Ding Datong proposed. No matter, Beiluo, around a dozen counties, has surrendered to us. That Beiluo city is within reach. This we are from Beiluo city. There are more than 100 miles. If we want to catch up with Guowu, Du Tao's army, at least need to march. Why do we need to suffer from that crime? Zhou Jinkai said indifferently. However, if that young lord or general is willing to lead the army, I can give him 20,000 cavalry to catch up with the front army. And seeing Guowu and Du Tao attacking the city so quickly, Zhou Debao, Du Fei, and Ding Neng, who had a grudge against Li Tianzi, immediately couldn't help themselves. Father, we wish to go. The three men immediately clasped their fists. Aha! The three Zhou Jinkai nodded. Good. Worthy of being the son of my three northern Liang vassals, to have such boldness. Good. Then the three of you can just go. Though, keep yourself safe as well. Zhou Debao smiled faintly. Father, don't worry. Before letting Li Tianzi sneak attack and win. Now, we are on the front, leading 100,000 troops to, that Li Tianzi will not be scared to piss his pants? Ding Nang and Du Fei also chimed in. Please rest assured, Father, we will definitely make Li Tianzi pay. Even chop off Li Tianzi's head. Good. The three of you are so confident that you will surely be able to win. The three of us who are fathers are the ones who will lead the main army and wait for the good news of your victory. Ding Datong continued. We take our leave. The three of them bowed, and they ran towards Guowu's vanguard army, the allied forces of the three divisions at this time, not to mention how complacent and arrogant they were. In their eyes, Li Tianzi was already just someone who was going to die. Li Tianzi, aren't you arrogant? Didn't you repeatedly make us suffer? This time, you won't be able to escape from the palm of my hand. The moment, on the city of Beiluo, Su Dingfang stood on top of the city tower, cloak hunting, rustling, overlooking not far away, sweeping sand and dust, as well as the sound of the iron hooves of that warhorse, extraordinarily crisp. At this time Su Dingfang's mentality of a shift, quite a marshal's like, Zhou Debao and other 50,000 troops, in great numbers, marched to the bottom of Beiluo city in black. At this moment, the entire Beiluo, as if there were black clouds pressing down on the city and wanting to destroy it. Coming, Su Dingfang's eyes suddenly opened, and he pressed his hands on top of the female wall in front of him. Good timing. Later on, the last general will go down and really kill him. Li Tianba could no longer hold back. The beating drummer and hammer in his hand was already leaping to life. Don't worry, General Li Tianba, there are more enemies than you can kill. But when the sand and dust dispersed, the silhouette of the enemy army was clearly revealed to Su Dingfang. Didn't the rumors say that the three major forces of northern Liang came with an army of 100,000? But looking at the scale in front of us, it's only as many as 40,000 to 50,000. Su Dingfang said offhandedly. Although he is young, but from childhood and his father, south and north, combat experience is very rich. How much the enemy, casually look at a glance, can explore the scale. Could it be the enemy's advance troops? He Jian suddenly said. These three northern Liang divisions, this time, gathered 100,000 troops, and they are raging, while the county magistrates of the various cities in Beiluo, they all surrendered to the wind. So it's a bit faster. But then again, these surrendered magistrates do deserve to die. Chapter 94, Li Tianba beat several generals in a row. Oh, Su Dingfang smiled faintly, but also did not have the slightest intention to blame. It's normal. These county officials left behind by Zhao before are a group of people who are greedy and afraid of death. And even more so are wallflowers. Whoever's power is strong, who will they defect to? And, it's hands and no soldiers and horses. See, the enemy 100,000 troops came. Naturally is surrendered. There is no big fuss. However, after this battle, this Beiluo's officials, is bound to be a good change. He, Su Dingfang, had seen too many situations like this in front of him. These officials, who did not have a high affiliation with Li Tianzi, surrendered in order to survive, which was actually considered normal. Tell the whole army, line up to meet the enemy, until the Lord returns. Everyone can't take a step back. The Xuanjia army all died in the battle. The people in the city come up, and fight with the enemy to the end of the actual battle. Su Dingfang clenched his fists and heavily smashed them on top of the female wall in front of him. Promise. He Jian received the order and then went down to command. This He Jian, in fact, is also a talent. He is actually not suitable for generals, but suitable for internal affairs, but quite a few Confucianism. Dum 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 dum. Below, the enemy army's war drums, ringing the sky and earth, like a burst of thunder rolling, that killing shouts are even more skyward. The momentum is majestic. Kill, 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 must be under the successive siege. The morale of this army has been all mobilized, is to let them feel that, if the front battle, the reputation of the Junbei army, but also a pile of garbage. However, this is not a bad thing for the Junbei army, so it will allow the enemy to fall off the guard, thus belittling the Junbei army. In this way, the enemy 3 coalition forces is bound to pay a terrible price. As the 3 young masters watch, I will go and call for battle and kill a few of his Junbei army's generals to thwart the enemy's vigor. The great general, Du Tao, immediately drank. General Du is mighty. If you behead the general of the Junbei army, when I get to my father's presence, I will personally ask for credit for you, Du Fei said in a rousing voice. Thank you, young lord, Du Xiong said, and then he carried his weapon and ran out to kill. He came straight to a position a few dozen meters away from the bottom of Beiluo city, raised his head and shouted, "Listen to the Junbei army on the city. I am Du Xiong, the general of the allied forces. The generals in the city of Beiluo, seeing my allied army coming, have already surrendered to the wind, and my 100,000 troops are already on their way here. It's still not too late for you to surrender." Du Xiong's voice was loud, like the sound of thunder. Li Tianba's eyes narrowed slightly, and anger rose in his heart. Outrageous! This fierce battle in front of the formation has always been about my Li's people defying others. How can anyone else defy my Li? Du Xiong is it? Do you dare to fight with me, Li Tianba? Li Tianba was the top general, with his own pride and backbone. How could he be threatened by a small second-rate war general? This Du Xiong, however, has a reputation, but its martial arts may not be high, even if it is a first-class martial artist. Li Tianba naturally not afraid. The lower medium first-class martial artists. In front of him, there is no bad luck, but also a hammer. If Li Tianba really wants to start a rage, even if Li Tianzi comes, I am afraid that it will be difficult to resist his terrifying hammer. Oh, Du Xiong turned from amazement to incomparable surprise. He hadn't even finished his arrogant words. Surprisingly, someone has taken the initiative to send someone to their death. Isn't that taking the initiative to send someone's head? That said, he was still very confident in his martial arts. Arrogant man. Come down quickly and fight with this general, Du Xiong said impatiently. He had wanted to say that he would pick Li Tianba off with a single shot, but he was thinking, what if the other party was bluffed by his words? He immediately held it back. Good. Wait and don't run. This general is very good at fighting. I don't know out of what kind of mentality Li Tianba's mouth would actually say such a sentence. Even Su Dingfang and the other generals were not nearly choked by Li Tianba's sentence. With that, Li Tianba went down to the city. Crunch! He was holding 2 drum-earned gold hammers and ran out, and was 30 meters away from Du Xiong. This Du Xiong, I'm afraid he's met his match this time. I don't know. Can it carry General Li Tianba's hammer? Shen Eruo inquired curiously. Difficult. He Jian spat out such a word. Alright, since the enemy army wants to seek death, then let General Li Tianba have a good kill. Su Dingfang smiled faintly. Beat the drums in support of our Junbei army, and knock the air out of it. He guessed that this Northern Liang coalition army was afraid that it would be very arrogant, but he didn't expect that these guys had been arrogant to such an extent. And this one comes up and picks the best one. Dum 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 dum. Both sides of the sound of the war drums, hurricane is ringing. However, even this war drum sound, knocking obviously also make a difference. Junbei army war drums, knocking more momentum, and this war drums, but above the battlefield. The fastest way to enhance the morale of the soldiers. As for Du Xiong, looking in front of him, Li Tianba, who was a head taller than himself and bigger than him, in the back of his throat, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Before the fight even started, he was intimidated by Li Tianba, but he quickly shook his head to clear it. What's the use of being big? Maybe it's bulky and he'd lose a lot of face on this one if he retreated back at this time. Li Tianba, right, good, I will remember you. You will be the first Junbei army general that I will behead. Kill! Du Xiong shouted violently, and with a furious momentum, he killed towards Li Tianba. Good timing, just looking for death. Li Tianba had already tried his best to suppress his killing aura, and he didn't move in place, just waiting for Du Xiong to come. The people from the coalition army, seeing that Li Tianba didn't move, immediately thought that Li Tianba was afraid. This guy, he couldn't have been scared silly by General Du Xiong. Surprisingly, he doesn't even dare to move? Ding Nong scoffed. That's not true. This is my Ding An's second greatest general who has killed countless enemies. That Li Tianba is probably scared silly by General Du Xiong's killing aura. Du Fei scoffed at once. However, the next second they would be completely dumbfounded. Kid, you're not scared silly, are you? And you don't even dare to move? In the blink of an eye, Du Xiong had already killed in front of Li Tianba. Boom! In an instant, Li Tianba's body, infinite murderous aura, like an evil ghost released from hell, erupted into the sky. Just that murderous aura alone made Du Xiong's face change greatly, and his chest was a depressing and dull. No, not good, Du Xiong secretly said, his heart scared. It was only now that he realized just how big the gap between himself and Li Tianba was. Li Yuanba was furious and incomparable, wild and paradoxical people. In this world, only the Lord can shout lousy stupid. Others, through and through have to die. Whooshing. Under that hammer, it was a vast destructive killing aura, directly attacking Du Xiong's chest. This hammer was enough to kill Du Xiong. Chapter 95, The Franchise Cannon in Action. Bang! The enemy general Du Xiong stopped his lance in front of himself, trying to forcefully stop Li Tianba's hammer. However, he had overestimated his own strength and underestimated Li Tianba. This hammer contained the strength of 1,000 pounds. Pust! It is listening to a loud sound. In the air under the sound, Du Xiong's body, presenting the shape of a bow, as if shot out of a cannonball, straight shot out, and the blood, especially a long red ribbon, in mid-air, wipe out. Then as if he were a dead dog, he slammed down heavily on the ground and died on the spot. Gollum! The sound of the drums came to an abrupt end, and with such a result, looking at everyone, their eyes were about to fall out. A hammer, just a hammer. Du Xiong even went to intercept it, but as a result, that lance was broken by the hammer. For the allied side, he couldn't accept this result. How could this be possible? General Du Xiong is a great general of Dingen. How could he not be able to stop even one hammer? This Li Tianba is a bit too fierce? Du Fei couldn't believe it and didn't want to believe it. The most fortunate or Guo Wu. He and Du Xiong's combat strength. In fact, not much difference. Even Du Xiong was seconded. If he just showed off his ability to go up, then now lying on the ground, can be him. Don't disorganize yourself, Zhou Jinzai immediately said. It must be because Du Xiong is too weak. That general, willing to continue to fight. But this time, no one dared to go out to fight. Each one looked at each other, just like the face. By others ruthlessly slapped a few slaps. Li Tianba sneered, not even looking at Du Xiong. He thought that Du Xiong was so arrogant, his strength must be very strong. But as a result, he couldn't even take one of his hammers. So he was simply a waste. Hey, the other side's thieving generals. You and the others don't have a lot of guts. Dare to offend the king of Jinbei? A rebel truly remains a rebel. Weren't you all arrogant just now? Come, continue to fight with this general. Aren't they called Northern Liang warriors? Why? Have they all become weaklings? Li Tianba gripped his double hammers tightly and provoked vigorously. A group of generals from the Northern Liang coalition army, listening to these words, were immediately infuriated. Thinking about their Northern Liang generals, in the eyes of outsiders, that can be a tough general. How can they be so provoked and insulted? Damn, this guy is just too cocky. Is he provoking all of us? I don't believe it. He alone can win against so many of us? For a while, these generals of the allied forces, indignant, had a tendency to come out of the formation. Hey, actually, we don't have to fight one-on-one against each other. I'll fight as many warlords as you have. Come, old me is already like this. You guys won't still be afraid, right? Li Tianba continued to deliberately provoke. Zhou Debao couldn't stand it anymore. What are you guys waiting for? If you're angry, just rush up and fight. Let Li Tianba know how powerful we are. Li Tianba, don't be arrogant. I will come to fight you. Right at this moment, a general in the army finally couldn't help himself and ran out on his horse, holding a big sword, and attacked Li Tianba directly. I'll battle you too, arrogant man. If you want to battle all of us, then let's see if you have the skills. The 8 Northern Liang war generals directly killed towards Li Tianba. Damn, this group of assholes, do they still want to lose face? So many people beat up one person. How dare they think of it? He Jian on the city was indignant. Be at ease. These guys are nothing more than giving General Li Tianba some more honor. Su Dingfang was not in the least bit anxious. Just from the point of view of aura, the 8 generals on the opposite side of the room were no match for Li Tianba. Good timing. All of them will become ghosts under this general's hammer. Li Tianba moved. Facing this group of little caramels was hardly a substantial threat to him. Bang, 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 bang. Li Tianba holding double hammers hundreds of pounds of weight. seemingly unwieldy, but this hammer in its hands is incomparably easy. Just listen to the sound of the weapon's collision. Like the symphony is pleasant, clanking constantly ringing, sparks burst up, but you can hear the sound of the weapons, also mixed with heartbreaking screams. Those who will be the enemy is not a round of the enemy, is to be Li Tianba one by one forcibly smashed to the ground. The death on the spot. Li Tianba hammer overbearing and deadly, smashed on the body, the bones on the body, almost shattered by the dark energy on its hammer. The 8 war generals of northern Liang were all beheaded in the blink of an eye. In the distance, the 3 main generals of the northern Liang coalition army, for a time, actually do not know what to do. Their army, all the way to kill. Wherever they passed, those county magistrates are all looking at the wind and surrendered. This thought, this Xinbei army's combat power, simply not enough to worry about. Turn over their hands can be destroyed. They are overthinking it, and straight to meet the real main general of the Xinbei army. They're generals, just like the chickens, and even so easy to be exterminated. The people of the Li clan are really full of talents. That Xinbei King Li Tian's martial arts is just great, but I never thought that this Li Tianba, who came out of nowhere, is also so strong. Generals, if it's a battle of the generals, the Xinbei army is just a Li Tianba. We are no match, but also lost a few generals, messing up the morale of our army. So, the army directly attacked the city and charged. I don't believe that this Xinbei army's soldiers can be as powerful as our northern Liang army. All generals, prepare to attack. Zhou Debao drew his sword and pointed his blade straight at Beiluo city. Kill! In an instant, the front army of 10,000 men, under Guo Wu's command, launched an attack on Beiluo city, which was in front of them. These jerks are not martial. Quickly bring General Li Tianba back. Franco cannons, prepare to fire all guns, with a maximum range of 2,000 meters. This was able to shoot into Zhou Debao's main army formation. Dang dang! On Beiluo city, the sound of the golden bell rang out, and hearing this voice, Li Tianba immediately retreated towards North Luo city. To be honest, if Su Dingfang did not sound the retreat, Li Tianba really wanted to, alone, rush into the middle of the enemy's charging formation and kill him 7 times. Of course, Su Dingfang was also afraid that Li Tianba would be a jerk. When Li Tianba entered the city, Su Dingfang's eyes, at once, became cold and merciless. The onslaught was so dense that it was a death sentence. 50 francophone cannons, all of which were already in range, were originally only 30, the other 20, having been rushed out over several days in a row. All guns at the ready. 1 round of filler fire. Release. The sword fell from Su Dingfang's hand, and this was the order to fire. The Xuanjia army soldiers, almost at the same time, put in the cannonballs and lit the fuses. These shells, but they are bombs that will bloom, not solid shells. That one blast is a large area. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, 50 cannons, all sounding at the same time, thundered as if the heavens were angry. Chapter 96, Grabbing a Head Start. Hearing this ringing sound, that is, all the enemy troops, all froze for a moment. That kind of loud noise, but let everyone's heart, are unable to help but tremble for a moment. They actually, subconsciously, looked toward the air, thinking that the heavens had thundered and were displeased with them. What's going on? Where did such a loud noise come from? Zhou Debao and the others all looked into the air. I saw the sky was still clear, but there was something that flew from the sky, and it made a smattering of arcs, which was quite beautiful. There seems to be something in the sky, coming towards us, Ding Nung exclaimed. This little thing, what kind of thing is it? Is it hard for the Xinbei army to want to kill people with this thing? Du Fei said with disdain. If you don't know, you'll think it's a chunk of rock flying, but the next second, they will completely regret it. Boom boom boom. In an instant, that shell instantly fell on top of the battlefield, exploded, above the ground, instantly was bombed out of a large crater out. Sand and soil splashed several meters high, and the 5 or 6 enemy soldiers, almost the same moment, was bombed into the mid-air above. The blood mist scattered, and the fall, and the enemy's mutilated limbs fragments, as well as the blood and viscera. Ha! And the entire battlefield resounded with the wailing of the enemy troops, tearing their hearts and lungs. Zhou Debao, Ding Nung, and Du Fei, who were in front of the military formation, were also blown up. The warhorses were all frightened by the blast and scurried around. Zhou Debao and Ding can be okay, just by this bomb. To the bombing of the head dizzy, a moment to react, but Du Fei on the tragic, straight from a bomb, fell to the ground on the spot dead. After 1 round of shelling, a dozen seconds later, The second round began again, and those shells fell in pieces again. The enemy's cavalry, on the other hand, were frightened and ran around. Gollum. Looking at the power and range of this artillery, even the generals of the Jinbei army were shocked. The power and range of this furlong machine cannon can't be compared to the Tiger Squad cannon. Just these few rounds of bombardment, the enemy's formation is in disarray. One bombing is a large area. Not even officially started to fight. The enemy has already lost so many soldiers and horses, He Jian said with incomparable surprise. And the enemy troops below, Hera is beginning to retreat. This will be there. Hard to build up the morale. Instantly is gone. They think, is to provoke the wrath of the heavens? And then the heavens sent down the heavenly punishment. Run! Run! This weapon of the Jinbei army is so powerful? The enemy army that was rolling back. As for Zhou Debao and Ding Nang, they were helped up by the soldiers. Two young lords. Are you all right? The soldier behind him was worried. If these two masters died, they would not be able to explain themselves back. Perhaps their masters would just kill them. Pust. The two men were in a sorry state with mud and sand spewing from their mouths. It's fine, retreat first. Retreat first, Zhou Debao said. Now in the back of his mind, there was only endless fear. Oh, young master. However, Guo Wu on the one side is a roar to the sky. The person in his arms is precisely Du Fei. Only now Du Fei has no breath. Du Fei is dead. Zhou Debao swallowed in fear. General Guo Wu. Now is not the time to grieve. Jinbei army this and other weapons. Really too powerful. This bombing, the three soldiers are in chaos. Let's retreat first, then think long and hard. Don't worry, when my main army arrives, I will definitely avenge Du Fei. Zhou Debao's words were not considered comforting. It's just that he hadn't slowed down yet and didn't want to continue fighting with the Jinbei army. Retreat! Guo Wu shouted. Dang dang! The Northern Liang coalition army, on the other hand, began to collapse on all fronts. Withdrawn! The enemy army has withdrawn! He Jian exclaimed. It's true that it's the same as what the Lord had guessed. These guys, their fighting strength is really average enough to be so unbeatable. Su Dingfang's face, on the other hand, was thoughtful, and then his fist clenched and slammed on top of the female wall. Where's the good in wanting to retreat down like that? Send orders to the 3,000 Xuanjia army soldiers below to follow this general out of the city to fight. Su Dingfang cupped his lance in his hand. General Su, our mission is to hold Beiluo city without having to go out to meet the battle. Moreover, if we go out now, it's a bit too unstable? In case the enemy army counterattacks. He Jian dissuaded. Su Dingfang pointed to the defeated enemy army in front of him and said, look at the enemy army. Now they have long been scared out of their wits by the artillery of my Jinbei army. Where do they still have a little bit of the appearance of being able to counterattack? And now the enemy vanguard foothold is not stable. At this time if out of a cavalry, will be able to win a big victory? Chopped a lot. Not to mention, Jinbei army up and down, has always been courageous, passive can only be beaten, has not taken the initiative to attack, only to obtain the greatest victory. General Li Tianba, are you willing to go down with me and fight the enemy a few more times? Li Tianba's eyes stared like bronze bells, immediately led the order. How will I be unwilling? Okay, out to battle. After saying that, Su Dingfang quickly ran down the city. Crunch! In just a moment's effort, the gates of North Luo City opened. Kill! Up and down the Xian armor army. The vast sound of killing shouts resounded throughout the battlefield. 3,000 Xuanjia army soldiers, following Su Dingfang's lead, killed out in a furious manner. For General Su, beat the drums in support of this general. He Jian shouted. Dum 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 dum. The sound of war drums on Beiluo City was also extremely loud. Rumble. Su Dingfang is not only the commander, his martial arts is also very strong. A horse is the first, is to catch up with the routed enemy troops. The lance is constantly stabbing. Almost every shot is able to stab an enemy dead. Valor is incomparable. Li Yuanba, on the other hand, was even more ferocious, and that enemy soldier, when he saw this guy, turned around and ran. Who would be foolish enough to, this beast, Li Tianba, fight head on? Sure enough, this will be Zhou Debao and Ding Nang and other generals, already like a scared bird, constantly running. However, he also wanted to counterattack, but the thousands of soldiers could not stop the Xian armor army. This is already considered a frontal battle, but until they found out that their own martial arts, it is difficult to break the Xuanjia army armor. They just found out that the gap between them, and the Xuanjia army in the end how big. Su Dingfang led the cavalry, even chased the enemy for more than 10 miles before stopping. This battle chopped his enemy army tens of thousands. Su Dingfang and Li Tianba, body armor, has been soaked with blood. This will look at the enemy troops that have retreated. The two suddenly burst out laughing. The whole army withdrew and stood guard. Su Dingfang ordered. The Xuanjia army, on the other hand, only suffered a few hundred casualties. This time, Zhou Debao and Ding Nung, who had escaped from life, were speculating thick air in their mouths, and had the feeling of having survived a robbery. Chapter 97, Blasted Coalition Troops. It's over. This time it's really over. The young lord is dead. The lord will definitely not let me go. Guo Wu was more worried about this. Zhou Debao and Ding Nung, face to face, consoled. General Guo Wu, this matter is not to blame you. Indeed, the weapons of the Jinbei army, really too unbelievable in general. The two men were now horrified just thinking about it. At present, for a few people, it is to be practical and realistic. With Zhou Jinzai 3 people, to report the battle situation. The next day, the main force of the 3 major coalition armies of northern Liang arrived at the front line. This would be Du Xiong. When he learned that his son was blown up, the whole person seemed to be collapsing. Oh, my son, my allied army of 100,000 men is so powerful that wherever it passes, all of them surrender to the wind. Shouldn't it be the Jinbei army that should be defeated? Why would it be a great defeat for our army? You guys say, what's going on? If you don't give an explanation, I doubt that your two families deliberately conspired to harm me, Du Xiong, and deplete my Du Xiong's power. This will be Du Xiong, obviously already irrational. He is borrowed. Ding Datong and Zhou Jinzai secretly re-met together. A piece of joint forces, in the name of the crusade against Li Tianzi, want to weaken the power of his Du family, and then annexed. See, this so-called coalition army is not an iron plate, because of such a thing, but mutual suspicion. The so-called coalition army, in fact, is a joke. After that, attacking Bei Luo will inevitably also fall into mutual contradiction because of the difference in the attrition of troops and horses. Old Du, what are you talking about? We are all under the Crown Prince's command, as well as allied forces. How could we harm each other? Zhou Jinkai said urgently, and looked at Zhou Debao and Ding Nung. You two tell the truth. What's going on? Zhou Debao bristled, rather speechless. Father, what we said just now is all true. How could it be false? Impossible. Under this sky, how could there be such a weapon? It's simply unbelievable. What you guys said. Listen to yourselves. Can any of it be believed? Zhou Jinkai was shocked. Lord Zhou is right. We have only heard that through a stone-throwing vehicle, a tile mine is thrown out and then exploded. But like with an iron bucket, something the size of a palm can be shot out and even exploded, which is even more immense than the power of a tile mine. So if you and the others spread the word, let's see who will believe what you are saying. Defeat is defeat. But for you to find such unreasonable excuses for your defeat is truly unforgivable, Ding Datong said in shocked anger. In fact, these old guys are right not to believe in this matter. Such a reaction is also normal. After all, the sudden appearance of hot weapons is indeed unacceptable. Not to mention these forces in Beiliang, or even the forces in the Central Plains, would never believe that something like firearms. That was why Zhou Jinzai and the others felt that Zhou Debao and the others were making excuses for their failure. Ding Nung was very smart. With a turn of his eyes, he immediately said, Father, we did cheat. In this Beiluo city, there are tens of thousands of Jinbei army stationed here. We suffered a big loss because we took it lightly. Zhou Debao's eyes widened as he looked at Ding Nung, also immediately nodding in agreement. Since they were unwilling to believe, they naturally did not need to explain too much. And when their own father, himself, had suffered a loss, he would understand that what they said was true or false. There is no good thing that comes from knowing one's mistakes. Remember, don't look for excuses for your failures. Only by recognizing your shortcomings in commanding troops can you progress and inherit our foundations in the future. Ding Datong said, Yes, Father. Ding Nung nodded. However, looking at the father and son of the Zhou and Ding families, and deliberately educated up, Du Xiong, who had already lost his son, was on fire. He could only place all his anger on Li Tianzi, and the Jinbei army now. Li Tianzi, Jinbei army, I will not share the same fate as you. Du Xiong's fists clenched. He swore that he would make Li Tianzi pay, but they, immediately, would pay a huge price for their gullibility. Under the city of Beiluo, Beiliang's 80,000 odd allied troops were slowly moving towards Beiluo city. Du Xiong, who had lost his son, personally called for battle at the bottom of the city. Su Dingfeng, let Li Tianzi come out. Killing my son, I'll make him pay. And you and the generals of the Jinbei army, the people of Beiluo, when I take Beiluo city, I will make the entire Jinbei army pay the price. The 3 giants of Beiliang at this time still didn't know that Li Tianzi had already led a troop to break through Sima Yan's army. However, In the west it was the presence of this army of Sima Yan that made them feel so at ease with Huangfu Ci. So much. Du Xiong, your son Du Fei is dead. Did they not tell you that my Jinbei army has a very powerful weapon? What? So eager to ask for death? Su Dingfeng deliberately said. Oh, Du Xiong growled. Su Dingfeng, do you still want to lie to us? To fabricate some powerful weapon and try to stop our army from advancing? You and others are underestimating our vigor. The entire army listens to the order. Anyone who kills a high-ranking civil or military minister of the Jinbei army will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold, advanced to the 3rd level, and given 100 households. And if he can kill Li Tianzi, he will be rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold and given 500 households. Heavy rewards will be rewarded. Many of the soldiers who heard this news instantly boiled over. Only, these soldiers, is not seen the Jinbei army firearms, only those soldiers who escaped from the city of Beiluo. This is also but in the shivering. Attack! Dum 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 dum. Du Xiong returned to the formation and immediately launched an all-out attack on North Luo City, a black pressurized piece of allied forces, towards Beiluo. Frantically killed. My lord, how can you be so reckless? Guo Wu finally couldn't help but speak up. Reckless? The Jinbei army killed General Du Tao and young Master Du Fei. Do you think this official is reckless? Du Xiong was shocked. Boom boom boom. But in the next second, that loud rumbling sound once again resounded through the clouds. Those soldiers who had already suffered a loss once. He was shocked with a tremble in his heart. The enemy troops who hadn't experienced the previous battle were curious as to what the sound was. Boom boom boom. However, the next moment, that bomb fell directly into the group formation of the enemy army. Those enemy troops with ladders were blown to death on the way to charge. As for its stone-throwing car, such a weapon also instantly lost combat power by the furlong machine cannons, blown to pieces. My lord, be careful. Guo Wu's eyes were sharp, and he tackled Du Xiong to the ground. As for Zhou Jin Kai and Ding Datong, they were saved by their own generals Meng Shan and Xiahou Fei respectively. They, who would be here, finally realized the seriousness of the matter. I didn't realize that the Jinbei army really had such a powerful weapon. Withdraw. Withdraw first and wait for a few days reprieve before attacking Beiluo City. Zhou Jinzai yelled at the top of his voice. Chapter 98, Rites of Passage Before Military Force. Obviously, the 3 coalition forces of Beiliang were, once again, blown out of their minds by the Jinbei army's francophone cannons. It's actually quite normal for the enemy to be clueless without the psychology of preparation. Zhou Jin Kai, Ding Datong, Du Xiong will only react at this time? It turns out that their son who escaped back is right. The Jinbei army does have a very powerful weapon. However, now it is too late to regret the loss of the first battle. They are bound to eat. After several rounds of bombardment, the coalition forces had to retreat for a while to calm down. After retreating 7 miles, the army set up camp. Zhou Jinzai and the others were quite a mess, and the group was gray. Originally, they had wanted to give the Jinbei army a little bit of color during the first battle, showing the might of the 3 coalition armies of Beiliang, but now they realized that this Jinbei army was not easy to deal with. Especially not easy to deal with. Brother Zhou, now the whole army, the military heart is not stable. The last few days, I am afraid that it is not appropriate to attack the city. Ding Datong frowned, and today's several rounds of artillery attacks, in the blink of an eye, resulted in several hundred casualties. Zhou Jin Kai fixed his mind, a little shocked. There is no hurry. Attacking the city and pulling out the fortress. There is no hurry. Wait for the military to stabilize after a few days, and then attack Beiluo. The Jinbei army had powerful weapons. So, Zhou Jin Kai was ready to plan well before attacking the city. The so-called giants of the 3 northern Liang departments are mostly mediocre. They no longer have the ability of their predecessors, and it is only a matter of time before they are destroyed. However, what they didn't know was that for just a few days, the Beiluo arsenal, which had plenty of supplies and materials, could build a lot of artillery and ammunition, and Li Tianzi wouldn't give the 3 northern Liang coalition armies too much time either. This would be Li Tianzi's 50,000 troops in the land of Xining, met up with Huangfu Ci's 40,000 troops. When you total it up, that's 90,000 people. On the borderline of Xining, Sima Yan's 50,000 troops have long been assembled and waiting. They this time under the banner of helping Li Tianzi to pacify the civil unrest, but behind the scenes, they are doing damaging things. The Sima Yan of this meeting, he felt that Li Tianzi would surely die in Beiluo City. However, he did not expect that Li Tianzi had already led the army and quietly came to Xining. Xining City. Li Tianzi met with Huangfu Ci to discuss the plan to break the enemy. My lord, You have come to destroy Sima Yan. I have a plan. How about a direct night attack with an army of 90,000, forcing Sima Yan's army to be overthrown? Huangfu Ci proposed. Li Guanbi, Xian Longyu, and other generals also strongly agreed with Huangfu Ci's words, but Li Tianzi shook his head. It's not that this plan hasn't occurred to this king. If it's a surprise attack, he will definitely be able to win and gain the upper hand. But now Sima Yan, in the end, did not directly show to the king of signs of action. This person declared is for the king to pacify the rebellion, and Sima Yan is now a minister of the court. If it is directly Sima Yan to defeat, we are in the name of, but cannot go through this news if it is transmitted back to the court. The king of the rebellion of the crime can be a reality. Huangfu Shang said irritably, my lord, isn't this obvious? Sima Yan can already go in and out of Beiliang as he pleases. Does this rebellion still need an excuse to explain? But it's not that simple. At least, off the top of politics, he can't do that. He now does not have the strength. Direct action on Sima Yan in the court also has no right to speak. Once they do it, public opinion once spread out, the court side of those people will not let him go to his current power, is not the court's opponent. Let's be polite first. If we really can't talk, then this king won't give Sima Yan face, Li Tianzi said, and then looked at Yang Xian. What do you think? Military division? Yang Xian stroked his beard, having thought about it for a long time. If the enemy is unjust, we can't show any mercy. If Sima Yan wants to force his hand, if we write directly to him, we will inevitably startle him a bit. There are actually many ways to test an attitude. Oh, Li Tianzi's eyes lit up. The military master might as well say something. Yang Xian continued, our relationship with Lord Huangfu has not been exposed, and this is our bottom card to pin down Sima Yan at will. You can have Lord Huangfu's army, in the name of surveillance, appear directly on the flanks of our army and the Jin army, while our army, without any concealment, appears directly on the front of Sima Yan's army. So, Li Tianzi's big hand clapped and immediately understood the meaning of Yang Xian's words. In fact, it can also make Sima Yan even more arrogant. Lord Huangfu, please send out messengers in your name, saying that you covet the 3 giants of northern Liang, the rewards of being crowned king, and that you also want to defect to His Highness the Crown Prince, so that Sima Yan will relax his guard against your army. As for this king, also send a messenger over. Let Sima Yan's army attack the Golden City. If he is willing to do it, then this king spares his life for the time being. If he sings against this king, then I am sorry. This king will be nonchalant. Let Sima Yan pay a big price. Li Tianzi's eyes flickered. In fact, he is also very eager to let Sima Yan, this guy, pay some price too. Otherwise, certain people always felt that he, Li Tianzi, was easy to bully, and that any cat or dog could come and offend him. Ha ha ha. Yang Xian stroked his beard and laughed. This is a laugh, but it is very admirable. Xian Longyu, Huangfu Ci and the others, watching Li Tianzi and Yang Xian laughing, did not know what they were thinking in their hearts. On the contrary, it was Huangfu Ci, who would be incomparably glad that just these 2 old foxes in front of him could play them to death. Say it and do it. Li Tianzi's army appeared directly in front of Sima Yan. Huangfu Ci's army appeared flanking the two. Sudden change, but let Sima Yan, some fidgety. He was afraid. Li Tianzi and Huangfu Ci joined forces. After all, this Huangfu Ci's northern Liang army can be really difficult to deal with. Sima Yan was in the middle of the tent, standing uneasily. Father, you've been spinning for most of the day. Actually, things aren't as bad as imagined. Li Tianzi and Huangfu Ci's soldiers and horses both took the initiative to reveal. This seems, these 2 people are bound to be not alliance. As for this Li Tianzi, why in Huangfu Ci's jurisdiction? This matter really need to look deeper. Sima Xiao also can't figure it out. Report. As he was speaking, the soldier outside ran in. Your lord, the messengers from Huangfu Ci and Li Tianzi are here. Oh, Sima Xiao's eyes lit up. Father, both of these 2 have sent messengers. It seems that just as my child said, these 2 do not have a cooperative relationship. Sima Yan was thoughtful. Then according to what you said, who should we see first? Naturally, we should first meet Huangfu Ci's messenger and see what that messenger wants to say. Maybe, we can even take this opportunity to bring Huangfu Ci on board as well. If so, father will have made a heavenly feat, Sima Xiao said with a smile. Chapter 99, a complete showdown with Sima Yan. Oh, the corners of Sima Yan's mouth, grinning. Good, then let's meet Huangfu Ci first, and see what this guy, really, is up to? Come, summon a messenger from Huangfu Ci. Sima Yan also deliberately put on a spectrum. sitting majestically on top of the main seat. A moment later, Huang Fuxiai messenger arrived, and the person who came was none other than his strategist Lu Chu. When he saw Sima Yan, Lu Chuha bowed and made a bow to pay his respects. My name is Lu Chu. I pay my respects to the king of Jin. Luther? Sima Yan's eyes lit up. I didn't expect that Huang Fuxiai would let you be this messenger. It seems, Mr. Lu's mission this time, the things that need to be discussed are the top priority? Lu Chou immediately said bluntly. Dare to ask the king of Jin. This time the three parts of Northern Liang united to attack Li Tianzi. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince promised that after the destruction of Li Tianzi, it would be the three people. All of them were appointed as the king. So such a good thing. Why do not you tell me the Huangfu clan? A mere Li Tianzi. What kind of thing? My lord can be destroyed with a turn of the hand. Why do I need to recruit those three wastes? In fact, if His Highness the Crown Prince can make my lord a king, my lord will agree to serve under His Highness the Crown Prince. What Lu Chu said was quite harsh, and he belittled Li Tianzi as worthless. Huangfu's lineage has always been like this. If you do not scold Li Tianzi, maybe Sima Yan still do not believe that Huang Fuxiai, who has been at odds with the court, will come to surrender on his own initiative. And Sima Yan's eyes immediately lit up, but he understood that if he could recruit Huang Fuxiai under the Crown Prince's command, then, once this news is sent back, it will definitely be a great credit. Moreover, Huang Fuxiai had another role to play, and that was for killing Li Tianzi and using it as a top bag. What you said is true? Sima Yan's eyes narrowed slightly in disbelief. That's natural. Lu Chu nodded his head. Good. Sima Yan clapped his hands together. If Huang Fuxiai is truly willing to serve His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, not to mention being crowned king, it is not impossible to make Huang Fuxiai the first king of Northern Liang. Lu Chu made a bow and hugged his thanks. Many thanks to King Jin. Right now, King Jin should be worried and shocked that Li Tianzi is sitting on 50,000 troops. This time, I can work together with King Jin to eliminate Li Tianzi and take him by surprise. Sima Xiao, who was on one side, stroked his chin, pondering. In that case, this Li Tianzi's army, your ministry took the initiative to let it in? Lu Chu nodded his head. You can think of it this way. Li Tianzi borrowed the road, sneak attacked the big rear of the three Northern Liang departments, took a lot of money, and borrowed the road of my Huangfu forces. My master naturally agreed to do so, but he didn't expect to encounter the king of Jin's army blocking the road. When it comes to this, Sima Yan actually has nothing to hide, helping Li Tianzi on the surface, but secretly wanting to destroy Li Tianzi. Such a ploy can't be hidden from Lu Chu at all. Ahem. Once talked about, the two parties will be agreed on the strategy. Is the Huangfu side, raid Li Tianzi's big rear, their department, the front to attract Li Tianzi's attention. Will Li Tianzi's a 1-2 punch to extinguish? Sima Yan really did not think that. In the end, the credit for the extermination of Li Tianzi would be sent to him, and as for the post-war regicide of Li Tianzi, just find a reason to put it off. As for what reasons, that's a lot. For example, let the Northern Liang rebel army kill them, or killed by the Northern Fei. After all, the people won't be very clear about how Li Tianzi really died. They just believe in public opinion. Your envoy. Then let's make an agreement. Tonight, destroy Li Tianzi. At the time, in front of His Highness the Crown Prince, this king will give you a good word. Sima Yan said. If we can have Huang Fuxiai as a big card in, the Crown Prince's ascension to the throne is bound to be much smoother. Farewell. Lu Chu retreated. It was only then that the Sima's father and son tightened the smile on their faces. Father, do you think this Lu Chu's words can be trusted? Sima Xiao inquired. Sima Yan nodded. This is very normal. It's nothing more than Huang Fuxiai eyeing the benefits of being crowned king. After all, the temptation to be crowned king is incomparably great since people under the sky can't make it to that position. So, it makes sense. As for how Huang Fuxiai learned this news, it is even simpler. The wall has ears. Under this sky, there is no airtight wall. Who in this world doesn't want to be crowned king? The two felt that it was normal for Huang Fuxiai to react like this. Then the messenger of the king of Jinbei, should he still be summoned? Sima Xiao continued to ask. That goes without saying, just shoot it and throw it out. Things have come to this, that Li Tianzi still has a way to live, unable to bounce around anymore. So, a little brat. We don't need to give him face at all. In Sima Yan's opinion, with the current predicament of Li Tianzi, it is a situation of certain death, and it is impossible to turn around, since the person who was bound to die, what face to give back? And the messenger of the Jinbei army outside the tent had not yet entered the fortress. He saw that on top of the stronghold, a bow and arrow was raised. Pass on King Jin's order to kill the Jinbei army emissary. Kill. A command. 10,000 arrows. The messengers at the bottom, without even having a chance to escape, were pierced through the heart by 10,000 arrows. The brocade guards in the dark, looking at this scene at the point, angrily clenched their teeth in death. A good Sima Yen is not even pretend. This is to completely against my king. The commander of the Jinui commanding commander, indignantly said. With that, he turned around and headed towards the Jinbei army's camp. This time, Li Tianzi, who had learned of this news, was not in a calm mood. Good Sima Yen, how dare he kill this king's messenger? Since this is the case, there is nothing to discuss. Li Tianzi's fists clenched. Xian Longyu, Li Guangbi, gather the army and call for battle in front of the camp. Promise. The two took the order. In a few moments, the soldiers assembled and came towards the Jin army camp in great numbers. Sima Yen, who saw this, also came above the building fortress. However, at this moment, the eyes of that Sima Yen were towering over Li Tianzi and the others. Sima Yen, what do you mean? Why did you kill this king's messenger? Don't forget that your mission is to help this king, to pacify the Northern Lian rebellion. Li Tianzi intentionally looked very mad and angry, but in Sima Yan's eyes, he was looking forward to seeing Li Tianzi's furious appearance. Li Tianzi, you are a snarling dog. How dare you bark at me? Well, this king is not pretending. Today we'll tell you the truth. This king is here, is by the order of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, to kill you Li Tianzi. You Li Tianzi will not really think that this king is here to help you, right? Blame it on the fact that you messed with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger, showing your sharpness, and now, you will definitely die. Chapter 100, Plans Within Plans. Sima Yen, you are the king of Jin, dominating a state, and you would so willingly submit to the Crown Prince's command? Li Tianzi's eyes narrowed slightly. Oh, Sima Yen coldly smiled. That's natural. My Sima clan will not be like Li clan, who owns his own army and wants to be a rebel thief. My Sima clan was born to assist the new ruler. Li Tianzi, if you cut your own throat now, you won't have to cause all this trouble, and maybe, for the rest of the Li clan, this king can even plead for you to save them all. Sima Yen mouth although this said, but the heart of the idea, but not so, after all, the first big family of the state, master of a state, with 80,000 soldiers, dominating one side. Who the hell will work for the court? If you can. Sima's ambition can be very big, so big as to seek power to usurp the throne, but not now. He must assist the new king, and in the future control of the new army, in order to achieve the hostage to the emperor to order the vassals. So, Sima's only have the opportunity to be the biggest, even if you can't sit in that position. To be a person under 10,000 people is not impossible. Sima Yen, this king is determined to kill you, Li Tianzi roared. However, Sima Yen ignored it and left in a good mood instead. Shower. See, if the change is Li Dinghua, will never be this way. Now the outside world rumors, Li Tianzi than his father, to be powerful gods military many. Now it seems, Li Tianzi is nothing more than a waste of fame. You must work hard. My father has placed the foundation of our Jindi on you. Sima Xiao was delighted. Many thanks for father's cultivation. My child will definitely do a good job. Sima's clan. The clan's sons are numerous. Sima Yan's sons, even more numerous, unlike Li's, a family of two orthodox bloodline. Good. Sima Yen was pleased. Now the father and son, estimating Li Tianzi, were already furious, and they felt that Li Tianzi had no way to take them. But alas, they were wrong in their estimation. Instead of getting angry, the corners of Li Tianzi's mouth rose in triumph, because Sima Yen, the fish, has taken the bait. My lord, are we now? Xiang Longyu asked. Go back. Li Tianzi smiled faintly. Let's just stay in the camp, set up a ruse, and wait for the enemy to drill into the trap. Nah, the entire army withdraws to the camp. Xiang Longyu droned. Tens of thousands of troops, all retreating back to camp again. Those generals of Jin couldn't help but laugh when they saw that the Jinbei army didn't even fight. See, this Jinbei army is not as unbeatable as the legend says. Nonsense. When the main force of the Jinbei army has long been lost, on the front of the Jinbei army, almost all new recruits only, that have our fighting strength. See our strong parallel state army, there is no reason not to be afraid. At this moment, the top and bottom of the parallel state army, extraordinarily pleased. They originally heard the three words of the Jinbei army, they were incomparably afraid, but now see such a Jinbei army, for a moment, actually put down the heart of the vigilance. Nightshade. Sima Yen then gathered 40,000 soldiers and horses, preparing to carry out a night attack on Li Tianzi's camp. Huangfu sees soldiers and horses. Where are they? Sima Yen inquired. The scouts have just reported that it is right behind Li Tianzi's camp, and our army can form a pincer attack. Sima Xiao returned. Ha ha ha. Sima Yan couldn't help but laugh. I really didn't expect that destroying Li Tianzi's part of the army would go much smoother than we had imagined. All generals listened to the order to kill into Li Tianzi's camp. Kill. Puffing. Shoo, 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 shoo. In an instant, the sharp arrow, cutting through the air, the sound of strong wind whistling, instantly is shot out, straight into the camp, and the tens of thousands of soldiers of the peaceful state army immediately was towards the Jinbei army camp in front of them to kill in. But when they entered the camp, they realized that there was no blockage to stop them, and easily, they entered within the camp. The Sima Yin of this meeting was heatedly aware that something was wrong. What's going on? Where did all the people from the Jinbei army go? Sima Yan's brows were tightly locked, and a bad premonition was already floating in his mind. Father, this Jinbei army is afraid that it feels the intimidation of our army and is already afraid. Thus, sneakily fled. Sima Xiao said with a smile. In fact, Li Tianzi withdrew and fled. In the eyes of Sima Xiao, this is a normal thing. The parallel state army is subordinate to the frontier army, and it is a long time to fight the old soldiers. Naturally, the prestige is far away. Aha! When Sima Xiao said this, Sima Yan found it reasonable. The fighting strength of their parallel state army was certainly not the strongest, but it was by no means something that any army could touch. Report, the Jinbei army's grain and grass ZZ weight. It seems that none of them have been taken away. A soldier reported. Go and see, Sima said in a revitalized voice. The people came to the granary, which was white with rice. Father, my son was right. This Li Tianzi was so afraid to flee that he didn't even have time to take the food with him, Sima Xiao said with confidence. Aha! Sima Yan expected as much. However, when he got closer, between his noses, he smelled a pungent special odor. His eye holes widened momentarily, and then with his hand, he scooped the white rice from the inside of the vessel and placed it in his mouth. With a poof, it was immediately spit out of his mouth again. Father, what's wrong? Sima Xiao inquired. No good, it's a trap. Retreat. Bang, 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 bang. Sima Yan's words had just fallen, when a clear and loud explosion immediately resounded in the air. All the parallel state troops, who hadn't reacted yet, were just curious as to what this continuous sound ringing around them was. Rumble. In an instant, the shells came flying, fell on the ground. The blink of an eye, is the ground, blowing out a crater. The enemy's body, but also was directly lifted off a few meters high, and then in the fall on the ground. Shoo, 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 shoo. In all directions, countless rockets, flying, in the grain silo, buried in the grain silo side of the kerosene, fire mines and other things. In an instant is the explosion produced by the flame. The power is incomparably huge. Instantly is the enemy to be engulfed. That a fireman, vigorously in the camp side of the scurrying around. Father, be careful. When Sima Xiao saw this, the first thing he did was to pounce Sima Yan to the ground. Kill. In all directions, the killing cries of the Jinbei army came, fierce and high-pitched, full of vigor. What's going on? Sima Yan was alarmed. Let a person really cannot understand Li Tianzi's courage, even so big, have reached such a situation, but still dare to give him a trap? And what you can see is that he has 40,000 troops under his command, and this is going to be all in disarray, and his morale is highly demoralized. Retreat quickly, Sima Yan shouted, and all the Jin soldiers, after receiving the order, were retreating outside the camp. Chapter 101, Capturing Sima Yan Alive. In the middle of the dark night, flames rose from the sky, illuminating half of the sky as if it was daytime. All the Jin troops, chaotically ran out toward the outside of the camp. Sima Yan father and son escaped, suddenly had a feeling of life after the robbery. The damned Jinbei army, even in this place, ambush my army, and so on this king will all the soldiers, regathering, necessary to Jinbei army whole army, escape out of Sima Yan. Big mouth surmise thick gas, the heart is still quite unconvinced. By the way, where is Huangfu Si's army? At this time of the day, why are they nowhere to be seen? No, don't know. Sima Xiao shook his head. Shoo, 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 shoo. But before they could come out from the mentality of being ambushed, at their very front, there were countless sharp arrows, which were like rain pouring down under the dark night. Da 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 da. The scattered Jin soldiers were immediately shot down by the sharp arrows. Father, be careful. Sima Xiao protects in front of Sima Yan, the sword in his hand, swinging and chopping left and right, wanting to cut off that arrow, but the black whimpering in front of him, even the arrow could not be captured. He was dancing around, and he could only rely on his ears to judge the direction of the sharp arrow, but his arm's position was still pierced through by the arrow, to the past. The pain caused Sima Xiao to cry out in a low voice, and his face instantly paled. Kill Sima Yan. I will be Xian Longyu, a great general under the Jinbei king's command. You have fallen for my lord's treacherous plan. Surrender quickly. On Sima Yan's front, Xian Longyu rode high on a big horse and led a cavalry of 10,000 men, like wild beasts foraging for food in the night, pouncing ferociously. This cavalry can be said to be an addition to the Xuanjia army. Jinbei army and the most elite cavalry are from the Wuwan tribe, purchased from the strong horses, gallop like the wind. Ferocious exception. Xiang Longyu is a fierce general. In killing the enemy, the hand of the king's spear, left and right, 10,000 pounds of power, almost a gun. The cavalry under his command, wherever they pass, are a sea of blood. The ground is down a body. Only a photo is to kill the enemy army to chills. This is already a one-sided massacre. The cavalry is like a harvesting machine, harvesting the enemy's life. Xian Longyu, this person seems to be the number one general under Li Tianzi's command, Sima Yan exclaimed. It was at that moment that the sound of killing shouts also sounded in his side ear. Under the Jinbei king's command, the great general Wei Yan is here, and has been waiting for a long time by order of my lord. Under the command of the king of Jinbei, the great general Shatosh is here, and has been waiting for a long time by order of my lord. Left and right sides, Wei Yan and Shatosh, each leading 10,000 soldiers and horses to kill, straight into the enemy formation, and that fleeing enemy troops, then can only become the object of being killed, one after another, was chopped down on the ground. Fleeing soldiers of the fighting force, almost the lowest, they are equal to their weakest side, show out. However, the moment that the parallel state army and the Jinbei army officially fought, the parallel state army was instantly confused, because they realized that these Jinbei army recruits didn't seem to be that weak. Even these armies, who dared to use their lives, were crucially not afraid of death. Yeah, how can they be afraid when they're used to seeing corpses and killing? And Li Tianzi himself, as the main general, along with Che Yi, Zhang Ba, and Li Guangbi, led the rest of the troops and horses to kill from the direction of the camp. Just the explosion inside the camp just now had already wiped out thousands of soldiers and horses. Break out quickly. Sima Yan is not a pig. This will be the army are scattered, cannot gather together, let alone counterattack. A few generals from the state of Bingzhou were in front to open the way for Sima Yan. However, the one he met was none other than Xiang Longyu, and the opponent he chose was the number one general under the Jinbei army. As for Xiang Longyu, he looked at Sima Yan who was already about to kill out, but he was actually not in a hurry. Li Xian and Huang Fushan's army were waiting for him at the back. By this time, Sima Yan was even still hoping that Huang Fuxi would come to his rescue. It cannot be said that the fighting strength of the parallel state army is not strong. They are still very good. Hard in the middle of the encirclement, forcibly tear a big mouth out. This time, Sima Yan, who had killed his way out, hadn't even taken a few steps, when he realized that his camp, too, was wrapped in flames and burned up. Phew! Sima Yan pulled his warhorse to a halt, looking at the sky not far away, which was already half red with flames. The whole person was dumbfounded. Our camp, how come it's on fire? Sima Yan seemed to have reacted as if he was wrapped up in a huge conspiracy. Wow! At that moment, in front of him, a torch appeared, and the light from the torch illuminated Huang Fuxi and the others, all of whom were followed by his second son, Huang Fuing, General Mu Xian, and 10,000 Bailion Iron Cavalry, was eyeing the tiger intently, looking at Sima Yan and the others. Sima Yan was shocked after seeing Huang Fuxi's soldiers and horses again. He finally understood now. Huang Fuxi, I didn't expect you to come too? Sima Yan's gaze, he was cold and stern. You Huang Fuxi, in the end, who are you in league with? Huang Fuxi looked at Sima Yan. He sneered coldly. I have long since defected to the Jinbei king's command. And now, I'm just inviting the king into the jar. You, ahem. Sima Yan was so angry by these words that he coughed fiercely. To be honest, in his memory, Huang Fuxi is considered to be the first lord of northern Liang. The fighting force of the soldiers under his command, incomparably strong, that is, when he led the parallel state army, have suffered some losses in its hands. As the number one lord of Beiliang, you could have joined a better master and then owned the whole of Beiliang. Why are you now serving under a child who is not yet a milksop? What exactly is so good about this Li Tianzi that he can make Huang Fu Ci so willingly? Serve him? Of course. If you come around now, all of our previous conflicts can be put aside, and the credit for destroying Li Tianzi can be given to you by this king. How about that? Sima Yan said urgently. At this point in time, the latter even wanted to turn on Huang Fu Ci. Huang Fu Ci shook his head. Sorry, I don't like the court either. Sima Yan gripped the weapon in his hand. So it seems that your excellency wants to kill this king? Think about it. This king is the Jin king of the court. Do you dare to kill me? If this king dies, then the evidence of the Jinbei king's rebellion can be solidified, and you will definitely suffer the true wrath from the court. Oh, Huang Fu Ci smiled faintly. Don't worry, the king of Jinbei commanded that he would treat King Jin well. It's just a matter of letting King Jin be a prisoner for a few days. Arrogant. Let's try it then. Sima Yan drew his sword. This king has long wanted to fight the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry. Kill. Chapter 102, A Great Victory. Behind Sima Yan, there are only thousands of personal guards left, and in front of the ready Northern Liang Iron Horsemen, their strength is not enough to worry about at all. Ping pong. A short fight. Victory or defeat has basically been divided out. The Northern Liang Cavalry completely will be their own strong. To show out, the hands of sharp weapons, greeted in the body of the enemy, people fall over. Huang Fu Ci before deserves to be the Northern Liang generals, although the age has been big, can fight with the enemy, still the sword is not old, and even cut down a few people. Sima Yan under the banner of more than 1,000 cavalry personal guards, just a photo effort, almost all by the Northern Liang cavalry decapitated. As for Sima Yan, this guy, but to stupid some, simply cannot stop the Northern Liang cavalry, by Huang Fuing and General Mu Xian. At the same time from the warhorse slapped down, if it is not in the way of Sima Yan's identity, this will be Sima Yan. I am afraid that has long been the head of a different place, and Sima's ruler, is also very afraid of fear of death, especially Sima Yan, will be his own life is very important, when the two sharp lances, cross against his neck, or but do not dare to move the slightest bit, for fear that their slightest movement will be wiped out of the neck. No, don't mess around. Sima Yan's expression was one of incomparable fear. Escort Sima's father and son down to watch properly. Huang Fuing sneered. Promise. The soldiers on the left and right stepped forward and detained Sima Yan to death. Gently, gently. This king is a courtier. Sima Yan clenched his teeth. But the soldier, he was merciless. Shut up. You're a prisoner now. Don't give the old men your status. The soldier chided. Sima Yan swallowed hard. To be honest, if this were really anyone else, he would probably have no life left to live by now. It was only Li Tianzi who would still be concerned about his identity. And with the Sima's father and son arrested, that remaining soldiers, Hera is not dare to resist. As for the others still do not know the situation of the merging state army soldiers, this will still flee, but gave the Jinbei army will be broken one by one the opportunity to break it. The battle, fought for half an hour, was concluded with the victory of the Jinbei army. However, 50,000 Jinzhou army, was decapitated a large half, the rest were captured, and Jinbei army up and down, is also the loss of 3,500 people. This cannot be helped. And the state army in the end is from the mountain of corpses in the sea of blood climbed out of. This kind of combat power, since it cannot be underestimated. In the process of escaping, many of the soldiers of the Jinbei army, he was crazy, began to bite the face pouncing. Of course, or because the Jinbei army, almost all of them are new recruits. Otherwise, tonight's ambush battle, there is no need to lose so many people. At night, as the killing sounds gradually stopped, the entire battlefield had already been deposited. You guys let go of this king? Speaking of which, your Jinbei king, still has to call me uncle. Sima Yan's face was lost today. Indeed, Sima Yan and Li Dinghua, is the same period of time? Back then, Li Tianzi even met with Sima Yan. What's all the noise? Prisoner under the rank. Also dare to recognize relatives indiscriminately. My lord, cannot have such relatives as heir. Xiang Long you broke into a curse. Inside the tent, Li Tianzi was sitting on top of the main seat, waiting for Sima's father and son to arrive. Sima Yan's head instantly lowered when he saw Li Tianzi. Yo, isn't this my king's uncle? Before, we have met in the capital. General Xiang, why don't you untie the rope from King Jin's body? Li Tianzi said coldly. Xiang Longyu was surprised. My lord, is he still really your uncle? Sima Yan was immediately pleased. Li Tianzi, count on you having some eyesight. Otherwise, this king really thought that you, Li Tianzi, are not afraid of the sky and the earth and dare to mess with anyone? Sima Shao, on one side, also clamored. Also, there is mine. No point in the eyes to see? You people are really bold. Even the Prince of Jin dares to arrest him. I think you're impatient to live. Looking at the two smug expressions, Li Tianzi's eyes instantly sank. General Xiang, bring the shackles and ankle cuffs that this king has prepared to put on them, and then let the two of you experience a few days of the days that this king has lived these 3 years. Xiang Longyu eyes bright. He said, when the old king of Jinbei died, these feudal lords who were sitting in the local area didn't help much. You dare to imprison this king? And want this king to eat pig food? Li Tianzi, how dare you? If you dare to do this, our Liang is completely knotted. North Liang and the parallel state will be the point of immortality, and this king will also in front of his majesty. Hard to mix you a book. Say you rebel. You Li Tianzi can dare? Sima Yan was incomparably anxious. Li Tianzi's life in these 3 years, not let him eat pig food? This is also too humiliating. Once this news is spread in front of the feudal kings, the shame can be lost. This kind of thing, he would never allow it to happen. And moreover, he had just said so many threatening words, so I guess it must be enough to intimidate Li Tianzi. He didn't believe that Li Tianzi really wasn't afraid of heaven and earth. Sima Yan, my father's death back then was really thanks to the king of Jin. If you hadn't added fuel to the fire, why would my Li be so miserable? Of course, this revenge today this king will make it clear that we don't share the same sky. Don't die. Plus, you, king of Jin, are personally leading 50,000 troops into northern Liang today, but you are not prepared to give this king a way out. Drag it down. Li Tianzi was already trying his best to contain his killing intent. Back then, the old king of Jinbei was also the commander of the northern Liang, the largest force on the border, but has been oppressed by a few princes in Hebei. This time Sima Yan is very unconvinced, but he is the largest king of the hall of the state, the largest family. Why let others suppress so long? Therefore, in the matter of destroying Li Dinghua, he had made a lot of efforts. Nuwa. Xiang Longyu waved his hand. Then, a few soldiers behind him are forcibly escorting Sima Yan down. Li Tianzi, you bastard. Our feud is irreconcilable. The two men cursed. However, the two had already made up their minds that they would never eat that pig food. In fact, in the face of their own enemies, Li Tianzi is really want to cut these two guys, but now it is not. Under the big situation, if he really slaughtered Sima Yan, the name of the rebellion, his mother-grandmother, is also not guaranteed, and he has not yet developed before. I am afraid to become a target. What he can do now is to try to save as much credit as possible. Credit so big that it can cover the lord, can deter the emperor, can make the court be afraid of him, and can do nothing about him. At that time, he is truly invincible. My lord, the beam with the Sima clan of the parallel state is completely knotted. Later on, put Sima Yan back. He is bound to mix us a book, sue us for rebellion. Then it will inevitably cause unnecessary trouble. So, my subordinate feels that instead of passively waiting for Sima Yan to sue, it would be better to preemptively take Sima Yan and the crown prince by surprise. Yang Xian stroked his beard and suddenly said, Chapter 103, A Sweeping Momentum. Aha! Li Tianzi nodded. How does the military division think to respond? Will Sima Yan and Northern Liang 3 collusion news? We first spread out. Therefore, Sima Yan will fight with our army. As for the things after that, then let the crown prince and Sima Yan to deal with it by themselves. However, once this news is spread, I'm afraid that the Lord will have to make some preparations, and I'm afraid that people from certain forces will have to be wary of you. Yang Xian continued. By this time, whoever occupies the direction of public opinion first will be justified, and Li Tianzi's fame will completely spread far and wide to the capital. However, for Li Tianzi, will be targeted by many people? To know, Sima Yan under the banner of the Parallel State Army, was also an expedition to the north of the desert, for the Parallel State Army, laid down an infinite prestige, but it is such a strong army, surprisingly lost to Li Tianzi. In this way, the place of those who have a vassal king, I'm afraid that once again will be Li Tianzi, listed as the number one big enemy. After all, no one wants to see another Jinbei king rise. Do as you say. Nowadays, it's also time to show those who once fell on the Li clan, that the old Jinbei king passed away, and his son will sweep in with a stronger stance. Li Tianzi's fists were clenched tightly, and his eyes were filled with a cold aura. This news, I'm afraid, will make some people start to sit up and take notice. Promise. Yang Xian received the order. All generals, Sima Yan has already been crushed by our army. Next, this king will lead you and others to completely unify Beiliang. Li Tianzi's words were solemn. His body's kingly aura surged out, and the sword at his waist was drawn out, drawing a huge circle on top of the entire sand table. wrapping the entire northern Liang. Xian Longyu, Li Xin, and the other generals below, looked at Li Tianzi with burning eyes. To be honest, the generals under Huangfu's lineage had never imagined that the chaotic northern Liang would end in the hands of an 18-year-old. Huangfu Shang and Huangfu Wing listened to the order. Li Tianzi held the order in his hand. The two men sniffed and immediately stepped out. The last general is here. You two are ordered to lead 10,000 cavalry to collect Jincheng and Wudu and annex Ding Daton's forces. Promise. The two men led the order and then retreated back into the queue. To be honest, the two of them had just begun to think that their own father was bound to be out of his mind if he wanted to defect to a 19-year-old Li Tianzi. But now it seemed that they were both wrong, because when they met Li Tianzi, they were surprisingly convinced by the latter's unique charisma, and in particular the kingly temperament of the latter's body, which had made them willingly bow down. The rest of the generals, follow me all the way north to break Dong'an and Zuli before breaking Ding'an. 3 months' time to settle northern Liang. Li Tianzi's might was overwhelming, and the generals under his command, too, could not help but feel their blood boiling. The army rested until noon before Li Tianzi gave the order to pull out of camp. With the addition of Huangfu Xi's army, the army in Li Tianzi's hand once swelled to 90,000 people, and unlike the other three major forces of Beiliang, Huangfu Xi's army, that is a serious Beiliang army, is a representative of the strong fighting power of the Beiliang army. Under the banner of Li Xin, Huangfu Shang, Huangfu Wing, these three generals who can lead a party. The prestige of the northern Liang army, since the past is not reduced. The next half of the month, the entire northern Liang was already in a mess. The two brothers, Huangfu Shang and Huangfu Wing, took Jincheng, Wu Du, and Longxi, almost with ease. Ding Datong, Zhou Jinzai, Du Xiong, these three fools, even the back, handed over to other forces, itself committed the great taboo of the military. Stay in the city of soldiers and horses. Almost all of them are no combat effectiveness of the county soldiers. As for the Ding Datong's family, for Huangfu Shang, Huangfu Wing, decapitated. One does not stay. Dong'an, the great city of northern Liang, Zhou Jinkai also left 5,000 soldiers and horses for his own little son of Zhou Xiaobao to garrison. However, this Zhou family people, to this generation, has been no good genes, are a group of playboys, such as Zhou Xiaobao, this guy, then his brother Zhou Debao, but also mediocre several times, daily addicted to wine and color, pride and extravagance, but this guy, but also want its father's foundation, which is typically not capable, but also greedy for more. Tap tap tap. The crisp tread of the Jinbei army was imposing and extraordinarily loud. Outside Dong'an city, sand and dust flew up from the sky, like a ferocious beast with a bloody mouth that was sweeping in. The enemy troops on the city, rubbing their eyes, were immediately shocked by the scene in front of them, making their legs weak. A murderous aura came to the surface. Jinbei flag. The first thing that the enemy army realized was the Jinbei army flag. The Jinbei army is coming. It's the Jinbei army. Close the gates. The city's guards immediately shouted. The soldiers below immediately dispersed the people at the entrance of the city gate hole, and then closed the gate. Quick! Blow the horn! Blow the horn! Woo hoo hoo hoo! All the enemy troops, when they heard the sound of the trumpet, came to the city and stood in wait. General Li Tao's face was grave when he saw this, especially when he saw Huangfu's army. How could Huangfu Xi's army be mixed with Li Tianzi's army? Together? Li Tao was shocked. Bang! 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 Before he could understand the situation, in an instant, a crisp rumbling sound instantly resounded beneath the sky. 100 Tiger Squad cannons, fired simultaneously at Dong'an city. Tao Li is confused, because he hadn't seen the artillery of the Jinbei army yet either. Boom! 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 The next second, that blooming bomb, instantly on top of the city tower, exploded. The enemy soldiers on the city, but also in a daze, was this shell, to the four scattered upside down, and even can see, the enemy soldiers from the city, was bombarded down. The Tiger Squad cannon is not particularly powerful, but it is powerful enough to disable enemy troops. What is this? This? How could there be such a divine weapon in the Jinbei army? Li Tao hiding under the foot of the wall. Even the head does not dare to risk this bomb, but all of them were bombed dumbfounded, especially piles of enemy troops. A bomb is a large number of deaths and injuries. No wonder the Jinbei army was able to have such a victory. With weapons like these, who wouldn't be afraid when they see them? Li Tao cursed. You guys hold the fort here. This general will go find the second young lord, Li Tao said. Nuwa. The deputy general led the order. General, you have to come back earlier. We're afraid we can't hold them back. Before the words were finished, Li Tao had already walked to the ladder of the ascent. Just then, a crossbow bed, laid out on the ground. These are bed crossbows that can shoot several hundred meters. And the bows and arrows of the Jinbei army are also replaced with the God's arm bows that can shoot 300 meters, which are better than the cannons. And sometimes, the cannons are still troublesome to load. Chapter 104, Breaking Dongan, taking away the wages from the bottom of the fire. Release. Puffing. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Hundreds of crossbow beds simultaneously opened their bows, and long, sharp arrows bristled toward Dongan City. The arrows were so densely packed that it was impossible to dodge them. Rip. Any enemy troops that emerged from their heads or bodies were hit by the arrows that were shot out and fell to the ground. The bright red blood dyed the floor tiles red. Fierce. The firepower of the Jinbei army. It's too fierce. They didn't even have a chance to fight back. Dum 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 dum. Offense. Xiang Longyu personally led the army to attack the city, charging at the front of the army. Put the ladder up. I will be the first to kill up there, Xiang Longyu shouted. He would not put his eyes on this enemy army with low combat power in front of him. A ladder, like a spring bamboo shoots rising out of the ground. On top of the Dongan City tower in front of them, Jinbei army soldiers took advantage of the gap between the enemy army has not reacted to. It is holding a sharp blade, towards the city to climb quickly. Xiang Longyu's hand, with a shield in one hand, and the other hand, with his overlord spear, against the weak arrows, he leaped and glared up to the city, and the moment he landed, Xiang Longyu's mighty and majestic stature, Herculeanly startled them all. The enemy is coming up. The enemy soldier was so frightened that he retreated a few steps. Seek death. In the next second, the overlord spear in Xiang Longyu's hand pierced through the enemy soldier's throat. Seeing this, the rest of the enemy soldiers immediately surged in, wanting to drive Xiang Longyu down, but they had no idea how powerful Xiang Longyu really was. Good. Xiang Longyu's tiger body shook, once again killed into the enemy formation. The few enemy soldiers, simply not Xiang Longyu's opponent, even around cannot block, is all killed. Under the baptism of the enemy's blood, Xiang Longyu's whole person is like a god of war in the world. One person, one gun, no one can block. The rest of the Jinbei army soldiers, but also greatly inspired. The morale increased exponentially. The enemy soldiers were killed and retreated, began to flee to the city, and the flag of the Jinbei army was clearly planted on top of Dongan Citadel. Yes, watching this scene, the generals of the Jinbei army, not to mention how energized they were, under the Lord's command, there are really fierce generals. That Xiang Longyu only used one incense stick of time to take down the citadel. It's simply a rare fierce tiger general. Huangfu Ci couldn't help but praise excitedly. Speaking of which, he was still very fortunate right now that he had not made an enemy of Li Tianzi. If he were to do the same, he would probably not be Li Tianzi's opponent. Shatosh, Wei Yan and a host of other tough generals, watching Xiang Longyu make such a splash, naturally had to sit up and take notice. Although they are not as fierce as Xiang Longyu, they are still tough generals. There are many fierce generals under this king's command, Li Tianzi said with a smile. However, it must be said that fierce generals like Xiang Longyu and Li Tianba are really good to use, especially in terms of capturing cities, which is simply a rare weapon. Crunch! The gates of Dongan City were wide open. My lord, the gates are open. Shadowshi jumped to his feet. Li Tianzi gripped his spear and shouted, all the generals follow this king. Kill into the city and seize Dongan. Kill! Rumble! 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 For a while, tens of thousands of troops, like a tidal wave, surged up. This will be Li Tao. How will not think? He just a report of effort. The city building even let the Jinbei army to break through. Zhou Xiaobao, who would be here, heard the commotion outside, and also he ran down from the bed. Father, big brother are in the front of the war. Zhou Xiaobao in Dongan City side, completely uncontrolled, selected a dozen women, singing and dancing, do not mention how happy. As it happened, it was to bump into Tao Li who was coming from outside. Second young master, something big is wrong. The Jinbei army attacked the city and has already killed the city. Li Tao bowed down. What? Zhou Xiaobao's eyes were wide with fear, and his tone was obviously flustered. Who? Nonsense what? Jinbei army this will. Should be in a fierce battle with father? How could it appear in this place? Moreover, as far as that Jinbei army's fighting strength is concerned, it is now estimated that it is about to be wiped out by father. Li Tao, are you looking at it wrong? Zhou Xiaobao thought that it was Huangfu Ci who made the move. Li Tao shook his head. Huangfu Ci's army is also here. It looks like the two are in an alliance. Zhou Xiaobao shook his head, still in disbelief. Report. At this moment, the general who routed down from the outside, rolled and ran in. Cavalry second young lord. Something bad happened. The city gate let the Jinbei army break through. 70,000 to 80,000 troops have killed into the city. Now. What now? Rumble. This news was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for both of them. Wastes. You and the rest of this group of wastes. A few thousand people to guard a city. Less than an incense burner to lose? What's the point of raising you losers? Tao Li was astonished. He is still very clear about the fighting strength of his own army. Even if it is not as good as the Jinbei army, but it is not so bad. Even a city cannot defend it. The general couldn't help but cry on the spot. The firepower of the Jinbei army is really too fierce. We really can't hold it. General Li, what should we do now? If we wait for the Jinbei army to kill in, will I be able to survive? Zhou Xiaobao was instantly overwhelmed with fear and dread. Li Tao drew his sword and said in a loud voice. Then led a group of soldiers to the outside of the mansion. You guys escort the second young master to leave. And the rest of you go with this general to block the Jinbei army. Xiang Longyu's army, which had already arrived outside the city hall, looked at Li Tao who was killing out with his sword. You are Dong'an Guardian General Li Tao. This general advises you to stop resisting. You have already lost the momentum. Resisting will only lead to death. Xiang Longyu said coldly. Poof. Li Tao coldly snorted. Cut the crap. If you want to cross into the city hall, kill this general first. In Li Tao's opinion, even if he was not Xiang Longyu's opponent, it shouldn't be a problem to stop him. Seek death. Xiang Longyu tiger eyes glared. Sitting down on the warhorse, a leap in the air, and the lance in his hand, is toward Li Tao. Straight down, the gun hunting, straight at Li Tao. Li Tao immediately felt a Tarzan momentum, crushing, face suddenly changed. I'm afraid he won't be able to block this shot. When he swung his sword to intercept, it was already too late. Rip. Blood splattered 3 feet high. Xiang Longyu's overlord spear in his hand, stabbed straight into Li Tao's body. Pust. How is this possible? Li Tao's eyes widened. He didn't expect that he was not the enemy of the latter for one round. Then, his body collapsed to the ground without breathing. General Li. Li Tao? Surprisingly, you gave it a second in one move? The surrounding soldiers, incomparably afraid, they were aware of General Li Tao's martial arts. How strong it was. You thieving soldiers, if you don't surrender, what's the time to wait for? From Xiang Longyu's mouth, he immediately issued a shout like thunder. This shout was so frightening that the enemy soldiers dropped their weapons. Chapter 105, Duel to the North. The packing momentum. Only half an hour's time. The entire Dong'an, lost to Li Tianzi's hands. Dong'an city of 5,000 defending soldiers. Most of the surrender. The speed of pulling out the city is very fast, which also makes Li Tianzi curious. These 3 big vassals, in the end, how to get a foothold in the land of northern Liang. These soldiers under their command, the fighting ability is simply weak. Li Tianzi arrived all the way to the city hall. Xiang Longyu's army has begun to clean up the mess. From Dong'an's treasury, moved out boxes and boxes of gold, silver and jewelry, as well as bags of grain and rice. My lord, all of Zhou Jinkai's family members have been captured, except for Zhou Xiaobao who escaped. These people, what should be done with them? Xiang Longyu asked for instructions. Li Tianzi stopped his steps. Murderous intent surfaced all over his body, while his hand made a movement to wipe his neck. Kill them all. Leave no one behind. Wildfire can't be eliminated, but the spring breeze blows and grows again. Such a truth. Li Tianzi still understands. To not kill a man cleanly is to leave yourself open to trouble in the future. Nuwa. The last general will personally go and carry out the execution. Xiang Longyu received the order and retreated. Nowadays, Li Tianzi had more and more of the city and temperament of being a superior person. In the time it takes to burn incense, the large Zhou mansion, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, the old and weak, women and children, none of them survived. As for the other clans in the city, they still tried to resist and were almost completely decimated. These lineages, used to living a carefree life, thought that every ruler who came to a place would flatter the lineages and use them as backing support. However, Li Tianzi is not. He wants to hold all the families in their own hands. As a king, how can you let a group of families over their heads? However, after the death of these families, the people of the entire city are boiling, especially after seeing Li Tianzi's notice of the list of peace. It is even more excited. At least, what Li Tianzi wrote on the list was what made the people who were on edge. All of them began to be curious about this king of Jinbei who had killed his way into Dong'an, and their hearts couldn't help but lean over. In this chaotic world, if you want to stabilize your position, the hearts of the people are very important. Once Dong'an city is down, the entire coalition army of the 3 northern Liang tribes will have completely lost their power. On top of the city tower, Li Tianzi looked into the distance as the army under the city began to push back in the direction of Beiluo. What is the lord thinking? Yang Xian, who was behind him, looked at Li Tianzi. It's going to be a duel with Zhou Jinkai. After winning this battle, this king will completely unify the whole of northern Liang. Military counselor, do you think that we are not going a little too well? Li Tianzi still had a very dreamy feeling. Speaking of which, when he first came to Beiluo, he only had 5,000 Xuanjia army. At that time, he was really confused about the future. He did not know whether he could get a foothold down in the land of Beiluo, and in the face of the 4 mountains that pressed down on him, he felt like he was going to be fast kicking up the air. But the result, after all, it is good. Finally, is going to be a party hegemon. As long as he took northern Liang, he would have a way to regovern this chaotic place and make it more prosperous than all the dynasties. My lord is sitting on northern Liang. The great cause is feasible. Yang Xian congratulated first. He already knew Li Tianzi's ambitions, and this place, Beiliang, as long as it firmly grasped the trade road, the economy was bound to take off in the future. After Dong'an was taken, the 2 major cities of Zuli and Ding'an also surrendered. The officials and people in these cities did not have a high sense of belonging to Zhou Jinkai and Du Xiong, and once the Jinbei army came, everyone surrendered, which is actually quite normal. And at the moment, under the city of Beiluo, there were already bodies lying all over the place. Zhou Jinkai had attacked Beiluo city repeatedly over the past month, but it was a futile endeavor, and he had lost so many soldiers. For a moment, he got a little anxious, but then again, even if the first 2 times, they ate a big loss, but at least there are more than 70,000 troops. This is not so, cannot take only a few thousand troops stationed in the North Luo city. Meng Shan, aren't you known as the #1 commander of northern Liang? Why can't you even take a Beiluo city? You've simply disgraced all the northern Liang marshals. Zhou Jinkai was in front of the army formation, cursing at Meng Shan. This, Mengsan was speechless. He didn't know what was going on, just that the Beiluo city in front of him was just like a nail. No matter how much he pulled it, it was difficult to take it down. Do not worry, my lord. I will take my younger brother, Meng Yin, and personally go into battle to kill the enemy and take Beiluo. Meng Shan said in a rousing voice, if you really can't take it down again, you Meng family brothers, don't come back to see me again. Zhou Jinkai felt that he had lost all his face in the face, but he had threatened to take down Beiluo city within a day. But then he had been dragging his feet, from 3 days to 10 days, and now a month. They were practically piling up human lives, but they still couldn't take North Luo city. As for the Meng family brothers, Meng Shan Meng Yin, that is the local big family in Beiliang, can have with other families are not the same. The Meng family brothers, that is a real talent. The 2 are really counted as a rare famous general in Beiliang, but alas, they are with the wrong master. At this moment, Su Dingshan's defense system almost made it difficult for the enemy to move an inch. The Xuanjia army also suffered losses, with casualties as high as over 2,000. But the enemy lost even more. What the 3 major forces of northern Liang didn't know was that nowadays, up and down the city of Beiluo, all the people were soldiers, and it wasn't only the soldiers who guarded the city, but also the people. The enemy army is coming up again. The entire army is in combat mode. Su Dingfang shouted, Beiluo city, the soldiers find food. Weapons are a constant supply. Is not the North Liang 3 soldiers and horses? Can touch the porcelain. These guys, they really don't know how to die. They seem to have adapted to our artillery attacks. He Jian said. The enemy's charge was spread out in formation, which led to the strikes of Frankie's cannons, which were not as powerful as before. No harm done. Big deal. Melee physical combat. Su Dingfang gritted his teeth and said, send orders to the rear army to shoot out all the cannonballs. There's no use keeping these things. Now in Beiluo city, they were already starting to make arrows. As for the cannonballs, they had already started to stop production. After all, after being besieged for a month and firing cannons every day, the gunpowder was already insufficient. However, counting the days, it is about time for the Lord's army to arrive in the next 2 days. Bang, 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 bang. Above the citadel, the sound of artillery shells being discharged once again resounded. And then, that one blooming bomb was falling around the enemy army. That enemy army was certainly blown to the ground. However, in the blink of an eye, the enemy's ladder had already been set up at the foot of the citadel and began to climb upwards. The clattering arrows continued to fall, while the Xuanjia army's attack now, compared to a few days ago, was already much weaker, and as the sound of the artillery ceased, the whole sky was silent. Zhou Jinkai blinked his eyes and swept at Bei Luocheng. The artillery of the Jinbei army has stopped? Chapter 106, Zhou Xiaobao to the Beiluo frontline. Father, it's been a month. The artillery of the Jinbei army has been going off every day. I'm afraid they've used up their stockpile, right? Zhou Debao reminded. Ha ha ha. Zhou Jinkai laughed. Good. If the Jinbei army had artillery, our army would have taken down Beiluo city long ago. Why would we be blocked here? Send an order to Mengshan to attack in full force and take Beiluo in one fell swoop. I don't believe that the Jinbei army, without artillery support, can still hold our army back? Promise. Zhou Debao made a bow. My son will personally go and lead the troops to seize the city. After saying that, Zhou Debao was riding his warhorse and quickly ran towards the front line. The first battle of entering Beiluo was Zhou Debao's disgrace. And now that the Jinbei army is no longer supported by artillery, he is bound to make a clean break. Commander-in-Chief orders. The Jinbei army artillery has run out of ammo. Attack on all fronts. Take Beiluo in one fell swoop. Zhou Debao shouted. The soldiers who were attacking the city, when they heard this news, were undoubtedly bright and inexplicably invigorated. This month of attacking the city, they had developed a fear of the Jinbei army's firearms. Great! Bring up the stone throwers, siege wagons, all of them, Mengshan ordered. The several siege vehicles in the front army, on the other hand, were already out of formation, driving towards Beiluo city. The picture, too, began to move forward. However, they are forgetting a key point. The Jinbei army is powerful, not only firearms, even if it is cold weapons, whether it is swords, spears, swords and halberds, or bows and crossbows, can be called the world's first, especially Zhuge crossbows, divine arm bows, Adox crossbows and so on. These weapons haven't even begun to make a big splash yet. Good coming. Thinking that this general will have no way to take you if the francophone cannons are resting? Su Dingfeng sneered. Zhuge crossbows and divine arm bows at the ready. 500 Zhuge crossbow soldiers and 500 divine arm bow soldiers pulled their arrows up and aimed them at the charging enemy army, only waiting for the enemy to come within range. Su Dingfeng's raised hand, violently lowered. Release. Shoo, 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 shoo. A rain of arrows poured out of the sky. 500 Zhuge crossbows, that is, 5,000 arrows, just attacked the city of the enemy, but suffered. The arrows are straight down. A shot is a large number of down. Blood flow into the river. The sound of people wailing. Let a person listen to the back of the cold. Raise the shield. Kill up. The soldiers at the bottom of the city put that shield on top of their own heads and began to climb towards the city. There's no way back for them. At this time, if you dare to retreat a step back, Ding Datong got to supervise the army. Will withdraw and flee down to the soldiers to kill. Side by side is a death. Might as well be hard to charge up. And under the cover of the shield soldiers, the enemy's archers, too, began to counterattack, shooting against the Jinbei army, with a little bit of suppression. Many enemy soldiers is to ascend the city, but, before they could get a firm foothold, they were killed by the Jinbei army. In terms of close combat, no army was a match for the Jinbei army. Good kill. Our army is finally making progress. Zhou Jinkai was happy that their army, at least to say the least, was now able to kill the city. There was no way around it. There was not enough defending equipment, so we had to fight in close combat on the city. However, the progress that Zhou Jinzai felt was deliberate on Su Dingfeng's part. As long as he could keep the enemy troops at the city tower so that they could not enter the city, Beiluo city could not be lost. After a day of bloody battle, the enemy army could not enter Beiluo city at all. My damned Beiluo city, being the capital of trade, is also a city with high walls and thick walls. It is hard to break it through, and the losses of the Beiluo Alliance army, it seems that it has not been reduced, and they still have not moved an inch. Until the evening, Zhou Jinzai only resentful retreat. However, what he didn't know was that Li Tianzi's main army was already almost here. Just this evening, only 20 miles away from Zhou Jinzai. With a piece of it, there is also Zhou Xiaobao. This guy along the way suffered a lot. Even the war horse ran dead. Just rely on 2 legs to run. Good thing. Jinbei army to attack the city need a lot of time. So, that's why he arrived at the coalition camp at almost the same time as the Jinbei army. And after seeing the allied army camp, Zhou Xiaobao's heart that he was carrying was finally put down. What person? The soldiers outside, looking at a tattered figure, slowly approaching, were on alert. Zhou Xiaobao immediately angrily rebuked. Assholes, I am the second son of the Zhou house. That is, the son of your grand commander. You hurry up and take me to the camp. I have something important to report. Second Prince Zhou? The guard brought the torch closer and was immediately startled. This guy was as dirty as a ghost. However, Zhou Xiaobao was lucky that the person on duty in front of the camp this night was a soldier under Zhou Jinkai's command. The guard raised the torch and carefully examined it. Who else would it be if it wasn't his own second son? Second prince. It's really you? How did you make such a mess? That general had naturally seen Zhou Xiaobao before. Quickly, Li Tianzi's main army has already killed. You guys hurry up and get on guard. If you're late, it's too late. By then, we will all be prisoners, Zhou Xiaobao said anxiously. Li Tianzi's main force? The second prince is a bit of a joke. And the Li Tianzi of today should be in the city. How could he appear in the rear of our army? That general said with a smile. Once these words came out, Zhou Xiaobao hurriedly realized just how dangerous a situation they were in right now. The army on the front line, who had been fighting the Jinbei army for a month, hadn't even realized that Li Tianzi had quietly led his army out of the city and had circled around to their big rear, taking all of their cities. How on earth did Li Tianzi manage to do this so quietly? In fact, they thought that Li Tianzi had become a shrunken head turtle, did not dare to show his face, and had been commanded by Su Dingfang to command the army. In fact, being the son of a great general of the court, Su Dingfang has been commanding the army, which is actually quite normal. And those generals under Li Tianzi's command, they don't recognize a single one of them. Plus, the people in the city joined the defense queue. The coalition army in this long attack could not be. They thought that they would be Li Tianzi trapped in it, and then do a trapped beast. But then again, if it wasn't for Li Tianzi redeploying his troops, they would really be trapped by the enemy army without the slightest way out. Asterisk 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 Q. I just came from Dong'an. Can I not know if Li Tianzi's army is in the city or not? Zhou Xiaobao chided. Second Duke will come with me. Hearing Zhou Xiaobao's words, that general naturally did not dare to slack off. If Li Tianzi's army, indeed, had left the city long ago and taken their big rear, then they would really be finished. Bang, 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 bang. Before Zhou Xiaobao entered the middle army tent, the sound of artillery, which made the allied forces fearful, sounded once again, and the general who had received Zhou Xiaobao couldn't help but thump in his heart. Unlike before, this time the sound of the cannon came from the direction of their rear. Chapter 107, Clueless Allied Forces of the Vassals. It's coming. The Jinbei army is coming. Zhou Xiaobao's eyes were filled with fear. Who knows what he's been through on the run? Rumble. The shells of the Tiger squatting cannon instantly fell into the enemy camp. Along with that, there were also rockets in the sky, covering the sky and densely packed, flying and attacking. The enemy's camp was set ablaze in an instant, and the fire whirred so loudly that the darkness of the night was illuminated. Tent is resting in the enemy soldiers. For that shell, bombing death and injury, just walked out of the tent of the enemy soldiers. Even the atmosphere did not have time to kick on a mouthful. Is the eyeless arrows? Shot through the body. The enemy soldiers one after another fell. The whole camp, more as if the hot pot on the ant says, the regiment is in turmoil. Outside the camp, Li Tianzi stood on top of his warhorse and looked at the enemy camp in front of him. My lord, we can start the full-scale attack. Yang Xian said. Pass the order. Release the horn bombs, the front left and right camp gates. Send the attack at the same time, Li Tianzi said in a rousing voice. Nuwa, Ling Bai, who was behind him, pulled out the horn bomb in his pocket. Pa! There was a crunching sound, and the horn bomb shot straight up into the sky, dazzling. The land of northern Liang, most of the four sides are flat, and there are fewer mountains. The camp set up by the enemy army can be impacted on all sides, belonging to a place that is easy to attack and difficult to defend. And Li Tianzi had already made a good battle deployment long before he launched a thorough attack on the enemy army. Li Xian and Mu Wu, two generals, led 5,000 cavalry and 5,000 infantry, ambushed on the left side. Wei Yan and Che Yi, two generals, led 5,000 cavalry and 5,000 infantry, ambushed on the right side, and he led the main army to face the enemy on the front. At this moment, after seeing the horn bomb that launched the attack, Li Xian, Mu Wu, Wei Yan, and Che Yi, all four of them, were shaken. Shoo! Li Xian held his spear diagonally, intimidating and forcing people. All the generals listened to the order. The time to build a career has come. In front of the enemy army, take down the three major rebellious thieves in Beiliang. Follow this general to charge and kill. Kill. Herod. Warhorse neighing, iron hooves roaring. Li Xian a horse first led 5,000 cavalry ran out, directly attacked the enemy fortress. In the dark night, Jinbei army up and down, just like a murderous ghost, in the blink of an eye, is to kill to the front of the line. Then Jinbei cavalry soldiers, On both sides of the watchtower on the enemy soldiers, is a burst of indiscriminate shooting. A photo will be shot down from the tower. A few meters high watchtowers, this fall, not dead but also disabled. The outer walls of the camp, on the other hand, were crude fences, built of small wooden stakes, built in rows, such that the outer walls were scarcely defensive at all. Break the fortress and go over, Li Xin shouted. The soldiers behind him threw a dozen palm mines from their hands, and as the palm mines exploded, the fence wall was instantly blown to pieces. How can this hold back the Jinbei army? The soldiers inside, even the weapons in their hands, couldn't hold them anymore. Kill! In the black smoke and mist, Li Xin's horse, from which swept out, the first is to stab a gun directly through the throat of the enemy soldier. The gun sound of a tremor. The enemy soldier's body is the shock of the downward flight, even shot several meters backward, but also behind the enemy soldiers, knocked down to the ground. Offense! Attack! Jinbei army iron cavalry up and down. The killing sound shook the sky and earth, rushed straight into the hands of the blade, harvesting the enemy's body. Under the iron hooves, is trampled on the enemy's body, all the way no one can block, and the enemy's left battalion of soldiers. This is already chaotic. Just out of the battalion, is the Jinbei army's swords were killed. As for the right side, Wei Yan and Che Yi's army of 10,000 also killed into the enemy formation on the right. The enemy was not prepared in the least. After all, they didn't expect that Li Tianzi would show up behind them with a troop. At the front, Li Tianzi personally on the front, and Xiang Longyu is two fierce generals. There are two people lead the way, tens of thousands of troops, like a tidal wave, a comprehensive pounce. God block kill God, Buddha block kill Buddha. Zhou Xiaobao, led by the soldiers, came directly to the central army camp, which would have Zhou Jinkai, Ding Datong and Du Xiong, the three great commanders, coming out of the camp in fear. To be honest, this would be them. They still don't know what the hell is going on. Just in all directions, there is the sound of killing and shouting. Just feel like they are surrounded. The first thing that came to his mind was that Huangfu Xiai had led a siege of soldiers. Father! Seeing Zhou Jinkai, Zhou Xiaobao's eyes immediately shed tears, and with a soft double retreat, he knelt on the ground. Little Xiaobao. Zhou Jinkai looked at Zhou Xiaobao in surprise, obviously not expecting that Zhou Xiaobao would appear here. What are you doing here? Zhou Xiaobao was incomparably choked. Father, Huangfu Xiai has defected to Li Tianzi, known as the Lord, and the two of them led an army of 70 to 80,000 men to take our city. All of it, our Zhou family, was slaughtered by the Jinbei army, in full. What? Upon hearing this news, Zhou Jinkai several people, immediately their legs went weak, and people couldn't even stand up. This can't be. This can't be. Don't we still have Sima Yan's 50,000 troops? His 50,000 strong Peace Prefecture army is so brave and battle-hardened that even Huangfu Xi's army would have to weigh up a battle with the Jinbei army. How could he lose? Tell me quickly. This is all a lie, right? Zhou Jinkai was unwilling to believe this fact. Zhou Xiaobao shook his head. Sima Yan has already become Li Tianzi's prisoner. 50,000 troops, all destroyed. We are now surrounded. Rumble. It was only at this moment that the three finally realized just how powerful the opponent they had picked was. Ding Datong, Du Xiong, also understand. If the Zhou family are slaughtered, then they're two big families. I am afraid. Oh, Ding Datong's eyes were covered in blood, and his mouth was even more furious as he roared. God damn Li Tianzi. I won't share a single day with you. I'm going to kill Li Tianzi. Everyone follow me. Ding Datong shouted with his personal guards at his side. These personal soldiers, following behind Ding Datong, took the initiative to kill towards the Jinbei army. Father, fight Li Tianzi, Zhou Debao said in a vibrant voice. He killed our family. For a moment, Zhou Jinkai's anger went through the roof, and he violently drew his sword out. Kill Li Tianzi. Kill Li Tianzi. This would make the three great commanders go completely insane. Li Tianzi, on the other hand, went all the way straight to the center army. Its enemy generals Lu Tong and Xia Hofei, who were stationed in the former military camp, saw that they could not hold back the Jinbei army and turned around to escape with a roll. My lord, it's Ding Datong, Ling Bai reminded. Good timing. Kill these three and the allied forces will be completely routed, Li Tianzi said in a solemn voice. Lu Tong, Xia Hofei, who let you escape? Kill back for me, Ding Datong shouted. And both of them were Ding Datong's generals, quasi-first-class martial artists. My lord, this Li Tianzi is brave and invincible. I'm afraid we can't stop it. We'd better hurry and break out before we make any plans, Lu Tong suggested. Chapter 108, the allied forces of the lords are at the end of their roads. we have no way back, Ding Chase said through clenched teeth. However, the truth was not told. He didn't dare to guarantee that the two people in front of him would betray him if they knew about the news of the fall of their base camp, and at that time, not to mention revenge, they wouldn't even have the power to put up the most basic resistance. Lu Tong and Xiahou Fei looked at each other in disbelief. What does the Lord mean by this? It's fine. It's just that now that the army is like this, I'm afraid that if we run away again, we'll really never be able to turn back. For today's solution, we can only engage in a deadly battle with the Jinbei army, the only way to have a chance of survival. Anymore, we have to fight the Jinbei army, Ding Datong said. The two were surprised that their master, who had always been afraid of death, had become so ballsy at this time. However, their masters were so bloodthirsty. How could they, who were subjects, be afraid? Good. If the Lord is like this, how can we, as war generals, retreat? The two men said in a rousing voice. Oh, Li Tianzi brought his horse to a halt. You all don't know the situation yet, do you? Your main camp has long been captured for this king. All of your resistance now is just a negative resistance. It would be better to surrender to this king, who is very appreciative of you. At these words, the enemy generals were thrown into commotion. This, Li Tianzi, don't talk nonsense here. Kill. Ding Datong took the initiative to charge forward. Seeing this, Lu Tong and Xiahou Fei also hardened their heads and killed up. Li Tianzi, you're really underestimating us. Do you really think we're the ones who turn our backs on our masters so easily? You've been making a name for yourself lately. Do you dare to fight us in person? Lu Tong see Li Tianzi young, according to reason, this age, and have such an achievement of people, it is the blood, the most easy to be provoked time. Then, when his head was hot, he really killed alone. Then, they had their own confidence to take down Li Tianzi. After all, these two hadn't fought those warriors from the northern grasslands and didn't know how those top martial artists from the grasslands were. But the two were confident enough. They compared themselves to the likes of Wan Yin Daijian. How dare you not? Li Tianzi took the lead and ran out on his horse. The lance in his hand was clenched, pointing out a cold aura with a sharp aura. Lu Tong and Xiahou Fei, on the other hand, were laughing. In his heart, he cursed Li Tianzi, an idiot. However, when he got close to Li Tianzi's side, he was able to smell a majestic killing intent that swept over him. What a strong killing intent! Xiahou Fei was secretly shocked in his heart. When he waited for him to blink again, he realized that the long spear in Li Tianzi's hand was already attacking. What a fast gun! Xiahou Fei was shocked. Surprisingly, he didn't even see when Li Tianzi shot. Xiahou Fei hurriedly raised his gun to stop it. Clanging. Only a loud ringing sound could be heard as the long spear in Li Tianzi's hand had already smashed on top of Xiahou Fei's gun barrel. Oh! Xiahou Fei screamed miserably, his face instantly white. The lance in his hand, finally can't top it, out of hand, and straight smashed in Xiahou Fei's shoulder. The shoulder bones, instantly broken, even sat down on the horse. Hissed, even Xiahou Fei, a piece of the collapse on the ground. And again, Li Tianzi immediately withdrew his spear, dodged Lu Tong's hammer, and made a horseback shot, stabbing straight into Lu Tong's back. The gap between a quasi-first-class martial artist and the topmost martial artist was a huge one. Lu Tong died on the spot, while Xiahou Fei was heavily injured and staggered up from the ground. How is it possible that the gap between this general and him, how can it be so big? This will be Xiahou Fei, cannot believe it, the gap is so big that it is really scary. Surprisingly, he couldn't even intercept a single shot from Li Tianzi. However, even if he faces Huang Fu Shang, Li Xian and other northern Liang generals, he can fight for a while, so it is not so. In the hands of Li Tianzi, even a round cannot fight, right? You really have been in northern Liang for so long that you don't even know that there are people beyond the sky. Didn't you want to kill this king? Then this king will kill you first. Li Tianzi is another gun stabbed out. Swift and fierce, Xiahou Fei again want to intercept. It is already too late. Where the chest was hit by a gun. Pust. A large mouthful of blood spurted out. Actually, he wanted to say just now that he could actually surrender. But Li Tianzi didn't even give him a chance to speak. The moment he fell to the ground, Xiahou Fei's heart was filled with regret and unwillingness. This king of Jinbei, worthy of being the first god of war that is famous in the grasslands. The two generals, Lu and Xiahou, who struck out at the same time were not even his one-round opponent. It seems that the king of Jinbei is indeed not living up to his name. Those individual soldiers, upon seeing Li Tianzi, were inexplicably afraid. Come, who else wants to come up to die? Li Tianzi shouted violently, like thunder, and a huge strong wind was lifted up between the circumference. Arrogant! Li Tianzi, do you know that I, Ding Datong, before I became famous, I was also a famous general in northern Liang. Eat my sword. Ding Datong flew originally. In his hand, he slashed towards Li Tianzi. Bang! However, before Ding Datong could come closer, a long spear was ruthlessly slapped on Ding Datong's chest. Not knowing when Xian Lonyu appeared, this shot broke all the bones in Ding Datong's body, and the bone spikes even went through his back. Father! Shouted Dinan. But the next second, the long sword in Ling Bai's hand slit Ding Nang's throat. The soldiers of the Ding family are dumbfounded. Their master is dead. What should they do? Where should they go? Ding Datong and Ding Nang are dead. Will you not surrender? Li Tianzi chided. The enemy troops looked at each other in disbelief. We surrender. These Ding clan soldiers, one after another, put down their weapons. But the next second, a burst of arrows came, and those soldiers who surrendered were instantly shot to the ground. A bunch of cowards. Their own masters were killed and they even surrendered. Shouldn't you and the others take revenge? Du Xiong and Zhou Jinkai killed? Li Tianzi, I'll fight you. In a moment, the entire enemy center army began to make a surprise attack on Li Tianzi. Good coming. It wouldn't have been much fun if we had just crushed the erstwhile. Kill. Clanging. In an instant, the two armies instantly collided. However, in the eyes of the Jinbei army, this beleaguered enemy army would never be a match for the Jinbei army even if they finally put up a fight. Because, the Jinbei army in the first time into the barracks, the first lesson learned, is dedication, with the death of the battle to the end, the ideological baptism, so that the Jinbei army soldiers, in order to die in battle as an honor, as Li Tianzi's previous life, an army, once the soul and faith, they will not be able to overcome. Zhou Jinkai, Du Xiong and others, are already in a bloody battle. Only one incense stick time, their army, began to rout. That is, even they, the main generals, in the face of the Jinbei army's powerful offense, are helpless. Chapter 109, Unification of Northern Liang. Tread through the enemy camp and captured Zhou Jinkai and Du Xiong. Li Tianzi held his sword and waved his whip, and the Jinbei army became more and more courageous. Zhou Jinkai and Du Xiong. There was no way back. Suddenly, on Beiluo City, looking at the enemy camp's head, the sky that had been dyed red, Su Dingfang concluded that their lord had come from the enemy's rear army, in a surprise attack. This time, the enemy army is probably on the verge of not being able to hold on anymore. Su Dingfang gripped the lance in his hand, turned around fiercely. Behind him, more than 2,000 Xuanjia army, eyes burning, murderous aura, the hands of the weapon. The cold light is huge. General Su, give the order. The whole army will go out of the city, and with the Lord's army, we will attack from the front and back, and destroy the enemy army in one fell swoop. This, Northern Liang can be determined. Xian Arrow said in a rousing voice. We ask for battle. He Jian bellowed. Then, the soldiers on both sides of the side, the mouth in a moment, is shouting out a mountain of momentum. Please fight. Please fight. Although it is passive suppression defense for more than a month, but this will not blow to the morale of the Xuanjia army. The whole army is still a monstrous will to fight, especially the loss of half of the Xuanjia army soldiers, which can be their brothers, the remaining Xuanjia army soldiers, but with a monstrous fury. Yes, all generals, follow this general to kill out of the city and destroy the 3 northern Liang tribes. Su Dingfang was very satisfied with the morale of the Xuanjia army. Crunch. Late at night, the gates of Beiluo city were wide open, and Su Dingfang led 2,000 Xuanjia cavalrymen, killing and running out of the city. This time, the people of the city, too, were not resting. They were in the city, in charge of logistics, for the Xuanjia army soldiers, making fire and cooking. Hear the artillery outside? It's probably the king who has killed his way back. Hiss this. King's speed is a bit too fast. That's true. Our prince. That's a saintly ruler that rarely comes out in 1,000 years. Naturally invincible in battle. Just watch. After this battle, our prince will surely become famous throughout the world. Now Li Tianzi's reputation in Beiluo has already reached its peak. The people's hearts. The people of Beiluo. For Li Tianzi, that is incomparable belief. They are grateful. God gave them the people of Beiluo. Sent a good parent official. They feel that, with Li Tianzi, they no longer need to be subjected to foreign invasion. So, the people were extremely supportive of him. This time, Zhou Jinkai and Du Xiong, leading a remnant army of thousands, actually retreated in the direction of Beiluo. To the west is Huangfu's territory, where a troop has already been stationed, just to avoid Zhou Jinkai and Du Xiong's remnants of the army from escaping. That is to say, now the two have no way back, and going north is equivalent to seeking their own death. Tap 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 tap. Zhou de Bao, who fled in the forefront, immediately pulled the reins. His ears came a rumbling hoofbeats. At first glance, but it startled him. It was Su Dingfang leading 2,000 iron horsemen. Father, we can't get away. Zhou Debao was now a little scared. It was already out of the ordinary for the dude, with his anger, to insist on a bloody battle here. Since we can't escape, let's fight one last time. Zhou Jinzai had some regrets. Had he known that Li Tianzi was even more powerful than his father, he shouldn't have provoked this guy. Zhou Jinkai suffered death. The three generals, Su Dingfang, Xian Eruo, and He Jian, were the first to clash with the enemy army. The Xian armor cavalry, still swift and unstoppable, were still a slaughtering force for this already demoralized army. Just in time, the left and right armies of Jinbei, which were making good progress, also outflanked them in the same direction. Zhou Jinkai and Du Xiong, you can no longer escape. Li Xian and Wei Yan's armies, from the left and right sides, surrounded at the same time. Behind them was the main army led by Li Tianzi and Xian Longyu, clenching. At this point in the battle, there was no suspense. The enemy coalition army cannot hold back the Jinbei army at all. With the miserable screams that resounded for a little over half an hour, Zhou Jinkai's army, the entire heaven and earth fell silent as the last person was beheaded. Only 4 people remained: Zhou Jinkai, Du Xiong, Zhou Debao and Zhou Xiaobao, and the 4 that would be here were also covered in injuries. Li Tianzi, whose armor was covered in blood, his tiger head Zhanjin spear held vertically, marched out from the army, and his eyes, which were like the piercing red eyes of a wild beast, stared at the 4 people to death. 4 of you, the moment you made yourselves enemies of this king, you were doomed to defeat. Any last words? Li Tianzi looked at the 4 people indifferently. He wasn't about to give the 4 a way out. Oh, Zhou Jinkai smiled coldly. Lao Zi at least is also the Northern Liang vassal. Now it's nothing more than becoming a king or losing a bandit. Kill or be killed, as you wish. However, don't be complacent. Although we are dead, the real trouble is still behind. How many people want to kill you to vent their hatred? Unless you can make Northern Liang the peak of its heyday back then. But do you think it's possible? I'll be in hell, waiting for you to come down. The reason why Zhou Jinkai said so is not without reason. The national system is rotten into this way. According to reason, just rely on Li Tianzi, this one vassal king. Don't even think of the Northern Liang governance, or maybe it will become a huge burden. I won't trouble Lord Zhou with that. Li Tianzi smiled faintly. With his means, not to mention returning Bei Liang back to its former peak, even if it exceeded the previous, it would not be a problem. Invite them on their way. Li Tianzi's hand, already raised. Soldiers all around, cocking their bows. No, father, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Please, give the Jinbei king a soft service. Maybe our family can still be an ordinary citizen. King of Jinbei, please spare my life. Even if you let me be a dog in your hand. Zhou Xiaobao knelt on the ground, already devoid of dignity. Yes, that's right, pampered used to, everyday beauty in the arms. Free days, not to mention how happy, but just die. There is nothing. He Zhou Xiaobao, naturally, has not yet enjoyed enough. Rip. But without waiting for Zhou Xiaobao to climb out a few steps, the sword in Zhou Debao's hand violently pierced through Zhou Xiaobao's back. De blood, sliding down from above the sword. Big brother, you. Zhou Xiaobao was incredulous. He had never thought that he would one day die at the hands of his own family. After a struggle, Zhou Xiaobao closed his eyes and swallowed his breath. Disgraceful thing. The one who deserves to die the most is you. Zhou Debao laughed coldly, then drew his blood sword out, braced himself and stared at Li Tianzi dead in the face. Li Tianzi, kill us. You got balls? Li Tianzi actually had a few moments of appreciation for him inwardly. Kill. The word kill fell, and dozens of Zhuge crossbows were fired at the same time. Hundreds of arrows, instantly turning the 3 into hedgehogs. To be honest, for the 3 people, Li Tianzi still has some admiration for them. At least, under the heavy siege, actually did not grovel. So, it is not a disgrace to the reputation of the Northern Liang lords. Chapter 110, Recruiting the Meng brothers. At the time of death, the 3 corners of the mouth like a smile, for such an end, seems to be somewhat satisfied. For the general, die in battle, is the greatest honor. 1. We actually won. The generals of the Jinbei army still had an unreal feeling. Yes, the 4 vassals of Northern Liang. How powerful it must be to be able to separate themselves from the imperial court. However, it was the mountain that they felt was impossible to move down. But it was under the leadership of the king of Jinbei that the 4 rebellions were pacified and Northern Liang was unified. The chaotic Northern Liang once again came under the unification. The north connects to the Jurchen and Tartar, and the west can be connected to the western countries. This is how unique geographical location are. In the future, Northern Liang could get rich by taking advantage of the trade route. Long live the king of Jinbei! Long live the king of Jinbei! I don't know who shouted from the crowd, but the whole army boiled over. Li Tianzi would, without a doubt, be the brightest spot in the room. One side of Huang Fu Ci, stroking his beard. It seems that at this moment, he understands what, in his heart, a bold idea sprouted. As Li Tianzi said, today's world is already rotten to the extreme. He can be surnamed Xiao, and why cannot believe Li? Half an hour later, Jinbei army began to clean up the battlefield. This battle captured Bailiang 30,000 people, Li Tianzi's legion. The loss of troops also reached nearly 8,000. This cannot be helped. The three parts of the coalition under the negative. There is still some strength. After all, the rabbit is still biting when it is anxious. Inside the tent, civilian and military left and right are separated. Be honest. Go in. This time, Ling Bai escorted the two generals and entered the tent. The Jinbei army was able to lose up to 8,000 soldiers in this battle, but it was really thanks to these two men. These two people are no one else. It is the famous Meng Shan and Meng Ying, two generals. In this place of Bailiang, the power of the Meng family is not small, and the clan has produced a lot of famous generals. When they were caught in, the two of them were still quite unconvinced. The corners of their mouths were crooked, and neither of them looked squarely at Li Tianzi. Ling Bai, don't be so rude. This king is very fond of the two generals of the Meng family. Li Tianzi stepped down from the main seat with a huge smile on his face, and looking at the ropes bound on the hands of the two men, he deliberately said, Ling Bai, what's going on here? Who allowed you to tie up the two generals? Don't you know that this king cherishes his talent? Li Tianzi made one eye roll. Ling Bai understood, cleared his throat, and deliberately said, My lord, this Zhou Jin Kai's subordinates, I'm sure they aren't any good either. According to the last general, we should drag the Meng brothers down and chop them up, and then kill the Meng family in full, to stop any future troubles. Once this statement was made, the surrounding generals immediately agreed. What Commander Ling said is true. That Zhou family father and son did a lot of evil during their reign, and Meng, as an accomplice, is so guilty that he should be beheaded. Xiang Longyu said seriously. Yeah, it does deserve to be killed. Li Tianzi looked around. His face reddened from stifling his laughter. These guys, they are really a bunch of drama queens. The monk brothers, at once, were confused. Since there is no immediate kill, we'll escort them here. Must be to recruit them all. But the situation in the tent seems to be a little different from what they imagined. These Jinbei army generals, how each of them shouted at them. In fact, over the years, the Zhou family has been wary of the Meng family, which also led to their loyalty to Zhou Jin Kai is not high. And now, just want to earn a share of face, and so on just right. Gave the steps. They surrendered. Kill or die. As you wish, Meng Shan said through gritted teeth. At this point, it seems that the only way to keep the rigor mortis going is to keep the show on the road. Li Tianzi, on the other hand, smiled and untied the ropes on the two men, with his own hands. King of Jinbei, you, the two brothers were amazed. Both generals are talented. How could this king kill both generals? These tough generals under this king's command are used to being rude, so the two generals must not take it to heart. The king hereby promises the two generals that as long as you are willing to leave, the king will never stop you. Li Tianzi's words, almost sentence by sentence, shocked the two brothers of the Meng family. This was the first time they had seen such a courteous master, and it was hard not to be convinced. Does King Jinbei really want to let us go? Meng Shan questioned. Aha! Li Tianzi nodded his head. This king speaks, always says one thing, the door of the tent is open. This king can let his personal guards personally send the two generals out of the camp. And, Meng's family, this king will also not move a single cold hair. The two generals can rest assured. Meng Shan and Meng Ying, looking at each other in thought, clasped their fists and bowed towards Li Tianzi. Then thank you, King of Jinbei. After saying that, the two of them took the token to leave the camp and turned around. Li Tianzi's eyes, at this moment, were already cold to the extreme. He always felt that something was wrong. Wasn't that what the TV staged recruiting was all about? Lord, these two have outstanding abilities, commanding the army and killing tens of thousands of our troops. If they leave, they will be a great enemy of my Jinbei army. Lord can't let them leave at all. The Lord promised not to kill the two, but my Lord did not, Xiang Longyu said, and was about to pull out his sword to go after them. How dare you? Li Tianzi yelled, and everyone inside and outside the tent could hear it. Do you take this king's words as farts? Anyone who dares to make a move will be chopped off immediately. And heard the words of the Meng brothers, actually some touched, in just about to step out of the tent. Meng Shan is a tug on Meng Yin's hand. Meng Yin understand. The two turned around. looking at Li Tianzi. Suddenly, he knelt on the ground. "My lord, we are willing to serve as dogs and horses." Li Tianzi's eyes lit up. Sure enough, his play was not in vain. "Yes, yes, the two of us, like a tiger with wings, please rise." Li Tianzi helped the two of them up. "Your lordship is flattering. We are small compared to the generals under your lordship's command. It's not that Meng Shan is self-effacing, but which of Su Dingfang and Li Guangbi are not better than them? Hey, don't be modest. The two generals, in the future, this king will have to rely on you too." Li Tianzi smiled faintly. "Congratulations to the great king. Congratulations to the great king, for obtaining this good general." The generals shouted, and the unpleasantness of the party was long gone. After some innuendo, the two seemed to kind of get it, combined with the fact that the big guys were putting on a show for them. However, the Meng brothers, this time, were willing, after all, to be able to have a group of ministers play along with Li Tianzi was a sign of Li Tianzi's uniqueness. As for the next step, Li Tianzi still had a lot of things to do, expanding troops and horses, as well as rewarding the officials and doing the next aftermath. He had to grab and expand his power enough to be undefeated. Of course, Beiliang is too far away. The court will not know, and even more unable to grasp how his true strength. So, in order not to let others catch a hold of him, he needed to hide his strength. Chapter 111, Expansion of Troops and Horses. Royal Decree on Officials. The night was silent and turned to dawn. On the second day, Li Tianzi returned to the city amidst a burst of cheers from the people. The news of the great settlement of Beiliang, with the speed of a hurricane, spread throughout the entire Beiliang. For the people of the 8 counties of Beiliang, is still incomparably dreamy, especially some of the people within the village, woke up and the new policy came. If this were a normal day, the Northern Liang change of sovereignty, change of state pastor and so on, people actually do not care much. After all, the people work every day, live in the days of food. Everyday think, is how to live. But this time is different. The content of the list attracted the attention of the people of the entire Beilang, and the unification of the Beilang Jinbei king, very curious up. Throughout the ages, the king who can think about the people, is too little, but like Li Tianzi so wholeheartedly for the people's sake of the king, only this one, of course, now can only be considered Li Tianzi open preview of the next governance of Beiliang. What to crack down on the landlords, redistribute the fields to the people, which are all the 8 is not yet a thing. It's just that this is such a novelty, and it's a real cause for concern. Day 3, Li Tianzi, who had rested, summoned the civil and military officials into the royal palace. Although rest and recuperation, in fact, does not count, Li Tianzi will Yang Xian, Han Wenzhou, Du Sheng, Huangfu Ci, Lu Chu 5 people, a series of discussions for 3 days, and ultimately will be the next how to go to the North Liang plan. All agreed. Li Tianzi walked to the throne in large strides, and that kingly temperament had long since flowed out without a second thought. "Greetings to my king, 1,000 years old." All the civil and military personnel bowed down. "All rise. The matter under discussion today is the next aftermath of Northern Liang. Northern Liang has all been returned to our hands. The next governance will be very troublesome, so, in the coming year, stabilizing the local power is the main focus, and stabilize this place completely," Li Tianzi said in a revitalized voice. "However, since ancient times, it is easy to fight the world but difficult to govern it. Don't look at the several major forces in Beiliang have been destroyed, but this time of the year, Beiliang is the easiest time for chaos to occur." Ling Bai, holding the king's decree, stood in front of the hall and read out the king's decree of the Lord. The ministers listened to the decree. The generals immediately bowed at his words. In this battle, the prisoners of the 3 coalition armies of Beiliang, half of which were filled with troops, and most of which were as old as 40 as well as wounded soldiers, were all repatriated, and given a certain amount of money for their journey to go home to their farms, and Northern Liang actively prepare for war and expand the army, in order to deal with the occasional need. The whole army expansion of 100,000 regular army, unified Nanjinbei army, Xuanjia army and other fill to 5,000, not counting the ranks of the regular army. The Dark Guards expansion of 1,000 people, calculated in this way, together with the North Gate Pass as well as the 5,000 troops of the Xuanjia army, the Jinbei army is going to expand to 1,100,000, compared to the peak period of Beiliang. This number of troops, in fact, has been counted as a small number. However, Beiliang has this chaos. In the eyes of outsiders, Beiliang regardless of the economy or population, in this time, are suffered a heavy blow. The people are suffering, want to feed 100,000 army, simply impossible. The public opinion message that Li Tianzi released to the outside world also declared to the outside world that the battle with the several major forces in Bailian was to hurt the enemy 1,000 times and lose 800 times, so that the enemy would take Bailian lightly. Of course, 100,000 army. Almost no new recruits. Huang Fu sees Northern Liang army to join. Almost let Li Tianzi's power once swelled to be able to threaten the court. In fact, 100,000 troops. This is already quite a lot. That is, those old feudal lords do not dare to blatantly sit on such a large number of troops. The party is the lord's strategy for expanding the army, and the next step is to reward the meritorious officials and make formal appointments to the officials of Northern Liang. Appoint Huang Fu Ci as the chief historian to assist the two ministers, left and right, in governing Northern Liang. Appoint Lu Chu as the Order of the Lang. Appoint Li Guangbi as General of East Protection and County Guardian of Zuli, with Zhang Ba as his Vice-General, leading 10,000 soldiers and horses, and stationing them in Zuli. Appoint Wei Yan as the General of Protecting the South and the Governor of Jincheng County, with Che Yi as his deputy, leading 10,000 soldiers and horses, and stationing them in Jincheng. Appoint Huang Fu Shang as General of the West Protector and Governor of Xining County, with 10,000 cavalry, to be stationed in Xining to guard the western regions and the western capital. Appoint Li Tianba as General of Tiger's Might, Xiang Longyu as General of Dragon's Might, and Shatash as General of Flying Cavalry. Under Li Tianzi's command, almost all the officials were rewarded. Wuguo's vassal king can self-appointed vassal under his command, and then play the court. In fact, play or not, it does not matter anymore. Today's court, the local vassal king, almost free-range style. The court has no money, cannot give food and pay. So, local feudal lords, to be self-sufficient, everything is their own appointment. As for how many soldiers and horses you raise, the court will not go into detail. But, if you go beyond the establishment, you have to raise your own, but also have to pay tribute to the court. However, this court is really save a lot of heart, but also lead to the feudal lords around, gradually sit big, so that the court now want to control cannot control, all civil and military. This will also be very excited. For once, they can count on having real official positions. As for Su Dingfeng, this guy Li Tianzi cannot be rewarded. This guy is still the official position of the court. To the credit, reported to the court, by the court on Su Dingfeng reward. After all, that the court rewarded the official position, then he a feudal king to the gold content of the official position, to be much higher. I accept the order and will do my best. The crowd of civil and military personnel shouted in unison. You don't want to be too happy too early, especially the generals who have been appointed to the local area. You not only have to practice, but also have to coordinate and manage the local government. I have less manpower in my hands. In the last few months, you have to be more responsible for some of them, and when the recruitment order in March comes out, recruiting enough talents, you should be able to relax a little bit. Li Tianzi said. Nah. All the civil and military personnel bowed to receive the order. As for the recruitment order, this thing, have to find an excuse. He thought it would be better to expand the scope of recruitment to the whole world. That's the only way to draw on talent for now. Of course, in order to prevent some fake and shoddy people to come to dabble in food and drink, Li Tianzi also deliberately organized the state examination to check the real talent of the talents who entered the Northern Liang. Otherwise, any kind of cats and dogs, all mixed together, is going to make a mess. Alright gentlemen, all go down and get ready. Ling Bai, accompany this king to the dungeon to see how our Jin king is doing now? Li Tianzi said indifferently. Promise. Ling Bai led the order. The ministers, on the other hand, made a bow, and then, drinking a farewell, they went out of the great hall. As for Sima's father and son, these days but suffered the old crime. Originally the beginning of the magistrate to send him his pig food, in the way of dignity and face, the two dead and refused to eat, but after a day, but also care what face, can be made, incomparable woe. However, the beam between him and Sima Yan is considered to be completely knotted, and in the future it will still be the point of immortality. Chapter 112, Extortion. Li Tianzi, damn Li Tianzi, if I can get out of here alive, I'll have to shred my body to pieces. Sima Yan roared. The entire dark dungeon below echoed with Sima Yan's shocked voice. Father, if you don't eat, I'll finish, Sima Xiao reminded. Sima Yan looked at the food trough that was already nearing the bottom, and immediately kicked Sima Xiao's body, sending him toppling to the ground. Assholes, save some for me. To be honest, the pig food that Sima's father and son ate was not really pig food. This stuff was much better than the pig food that Li Tianzi ate in the pig pen. Looking at the way the two ate, it was surprisingly flavorful. Father, you say, Li Tianzi won't really want to kill us, right? Or imprison us in the dungeon for the rest of our lives. Sima Xiao was a bit flustered. He couldn't afford to part with the fine wine and countless beautiful women. Don't worry, Li Tianzi does not have such courage. We Sima clan, at least, is also a royal family, subordinate to the court. If we die in the north of Liang, the upper side is bound to pursue Li Tianzi. Perhaps, Li Tianzi, now a good situation, is bound to fade away. Li Tianzi dare not bet so, Sima Yin to the point, or very assured. But he also had something to worry about. Li Tianzi would let them go. However, he was now afraid that Li Tianzi would ask for a lion's share of the money and use him as blackmail as a way to extort his son. Sima Xiong, Li Tianzi, who was outside, heard the words of Sima's father and son clearly. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, secretly thinking that Sima Yan, this guy, has a sense of self-knowledge. In this way, his thoughts, there is no need to hide them. Pa pa pa. Li Tianzi clapped his crisp and loud slaps, striding towards the Sima's father and son's cage. Hearing that slap, Sima's father and son immediately stood up, and the way they looked at Li Tianzi, they couldn't eat him alive. Li Tianzi, quickly release this king, or else, second Sima Xiong, will surely lead the army of Meridian State and trample northern Liang to the ground. Sima Yan was enraged. Li Tianzi smiled faintly. Sima Yan, your old base of the state, the battle of northern Liang all lost. The army of the state is nothing more than only 30,000 people. Do you think that, just with that stupid son of yours, can be the king's opponent? You are not afraid. Sima Xiong, with these 30,000 soldiers and horses as a sheep into the tiger's mouth? Of course, this king is still very happy to give the king of Jin a chance. According to the requirements mentioned by this king, as long as Sima Xiong agrees, this king will let you and others go back. If not, then the two of you will stay in the dungeon for the rest of your life. Whether Sima Xiong agreed to his terms or not, there were ways he wouldn't lose out. All in all, it's all under control. Sima Yan stared at Li Tianzi. But, the longer he stared, the more he was afraid of this young man. He always felt that the young man in front of him, giving him a feeling of inscrutability. That is, when Li Dingwa stood in front of him, he did not have such a feeling. And now, he was actually scared out of his wits by a milquetoast brat. Do you really dare to imprison this king? Sima Yan was incredulous. Aren't you afraid that the court will blame you? Li Tianzi calmly returned. Sima Yan, don't think that this king doesn't know. You secretly defected to the crown prince. And this time, you sent troops into Beiliang, because you want to look at the situation of Beiliang in this king's 200 situation. And then, you are good to reap the benefits of fishing and help the crown prince to control Beiliang. But the prince also knows, you Sima Yan as the king of Jin, a party hegemony, may not be a sincere defection to him. It is even more difficult for you to control. And you Sima Yan, may not have no ambition. But your son Sima Xiong, the city, strategy, its ability is far less than you. If the prince is willing to give up the two, and help a better control of the person on the throne, it seems not impossible. Moreover, do you think, that if the crown prince tells Sima Xiong to support him as the king of Jin, that son of yours, will let the two live? By the way, North Liang is a place where this king can be killed by these chaotic thieves in North Liang, and you Sima Yan can still do the same. The ones from Sima's family, he knew them all well. Only Sima Xiao was still somewhat useful. As for Sima Xiong, it was much worse. After letting Li Tianzi give some explanation, Sima Yan's expression instantly became much uglier, because Li Tianzi had a point. Father, let's promise him, Sima Xiao said. Crunch. Sima Yan clenched his fists and clenched his teeth. He could only compromise helplessly. Okay, tell me your request. As long as it's not too much, this king agrees with you. He is really afraid. Li Tianzi, one sentence will be his family base in the parallel state. All empty. Rather than so, it would be better to die. There is no requirement. 1 million taels of silver, 30 stones of grain and grass, another 100,000 war horses, cloth, and these objects. Just give them at random. Li Tianzi handed over a list that was enumerated in his hand. Sima Yan looked at it and the corners of his mouth were twitching. That's just giving some randomly. You're asking me to hemorrhage money in my parallel state. No, this condition has to be lowered. Otherwise, my father and son, we might as well just die. Sima Yan is not stupid. These things are given out. Within 10 years, the parallel state is afraid that it will not be good. Moreover, this place, Bingzhou, is half barren and half rich, so it simply cannot afford to give. All the conditions are halved. This king will agree. And, after going out, this king will never declare to the public the matter of fighting with you, Li Xianji. So, it will also be beneficial to you in the dynasty. Oh, Li Tianzi also did not want a Sima Yan. Can all agree to his conditions? In fact, reduced by half is actually quite good. I'm the Sima family father and son of the recognized head. Just like this death. Indeed some loss. Might as well get something worthwhile going. Cough cough. Also good. Jin Wang said so. Then this king again let the people under the hand. Change the outside talk. Say that Jin Wang is a battle with the forces of the four parts of the northern Liang suffered a big loss. Rather than in the hands of this king suffered a big loss, Li Tianzi said in a harmless manner. As for the news of colluding with the three major forces of northern Liang, it is all false. It is someone deliberately framing King Jin. If he had known that this Sima Yan was so easy to deal with, he shouldn't have spread the rumor earlier. What? Sima Yan was shocked. Li Tianzi, you punked this king? What's the use of explaining like this? You let this king go out. How can he face the people of the world? You're making old me a fucking joke. Sorry. Li Tianzi gave a harmless smile. That jailer, instruct the catering room to give King Jin good food and drink. That King Jin this king will go and change the conditions, and then your seal of the King of Jin, which is in my hand, will be stamped by my king himself? Farewell. After Li Tianzi finished speaking, he hurriedly slipped away. The man is sitting in jail, and the notoriety has spread far and wide. Li Tianzi, you big shot, come back to this king and make it clear. Sima Yan shouted in a frenzy. Seeing Li Tianzi ignoring himself, Sima Yan immediately sat on his butt, his eyes were lifeless, and his head shook like a rattle. It's over. How can this king hold his head up in front of the kings at this year's Mid-Autumn Interlude? Chapter 113, The Founding of the Female Genocide and the Sword of Dao. Father, don't worry, as long as we are still alive, sooner or later, we will get back the dignity and face that we lost, Sima Xiao said seriously. Pa! Just as Sima Xiao's words finished, Sima Yan slapped his face and landed on the former's face. You know shit. What is that Li Tianzi? A doll less than 20 years old. Back then, it's just as well that I lost to his father, but now that I've lost to him, those vassal kings, they will point at my king's face and laugh at my king's incompetence. Sima Yan's chest stumbled in anger, and he took several deep breaths before stabilizing himself. Indeed, can become the king of the people, basically will be their own dignity and face, look more important than their own life, and that spread out the news. Now no matter how to undo, are useless, others will only know. Jinbei King Li Tianzi defeated Jin King Sima Yan. As for the explanation, that he is all sophistry, and he is now, go back, but also want to find a way to explain to the courtside. Once he let people seize the handle, he was afraid that even if he possessed the status of King of Jin, he would not be enough, just like the old King of Jinbei back then. However, you're also right, there's no need to worry about firewood when you leave a green mountain behind. When this king goes back and revitalizes himself, sooner or later, one day, he'll break Li Tianzi into pieces. Sima Yan's fists clenched. The following days, Sima Xiong, who got the news, immediately prepared the things on the list and escorted them to the border to make a deal with Li Tianzi. To be honest, such a deal was not really a loss for Sima Xiong. What Li Tianzi released was not only Sima Yan, but also more than 20,000 soldiers of the Parallel State Army. After this battle, Li Tianzi has made a lot of money. He now has an additional title, that is, the Desert North Bandits. Various places to beat the autumn wind. Now eat into the landlord's old fortune. Ran. During this period of time, Beiliang was developing peacefully and steadily, enjoying the exclamations and praises of outsiders. Li Tianzi's name completely changed. No one dared to call Li Tianzi a fool anymore. After all, this scolding Li Tianzi is equal to scolding themselves. Isn't it even worse than being a fool? At this moment, above the grassland, it could no longer be considered a dark current, but a wave. March 15th, Wanyan A Bongda of the Jurchen dynasty claimed the title of emperor in Shengjing and established the state name of Jin with the yearly name of Tianwan. Its emperor, Wanyan A Bongda, completely practiced the system of the Central Plains brought by the prime minister, Zhao Hanlin, set up an altar, worshipped the emperor, succeeded to the throne, and honored himself as the heavenly Khan, holding the emperor's sword, pointing to the four directions, and formally enthroned Wanyan Liangbi as the crown prince of the Golden State, under the command of the civil and military officials. All have been rewarded. However, this is not the key. The most key to make people horror chills is that the Golden State has 700,000 soldiers, and are able to fight on the grasslands of the warriors. Of course, this 700,000 troops, of which 200,000 is by the conquest of the major tribes to come up with. Overnight, the Golden State became the most powerful empire on the prairie, especially with the Golden State bordering on the small countries, shivering and have to show obedience. Viewing the history of the first few hundred years of the female real, no one can match the achievements of Wan Yenebone. It can be said that Wan Yenebone has to be the first person since the history of the female real. Above the palace hall of the Golden Kingdom, Wan Yenebone child learned from the Chinese, wearing a dragon robe, head wearing a crown, the whole person do not mention how majestic and domineering. Long live the emperor. Hundreds of officials greeted him as if it were the sound of rolling thunder, resounding throughout the hall. All the love secretary, free to salute flat body it. Wan Yenebone child's one hand slightly moved. The following civil and military officials have risen. Thank you, your majesty. The ministers rose. Wan Yenebone child enjoys this kind of flattery. The hero does not ask for the source. Who would have thought that back then? A slave who begged for food everywhere and was almost dying, but now he has turned into an emperor and become a generation of lords. Dear ministers, since I founded the country, I have granted amnesty to the whole world, and all the people have returned to me. After 3 days and 3 nights of singing and dancing in universal celebration, everyone has had a comfortable time, so it's time for us to get down to business. The moment Wan Yenebone child made this statement, the whole court was serious. Their emperor loved to open up new territories, and these men of theirs loved war. So next, it was time to fight for the Golden Kingdom, to lay claim to more land. Your Majesty, just say it, who should we fight? Great General Wan Yenxiangyu stepped out and said, wherever your Majesty's sword points, my great gold's iron cavalry will appear. This will be the female true generals, for the Wan Yenebone that is incomparable embrace. Prime Minister, Crown Prince, what do you think? Wan Yenebone child looked at the two men. Both of them stepped out at the same time and looked at each other. Naturally, it is to attack Da. Da has a large land area. If we can enter the Central Plains, it is to grab half of its territory. Our Jin Kingdom's power will be another step to expand. As for Tartary, although internal strife, but once the foreign enemy invasion, this Tartary 5 kings is bound to be the same enemy, but the country of Wu is not the same. Those vassals, selfishness, their own government, the dynasty is a treacherous ministers, the emperor's centrifugal separation. If we turn to attack Da, will certainly be able to win. Zhao Hanlin reminded. Being from the Central Plains, he wanted to lead the Jin's army in his life and kill the court of the Wu Kingdom, so that those who had made fun of him earlier would pay the price in droves. Wan Yenliangbi also chimed in. My son agrees with the Prime Minister. I feel the same way. The court was full of civil and military personnel, all of whom agreed. This dynasty, the two people with the most power of speech, are so think. Then, these generals at the bottom, naturally, also follow the two people's meaning to concur. And, previously, Li Tianzi let them Jin Kingdom, lost all the face. This battle, they want Li Tianzi along with Wu Kingdom to pay the price. Good, I have the same intention. Wan Yenebone child clapped his big hands together. Then we will attack Da and kill our way into Luoyang, and we will have all the gold, silver, jewels, and beauties. The ministers are at your service. The crowd of civil and military personnel took a step forward. Declare war directly on the martial state. One way the army will be led by Great General Wan Yenxiangyu with 100,000 troops to attack Liaodong. The second army will be led by Crown Prince Wan Yenliangbi with an army of 100,000 to attack Beiliang. The third army, then, will be led by me in person, with an army of 300,000 men, to attack Yuzhou. My Golden Kingdom's 500,000 strong army, all of them pouring down, will make the whole of the martial kingdom tremble with fear. This battle will be won. Of course, Wan Yenebone child is also aware that although the Da Empire is now declining, as if a sick cat, but even a sick cat, is not to be messed with. But, with the Da country so many years, only the old Jinbei king leading Wu's army, will let him tricky outside. The other troops, is a bunch of garbage. This battle will be won. This battle will be won. Jin's group of military generals, this will be wailing, warlike. Of course, the most pleased, but also Wan Yenliangbi, he thought, this time, Li Tianzi take what block? New hatred and old hatred should be avenged together. Chapter 114, The Martial Dynasty is shocked. The event is advanced. March 25th. In the Great Martial Empire, in the city of Luoyang, two pieces of news came in. First, I saw the Northern Liang emissary sent by Li Tianzi, who entered the capital with a fast horse. Northern Liang Jipian, Jinbei King Li Tianzi, in 1 month's time, pacified the Northern Liang rebellion and exterminated the 4 Northern Liang tribes. Northern Liang Jipian, Jinbei King Li Tianzi, in 1 month's time, pacified the Northern Liang rebellion and exterminated the 4 Northern Liang tribes. And more than a month ago, the news that came back to the capital was that Sima Yan had colluded with the Northern Liang tribes, defeated for Li Tianzi, and captured Sima Yan. And this news shocked those powerful people in the city of Luoyang. Damn, this Li Tianzi really want to go against the sky. First, destroy Zhao Yan, even let the Hu people and the female truth suffer. Earlier, His Majesty appointed him as the Northern Liang Prefecture pastor. I thought that this kid would definitely die. Now, not only did he not die, but he even destroyed the 4 major forces in Northern Liang and unified Northern Liang. Yeah, this guy is even more powerful than his father. And now that he's sitting in Northern Liang, he's a real party hegemon in the world. It seems like the Li family is really going to re-emerge. What rise? Haven't you heard the recent folk news? Li Tianzi in order to recover Northern Liang. But with the 4 major forces in Northern Liang both lost. Such a big trauma. You think, what will he do next? Still not sitting around waiting to die. That big Northern Liang. This will become a burden for him. Many of the people, who were quite admiring of Li Tianzi, some even idolized him. However, although they were appalled by Li Tianzi's battle achievements, they also scoffed at them. They didn't think that a king who had used up all of his power could continue to gain a foothold down in Northern Liang. After all, everyone knows that it is easy to fight the world, but it is difficult to rule the world. Just after the messenger from Beiliang passed by, at the entrance of the city, there was a wagon train coming, which was the messenger group from Jin, the head of the envoy from the Golden Kingdom, who was at the head, was also arrogant to the extreme. From the north all the way south, along the road will shout, Jin declared war on Wu. 500,000 troops will go south, which is the officials along the road people, scared to tremble. By order of the Emperor of the Golden Kingdom, war has been declared on Da, and my Golden Kingdom's 500,000 strong army will be heading south in a matter of days, stepping over the border and attacking Luoyang directly. The head of the Jin envoy deliberately shouted, Gollum. The people on both sides of the street, upon hearing this news, actually instantly became frightened and uneasy. This female truth actually founded a country? Gosh, just after founding the country, they declared war on our great martial state. It didn't even give our martial kingdom a chance to breathe. Finished, this woman in the northern grasslands above. There is no enemy, the Iron Horseman under its command, sweeping the desert. Skirmish, we cannot discuss the opportunity. Now the south of 500,000 troops, this is running to let us destroy the country. Once the war starts, can we hold those places in Hebei? Just now, we were talking about Li Tianzi. Let's just say that given this guy's relationship with the female truth, he'll be the first to be destroyed. Originally, the big guys were still talking about Li Tianzi, how powerful he was in Beiliang, and everyone was quite happy. But now, the arrival of the female emissary is equal to pouring a bucket of cold water on their heads. For a time, up and down the capital, people are on tenterhooks, above the palace hall. Ha ha ha. When the old emperor saw Li Tianzi's report of success sent from Northern Liang, he actually laughed out loud, a laugh that was so sincere. Good, this Li Xianji is worthy of being Li Dinggua's son, and what he's doing in Northern Liang nowadays is even better than his old man. The old emperor also did not expect, he just wanted to force Li Tianzi. If he can take down Beiliang, there is no loss to Wu, but if he fails, he will go along with the whole Li, borrowed the crime of execution, and now see Li Tianzi so capable. The old emperor, on the contrary, did not have the heart to kill Li Tianzi. Right. He had to properly cultivate Li Tianzi and firmly grasp it in his hands, just like he had grasped Li Dinggua back then. Congratulations, Your Majesty, and congratulations, Your Majesty, for gaining another good general for your country. If Your Majesty properly reuses Li Tianzi, this son will become a pillar of the nation. Great General Su Bo Shan immediately stepped in to congratulate him, but Prime Minister Qin Hui, Crown Prince Xiao Ji and a group of civil and military ministers, their faces were extremely ugly. Who would have thought that their ploy against Li Tianzi, instead of bringing Li Tianzi to his death, had helped Li Tianzi to unify Northern Liang, and today's Li Tianzi had completely sat on his feet. In fact, the most worrying thing was that they didn't know Li Tianzi's current strength, exactly how much it was, and while Xiaoji, Qin Hui and the others were fretting, a soldier outside ran in. Report, Your Majesty, a messenger from outside, called the Golden Kingdom, asks for an audience. What? The old emperor's eyes narrowed slightly. An envoy from the Golden Kingdom? Where did this country come from? The soldier continued. That person called himself a female true race, by the Jin Emperor Wanyan A Bonde. The former came to declare war. Wow. This word out, full of civil and military are all shocked, and a chill, but also from the soles of the feet root, attacked to the sky Ling Sui. Since Li Dinggua's death, they became more and more afraid of the foreigners because they realized that they had never won a battle against the northern foreigners. So, all this time, they preferred to pay reparations rather than fight. Crunch. The old emperor's fists clenched, and for a moment he turned his face red. Let that female messenger come in. I'd like to see what else they want this time. Promise. The soldier retreated. A moment later, that Jin messenger strutted in, that condescending eyes, as if treating the people of De Wugway as a group of animals that could only be stepped on by their Jin people. The envoy of the Golden Kingdom meets His Majesty Emperor Wu. The envoy of the Golden Kingdom saluted with incomparable arrogance. A messenger from the Golden Kingdom? The old emperor questioned. How dare you? Since the beginning of the founding of the country by Gaozu of the Wu Kingdom, the northern tribes were not allowed to claim the title of emperor. How dare you women? Oh, the emissary from the Golden Kingdom sneered. The strong martial kingdom has already passed. Your country is undoubtedly just a sick cat now, and I, the Golden Kingdom, have taken more than 10 years to develop and grow, and have brought armor in the millions, and have won many wars with your country, and have lost few. So what face does your country have to say such things? As for the Emperor of Heaven, anyone can be the emperor? I, the Golden Kingdom, will not only be the emperor on the grasslands, but in the future, I will be the emperor in the land of the Central Plains, and be the lord of the four seas and the world. This visit today is for the purpose of declaring war, and your country will have to accept it or not. Without waiting for the old emperor to speak, Qin Hui immediately said, Ambassador Jin, is there no room for negotiating peace? Just like before? The Jin envoy smiled contemptuously. Naturally, my majesty even said that peace can be negotiated, but De Wu must cede Beiliang, as well as the three major states of Hebei to the Jin kingdom, and executed Li Tianzi. So, our two countries still make peace. Chapter 115, The Martial State Goes to War. This, the words out, full of civil and military, cannot help but inhale a breath of cold air, is those who are with the foreign ministers, also cannot help but feel that the conditions put forward by the Jin people this time, really too much some, for the whole dynasty. Killing Li Tianzi is fine, but ceding the land of the three towns in Hebei is definitely not. Your Majesty, you must not agree to such ridiculous words from the Jin people. Su Basan was afraid that the old emperor's brain would get hot and go back to negotiating peace for the sake of peace. Your Majesty, if you cede Beiliang as well as the three towns in Hebei, then, it is equal to the gateway of my Dao, completely open to the Jin's iron cavalry, will drive straight into, directly attack Luoyang, half of the country if the fall. The people north of the Yellow River is trapped in deep water and heat. In addition, the most crucial thing is that His Majesty will be the people of the world? 1,000 accusations. Its reputation is afraid that can never be redeemed. And, the princes stationed in the three towns of Hebei will be the first to rebel. I ask your Majesty, raise the strength of the whole country, and fight to the death with the Golden Kingdom. I do not believe that my great country of thousands of miles is still afraid of a small tribe rising from the northern barbaric frontier? That's right, you court don't want us. Then the princes of the three towns in Hebei raise their armies and rebel. Then, just 100,000 troops in Hebei is enough to give people a headache. When these words were spoken, the face of that Jin emissary categorically did not look good. He only heard Su Bo Shan's words. He was scolding their Jin kingdom. Oof. It seems that your country has no intention of peace talks? However, I just don't know if your country's filthy soldiers and horses that run away at the sight of our country's soldiers and horses can hold back my gold country's iron cavalry. The gold envoy threatened. In fact, gold is not want to negotiate, but this negotiation, with the past are different. If the Wu country continue to do cowardly things, willing to put Li Tianzi execution, and then cede the four states north of the Yellow River, that to the gold country, there will be less a lot of trouble things, and wait for the gold country's army, completely will be the four towns of Hebei to take the next 2 or 3 months. The army first recuperated, and then the fraction of the way the army, all the way into the Luoyang, all the way to take the light of the state of Qinzhou, then the army will take Yanzhou, and reach the Central Plains, and then drive the regime of Wugwa toward the south. Ambassador Jin, don't get restless. This is the great general of my dynasty. He doesn't understand politics. It's better for me to say it. Qin would have a pug-like ingratiating smile on his face. Pa! Su Boshan slapped his thighs, rose red in the face. Go to your mother's, Qin will. Every time around the indemnity, are your bad idea? The first few times Lao Zi is not in the capital. Now Lao Zi is in the capital. If you still dare to be a traitor, flatter foreigners, see Lao Zi does not directly cut you. Su Boshan's violent temper immediately came up. People who can become a great general of a party cannot have a character that is soft. That temper said to come up. This could really scare Qin Hui half to death, especially when he smelled the murderous aura on Su Boshan's body. He could feel a deep sense of suffocation, and that casserole-sized fist could smash him to death with a single punch. So he naturally didn't dare to provoke Su Boshan to complete anger. Great general, do not be anxious. This is the courtroom. You wait for this official to finish it. Qin will be smiling and laughing. This would make Su Bo-shan much quieter, quietly watching the Qin society perform. Gold Ambassador. Our country is willing to execute Li Tianzi, and will be the land of Northern Liang, ceded to the Golden State. The Golden Ambassador also know that the land of Northern Liang, Anam, Wuxing. Before Qin will finish his words, Qin will hear the sound of a knife. He turned his head to look. It is a big deal, only to see Su Bo-shan, that hand holding the knife, towards him to cut. Ere such woeful and traitorous ministers, I'll chop you to death today, lest you, in the future, woe my great martial dynasty's rivers and mountains. Su Bo-shan chased. Qin will run, while running and shouting for help. Your Majesty save me. Your Majesty save me. I am also only suggesting that if I can exchange one state's land, plus the head of Li Tianzi's neck, for the stability of the great martial kingdom, how can I not? Su Bo-shan was shocked and cursed angrily. Asterisk 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 you. Li Tianzi pacified Northern Liang, consecutively conquered foreign countries, and made countless merits. I think the one who should be killed should be heir. Those Qin parties saw the situation, immediately bailed out Su Bo-shan, great general, to calm down the fire. The Qin minister is also a suggestion. You must not mess around. If you really kill the Qin minister, to the country that is really a big loss. What a big loss of shit. Killing Qin, we cleared up the dynasty instead. Only these civil officials stopped Su Bo-shan. Those military officials, Wei General Su Mujian, Che Cavalry General Xiao Mu, etc., are the main war. These military officials have long been looking at the Qin who is not good. Cannot wait for Su Bo-shan to cut this guy to death with a knife. Alright, this is the great hall of discussion. What's the matter with a head of military officials chasing after a head of civil officials? Dying and dying? Letting others see it? It's simply a joke. The old emperor chided, but in his heart, he was quite helpless. It was only after the old emperor's words fell that the entire hall quieted down, and Qin Hui and Su Bo-shan each returned to their own cues. Envoy Jin, this request of your excellency cannot be granted by me. Ere Jingui came here this time, and didn't want to come to negotiate. The cold light in the old emperor's eyes burst out. At this moment, this old emperor who had been in a coma for 20 years, as if he had sought out his younger self, finally hardened up. Oh, the golden envoy laughed. That's right. This envoy has come to show off his arms and declare war on the martial state to convey our holy will. Emperor Wu, this place of the Central Plains, you have been occupying it for too long, and now it's time for it to be the turn of the great Jin emperor of my dynasty. This envoy advises you to surrender as early as possible, lest in the future, when the Jin armies set foot on Luoyang, I'm afraid that you'll have to be the king of the fallen country. Pa! The old emperor slapped his big hand on the dragon chair, and the majesty of that body was revealed. Outrageous! A small country that rises from slaves also dares to snarl and bark at me. Before, it is because I have been too indulgent to you and others, and because I have listened to some slanderous words, that I have been tolerant. And now, I will tell you barbarians that from today onwards, I will no longer back down. Where are the forbidden soldiers? In. With the sound of neat footsteps, the grand commander of the forbidden army, Xiang Jianhan, personally led a group of forbidden soldiers and ran in. Your Majesty, come on, take this team of Jin envoys, drag them down and chop them up. Only one of them will be left to go back, and let them tell Wanyene Bonde that I will let him see the awesome power of the Wu kingdom, the old emperor said in a rousing voice. At this moment, everyone was confused and incredulous. Their mediocre and weak emperor of more than 10 years had stumped up. Promise. Xiang Heringhan excitedly led the order and greeted him with a big hand. Escort all these people down and behead them directly outside the hall. The forbidden troops, right and left, immediately came forward and detained the golden ambassador and the others. Crazy, emperor of the martial kingdom, you dare to kill me? That gold envoy was a bit scared. In his memory, the emperor of the martial kingdom shouldn't be like this. So what if I kill you? Drag it down. The old emperor's tone, low to the ground. Chapter 116, Advancement of the Event. Xiao Wu, kill the gold envoy. You will regret it. The two countries will be immortal. The gold envoy broke into a shout. Ka chow. But straight pull to the palace outside. That guillotine fell. The gold delegation of 100 or so people. Heads have fallen to the ground. And finally there is one person left, dumbfounded, standing in place. Isn't it the meat and potatoes of a mission to the Wu kingdom? But the emperor of this country. Could it be that he has taken the wrong medicine and is actually coming for real? The entire dynasty, for the emperor in front of them, was both unfamiliar and familiar, and at this moment, they were also shocked by the old emperor's domineering spirit. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Qin Hui wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by the old emperor. Don't you say anything. From now on, all over the martial kingdom, Start transferring troops. Whoever dares to say retreat, guillotine will be waiting for you. Qin would now realize that their Emperor's Majesty was determined to fight this battle. Subo Shan, tell us, how many troops can we mobilize? The old emperor returned to the top of the dragon chair. The whole of the martial kingdom. Not to say that they can put together an army of 1,000,000. But if they want to put together a 600,000 or 700,000, they can still do it. The elite stationed in the capital. The 4 battalions of 200,000 troops. And that's not counting the 30,000 forbidden troops. And the 200,000 anti-Japanese troops from the Shandong garrison. As for the other troops, can be transferred from the states. Will we have the power of the princes of the Dao country? Are gathered in the capital. Held a grand event. As a parade before the war with the Golden State. A dozen feudal kings, plus those state pastors, make up 500,000 troops. Or can, plus the capital. And then take 100,000. That's 600,000. So that are troops, but also then the enemy army of more than 100,000. I don't believe it. We are all human beings. Flesh and blood. Our soldiers in Diwu. How bad can it be? When the old Jinbei King Li Dingwa, only 100,000 troops in his hands, he still managed to defeat the Jurchen. Can't we do the same? Moreover, our great martial country, there is a pillar of the country in, that is, the newly risen king of Jinbei, Li Tianzi, with him in, will be an absolute great help to our army. Su Dingfang said in a revitalized voice, Great General, you are also too elevated Li Tianzi, right? Crown Prince Xiuji jumped out at once. Now when he heard these 3 words, he felt upset. According to Lone's understanding, Li Tianzi seems to be in Beiliang, has lost both. What strength does he have to fight with the grassland tribes again? Of course, the crown prince is now thinking, Jina South, this will be Li Tianzi, should always die. This, Subo Shan was at a loss for words, but no matter what, a valiant general like Li Tianzi is a blessing for my great martial kingdom. The old emperor continued again. Well, let's all stop quarreling, now it's time to discuss the matter of sending out troops. Not for anything else. As the great general said, since the choice to fight, even if it is to lift the country's strength, are to dry with the enemy, declared my Zhao Yuan, May 1st 10, the major feudal lords, must come to the capital, to participate in the capital event. Just as the mid-autumn interlude has been brought forward, there should be a poetry meeting and a martial arts meeting, all of which should be held as scheduled, and the foreigners all around, if they are willing to come, I welcome them all. Of course, especially the Jin Kingdom, if they are willing to come, there is no need to refuse them, and this time, I also want to let them see the capable men of the Wakoku, as well as the army of my Wakoku. The betting on the land is still going on. The old emperor has actually swallowed this breath. He did not believe that the great country of thousands of miles cannot find a martial arts victory over the Jin people. Speaking of which, when it comes to martial arts, this place, the Central Plains, is still the originator of martial arts in the world. Your Majesty is wise. Subo Shan clasped his fists and shouted. Immediately afterward, a group of military officials behind him also have to drink the old emperor wise and mighty. However, for most of the civil officials, they only felt that the old emperor was looking for death. What's so great about pissing off the Golden Kingdom? Yes, above the court, centrifugal separation, a danger of death. The dynasty of those traitors have to jump out now. There are already many officials ready to go back. Then write a letter and Jin fornication, and when the news of the old emperor, who fought to the death with the female truth, spread out, the people in the capital instantly boiled over, especially the young ones, one after another, are inviting to fight. Before this, they only knew that the old emperor was mediocre and weak. Even this time when the envoys of the Golden Kingdom, swaggering into the city, they moved to think that the old emperor will certainly be like before, to the foreigners to compromise, but this time is out of everyone's expectations. A mere northern barbarian kingdom, an unenlightened land, dares to declare war against my martial kingdom. Brothers, His Majesty has decided to fight a war with the Golden Kingdom without death. We, as men of honor, should do our part for the survival of our country. Go north and kill the enemy. Go north and kill the enemy. Some young strong men, who were already indignant against the Jins, now knew that the emperor wanted to die in battle. They were going to the government to join the army. Others, of course, scoffed at what these guys were doing. A bunch of death-defying things. Do you really think the Golden Kingdom is that easy to deal with? It's better to prepare to flee south. With the military power of the great martial kingdom, don't think you can stop the Golden Kingdom. These are the children of the world. They secretly had dealings with the Golden State and prided themselves on knowing the strength of the Golden State. But they were also right. Even if Dog gathered millions of troops in front of the Golden Kingdom, they might not be enough. However, as Subo Shan said, in the midst of the now broken Dao Empire, there was a definite Li Tianzi. As for how strong Li Tianzi is now, no one knows. They only know that Li Tianzi will be weak now, and will die under the iron hooves of the Golden Kingdom. However, it wouldn't be long before Li Tianzi would prove to the world that he was powerful with practical actions. A few days later, the emperor's holy decree was completely made known to the world. On weekdays, these people, they can complain to the court, but in foreign wars, all the people of the world, in fact, know that if the Jin army really breaks through the borders and goes south in a big way, then, Wuguo will be devastated. Northern Liang. Half a month has passed and it is already on track. Jinbei King's mansion. A messenger from the court has arrived. However, as soon as these messengers arrived in Beiluo, they were just wandering around, seemingly wanting to use this to find out Li Tianzi's strength nowadays. But unfortunately, Li Tianzi was prepared for this, and the entire people of Beiluo are accompanying Li Tianzi in the drama. However, the 10,000 acres of good land outside the city are real, and the messenger is looking at it. As long as the troops in the hands are not exposed out, other things, the court wants to know it. Li Tianzi accepts the decree. The eunuch shouted, I am here. Li Tianzi, as well as the civil and military officials of Northern Liang, all bowed down. Female Genghis Khan has established a state and declared war on my Da. I order that the feudal kings of all places, before the first day of May, must arrive at the capital to discuss the policy of the enemy, without fail. Qin, Chapter 117, Traveling to the Capital. The eunuch closed the imperial decree in his hand and handed it over. King of Jinbei, accept the decree. The eunuch's tone was still quite respectful. There isn't a single one who can become an imperial eunuch who has a bad eye. He could feel that the current emperor is definitely going to reuse the king of Jinbei in front of him, and coupled with the latter's achievements in the border, the future is unlimited. He flattered in this, since it is no excuse. I accept the decree. Li Tianzi accepted the imperial decree. This would be in his mind. His thoughts were all over the place, and the eunuch continued to say gently, Jinbei King is now on the border, repeatedly made miraculous achievements, resounding the dynasty. His Majesty to Jinbei King, that is incomparable importance. Future prospects are unlimited, perhaps, can also become a first-class auxiliary ministers in the dynasty. By the way, His Majesty also asked the slave girl to bring you word that this event is being held early, and when the King of Jinbei goes back, he also hopes to win a martial arts championship just like his father. Wushu champion? This thing, Li Tianzi is aware of. He has witnessed his own father. Will those foreigners, so-called warriors, defeated one by one? However, at that time, the Jurchen and Tartar could not be compared to the present. Now the force value of the northern foreign martial artists, obviously more powerful than ever. Please tell His Majesty, eunuch, that I will do my best. Li Tianzi said blandly, then took out a bag of long-prepared silver from his bosom and handed it over. What is King Jinbei doing? The eunuch was somewhat surprised. A little bit of tea money, no respect. Gong Gong take to drink on the line. In the future there is any wind in the palace, but also please Gong Gong will know a word. The future benefits are not less Gong Gong, Li Tianzi said with a smile. Human feelings, naturally, to understand. Perhaps, the person in front of you may really become their own eyes in the inner palace. The eunuch was actually a bit terrified, holding the heavy silver in his hands. His whole body was thrilled. It was just too much. The king, Your Highness, this eunuch feels a little heavy. Not the silver is heavy, but the weight is heavy. Take it. Li Tianzi took that silver and forced it into the eunuch's arms. Then I'll be respectful. The eunuch patted his chest. Come on, take the eunuch to the side hall for tea and a short rest. Li Tianzi shouted. The eunuch of worship was about to go, and immediately said, Your Highness, slave girl Cheyenne, is the imperial steward? If you want to inquire about anything in the future, you can come to find slave girl. After saying that, he exited the hall with small steps. In this world, there is no one that money can't buy. Even eunuchs really did not expect. This year the emperor is enlightened, not actually so convinced to go to war with the North Jin. This war, I'm afraid that the whole Dawu will be injured. Perhaps, after this war, is the precursor of the world chaos. Yang Xian stroked his beard and analyzed. Fear not. This king is waiting for the world to be in chaos. The more chaos, the better, so we can have a better chance. Li Tianzi looked up into the air, the golden clouds, as if even the heavens were telling him that the great Wudu heavenly countenance was going to end. The princes of Shandong and several states in the south of the Yangtze River are bound to rebel sooner or later. Xian Longyu, Li Xin, Su Dingfeng, and Ling Bai, the four of you lead the Xuanjia army and return to the capital with this king, Li Tianzi said in a solemn voice. The rest of the generals seized the opportunity to practice. The great chaos in the north is something that will happen sooner or later. With our geographic location in northern Liang, we are bound to bear the brunt of it. When the time comes, when this king returns, this king wishes to see the army of northern Liang completely changed. Su Dingfeng came with him to northern Liang. It has been half a year. It is time to return to the capital to see. Otherwise, he couldn't explain to the court. Promise. The four generals led the order. For the rest of the day, the entire northern Liang was all in a state of readiness. Bailian's two major arsenals, grasping the forging of artillery as well as shells. At least there are still 3 months to go, which is already enough time for Bailian to forge sufficient stockpiles of firearms and gunpowder. Wanyan Liangbi in the north thought that he could step on Bailian by leading 100,000 troops to come, not realizing that Bailian's strength today is not what it used to be. But the killing of the envoy of the Golden State led to the damage of the face of the Golden State, and Wanyan a Bonechild, who was the emperor, only felt that his face was on fire, and he was very angry. Above the Great Hall of Council, outrageous, this emperor of the Martial Kingdom, he's really bold enough to dare to kill the envoys of the Golden Kingdom. Where did he get the courage? This time, I must kill the emperor of Wugua, so that he will be nailed to the pillar of shame in history forever. Wanyan a Bonechild was furious. He would never allow someone to be so arrogant in front of the Golden Kingdom. Father, isn't the so-called grand event of the Martial Kingdom ahead of schedule? Let's also send someone forward to kill the Martial Kingdom's sharpness first. Second Prince Wanyan Guangbi stepped out and said, Wanyan a Bonechild pondered. Wanyan Jin Gang has closed his eyes. Even he has lost. Now besides me, who else can defeat Li Tianzi? Li Tianzi may be very strong, but Wanyan Bonesetter is also very confident in his own strength. After all, before this, he was also able to defeat Wanyan Jin Gang. Father, my son here has a person who is several times more powerful than Wanyan Jin Gang. Even to be able to draw with you, Father Emperor, since he is able to fight all over the world. Defeating Li Tianzi is still not a matter of hand-to-hand? Wanyan Guangbi continued. Wanyan a Bonechild became curious. My Golden Kingdom still has such a talent? Pa. Wanyan Guangbi clapped his hands. Wanyan Bodhisattva, come in. It was to see that a stout man with a Zen staff walked in, stopped in front of the hall, and folded his hands. Wanyan Bodhisattva, meet your majesty. This time I came down the mountain to avenge my senior brother's death. Wanyan Bodhisattva, you are Wanyan Bodhisattva? Wanyan a Bone Snake couldn't sit still. Good, I invited you a few times. You didn't come out. I didn't expect to let Lao Er invite you out. Are you, the warrior known as the best in the world, sure you can take down Li Tianzi? Wanyan Bodhisattva smiled contemptuously. Please rest assured, your majesty, the district Li Tianzi, a milquetoast brat, can be destroyed with the lift of a hand? And as for those military generals of the Central Plains, I do not place a single one of them in my eyes. Ha. Good. With you, Wanyan Bodhisattva, I can rest easy. Come on, give wine and meat. I want to be with the Wanyan warriors. A good painful drink a few. Wanyan Bonesal laughed out loud. Wanyan Bodhisattva, it's very exciting. Mid-April, Li Tianzi only led 5,000 Xuanjia army. From Beiluo, back to Luoyang, cavalry to Beilang is only half a month. The kings returned to the capital. This half-month of Luoyang, immensely lively. The people of the city have in the city street stalls. The more such days, for the people of the capital, is the most profitable time. Not only the kings, and the northern tribes, Jurchen, Tartar, Danghang, Western Mongolia, Eastern Sage, and so on, all the major foreign countries will send their strongest martial artists to participate in this martial arts meeting of the De Wu court. And the strong period of the Great Wu dynasty usually will give the first winner, seal the title of God of War, and reward gold and silver, to highlight the status of the Great Wu country, before as a subsidiary country. These countries, for the Wu country court reward, that is very happy, can get the Great Wu country's reward, is equal to be recognized by the dynasty. They feel it is the glory. Of course, the people sent by the ministries were almost always second, because more or less, they had to give face to the martial state. But with the great martial arts country foreign wars, successive defeats, the major foreign races, they gradually bold. They feel honored for hundreds of years of the boss. Seems to have not done little brothers awesome, is to have tried. Want to step on the great martial arts country's head, as in recent decades, held a dozen sessions of martial arts competition, only won 2 games of Li Dinghua. Of course, once the martial state, after all, is the martial state? The people of the martial state, brave and warlike, before is notorious, not a shortage of martial arts very high generation, but the more to the latter side of the martial state, the status of the military officials fell, but instead began to lift the civil officials. Even, the status of the civil officials is one level greater than even the military officials. That's why, the foreign wars in the latter decades of the Wookiee state were almost well enough to be won. And this time, the old emperor had his own ideas. He was trying to re-up the status of the military generals and strengthen the power of the royal family through this martial arts competition. Outside the city of Luoyang, several major grassland tribes had already gathered. Among them, there are a few old friends. He naturally recognizes Tartara Hu Li Hao Yen, followed by a stout man, holding a very strange weapon. Seems to be a pestle, but the upper side of the pestle, but it is a whole, full-body murderous gas, cannot stop the outward release, so that people are oppressed to the extreme. And since the trade with northern Liang, Tatar Hu Li from northern Liang to buy a lot of weapons, Juga crossbow, God's arm bow, as well as some very high defensive iron armor weapons, so that the Hulia in the grassland, even won several other big Tatar king of the department, and even that the Tatar Tantai department, has surrendered the Hulia. Li Tianzi, who would be the last to arrive, when the Xuanjia iron cavalry under his command, appeared with extremely heavy hoofbeats, it was like a focal point, so that all the forces, could not help but look over. Chapter 118, The Kings Gather. Whose army is this? The row is so big? Crown Prince Xiaoji, outside the city gates, looked at the army sweeping outside the city, and couldn't help but tremble in his heart. The terrifying killing aura was like a huge wave, especially the black-armored general at the forefront, who was heroic just by looking at him. By the time he saw the cheek of the person at the very front, his whole body was worth as if he had been electrocuted. Li Tianzi? Xiaoji rubbed his eyes, thinking he had misread. In his opinion, although Li Tianzi is in northern Liang, making such a big noise, at most, he is also commanding, moving his lips, but he never thought that Li Tianzi would be such a godly warrior, and, after not seeing him for such a long time, Li Tianzi's entire person had changed, becoming more elusive. Even his temperament had changed. Those ministers who had followed Xiaoji to come to greet Li Tianzi were all, involuntarily, looking towards Li Tianzi, and were, quite literally, shocked by such a drastic change in Li Tianzi. Even if you're pretending to be a pig in a poke, the change doesn't have to be so drastic. Those princes, all of them were looking at Li Tianzi. Hiss, and with a long roar of the sitting warhorse, those princes' armies, involuntarily, made way for Li Tianzi. This time, the princes who returned to the capital, almost everyone brought a few thousand soldiers, but they are the most elite under their command. They all want to come to show off the stout and heroic posture of their own army. Thinking of the past, these princes, in order to show off the power of their own armies, they even wanted directly in front of the capital city to do battle. Li Tianzi's gaze, on the other hand, was coldly looking at Crown Prince Xiaoji, condescending, as if looking at a dead man. Xiaoji's gaze, also involuntarily, with which to meet up. Can see Li Tianzi? He even did not have a little respect, but instead, with a murderous gaze at him, staring at a long time, that is, Prince Xiaoji, even inexplicably trembling. Just now, he seemed to fall into the abyss under the 10,000 abysses. The whole person was frozen up. Gollum. Xiaoji swallowed hard and kicked in a large breath. How could I be afraid of a pig-feeding punk? Xiaoji secretly shook his head. Li Tianzi, you still don't pay your respects when you see Lone? Xiaoji understood that he had lost his temper, revived his spirit, and immediately tried to salvage the situation. However, Li Tianzi didn't give this guy face. Now he, even those old feudal lords, if they know the hand of the army, all have to give him 3 thin face. Ha! Li Tianzi smiled disdainfully and casually waved his hand. Greetings to the crown prince. Then, without waiting for Xiaoji to reply, Li Tianzi was pulling his horse to turn around and greeted in the direction of the Tartar and Wowan clans. Your Highness Hu Li Hao Yen. Your Highness Yu Shang. It's been a long time. How have you been lately? The two of them smiled and made a chest protector salute towards Li Tianzi. Yes, brother Li, it's been a long time. The two of them almost gave Li Tianzi enough face, looking as if they had a good relationship, and they even called themselves brothers and sisters. After all, the Wuhuan Wubi, in the grasslands is considered to be widely circulated, but the land of the Central Plains, or no less, those who know less of the feudal lords, the women and other tribes, deliberately blocked the news, as far as possible. Will be this kind of disgraceful things, spread to the Central Plains. As for Li Tianzi, also don't want to make themselves that sharp, also let the brocade guards, secretly blocked the news. So, Li Tianzi in the north of some things, the capital of these people do not know. This guy even knows the crown princes of Tartary and Wuhan? It looks like the relationship is very good. How in the world did this son do it? He's just a vassal king. How could he make friends with these two? Some of the princes, whispering, Prince Xiaoji. It seems that this Xinbei king of your country is really a bit arrogant. Even you, the crown prince, he is not in the eyes. Could it be that there is a rebel heart? Suddenly, a voice came from his ears. I'm sorry to make the second prince of the Golden Kingdom laugh. It makes sense that certain people would have no one in their sight based on their father's prowess. Xiaoji even compensated with a smile. Li Tianzi turned around again. That look expressed strangely. Your Highness, the crown prince, is really shameless. Nor do we look at this time, with whom my great martial kingdom is going to fight? How do I have to make amends with him? Do you think you are worthy to talk about this king? I remember that the crown prince of Jin, Wanyan Liangbi, lost to me at the Wuhan bonfire conference. Why? Why do you still have the face to come to my great martial kingdom? Oof. What the crown prince lost, this general will get it back for him. And in this martial competition, I will shatter all your dignity. Behind Wanyan Guangbi, out came a man with a very stout figure, dressed like that monk, with a roped hat on his head, and a Zen staff in his hand. And who are you? Li Tianzi asked. However, the person in front of him was giving him a slight sense of oppression. This will be Wanyan Bodhisattva. The Wanyan Jin gang that you defeated is this Wu's senior brother. This time, this general has come to avenge him, Wanyan Bodhisattva said coldly. When these words came out, the people around him heaved a breath of cool air and looked at Li Tianzi with even more surprise. What did this guy just say? Li Tianzi defeated Wanyan Jin gang. My ears didn't hear it wrong. That Wanyan King Kong, but is known as the first warrior of the grassland, the previous Li Dinghua, was defeated in the hands of this man. Now, surprisingly, he was defeated by Li Tianzi? It seems that this Li Tianzi is even more powerful than we expected. However, I heard that this Wanyan Bodhisattva is even more powerful and has no enemy in the world. I wonder if that's true. Since he's Wanyan Vajra's senior brother, he must be a bit stronger. Some of the princes immediately looked at Li Tianzi in a different light. How long has it been? His reputation is even greater than them, the veteran princes. In particular, King Xiaoguizi of Wu of Jingzhou, the king who claimed to be able to experience the world, kept his gaze on Li Tianzi. Li Tianzi ignored the voices of the people around him and just gave Wanyan Bodhisattva one more look. We'll see, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Can we go in? He couldn't wait to go home and see his mother and grandmother. If the two knew about the battle he had won on the frontier, they would be proud of him. Xiaoji had anger but didn't dare to spread it. When he was self-consciously inferior in front of Li Tianzi, especially the words just now, which made him not dare to provoke Li Tianzi. You don't need to be reminded of that. Gentlemen, the court has already prepared a stagecoach, so you should go back first to rest a little and have some evening meal. Tomorrow night, on the banks of the West Lake, is the Poetry Society, and according to past practice, all of you can participate, or you can gamble to get some colorful prizes. Xiaoji just finished speaking, and then he skimmed his head towards Li Tianzi, and deliberately shouted out loudly, for the poetry festival, all the kings have to compose a poem, so I'm sure that the king of Xinbei shouldn't be absent. Chapter 119, The Defeated Crown Prince. In the opinion of Prince Xiaoji, perhaps Li Tianzi, some talent in fighting, but poetry, is the brain work, to lead such a family of generals, but also in the fight in the line, are big and thick old men. In poetry, is a layman. The year of Li Dinghua was full of civil and military coaxing. On stage a poem, the results, go up to an incense stick time, hard to hold a fart, that face is lost. Ha! Li Tianzi frowned slightly and curiously inquired. In all the previous inter-congresses, it was always the poets who were inspired by poetry or the talented who took the initiative to go up to the stage to compose poems in pairs. So what's the matter? Why is it different this year? No one has informed this king either. Li Tianzi's gaze swept to the faces of the surrounding princes, and it was when he saw these princes, all looking at him with a smirk on their faces, that he seemed to understand something? Dare to say that this Xiaoji is here to sarcasm him, wanting to make him go on stage to make a fool of himself and lose face. Such a small trick played by children of a few years of age had become a way for these guys to entertain and amuse people. Naturally, it's a new addition this year, or Lone himself suggested it. Lone observation Xinbei King, recently the reputation outside. Lone just want to do a good thing. For Xinbei King to add a fire, will be heir's reputation increase a little bigger. Maybe, Xinbei King became famous overnight. Become a poet, it is not impossible. Prince Xiaoji deliberately come Li Tianze close some. The voice becomes smaller. Just flirted with the tone. Suddenly and become a lot of cold. Li Tianze, win your father. Also because of the poetry. Lost face. To you, as a tiger father no son. This gift is loan specially for you to prepare. Oh yes, and by the way, there's the fact that loan is fully prepared to make you lose face. Li Tianze raised an eyebrow. Just think this guy is sick. Shouldn't we be fighting together at this time? As the crown prince, he even took the initiative to take the lead and engage in internal strife. He is a person of Dewu. What good will it do to Dewu kingdom if he makes a fool of himself and loses face in front of the foreigners? Thanks a lot then. Li Tianze smiled. Is your highness the crown prince finished? When you're done, will Lone go home and find his family for a reunion? Seeing that Li Tianze did not have a bit of sorrow and panic, it made Xiaoji look a bit surprised. He felt that Li Tianze would definitely be alarmed when he learned of this news, and shouldn't be this calm and collected. You don't care at all about Li's face, so strongly pretending to be calm? The crown prince was actually angered by Li Tianze's composure. In addition, I have to remind you that the literati in the whole city have all been bought and paid for by loan. Don't try to find someone to write another poem for you. The prince's voice, at the end of his words, came out a bit stormy with excitement. Princes, you all heard it. His Highness, the Crown Prince, is very eager to make things difficult for this king. He is very eager to make this king make a fool of himself in front of all the foreign nations. Li Tianze deliberately shouted. This king just doesn't understand. What exactly has angered His Highness the Crown Prince? Xiaoji's face flushed red. He didn't realize that he was too angry just now and shouted out rudely. The reason why he was so angry was that he was unwilling to see that someone who had once been stepped on by himself had now jumped on his head and was so disrespectful to him. Li Tianze, don't go too far. Being rude in front of the Crown Prince is originally your fault. Not to mention, His Highness the Crown Prince is also kindly reminding you. King Wu Xiaoguizi helped out. I'm talking to the Crown Prince. What does it have to do with you? Besides, making poems is this king's business, so you need to chime in? Li Tianze didn't give the latter any good looks. You dare to dislike me? Xiaoguizi was incredulous. Back then, your father was also respectful to me. What are you? Who beckons this king to dislike him? As for you, King Wu, you're no good either. Li Tianze scolded nonchalantly, but he didn't give Xiaoguizi the slightest bit of face. Humph, I hope you can continue to be so sharp-tongued on top of the poetry and martial arts society. Xiaoguizi was so disliked that he turned red in the face. The point is that he can't win at cursing. Hey, the Crown Prince of the Martial Kingdom. You don't have to be so small-minded. I'm not wrong to look at the Jinbei King. Just watch your excellency. Constantly targeting the Jinbei King. Li Haoyan came up and said, that's what Lone sees too. And, isn't Prince Xiao here to greet the kings? How is this blocking the city gates? Yu Shang also chimed in. It's simply out of character for a great nation. That's right. This prince is hungry. Western Mongolia Yelu Deguan could not help but spit out. Xiaoji was sweating a little. His face was about to hang. Gentlemen, it was Lone who was rude. Everyone please follow Lone. Xiaoji coldly glanced at Li Tianze, then made way. He secretly vowed in his heart that the face he lost today, he would definitely get it back tomorrow and make Li Tianze lose face. Li Tianze was the first to enter the city, with the rest of the feudal lords following behind. Only then did Xiaoguizi come to Xiaoji's side. You're reckless. Why did you pick this time of year to go on a war of words? Imperial uncle. I only want to take out a bad breath for Shiji. She wants to see Li Tianze lose face at the city gate. So, Xiaoji also understood that he was reckless. He didn't know why he listened to Shiji like that. If not in public, this king really want to whip you. You are the crown prince, the future imperial crown prince, now being mesmerized by a woman. What is going on? Xiaoguizi was shocked. As for history, there is no shortage of kings who were so mesmerized by women that they did something ridiculous. Nephew knows it's wrong. Xiaoji bowed his head, but in his heart, he was very upset. Alright, if you want Li Tianze to lose face or even kill him, there are plenty of opportunities. No need to rush, Xiaoguizi lectured. However, what they don't know is that the reason why Li Tianze isn't worried and doesn't have a sad face, that's because he simply looks down on the literary world of this world. Looking at the hundreds of years of history of the previous dynasty, the so-called literary world of poetry and so on, and his past life, simply can't be compared to, and not even worthy of mentioning shoes. Li Bai, Du Fu, these great poets, casually take out a song, is to crush the literary world of the current dynasty of the absolute sentence. A book of 300 tang poems is enough to make Li Tianze a poet saint for the ages. So, poetry? These guys are just killing themselves. He would like to see whether he or Prince Xiaoji would lose face tomorrow. According to reason, Today the king's back to the capital. He should first go to CC, is the emperor? But the old emperor, recently full of sadness, said tonight will not see the kings. Let the kings in the capital to continue to stroll around. This year's martial arts competition is still very suspenseful. Those tribes in the north, surprisingly, will be one of the famous generals in the world to bring. This is ready to give the martial arts country a good lesson. Chapter 120, Reunions. The vassal kings who came this time are all somewhat powerful, but as for the martial artists under their hands, whether they can fight or not is unknown. After all of these princes, nowadays, are treacherous as hell. You simply don't know how many soldiers and horses he has under his hands, not to mention what kind of strategists and strong generals they have under their hands. And several princes with the greatest strength and extraordinary status, King Xiaoguozi of Wu in Jingzhou, King Zhang Yuani of Qi in Qingzhou, King Lv Daoquan of Yan in Jizhou, King Xiao Moyan of Chu in Yanzhou, King Xiao Mu of Shu in Yizhou, King Qin Daili of Beiping in Yuzhou, and the third prince Xiaobei in Wanzhou, and one Sima Yan is missing among the 8 kings, and the guy doesn't have the face to come to the capital. Solely in front of the emperor said that the disease does not come, and the old emperor also knows Sima Yan's difficulties. It is allowed to recover at home. After all, now among the kings, this guy's strength is the most vegetable. To come or not to come does not matter. All the major representatives of the Fei, the original team, are here. Tartar Prince Hu Li Haoyan. This son has recently become famous. No matter martial arts, strategy, or far strategy, etc., can be called the upper class. Wanyan Guangbi, the second prince of the female real, needless to say, in the clan belongs to the crown prince, can be equal to the status. Outstanding ability, is very likely to be another Wanyan A Bonda, crown prince Tuoba Gue of Danghang. This guy's ability can only be considered average, and he's even a bit tyrannical. Western Mongols Yelu Digwang, also can be with the first 2 of the same name. Western Mongolia can be recovered from the chaotic government, can be less than this prince's credit. As for the Eastern Sage, which is a Japanese country, Kakusei Yoshida Mitsuko, his abilities are also quite impressive. The names of these people is placed on the table of the old emperor. He is looking at the left and right, especially the candidates to participate in the grand competition. How can the old emperor not worry about the brow? This will be Li Tianzi, but after explaining all the things, is ready to go home. Their troops, naturally, are stationed outside the city, not to enter. General Su, you should go home first. It's been half a year since you came out. It's time to have a good reunion with your family. Li Tianzi patted the latter's shoulder. This will be Su Dingfeng, is still very worried. I did not expect 1,000 defense, but still let the prince set away. Lord, what should we do for the poetry party tomorrow night? If Mr. Han Wenzhou is here, it would be great. He is a good writer of poems. Aha! Li Tianzi nodded slightly. Mr. Han's poem is not bad. Su Dingfang was incredibly surprised at its words. Lord, Mr. Han's poem, that in the literary world, also belongs to the first-class existence. How do you just say it is okay? In his opinion, it should be shocking to read Han Wenzhou's poem. Li Tianzi didn't have too many mood swings. That's because he had read too many excellent poems. What Han Wenzhou had written could only be considered moderate, right? Could it be that the Lord had long anticipated that the crown prince would make things difficult at this conference, so he had long ago found a poet to write a poem for him? Su Dingfang guessed this way. But then again, to Li Tianzi's connections in the literary world, it seems not good. The Li family has always been so. Those literati despise the Li family as rough and reckless, and the Li family generals is to despise those literati are too Wenzuzu. Li Tianzi shook his head. That's not true. Can't this king go on his own tomorrow? Pust. When these words came out, Su Dingfang's mouth, immediately about to be unable to suppress. Not ridicule, just feel funny. My lord, don't swindle the last general. The Li family is known as a general's family. If this is okay for fighting, poetry and song, it's a layman. The other thing is that the Lord the last general has never seen the Lord make poems and lyrics. Instead of being so reluctant, my lord, why don't you follow my general to a place at night, and I'll definitely have someone write out a good poem for you. Oh, you have the heart. But this king really doesn't need it. Li Tianzi smiled faintly. Lord, don't refuse. Later on my lord will come to make arrangements. Just wait, Su Dingfang continued. Then my lord will take his leave first. Aha! Li Tianzi nodded. What can be a good place? Nothing more than looking for his sister Su Chuiyue in one yuan pavilion. To say the least, this Su Chuiyue is also close, and he was set on a doll's marriage. It is a pity that the Stone family fell short of the first, and now, he is also considered to be a strong return. I also wonder what kind of expression those people from the Shi family will have now. After bidding farewell to Su Dingfeng, Li Tianzi led Ling Bai back to the Li residence. This time outside the Li's mansion. There were two women standing. It was the grandmother Lu's and mother Lin's, as well as a cadre of Li's people. It's here. It's back. The mother, Lin, shouted with great excitement, and at the corner of that eye, tears were already flowing. Li Tianzi got down from his warhorse and immediately greeted him towards his family. Grandmother, mother, Tianzi has returned. Li Tianzi knelt on the ground and immediately kowtowed 3 times towards the two. Good boy. Get up. Get up. Lu's one hand held Li Tianzi up, while Lin's both hands helped Li Tianzi up. Looking at Li Tianzi's waning face, Lin was filled with heartache. Thinner and darker. It's not easy to live in the barren land of northern Liang, is it? Lin naturally knew what Li Tianzi had done in the north, successively attacking the foreigners in the north and defeating them to the point of rout. And then, some time ago, defeating several major vassals with the power of one person to unify northern Liang. And since then, the world has been greatly shaken. Everyone was praising Li Tianzi for being powerful, but who could know what Li Tianzi had suffered in this? Mother, my child tells you that in northern Liang today, under my child's governance, the people can all have food to eat. The child is hungry. Later when eating, slowly with you all one by one, Li Tianzi said, good, my grandson now, is a real lord. Lu's trembling, under the support of the subordinate, walked into the courtyard, and in order to wait for Li Tianzi to come back, Lin personally cooked a large table of Li Tianzi's favorite meals. Then, Li Tianzi said how he attacked the Hu people's camp at night, single-handedly fighting the enemy army. How heroic. Those Li's children, listening to that called fascinated, especially Li's 2 teenagers about 15 years old. That look at Li Tianzi's eyes, are full of admiration. Only Lu's and Li's, listening to their hearts clenched. Awesome. Cousin is awesome. Cousin, take us all to northern Liang. This would be the 2 teenagers, who couldn't help but fall to their knees. Get up. Get up. Li Tianzi was about to help the 2, but the 2 were stubborn. No, if cousin doesn't agree, our fathers, all of them, let the court send people to kill them secretly, and we don't know what to do now. We also want to be officials. At least, we can do something for our families later too. Lu, however, said, these 2 boys, the oldest, Li Chunyang, and the second, Li Chunin, are branches of our Li clan in the parallel state, but they were also assassinated, and their families were destroyed. Both are Li's people and know some martial arts. Following you around is safer than staying in the capital, so you will take the 2 of them and bring them to northern Liang to serve you. Chapter 121, Grandparents and Grandchildren Talk. How dare you want to be a rebel? Aha! All because of his father, who was also implicated. Get up! In the future, you will follow me as a general. Li Tianzi helped the 2 men up. Thank you, cousin. Li Chunyang was overjoyed. Don't worry, cousin, we will definitely not drag our feet for you. These 2 brothers, looking at Li Tianzi's eyes, full of admiration and respect, killing the battlefield, wrapping a corpse in horse leather, is the dream of how many people? In fact, right now in the capital, many young hot-blooded teenagers have taken Li Tianzi as their idol. After all, the country of Dao, which had been suppressed by the northern foreigners for several years, had finally been able to turn around with the arrival of Li Tianzi, and the people of Dao would be able to hold their heads up in front of the foreigners in the future. After exchanging pleasantries with the 2 brothers, Lu's put all the support down. The large courtyard, only the grandchildren. The moon was shining brightly. The dome of the sky was illuminated as if it were a crystal-clear glass ball, and a faint silver light sprinkled on the cheeks of the 2 men. Are you ready for tomorrow's poetry slam? This year's rules have been changed. Each prince has to compose a poem, and those princes who have returned to the capital, Guru has already prepared long ago. Our Li family is the most amateur in this aspect of composing poems. I think you've already found someone to write out the poem. That poem doesn't have to be too good, just enough to muddle through without losing face. Lu asked tentatively. The bright eyes can see that there is something on Lu's face. Back then, his son was the vassal king, in the poetry meeting above a good digging. But fortunately, after the martial arts competition, but also the face to find back, Li Tianzi bitterly smiled and shook his head. Grandmother, it's already too late. That crown prince intentionally didn't notify his grandson, so he didn't make any preparations. What? Willow stood up in shock. This will be really finished. Lu's hand tightly gripped above the scepter. No wonder I these days want to find a writing poetry in the capital, mister. But those individuals to see the old body to come, as if to see the plague, give how much money are not written. It turned out to be someone in the dynasty did not do the trick. Alas, this year's poetry then, is a pity. My grandson tomorrow I'm afraid to suffer. And this year's martial arts then, those foreign tribes, but also the clan's most ferocious generals, are brought. I'm afraid, this time for the champion, is imperative, and your martial arts may not be more than your father practiced fine. This year and encountered such a situation, I'm afraid, is going to suffer some crime, and I heard that His Majesty has high hopes for you. I hope that you can shine in the martial arts competition, but this betting on the ground the thing, not good is to lose your head. The previous few realms, is because of the martial arts competition betting on the matter of land, those martial arts country war generals, because of the loss to the foreigners, several people lost their heads. Our Lee family has already lost enough face, and we don't care about this. So, for the martial arts competition in a few days, try to lose in the first round, so that we don't have to be secretly used to make trips. The truth is that she knows. In the grassland, her son Li Dinghua lost to Wanyan Jingang, and now came a person who is more powerful than Wanyan Jingang. So, Lu just think, the whole big martial arts, absolutely no one can win Wanyan Bodhisattva. Li Tianzi is really famous recently, but after all, as a commander-in-chief, in a one-on-one fight, I'm afraid I can't get any advantage. Plus, she was a child to watch Li Tianzi grew up. Li Tianzi's martial arts how? She is the most clear. At most in the quasi-first class level of martial arts, and in the middle of the 3 years of pretending to be a fool, but also wasted martial arts, not to mention fighting with the foreigners, even if with the martial arts country generals to fight is a struggle, but Lu does not know, Li Tianzi is in that pretend to be stupid 3 years, martial arts above, rapid progress, to ask the world. In the end there is no martial arts practice wizards, that Li Tianzi is, Lu if you know Li Tianzi in the Wuwan Bonfire Festival on the battlefield, will certainly be surprised, but the problem was that not many people knew about his battle record on the Wuwan tribe. Li Tianzi didn't want to make Lu worry, so he only nodded his head. Grandma don't worry, grandchildren have their own measure. This is a good opportunity to be famous. He wants to let the world's capable people see his potential. So, regardless of whether it was a poetry or martial arts competition, he had to be the leader. Lu sighed and asked again in a serious tone. What's next? Li Tianzi didn't say anything. Lu couldn't see Li Tianzi's mind. Now that the north is in chaos, it's a great time to build up some credits. Combined with your previous actions, it's not a problem to make some credits in this war. North Liang land, in the end is the border. When the time is ripe, or can come back to the dynastic hall. As for the previous Li's matter, grandmother hope you give up. This is for Li's good, but also for your own good. But if you can do your father's position, or then your father smooth, later or in front of the emperor, mention this matter. That thing, after all, is involved in the emperor? Once the grievance, I am afraid, there is no benefit to Li. Alas, if it is before, grandma think, we Li's fight, no is no, but now your appearance, changed grandma's idea. So, you consider grandma's words. Willow's tone was as helpless as could be. Only, Lu did not know Li Tianzi's ambition yet. If she knew that Li Tianzi had already planned to die with the court to the end, she would have been surprised to the extreme. After all, a rebellion of Li's people has never been thought of. But Li Tianzi couldn't. His fists were clenched and he was covered in killing intent. Grandmother, Li's revenge. Grandson will not give up. Li Tianzi looked up at the bright moon in the sky, but that look was incomparably resolute. Lu is also a person who has seen great storms. Looking at Li Tianzi's back, as if she understood what? Are you not afraid of death? Do you want to go against the crown prince and his majesty? Holy authority cannot be violated. You want his majesty to apologize. This is a capital offense. Oh, Li Tianzi laughed coldly and said, grandmother is afraid of a misunderstanding. Who said that grandson wants an apology from that emperor's district? This painless act is useless. Grandchildren only want to tell grandmother that the path grandchildren will take is one of immortality with the court. Ahem. Lu coughed violently several times. That eyes were filled with panic and incredulity. How could she not understand when all was said and done? What a horrible idea that is. You, earlier you do not answer. I was to guess. You even want to be an anti-minister. Available. Lu was still trying to speak, when she saw Ling Bai, striding in. Greetings, old Mother Superior. My lord, Su Dingfeng, as well as His Highnesses Hu Li Hao Yan and Yu Shang, are all waiting outside the mansion. Ling Bai said. Aha! Li Tianzi nodded his head and then bowed towards Lu. Grandma, grandchildren leave first. I'll greet you in the morning. After saying that, Li Tianzi left the courtyard with large strides. Willow was still in shock and aftermath. After taking a few trembling steps back and forth in the courtyard, he was only able to let out an involuntary sigh, with a complicated expression, and he didn't know what he was thinking? But the news revealed by Li Tianzi was enough to make it difficult for her to sleep for a night. Chapter 122, to Wenyuan Pavilion. Seeing Shi again. Outside Li's house. Su Dinghua, Hu Li Hao Yen, and Yu Sheng were already waiting outside the mansion. Three of you. This king is late. Li Tianzi walked out with a smile. I didn't expect that both your highness Hu Li and your highness you have come. It really makes me terrified. We brothers. Less cliché. Hu Li Hao Yen arm. Hooked in Li Tianzi's shoulders. This is the first time to the capital. Do not know what fun place. Is to think of you. Would like to find you drink. But listen to Su brother said. You want to go to the Wenyuan Pavilion. But fortunately, I also came. Take me with you. Li Tianzi smiled faintly. Brother Hu Lai, do you love poetry? Hu Li Hao Yen shook his head. I can't say I like it, but I've read some of the poetry collections of the Central Plains, and I feel that it's so literal that I can't read any moral. It's not interesting. I heard that you didn't even prepare a poem this time. I'm afraid you're going to lose face at the poetry meeting. I happen to have a poem here that my father gave me when I came to the Central Plains. Why don't you take it and use it? Hiss. Even Hu Li Hao Yen said so that the poetry and articles of the literary world of the martial state were not very good. Then it was estimated that they were really not good either. As for Wakoku's poetry, it does suck. Li Tianzi took the poem in Hu Li Hao Yan's hand and just swept it back. You might as well use it yourself. If I use yours, what do you use? Hu Li Hao Yan is indifferent. The strongest of us is martial arts. This poetry is ultimately a piece of paper, and I am the Tartar crown prince. Those of you in the martial kingdom, who dares to laugh at me? Take it if you want it. As for the face of that emperor of the martial kingdom, this crown prince doesn't have to give it at all. It is not that this guy is conceited, and what he said is really the truth. But the old emperor, I am afraid that he still has to estimate the identity of Hu Li Hao Yen. Isn't it just poetry? This king has a better one. Li Tianzi smiled mysteriously. That's right, your highness Hu Lai, don't bother. This trip to Wenyuan Pavilion is to seek my sister. As long as my sister is out of the way, those who are doing the poems and songs tomorrow night can be said to be weak. Su Dingfang was still very cognizant of his own sister's strength. A great talent, known to everyone in the world, but there is no water at all. Okay, let's get going then. I've heard that this Wenyuan Pavilion, which has been built for hundreds of years, has produced quite a few good poets. This time, I would like to go and see. How strong are the poets of Wenyuan Pavilion nowadays? Hu Li Hao Yen said. After saying that, the group was riding in a carriage, heading towards Wenyuan Pavilion. And as it happens, the Wenyuan Gu in recent days has been organizing poetry recitals almost every day. Poetry will start. Naturally attracted many literati in the Wenyuan Pavilion stop and daily activities, but also divided into a 1, 2, 3. The first prize is 100 gold for these poor showmen. If you can get a top 3, that is dozens of taels of gold. The temptation is too great. However, the people who could enter the Wenyuan Pavilion were all dignitaries, and ordinary people couldn't even set foot on the threshold. However, these lower class people, the lord can be in the first layer, will write their own poem on the ordinary draft. By the deacon looked at the review. If you think it is good, will only be reported to the upper level for selection. And this Wenyuan Pavilion of the Pavilion Master Lu Taoist is a fair person. To anyone is the same. And today, outside the Wenyuan Pavilion, it was also crowded. The carriage of Li Tianzi and the others couldn't squeeze in. There was nothing for it but to get down and walk and force your way in. What kind of person? Do you have a token identity? A few guards, seeing that Li Tianzi and the others were going to barge in, stopped them. Su Dingfang's slap was a direct slap on the top of that guard's head. Blind your dog's eyes, don't even recognize lousy? That guard took a closer look. That face immediately showed a flattering smile. Gu, this Master Su, why are you here? Really rare guest. I heard that you went to Northern Liang with the king of Jinbei? This time, you've even returned. Su Dingfang clasped his hands together. Nonsense. Hurry up and let me in. The guards were a bit embarrassed. Master Su, you can go in. But I won't hide it from you. Quite a few people have come to Wenyuan Pavilion today. The Crown Prince and the King of Chu are all here. There is also the second prince of the Golden Kingdom also came. This second prince brought a person, named Wild Wind Flow, is the world's first person in the poetry world. Zhuang Chang's disciple. He a poem, is the Wenyuan Pavilion's Su Chuiwei. Louis Yu, two talented women of the poetry world, are unable to do anything. So, I am afraid that if I let a few idle people in here, I am afraid. Pa! Before the guard could finish, Li Tianzi slapped him across the face. What? This king doesn't even recognize it? Li Tianzi stood toward the light. The guard took a closer look, but he was scared silly. You are you? The guard saw that he had lost his temper, and immediately made another respectful bow. See the king of Jinbei. The guards were scared silly. Back then, when Li Tianzi slept in the pigsty of Wen Yuangu, he was the one who poured the pig food. Now, Li Tianzi had returned strongly, and the guards had heard of his deeds. These two are the crown princes of Tartary and Wuhan. Can we go in now? Li Tianzi didn't even bother with these people. This is how the human heart works. Get in. A few of you please come in. The guard swallowed hard. In his heart, he secretly said, today this Wen Yuan pavilion is really lively enough to have so many bigwigs come. Only after Li Tianzi and the others went in did the group of guards let out a sigh of relief. It's over. Who in this world doesn't know about this Jinbei king's beef with the crown prince? Now that the two major enemies are meeting, it might be possible that they will set off the entire Wen Yuan pavilion. The guard let out a sigh. However, this Li Tianzi, who doesn't know poetry, is afraid that he will have to lose face first today. Li Tianzi had just arrived at the 4th floor of the attic, when he saw the big guy with a sad face. However, the sound of them going up the stairs was what attracted everyone's attention. It's really a lot of acquaintances. Prince Xiaoji and Shiji are also present, rather forgetting that Shiji, this vicious woman, did know some writing. Only, just after going up to the attic, the entire air was filled with a different atmosphere. Shiji looked at Li Tianzi dumbfounded. She just felt that nowadays, Li Tianzi seemed to be even more charming, and the temperament of his body was also extraordinary. Moreover, it made her think that she was thrice doubly shocked to learn of Li Tianzi's successes at the border, and momentarily regretted it. After all, politics aside, if you want to talk about handsome, Li Tianzi is undoubtedly the first beautiful man in the capital, coupled with today's masculinity, charm. Humph, Li Tianzi, what are you doing in Wen Yuan pavilion? A rough hombre and literary waste? Who let him in? A person who can't even write poems and articles. Entering this Wen Yuan pavilion is simply an insult to Wen Yuan pavilion. Kick him out. Shiji seemed to have forgotten Li Tianzi's current status, and even thought of yelling and scolding Li Tianzi as she had done in the past. Chapter 123, Deliberate Difficulties. Shiji's loss of composure gave everyone an idea of the person who had come. Who did I think it was? So it's the infamous Li Tianzi from before. After going to northern Liang for half a year, the whole person has changed his appearance, and I almost didn't recognize this person so close. What is he doing here? Back then, the Wen Yuan pavilion was expressly forbidden to allow people like the coarse people of the Li family to enter the Wen Yuan pavilion. The surrounding people whispered and looked at Li Tianzi's back. For Li's people, these worldly literati, naturally do not like it too much. When Yuanga up and down on Li's such as the general's family, is also very unwelcome. In fact, it was Li Dinghua back then, because he couldn't write poetry, and took offense to poetry, which led to the world's literati world, hated Li Dinghua to the bone. And earlier Li Tianzi, pretending to be crazy, was Wen Yuan pavilion of literati sons bullied, pushed into the pigsty, in order to retaliate. Li Tianzi deadbeat not to go, as long as caught people on the embrace, will be on the body of the pig's food and so on, all rubbed in the body of these literati. So, his notoriety, but also has been retained in the Wen Yuan pavilion above the big list. Those with him familiar with the literati, he is even more respectful. What? This king can't come? Li Tianzi's eyes narrowed slightly, and that surging killing intent was completely suppressed after seeing Xiaoji and Shiji. Also, Shiji, you are not yet the crown princess. This king is the king of Jinbei. Pay attention to your identity. With the attitude of speaking to this king, there are some things that the heart knows. If the emperor was the mastermind of the extermination of the Li clan, then the crown prince and the Shi family were the executioners who manipulated the knife. What did you say? Shiji's face was filled with anger and turned red. Li Tianzi, don't think that if you have made some achievements at the frontier, you can be so unselfish. In this place, which one hasn't written an essay or a poem or two? What are you, a vulgar man, doing here? Oh, yeah, Ms. Shi, does it even need to be said? With those people in the Li family, they are all coarse and vulgar men. How can they make something as profound as poetry? I reckon it's here to seek Miss Su Chuyue for poetry. Song Xiu suddenly stood up and scoffed at Li Tianzi. This man was one of the 3 most talented men in the capital, but he had some literary skills. But when Song Xiu's words had just finished, a crisp slap sounded, and Song Xiu's body, moreover, flew out several meters backwards. The sound of screaming like a pig's squeal scared those literati who had been pointing their fingers at Li Tianzi, but all of them closed their mouths. Song Xiu's face, all swollen from the slap, climbed up in aggravation. Your Highness the Crown Prince, what kind of place is the Wen Yuan pavilion? These guys even roughed up the place. You have to make a decision for the little one. Song Xiu cried and knelt in front of Xiao Ji. What's more, what the little one said just now is not without reason. When Yuan Pavilion's important place, is it not for such vulgar people to be able to come? That's right. What kind of place is this that allows him to come and be wanton? Where one can come here, one must at least hand over a poem. But he has nothing, and still dares to be reckless here. Please, Pavilion Master, throw them out. The person sitting at the top was none other than Taoist Lu, and at this moment, even he was quite dissatisfied with Li Tianzi's actions. He was already annoyed because he couldn't write a better poem than the Wild Wind Flow, and when Li Tianzi made a scene like this, it was as if his entire being was about to explode. Li Tianzi, this is not the place for you to come. Hurry up and get out. Otherwise, don't blame me for calling someone to invite you out. Su Chuiwei on one side didn't say anything, just staring at Li Tianzi in a daze. Hey, you and the others don't have to be so deceitful. Hu Li Hao Yen couldn't help but spit. Your Highness Hu Lai, we are not bullying Li Tianzi. Ask everyone here, how much this person has caused trouble in Wen Yuan Pavilion. Crown Prince Xiuji immediately said, of course, like your Highness Hu Lai, your Highness Yu Shang, since you can enter the upper seat, we are naturally welcome. But he can't, of course. If he can make a nice poem, I'll break the rules and set up a seat for him in that corner over there. If not, let the king of Jinbei leave. With that, a dozen soldiers, standing behind Li Tianzi, wanted to make a move. Oh, yeah. Li Tianzi smiled coldly. The crown prince is really shameless. This king came here to relieve you all. You all even act like you're driving this king away. It's really chilling. However, that crazy wind flow writes bullshit poems. It's amazing that the people here, all of them, are choking. It's really a bunch of wastes. Li Tianzi wouldn't give these people face. If you want to curse, curse together. That, Miss Su, Miss Lu, and Pavilion Master Lu. This king is not talking about you. This king is talking about them. Pa! Berserkstream immediately slammed his fist on top of the desk, his face full of anger. The Jinbei king is the one who is really shameless. How can you have the face to talk about me when you're such a waste of space? If you're really this good, show me your hands, and if you can write a poem that surpasses mine, how about I work for you as a cow? Li Tianzi shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, it doesn't matter. It's considered bullying for me to make a random poem, so it's better to forget about it, lest you lose later and tarnish your face. I'd better take my leave. After saying that, Li Tianzi was turning around, ready to leave. After all, it was an appropriation of an ancient poem, and he really didn't want to be general with these people. Arrogant, really arrogant. Obviously he doesn't know anything. Look at his face, as if he can write poems handily and casually. Yeah, who is Mr. Maniac? That is the first literary world Mr. Zhuang Chang's disciple. That Mr. Zhuang Chong in the scriptures and interpretation, poetry and song, no one can match. Absolutely is the literary world everyone. His disciple Mr. Mad, is also its true heritage. Its poetry, can be ranked in the world's top 5. The king of Jinbei even dared to not even put in the eyes of the mad Mr. this to provoke the world's wrath of the literati. Ah, that's right. Back then Li Dinghua was also so wanton that he was disgraced by the literati of the world. And now his son, he is even of the same virtue. Such a person, even if he dies, it's not enough to be spared. I guess this guy is probably floating a bit on the basis of the fact that he has some military achievements now. We can't let him go this time. We, Wen Yuan Pavilion, can't let Li's people insult us twice. If he can't make a poem, he should kneel down and apologize to Mr. Mad in front of all the literati in the world. The surrounding literati, filled with righteous indignation, hated that they could not directly gnaw on Li Tianzi. Seeing this, Su Chuyue's nervous hands were clenched together, full of worry. This idiot, who is not good to provoke, but to provoke this pavilion Chinese people, this time, it will be difficult to end. Su Chuyue gave Su Dingfang a look one after another. Seeing this, Su Dingfang understood the situation and approached Li Tianzi, whispering, Lord, things have come to this, let's hurry up and leave. Now outside the Wen Yuan Pavilion, there are all literati. If you make them angry, maybe they really want to cause something to happen. Chapter 124, Causing the Wrath of the People. Su Dingfang did not expect that he could run into Crown Prince Xiuji in Wen Yuan Pavilion. He also did not expect that he would get things to this point. Moreover, he did not expect that Li Tianzi would even dare to mess with the wild wind stream. Maybe, if not make a good poem today, they may not be able to get out of the Wen Yuan Pavilion. As long as the wild wind flow a call, the lower part of those literati, I guess it will be crazy rushed up, will be torn into pieces. Honestly, messing with the literati is the most unwise. If these guys are united, that is, the emperor of the dynasty feel a headache. But these military men, they can fight in battle. or write a few books of the art of war, but to write the so-called poetry, that is not difficult for them? Let's go then. This king really doesn't want to cause trouble. Li Tianzi was helpless. Li Haoyan and Yu Sheng looked at each other and couldn't help but cover their faces. Today is a big loss of face. Originally wanted to follow Li Tianzi came to see the world, but to the legendary Wen Yuan Pavilion, did not want to let people such a sneer. If he left in disgrace like this tonight, tomorrow Li Tianzi's infamy would spread all over the capital. Oh, yeah. Seeing this, Shiji's eyes rolled, and she didn't know what kind of badness she was holding in her stomach. Immediately, he said, Jinbei King, now that you have offended Mr. Mad, do you want to just walk away? You're not leaving until you apologize to Mr. Mad in front of everyone. Pavilion Master Lu, do you think that the late generation is right? Daoist Lu nodded his head. Above the literary world, we literati pay the most attention to our own reputation. For the king of Jinbei to insult Mr. Mad's poem in such a way is tantamount to insulting the poems written by all the literati and scholars. And I feel that the king of Jinbei really needs to apologize in front of the big guys. Otherwise, today, in this Wen Yuan Pavilion, I'm afraid the Jinbei king won't be able to walk out. Wen Yuan Gu is the world of floor poetry building, subordinate to the court. For this reason, this cabinet should also hold some troops and horses. Seeing the armored soldier who intercepted him in front of him, Li Tianzi's eyes were icy cold. What? You're not going to leave without apologizing to this king today? What? Is it so hard to make you apologize for doing something wrong? Shiji smiled coldly. Since you don't want to apologize, then compose a poem on the spot and make one that is better than the one by Mr. Mad. If you can't, are you willing to kneel down and apologize? Shiji became more and more excessive, even thinking of asking Li Tianzi to kneel and make a fool of himself. Speaking of which, today's Li Tianzi is at least the face of the empire. These women's hearts are smaller than rat droppings, and Shiji only wanted to make a fool of Li Tianzi. And she concluded that Li Tianzi today must admit defeat. After all, the two people are set, but the doll marriage Li Tianzi from childhood is what virtue? She is the most clear, is simply an uneducated playboy. Others read, this guy sleep, others practice martial arts. This guy sleep. She dares to believe that Li Tianzi, regardless of literature and martial arts, are not able to. As for the previous week in the capital, there are some rumors. Rumor Li Tianzi defeated Wanyan King Kong, which simply do not have a few people believe. Even all is a joke. Good. Then this king will make a poem. As soon as Li Tianzi said this, piercing sounds of sarcasm once again came from the surroundings. This Jinbei king really can't stand being provoked. A few words and he can't help himself. We don't know whether he can write poetry or not. He just wants to be a clown. And I wonder, how in the world did this guy manage to win back-to-back victories in the north? You don't want to make a poem at random and consider it a poem, do you? If writing a poem was that easy, we'd be so erudite that the poems we write wouldn't even make it to the Wenji. It was as if the surrounding people were deliberately stimulating Li Tianzi. And that whispering was so loud that people could hear it clearly from 10 miles away. Su Dingfang became anxious and pulled Li Tianzi's arm with one hand. Your Highness, you must not act rashly. If you act with intent, you will fall into their path. Yu Sheng also concurred. Tian Su, that maniacal windstream has some skills. The poem made just now can also rank in the top 50 among many ancient poems. If it is improvised on the spot, wanting to make a poem that exceeds this poem is by no means possible. I also agree with the words of the two brothers. You are usually calm, but today you are this reckless. Could it be because you have seen an enemy? Li Haoyan's eyes narrowed slightly. As long as you want to go out, with my identity, it is Wen Yuan Pavilion. No one dares to stop. Yes, Li Haoyan dared to go out, and even Shaoji could only be defeated and admit defeat. When Tartary was strong, it was also a dominant figure, and once could make the Central Plains imperial dynasty. The existence of trembling. They just thought that Li Tianzi was being intentional. Li Tianzi, hiding from others, is not much of a hero. Shiji continued to say contemptuously. Li Tianzi's fists clenched. That is, he did not intend to pretend. He had to take the 300 Tang poems and teach this group of conceited guys a good lesson. Ha! The reason why there is no progress in the literary world of the martial state is that these frogs in the bottom of the well, such as you, are conceited and arrogant, thinking that what they write is superior and can be passed down for thousands of generations. However, in my king's opinion, not only are the things you and others write trash, but the literary world that has been passed down for hundreds of years is all trash. You now remember those things, also worthy of being called literature? This king does not want to pay attention to you, is to you and so on disdain. Today and this king is bound to let you and so on to take a good look. What is poetry? What is a good poem? Mad. Just too mad. Li Tianzi's face was filled with confidence. Pa, Li Tianzi, what are you? How dare you also speak out of turn like this? Do you think that old me doesn't exist? You are even more over the top than your father. Daoist Lu couldn't help himself, so angry that his chest stumbled and fell, and it was as if his entire body was about to faint. Seeing this, Lu Turnip immediately supported Daoist Lu. Dad, are you okay? He's a one-term martial man. You don't want to compete with him. Li Tianzi, apologize to everyone and get lost. Otherwise, don't blame this lady for being impolite. Turnip spoke coldly. Now Li Tianzi could really become the finger of 1,000 accusers. Ouch. Su Dingfang this time, scared sweaty, saliva straight swallow. It's over. It's really over this time. There's no reprieve at all. And seeing Li Tianzi like this, Xiaoji even felt incomparably triumphant. Li Tianzi, originally I still want to find the opportunity to find you trouble, but I did not expect. You send yourself to the door today to send death, offend the world literati. Even if His Majesty cannot protect you, I would like to see, how do you end up today? Xiaoji coldly laughed. Li Tianzi, I will tell your words to all the literati in the world, so that they will verbally attack air. Wild Windstream pointed at Li Tianzi and angrily rebuked him. Oh, Li Tianzi didn't pay attention to the people around him. He just walked towards Su Chuyue's position of 2 or 3 meters and said seriously, Miss Su, I came in a hurry. I didn't have time to bring a pen and ink, so I'll take the trouble of lending you an inkpot. Today, he wants to shake up the literary world and let those conceited literati see what is called poetry. Chapter 125. Since these two songs, the first position in the literary world can be established. Oh, Su Chuyue was a bit surprised. Blinking his eyes, he looked at Li Tianzi. You really want to write poetry? Writing poetry is not a battlefield fight and kill. It is the need for a very strong mood in pen rhyme. You really will? Su Chuyue actually felt that this guy was not trying to drag her down. Su Dingfang, this is for his own sister, pinched a cold sweat. This is now who and Li Tianzi have dealings. I am afraid, if Li Tianzi is not his lord now, he must seize Li Tianzi dry a fight. Don't worry, this king has his own measure. Li Tianzi smiled faintly. He knew that in the vast Wen Yuan pavilion, only Su Chuyue was willing to help him. Back then, he slept in a pigsty. When he was hungry, it was Su Chuyue who had compassion and secretly helped him. Chu Yu, you can think it over. This guy has offended the entire literary world. If you help him, I'm afraid you'll be affected as well. With your position in the literary world, there's no need to do it for the sake of such a cocky guy, Shiji deliberately reminded. But in one scene, Su Chuyue's words, however, made everyone present incomparably shocked. It was to see Su Chuyue nod her head and solemnly say, okay, I'll help you sharpen your ink. I trust you. Just that one sentence is worth 1,000 words. This Miss Su, how could she help this arrogant and cocky guy? I heard that previously Li Tianzi sleeps in the pigsty when the pavilion has gossip, said Miss Su, and Li Tianzi also have contact. This matter will not be true, right? Shut up. Miss Su is the fairy in my heart. How could he possibly fall in love with a loser? That's right. Miss Su once said that she would marry someone who was knowledgeable and talented. Look at Li Tianzi, a reckless man. How can Miss Su like it? Su Chuyue personally brought the pen and ink and placed the white paper on the table. This time, seeing that Li Tianzi seemed like he was good at moving for real, the big guy's expectant gazes, too, looked over. This guy, he's not really going to write it. It is to see Li Tianzi's brush, dipped twice in the ink, when it is about to enter the pen, but on the white paper, delayed action. It didn't move for a while. What's wrong? Su Chuyue asked, but in her heart, she secretly said it was bad. Li Tianzi can't really be pretending. Li Tianzi, move your pen. It's not true that you can't even hold back a single word, is it? If you can't, get your ass down here. Don't disgrace yourself. The prince snorted. All of a sudden everyone thought that Li Tianzi couldn't write poetry at all. In fact, Li Tianzi was thinking about which poem he should copy. Originally, in his previous life, memorizing poetry and these things was just for the sake of cultivating sentiment, purely as a hobby, and I didn't expect that one day, he could actually use it. Oh, Li Tianzi smiled coldly. This king just thinks that it's not at all interesting to write it out just like that. Or else let's have a little bit of color. What do you want to bet? Xiaoji sneered. In his opinion, Li Tianzi was the stupidest person he had ever seen. Everyone clearly wanted to see Li Tianzi make a fool of himself, but he never thought that this guy would take the initiative to try to make himself lose even more face. If I can't write a better poem than Wild Wind Flow, not only will this king apologize to everyone on his knees in front of all the people of the city, but he can also take off his whole body and parade the streets. How about the capital? I don't want you all to take off your clothes and parade in the street, but since I have taken out such a bet, shouldn't you all show your sincerity as well? For example, gold and silver jewelry. The bet shall not be less than 1,000 taels, especially Mr. Mad. And the prince, of course. If this king loses, the money will be doubled and returned to you all. SS. When these words came out, everyone thought that Li Tianzi was crazy. This guy is really up for it. There were already many people, as if they had already seen the scene of Li Tianzi, all naked, running around the whole city, and just thinking about it, the dignitaries here were energized. Okay, I'll bet 1,000 taels. I bet 5,000 taels. I'll bet 10,000 taels. This time, hundreds of thousands of taels were wagered. Most people felt that Li Tianzi was bound to lose and bet 50,000 taels in a row. They wanted Li Tianzi to lose everything. Good. If you can really make a poem that surpasses mine, in the future, I, Mad Wind Flow, will work for you as an ox, recognize you as my master, and acknowledge it in front of the entire world. Maniacal Wind Flow said in a revitalized voice. He was still incredibly confident in himself. In the entire world, there were simply only a handful of people who could win this peak poem of his. When the prince heard this, he said, "If you win, I will give you the Red Dragon BMW that I got from the Western region and apologize to you." Li Tianzi shook his head. "Not only is it the Red Dragon horse, I heard that the crown prince has also obtained a piece of superb jade, which is worth a lot of money, so you might as well take it out and gamble on it." A rare horse like the Red Dragon horse was quite rare. However, the piece of beautiful jade in Xiaoji's hand was comparable to the he sure buy of his previous life, which was the perfect material for making a jade seal. Xiaoji thought about it and actually hesitated a bit, because Li Tianzi was too confident, which made him somewhat afraid to bet. Does the crown prince not dare? How about this? How about this king puts the throne on the line as well? Li Tianzi sneered. So many people are watching. Don't wimp out. Prince. Hiss. Li Tianzi was really speaking out of turn. Bet on the throne. Is this throne something you can just bet on? Your Majesty. You must not, cried Su Dingfeng. But he was interrupted by Li Tianzi waving his hand. Crazy? This Li Tianzi is really crazy. If Xiaoji didn't agree, it would appear that he was a bit gutless. So, with a clench of his teeth, he said directly, "Okay, I promise you. Everyone has testified yet. You don't want to go back on your word. Pavilion Master Lu, please be a witness." Daoist Lu nodded his head. "I will be incredibly just and fair. Even if His Majesty arrives here, I will still say the same thing. Begin." Daoist Lu stroked his chin and also looked at Li Tianzi curiously. Anyone who can make a bet on a knighthood is either really powerful or just plain stupid. Good. Li Tianzi smiled faintly. "If you're going to die, then let's show you what happens when you die." He had already thought of just 2 poems that would be enough to establish him as number 1 in the literary world. The first song, Broken Formation, was written by Xin Shiji in his twilight years. Nowadays, it's just the right atmosphere for when he's on the frontier, drunkenly picking the lamp and watching the sword, dreaming of blowing the horns back to the camp. 800 miles to divide the banner burns. 50 strings turn the sound of the plug. The sands of the autumn pointing troops. Once these 2 sentences were uttered, the entire hall was silent, staring blankly at Li Tianzi. The poem was recited by Li Tianzi himself, and it was majestic, along with his majestic and resounding big words, instantly making everyone, as if they were in the sand scene. The horse is as fast as Dalu, the bow is like thunderbolt strings, to settle the world affairs of kings and kings, and to win the name of those who live and die. Poor white happens. And this latter sentence can also be interpreted to mean that Li Tianzi, the imperial north, is bent on the sake of Dao, for the sake of the emperor, and the theme is instantly sublimated. Chapter 126, the first in the literary world. This lyric? Good word. This was written by Li Tianzi? Really? He is a martial artist. How can he be stupid? Looking at the entire literary world above, those poems, there can be one, can be comparable to this first, if not written by Li Tianzi. Who else can write it? Look, he's doing it again. Is he still going to write? With the previous lesson, all the poets in the attic are quite curious to look forward to. Do not know Li Tianzi next first to write what? However, the first poem composed by Li Tianzi is the best poem of all time. So the second one, I am afraid, will be difficult. Of course, it's only a little bit more crotchety than the previous one, which is actually harmless. However, they would not know that the height of Li Tianzi's next poem would leave the entire poetry world out of reach. Ha! All of you give me a hard surprise when I come out with this Ascending to the Heights, which is the first ancient and modern 7-character poem. It will be a masterpiece that breaks the boundaries of the past and the present. And even if those old monsters in the literary world are invited out, they won't be able to make a song that is comparable to it. The wind and the sky are high and the apes are wailing. The islet is clear and the sand is white and the birds are flying back. The boundless fallen trees are falling. And the endless Yangtze River is rolling. Miles of sadness in the fall often as a guest. 100 years of sickness alone on the stage. Tough and bitter. I hate the frost on my temples. And I'm down on my luck. So I'm going to stop drinking. Pust. Finally someone cannot help. Mouth a mouthful of tea. Sprayed out. Listening to this poem. Full of literati. Has stayed. This song ascends to the top. And then to the top. And among the thousands of poems in the literary world, there can be one, which is comparable to it. This Li Tianzi, word for word, poem for poem, can be called a work that seals the deal in the literary world. With only these two songs, I'm afraid that Zhuangzhong, the number one in the literary world, will be changing hands. I didn't realize that the previous Lis, that were all reckless people. Now there is a poetry fairy. It's really something. Li's literary and military best. I'm afraid it's really going to rise again. Many are even more evocative. The Crown Prince and others who didn't understand the poem too well, immediately swallowed their saliva. Even Taoist Lu was shocked. This Li Tianzi's two poems. I'm afraid that it is really extraordinary. Even those who don't know poetry can hear the extraordinary in these two poems. As for Shi Ji, her face was blue with disbelief. It was hard for her to imagine that Li Tianzi, who was not even willing to read, on what basis did he make such two poems come out? It was simply unthinkable. If Xuanchong were to come personally, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for him to write two such wonderful and brilliant poems, let alone letting someone else do it. Other people that is even more unlikely to write it. After all, this kind of ancient poem is a good opportunity to become famous. How can it be given away casually? What everyone can think of is that this poem is definitely made by Li Tianzi. The pen falls, and it's done. And Li Tianzi's calligraphy is extremely well written. Su Chuiwei, who was grinding ink for it next to him, would also be looking at Li Tianzi with a surprised face, and in those eyes, there was a flash of amazement, because these two verses are so powerful. Prince Xiaoji couldn't help but ask, Pavilion Master Lu, how does this poem compare to the one made by Mr. Mad? But before Taoist Lu could speak, Mad Wind Flow got up and was flopping, kneeling on the ground, his face written with self-shame. King of Jinbei, just now I was arrogant and ignorant. You are the real poetry immortal. These two poems, I am afraid that no one in the entire poetry world, even the ancient literati, no one can match. Gentlemen, this poem is the best in the world, and it is by no means a falsehood, according to the agreement. From now on, the king of Jinbei will be my master. With that, under the eyes of the crowd's incredulity, Maniac Windstream kowtowed 3 times to Li Tianzi. If it is just a poem that exceeds his own by a little bit, the wild wind flow will definitely not be so heartfelt, but these two poems, but it is beyond him too much. Even his teacher cannot be compared to Li Tianzi. Li Tianzi didn't go to pull berserk stream. After all, Feng Kai, this guy is so arrogant and cocky. It is also time to give some bitterness to eat. Otherwise, this guy doesn't know that there is a sky beyond the sky, and there are people beyond the people, and he really thinks that he is the number one in the future literary world. Mr. Mad, there's no need to be so exaggerated, right? Xiaoji was confused. The two poems just now, even the literary giant, Crazy Storm, was so submissive? If you really let Li Tianzi become the master of Wild Windstream, what's more, this is the same as, Li Tianzi's back, but the entire martial arts country's literati scholar, want to kill it. It is a bit troublesome. Crown Prince, I still want to have a face. Defeat is defeat, and will never make excuses for myself, Wild Windstream said in a revitalized voice. Unbeknownst to him, just at that moment, the wild wind flow unexpectedly Li Tianzi, as his idol. If let others know the wild wind flow this idea, it is estimated that the world of literati are going crazy. I can testify to Mr. Mad that King Jinbei's poem can definitely be considered the best in the world. Taoist Lu's tone towards Li Tianzi was suddenly much milder. Even in my place, I would have to call King Jinbei a master. Hiss. The crowd that heard this couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air once again. If it was only maniacal Windstream who complimented Li Tianzi, perhaps it was a bit of an exaggeration. But now, even Taoist Lu, who was the second in the literary world, was praising Li Tianzi so humbly, then this was bound to be no lie. Of course, the literati who liked to write poems and lyrics on weekdays naturally knew the gold content of these two poems of Li Tianzi. No way. This is absolutely impossible. These two poems of yours must have been copied. You have not been good at learning since you were a child. The people of the world know that. How could you possibly write such poems? Shi Ji pointed at Li Tianzi, as if she had gone mad. She would never believe that Li Tianzi could make such a poem. Yes, what Mr. said is very true. Jinbei King grew up uneducated. How could you possibly make such a poem? It was clearly copied. Crown Prince Xiaoji also got up and agreed. Oh, yeah. Li Tianzi laughed coldly. Who told you that this king was not good at learning from a young age? So he should be illiterate and unable to write poems. But have you ever thought that this king was born a prodigy? Moreover, if you say that the poems written by this king are copied, then this king would like to ask the crown prince and monsieur, looking at the entire literary world, who can make poems such as this king's that have escaped from the past and present? Xiao Ji was furious, as if he had caught Li Tianzi's handle. Li Tianzi, you are also too unbridled. According to you, the entire literary world of the literati can't do it? Could it be that Mr. Shoujo, Mr. Ryu, are not as good as you? But this time when Xiaoji was angry, none of the literati dared to laugh, because throughout the entire world, there was really no one who could surpass Li Tianzi. Your Highness the Crown Prince, I am ashamed to be inferior to you, even Mr. Zhuang. As for the Jinbei King's copy, that would be even more impossible. Among the literary world, how the literary talent, old me all know. So, Jinbei Wang, this poetry is definitely not copied. According to the agreement, the bet was won by the king of Jinbei. Whoever dares to cheat is messing with old me. Daoist Lu was not giving the prince any face at all. Chapter 127, Gambling on a Life of Honor. Li Tianzi clasped his hands on his chest and looked at Xiaoji. Is it possible that the crown prince wants to back out? This is an oath made in front of the world's literati. Does the crown prince not want to lose face? Xiaoji was so infuriated that he was trembling all over. What a good Li Tianzi. He actually couldn't do anything with it. In the past, how would Li Tianzi dare to talk to him like this? Don't worry, since even Pavilion Master Lu has said so. Will Lone go back on his words? After tomorrow's poetry meeting, Lone will bring the things. Xiaoji clenched his teeth and felt a sharp pain in his flesh. Even if he lost his beloved red dragon horse, now he had to match it with a piece of the most beautiful jade. He even had the heart to spit out blood. After saying that, Xiaoji left in a huff. As for Shi, she was even looking at Li Tianzi with grudging eyes, regret, jealousy, hatred and so on. With a rather complicated look, she also left with Xiaoji. Ling Bai, why don't you hurry up and collect your gentleman's belongings? Li Tianzi reminded with a smile. Ling Bai instantly reacted. No, gentlemen, as promised, all please, the seat full of the world's sons, have taken out the silver. The 50 or 60 people, is not more than 100,000 taels of silver well, but most people, naturally, obediently handed over the silver. This money is nothing, today can see such 1,000 years of poetry, for the love of poetry and literature writings of them, since it is incomparably fortunate. Today, Li Tianzi, with this scene, will be completely famous, resounding in the literary world. Su Dingfang and the others, this would be a stunned look at Li Tianzi. Full of disbelief, he thought, Li Tianzi invented powerful weapons, had unrivaled martial arts as well as the ability to rule the world, military and so on. It is already the limit, right? But I never thought that he could be so good at composing poems. Even Daoist Lu, who was second in the literary world, praised him. Mind you, this composing poetry could be too much harder than killing enemies on the battlefield. The willow dodger who would be here walked over at the same time as Turnip. Stay back, King of Jinbei. Daoist Lu humbly shouted. What else does Pavilion Master Lu have to do? Li Tianzi was puzzled. I wonder if King Jinbei is interested in joining the Wenyuan Pavilion. Daoist Lu was overwhelmed with anticipation. With these two poems of Li Tianzi, tomorrow morning will resonate throughout the capital and even the literary world. And what Wenyuan Ge needs is for a poetry immortal level figure like Li Tianzi to sit in the town, so that Wenyuan Ge can preserve his reputation as well as his status. Even if he becomes an honorary elder, he can actually do so. You want this king to join the Wenyuan Pavilion? Li Tianzi raised his eyebrows slightly. Naturally, for King Jinbei to be an honorary deputy pavilion master to bolster Wenyuan Pavilion's prestige, I couldn't have asked for more. Where was Daoist Lu's previous overbearing demeanor? And how respectful that was towards Li Tianzi. It's not that this king doesn't want to join the Wenyuan Pavilion. It's just, I'm afraid that my king's identity will involve the Wenyuan Pavilion. He is going to rebel. When the time comes, I'm afraid everyone who is involved with him will be implicated. Jinbei King said this is not true. Wenyuan Pavilion has a strong background, behind not only His Majesty, but also the world's literati. As far as the Crown Prince wants to pressurize Jinbei King again, with the powerful Wenyuan Pavilion as a backing, he also has to be afraid of a few points. Daoist Lu continued to persuade. Turnip Lu also echoed. I heard that the king, now in Beiliang recruiting, if there is Beiliang deputy pavilion master this layer of identity in, the world can people, will not hear the identity of the king, not God? It's a lot of facilitation in terms of recruiting for talent. Li Tianzi's eyes lit up as he looked at Lu Yeqing. This little ninny was really good at catching people's hearts. Good. This king agrees. Li Tianzi took the deputy pavilion master's token. And Daoist Lu wouldn't have thought that just by this decision of his own, he would pit himself hard in the future. Good. The king painfully. In the future, when Yuan Pavilion has you as the deputy pavilion master titled, that in the literary world, it is really in the first position. No one can shake. This would be Daoist Lu. Don't mention how happy he was. And the surrounding people look. More envious staggering. People's luck came. Block cannot be blocked. Li Tianzi almost to die of mole cricket. In the majority of half a year's time, to realize the salted fish turnover, simply let a person feel dreamy. After some pleasantries, Li Tianzi left when Yuan Pavilion originally also wanted to take Su Chuyue a piece to leave, but because tomorrow is the official poetry meeting, dizzy and cannot leave for a while. Only, this will be Li Tianzi out of the cabinet. Those who are literati have to give way to Li Tianzi. Many people's eyes, but also exudes reverence. Envy. When people strike, it's a 1,000-year-old poem that crushes the literary world, like the poems they've been writing all their lives. Or dog shit. Imperial Palace. Emperor's Bedchamber. The eunuch, Wu Duanzhong, brought the poems written by Li Tianzi to the emperor. This will be the old emperor. Very unexpected surprise. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect it. By the time I'm in this dynasty, there is a poetry fairy. Just with these two poems, tomorrow's poetry meeting, my De Wu will surely win. The old emperor was very happy. Just these two poems. There is indeed no one before or after. He is so happy. That is because he is good at martial arts, but in the literary attainments, but also very fond of. For the literati, that is also to give full courtesy. Your Majesty, I'm afraid that someone will use this matter to make trouble at tomorrow's poetry meeting. Li's generations have not come out of a poet, that are martial artists, but suddenly came out of a poet, or a leap to become the first poet of the literary world. And now, Prince in that literary world first Zhuangzhong, walk also very close. Tomorrow on this make a big fuss. Say this poem is copied, or stolen. I am afraid that the trouble will be big. Your Majesty also knows that the Crown Prince nowadays does things in order to achieve the goal. Unscrupulous, that is, the face of my martial arts country. He can disregard. Tomorrow may cause what chaos? Wu Jizhong said. Oh, make a scene. Let them make a scene. As for Li Tianzi, I would like to see how this kid will respond. However, it's hard to make 1,000 great poems, but if this kid can make one that crushes Zhuangzhong, I'll be willing to bail him out. The old emperor smiled faintly. As for Li Tianzi's hatred towards him, he also knew that. However, he realized that since the extermination of Li Dinghua, there was still a problem in the court, and that was that the Qin society faction was getting bigger, and it needed to be suppressed by a person, and that person was Li Tianzi, and Li Tianzi's hatred towards the Qin society faction was unquestionable. In his opinion, Li Tianzi was a good sword. However, the old emperor thought that his means were powerful, but he overlooked one point, and that was that this sword, Li Tianzi, was able to stab him, the emperor. This time, the prince, who had suffered a defeat, returned to the East Palace, and the whole person was in a state of fury. In his presence, moreover, the first of the literary world is dignified. Mr. Zhuangzhong, tomorrow depends on you. Make Li Tianzi lose face in front of the whole world, and I will release your family. Xiaoji said in shock. Zhuangzhong helplessly assured. Don't worry, Your Highness the Crown Prince. The 1,000 years of absolute poetry isn't that good, and wanting to play on the spot and make another 1,000 years of absolute poetry is absolutely impossible. As long as Lao Fu was certain that Li Tianzi's poems are plagiarized from others, all the literati in the literary world will turn toward Lao Fu, unless he can write a few and prove his innocence. Otherwise, Zhuangzhong himself was a poet, so he naturally knew that it was extremely difficult to write a decent poem, let alone several in a row. He felt that Li Tianzi had probably written these two poems a long time ago, and it was simply impossible for him to write so many more on the spot. Chapter 128, Su Chuyue's Reminder. Overnight, with these two ancient poems, Li Tianzi was instantly on the hot list. So to speak, the impact of these two poems on the literary world was just too great, almost pulling the literary world up several levels. However, followed by endless questions and suspicions. Before this, Li Tianzi is just a martial artist, even called a fool by the world. So a moment of effort, literary attainments, suddenly rose, even made two ancient poems. It is difficult not to let people have doubts about this. Tonight's poetry meeting, not in the palace, but in the West Lake, almost all the literati and talented people can appear in this place, as long as this time someone take the lead in questioning the authenticity of Li Tianzi's poetry. Then Li Tianzi almost became a target of all. And this is exactly the archfire ploy that Crown Prince Xiuji is going to utilize. In other words, even if Li Tianzi made one or two more songs that were almost the same, he might not be able to completely silence the voices of skepticism. As for the Crown Prince as well as Zhuang Chong, they thought that the two poems that Li Tianzi made earlier when he was in Wen Yuan Pavilion were estimated to be Li Tianzi's limit. After all, 1,000 ancient masterpieces. Casually writing out a poem would be enough to seal the gods. If Li Tianzi was forced to give a clinical performance and write out one or two more to prove himself, it was simply impossible. Unless Li Tianzi was the reincarnation of the poetry immortal. Early in the morning, Su Chuiwei came. Grandmother Lu, Mother Lin, even took him inside the side room and pressed him on the chair. The family was mysterious. Miss Su, you're here too? Li Tianzi was slightly surprised. Su Chuiwei looks extremely beautiful. Ice and snow hibiscus. Generous, full of bookishness, and kind. Is an excellent woman to marry as a wife? Aha! Su Chuyue's head slightly nodded. I am here to remind you. Your poetry last night has shocked the literary world. Now many people are questioning whether this poem of yours is made by yourself or not. Even, it is Mr. Zhuang personally admitted that your poem is copied. You also know that Mr. Zhuang's position in the literary world is transcendent. No one can reach. I am afraid. You have to be careful tonight. Speaking here, Su Chuiwei wanted to speak, lightly biting her lips, as if she had something to ask. Does Miss Su also feel that this king's poem was copied? Li Tianzi saw Su Chuiwei's mind. I trust you since. But, your poetry, did you really write it yourself? Su Chuiwei's sentence caused Li Tianzi to be somewhat conflicted. In the end, it was Su Chuiwei who didn't believe him anymore. In this way, it is that the Willow Taoists I guess also have doubts about him. But it didn't matter. So much for being skeptical. 2 poems weren't enough to shut these guys up. But what about 10? 100? Hundreds? Since things have come to this point, he will be even more outrageous tonight. Prince Zhuang Chong, if he really dares to seek his trouble, he will blow up the entire literary world, letting everyone know what is called no one in the past and no one in the future. I'll leave first. You prepare yourself well, Su Chuiwei said. Oda Bao and left the house. However, the worry on Su Chuyue's face was also genuine. Someone come and see Miss Su off. Lu shouted. Yes. The butler beside him also retreated. In the entire house, there were only 3 people left. Lu, Su, and Li Tianzi. Only this would be 2 people. Indeed, with a very strange gaze, staring at Li Tianzi. Li Tianzi subconsciously touched his face. Is there something dirty? Mother, grandmother, why are you looking at me like that? Li Tianzi was puzzled. Su's hands crossed. I said strange. Our Li's is the descendant of the general's family. Generations of martial artists, poetry, writing, that ancestor did not come out of such a talent. You're good. Casually is 2 famous poems for the ages. Li's to this time. The more you have to keep a low profile, you and Yuenga some action, is not to give people a handle. Give mother say, you this poetry in the end is copied who? Li Tianzi blinked. Dare I say that even my own mother and grandmother don't believe in me? Grandma, you don't trust your grandson either? Lu shook her head. It's not that I don't believe in you, it's just that you haven't loved studying since you were a child, and it's a struggle to write an article. So how do you let grandma believe that you can still write such superb poems and words? Moreover, our family's ancestors do not have the talent to compose poetry in words. Tell grandma the truth. Is this poem by Mr. Han Wenzhou? Li family style is very strict, and there is such a rule. Not allowed to learn the literati as the literati. You must learn the art of war, martial arts, to do the empire's generals. This is the Li family has always maintained the practice. Oh, my God. Li Tianzi sighed and shook his head all of a sudden. Mother, grandmother, don't guess. This poem was not made by Mr. Han, but by his grandson. If you guys don't believe me, forget it. Anyway, soldiers come and go. And tonight, Sunner is not afraid of them. Lu and Su still shook their heads, not believing it at all. Earlier, you pretended to be a fool for 3 years. Even I, with your grandmother, let you deceive. How many words of great truth are still on your lips? We can trust you with everything else, but this poem writing is, after all, a technical endeavor that cannot be done by those who are not profoundly learned. Alas, just, since you do not want to say, we will not ask. Even if there are those literary world tonight, how to target us. Our Li family also recognized. Anyway, 3 years have survived. Lose this face. It does not matter. Su said helplessly. But in terms of technical work, Lu and Su would be even more surprised if they knew that what Li Tianzi did. After all, building such a powerful weapon as firearms would be enough to make Li Tianzi the saint of weapons. This is the Li Tianzi. Not in more want to say a word, because his explanation, there is no any convincing degree. His explanation, in the eyes of the crowd, more like self-deception. He made a poem last night, but also made a mistake? However, after tonight, those who questioned him will surely shut up. Because of this matter, Li Tianzi was blocked at home and hadn't dared to go out. Quite a good event, and he was the only one who was suffering. However, the less he went out to explain, the more he made those literati in the capital feel that he was weak-minded. Until the evening, outside the Li's gatehouse, it has been reduced a lot. However, still gathered a lot of people. These people who do not want to go. It is estimated that they have not received less money from Prince Xiuji. Crunch. Outside the mansion, several carriages had already gathered. It was to pick up Li Tianzi and the others. Lu and Su, having been personally invited by the emperor, were categorically unable to be absent this night. The door of the mansion opened, and Li Tianzi helped Lu walk out. Coming out, Li Tianzi, this shameless fellow, still has the face to come out. How dare he copy the poems of the ancient sages? Simply shameless. Li Tianzi, after hiding for a day, don't you want to explain to everyone? You and others this action really is denigrating the literary world. Depending on the world of literati and scholars in what place? Chapter 129, Slander for Copying Poetry. In order to protect Li Tianzi's safety, Su Dingfang personally brought his soldiers and horses to stop the literati on the left and right sides. Now Li Tianzi is good and has become a street rat. However, Li Tianzi still didn't have any explanation, and with a wave of his hand, he headed towards the West Lake. Look, this guy didn't respond again. And the fact that this verse was copied is already solidified. Oh, that goes without saying. If you don't dare to come out today, I'm afraid you won't be able to face the world's scholars. Yesterday, he even called everyone in our literary world a waste of time and stupidity. This guy is really arrogant, thinking that he can be so unimportant after he has made some achievements in the frontierland. Let's go. Tonight, if we don't give this guy a hard time in front of His Majesty, we're all sorry for our status as literati scholars. Yes, we must have Li Tianzi kneel down to the entire literary world of scholars, and apologize to the world's literati and scholars. And there was someone in this crowd, who actually smiled incomparably smugly, and then quietly left. This troubled many people, called the literati. In fact, in the literary attainments are not high. To come here, nothing more than a cacophony came. Su and Lu on the carriage. This would be even more worried about Li Tianzi. In the morning, there were not so many people, denouncing Li Tianzi. I did not expect that. In the evening, the streets were full of people denouncing Li Tianzi. If not for Su Dingfang personally bailed out and opened the road, I am afraid it was difficult for them to reach West Lake on time. At this moment, the emperor, the crown prince, and the representatives of all the powers had already arrived at the West Lake first. Hua Tai, the prince's sideguard, immediately came to Xiaoji's side after receiving the situation outside, and attached a few words in his ear. At those words, the corners of Xiaoji's mouth seemed to be very pleased with himself. He gently grabbed Shiji's hand. Beauty, Li Tianzi is now being denounced by the world's literati and scholars. The entire capital is cursing him. After tonight, he, the king of Jinbei, whose identity is still there or not, it's not even easy to say. Let's just wait for Li Tianzi to lose all his face and dignity. Is my woman not something that a small-town northern king can bully? Yes, causing the world's literati to share their anger. This is like a flood beast. It is impossible to resist. Once these literati make a scene, I am afraid that it is difficult for the emperor to handle. The emperor is afraid that in order to suppress the anger of the literati, deposed Li Tianzi's throne may also be possible. After saying that, on Shiji's face, there was an incomparably flirtatious expression. Thank you, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Tonight, my concubine won't go back. To keep Your Highness the Crown Prince company. Listening to Shiji's soft voice, Xiaoji was on the verge of being unable to hold back. Lone just likes which aspect of the beauty's kung fu. Xiaoji's entire body was intoxicated. Shiji's means of setting up a man is not bad indeed. A moment, Li Tianzi's convoy has arrived. He was stuck in traffic and was the last one to come. The king of Jinbei has arrived. The eunuch, Wu Jizhong, yelled at the top of his voice. And those literati, when they saw Li Tianzi, immediately shouted for the emperor to punish Li Tianzi. The old emperor is also touching his chin. Really did not expect. The prince actually will be able to get to the point of this kind of unmanageable. Today Li Tianzi, I'm afraid it's hanging by a thread. The old emperor stroked his beard and said offhandedly, this so-called poetry and martial arts competition is, in the final analysis, nothing more than a political contest. Li Tianzi was seated next to the great general, and on his other side was King Xiaoguozi of Wu. As for Su and Lu, They were placed high above the attic. Kid, you're in big trouble. Zhuangcheng is leading the charge, saying that your poems are all copied. I'm afraid it's not going to end well today. Su Boshan sipped his tea. No matter. A false accusation is a false accusation. The late generation has a thick skin, so I'm afraid of any loss of face. Li Tianzi smiled lightly, not taking it to heart in the slightest. Poof. Xiao Guizi, who was on one side, was laughing coldly. The Jinbei king is really lenient. Today, you're all afraid that this Jinbei king's position will be hard to keep. Oh, Li Tianzi pretended to be very alarmed, and his tone was panicked. King Wu, what should this king do? The acting, it's just top-notch. Xiao Guizi even really thought that Li Tianzi was afraid, and deliberately said, you should now take the initiative. Kneel down to the literati of the world's literary world, admit your faults, and take the initiative to lower your title and give up your military power, so that you can be guaranteed a way out of this. Li Tianzi shrugged. Then I really have to thank King Wu for pointing it out. This king is giving it some thought. Think clearly. Don't be too late to regret it. Xiao Guizi instantly thought that Li Tianzi was afraid. However, Li Tianzi is not a fool, handing over the throne and military power. Then there is only a death word. This evening is different. Even if he does not know those so-called poetry, he cannot compromise. The big deal is to run to the north of the Liang, rebel and fight the guerrillas to go. Li Tianzi wasn't answering, with a lazy face, looking above the poetry altar. However, in order to make the scene of the poetry meeting a little bit more active, Xiao Ji, who was presiding over this poetry meeting, put the matter of Li Tianzi in the first place. Father, has it begun? Xiaoji bowed. Begin, the old emperor said indifferently. Open the ceremony. Xiaoji went to the very center of the stone altar and shouted. Immediately afterward, that single firework instantly rose up into the air and bloomed brilliantly in midair. This world, in fact, has long had powerful gunpowder. The Martial Empire no longer had the funds to research any more advanced weapons, nor would it have ever occurred to them that gunpowder could even be of such use. As a burst of fireworks passed, the curses of the literati against Li Tianzi were dispersed a lot. The poetry club officially begins. But before we begin, Lone has to deal with a matter which, in its effect on the literary world, is extremely bad. Last night's king of Jinbei, Li Tianzi, shamelessly plagiarized the poems of the ancient sages, and insulted the literati of the entire literary world, saying that the Wen Yuan Pavilion, which has been passed down for hundreds of years, is nothing but a piece of shit in front of him, which is simply infuriating to the extreme. On that day, Mr. Liu and a host of other literary greats were also present, enough to prove that Lone's statement that this is not a fabrication by any means, but a fact. When Xiao Ji said this, the surrounding literati and scholars of the literary world, that face instantly reddened beyond recognition. This Li Tianzi is truly shameless. Li Tianzi, don't think that just because you're a prince, you can be so lawless and uninvited. Heir will inevitably have to give an explanation to the entire literary world. At this point, Daoist Lu got up, his face turning blue as he instantly felt that letting Li Tianzi join the Wen Yuan Pavilion yesterday didn't seem like a wise choice. Moreover, he was now also uncertain whether the poem written by Li Tianzi was copied by himself or not. After all, even Zhuangcheng, who was the number one in the literary world, had testified for Xiao Ji, and had brought up the name of his own master, which made him also doubt his confidence yesterday. Chapter 130 1,000 points. Who says I only know 2 poems? Daoist Lu's beard, stroked and stroked, was almost touching bald, and that brow was locked in a frown. Jinbei King but said such words, but that's because, before he made these 2 poems, he really doesn't deserve to be so provocative. But now, as you all can see, the Jinbei King did write 2 poems on the spot that have been passed down through the ages, and these 2 poems are enough to proudly honor the literati of the world. As for whether it is copied who? There is no way to check. Looking at the previous centuries, many generations of top literati, there is no one can be compared with these 2. If Your Highness the Crown Prince had to say the Jinbei King's these 2 poems are plagiarized, then please Your Highness the Crown Prince, come up with enough evidence. Otherwise, based on the public opinion of the surrounding people, we have to set people a trumped-up crime. This is not too bullying. Taoist Lu also understands Xiao Ji's tactics, leaving aside the fact that Li Tianzi's poetry in his hands is not copied. Last night, Li Tianzi made Xiao Ji lose face. With Xiao Ji's vindictive mindset, he will definitely not let Li Tianzi go. Pavilion Master Lu, I heard that last night. You had already pulled the Jinbei King into the Wen Yuan Pavilion and promised him the status of Deputy Pavilion Master. Is this true or false? Xiao Ji asked again. Daoist Lu nodded his head non-committally. It has been true since. Oh, Xiao Ji had an expression of sudden realization. In this case, it is that the truth is revealed. Now that Li Tianzi is the deputy pavilion master, it is normal for you to harbor and defend him. After all, this poem was copied by Li Tianzi. You can't get over your face, and it damages the majesty of your Lu pavilion master. However, Lu pavilion master yesterday did not know that Li Tianzi is a deceiver. Love of talent was deceived by this person. That is, even the loan were deceived by him. If not, Mr. Zhuangzhong reminded, the loan is also kept in the dark. So, those who do not know are not to blame. Xiaoji had already given Lu Daoran the steps down. If Lu Daoran did not know what to do, then he could only even Lu Doran's reputation. A piece of damage. Mr. Zhuangchong, can you write such poetry? Or have sufficient evidence that King Jinbei's poems were copied? If it's a slander, it's not good for your reputation. Daoist Lu's words were spoken in a serious manner. However, in this situation tonight, Daoist Lu didn't know what excuse Li Tianzi should use to defend himself. And he didn't think that Li Tianzi, there was any way to get out of the situation. If, by then, really be forcibly characterized as a copy, Li Tianzi's situation. But it is extremely difficult, even if Li Tianzi really is not copied. On the Zhuangzhong this identity, that is, even he cannot be suppressed. The entire literary world, almost all the literati, are to Zhuangzhong as the leader, black or white. They only believe in the words of Zhuangzhong. At that time, Li Tianzi how to defend is useless. Unless, Li Tianzi could write 3,000-year-old poems that were the same as those two poems. But was that possible? Throughout the thousands of years, there is almost no such person, and at the drop of a hat, it is the best poem of the ages, and Li Tianzi is bound to be unable to do the same. Zhuangchong slowly stood up. Naturally, I have evidence to prove that the poems made by Li Tianzi were all copied. Moreover, it's still copied from Lao Fu's ancestor and family master. As you all know, the song Broken Formation was composed by my ancestor when he was stationed at the border, and it describes the life of my ancestor in his old age when he recalled his life in the military camp. As for the second song, it's not exactly a full copy, but it's a true copy of my master's, and I've brought it with me. With that, Zhuangchong was pulling that scroll straight open. The first two lines are naturally different from Li Tianzi, but the last two lines, which are the finishing touch of this poem, are exactly the same as the lines written by Li Tianzi. See it, this poetry, are from my family division, ancestor 2 generations. Just this kind of ancient absolute poetry, even by the family division and ancestor, hidden in the bottom of the box. No one asked. If not this time the king of Jinbei will be written out of the poem. The old man only have some recollections. Oh, Xiaoji's eyes rolled back in his head, and he also chimed in. I'd like to remember. Back then, Mr. Zhuang's ancestor, wasn't it with the Jinbei king's grandfather, who conquered the north and south? I really did not expect this kind of 1,000 years of poetry, and should be famous in the world. Witnessed the world's literary world first, surprisingly was taken away by Li. Now, Jinbei king even will this poem out directly with. This also to not some shameless it. King of Jinbei, for the sake of being famous, you can really do anything shamelessly. When these words came out, the people around them immediately burst into laughter. Zhuangchong and the crown prince sang in unison, completely setting the entire poetry meeting scene ablaze. The Lu clan, Lin clan, Su Chuiwei and the others couldn't help but pinch a cold sweat for Li Tianzi at this moment. It's done. What should we do? Shameless man. How can such a person become the king of our great martial kingdom? It's simply a disgrace to our great martial kingdom. Your Majesty, I still ask for your Majesty's holy judgment. We must not let Li Tianzi off the hook. We need to severely punish this kind of deceiver. At least we need to cut Li Tianzi's throne. Punish Li Tianzi severely. Alas, I really didn't expect that my Li family would have some improvement with great difficulty. And now, I still have to be targeted by these people. Lu's fists were clenched, but she was only a woman and could do nothing about it. Li Tianzi, what else do you have to say? The old emperor looked at Li Tianzi who had been drinking. Oh, Li Tianzi smiled coldly and slowly got up, the wine jar still in his hand. Mr. Zhuang, who exactly is shameless this time? In this matter, only Mr. Zhuang himself knows clearly in his heart. In order to slander this king, you even brought out your old ancestor. You're really discrediting your own family division. What? Could it be that King Jinbei can prove his innocence by composing a poem or two out on the spot to prove that he didn't copy it? Zhuangzhong said. Oh. Li Tianzi walked over to the crown prince's side, the two of them facing each other tit for tat, and said in a low voice, Your Highness, the crown prince, really likes to make a fool of himself. What did you say? Xiaoji's face turned blue. Mr. Zhuangchong, have you seen Poetry Fairy? Li Tianzi had already turned to Zhuangchong again. Poetry immortal? Oh, throughout the centuries before and after. No one has dared to call themselves that. Zhuangcheng smiled faintly. Good, gentlemen, today is to let you all see what a poetry immortal is, and what 7 steps make a poem. Li Tianzi then poured a mouthful of wine. Pavilion Master Lu, please ask all of you from Yuan Pavilion to transcribe the poem for this king. He's going to completely blow up the entire poetry scene. Fine, if you want to write a poem, this pavilion master will accompany you. Taoist Lu perked up his voice and said, Turnip, sharpen your ink and start writing. Yes, father, Turnip greeted, then moved several tables and a sheet of white paper was spread out. Today is the poetry festival. There is no shortage of ink, paper and inkstones. Seeing that all preparations had been made, Li Tianzi then patted Xiaoji's shoulder. Li Tianzi, you're really crazy. Do you know what you're saying? Xiaoji sneered. He immediately felt that Li Tianzi was putting on airs. Oh, Li Tianzi smiled contemptuously. The wine altar in his hand slammed to the ground. Don't you see that the waters of the Yellow River come from the sky and run to the sea without return? June did not see the high hall and mirror sad white hair, towards as green silk twilight into snow. Chapter 131, 100 Poems in a Drinking Bout. Achieving Poetry Immortality. Just the first time the poem came out, the crowd that was still disdainful of Li Tianzi were suddenly quiet. Even the foreigners who didn't know much about poetry would have been shocked and attracted by the opening poem. Golden bottles of wine bucket 10,000. Jade plate of precious shame straight 10,000 money. Riding the wind and waves will be sometimes. Hanging straight on the cloud sail to help the sea. The North K rests from the book, and the South Mountain returns to my hut. To die before one's master is ready, and to make a hero cry. Gold list. Occasionally lose the faucet to look. Talent. Since the white secretary to. Hard to travel. Xu Xiang. Returning to Nanshan at the end of the year. Miscellaneous poems of the Heihai. Marching from the army and so on. Du Fu, Li Bai, Bai Juyi, Li Shangyin and so on. All of these poets who have won the crown of the ages in the past life. The poems they wrote, as long as they can think of, all mashed out. For a while, the entire poetry world was a one-man show for Li Tianzi. Li Tianzi all in white, the wine pot in his hand. Really want to be a poet, dancing on top of the poetry altar. The interest comes, is the sword will be swung out, the road sword gas, is even more majestic. The voices that originally questioned Li Tianzi were gone. They realized that their faces were hot and painful, and many people's mouths were even more open, and a mouthful seemed to be able to stuff down an egg. This, sister, Jinbei King these poems, in the end, how is it? Su Dingfang was amazed. Even he felt that every single one of Li Tianzi's poems was awesome. Su Chuiyue swallowed her saliva and said in astonishment, every poem recited by the Jinbei King is a poem for the ages. The king of Jinbei is afraid that he's really going to become a poet. Casually chanting, is 1,000 years of absolute poetry. Such a character. No predecessor, no successor. This, so to speak, Jinbei King is really going to be sealed as a god? Good. These old turtles around here. They were cursing quite well just now. Now they're all shutting up. In fact, Su Dingfang heart, not to mention how excited surprised. Although he is a military general, but he also knows that the literary world, as long as you can make a poem of 1,000 years, it is a celebrity in history. That's almost 100 songs already. My mother, the king of Jinbei can't really be the reincarnation of a poet, can he? In the future, I'll see who still dares to question King Jinbei, to spout off 1,000 ancient poems without stopping. Who else in the entire world can do that? More than the world. The Jinbei King, this time, is already unprecedented and unrivaled. Hey, I really deserve to die. Fang actually insulted Li Shixian in such a way. For a time, many literati, in fact, became Li Tianzi's little fanboy, little fan girl, where no one has gone before, no one will come after. Think of the longevity of heaven and earth, and look down in pathos. The wine altar in Li Tianzi's hand was slowly put down. His eyes, looking at the expressions of the surrounding literati, and the corners of his mouth could not help but smile slightly. That was the look he wanted. Pavilion Master Lu, how's it going? Over 100? Taoist Lu shrugged off his hand. As the head of Yuan Pavilion, personally copying poems for Li Tianzi, Li Tianzi was the only one in the world. However, to be able to copy poems for the future poetry immortal is also an honor for him, and it is good that just now, he didn't listen to Zhuang Chang's side of the story. Otherwise, he would have lost his old face. Enough is enough. More than 100 songs. That's at least 150 songs. With this poem in place, the literary world of Manhwa has reached a height that cannot be reached in ancient times. Taoist Lu was incomparably excited. Just a moment ago, he was copying and thinking at the same time. There were some poems that were just too well written, but there were also some poems that were a little hard for him to read. However, this is nothing anymore. No matter what, Li Tianzi has this more than 100 poems. Even if he is really the reincarnation of the poetry immortal, who has any objection? I don't know. This old Li family is not the ancestral tomb of smoke, even produced as such a big talent. Prince, any objections? Li Tianzi asked drunkenly. Gollum, Xiaoji is not stupid. Some of the verses, even he can hear the extraordinary. He at this time, if he is sophistry, then he will really laugh. No. Oh, Li Tianzi smiled coldly. Tomorrow, send the agreed upon things to the house. Otherwise, the prince's prestige and credibility, I'm afraid that it will not be guaranteed, and you, the position of the crown prince, may not be able to sit solidly. Good. Xiaoji was dumbfounded, and at this time, nodded his head vigorously. The men worshipped and the women wanted to give Li Tianzi a monkey. This would be sure Ji. Her face was even more ironic, and to be honest, she already had that little bit of regret. However, she still wanted to blame Li Tianzi. If Li Tianzi could have been earlier, and revealed himself with this kind of ability, she wouldn't have made such a thing. Of course, it's too late to say anything. However, after Li Tianzi wins the first place in the martial arts competition again, he will become the real horn of the great martial empire. And then, Li Tianzi looked at Zhuang Chong. Mr. Zhuang, you are also a great man in the literary world. Why would you do such a thing to ruin your reputation? Coquettishly, Yan's thick. Ha! The corner of Li Tianzi's mouth drew an arc. And then, it was collapsed on the ground and fell asleep. That snoring, whirring. Zhuang Chong only felt that his chest was heavy and stuffy, and immediately a mouthful of blood spewed out, and his body fell heavily towards the ground. Teacher! Berserkstream was right behind him and immediately stepped forward, holding Zhuang Chong up. Oh! The old emperor stroked his beard. It seemed that for Li Tianzi, there was even more appreciation. Your Majesty, today's poetry festival, it's made such a mess. Are we still competing? Eunuch Wu Duanzhong inquired. Compare? What are they comparing with? The old emperor smiled faintly. Ask them. After saying that, the old emperor got up and left the main seat. Promise, Wu Jizhong answered, and immediately shouted at the top of his voice. His Majesty asks, do the secretaries still compare? At these words, the guys looked at the poem in their hands and threw it to the ground in anger. Then, this is still compared to what? People 152,000 ancient absolute poetry. On our hands these trash poems. What is good to compare? This is not to make a fool of themselves? Xiao Mu, the king of Shu in Yizhou, tore the bullshit poems in his hand to shreds. The rest of the feudal lords, too, hid the poems in their hands. Originally thought, but also thought to take their own poems, make a big splash. Now can be good. The limelight all let others to steal, but you have to admire people's power. And today is destined to be a sleepless night. All the literati went crazy. The old emperor told all the people in the 6 ministries to make several more copies of the poem and post them all over the capital. As for the person who now suspects that Li Tianzi is copying poems, there is no more. There is no more. Completely. You say that when people write a few songs, you can still force suspicion for a moment or two, but this is hundreds of songs. That stupid lack of talent will go to this frown. The literati who almost cursed Li Xianji had already turned black to pink. Su Dingfang took the drunken Li Tianzi back to his residence. Of course, Li Tianzi wasn't drunk, just up to his stomach. But he didn't want to continue playing with these stupid people. Just finish pretending and go. Chapter 132, The Disorganized Xiaoji. Back to the East Palace of the Prince Xiaoji. A long time cannot be calm. The panic in the eyes, and did not dissipate, just dull sitting on the throne. Big mouth speculation, thick air. Of course, as the crown prince, he had lost face by taking the lead in slandering Li Tianzi, and when he returned from the party, those unknowing literati dared to mock him. Now, but because of his tricky persecution, he had completely accomplished Li Tianzi's name as the poetry immortal. Your Highness, what happened to you? Have a sip of herbal tea and moisturize your throat. Shi Ji brought the tea over. Xiao Ji trembled, could not help but raise his head, looked at Shi Ji's charming face, instantly fell into infatuation, but then instantly reacted. His face was fierce. Violently a hand of Shi Ji's hand of herbal tea, knocked over on the ground. Pa! Crisp slap sound, resounded through the hall. Shi Ji's body was immediately thrown to the ground. Hairpins, jewelry and other things, fell to the ground. The side of his face was red. Uncle is right. You're a demoness who wreaks havoc. If I hadn't listened to you, why would I be so insulted? You get the hell out of here. Xiaoji realized that since he had been the crown prince for a few years, this Li Tianzi's fiancée had frequently appeared in front of him and seduced him. Almost everything that was decided later went along with this woman. So, for tonight's failure, he put all the blame on Shurji's shoulders. Shurji was obviously a bit confused. The crown prince who had been bewitched into submission by him had dared to hit her today. However, after so many years of hard work, it was not easy to almost reach the position of the crown princess, and the emperor was about to give his consent. She must not give up at this time. Shurji deliberately exposed her fragrant shoulders, and her 2 white thighs, which were as silky as water snakes, were exposed. Extraordinarily tantalizing, and that expression was even more pitiful. Your Highness, what did my concubine do wrong? Over the years, my concubine has served His Highness the Crown Prince well, and my Shur family has given everything for His Highness the Crown Prince, to stabilize the position of the Crown Prince, and my concubine does not often advise His Highness the Crown Prince, but has there ever been a mistake? Now, a momentary loss has caused Your Highness to feel that it's all my concubine's fault. Then fine. Since Your Highness is so disgusted with my concubine, and is thinking that my concubine is hindering Your Highness, then my concubine will immediately crash to her death above this great hall. It's just that the Shur family afterward, I don't know, can still be used by the Crown Prince, said. Shurji fiercely got up, is towards that pillar to crash. Just said so many words, only the last sentence is the most critical. Xiaoji came to his senses and stepped forward to pull Shurji into his arms, touching Shurji's face with a face of pain. He had anger but suppressed it. Beauty said, this is what words? It's because I was confused just now. We still have a chance. The border battle is a great chance. For those vassal kings who do not obey Lone will kill them all. That Li Tianzi is no exception. Sooner or later he will die. It is Lone who is too anxious. What's more, tomorrow's martial arts competition, I have already discussed with the second prince of the Jin Kingdom, Wanyan Guangbi, Dang Hang, and the Eastern Sacred Kingdom, to break at least one of Li Tianzi's legs, and without his legs, let's see how he can still be arrogant. George Shaw almost forgot the rules of tomorrow's martial arts competition. He can change it to 1-1, can also change it to 3-1, or even 5-1, and this time, Li Tianzi was named by the emperor, boarded the martial arts competition, to make it like his father's day, to become the champion of the martial arts competition. The imperial grace is not to be disobeyed. Li Tianzi, if he loses, so that the great martial arts betting land failure, that is also to receive a chastisement. I'm afraid that it will be deprived of the status of the Northern Liang assassin, but such a punishment is not enough. As long as on that martial arts stage, although you cannot kill people, but if you cripple people, the rules are still allowed. Of course, there is another person, that is Xiao Bei. This is his own brother, but also his strongest competitor. Zhao's royal family, the strongest force value, high strategy, but do not understand politics, but also because of this, loved by the old emperor. He would cut down all the vassal kings who defied him and were a threat to him. Your Highness said yes. Shurji commiserated. Does it still hurt? Xiaoji stroked the side of Shurji's face. In the end, Xiaoji still cannot let go of Shurji, such a great beauty, but also afraid of driving Shurji away, and the lack of support from the Shur family. After all, this is the Ministry of Households. The lifeblood of the country must be in their own hands. Now, the situation of the martial arts country is like this. The great family of the sky, the flowing water of the emperor. Now the emperor's any decision, but also to ask the opinions of these families. It doesn't hurt. Shurji shook her head. Xiaoji gritted his teeth and held Shurji in his arms, heading for the top of the bed. Immediately afterward, inside the Eastern Palace, the sound of women shouting freely was heard. Compared to Xiaoji's despondent anger, Li Tianzi returned to his home, where the whole family was gathered around his bed. Outside Li's residence, there were even many literati gathered. They were heatedly treating Li Tianzi as an idol, and early tomorrow morning, they had to get to Li Tianzi's signature. All go down. Let him rest, Lin said. Yes. The crowd retreated. Lin and Lu, after looking at it for a while, it still didn't feel quite real. Mother, you said, when did this boy learn to write poetry? I'm really wondering now if he's still my child. Lin let out a sigh. Lu also couldn't understand Li Tianzi. This child, maybe he's carrying too much, or maybe he was born a prodigy. He can pretend to be a fool for 3 years. Endure humiliation. This is already extraordinary. This kid's city, really deep. However, Tianzi now, flaunt too much, for us Li, but formed a protection. The greater the fame, the less bad it is. Wouldn't it make people suspicious if someone in the limelight died for no apparent reason? Alright, let's go out too, Lu said. She was more and more satisfied with this grandson of hers. For that matter, it might actually work out for the kid. Aha. Lin nodded gently, and then the two of them exited the room. Only then did Li Tianzi exhale and slowly fall asleep. As for Zhuang Chong, he returned to his mansion and took all the responsibility for defaming Li Tianzi, all on himself, claiming to the outside world that the crown prince, too, had taken his bait. However, he also clarified for Li Tianzi, recognizing Li Tianzi's position in the poetry world, and his son, Zhuang Hua, was naturally released. After all, carry away also afraid, if will Zhuang Hua killed, Zhuang Chong a showdown, will he instructed things, are exposed, then he the prince, can be stalled on a big deal, light is grounded, heavy as the throne is not guaranteed. However, Zhuang Chang's influence in the literary world was indeed great, and even after committing such a great transgression, those who admired him, continued to do so. Chapter 133, The Great Martial Arts Competition. Changed rules. Early the next morning, it's time for Li Tianzi to enjoy. He comes from the stars. Poetry fairy. Poetry fairy. The scribe outside the mansion shouted. When they saw Li Tianzi come out, everyone gathered around, holding yellow paper in their hands. Li Shixian, sign me up. Poetry fairy. Here's the poem I made. You give me a few pointers. Li Shixian, what do you think of me? Please accept me as a disciple. For a while, people obsessed with poetry converged. Get out of the way. The king of Jinbei is going to participate in the martial arts competition today. Don't stop here. The long sword in Lingbai's hand was drawn out, and the brightly shining blade of light scared the crowd of literati, who retreated several steps, and Su Dingfeng, with another group of soldiers, peeled the crowd away. Go away, go away. Don't get in the way. Su Dingfeng growled. Those men of letters, were so frightened that they did not dare to come near. Your Highness, let's go. Su Dingfeng was divine this time. Humph. Li Tianzi got into the carriage. However, just after lifting the curtain, his body froze. Su Dingfeng, this is your sister's car. How can this king get on it? Li Tianzi twisted his head and cursed. This, me. Su Dingfeng was also helpless. It was when he heard Su Chuyue's voice from inside the carriage. King of Jinbei, a general who has crossed the sands, is he still afraid of a woman like me? When was this king afraid? Li Tianzi shrugged, then walked onto the carriage. Lin and Lu, on the other hand, were in a different carriage. The gazes of the two men, who couldn't help but look towards Li Tianzi's carriage, suddenly revealed a light smile. It seems that the granddaughter-in-law has it. Only, they didn't know that Li Tianzi had already married the princess of the Wuwan clan. The wagon was in the street, wobbling along. Inside Li Tianzi's carriage, the atmosphere was quite ambiguous. I didn't expect you to really know how to write poetry. A leap to become a poetry immortal, admired by millions of people. By the way, Pavilion Master Lu intends to build a 2-foot-tall statue of you and place it at the entrance of the Wenyuan Pavilion. Receive the worship of the Wenrun Shizi. Su Chuyue was the first to speak. A statue? It is not a good thing to be so ostentatious and more famous than the emperor. Moreover, I'm afraid that in the future, certain things will involve Wenyuan Pavilion. Li Tianzi was pondering. What is it? Su Chuyue was curious and kept staring at Li Tianzi's face. Thing? Let's talk about it later. Who can grasp the future trend of the world? Still, thanks to you these past few years, otherwise, this king wouldn't have had it so good. Slightly Su Chuyue spat out her little tongue. To be honest, when she saved Li Tianzi, it was really because Li was so miserable that she couldn't bear it. But later, she slowly noticed that the teenager who was called a fool by everyone didn't seem to be a fool, but was deliberately hiding something? After a few moments of silence within the carriage, Su Dingfeng's voice came from outside. Your Highness, you might want to be a bit more careful with this martial arts competition. The Crown Prince has changed the rules of the martial arts competition to the last match, which is a 6-man melee. Moreover, I heard my father say that the stakes are high this time, betting on the land of Liaodong, the northern counties of the Great Wilderness, the Daiji in Shangu in Yuzhou, and Dongyan in northern Liang. Su Dingfeng said. What? Li Tianzi lifted the curtain. Is His Majesty mad? This bet can all be border cities. If we lose, if these places are directly ceded, it would be the same as opening the gateway of my great martial kingdom to the northern foreigners through and through. The Tartars are not yet united, and will not hit the idea of the Central Plains, but Jin, Western Mongolia, and the Dang Ho, all three of which can be northern foreign powers. If they unite in an attempt to make a big woo, then it will really be over. Even if the martial kingdom poured out the entire country's strength, it might not be a match for the three northern powers. My lord, this time, you are representing northern Liang. Xiao Baiyi represents the court. The last general feels that this time, the crown prince or else he is planning to do something wrong, especially to the Lord Yu. If you want me to say, directly call General Xiang in and give these guys some color. Su Dingfeng but extremely recognized Xiang Longyu's martial arts. Li Tianzi shook his head. It's useless. His Majesty himself summoned and let this king go up because he wants to cripple him on top of the martial stage. There are so many feudal lords in the world. This old emperor is really out of the wind, not have to unleash death bar to the end, not? However, I think that the old emperor is also out of the previous Li's influence. Once the real trouble, Beiping King Qin Daili, Shandong Governor Su Jijie, the Great Wilderness Ma Wenzhou and so on. It is estimated that they will respond to the call. After all, back then, these people, can be Li Dinggua's command. Even the great general Su Bo Shan, is not also under the account of Li Dinggua. Such a force is too terrifying. Earlier, it was close to exterminating Li, but it was really thanks to these people to apply pressure. But they did not dare to be sycophants, and they could only keep Li Tianzi this last bloodline. Otherwise, in terms of the court's methods, Li Tianzi is a fool. The emperor is also naturally killed. Alas, my great martial kingdom, it is truly plagued with many disasters. Su Dingfang sighed. Soldiers come to block, water comes to cover. This king would like to see how powerful these foreign martial artists are. Li Tianzi's fists clenched. This time, it was as if he smelled a conspiracy. The emperor is so tough. I'm afraid that more than just fear of the power of the northern foreigners, to the point of having to fight, the most critical is that this battle may be able to bring the endangered Da country back on track, by the hand of the foreigners, to weaken the power of the Da feudal lords. In this regard, Li Tianzi thought for a few days, but also finally is to his own heart of doubt. Find an excuse. More than 10 years do not start a big war, to now but to large-scale use of troops, and only such an explanation, only work. After all, now sitting on the four sides of the feudal lords, on the surface of 2 or 3 million soldiers and horses, secretly do not know how many with armor, carriage into the inner city. Finally from these literati surrounded, break out of the literati chasing stars, simply fatal. Above the martial arts arena, 5 large altars were built, which was also to allow the martial arts competition to be held within 2 days. Originally, the poor can also participate, but the last to come are some of the dignitaries, the disciples of the family, can be on this place, casually dance on the 2, go back to be a military official to go. And when they saw Li Tianzi get off the carriage, almost everyone's eyes looked at Li Tianzi. Last night, Li Tianzi was in the limelight, but today, people with ulterior motives wanted Li Tianzi to die without a body. Crown Prince Xiuji, holding a box in his hand and an extremely intense red-colored horse behind him. Only, this horse is very strong, almost no one can tame it. Fong, Western Mongolia's Yelu Wuhu, want to try this horse, walked a few laps. The result, by this horse almost toppled to the ground. But good, as the first general of Western Mongolia, finally landed on the ground peacefully. Chapter 134, Subduing the Red Dragon Horse. Jinbei King, yesterday it was Lone who didn't get the facts right and almost slandered Jinbei King. Lone apologizes to you. According to the agreement, this jade will be given to you. It's just that red dragon horse, even Lone can't tame it, and it's those foreign generals who are companions of the horse that are having trouble taming it. So if the king of Jinbei wants to bring that red dragon horse with him, then he'll have to tame it. If not, I have no choice but to give it to a warrior who can truly tame this horse, Xiuji said with a feigned helplessness. Xiuji hid quite a few treasures. However, most of them are used for ornamental purposes. As for this red dragon horse, it is also the same, being kept in the prison by Xiuji, being whipped daily, but still not tamed its horse's wildness. Oh, Li Tianzi looked towards the horse. The hair on his body was bright, and his limbs were majestic, looking porous and powerful, and the muscles on that war horse's body were also writhing under its power. If he, Li Tianzi, was the best in the world, then this red dragon was the best of horses. King of Jinbei, not that this general underestimates you. This horse is very strong. It is that hoof down, even wearing iron armor, can also be seriously injured by this horse? And your small body, when the time cannot resist the back of the horse is just, in case you fall down from the warhorse, can be a disgrace. Yelu Wu enemy reminded. For their own martial arts, these prairie warriors, there is still some cognition. They naturally feel that their own martial arts can sweep the central plains. Last night, do not look at Li Tianzi in the poetic altar on top of that flaunted, but in the northern warriors, that is what cannot understand the broken things. In their view, only their own fists are big. It is enough. That's right. This horse is very strong. I'm afraid that the king of Jinbei can't resist, or else this horse will be sold to me in Western Mongolia. I'm looking at this horse. Even if I don't ride it, it can be treated as a sacred horse for worship, since it is still possible. Yelu Diguang strides over, a smile on his face. This is why. The northern foreign cavalry, then the central plains cavalry powerful key, they will war horse. as their own brother general. Even in these places in Western Mongolia, the statue of the divine horse is still enshrined, and will be worshipped at every sacrifice. I'm sorry, the horse that this king has his eye on, then it's this king's. Saying that, Li Tianzi then went forward and touched the red dragon horse's fur. The horse, on the other hand, was very resistant, his body swaying on all four limbs, and those two horse eyes, which were bigger than beads, glaring at Li Tianzi in death. What a good horse! It would have been a waste to follow someone else, a hero with a horse. You should choose this king. After saying that, Li Tianzi was leaping directly onto the horse's back. Hiss! The warhorse gave a long whinny to the sky, emitting a neighing sound like a dragon's roar. This guy, legend, can defeat Wanyan Jin Gang, so he must have some skills. Yelu Invincible stroked his chin. Wanyan Jin Gang is an old war general who has been famous for a long time, but he is a rising star. But he is also listed as the #1 general of Mongolia because of his bravery and invincibility. Only, he had not yet fought with Wanyan Jin Gang, and then he learned that Wanyan Jin Gang was defeated by Li Tianzi, and as long as he defeated Li Tianzi, then he would be #1 in the grasslands. Even, he would sweep all the martial artists in the world and achieve the #1 position in the world. But just to the red dragon horse Li Tianzi, that arm above, a huge force, pressed the back of the war horse. That powerful force seems to be very obedient to the red dragon horse. The whole war horse, the mouth issued one neigh after another, looked like very happy. This king has the power of the hegemonic king that is unrivaled in 1,000 years, and you are the sweat-blooded BMW that is unrivaled in 1,000 years. If you don't submit to this king, who should you submit to? Let them take a good look at your choice. Li Tianzi seemed to resonate with the red dragon horse, in general. However, like the red dragon horse, such a superb war horse, 100,000 head of the side may only come out of one such sweat-blood BMW, has long been human nature. Li Tianzi heart thought, this red dragon heart, naturally can also be experienced. The red dragon roared, and then it ran out as fast as lightning, and then ran around the entire school field above. And this red dragon horse also seemed to be testing Li Tianzi as if he was testing Li Tianzi, and the dark power strength that Li Tianzi had erupted seemed to make the red dragon very satisfied. Such a BMW, once it recognizes its owner, then it will only have one owner in this life. And the red dragon was like a wild horse out of control, running around the entire schoolyard in a wild manner. What's going on with this red dragon horse? Why is it running so smoothly? This beast wasn't like this just now. Not. What makes this right? He, Li Tianzi, can. Those foreign martial artists who had tried the red dragon horse just now would be staring at Li Tianzi with wide eyes. In his heart, he was very unconvinced and felt that Li Tianzi was entitled to what? This is impossible? Yelu Wuxia rubbed his eyes. Could it be that he had just exerted himself too hard and this red dragon horse was now powerless? A top martial artist like him, was he belittled by a horse? And those people from the Central Plains, they even threw ridicule at him, especially those children of the Wenzuzu family. Since last night, they had truly become Li Tianzi's brainwashed fans. Whatever Li Tianzi did was right. And Xiaoji's face, too, was ugly. His warhorse was really tamed by Li Tianzi. In fact, those northern martial artists also know. Want to tame such a strong horse? Then you yourself also need to match the strength of the strong horse recognized, or else, these strong horses also generally will not recognize the master. Even, you have the strength to subdue the BMW. Phew. At this moment, Li Tianzi finished walking 2 laps, returned to Xiaoji's front, tightly pulling the reins of the red dragon. That red dragon is up to the sky with a long whine. The whole horse, as if standing up, and then, heavy stomping down. Many thanks to the crown prince for the horse. From today onwards, the red dragon can be this king's. Li Tianzi was overwhelmed with smugness. The red dragon horse was still fiery, but in front of Li Tianzi, it was incomparably docile. The Jinbei king is nothing but lucky. The red dragon was tortured so much by us just now. He was exhausted long ago, so you just picked up the advantage. Just wait, when we get to the martial arts stage, this general will have his own way of making sure that you can no longer gallop on your horse. Yelu Wuhu naturally did not recognize Li Tianzi's strength, and he felt that Li Tianzi was completely picking up the pieces so, was able to tame this horse, and it was not uncommon to tame a fiery horse in this way on the steppe. Those foreigners, to save face a bit, also came to a realization. I said, even General Yelu has not been able to tame the horse. As far as his strength is concerned, he will definitely not be able to tame it. So it turns out that the red dragon is exhausted, allowing him to pick up a great bargain. Let's see the real thing on the martial arts stage. Back then, his father, Li Dinghua, wasn't he known as the #1 in the martial kingdom? he was still defeated by Wan Yanjin gang. Presumably, this Li Tianzi is no better. The Fae have a real knack for self-soothing. Of course, many people don't know that Li Tianzi defeated Wan Yanjin gang. It's normal. Just that meeting at the city gate. So many people, not everyone can hear. Moreover, these foreigners, they don't spread rumors and give themselves a bad name. Chapter 135, Arrogant 4 Foreign Race Martial Artists. Xiaoji, in this case, had a green face. Originally, he was still thinking that he would let Li Tianzi leave the red dragon horse behind, but he didn't expect that it would really be tamed by this guy. That's not science. Li Tianzi, don't get carried away. You'll suffer later. The crown prince clenched his teeth. Sure enough, Xiaoji directly showed his cards. This guy just wanted to pit him to death. If he doesn't die, Xiaoji won't be at peace in his heart. Try it then. Li Tianzi shrugged, his eyes narrowing slightly. Nowadays, he had practiced Li's spear technique to the very top, and his own strength, this year, had also grown so much that even he didn't know where his limits were. Arrogant person. Let's let air enjoy the great gift that Lone has prepared for air, Xiaoji said coldly. Wait and see. After saying that, Li Tianzi left and headed to his position. This time, the Tartars Hu Li Hao Yen, but walked over. Face looked quite complicated. Li Tianzi was able to see the latter's mind at a glance. What's wrong? You, Prince Hu Li, have always been calm and collected. But today, as I look at it, I am a bit flustered. Hu Li Hao Yen smiled bitterly. You have to be careful today. The four major forces of the Golden Kingdom, the Dang Xiang, Western Mongolia, and the Eastern Sage, seem to be secretly colluding with your crown prince, wanting to lay hands on you. As an ally and friend, I should have helped you, but last night my father has come to the letter. Said, let Tartar this time. Do not participate in this martial arts competition, the last side of the 6 people mixing. I'm afraid that is specifically for you and the martial arts country 3 emperors set up. Although that Xiao Baiyi is strong, I'm afraid he won't be a match for Yelu Wu enemy. If he loses, you'll be in a 1 against 4 situation. Yelu Wu Fei, Wanyan Bodhisattva, Tuoba Pan, and Hattori Musashi are all tough generals, so you should be careful. Li Tianzi's eyes narrowed slightly as his gaze scanned those in the alien camp. Soldiers come to block. Water comes to cover the earth. This king would like to try. These guys, just how powerful can they be? Li Tianzi's fists clenched and his teeth clenched up. If you admit defeat, perhaps you won't be able to cause some trouble later on, Hu Li Hao Yen reminded. But, Li Tianzi's expression was firm. But as a martial artist, before the battle, how can one easily say defeat? Moreover, what this king represents today is the face of the country. If he loses, he is ashamed of his countrymen and is bound to be scorned by them. If he wins, it is something that uplifts the hearts of the empire. In this battle, even if I have to lose, this king will show the world the power of the top fighting force of the martial kingdom. It wasn't that Li Tianzi was boasting. Xian Longyu, Li Tianba and those guys, they were already powerful enough, right? Yet, they were not his opponents either. Moreover, even that so-called Wanyan Bodhisattva may not be a match for Xian Longyu and Li Tianba. So, it may not be impossible to fight. Dum 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 dum. And with the sound of a rumbling war drum, the entire schoolyard boiled over. First, the military exercises. The armies of various countries to show the military prestige of their own armies are pulled up. However, this is all a voluntary principle. Each country only send a team of soldiers and horses. So, Wu country can only send one. Naturally, it is the Huban army under Xiao Bei. You can say that Xiao Bei's political ability is poor, but you can't deny that the latter is indeed a military genius. The great martial arts country is not as bad as it should be. There are still so many armies out there that can be trusted and entrusted. As an hour of military exercises passed, the martial arts competition only officially began. Li Tianzi and Xiao Bei were exempted from the preliminary competition and directly entered the final. There are 200 to 200 people participating in this martial arts competition. The 4 of them, Wanyan Bodhisattva, Yelu Invincible, Hattori Musashi, and Tuoba Pan, had almost crushed and defeated the martial artists of the martial kingdom in a row. The martial artists sent by those vassals really pulled their crutches to the extreme, hiding them, directly allowing these 4 guys to fight harder and harder. Even, some people are directly as turned into a cripple. At first, there were also martial artists who were hot-blooded martial artists, wanting to prove for the martial kingdom and give the 4 a little bit of color. But no matter how many went up, they were not a one-round opponent. Its power is simply terrifying to the extreme. And what's even more lousy is that the martial artists of the martial kingdom, even before they started to fight, they gave up their rights and surrendered. Even without seeing anyone, they gave up their rights. It's simply that they have disgraced the face of the great martial kingdom. All of them. However, Xiaoji's arrangement like this had allowed Li Tianzi to have a completely new perception of the four great martial artists. Wanyan Bodhisattva's force value is the strongest. Quite a bit stronger than Wanyan King Kong. Yelu Wuhui is a bit weaker. And it is estimated that it will be a little bit stronger than Wanyan King Kong. As for Hattori Musashi, this guy is impervious to it and is good at disguise. As for Tuoba Pan, it is a bit too weak. And the breakthrough, it is in the body of Tuoba Pan. Li Tianzi's expression was fine, but Xiao Bei's face was already ironic to the extreme, even tense. King Jinbei, I'm afraid that you and I will have a hard time walking off the martial stage in one piece this time. Xiao Bei clenched his teeth. He's not politically savvy, but he's not stupid either. How could he not know that this was the crown prince trying to get rid of him? How can we be discouraged before the battle? Li Tianzi frowned slightly. The reality is all laid out here. Other than Takuban, any one of the remaining three could defeat me. This has no chance of winning at all. Even the two of us, you and I, will also have to bear the curses of the people of Wugua. Xiao Baiyi was no longer confident. He was naturally the strongest in martial arts among the many princes, but he didn't dare to be too big to fuck with these top fighting forces. Not the third prince. This king remembers. You used to be very rigid. When did you become such a wimp? Before the battle. Your own first half of the gas failure. Don't forget. When we were young, we went out of the palace to steal apricots. We met that big black dog. That size is much bigger than us. At that time, we didn't say we were afraid. This group of foreign beasts, even if we chipped our front teeth, we cannot disgrace the empire. If you are really afraid, then abstain. This king is not to fight with one of the high and low. Li Tianzi is full of wariness. Not only not afraid, but also want to battle with it. Xiao Bei looked at Li Tianzi in surprise. He had never seen Li Tianzi before, but he was so rigid, and the fire in his heart seemed to have been ignited by Li Tianzi. However, as the four men won in a row, the people of the martial kingdom, at once, felt that they had lost face. Because, these four guys, they are just too arrogant. Are the scumbags of the martial kingdom all a bunch of cowards? So untouchable. Not even a fight yet. And they even abstained. It seems like the martial kingdom really has no one left. Emperor of the martial kingdom, the younger generation of your martial kingdom is really wasted. Otherwise, how about you have those old guys from the martial kingdom come down and fight with us? The rest of the martial kingdom's martial artists. Don't wait, let's go together. With all four of us taking over. Beating you bunch of losers is as simple as crushing an ant. Chapter 136, Unpopularity. Arrogant, just too arrogant. The people of Wugua, this time, had been infuriated to the point that their faces were red. Shame, it's a shame. The hot-blooded youths of the martial state are all indignant. Damn it, a few small foreign countries in the district are now jumping to the top of my great martial country's head and flaunting their power? That's right. Think of when I Wugua Gaozu unified the Central Plains, under the command of the fierce generals like clouds, but these guys in the north, beat the temperless, if not nowadays treacherous ministers. My big Wugwa, why fall to this? Motherfucker, I really want to go up there and give these guys some color. Go up. Who stopped you? Hundreds of martial artists have lost. You're still losing if you go up. Though, these four guys, they are indeed very powerful. Looking at the entire Dawu, it may not really be possible to find a victory over the four at the moment. Nonsense. Don't we still have the third prince and the king of Jinbei? Oh, the third prince's military ability is strong, but his martial arts is not top-notch. I'm afraid that a Yelu invincible. He can't be defeated. As for Li Tianzi, you don't forget his father Li Dinghua. That year, but he was defeated in the hands of the Wanyan Jin gang, the Li family's martial arts. It's just like that. You and others feel that Li Tianzi can be the Wanyan Bodhisattva's opponent? Could it be that the rumors of defeating Wanyan King Kong are false? Humph. The court needs to create momentum. Naturally it wants to fabricate an image of a fierce general. As for whether Li Tianzi defeated Wanyan Jin gang, who has seen it? Even those foreign countries in the north have not recognized it. Our great martial arts country. This time I'm afraid to lose again. I heard that this land gambling is quite big. This time the kings into the capital. Make a row bigger than ever. The big guys into the royal school field. This is to see their martial arts country to show off their power. But no way. Became the laughingstock of the world's countries. For the entire martial arts country. The biggest blow. Following, it is also further. Let the foreign countries, the flame more and more inflated arrogance. For the people of Wogwa, when the martial arts competition reached this point, the winner was already decided. It was the old emperor's face that could not hang on to his grudging eyes as he stared coldly at Xiaoji. This prince, in the end in what ghost? I will be this conference. To him to host, he is doing this, 1-to-1 fair duel. Let him change to 6 people mixed battle. According to this posture continue, to the end, almost all of the foreign race of the martial artists. The northern land, am I really going to give it away? The old emperor was furious. However, when he turned his gaze to Xiaoji, he realized that Xiaoji directly ignored him as the emperor. Indeed, today's Xiaoji, too lawless some, above the courtroom, almost 2/3 of the crown prince's party. Your Majesty, please don't be angry. Your Majesty, please don't be angry. Perhaps, the crown prince is not thinking so either. Wu Jizhong comforted. However, today's Xiaoji is simply a typical comatose and tyrannical ruler, can be for their own interests, has disregarded the interests of the country. Such a person, if he became the emperor, the great martial country's rivers and mountains of the earth and grain, is bound to be unprotected. The old emperor snorted coldly. This time, the martial artists of the martial kingdom below the martial stage were already unable to hold back and went up to the martial stage one after another. Arrogant man, we will fight you. After saying that, one by one, the martial artists leapt to the top of the martial stage. These guys, even if they all go up, they're still useless. Li Tianzi secretly shook his head. These guys, the best of them, couldn't even reach the level of a quasi-first-class martial artist, let alone going to fight with a top martial artist. Moreover, didn't the first-class martial artists under the feudal lords lose? Of course, these feudal lords, naturally will not take out the most powerful fierce generals under their command, because they feel that it is not necessary. Plus, what they are facing this time, is the entire world, a rich in reputation of the grassland's top war generals. Even if they send out their own war generals, they may not be able to win. Boom! Just hear a burst of roar. Wanyan Bodhisattva and other people body, power gas whirring, from the body out of the shock. This kind of internal energy gas, non-top martial artists, difficult to refine out, and go up to the martial arts country's martial artists, simply cannot hold around, is a person or even several people, at the same time was shaken out of the martial arts stage, in just half an incense stick's time. All of the martial artists from the martial kingdom, with the exception of Li Tianzi and Xiao Bei, were defeated. Ha ha ha. The alien martial artist laughed wildly, growing more and more arrogant. Yeluwu enemy used his wolf toothstick and pointed it at the martial artists who filled the seats. Wastes, the martial artists of the martial kingdom, all of them are wastes, not a single one who can fight. Then, it was looking at Li Tianzi again. Li Tianzi, come down and fight. If you don't dare, hurry up and voluntarily forfeit. Wanyan Bodhisattva also said, Li Tianzi, if you are a shrinking turtle, then your legs, for the time being, will be left behind, and next time, this general will take yours. Li Tianzi stroked his chin and looked at these guys for a while. Tianzi, why don't we abstain from the vote? Even if the emperor blames us, at most, all of us, the Li clan, will be relegated to the status of commoners. Lu was very worried. Li Tianzi shook his head. Grandma, can we be spared from death if we abstain? This is a battle that my grandson will fight, if not for the sake of the empire, then for himself. To be relegated to the status of common people is a trivial matter, but the fear is that, if they become common people without any official title on them, then they will really become fish and meat on the table. In fact, how could Willow not understand these things? Can you win the fight? Didn't you hear what that Wanyan Bodhisattva said? He is trying to take your legs. Lu was worried. Grandson would like to see who wants whose leg. Li Tianzi's gaze was stern. However, the martial artists who saw Li Tianzi's delay in coming down were instantly anxious. Li Tianzi, as the king of Dawu, how can you be so fearful that you don't even have the guts to ascend the martial stage? One would rather lose on the martial arts stage than to abstain before even fighting. So, what a disgrace. The third prince has already gone up. This Xinbei king is probably wimpy. Oh, yeah. Xiaoji smiled faintly. Regardless of whether Li Tianzi went on today or not, the initiative was in his hands. Li Tianzi shrugged, then stride towards the martial arts stage. Ling Bai, fetch the king's armor, Li Tianzi said as he walked. Nah, put on the armor. The secret guards who had already prepared the armor immediately stepped forward and removed the jacket from Li Tianzi's body. Then, the set of tiger head golden armor was changed in full view of everyone. The pussy, it's just loaded. Especially after changing into his armor. The aura on his entire body became even more extraordinary, heroic and murderous. It was a far cry from the poetry fairy who had previously been on the poetry stage, floating in the air. Those big girls and young ladies who entered, looked at this scene with their eyes straightened. It's just a matter of being talented, but with this battle armor, it's just too great. It's like a teenage girl's dream, man. Chapter 137, is this kid so arrogant? This brat really deserves to die. Xiaoji's fists clenched. He just couldn't look at Li Tianzi acting so pretentious. Such a windfall. Obviously he should be the one to pretend to be yes. It's just that, even if you pretend, the harder you fall, the more you lose later, the loan to see how you end up. George Shaw swallowed the breath. Around the schoolyard, however, were a number of mouthpieces for the prince. What are you pretending? If you go up there later, you'll still be beaten up by others. Do you really think you're a god of war? Oh, who wouldn't be able to pretend? The old man is the most good at pretending. Don't you think that if you come out of the finale and don't have to go through the preliminary exam, you really think that you're great? The higher you pretend, the harder you fall. Later, he will know what is called begging for mercy. These family gentlemen, of course, is not accustomed to see Li Tianzi this face. In the heart are hoping that Li Tianzi hurry to defeat, in their hearts, and Xiaoji such a person, in fact, is a hill raccoon, the country's righteousness. In front of them, perhaps not even dog shit. Of course, the key is Su Chuiwe, Lu Yeqing and even Princess Xiao Qingcheng, the eyes of the three great beauties of the capital. But all of them are focused on Li Tianzi's body. These three big beautiful women. Usually how arrogant, these men in the capital. Naturally no. Even the Prime Minister Qin will be the son of the family. They do not look on. Now, surprisingly, they are all looking at the same man. How can they not let the men in the capital? Their back teeth are about to bite the dust. Only to see Li Tianzi, striding towards the martial arts stage, standing next to Xiao Bei. I thought, you didn't dare to come. Xiao Bei let out a sigh of relief. After all, earlier, Li Tianzi was still persuading him, but as a result, a while afterward, the guy was nowhere to be seen. Don't worry, this king is not a man who runs away from the battlefield. Just these scumbags in front of me. Today one of them can't run away. Through and through to defeat. Li Tianzi's eyes are icy cold and extraordinarily serious. Do your best. The corners of Xiao Bei's mouth twitched. At this point in time, Li Tianzi was still bragging and pretending. And that, immediately, caused the four across the room to laugh. Ha ha ha. Brother Wan Yan, did you hear that? This fellow, he even wants to defeat us all. Is he crazy? There's no fear of flashing his tongue when he talks big. What? If you dare to be so arrogant, you don't dare to speak up and only dare to discuss it in private? Have the guts to let the people of your martial kingdom hear it and see if they'll think you're crazy. Yaluwu enemy purposely put his voice loud. It was almost everyone, and they all heard it loud and clear. What an arrogant person. Nowadays, already inflated to such an extent that there are no boundaries. Xiaoji then quietly watched how Li Tianzi would be beaten down and have his legs broken later. Sure, Yuanshan, the minister of the household, was even more relieved. Daughter, fortunately we withdrew from the marriage before. Otherwise, marry you to this fool, our Shar family, I'm afraid it would have been over. Shiji nodded her head. Father, if Li Tianzi wastes his legs, there can no longer be anyone in the entire dynasty that poses a threat to our Shar family. Aha! Sure, Yuan Shan nodded. The Shar family's father and daughter really couldn't figure out whether this guy Li Tianzi was missing a string in his brain. What is the situation now? Can't he tell the difference at all? How dare you speak so loudly? Even the old emperor felt ashamed. I should have known better than to let this guy up there. Alas, Wu Jizhong, orders someone to prepare the agreement. Things have come to this, I'm afraid we have to compromise. The old emperor was quite helpless. Nu-ah, the old minister will order it down. Wu Jizhong led the order, then instructed the little eunuch beside him to go down and prepare. Li Tianzi's words immediately made the faces of all the martial artists feel dishonored. Thinking that Li Tianzi was overplaying his hand, listening to the piercing sounds of abuse around him, Li Tianzi didn't care in the slightest. Cut the crap. According to the rules, the four of you can rest for an incense stick to recover your strength. Otherwise, if you lose later, don't say that this king bullied you and the others, Li Tianzi said indifferently. Hiss. Xiao Bei looked at Li Tianzi in surprise. Jinbei King, you're crazy. Li Tianzi waved his hand. He has his plans. If the latter really win the fight, lest this group of foreign martial artists, in this matter to find excuses for themselves. After all, the northern foreign race, said to be the most trustworthy, bright and open, but in the matter of national affairs, it is inevitable to change their minds. Li Tianzi, you're really crazy. Do you know what you're saying? Later, this general alone, within 3 rounds, will definitely take you down, Yeluwu enemy said in a revitalized voice. Wanyan Bodhisattva, however, stopped Yelu Wufei. Brother Yelu, since this fellow wants to lose a little more miserably, let's grant him his wish. Judge, follow the rules. After saying that, Wanyan Bodhisattva was plopping down on the ground, recovering his internal energy. Hattori Musashi and Takuban also sat down. Hey, Subo Shan this time, by Li Tianzi's operation, was dumbfounded. This angry teeth straight itchy. This brat still talking about martial arts fairness with the foreigners? Those four guys, if they were to return to their peak state, they'd still be in a fucking fight. Li's peak period of martial arts. He also knows, but also only that old ancestor of the Li family. History to reach that so-called 10,000 feet courage is indeed very powerful, but nowadays, the peak of the ninth realm of Li's gun technique, these descendants of Li's cannot have a contender, even if it is practiced. It is estimated that it can only play with Wanyan Bodhisattva. A defeat has been regarded as a miracle, not to mention to fuck several top martial artists. This kid has a backbone, and will suffer himself later. The old emperor was helpless. Everyone thought that Li Tianzi was out of his mind. An incense stick was quickly burned, and the four of them had almost recovered their internal energy and slowly got up. Rested? Actually, this king can let you and others rest a little more, Li Tianzi said lazily. Oh, yeah, Li Tianzi, you can't be afraid. Deliberately delaying until dark. Then, so that you can delay the martial arts competition until tomorrow? Yeluwu enemy sneered. This general told you. Such small calculations fat. Or still don't fight. Moreover, the party's annihilation of these losers from the Ergo Great Martial Kingdom doesn't consume much of this general's chi at all. Nowadays, how can you be a match for us at the peak of our state? Cut the crap. Let's begin then. Li Tianzi's words were closed, and the entire aura of his body was suddenly stunned and drastically changed. And his state, at this moment, also reached its peak. Killing chi, the chi of internal energy, vaguely vibrated out from his body. Just for that moment, the eyes of the four people on the opposite side of the room unexpectedly snapped open at the same time, as if it were an illusion. Third prince, Tuoba Pan will be given to you. This fellow is weak. You will have no problem defeating him. The other three, this king will stop them. For the glory of the empire. Fight! The tiger head Zhanjin gun in Li Tianzi's hand slowly erected down, and where the tip of the gun was located, it also brushed with the sound of breaking wind. Can you do it? Xiao Bei was skeptical. Chapter 138, shocking the four great martial artists of the Fei race. Tuoba Pan's strength was the weakest, and he was left to deal with it. How much he was looking down on him. Moreover, he was skeptical of Li Tianzi, whether he had the ability to fight 3 with 1. After all, the ones standing opposite them were the true top martial artists of the grasslands, and even if they looked at the entire world, these 3 guys, they all had few enemies. Follow this king's plan. Li Tianzi didn't want to say much. It's just, anyway, no matter how you fight, you won't win this martial arts competition, and whichever opponent you pick will have the same result. Xiao Baiyi shook his head, rather helpless. The judge came directly to the center of the martial stage and gestured for several people to go to the edge of the stage. Wu Tai, point to point, do not hurt anyone's life. Begin. When the judge said that, he ran down the martial arts stage. The rest were all top martial artists, and they were able to shock and injure or kill ordinary martial artists just by relying on the aftermath emanating from their fights. Oh, yeah, Li Tianzi, the martial arts competition has already begun. You no longer have any chance to beg for mercy. Of course, you should not think of escaping, or jumping off the martial stage. If so, this general will also follow you down, and then break your legs. Moreover, this general believes that if you do so, even if you don't need me to do it, your own people from the martial kingdom will be able to take your life. Yeluwu enemy stared carefully at his prey, as if the next moment, it would be defeated for him. Don't talk big. Do you want to go together or come one by one? This king will take them all. Li Tianzi shrugged his shoulders. Arrogant man. Do we still need to come together to defeat you? Old me alone is sufficient. Yeluwu enemy really couldn't stand to see Li Tianzi's arrogant vigor. The two of you watch from the back. Just leave this guy to me. Fine. After your excellency defeats Li Tianzi, we'll decide the winner. Wanyan Bodhisattva sneered. Good. Jeremiah nodded his head. Oh. Li Tianzi looked at these arrogant and cocky guys and was still a bit surprised. If he were to go on one by one, he would be under much less pressure. As for Xiao Baiyi, this would already be drying out with Tuoba Pan. If Wanyan Bodhisattva didn't make a move, Xiao Bei's side was bound to win. Boom! Yeluwu enemy's body aura burst. A majestic internal energy gas, immediately from its body, rushed out, killing aura, like a huge wave, towards Li Tianzi crushed. With his previous observations, Li Tianzi already had an understanding of the strength of the four, and it wouldn't be difficult to defeat Yelu invincible. Good timing. Li Tianzi smiled faintly. Rumble. His tiger's body shook, and the terrifying forceful chi shook out of his body with a chiming and exploding sound. And that figure, incomparably fast, was like a phantom. In terms of speed, only the world's #1 swordsman, Ling Bai, could be a bit stronger than him. but it would be difficult for others. Before they even touched each other, Jeremiah noticed the end. Because Li Tianzi's speed is really too fast, there is this speed is to represent the latter's martial arts, must be not simple. Shock, Li Tianzi's gun fell straight down, raging and surging power, instantly making the expression on Yelu Wu enemy's face closed up, followed by incomparable gravity. Clang! In this strike, Li Tianzi was almost riveted to his strength, and directly clashed with the wolf tooth stick in Yelu Wu enemy's hand. Yelu Wu enemy despised Li Tianzu and naturally suffered a great loss. How is it possible? Yelu Invincible was shocked. He could feel above his arm, coming from the intense pain that tore through the skin and flesh, making his teeth could not help but tear up. His body was involuntarily retreating backward. This is not all. Li Tianzi took the opportunity to follow up. A kick out. The foot is heavy as landed on the chest of Yelu Wu enemy. This kick, Li Tianzi almost do not give to leave any opportunity to breathe. The force is too much. But will be Yelu Wu enemy kick blood straight spit. Even in the ground rolled a few rounds. Oh! Yelu Wu Fei gasped for air and almost fainted. Hiss! Watching the scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air and looked at Li Tianzi in surprise, as if they had seen a ghost. Yelu Wu who unexpectedly suffered such a big loss. Even if the latter didn't get serious, it wasn't enough to be in such a sorry state. Of course, many people who didn't think highly of Li Tianzi immediately began to comfort themselves, thinking that Li Tianzi that was stepping on shit. It was Yelu Wu enemy's sleight of hand that caused the first move to suffer a loss. But next, Yelu Wu enemy, who was serious about it, would be able to quickly defeat Li Tianzi. However, the truth would not go along with these people's thoughts. Next, they will know what it means to be truly powerful. At this moment, the eyes of Wanyan Bodhisattva and Hattori Musashi were also suddenly startled, and in an instant, they were pulling their status full. Although they weren't very clear about Li Tianzi's strength, they definitely knew the strength of Yelu Wu enemy, but such a powerful person had allowed Li Tianzi to repel him. What kind of terrifying strength was the latter? Ahem! Yelu Wu Xia forced himself to endure the immense pain and stood up. Damn! Rather, it is this general who has underestimated you, but next, will definitely not be so lucky again. Yelu Wu enemy was furious. That black face was reddened, in front of so many people, being repelled by someone he had underestimated. How could he stand it? Again! Yelu Invincible's tiger body shook as he killed again. The wolfsbane cut through the air with a whoosh. Kind of interesting, Li Tianzi said faintly. However, his heart is still calm. In his opinion, after the injury, Yelu Wu who is still not as good as Wanyan Jin Gang, but take Wanyan Jin Gang, just a dozen rounds. Yelu Wu who is just sore. Besides, a clash between top martial artists had no fancy techniques. It was just a collision between forces. Bing bong 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 bong. Between the two weapons. Frequent impacts? That sound wave gust swung out. It seems that even the space, all under the two people's impact, are affected in general. However, Li Tianzi's spear technique, how subtle it was, coupled with his terrifying speed, Yelu Wu who was unexpectedly a bit unable to hold back. How is this possible? Yelu Wu enemy's martial arts can be recognized by the grassland, even by this kid, forced to have no power to fight back? General Subo Shan, that is also practicing martial arts people. Young Time, is also the charge of the general, naturally can see. Yelu Invincible now the dilemma. No, not right. This kid's gun technique seems to be different from Li's gun technique. Subhashan continued to watch. He felt that even if Li Tianzi defeated any of the people on top of the martial stage today, it would be enough to make a name for himself. Li's old gun method, in the hands of Li Tianzi has long been advanced and upgraded. Today's Li's gun method, more subtle, and, in Li Tianzi's hands, also researched the 10th realm, which is the bottom of the card killing moves. Li Tianzi generally do not use. This kid, no wonder he was able to defeat Wanyan Vajra. With this kind of strength, there really aren't many under the heavens who are his opponents. Wanyan Bodhisattva couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 139, strongly defeating Yelu Wu enemy. But for the top martial artists, the opponent's strength, on the contrary, is to stimulate its fighting spirit. This will be Wanyan Bodhisattva. Already cannot help it, want to go up, and Li Tianzi a battle. However, he came here with other purposes. That is, he must guarantee the Golden Kingdom. He must win at this martial arts competition. The only way, the Golden Kingdom's attack on the martial empire can save a lot of trouble. Of course, this is also a battle for the glory of the Golden Kingdom. If he loses, he will not have the face to go back to the Golden Kingdom again. Hattori Musashi, you and I are in an alliance. You go first and help Tuobapan defeat Xiaobei. This general will go up and defeat Li Tianzi, piece by piece with General Yelu, Wanyan Bodhisattva said in a rousing voice. He was already realizing that something was wrong. Hi, General Wanyan, be careful. Hattori Musashi spoke a mouthful of awkward Chinese. And then, he drew out his katana and turned to swiftly chop at Xiao Baiyi. Xiao Bei is also good. Will be Tuoba Pan is almost forced on the desperate. Just a little bit. Is Tuoba Pan shocked off the martial arts stage? It's over. Xiao Baiyi angrily rebuked, and the large sword raised in his hand fell down fiercely. Damn it! Tuoba Pan's tiger's mouth was raw. Rather, he had underestimated Xiao Baiyi. I had never thought that the latter's martial arts, even if it does not reach the top of the list, it is definitely a first-class martial artist in the middle of the pyramid. However, the four of them had killed all the way here, and there was no enemy at all. Now, wouldn't he lose face if he was the first to be knocked off the stage? Just as Xiao Baiyi swung his final blow at Tuoba Pan, Hattori Musashi had already intercepted the martial arts sword in his hand, quickly pulling down the falling great sword. Don't be hasty, Your Excellency. Your opponent is me. This number one samurai of the Eastern Japanese Kikoku was indeed powerful, both in terms of swordplay and speed. There was some kind of discipline, and Xiao Bei was heatedly knocked back a few steps before he was able to stabilize his body. This man is worthy of being the first warrior of the Eastern Japan, and this power is not something that this general can fight against. However, his eyes this time is toward Li Tianzi's place to look over. Li Tianzi surprisingly to a person's strength, and the two top martial artists fighting back and forth. The same in a martial arts stage. He has felt Li Tianzi's powerful. For the self earlier, on its strength is still quite skeptical. Suddenly is to feel incomparably ridiculous. With the latter's current strength, it was possible to defeat him within 10 rounds. Takuban, you go and defeat Li Tianzi, Hattori Musashi said. Good, Tapan nodded, suddenly relieved. If 3 people surrounded one person, Li Tianzi would inevitably be unable to resist. Thinking of this, he even thought of picking up the pieces to cover up the fact that his strength was the weakest. Bang! Li Tianzi cast the 8th realm of the Li family gun law, originally injured Yelu Wuhu, instantly by the power of this gun, directly shocked to fly a few meters. Blood once again flow from the mouth. To say that before it is luck, then now from the front of the hard, the latter is still defeated. For those who look down on Li Tianzi's people, which will not have any excuses. As for Wanyan Bodhisattva, he also let Li Tianzi give 2 steps back. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Li Tianzi immediately stepped forward, ready to completely defeat Yelu Wu enemy and make him roll off the martial stage first. Yelu invincible, you've lost. I'm afraid that this shot from Li Tianzi could waste one of Yelu Wufei's arms. Not bad. For the person who wanted to waste himself, Li Tianzi would definitely not stay his hand. The rule on the martial arts stage was that as long as you didn't kill the person, it was actually okay to waste them. Of course, right now, the only way for Yelu Wufei to be able to save his arm was to take the initiative to roll off the martial arts stage. This will be Yelu Diguang. Cannot help it, immediately stood up, anxious shouted, Li Tianzi, you dare to waste my Western Mongolia first general. This will not share the sky with you. Sworn to die. Hiss. The people around them had been completely surprised. They weren't on top of the martial stage and simply couldn't experience the terror of Li Tianzi's shot. But looking at Yelu Diguang shouting so loudly, they seemed to understand something. Li Tianzi's power was a few points more terrifying than they had imagined. However, Yelu Diguang could no longer care about other people's gazes. A fierce general like Yelu Wufei, if he really folded here, it would be a huge loss for the entire Western Mongolia. In the opinion of the Western Mongols, Yelu Wufei alone was better than 100,000 troops. However, Li Tianzi would not listen to Yelu Diguang's threats at all, and for him, the threat of Western Mongolia had no effect on him at all. It seems that air is very important to Western Mongolia. The more this happens, the less this king can show mercy. Li Tianzi's words had just finished. Yelu Wao enemy's body violently erupted. In his hands, the wolf tooth stick was blocking the past. Clanging, another violent ringing sound rang out, and the tiger head Zhanjin gun landed directly on top of the iron rod of Yelu Invincible's wolf tooth rod. Yelu Invincible arms can no longer hold up the bent fall, but the wolf tooth stick is even heavily smashed in their own chest. The arm is to save down, but suffered such a heavy blow to the Yelu Invincible, naturally, is not good. A big mouth of blood sprayed out again, and his body is like a skateboard, toward the martial arts stage slid out of the landing of the whole person fainted in the past. Of course, Yelu Invincible's strength was not maximized. After all, at the very beginning, he was already suffering from a heavy blow, his chi and blood churning, and in the subsequent fierce battle, he didn't have any chance to fight back at all. What could be seen was that at the place where Yelu Wufei was lying down just now, a sunken human-shaped mark appeared, and even the martial arts platform, which was built out of stone bricks, was shattered. What a terrifying power this is. See Yelu Wuhu, not crippled. Yelu Digwang only breathed a sigh of relief. Is immediately let the people of Western Mongolia go down to carry Yelu Wuhu away. Golem. But the martial artists who had been looking down on Li Tianzi had completely boiled over. The mighty Yelu Wu enemy had actually let Li Tianzi defeat him. Especially those who were extremely unfavorable just now and had belittled Li Tianzi as worthless. This would be even more of a fiery pain on their faces. King Jinbei is mighty. King Jinbei is peerless. King Jinbei is mighty. King Jinbei is peerless. I don't know who shouted. The rest of the martial artists immediately followed. For a time, Li Tianzi's prestige had completely reached its peak. Damn it, isn't that Yelu Wu enemy the #1 general of Western Mongolia? So unbeatable. Defeated by our Jinbei king. In that case, our Jinbei king, if we were to do a one-on-one instead, it would be a sure victory. I don't know which idiot from the imperial court came up with such a final. It's just a pig. If we had a martial arts competition up to this point, the Jinbei king would have already won. So why do we need to continue the competition? Keep your voice down. This rule is something the crown prince came up with. If he knows that you're bad-mouthing him here, beware that he'll blame you later and chop off your head. Humph. What is in this crown prince's heart? We all know it well. In front of the country's righteousness, how can he be so absurd? How can he be worthy of the choice of the crown prince? Chapter 140, The Final Duel. This guy, if he wins this martial arts competition again, won't he be #1 in both literature and martial arts? Prince Xiaoji, all that was in his eyes was horror. Once a waste, now if he achieves the top of literature and martial arts, won't he be crowned as the best in the ancient world and achieve the name of a saint? This was not what he wanted to see. But Xiaoji is again comforted in his heart. Defeating Yelu Wuhu, perhaps mixed with water. But, the next Wanyan Bodhisattva and Hattori Musashi, that is more than Yelu Wuhu, but also a little stronger. As long as Li Tianzi lost, he didn't care if it was fair or not, whether the people around him cursed or denigrated, he only wanted the result. Bang with the martial arts platform above. Continued to come a crisp loud sound. Tuoba Pan's body, like a dead dog, was kicked by Li Tianzi to fly to the bottom of the martial arts platform. His injuries were even worse. One leg was twisted out of shape. Li Tianzi, how dare you? How dare you abolish a great general of my party clan? I will not share the same fate with you. Tuoba Gue, the crown prince of Danghang, was furious. Cough cough, the royal sons of the countries. You still want to have a face. Just now. But all of you first said that you want to abolish my dynasty Jinbei king's arms and legs. How? Now just abolishing your country's general's leg. Are you all in such a big mood? Su Bashan instantly laughed coldly. What the great general said is that on the martial arts stage, as long as you don't kill someone, getting a leg wasted is not outside the rules. Moreover, they were the ones who said that the Jinbei king's legs were ruined. And now that we are doing this, it's just a matter of treating others in the same way as they do. These guys are now reluctant. And they call it the warrior spirit. It's not like they all can't afford to lose, is it? The martial arts people who have been held back for a long time. Immediately on these foreigners, sneering up. In Li Tianzi has not yet won the time, all the martial arts people, but held a belly full of fire it. Now but caught the opportunity, to a crowd of foreigners, all-round fire output, fighting but also even if, but this cursing skills, martial arts is the world's first class you guys, these foreign princes, this would be scolded, hard to know how to return. Tuoba Gue clenched his fists and could only suppress his anger. Don't be complacent all of you, don't think that if you get a lucky win over General Yelu and General Tuoba, Li Tianzi will seize the final victory? That General Wanyan and General Musashi, their martial arts are above the two of them, just by Li Tianzi. Sooner or later, he will fall, and when the time comes, be careful that his legs will not be protected. The moment these words came out, the faces of the crowd of martial artists, once again, became ugly. But the war has come to this. In fact, Li Tianzi simply no need to compete again. But if you abstain, then this time the bet between the great martial arts and the countries, it is bound to lose. The gateway to the north. Is it just like this to be ceded to the foreigners? The crowd of martial artists didn't want to, but they seemed to have reacted. Even if they continued to fight, their king of Jinbei didn't seem to have a certainty of winning, not even a 10% chance of winning, it seemed. At this moment, Xiaobei also made Hattori Musashi, forced to the end of the road, under the last knife, forced Hattori Musashi off the martial arts stage. However, resolving Xiaobei, also made Hattori Musashi, waste a lot of strength. Oh, yeah, Yoshida Ko sneered, a mere Xiaobai Yi, Who dares to make an enemy of my Eastern Sage Kingdom's #1 samurai, is simply looking for death. Moreover, Hattori Musashi's other sword has not been drawn, so it is evident that this top martial artist of the Central Plains is nothing more than that. With one Li Tianzi left, how can he fight against the two topmost martial artists? Looking at Yoshida Ko, that incomparably arrogant expression, a group of martial artists, again, got angry. Motherfucker, this Japanese pirate is really arrogant. Back then, the Japanese, even their weapons were built after the Wu Empire's Wu sword. Now, a small country of 3 islands in a district has jumped on our heads, shitting and pissing. If it were not for my martial state, now that it is poor and weak, would they be allowed to provoke them? King of Jinbei, you have already won 2 people and proved yourself to the people of the country, and the people of the country will certainly not blame you for the next competition, even if you abstain. We can't fall for the enemy's trick and really break our legs on the martial arts platform. The remaining 2, martial arts is in the world, are quite the top of the existence. You will not be their opponent. There is no need to make silly things. The surrounding martial artists had recognized Li Tianzi's strength and admired him immensely. Even the emperor didn't say anything? Li Tianzi, if you this will abstain, I will not blame you, nor will I condemn you. I don't want to see the great marshal's unrivaled national warrior, just like this folded on the martial arts competition stage. As for the wager, if you lose, you lose. What I lost, I can naturally still get back, the old emperor said seriously. Even the emperor had spoken, and almost everyone's eyes looked towards Li Tianzi. On Shaoji's side, he wanted Li Tianzi to continue fighting, but the Lu clan, Lin clan, and these family members, they all wanted Li Tianzi to abstain. After all, at any given time, it is only wise to save your life. Li Tianzi looked around and cast a grateful look towards the crowd. However, his faith did not waver, abandoning his personal hatred for the time being, but for the foreigners, he will never retreat a step, not to mention that because of his own conceding, he cannot lose a large piece of land in the north. He will never allow it. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. Back then, my father, it was in this place that he defeated the foreigners in a row and won the championship. As his son, I will not back down. This time, all of my hot-blooded men should be on the same side, unanimous in order to defend against the foreigners. Li Tianzi's gaze was firm, and he spoke forcefully. But, even your father back then, he was not a match for the two. You have to think clearly, the old emperor reminded a sentence. Your Majesty, I have fought it through. Li Tianzi turned around and pointed his spear at the 2 people on the opposite side of the room. A cyclone of chi blasted out. Continue the battle. This would be Li Tianzi, who was the protagonist of the whole heaven and earth. Everyone was shocked by Li Tianzi's words, and many silently memorized this young king, who was carrying the fate of the country, and even more so the face and dignity of the martial people. For a time, Li Tianzi's image in the hearts of the martial people was suddenly much taller than the emperor, and many people's hearts, but also the Prince Xiaoji, scolded into nothing, only harboring Xiaoji, the Sure family. These people, naturally also understand that today's Li Tianzi, no matter whether he wins or loses, the people of the world will completely change their views of him, and even become a hero. But if he wins, Li Tianzi will completely soar to the heavens, and it can be seen that today's old emperor, but he is very appreciative of Li Tianzi's juniors. Li Tianzi, let's have the final showdown then. Within a few rounds, I will surely take you down. The words sound good, but arrogance will eventually pay the price. Wanyan Bodhisattva's complexion was slightly cold. He secretly swore that he must exterminate Li Tianzi. Such a character was too terrifying. Previously Li Dingwa had left Dajin helpless against Wu Guo, and now a person even more terrifying than Li Dingwa existed and continued to be allowed to survive, and would surely become a great enemy of Jin in the future. This is not what he wants to see. Chapter 141, the King of Jinbei is actually still standing? The aura of Wanyan Bodhisattva's body once again climbed, while Hattori Musashi also drew out his twin swords and looked intently at Li Tianzi. Both of them wanted to take down Li Tianzi completely as fast as possible. In the 2 people's energy convergence next to, immediately is set off violent gusts of wind. It seems that even this space are anxious up. Even the originally clear skies would be gradually overcast this time. War. Li Tianzi took the lead and stepped out. His body was like lightning, cutting out a few streaks of residual shadows. He wanted to display the essence of Li's spear techniques, all of them, and portray their details, all of them to the extreme. Only then could he defeat Wanyan Bodhisattva and Hattori Musashi. Shoo! A little bit of cold, the gun came out like a dragon. Hattori Musashi actually relied on his speed to cut off Li Tianzi's shot. However, after really fighting with Li Tianzi, he realized how powerful Li Tianzi was. Both his arms were using all their strength to resist, but he was still shaken back 2 steps by Li Tianzi. If it wasn't for Wan Yen Bodhisattva coming to intercept, Li Tianzi would have continued to attack again. Indeed, some powerful Yuzhen Bei King is the strongest opponent this general has ever encountered in the martial arts country. Even if I say that it is the first in the martial arts country, it is not too much, Hattori Musashi said seriously. If it was really a single fight in the hall, he really might not be a match for Li Tianzi. Li Tianzi is hard to fight 1 against 2, and it is not a match. These 2 people were indeed too much stronger than Wan Yen Jingang. Hattori Musashi was strong in speed and swordsmanship. Wan Yen Bodhisattva's Zen staff was incomparably domineering and extraordinary in power, with each Zen staff slamming down with hundreds of pounds of force. The lance, which was the king of all weapons, had both its speed and power, which Li Tianzi possessed. To 1 against 2, not the slightest wind, fight for a long time. The 2 are also anxious, for 2 people, but did not expect Li Tianzi can have such a powerful. This is more than 20 rounds have passed, but cannot take Li Tianzi. Its strength is how horrible and as time passed, not only did Li Tianzi not sit back and wait for death, but he took the initiative to attack towards the 2, and instead, he even took some initiative. This scene was a sight that baffled a crowd. Jin's prince Wan Yen Guangbi, was rubbing his eyes, and even wondered if he was hallucinating. Wan Yen Bodhisattva, who was known as the #1 martial artist in the world, couldn't even hold Li Tianzi. How is this possible? The upper limit of the Li family spear technique is placed here. How was he able to manage to fight against Wan Yen Bodhisattva? Su Bo Shan as well as the martial arts people, but also looked dumbfounded. They thought that Li Tianzi, at most not within the round, will be defeated, but did not expect, but actually fought for so long, and has not been born defeat. This kind of strength really is horrible. And as they clashed afterward and the fight rounds increased, their speed grew faster and faster. Only the remnants of the trio's weapons could be seen. As 60 rounds passed, the 3 of them then pulled some distance apart, and what could be noticed was that the arms of all 3 were trembling slightly. Rather underestimating you. You're so much stronger than your father, by far. But let's call it a day. 1 move will determine the winner. The Zen staff in Wan Yen Bodhisattva's hand vibrated on the ground, and the terrifying internal energy chi exploded out at this moment, and Hattori Musashi, too, was storing up his strength, mobilizing all the energy chi in his body. This world, with Li Tianzi's previous life, is still different. At least, the people in this world could cultivate a cool internal force similar to that of his previous life, and in conjunction with martial arts techniques, they were able to utilize amazing power. Li Tianzi, the 9th realm of air Li's gun has already been used, hasn't it? Now, it's the end of the road for you. This strike, you won't be able to take it. Wan Yen Bodhisattva sneered, and as the breath rose, those around them felt uneasy. Sitting this far away, it was surprising that one could also feel a wave of oppression. To be able to force Wan Yen Bodhisattva to strike with his full strength, even if Li Tianzi loses today, it's enough to make a name for himself. This battle should also end. Wan Yen Guangbi said faintly. It's over. Su Bo Shan and the others, their faces were grave. They were Herculeanly able to feel the terror on Wan Yen Bodhisattva and Hattori Musashi. It's about time it was over. Li Tianzi had already used up all of his cards. The 9th realm of Li's spear technique, also cast out. At the moment, it seems that it can only be in the use of the 9th realm hard, but it seems, the 9th realm of Li's gun technique, beating one person is still almost the same, but 2 people are not opponents. Just when everyone felt that Li Tianzi should stop here, the aura on Li Tianzi's body even climbed up at the last moment, until it reached a critical point before stopping. How is it possible? You actually haven't reached your limit yet? Wan Yen Bodhisattva was shocked, and that wide-open mouth seemed as if it could swallow a duck egg. Surprised? Li Tianzi smiled faintly. So what? I just don't believe that you can really fight 2 in 1? After saying that, Wan Yen Bodhisattva had already raised his Zen staff and stabbed straight over. Hattori Musashi, who was on the other side, had also heckled the attack. Li Tianzi, on the other hand, directly greeted them. Clang! 3 people's weapons instantly met together. A huge cyclone. Boom! Outward shock. And that built stone platform, even at this moment, cracked to crack like a spider web. It is to hear a snap. That martial arts platform instantly broken. Downward pressure, and splashed the sky dust. And that stone platform underneath is sand filled. And the 3 people's collision, the power is too much. Even set off a hurricane, will be that sand and dust rolled up. The people around them were immediately mesmerized by the wind and sand, so much so that they could not open their eyes. Jesus, these 3 guys, are they still human? With a mortal body, You have come up with this work of God? This is a martial arts platform made of rock. How could it be destroyed just like this? The crowd was beyond horrified. Slightly closer people, even directly by the overflowing energy, to instantly shocked to spit blood and fly, and even more soldiers, died on the spot. Is this the oppression between the topmost martial artists? Rumble. In an instant, the rubble shot out to the left and right, with an invisible fluctuation. A little bit of eyesight is already found bad. Spread legs and run. Bad luck. On the spot was smashed, which even if not dead, I'm afraid also have to be disabled. That Prince Shoji, so scared that he didn't even dare to return his head, scattered his legs and ran away, without a bit of majesty. Phew! The crowd all took a deep breath and looked at the scene on the field, already shocked into a cold sweat. With this battle today, it shall go down in history. I really didn't expect that the Jinbei King could be so strong. We've all underestimated the Jinbei King, and I wonder, who will last until the end? Everyone was looking intently at the martial arts stage field. The large martial arts platform was already in shambles, and that gradually dispersed in the sand and dust. Huran bent on the gun. Standing a person. SS. Seeing the person standing, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Jinbei King, it's actually Jinbei King. He's even still standing? Chapter 142, Appointment of the world's first god of war and great general of Jinbei. How many people were shocked by this scene? All of them were staring with wide eyes, looking at Li Tianzi's upright figure, and also looking at the fainted Wanyan Bodhisattva and Hattori Musashi, which would make those people who were mocking Li Tianzi, all of them shut their mouths. Heavens! This great power! The people next to it cannot stand. This Li Tianzi even hard to resist down. Still able to stand. This suffered 3 years of great difficulties of the old Li family. Look at the soon to die. Now, this old Li family has suffered 3 years of hardship, and is about to die. Now, it's also hard to say. Winning this battle is nothing. Being able to keep Northern Liang would be a true rise. King Jinbei is mighty. King Jinbei is mighty. For a while, Li Tianzi's appeal had almost reached an unprecedented peak. Xiaoji's face turned green. He was now dumbfounded that everything he had done had become a stepping stone to Li Tianzi's fame. Stone family people, looking at Li Tianzi is even more afraid. When the Li Dinghua, will be their pressure to kick the air? Now, and then a more terrifying Li Tianzi. How can this be? Especially the Stone family and the Li family. Blood and sea deep hatred. Right now in Shi Yuanshan's heart, there was only one thought, and that was to let Li Tianzi die. And Shi Ji this time, even more regret. Because she understands that with Li Tianzi's achievements nowadays, he can completely be a minister of power if the Battle of Beilang, he can still live. To keep a state, hand pinch the military power. Is the prince, what can be counted? Shi Ji never loved people, but power. Ahem. Li Tianzi, who would be here? Coughed lightly twice and subconsciously looked at Xiaoji. Your Highness the Crown Prince, is it time to announce the victor? Xiaoji reacted and immediately shouted. The victory in the martial arts competition is Jinbei King Li Tianzi. Wow! For a moment, the nation tumbled. However, the foreigners at this meeting, although they were unhappy in their hearts, they still had immense respect for Li Tianzi. With 4 against 2, it would have been unfair, but the latter was able to stand up to so much pressure and win the fight. Ha ha ha! The old emperor was also happy, immediately got up, and let 2 eunuchs, went forward to support Li Tianzi, so that it does not fall. Gentlemen, this great martial event, the champion is mine, the martial kingdom. Tomorrow morning, the big guys will go to the Hall of Council, and we'll talk about the wager thing. By the way, in a few days, the Dawu parade, you all might as well watch it before you go? The group of representatives of the foreign race were hardened and reddened with anger. Tuoba Gui put the desk in front of him, kicked it over. Look at your mother's ball. Keep it for yourself and read it slowly. He was so angry that he just left. The rest of the representatives of the foreign races, too, left the stage. However, for the Golden State, lose a little land is nothing. Anyway, also from the hands of the Wakoku take over. Now cut out. Wait for a day to find a time, and then take back. This kind of chaotic world. Who has a big fist? Who has the right? Oh, the old emperor is not angry. After so many years, it is rare to see these foreigners, angry. Chief Steward Wu, prepare a decree. Add the title of Jinbei King, Li Tianzi, the title of the first god of war of Dawu, the position of Jinbei General, and the 3-clawed yellow robe. In addition, I can also promise the king of Jinbei a condition. As long as it is not excessive, I can agree to it. Originally, I thought that Li Tianzi was going to fly into the sky, but I didn't expect that it was going to be a step to the sky. A world's first war god title. It is already enough honor, but also add a Jinbei General. plus the identity of the latter Bailiang pastor. This dynasty is afraid that no one can be compared to its left and right it. Most importantly, that is the three-clawed yellow robe. This is what kind of honor and symbol. That is, those old feudal lords are not such an honor, which will be under the sky of those feudal lords. With a murderous gaze, looking at Li Tianzi, the old emperor was really courteous. However, I'm afraid that all of the king's anger will be attracted to Li Tianzi's body. Li Tianzi really belonged to now countless halos, reinforced in his body. However, Li Tianzi did not refuse, and bracing his strength, he made a bow toward the emperor. My lord, thank you for your great kindness. As for the conditions, I would like to mention them now. Oh, the old emperor's eyes were slightly chilled. To raise conditions at this time, is he not afraid that he will back out of the conditions he has secretly raised? Okay, I'll listen. Li Tianzi continued. Please, your majesty, be able to exempt Bailiang from all kinds of taxes for 5 years. The people of Bailiang are too bitter. They can't afford to pay their taxes anymore. That's the condition of my minister. If your majesty agrees, it will also show your majesty's benevolence. The old emperor was instantly relieved. If Li Tianzi really asked for money and food in a lion's mouth, he definitely wouldn't have it. Okay, I promise you. Though, I will exempt you from the taxes of northern Liang for 8 years. Well, go back and get some rest. Bailiang, this place originally cannot collect what money and food to. The court has long given up. Not to mention 8 years, even if 20 years can be. Thank you, your majesty, for your great favor. Li Tianzi was also relieved. Bailiang tax-free development for 8 years. When that time, Bailiang a place, can be truly rich, he will rely on Bailiang. Invincible. The martial arts meeting was over and it was already evening. The sky was imprinted with a reddish haze that seemed to be celebrating Li Tianzi. And the name of Li Tianzi, from today onwards, will completely resound through the north and south of the Yangtze River. Tonight, the city of Luoyang rejoices. Fireworks bloom. How lively. A few foreigners, but was invited to participate in the dinner. Those Wu Guo war generals. Not to mention how happy. Foreigners are as difficult as eating shit. And Li Tianzi, who had returned home, closed his eyes and just huffed and puffed. He had almost drained all of his qi, and by the time he left the schoolyard, Li Tianzi had already fainted. Li's residence is even more lively. How many dignitaries come to flatter, send a lot of gifts. Its threshold are going to be stepped through. Su Chuiwei carefully wiped the sweat stains on Li Tianzi's forehead. Yes, it is the young Miss Su Chuiwei of the great general's residence. This little girl. These 2 days but not less to the Li family to move around, especially after the poetry competition, martial arts competition, to come even more often. This behavior, look, has not put himself as an outsider. Doing it for Li Tianzi is still something you can only do as a daughter-in-law. Ryu and Lin, sitting on the sidelines, watched the scene and enjoyed it. Oops, mother, look at this scene. Does it have the feeling of marrying your grandson's daughter-in-law? Lin was laughing so hard that she couldn't even close her mouth. Lu was even happier. However, Su Bo Shan, this bastard boy is stubborn. But Chu Yu, this little girl, is really good. It's suitable to be a granddaughter-in-law for our family. Maybe we'll have a big fat grandson next year. Lin added. Tonight, it's going to be busy. There are quite a few big clans, but they're giving their daughters to Tianzi to be their daughters-in-law. And there's a lot of gold, silver, and jewels. Mother, what do you say? How do we return from this? Chapter 143, The Mind of the Old Emperor. Hoof. Lu's hand scepter. Heavy fall on the ground. Eyes flashing cold light. These guys who are in the public eye. Really shameless. Li's encountered difficulties. Each fall into the well. Now, my Li's rise. These guys come to flatter again. Really think that my Li's is this casual? However, these guys, back then, they didn't set up Li. Now, it's time to ask for some interest back from them as well. Old butler, take back all the gifts they sent to the warehouse. As for the daughter of their family, she is also worthy of joining my Li clan? Don't even think about it. Such as today Su is the king of the three-clawed dragon robe, almost the head of the kings. We are not to give face. What can we do? And Lu, who has already suffered a loss, will definitely not let Li repeat the mistakes of that year. She wants to train private soldiers. As the king of the three-clawed dragon robe, Li can train at least 500 government soldiers to protect Li's safety. Yes, old madam, I'll get on with it. The old butler retreated. Lu actually understands that nowadays, as long as Li Tianzi this big tree does not fall, then they are in the capital. No one dares to move. And she is aware of this grandson of hers. What things to do. In the past, she did not want Li Tianzi to do so. After all, it is not easy to let Li have a rise. If so, once failed, is the whole family? But now, she has her own grandson, but inexplicably believe, perhaps, the future of the world. There is really a possibility. There is a place for Li. Today, Li Tianzi has completely become the Li clan's children, the object of the example of efforts, but also the pride of the Li clan's entire family. Li Pure Yang, Li Pure Yin, these two little guys, today is to see Li Tianzi with their own eyes, with a battle of four, the fame of the heavens, that the ruins of the upright silhouette, they cannot forget in this life. They secretly vowed to their hearts, but also want to become a character like Li Tianzi. Palace, Crown Prince Xiaoji had deliberately suppressed his anger. He sent out 5 batches of assassins, and now there's no word from any of them. Only after the banquet was over did he return to the middle of the Eastern Palace in anger. This will be the great General LV Wushuang, only to return to the East Palace with fear and trembling to resume orders. Seeing LV Wushuang return, Xiaoji's tone, somewhat deranged, asked, General LV, is Li Tianzi dead yet? Lu Wushuang knelt on the ground and shook his head, reporting back to the Crown Prince, the assassins that were sent out, all of them are dead, not a single one left. Your Royal Highness, you don't know, under Li Tianzi's command, there are fierce generals like clouds, and the guard by his side is Ling Bai, a swordsman who is known as the #1 swordsman in the world, who has unparalleled swordsmanship, as well as all the top assassination abilities, assassinating Li Tianzi. Your Highness the Crown Prince should give up. If you anger Ling Bai, I'm only afraid. Ah, Pata. Xiao Ji was furious. The newly replaced flower pot next to him was again knocked over on the ground by him. Outrageous, truly outrageous. What is so good about him, Li Tianzi, that he is able to make so many capable people follow his left and right? And lone is the Crown Prince, the Crown Prince of the Empire. Is he not worthy of their service? LV Wushuang can't say anything good? To be honest, by now, the ants that he thought he could casually pin down had made him so helpless that he had actually run out of options. That's just it. There's still one last chance, and this place, Northern Liang, will definitely become the place where he will be buried. Xiaoji's fists clenched. Of course, he still had a way to change the pattern of the world. But, once it came to that point, it didn't matter if Li Tianzi died or not. Report, Crown Prince, His Highness Wanyan Guangbi has arrived. A soldier came to report. Xiaoji's eyes lit up and he immediately said, quickly, please. Yes, the soldier retreated. A few moments later, Wanyan Guangbi came striding in. Brother Xiao, Li Tianzi won the championship and is not comfortable in his heart. Wanyan Guangbi clasped his fists. Brother Wanyan, I have finally waited for you. How is it? Did the Golden Emperor agree to loan's conditions? Xiaoji asked urgently. Aha! Wanyan Guangbi nodded his head. Brother Xiao, don't worry. As long as you can help the Jin Kingdom and break the Wu Kingdom's army, and our army can successfully occupy the 4 states of Hebei, my majesty will embrace you to become the new emperor of the Wu Kingdom. With the support of my Golden Kingdom, you can kill whoever you want then? The district Li Tianzi. It's not as simple as pinching an ant to death. Xiaoji sniffed and immediately breathed heavily. I will thank you here. As long as I become the emperor, whatever Jin wants, I will give it. Oh, Wanyan Guangbi's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing an old fox-like gaze. Then help us work together happily. In fact, Wanyan Guangbi heart, don't mention how happy a good big Wugwa actually are such fools. With such a monarch, why worry about Wugwa not destroyed? And this would be, given Li Tianzi's outstanding expression, some forces, then, wanted to befriend Li Tianzi. Of course, the one who wanted to pull Li Tianzi in the most was none other than the old emperor. This night, after the banquet is over, Li Tianzi is to let the eunuchs, palace maids and all other people go down. The whole hall, only 4 people, the big eunuch Wu Duanzhong, 17 years old Xiao Qingchang, and only 13 years old, the 7th Prince Xiao Xian. Greetings to father. Xiao Qingchang and Xiao Xian paid their respects. Xiao Qingchang in front of her. Don't look at her, only 17 years old, born in the royal family, seldom go out of the palace, but it is absolutely not a flower in the greenhouse. How to say it? Under the appearance of beautiful face, is extremely heavy heart, deep city. As for the 7th prince, Xiao Xian, was born from the old emperor and his favored concubine, much loved by himself. If the crown prince is not suitable to be the crown prince, then he will be replaced, and Xiao Xian is the next candidate. Get up, the old emperor said with a smile. Thank you, father. Xiao Qingchang rose. Qingchang, Xianer, you've also seen Li Tianzi's poetry and martial arts competitions in the past 2 days. What do you guys think of this person? The old emperor asked. Xianer, you go first. Xiao Xian is certainly only 13 years old, but from a young age, he has been permeated with a stream of intelligence. Only now, mentally, it is also not very mature, and the background in the dynasty is not very solid. Xiao Xian replied, reporting back to father. The Jinbei king, this person, has made great achievements on the border, and now he is a poetry immortal, but also possesses unparalleled martial arts, when it is the empire's backbone. In the future, must be a dry minister. Do you think, then, that you can master him? The old emperor suddenly said. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Xian's legs went limp and he immediately fell to his knees, shivering in fear. Father, the king of Jinbei is a dry minister. The future has its own big brother to harness. How would the son dare? The old emperor snorted coldly. Your elder brother? Your elder brother is now very bold, holding the power in the dynasty. Most of the people listen to him. The military power in the dynasty is also his. Does he still have me in his eyes as the emperor? I will abolish him sooner or later. Okay, back off. Yes, Xiao Xian hurriedly said, and he retired. Does Xiaoji really think he can cover the world with one hand? Chapter 144, Internal Rebellion in Wuhan. Xiao Xian could not have thought that his father would find him to the Great Hall. But for this matter, if it is not good, is to lose his head. He is still small. The complexity of the human heart, he cannot see through, and do not know how to play politics. Get it wrong, will fall from the heights, the whole body to pieces. Tilting, tell us about it. In the future, if your seventh brother really ascends the throne, I will have to rely on you more. Speaking of which, the old emperor was extremely attached to this daughter of his, although it is only a daughter's body, but it has some stability that men do not have, if not for the latter is a woman. Or else, the old emperor really wanted to pass this throne to Xiao Qingcheng. Father, please speak, Xiao Qingcheng said. What do you think of this person Li Tianzi? The old emperor asked. Xiao Qingcheng thought for a moment and said, this person, when he is a chaotic lord and a capable minister of governance, if used properly, he will be a sharp blade, but we may also injure ourselves for this sharp blade. She had long known her own father's intentions, and had asked her to secretly observe Li Tianzi's every move over the past few days. In fact, for Li Tianzi's reputation, she heard when she was a child, uneducated, beating teachers, is synonymous with him. To the last 3 years, the latter has done out of things, but also let people despise 1,000,000 points, sleeping in a pigsty, eating pig food, crazy, but also be instructed to drill the crotch of the crown prince, since the infamous far and wide. As a princess, she naturally looked down on such a man. In her eyes, this kind of man rather than stay in the world, living in such a wimpy way, it would be better to go to death, to be more painful, at least, can preserve their own reputation. But nearly a year, she heard the deeds of Li Tianzi, pretending to be crazy, bare humiliation, thousands of miles to break Beiluo, night attack on the Hu people beheading 20,000 of them, and then hit the female true, and later on a unification of the northern Liang, plus, today's Li Tianzi, and is the achievement of literature and martial arts double crown absolute, countless glory plus body. She just feel trance. In fact, thinking carefully, Li Tianzi is really too excellent. This person's future, unlimited. Such a man, for any woman, there is no resistance, can't wait to fall on it. For her Xiao Qingcheng, naturally, is also incomparable. However, Xiao Qingcheng thought she was very good, can see through a person's mind. She felt that Li Tianzi, from certain details, exposed their weaknesses. For example, Li Tianzi was rewarded by the emperor, but could not wait, will be rewarded to take down normal people. In the end, is to be excused some of the, after all, the emperor's reward, is too big, change to ordinary people, really dare not take, but Li Tianzi all took. So, she is that Li Tianzi is greedy for fame and fortune. This world, greedy for fame and fortune, is the best control. However, this is only Xiao Qingcheng's wishful thinking. The reason why Li Tianzi took it was because he wasn't afraid. He was dying for his reputation to shake the heavens. Everything in his view of the so-called threat, is nothing that cannot be solved with artillery cannot be things. Aha! Listening to Xiao Qingcheng's words, the old emperor was able to hear certain meanings in his words. Qingcheng, it's rare to hear you praise a man like this. It seems, this Li Tianzi, is deeply in your heart. Therefore, I have decided, to betroth you to Li Tianzi to deal with the future matters. And this knife, still has to be mastered by you. The old emperor was very satisfied with his youngest daughter's analysis. Xiao Qingcheng's face, instantly blushed. The son of, has accepted the decree. Ha ha ha. The old emperor laughed out loud. Rare, truly rare. I never forced you to marry anyone. But, Xiao Qingcheng nodded. Daughter understands. On one side of Wu Jizhong, but suddenly said, "Your Majesty, the matter of marriage, we still need to be faster. General Su Bashan has already sent his own daughter, sent to someone else's home. I heard that all are staying at the Li mansion tonight." What? The old emperor could not help but stare with wide eyes, quite surprised. Well, this Su Bashan really knows how to pick the time, and even got on it one step ahead of me. Don't mind this old thing. When Li Tianzi wakes up, immediately summon him to the palace. The big deal is to marry together. Ha! Wu Jizhong, but the first time from his own long-lasting master. So talk. Your Majesty, if that's the case, what's more, with the marriage of Li, Su, and the royal family, won't this Li family become the #1 family in the capital again? Oh, the old emperor laughed coldly. In the capital, now there is only one power that is dominant. This is not what I want to see. Do as I say. The other power that the old emperor was talking about was the crown prince's party, which could also be families such as Qin and Shi. However, the old emperor and others still don't know. Nowadays Li Tianzi already has 3 daughters-in-law. The eldest daughter-in-law Yu Liuxue is already pregnant. This will, at the time of the capital fest, which was in full swing, above the grassland, the Wuwan tribe, but in just half a month's time, ushered in a big change. Wuwan's second prince Wulmeo joined Prime Minister Wulmu, and colluded with Jin's crown prince Wanyan Liangbi and a clan of Hu people to stage a coup d'etat. The crown prince of the Golden Kingdom, Wanyan Liangbi, and the Hu people at the same time sent troops for the external support of Yu Mao, and this Yu Mao, simply not human, imprisoned his father, and collected the military power of the generals Yu Mei and Yu Guang, etc. And in the end, only Yu Yuan escaped. Yu Yuan rolled and crawled to Bei Luo, and directly found Princess Yu Lu Shui. "Miss, save Wu Huan." Yu Yuan knelt on the ground. "If King Jinbei doesn't make a move, Wu Huan will be finished. Don't worry, I'll go find the 4 lords Yang, Huangfu, Du, and Han." Yu Liuxue said with a frown. "This will be Li Guangbi, Yang Xian, Han Wenzhou, Huangfu Ci, and Du Sheng." 5 people have already gathered in the mansion, discussing the countermeasures against Wu Huan. Now, the war in the north has not yet started, but the Wu Huan side seems to be making a fuss. It would take a month or 2 for the Wakoku to even mobilize its troops. "Lord Yang, the princess is here." The soldier came to report. "There's no need to report. This princess is coming in." Yu Liuxue walked in with large strides. "It seems that you gentlemen have already learned of the news of Wu Huan's attack. Tell us all. What shall we do?" Yang Xin pondered. It is possible to fight. After all, although Wu Huan's civil unrest, there is Jin's involvement. On the part of the Golden Kingdom, it did not actually send troops. That is to say, we can actually just exterminate the Hoosiers. Good. It's good to exterminate the Huans. The last general will go and order troops. Li Tianba walked in with big strides. All the generals of Bei Luo, almost all of them were waiting outside. The Hu people tribe, at least there are still 60,000 soldiers. The great war in the north is coming. We will use our army in this place. If we lose a lot of soldiers, when the Lord comes back, we can't account for it. Huangfu Ci said with a frown. Chapter 145, Then Fight. Lord Huangfu, who said that when you fight a battle, you will lose a huge amount of soldiers and horses? Li Tianba's eyes narrowed slightly and he couldn't help but question. As far as my Jinbei army is concerned, the battles fought have always been battles in which fewer people win more. Yang Xian nodded. Lord Huangfu, this time, let you see how my Jinbei army, even if we don't use plots and tricks, how we can defeat the enemy army in a head-on battle. Really want to fight? Do we need to send a letter to the capital to ask the Lord for instructions? Huangfu Ci frowned. Ask the Lord for instructions to come back. The yellow flowers and vegetables are cold, and still a fart. Li Tianba couldn't wait. What's more, the Lord has his own things to do now. Agreeing on the entire northern frontier campaign, exterminating a small Human tribe. If you need to ask for instructions, isn't this deliberately causing trouble for the Lord? Plus, before the Lord left, he said that it was a major event in northern Liang that was decided by the 4 gentlemen. So in my opinion, a few gentlemen will decide directly. Yang Xian nodded. Before fighting with the Jin kingdom, there is indeed a need to uproot the Hu tribe. This shit-stirring stick, placed here, is a great disadvantage to our army. So, when the Lord returns, we are considered to have gotten rid of a big problem for the Lord this time. Report. It was at this time that the outside scout reported that he quickly rushed into the mansion. Greetings to all generals and lords. Something big has happened. 30,000 Hu people are coming south, just outside the North Gate Pass. They don't attack, but they seem to be deliberately staring at us. What? Li Tianba became even angrier. This group of bastards, all think we're easy to bully? Today's Northern Liang is no longer the Northern Liang of old. Lord Yang, give the order. Li Guangbi also nodded. This general is also in favor of fighting. Blasted with the francophone cannon. Then the cavalry reaps it, and the battle is won. Moreover, exterminating who, we need at least a month's time. And by then, maybe the Lord will have rushed back. 2/3 of the people are in favor of fighting. These people are Li Tian's oldest, and their biggest advantage is that they are warlike. And the ones who are not in favor of fighting are on Huangfu side. Who wants to wait for Li Tianzi to come back? However, Huangfu Ci today is also understand. Li Tianzi under the command of the army. Why so brave and invincible? On the command of these generals, each good courage, how can not win? The Beiluo arsenal, on the other hand, had already built 50 furlong machine cannons, 150 tiger squatting cannons, as well as plenty of cannonballs, at least, to fight the Hoosier soldiers. With these artillery shells, it was actually enough. Li Guangbi, you will command the troops. 10,000 cavalry, 20,000 infantry. Li Tianba, Shatash, Huangfu Ying, and He Jian, accompany the expedition, and the rest of the generals, sit down in Beiluo, in case of emergency. Yang Xian is even going to prepare to go into battle himself. Of course, he is, in his capacity, giving advice to Li Guangbi. A person like Yang Xian is very strong in strategy, but he is only suitable for strategizing and deciding. If he wants to lead troops, naturally he won't be able to do so. Promise. The generals led the order. The Hoosiers, after having suffered a few losses, had not yet learned their lesson and had to touch the tiger's tail at this critical time. And, the Hu people generals Xian Yunang, Xian Yuba, thought that they were stationed at the position of 30 miles outside the North Gate Pass, monitoring the movements of Beiluo, and thought that the Jinbei army did not dare to go out of the camp. Indeed, for most of the foreigners, this time of the grassland, the situation is complicated. Everywhere can see the figure of the Jin sentries, and the Crown Prince Wanyan Liangbi's 100,000 troops, has been almost all mobilized to the border, just waiting for the news from the dynasty. Its three-way army will start to go south. Even if the martial arts competition in the Central Plains lost, for the Golden Kingdom, there is no loss. The army will also immediately go south, to the border against the border. The bet lost land, and then all back. Of course, they can also use the most direct method, that is, do not recognize the bet. After all, in this world, a big fist is the hard way to have the right to speak. After the Hu people had suffered a few losses, day or night, the defense of Northern Liang, naturally, was incomparably strict. Outside the central army tent, fresh Yunang's heart, do not know how to do. The whole person is very panic. This time to go on the expedition. Many generals in the clan are not in favor of, to provoke the Northern Liang. After all, North Liang's powerful. Under the rule of Li Tianzi, they have long been seen. Many Hu soldiers have been beaten out of the shadow. General Xian Yunang, what's going on? Xian Yuba was relaxed and indifferent. Alas, Xian Yunang said directly, I don't know what's going on. In my heart, I always feel like something big is going to happen. Oh. Xian Yuba smiled lightly and said without a care in the world, General Xian Yunang, you are just scared out of your wits by Li Tianzi. Actually, you don't need to worry so much at all. This time, we are only sending troops to station here, to be used to monitor the Jinbei army, but not to directly fight the Jinbei army. As long as there is no friction with them, I think the Jinbei army won't be able to find anything to do. What's more, Li Tianzi is not in Beiliang right now, and, after experiencing such a great battle, Northern Liang has injured its foundation. Its strength has long been different from the past, and with the situation of the grasslands today, all they can do is to wait for the imperial army to come to their aid, or else, they won't step out of the North Gate Pass. For Xian Yuba, who had not yet fought with the Jinbei army, he did not have a great understanding of the strength of the Jinbei army, and, with his analysis of Northern Liang, he simply did not place Northern Liang in his eyes. Yes, he just thinks that the current Jinbei army has long lost the courage to strike north, and now can only hunker down in Beiliang for self-preservation. Oh, dear. Upon hearing this, Xian Yunang couldn't help but let out a sigh. No matter what, the entire army, make sure to strengthen the alert, but not to let the Jinbei army have a chance to take advantage of it. General Xian Yuba, this Jinbei army is all a bunch of crazy people. There's nothing they wouldn't dare to do. But Xian Yuba Kai was scoffing. He just felt that Xian Yunang was scared. Only, since Li Tianzi North Liang after a battle, almost closed the news to the outside world, and for the military above, Li Tianzi external to the outside world, but also false news, and the training of soldiers in major military camps is also very confidential. So, this will, no matter which side of the force, are not clear about Li Tianzi's real strength, they can only use the way to guess. No one would have known that Li Tianzi would raise an army of 100,000 men. Moon Star. Although it was already almost June days, the weather during the day, also gradually hot, but, at night, the temperature on the Prairie Gobi, as well as very low. The dark guards will be hidden outside the North Gate Pass, all the scouts of the Hu people, all cleaned up. The 30,000 strong army led by Yang Xian and Li Guangbi quietly arrived outside the Hu people's camp. Chapter 146, Artillery opening the way, sweeping away the Hu people. Yang Xian let out a deep breath and looked at the Hu people's camp in front of him. It seems that the Hu people have, on previous occasions, suffered great losses at the hands of our army, and are indeed much more vigilant today. That's a lot of Hoosier soldiers on the periphery. Li Tianba but jumped to try to be defense tight or not. The last general hand drummer and gold hammer smashed them, as simple as pinching an ant. Oh, the corner of Li Guangbi's mouth, but slightly upward. Military division, rest assured that the shells fall. The enemy army will be chaotic. Our troops in the cover and down will let the enemy army, dead without a burial place, pass the word that 150 Tiger squat cannons and 50 furlong machine cannons are all to be placed up and into range. It would be 3 o'clock in the morning, a point at which the Hoosiers, even if they were patrolling tightly, would be that much laxer. Having said that, the 200 cannons, one after the other, entered the designated range distance and began to plant their guns. Franco cannons, forward on some difficult, which are pulled over with the warhorse, which, in order not to expose the army traces, can only be slowly dragged up, but the Tiger squatting cannon is different. If you can't reach the place, that can be the Tiger squatting cannon, lifting forward against the advance, or even hold in the hands of the launch. Not far away from the Hoosier soldiers, rubbed his eyes, always felt that in front of him, there is a large group of people. The darkness, and the 300-meter position, made it really hard to make it out in a world without flashlights. General, I think I saw someone in front, the soldier couldn't help but say. The Hoosier general, standing at the entrance to the camp, looking toward a short distance, did seem to notice someone, just not clearly. General Xian Yunang has ordered that any windfall should not be spared. You, come with me. That Hu general immediately led a troop of soldiers and horses in the direction of Li Tianba. However, this Hu will just walk out of the camp 100 meters from the dark night, suddenly is out of a pole sledgehammer, directly ruthlessly smashed in the body of the Hu will. The hammer's enormous strength, instantly as the Hu will be smashed to death. Blood and flesh suddenly became a puddle of mud. General, the group of Hu soldiers, who were scared on the spot, were trembling before they could escape. In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so Hu soldiers were instantly turned into a corpse, collapsed in a pool of blood, and Hu Bing, who was not far away, naturally saw this scene. They're not blind. Enemy army is coming. It's really enemy army coming. Quick, beat the drum and pass the signal. The Hu soldiers on the watchtower saw the situation, immediately wanted to take out the horn at the waist, but the next moment, the countless sharp arrows, they were already shot over, instantly passed through the body of the Hu soldiers, and fell down from the watchtower. Whoops, the bugle call, intermittent, broke off before it could be pulled out. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, 200 artillery guns shot out at the same time. That artillery barrel sparks straight out. A shell directly bombarded within the enemy's camp. In an instant, within the enemy camp, violent flames shot up into the sky. The dark night was instantly illuminated, and the top and bottom of the Zhenbei army were illuminated by the light. Oh, inside the camp, wailing sounds. Those who are sleeping Hu soldiers have not had time to escape. The entire tent is to receive a cannonball. The Hu soldiers in the camp, instantly by the flames scattered by the cannonball to engulf. Dead and wounded countless. Kill. Li Tianba bellowed like thunder, resounding through the battlefield. And then, a horse took the lead and charged out first, and the immediate Hu people camp, and did not build a good, accurate. The foothold has not been stabilized. Camp periphery. Our fence stakes surrounded by, do not constitute a defensive, simply cannot block the Zhenbei army's iron cavalry. In the blink of an eye, Li Tianba arrived in front of the camp gate. The Hu soldiers in the camp, when they saw Li Tianba, they were shocked. Their eyes were almost falling out. You, enemy general. Hu Bing reacted immediately as to manipulate the weapon, stabbing towards Li Tianba, but not yet wait for the near front. Its body is like a cannonball, shot out. Hu Bing, on the other hand, closed the door, straight away. Seek death. Cold light flashed in Li Tianba's eyes, and the two sledgehammers that weighed hundreds of pounds, directly towards the camp gate, smashed over. Bang! That hammer is directly smashed in the Hu soldiers' camp door. Huge force. Directly will that door. Smashed broken. And it's more like a beast. Rushed in. That sledgehammer tiger. Left and right smashed out. As long as close to Li Tianba's enemy troops, all became corpses. Almost every hammer are very fatal. On the other side of the Shadoshi, also rushed over, the cavalry iron hooves passed through, all the corpses mountain and sea of blood. The artillery almost razed the Hu army camp to the ground, and Li Tianba took the front army as fast as he could. Those Hu people, as if they were birds of prey, scurried around. The Hu people's center camp also solidly received a cannon. Sleeping in the war room, Xian Yuba, Xian Yuneng, two commanders, did not almost be that cannonballs to death. At this moment, he was even spitting yellow mud from his mouth and crawling out of the collapsed tent. Then they saw that their camp was already in a mess, with smoke rising everywhere. What's going on here? What kind of weapon does the Jinbei army have with it, that it is so powerful? Xian Yuba was now in a daze. He hadn't encountered such a weapon since he had traveled across his life. What are you waiting for? The entire camp is in chaos. Hurry up and retreat! Xian Yuneng shouted anxiously, for he saw that a large man, with two sledgehammers, was running toward them. General Li Tianba of the Jinbei army is here. Xian Yuneng and Xian Yuba, leave your lives behind. Li Tianba's horse was fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was already close to charging in front of him. Asterisk. Dare to attack Laozi's camp at night. Laozi didn't go to look for you. You even took the initiative to come and send yourself to death. Today in the end, let's see if you die first, or Laozi dies first. Xian Yuba was still quite cognizant of his abilities. Then, it was about to leap onto the horse and fight with Li Tianba. But fresh Yoneng picks his way through. Li Tianba is a great general under Li Tianzi's command. His martial arts are unrivaled. Hurry up and run now. It's still not too late. Bullshit. This general is the #1 general of the Hu people tribe. How can I hear the name of a small general today and retreat before the battle? Xian Yuba didn't believe it at all. As he was saying, he disregarded fresh Yuneng's dissuasion and directly killed towards Li Tianba. While Li Tianba's side, there were almost no soldiers following him, which made fresh Yuba's confidence in the god of war Li Yuanba even more increased by a few points. He felt that Li Tianba was simply a bit too arrogant and cocky for daring to kill alone like this. Yeawaha! A strange cry came out of Xian Yuba's mouth and he killed towards Li Yuanba. Alas! This adventurous fellow. If he loses his life today, it's not my fault. Xian Yuneng anxiously patted his thigh. Kill Li Tianba and bestow 1,000 gold. Xian Yuba shouted. Hundreds of his own soldiers under his command, their eyes glowing, came towards Li Tianba to kill back. Chapter 147, Continuation of the Northern Strike. Seeing that the Hu people did not retreat, but even took the initiative to attack seeking, Li Tianba could not be happier. Fong all the way to kill those Hu people. See him brave, deadly moves, not to mention kill him, hide him cannot wait. Seek death. The hundreds of Hu people, cross swords to cut. Li Tianba not only did not dodge the meaning, but is the initiative to meet up. A sledgehammer, the first to smash out, is clanging, the curved sword thrown in midair. Hu soldiers, from the war horse, shooting out backwards, smashed heavily on the ground. This kind of horrible power, who looks at it is not confused. Do not look at the Hu people have 100 people, but in front of Li Tianba, not to mention 100 people, even if the front is 1,000 troops, cannot block his footsteps. At this moment, it is Li Tianba unilateral massacre. Wherever he passes, no one can block him a move. The body of the Hu man, horizontal and vertical, fall to the ground. The blink of an eye, more than 20 people, died under Li Tianba's hammer. It was a direct attack on Xian Yuba. Fonsai Xian Yuba, also quite arrogant, but until the real fight with Li Tianba, he only knew Xian Yukan. Why let him avoid the front for the time being? Only Li Tianba's hammer, but directly will be Xian Yuba, from the horse on the ground, and sit down on the horse, but also hissed, followed by a piece of the smashed over on the ground. Only this Xian Yuba's body is strong, which saved a life, but the mouth is spitting a mouthful of blood out. I'm afraid that he has suffered internal injuries. Gollum, this Li Tianba, is truly not human. Seeing this, Xian Yuba turned around and fled. The soldiers around him, trying their best to resist, can be said to be desperate to save fresh Yuba life, and seeing that the two main generals had fled, the Hu soldiers, without a command, were like headless flies, scurrying everywhere. Shatash's cavalry, killing from the front camp into the back camp, and from the back camp into the left camp, and from the left camp into the right camp. This guy, just like a gluttonous snake, kills the enemy when he meets them. And as Li Guangbi ordered the whole army to charge, the Hu soldiers could no longer resist and the whole army collapsed. 30,000 Hu soldiers was killed by the rout, and Li Guangbi was ordered, not allowed to surrender the order of the Hu people. Overnight, beheading more than 15,000 Hu people. There is no way. These Hu people see the situation is not good. Turn around and run. Run faster than a rabbit. A smoke is gone. The morning has dawned on the sky. 6 o'clock in the morning. The Hoosier camp. It's pretty much cleared out. The battle resulted in a lot of good stuff being captured. At the cost of less than 1,000 casualties in gaining such a great victory, Yang Xian was already very satisfied. Military master. The threat of the 30,000 Hu people's legions has been lifted. In my opinion, now that the whole army's morale is high, we should continue to advance northward and exterminate the Hu people. Li Guangbi continued. Aha! Yang Xian nodded. Eliminate all obstacles before going into a real battle with the female army. However, this battle is not just about fighting. The key is to move all the people of the Hu and Wulwan tribes to Beiliang. We are so big in Beiliang. All the people of the two tribes, all of them, will not have any effect on us. Li Guangbi blinked his eyes. In this matter, you should discuss it with the Lord before deciding, right? After all, these foreigners, mostly disliked by my martial people, if we forcefully move the foreigners in, conflicts will inevitably arise. Yang Xian, however, has his own thoughts. Don't worry, our Lord will also agree with the suggestions made by this military advisor. Moreover, our Lord, but more than once, proposed the idea of absorbing the northern foreigners and assimilating their thoughts. With the addition of this population, it will be beneficial to all aspects of our economy and production in Beiliang. Otherwise, do you think that this warlord would have risked contact with the Jin army and ventured north? In fact, the start of any war is not for nothing. This war, if it is not profitable, Yang Xian will not fight at all. He wouldn't care about Wowan's relationship with Northern Liang. He only understood what he could get out of this battle. But what if Wowan doesn't agree? Li Guangbi frowned slightly. Not agree? Now the Wowan clan. Such a big civil unrest. The national defense has long been paralyzed. They have to agree even if they don't agree. Moreover, for Wowan, the internal relocation into Northern Liang, for them the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. Wowan Prince Yu Shang, vision is still unique. I believe that under his weighing, will definitely agree. Yang Xian had complete certainty about this. Don't look at the Wowan people. They are very loyal to their own community. That is because, if everyone wants to starve, then they will starve together. But, when they can eat enough, their thoughts, naturally, will be subtle, embracing the Northern Liang. Li Guangpil didn't say anything. However, looking at the expression on Yang Xian's face, he was actually inexplicably scared. He is naturally good at fighting, but when it comes to playing politics, he is much weaker. But these people who play politics do make people inexplicably fearful. Of course, the politics of Yang Xian's battle was not only in Beiliang, but also in the capital. And leveling the Hu tribe would make Li Tianzi's position in the capital even more exalted. Imagine the news of the Hu people being flattened. Once the news is sent back to the capital, what kind of shocked expression should the people in the court have? After cleaning up the battlefield, Yang Xian led his soldiers and horses, and continued northward, and along the way, he encountered quite a number of Huan soldiers, chasing after the fleeing Wuhan people, but it's all been cleaned up by the Jinbei army, and Yang Xian was only about 2 hours away from the Human tribe. When Yang Xian arrived at the king's court of the Hu people, some of the remnants of the army of Xian Yuba and the others, also arrived just in time. Seeing the countless bulging tents, Yang Xian was quite pleased, because this will be the king's court of the Hu people. The strength of the army is empty, only a mere 1,000 old and sick people. Li Tianba and the other generals were also quite excited. If they could wipe out the entire Human tribe, then their credit would be great. Master at arms, give the order, go straight to the king's court of the Hoosiers, and let them also know what it means to be thunderstruck. Yang Xian drew his sword. All generals, listen to the order. The whole army charge down. Kill on sight. No need to hold back. This day shall the king's court of the Hoosiers be filled with blood. Kill. As soon as Yang Xian's order was given, the 4 major warlords, Li Guangbi, Li Tianba, Huang Fuying, and Shatosh, all killed down. The Hoosier tribes are so harmonious. The children are playing. The women are washing clothes. And they don't know the danger yet. However, they suddenly felt that the earth was shaking, and then they saw Huang Fuying and Shatosh leading the cavalry, taking the lead in killing down. Kill. Vast killing cries broke the harmony of the tribe, and what followed was slaughter. Of course, not all Hu people are bad people. As long as they do not resist, their lives can be spared. Tier. Huang Fuing and Shatosh hands of weapons, randomly waved and chopped in the body of the Hu people. Those soldiers stationed at the royal court, more than a round of the enemy, is to be chopped down. The entire king's court of the Hoosiers, made birds and beasts. The fall of the artillery, in particular, made the Hu people who wanted to resist think that they had offended the heavens, and crouched down on the ground, shivering and praying to the heavens. Chapter 148, treading down the king's court of the Hu people. The king of the Hu people, Xian Yuku, was ready to flee, escorted by the civil and military ministers. However, he did not go out far, but he saw Huang Fuying's cavalry, crossing in front of him, blocking his way. The long spear was held horizontally, pointing straight at Xian Yukuk, king of the Hu. We meet again. Huang Fuyi's clan, and the Hu people have not had much to deal with. As for the fresh Yuku in front of them, naturally, they are also old friends. Huang Fuying, what do you, a junior of the district, want? This king advises you, or hurry to surrender, behind my Hu people clan. But the powerful Jin country, if this king has something to do, to be after, when the Jin country stepped on the northern Liang, Huang Fua clan, will be full of people. Fresh Yuku was stunned, drummed up the courage, want to threaten Huang Fuing. Oh, in the past, when it was still their Huang Fu lineage that was in charge, he might still be a bit wary of Xian Yukuk's threat, but now, such a threat, in his eyes, was just like a childish joke. After all, his current master is not afraid of the northern foreign tribes. Looks like you're not dead yet. Arrest all of these people, and kill anyone who dares to resist. Huang Fuing was enraged. Huang Fuing, I'll fight you. After saying that, that minister of the Hu people, holding his scimitar, was killing towards Huang Fuing. Seek death. Tear up. The hand rose and the gun fell, and the head of the Hu man was directly rolled down on the ground. Bloody. That Hu official fell straight to the ground and didn't breathe. The rest of the Hu people officials see this, also do not dare to resist. The hands of the weapons, have put down, because those who resisted the officials, instantly is to become the Jinbei army hands of the ghost of the knife. The king of the Hu people, fresh Yukuk, is also afraid to resist, and this kind of mediocre king whose stomach is drunk into a leather ball. No wonder he will become the lapdog of other countries. Throughout the entire royal court of the Hoosiers, almost all who resisted became corpses. The entire king's court, was almost bloodied. To know, most of the soldiers of the Jinbei army, for the foreigners, that is incomparably hate. When the Hu people, killed how many martial artists? So, that is, some people cannot help, will be in their own hands of the butcher knife, extended to the old man children of the Hu people tribe. Several hours later, more than 60,000 Hoosier people, crouched on the ground, shivering. They're finally scared. These people also fear when the object of slaughter is. Instead, these people, report, military division. We've made a lot of gains in this battle. Huang Fuing and Shatosh both came to count the casualties and supplies. To kill a group of unarmed Hu people, the Jinbei army naturally has no loss, but they are killing 30,000 Hu people. Some Hu people, are wolf cubs. If you do not kill them, sooner or later, they will turn on you. Read, Yang Xian said. Intercepted gold, silver, and jewels, amounting to as much as $500,000, grain, 200,000 stones, cattle, sheep, and other animals, amounting to more than 5,000 head, and, especially, war horse, obtaining 50,000. The Hutu tribe, it's almost like we've moved out. Shatoshi was incomparably surprised. In addition, the king of the Hu people, Xian Yuku, as well as dozens of great members of the Hu people, all of them were captured alive by us. No wonder those foreigners, so like war to feed the war, really good. Since ancient times also really some countries, because of waging war, on the contrary, is getting richer and richer. Good. Yang Xian clapped his big hands together and stroked his beard. In this way, we will be able to send the news of this place, flying to the court, the entire capital, and even the world, to learn the news of the destruction of the Hu people's king's court, will certainly be greatly shocked. Our great king, in the court, the heel, will be in the court, stand more stable. And Li Guangbi looked at the squatting Huans again, and asked with a worried brow, military division, what to do with these Huans? Yang Xian has long had a plan to deal with this. All of them are rare free populations. All of them are escorted into the pass. Now that the stock of the Hoosiers is almost all finished, these fellows, if they don't come with us, will sooner or later starve to death in the north. As for the king of the Hu people, Xian Yuku, Yang Xian was naturally prepared to take him away directly. Then let the army that was besieging the Hu people, all of them surrendered. And this army of Hu people, once they learned that their king had been captured, would probably not resist anymore. Alright, let's continue north and meet up with the last regiment of Wulwan. Yang Xian continued. This will be. Xian Yuneng, Xian Yuba, is watching their own king's court. Let the Jinbei army ransacked, but only 1,000 people. They have long been scared out of their wits. Go directly north to the army of Xian Yuzhong and Xian Yudun, and the Dark Guards are 800 miles away, heading straight for the capital. On the fourth day, Xian Yuba and Xian Yuneng rushed to Xian Yuzhong's camp. It was to see that, along with them, there were also Yang Xian's soldiers and horses. This scared Xian Yuneng and the others, just like seeing the plague. When Xian Yuzhong learned that the Jinbei army was coming, he immediately gathered his troops for defense. However, they ran into Xian Yuneng and Xian Yuba, who were in a terrible state. Xian Yuneng, Xian Yuba, how did you get into this mess? Xian Yuzhong inquired, but a bad feeling had already struck his heart. Xian Yuneng immediately told what had happened to Xian Yuzhong. Originally still calm, fresh Yuzhong instantly is almost absent. How did this happen? Are you guys losers? 30,000 fighting 30,000 and still losing. You are simply a disgrace to the Hu people clan. And what's even more detestable is that you didn't even hold the royal court. Xian Yuzhong cursed at the top of his lungs. He felt the two were just too incompetent. In the view of the foreigners, the Jinbei army was even more powerful, and its combat power was nothing more than reaching the level of the previous Beiliang army. While the peak Beiliang army, they were certainly able to fight, not that they couldn't. General Xian Yuzhong, you must not take the enemy lightly. Otherwise, it's a big loss when the time comes. Moreover, now that our great king is also in the hands of the other side, this battle is not good at all, Xian Yuneng said. Oh, Xian Yuzhong smiled blandly. Not a good fight? Actually, this general thinks that it's also a good fight, right? Not to hide from you all, the generals under my command only follow the orders of the Crown Prince, and the Crown Prince has yet to return. When the Crown Prince returns, then we will make a decision. Not to mention, Yu Mao's Wulwan clan also has tens of thousands of troops. I don't believe that the Jinbei army dares to fight our army directly with less than 30,000 people in the district. Are you crazy? How could Xian Yuneng not expect that Xian Yuzhong would say such words? As he was talking, Shatash was escorting the king of the Hu people to the front of Xian Yuzhong's camp. Xian Yuzhong, look who it is. Your Hu king, Xian Yuku, is in the hands of this general, so don't surrender quickly. My lord and master of the army have already said that as long as the Hu people are willing to surrender, we will treat you and others equally. If you resist, you will die. Chapter 149, Is the Crown Prince so kind? As expected, the entire Hu people's military camp set off quite a commotion. What an effect on the heart of the army when their own king has been made a prisoner. However, Xian Yuzhong was snorting coldly and said unhappily, what a waste. The king of a clan is so humiliated to let others capture him. If it were this general, he would have drawn his sword and killed himself long ago. The face of the Hu people clan has truly been disgraced by Fresh Yukuk. Fresh Yuku does not have a good reputation among the clan, and now that the Jinbei army has been captured, the reaction in the Hu people's camp is naturally one of indignation. And seeing that Xian Yuzhong didn't speak, Shadow Shi, on the other hand, used his weapon and threatened Xian Yukuk to come forward. Xian Yuku, you are at least the king of the Hu people, but they don't seem to take your life seriously, do they? It seems that you are also of no use at all, so you might as well just die. So, you can also preserve a shred of your dignity. Xian Yukuk trembled. He was most afraid of death. Hurriedly said, I'm useful. I'm really useful. This is just standing far away. They can't see my face. Please give me a chance. General, I will definitely persuade them to surrender. Yes, Shadow Shi nodded. It was to see Fresh Yuku, who was pulled to a position 50 meters from the Hu people's barracks and made to kneel on the ground. Xian Yuzhong, open your dog eyes and see. Who is this king? Now, lead your men and generals and come out quickly to surrender. Or else, this king cannot spare you. Xian Yuku shouted. But this king of the Hoosiers, who had lost his prestige, his words were of no use at all. It was then that I heard Xian Yuzhong say without emotion, Xian Yuku, as the king of the Hu tribe, you should more than likely draw your sword and cut your own throat for the sake of the honor of the Hu people. Now, how dare you snarl and growl in front of this general? We will not surrender. His Highness Han will come back and will surely lead the Hu people and rebuild the Hu people's royal court. As for you, can go to hell. Send, King Hu, on your way. Shoo, 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 shoo. After he said that, Countless arrows were shot from the sky. Xian Yuzhong, how dare you? Xian Yuku was shocked. He didn't expect that he would face such an end in the end. No, tear up. Shadoshi reacted quickly, leaping behind the warhorse. When he reacted, he saw that Xian Yukuk had already died with 10,000 arrows through his heart. Motherfucker, this Xian Yuzhong's tactics, it's really ruthless. His own king, said to kill? I've never seen such a pervert. Shadash also didn't care about Fresh Yukuk's corpse, directly ran back to the formation. Warlord, what should we do now? I didn't realize that this Fresh Yukuk was so useless, Shadoshi complained. Even Yang Xian had miscalculated. Otherwise, let's just force it again. The artillery presses on, and our cavalry is on the way out to sweep the enemy army away, Li Tianba proposed. But this time, Yang Xian shook his head. No, Wuwan plus the Hu people, at least 80,000 troops, and there might be Jin cavalry at the back. Our artillery, the power is indeed great, but the enemy's cavalry is not normally fast. When the time comes, even if we are able to win, I'm afraid we will lose both. We can't do the business of hurting the enemy 1,000 times and damaging ourselves 800 times. And, right now, there are advantages to fighting. And there are also advantages to not fighting. Tell Great General Yu Tinglong that the 20,000 troops under his command might as well withdraw to Beilua with us. As for the current Wuwan, in Yu Mao's hands, it won't suffer much damage. This guy, Yu Mao, is just obsessed with the throne. However, for the people of the Wuwan clan, I'm sure he won't kill indiscriminately. Promise. Shadoshi made a bow to receive the order. Just this will be, guarding the big fortress on the Moon Tinglong. Looking at this scene in front of him, has been too shocked to speak. Who people these guys, really will kill each other even their own king, said to kill. But then again, Wuwan and Hu, in fact, is considered half a catty, right? Now can both be carrying the lousy name of regicide. Of course, what surprised Yu Tinglong the most was that the Jinbei army, which they had once looked down on, had risen so quickly in just 1 year's time. And this time, even the Hu people's royal court had been destroyed. This Jinbei army, it's really fierce. In the future, the name of the Jinbei army will definitely resound once again amongst this world. Yu Tinglong instantly felt how wise his own crown prince's decision was at that time. And this will be the Moon Tinglong. After receiving Yang Xian's letter, naturally also feel that. The latter said very reasonable. He is now about to run out of food. In this way, presumably, the whole army will have to be left here. However, his crown prince is still outside, is bound to first to the North Luo. As long as they can find Yu Shang, they will have a backbone. Thought of this, Yu Tinglong is happy to agree. After all, what can you do if you don't agree? Can't really count on the Jinbei army to pacify the rebellion for you, right? It's very nice of people to come. This battle, for Yang Xian, no loss at all. The Hu people were seriously injured. Within 20 years, do not want to develop, but also played a deterrent role. As for the Wuwan clan, has gradually fallen into Yang Xian set up a trap inside. This time, the 800 miles of expedited transportation sent by Yang Xian had also arrived at the capital. As soon as they arrived at the capital, the secret guards spread rumors, and after resting for 3 days, Li Tianzi, also under the emperor's convocation, opened to the great hall to discuss. The kings are present. Good. Then, according to what was proposed yesterday, divide the army into 4 directions, and 1 way, under the command of the great general Su Bashan, go out of the Jinbei Pass and into the grassland. The second route of troops is out of Liaodong with Xiao Bei as commander. The third route of troops is to draw 50,000 troops from among you all to go to the western wasteland to defend against the Dankang, Western Mongolia, and other countries. As for the fourth route of troops, it was originally not agreed upon. However, it was proposed by the crown prince and the prime minister that the king of Jinbei, Li Tianzi, be the commander-in-chief. What do you all think? The old emperor said in a rousing voice. Yesterday, Li Tianzi is still resting in the residence. The old emperor is to leave him, and full of civil and military personnel, to agree on a plan. After all, borderland, the situation has been very urgent. Those mission representatives, anxious to return to the country, is because of the formulation of the final resolution to wage war against the martial arts country. Father is wise. This fourth road army commander, non-Jinbei king when adhering to his father's will, sweeping the desert north, clean up the world. I do not know Jinbei king, can be willing to accept the decree? Li Tianzi blinked his eyes and looked at Xiaoji. When did this guy become so kind? This is unknowingly getting an official position again. However, in Xiaoji's opinion, he was not being kind and simply wanted Li Tianzi to go north to die. He guessed that the northern Liang soldiers and horses are already not much. In the launch of the northern expedition, It is to send people's heads. Then, not to mention fighting the Jurchen, even fighting the Wuhuan and the Hu people is a struggle. Of course, Xiuji thought he was very smart. If Li Tianzi dared to defend Beiliang and not come out, he had 10,000 ways to set a charge and put a shit on Li Tianzi's head. Chapter 150, the King's Court's jet report of destroying the Hu people entered the capital. Su Bo-shan heard, anxious to step out, the first to oppose. No, 10,000 cannot. Now Jinbei King under the command of the army, the troops are empty. How can as the Fourth Road Army to the north? Isn't this, letting the king of Jinbei go to his death? Your Majesty, I request that the Jinbei King be the deputy commander of the last general, the position of commander-in-chief. Never, nowadays. Su Bo-shan, but Li Tianzi, as his son-in-law general treatment, plus, his own son, also under his command, he cannot look at the situation as sent to death, but indifferent to it? Great general's words are fallacious. Jinbei King in the north to drive wolves and tigers. Reputation resounded through the desert north. I think, these foreigners, hearing the name of King Jinbei, will be defeated before the battle. And, as a minister of the court, the king of Jinbei should share the worries of the court. How can he cower behind because of the strength of the foreigners? In that case, how can he live up to the word Jinbei? My lords, what do you think? Is this minister right? Qin would sneer. Yes, Minister Qin and the crown prince are right. As the king of Jinbei, Li Tianzi should dedicate himself to serving the country. As the king of Jinbei, if he were to wimp out, wouldn't he be degrading the prestige of my great martial heavenly kingdom? Almost all of the small mouths in the court are the crown prince party and the Qin party. The crown prince and the Qin society, again, were working in tandem, and they wanted nothing more than for Li Tianzi to die. As long as Li Tianzi, the 4th Legion lost, even if it was only a sin of negligence, Xiaoji had ways to convict Li Tianzi of killing his head. You, guys, Su Bo-shan was at a loss for words. Because of these words, even those generals felt that the crown prince was right. As the first war god of Dao and the great general of Jinbei, this is the time to rise to the challenge and fight the Golden Kingdom. However, the old emperor naturally also saw the meaning in the hearts of the civil and military officials, and did not want to lose such a pillar of talent as Li Tianzi, and continued to ask Li Tianzi, king of Jinbei, the great general is right, the commander-in-chief of the 4th Road Army. We can renegotiate. Hiss. Crown Prince Xiuji immediately took a deep breath and looked at the old emperor incredulously. He didn't expect that his father actually turned towards Li Tianzi, and if the emperor didn't agree, then his plans for today, I'm afraid, would be in vain. While the crown prince was anxious, he heard Li Tianzi kneel down and say, I, Li Tianzi, am willing to take over the position of commander of the 4th Road. The crown prince and even the entire court were all looking towards Li Tianzi. This guy is really stupid or fake stupid. This is clearly the people prince dug the pit. Even the old emperor also loose. This kid even jumped in. Jinbei King, have you thought this through? The old emperor continued to ask. King of Jinbei, at this time, don't try to be a hero. If you are really powerful, you will destroy the lapdogs of the Golden Kingdom, the Hu people clan. Otherwise, be a good deputy marshal, or defend Beiliang well, which is the greatest contribution to this battle. Su Bo-shan rebuked. Great general, this is not true. Jinbei King has such a heart to serve the country. How can you hit Jinbei King's motivation? If everyone in the court is afraid of the foreigners, then won't we become fish and meat on the board? Isn't my martial kingdom far from extinction? As for that so-called Hu tribe, to King Jinbei, wouldn't it be a matter of raising his hand and throwing his feet to overthrow it? Crown Prince Xiuji continued. Raise your hand? To put it mildly, that Hu people a clan, if it can be destroyed, has long been attacked and destroyed. When to wait until now? Those dynastic generals, when they heard Xiaoji's words, were instantly unconvinced. Crown Prince, this is ridiculous. The Hu people a clan, so good to destroy? Otherwise, Your Highness, the Crown Prince, lead a troop to go forward. Try the sharpness of the Hu people, to see their swords, in the end, sharp or not. Su Bo-shan said with displeasure. Xiaoji naturally can't win the fight. He party just said that. How could he not know if the Hoosiers were good or not? But sometimes, the key to making someone lose their way, that was boastful. Tap 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 tap. Just at this time, the eunuch outside the palace, rolled and ran in, on that face, incomparably excited. The person who came in was the little eunuch Yan who had passed the holy decree to Li Tianzi, and was now considered to have officially become Li Tianzi's person. Good news, great news. Eunuch Xiao Yan ran in and looked at Li Tianzi. He knew that Li Tianzi, now highly valued by the emperor, this news once spread out, Li Tianzi's position will be untouchable again. Xiaoji was furious. Dog slave, who let you in? Did not see the full court? Is discussing the big event? The crown prince rests his anger. The crown prince rests his anger. It's really this matter. It came too suddenly. The slave is also a surprise. Eunuch Xiaoyan nodded his head vigorously to express his apologies. Little Yanzi, what's so great about it? The old emperor frowned. Now Da Wu. In such a situation, the whole country are covered in a piece of gloom. Your Majesty, North Liang's report. The Jinbei army has flattened the king's court of the Hu people, beheading tens of thousands of people, and the entire king's court has been ransacked by the Jinbei army. The main general leading the troops is Yang Xian, the military commander under the Jinbei king. No sooner had eunuch Xiaoyan finished his words than they all instantly fell silent. Just now, he was still talking about others. Li Tianzi, who couldn't even defeat the Hu people. And now the news came that the Hu tribe had been destroyed. It was hard not to think that Li Tianzi was just being deliberate, trying to punch them in the face. Little Yanzi, is this true or false? Don't start rumors. Xiaoji scolded. Xiao Yanzi nodded repeatedly, reporting back to the crown prince. Now the entire capital has been spread all over. And the king of the Hoosiers is dead. This, for a while, everyone looked at Li Tianzi, who was kneeling on the ground, and didn't know what to say. Only, on their mouths, they were already too shocked to speak anymore. Of course, they would feel that Li Tianzi was deliberately trying to hit them in the face and embarrass them, but he had already sent his own troops to attack the Huans. But he didn't even say anything. This Jinbei army, it's really tough. How dare they even trample down the Human tribes and kill Xian Yukuk? This is a great credit. I didn't expect that Li Tianzi would be even more powerful than his father. No wonder he, Feng, had to go and become the commander of this fourth road. The king of Jinbei is so powerful. It would be a real pity if he doesn't go north to fight against the Jins. Ha ha ha. The old emperor laughed out loud. Good, good. The battle to conquer the north has not yet begun, and the king of Jinbei is in the north, and has won such a great victory. It is a great encouragement to the military spirit of my Dawu soldiers. Su Bashan also immediately grabbed the words. Your Majesty, this news should be announced to the world, so that is able to motivate all sides of the soldiers, the determination to fight against foreigners. Aha! The old emperor nodded his head. Declare the decree that the king of Jinbei is the commander of the Fourth Road Army, and add the title of General of Conquering the North. The news of the overthrow of the Hoosiers shall be spread all the more throughout the world. Chapter 151, The Emperor's Private Call. Your Majesty is holy. The group of war generals led by Su Bo-shan simultaneously made a bow and shouted. And now, most of the military generals in the court. Li Tianzi, that is how much admiration. Now the country is declining. Only the northern Liang, even the success reports out. I accept the decree. Li Tianzi bowed down. To be honest, even Li Tianzi himself hadn't expected that Yang Xian would be so forceful. The expression on Xiaoji's face at this point couldn't be more ugly. He now doubted himself. If he had fallen for Li Tianzi's tricks again, well, then, so be it. All of you, retire and get ready. In a month's time, the army must start northward, in order to save time. Before these feudal lords came, but they all brought their troops here. Promise. All the civil and military ministers bowed. Afterward, he slowly exited the Great Hall of Council. King of Jinbei, Great General, the two love ministers stay behind. I have something to say to you, the old emperor suddenly said again. And this time, seeing his father, getting closer and closer to Li Tianzi, Xiaoji's heart was very unfavorable. Li Tianzi and Su Bo-shan looked at each other in dismay, and then they received the order. Of course, by leaving the two main commanders of this battle behind, I'm sure the emperor should have something to explain about the war. A moment, the two of them then followed the old emperor and came to the side hall. Inside the side hall, it was only Wu Jizhong as well as the little princess. Meet Uncle Su. Greetings, Jinbei King. Xiao Qingcheng looked at Li Tianzi's handsome face, and when she thought that she would marry such a man in the future, her face couldn't help but blush. Of course, to be married to such a wonderful man is what many women dream of. The little princess is here too. Su Bo-shan chuckled. Greetings, Princess. Li Tianzi also returned the salute. It's kind of an old acquaintance. Only, after Li's fall, these powerful women in the capital almost all respected him as a flood beast and avoided him. Alright, all sit down. The old emperor waved his hand. A few eunuchs immediately moved chairs. Li Tianzi and Su Bo-shan took their seats. I don't know what your majesty has summoned us here for? Su Bo-shan curiously inquired. Of course it's a big deal. The old emperor looked at Su Bashan. Su Qing, don't think that I don't know that you sent your own daughter to the Li family to take care of the king of Jinbei. Ahem. Su Bo-shan lightly coughed. Your majesty, do not blame. It is really today's Jinbei Wang. Too good. that family nobles do not want to marry their own daughters, with which to climb the relationship up. Of course, the old minister hereby swears that what the old minister is doing is by no means ganging up on him, just that the little girl likes it, and as a father, on matters of affection, naturally, it's also more to support some of them. The old emperor smiled helplessly. Alright, I'm not here to raise an offense or anything, just want to ask King Jinbei, how is my princess? If you were to be recruited as an emperor's son-in-law, would you be willing to do so? The emperor's son-in-law? Li Tianzi's eyes glazed over. Isn't that fucked up? If you become the emperor's son-in-law, won't you have to give up the land of northern Liang and be trapped in the capital by the emperor again? At that time, is not oneself a lamb to be slaughtered? Moreover, sooner or later, he or she will have to rebel against the royal family, and if he or she marries a woman from the royal family, it will be more or less inconvenient in the future. Of course, it is not that it will affect him much, as a real lord, a woman in the district, but not to affect his left and right. Princess Xiao Qingcheng. This, Li Tianzi didn't know how to answer for a moment. Your Majesty, aren't you making things difficult for him? Su Bo-shan relieved him. According to the old minister's view, it would be better to let the young princess marry into the Li mansion, and in this way, we can also make a good relationship between Qin and Jin, and the girls of my Su family, they can be married together as well. Su Bo-shan sort of understood the old emperor's intention and simply went along with it. As for that, 2 women serving one husband is simply too common in this world. Su Qing is quite thoughtful. However, I don't have a problem with it. King of Jinbei, what do you think? The old emperor looked towards Li Tianzi. In fact, whether it was the old emperor or Su Bosan, both of them were looking at Li Tianzi's potential. Whether it was the imperial family or the Su family, the future was going to rise up next to Li Tianzi. Li Tianzi drooped his head. There were some things he didn't know whether to say or not. Seeing that Li Tianzi even hesitated, Su Bo-shan was angry and annoyed. Brat, the little princess and my girl, that is a great beauty in the capital. Those dignitaries in the dynasty, the proposal of countless, but they were all rejected by the old man. Now, will 2 women at the same time married to you? You kid even still hesitate? What? Are you boy not good in some ways? Li Tianzi scratched his head. Your Majesty, Great General Su, it's really not that I don't agree. It's really because I'm in northern Liang, and I've already taken a daughter-in-law. What? The old emperor and Su Bo-shan were greatly surprised. Stunned, he looked at Li Tianzi. When did this happen? And why don't we know anything about it? Su Bo-shan questioned. It was last year, Li Tianzi narrated. That said, not that he's trying to deliberately hide anything. It is really those people in the court, all think he is going to die, a person who will die. There is nothing to pay attention to, coupled with the secret guards to block the news. He married and is quite simple, not for the public to know. The court does not know, in fact, is also very normal. Even his family does not know, and it was only now that the old emperor realized that Li Tianzi had really already been more famous than before in martial arts, and had shaken the north of the desert. No wonder there was such great confidence that he dared to single-handedly take on 4 people by himself. Your Majesty, Uncle Su, this is how it is. It's not that I don't agree, it's really that I'm already married, so if I marry the 2 young ladies again, I'm afraid it won't be very good for their reputations. Of course, if His Majesty and Uncle Su are willing, then I will not refuse since. Li Tianzi smiled nervously. What's wrong with marrying a few wives when you're living again and have such a status and position? It's not like he's at a disadvantage. Moreover, that Su Chuiwei and Xiao Qingcheng were indeed rare and superb. How many men wanted to hold the 2 beauties in their arms? The old emperor was a little angry. The king's wedding was so great that even he, the emperor, had to hide it. If the princess is married off, she'll be the 4th in line. However, Xiao Qingcheng said, Father, my daughter is willing to marry. King of Jinbei, would you like to marry? A political marriage can be unadulterated. However, marrying anyone is not marrying, let alone a man like Li Tianzi. Li Tianzi nodded his head. If the princess is willing, there is nothing I am unwilling to do. Only, the battle of the northern border. Right now, I am afraid that the matter of marriage will be delayed. Xiao Qingcheng continued. The king of Jinbei is also too underestimating this princess. That Wuwan princess can simply organize a wedding. This princess can also. Father, why don't we just get married the day after tomorrow? It's not too late for Jane to organize a wedding. Li Tianzi is confused. This Xiao Qingcheng, why in the world? Pouring into his body? And in such a hurry? Chapter 152, I will marry. Your Highness, little princess, have you thought about it? Li Tianzi asked again with certainty. Naturally, I don't regret it. Xiao Qingcheng nodded her head firmly. Good, since the little princess is willing to marry, then this king is naturally willing to marry. Li Tianzi continued. If he didn't want such a beautiful woman, he would really be a stupid pig. Of course, no matter what machinations Xiao Qingchun wanted to use, in front of him, it was useless. Instead, Subhashan hesitated. He is such a precious daughter, usually pampered. 2 women to serve a husband. He is a bit unacceptable, let alone a few women to serve a husband. Besides, he didn't want his daughter to become a political factor. Great General, didn't you say just now that you were going to marry your own daughter to the king of Jinbei? What? Now you're hesitating again. The old emperor smiled faintly. Su Boshan coughed lightly and said again, this matter, go back and ask the little daughter. Then make a decision. And after some conversation in the court, the people left. In the middle of the great hall, apart from asking about the marriage talk, the old emperor had been trying to find out how strong he was in northern Liang. In addition to fearing that Li Tianzi has embraced his own army, the most crucial point, the old emperor is also worried that Li Tianzi, as the commander of the 4th army, will not be affected by the lack of troops, waiting for Li Tianzi to follow Su Boshan out of the inner palace. Only then urgently asked, Brat, tell me with the old man, you in northern Liang, in the end, how many soldiers and horses have been raised? This battle, after all, is about winning or losing the battle in the north. In fact, the old emperor and Su Boshan's idea is the same, is to want to Jin, back to the negotiation table, to the great martial arts today's national strength, logistics, economy, etc. It is difficult to support hundreds of thousands of martial arts troops to fight for a long time. Not to mention, will be a Jin completely recreated. Moreover, the Golden Kingdom is so powerful that it is actually unknown whether it can be defeated. Li Tianzi shrugged. General Su Dingfeng, didn't you reveal a bit of news with the great general? When he was still in northern Liang, he knew that Su Dingfeng had quietly sent letters to his family. Only, these small things are turning a blind eye. After all, Su Boshan wasn't stupid enough to reveal the strength of northern Liang to the public. If Li Tianzi was subjected to certain troubles, it would not be beneficial to Su Dingfeng. Su Boshan was actually quite helpless. Su Dingshan is still his own son. As a result, this kid returned home. For Li Tianzi's strength geometry of things, he is not mentioned at all, and even said, North Liang has a powerful weapon. Su Dingfeng is also a word has not been mentioned. I do not know. Li Tianzi in the end to their own son. In the end, what enchanted soup, so that it is so dead. Therefore, the whole dynasty, including him, the great general, could only guess how strong Li Tianzi was and how many troops he had. It's still the Jinbei king who was powerful enough to make that son of mine so dead set on following the Jinbei king's side. Su Boshan sighed. Oh, Li Tianzi smiled mysteriously and didn't answer. After the battle of the northern border has completely begun, the great general will know for himself. Great general, the boy will take his leave. After saying that, Li Tianzi was the first to leave, because he's getting ready to go back to northern Liang. He had only left Beiliang for a month, and Beiliang had unexpectedly experienced such a big event. Su Boshan smiled helplessly. This kid, but soon, his expression, again, is heavy. This time the battle of the northern border, not only is related to the survival of the court, but also related to Li Tianzi's own safety. How many pairs of eyes, all want to look at Li Tianzi, how to be killed by the Jin army. Returning to the Su mansion, Su Boshan, is Su Chuiwei, called to the study, of course, and Su Dingfeng. It is surprising that not a single word was mentioned about how many wives Li Tianzi had married. Su Dingfeng, kneel down for me, Su Boshan angrily rebuked. Su Dingfeng, who was still unaware of the situation, immediately knelt down in aggravation. Father, has the child done something wrong? Su Boshan slammed his big hand on the table. You know full well that Li Tianzi married the princess of Wuhan and 2 other local women. Why didn't you say anything? Su Dingfeng beamed, relieved. I thought it was something that the Lord took his own wife without even telling his family. As a subordinate, how could my child overstep this matter? And what Beiliang has enacted is a new law. All secret matters must not be spread. A mouthful of a lord. Su Dingshan really wanted to give his own baby son a kick, but you should have stopped me before. You shouldn't have been so brazen, letting your sister go to the Li family and take care of Li Tianzi. Now it's a good thing. It's a person who is blindly guessing that Su and Li are going to be joined in marriage. Your sister and Li Tianzi. If they don't get married this time, I'm afraid that our Su family is going to become a joke. Su Dingfeng drooped his head. He thought it was something big. If my sister likes it and our family agrees, then I'll marry her. Besides, men, it doesn't matter if you have a few more women. Father, you've got a few concubines, right? Su Dingfeng didn't care at all. When these words came out, it was Su Boshan, who was so angry that his face turned red. Immediately look around for a stick. If you don't beat you today, you won't know who is in charge in the Su family. Su Dingfang stood up in fear. Father, don't be impulsive. Sister, you have a good talk. Second brother will leave first. Su Dingfang opened the door to his room and ran away in a puff of smoke. You brat. Su Boshan just yanked his sword hilt, but realized that this kid has already run out of shadow. Father, forget it. Su Chushui grabbed Su Boshan's wrist. However, the entire person was a bit squirmy, and that little face was extraordinarily scarlet. Chuiwa, don't worry about it. Things have been clarified. As long as you are not willing to marry, father will naturally not force it, Su Boshan said. But in the next second, Su Chuyue's words made Su Boshan's eyes fall out from hearing them. Father, my daughter is willing. My daughter has long liked the king of Jinbei. SS. Subhashan took a deep breath. Surprised, he looked at Su Chuyue. You don't want so many men in the capital, but have to marry a Li Tianzi? What exactly is the charm of this Li Tianzi? Su Boshan was puzzled. Su Chuyue, however, said, now, all the women in the world want to marry him. It is not just the reason that the sentiment is strange. After all, like Li Tianzi, like this, literature and martial arts talent, but also handsome-looking people, how many women look at it, wants to marry it as his wife? Su Boshan looked at Su Chuyue's face of sincerity and was quite helpless. Alright, since you like it, then I won't be persuading. Only, this marriage a joint. I am afraid. Some people in the dynasty, it should be afraid. The royal family, Li, Su tripartite power marriage. Li Tianzi's power. In the dynasty, I'm afraid there are few people can shake. Chapter 153, everyone in the crown prince's party is in danger. This would be Li Tianzi, who had naturally returned home. He told the family about it. Luz and Linz also did not expect that Li Tianzi had gone behind their backs and secretly gotten married in northern Liang. You brat, why didn't you say something so big earlier? You had to wait until this time to say it. Lin took a twig with thorns. Mother, Don, T hit. In 2 days I still have to get married in cave here. Li Tianzi covered his butt. That's just it. Since the court and the Su family are both willing to marry my Li family, then we should prepare properly. Our Li family suffered this great difficulty. It is also time, in your kid, like restoration of the Li family glory. More branches. This natural is no fault. Luz is relaxed. However, after learning that Yu Luyue had broken the child of the girls, this would be more than happy. However, when the news that Li Tianzi was going to marry the Su family and the royal family spread out, the entire capital city's families became even more alarmed. Especially Prince Xiuji, after learning this news, is so shocked that he is about to be unable to speak, and he had already been to the inner palace, but he was the one who realized that the old emperor was not treating him well. This is what makes him, to his position as the crown prince, feel a hint of instability and threat. Everyone in the prince's party, including the prime minister, would be in a state of fear and trepidation. Qin Hui, Shi Yuanshan and a few other high-ranking and powerful ministers, that is, quietly came to the East Palace to discuss major events. Gentlemen, father is explicitly raising the status of the Li family. You guys, what should we do now? We can't just watch Li Tianzi get bigger and bigger, and by then, we really won't be able to do anything about him. You can think about the years Jinbei King Li Dinghua. When Li Dinghua cannot have this kind of scenery, will be our suppression of kicking the air, if the latter will be the battle of the northern border to win. Back to the court. We these people, I am afraid that it will be difficult to do. Xiaoji had already felt a great threat. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and they understood Xiaoji's words. Now, there's only one thing to fight for. Isn't he going back to northern Lian? Have Sima Yan pretend to be a bandit and destroy Li Tianzi? Qin would clench his fists. If it comes to that, it really lets the world see some clues. Then there's no need for us to hide. Directly gather troops and horses to force the palace. There are still a few feudal lords in this world who are willing to drive for His Highness the Crown Prince. Speaking here, Xiaoji's body is unable to resist trembling. For that position, he has long been spying for a long time. Just, not to the point of necessity. He did not want to bring things to an unmanageable point. Of course, Xiaoji also knows that the imperial hegemony, the old emperor may not necessarily have to pass the throne to him. There may be Xiao Bei, or the king of Chu Xiaomayan, may also be the king of Shu Xiaomu and so on. And after the agreement, Xiaoji is already determined to be on the way back to the north of Liang, Li Tianzi to destroy Li Tianzi, let Sima Yan out of the army, and sent hundreds of the best assassins in the world to wait for the opportunity to kill Li Tianzi. However, Xiao Zhu would not know that the Xuanjia army that followed Li Tianzi was so terrifying that even if Sima Yan mobilized all of his current troops in the state of Pizhou, he might not be able to pose a threat to Li Tianzi. As for Xiao Ji's thought of sending out hundreds of top assassins under the sky, it would be even more impossible to kill Li Tianzi. Out of the capital, a large number of brocade guards, protection in the dark, and these brocade guards, casually singled out, can be too much stronger than these assassins? The key is that the assassins in the powerful, can it be better than him? The world's #1 god of war is still powerful? The next 2 days, the Li family began to prepare for the wedding. Although Li has fallen on hard times, the bride price, as well as the 8-carried sedan chair, are all the same. Only, Li Tianzi married 2 big beauties in the capital at one time. This is for the capital city men who adore the 2 big beauties. Don't mention how sad they are. They hate to be able to catch Li Tianzi, eat his flesh and invade his skin. Of course, most of the people who have such thoughts are in the capital city. Those second-generation ancestors in the families. These people are all playboys, only care about eating, drinking and having fun. National affairs, in their eyes, are only counted as a fart. Don't look at Li Tianzi is now so bull. But these playboys, in fact, still don't know how to live. If Li Tianzi stands in front of them, these guys, I'm afraid that they will also come to touch the tiger's ass. However, most people still felt that Li Tianzi and these 2 great talents were the team of a talented man and a talented woman. And this time Li Tianzi got married, is also very simple, declared to the public, the country decadent, everything is simple. And Li's after 4 years of silence, is finally once again present his splendor. To be precise, is more than the previous Li's, countless times more brilliant. Those families in the capital, in order to the relationship with Li, further, can line up to send gifts. Family status smaller, may not be able to send. To this time, even if it is a fool, can see the future of Li Tianzi. I'm afraid that it can really become a great martial arts empire. 1 person under 10,000 people. After all, even the little princess Xiao Qingchang are married. Its future prospects, will not general? For these gifts, Li Tianzi are accepted as they are, and he is not afraid of people saying that he is ganging up on him, and even less afraid of people taking this, and talking to him about friendship. As long as the sword is held in their own hands, no matter whose face, he cannot give. As for Shi Ji, that woman who had always wanted to be the crown princess, this would seem to be towards Li Tianzi, who already had some envy and regret. As for the so-called crown princess or the future empress, it seems to be farther and farther away from her. After all, although the Shi family was in charge of the Ministry of Revenue, it was not the largest family in the capital after all. One of the biggest families in the capital was the Qin family, which also had a first daughter. However, the prince's relationship with the Qin family was much better than with the Shi family. After all, the crown prince's mother, the empress, was the daughter of the Qin family. With this layer of relationship, it seems that she wants to be the crown princess. It is even more difficult. And the political stuff, which is truly ridiculous, is nothing more than you using me and me using you. Shi Ji was watching Li Tianzi marrying the 2 women and entering the bridal chamber. Her heart was very unfavorable. Perhaps the one who didn't regret the marriage in the first place and married Li Tianzi should be her. Unfortunately, in this world, there is no medicine for regret. In the beginning, how could she have thought that Li Tianzi's achievements could be so great? Moon Star, a May day with a hint of coolness. Li Tianzi didn't drink much. He couldn't help but be excited at the thought of sleeping with 2 great beauties tonight. All the way staggering, he finally came to the wedding room. After a stunned look, is the door of the room a push open? And gently closed. Chapter 154, Sima Yan wants to make a move. At this time of year, there should be no one to make a hole for him. After all, these guys, Su Dingfeng, had already been made drunk by him, and in terms of drinking, he was at the level of the whiny mortal. Li Tianzi will chest on the big red flowers removed. Looking at the bed above, covered with red silk 2 women, the heart does not feel thumping, especially the memory of the 2 women, that beautiful face, enchanting posture, his body will beckon intolerable up. And as the 2 women listened to the commotion of pushing and closing the door, they were also uncharacteristically nervous. Those hands twisted tightly together. After all, to do something like that, it was the first time for the 2 women, so naturally they were incredibly nervous and a little scared. The whole room was ablaze with atmosphere. Li Tianzi stepped forward and gently removed the red cover from the 2 women's heads, and he had to say that today's 2 women were simply beautiful. Husband, husband, Su Chuiwa shouted with crimson cheeks. Good, good, good. This husband, but called Li Tianzi's heart itchy, and is looking to the side of Xiao Qingchang. Big mother, you also call a sound, so that my husband's heart is cool. Xiao Qingchang only felt awkward, but still, With a small red face, she shouted, "Husband! Alas! It is truly the honor of my husband's 3 lifetimes to be married to 2 such beautiful ladies. Come on, let's not delay. Let's drink the cup of wine and let's hurry up and get down to business." Li Tianzi couldn't wait to get the wine for the 2 women. At the thought of that kind of thing, the faces of the 2 women became even hotter. And in the room that was originally quite cool, the 2 women actually felt a burst of heat, and hot sweat broke out on their foreheads. Li Tianzi the most direct and simple to cross the cup of wine down, and then the wine glass away, like a wolf like a tiger. The 2 women pounced on the bed. "Husband, husband, or else you and your sister first. I will go out first and wait for you in the side room." Xiao Qingcheng swallowed and said, "Wait for what? Hurry up and go to sleep." Li Tianzi put out the candle. Only a moment's effort. Suddenly the bed shook constantly. The next day, early morning, Li Tianzi took a nap and didn't wake up until around 9 o'clock. This time, only then did he bring his 2 daughters and greet his grandmother and mother. He would stay in the capital for 2 more days to arrange the Li family properly before leaving. This time to make a trip to the capital. There is no loss. Li Chunyang, Li Chuning, these 2 boys, literature and martial arts, in the future to do great talent with. In addition, also recruited Wild Wind Flow. This guy's fame is not small. In the future you can give Northern Liang, get a education, and attract many talents to Northern Liang. Previously, the recruitment order he had issued had completely worked after this time when he had become the number 1 in the literary world. Before, he had only been able to attract some small talents, but now he was able to attract some big talents. Nam Chao, Jin King Sima Yan's residence, Xiaoji's own confidant, Zhao Ping, who ranked 10th among the top 10 swordsmen in the world, personally came to supervise Sima Yan. King Jin, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince ordered that when Li Tianzi returns to Northern Liang, you, the Peizhou army, will pose as bandits and put Li Tianzi to death without fail. Zhao Ping said coldly, "King Jin, Li Tianzi only has 5,000 soldiers and horses this time, to wash away the shame and avenge the hatred. It's just this morning. You mustn't let His Royal Highness the Crown Prince down. As long as this matter comes to fruition, next year when His Highness the Crown Prince ascends to the throne, he will never forget you." The corner of Sima Yan's mouth twitched. To be honest, he really didn't want to fight with Li Tianzi. Ever since the last time Li Tianzi broke his 50,000 troops at that small cost, he was inexplicably afraid of Li Tianzi. Of course, he was bound to fight against Li Tianzi in the future. So, he was also starting to secretly expand his army. "Don't you swindle me. The Crown Prince will be crowned next year?" Sima Yan definitely didn't believe it. Now that the old emperor is in his prime, how can he die next year? Hey, it's not impossible. On Xiaoping's face, a meaningful smile suddenly crossed out. Sima Yan blinked his eyes, quite surprised, and immediately comprehended the latter's words. This prince is afraid that he does not want to rebel. This king tries his best, Sima Yan said, to create a rebellion or not, or another. The main thing is to be able to succeed. He does not want to follow the Xiuji peace, because of the failure of the rebellion. On the guillotine. Aha! Zhao Ping nodded. After ordering things, Zhao Ping was retreating to the side room. This would be. Sima Yan's eyes only gradually narrowed slightly. What kind of dog also dare to come to instruct Lao Zi? Still really think that Lao Zi listened to him, Xiaoji? Sima Yan was furious. "Father, do we really not care?" Sima Xiao inquired. "If we don't make some moves, once Zhao Ping goes back and complains, our side, however, can't justify it. Moreover, this time, Li Tianzi only brought 5,000 soldiers with him. So this is an opportunity. We were humiliated last time. We can't not avenge this." Last time, Sima Yan did not meet the Xuanjia army under Li Tianzi's command. If he had fought and knew the power of the Xuanjia army, he wouldn't have said such a contemptuous thing. Sima Yan stroked his beard. He had his own concerns. But, the famous Jinbei king, if he dies in Jinzhou and is killed by bandits, we can't justify it. I'm afraid that no one in this world believes that Li Tianzi died in the hands of bandits. And this bastard Xiaoji is clearly using us as his executioner. It's not like Sima Yan is stupid. By the time he killed Li Tianzi, but to Xiuji, eliminated a major hidden danger. But next, he will face 1,000 fingers. Xiuji then patted his butt and ignored people. Then he is finished. After all, political things, you are not his pawns. He is your pawns. If not important pawns, lost also lost. Father, we can't hesitate. If we don't kill Li Tianzi, this guy is bound to become our great enemy in the future. At that time, our Sima family's great cause, I'm afraid it will be difficult to realize again. The opportunity is only this time. Sima Xiao's ambition is very big. This world can let the surname Xiao sit. Naturally it can also be the surname Sima Sit. Sima Yan hesitated again and again, and said with a clench of his teeth, "Okay, then kill Li Tianzi's 5,000 soldiers and horses. Make sure to kill them all, and not to let the slightest bit of information slip out. This time, during the daytime combat, Li Tianzi will definitely die. This king will see him, what big waves he can still make. Go to Sima Xiong. You two brothers. Lead 10,000 cavalry and 10,000 infantry and make sure to intercept Li Tianzi. Promise." Sima Xiao rejoiced. "This time, I will not dishonor my father's mission." With that said, Sima Xiao is quietly transferring troops to go. There are a lot of people and eyes, and mobilizing 20,000 soldiers and horses. So, Sima Xiao can only quietly mobilize troops and horses, and also have to put on the clothes of ordinary people, as a way to hide people's ears. After all, there is no impermeable wall under the sky. What should be prepared? Naturally. Chapter 155, Leaving the Capital. And at the time of the parallel state, it began to prepare to make a move against Li Tianzi. Li Tianzi was also ready to lead his troops and leave the capital. 5,000 Xuanjia army. The elite of the elite. As long as they don't meet the valley ambush battle, the Xuanjia army is an invincible existence. And Li Tianzi is also worried that he is too flashy, and lead to Xiuji. Want to get rid of him? The only one who can do this matter. Only Sima Yan. With Sima Yan's hatred for him and his brain like a pig's brain, I'm afraid he would really agree. So, a portion of the brocade guards have gone to scout the situation. Grandma and Mom, just send it here. Li Tianzi arrived at the city gates. Outside the city, the 5,000 Xian armor army had already been neatly arranged. Be careful along the way, Lin said worriedly. Mother, don't worry. It won't be long before my child will inevitably return to the capital, Li Tianzi said in a revitalized voice. He had more or less figured things out in the past few days. That's what the old emperor meant in his earlier words, marrying Xiao Qingcheng to him, facilitating the marriage between the Li family and the royal family, and then, intentionally or unintentionally, mentioning the seventh prince Xiao Xian. At first, he didn't think much in this direction. After all, Xiao Xian a minor prince, the future of the world. I'm afraid that he has nothing to do with him, but then thought carefully, he found the end. That is, the old emperor, most likely, want to abolish the crown prince, instead of the seventh prince Xiao Xian. Over the years, Prince Xiuji's development is too rapid. The prince's party throughout the dynasty, and Li, the royal family, Su 3 connected to the relationship. Perhaps it is the old emperor, want to get a new power, in order to achieve the purpose of weighing the power of the court. Otherwise, after a number of years, I'm afraid that he won't be able to sit in this emperor's position for long. Only, he didn't mind letting Xiuji become the emperor. After all of them are royal bloodline. But those families under Xiuji, casually move out any one of them, can suppress Xiuji to death. Therefore, the old emperor may be training him as an auxiliary minister. If so, within a few years, he will come back. Then the Li family will be truly powerful to the point that no one can shake. This time, after Li Tianzi exchanged pleasantries with his family, he led the Xuanjia army away. But on top of the city tower, Xiuji and a few princes, looking at Li Tianzi who left the capital, were suddenly in deep thought. Your Highness the Crown Prince, the soldiers under this Li Tianzi's command are incomparably elite. For such a cavalry under his command, it is more than the soldiers under many feudal kings. Xiao Guozi stroked his beard. If this son is not removed, he will become a great danger. Xiao Ji's eyes narrowed slightly. Uncle, don't worry. I have already asked Sima Yan to set up an ambush halfway. Last time, Sima Yan was caught off guard by Li Tianzi, and that's why he suffered a big loss. But now, it's in Sima Yan's territory. Li Tianzi is a certain death. Xiao Guozi nodded. It's good that you arranged it. Their plan, however, was going to fizzle out after all. Sima Yan would also experience the horrors from the Xuanjia army. Li Tianzi's Xuanjia army, after exiting the Banan Pass, went straight into the state of Jinzhou. Since they were traveling with their two daughters-in-law, they were traveling, well, slowly. It took 5 or 6 days for the party to reach Taiyuan. Taiyuan terrain is a little flat, and is the state capital of the state. The Xuanjia army is to perform, but also quite convenient, and the Jiniwei has been secretly observing the Jin army as well as the assassins' movements. When the assassins sent by Xiao Ji left the city, they were all captured by the brocade guards. Li Tianzi pulled on the reins of the red dragon horse and swept the flat terrain around him. Ling Bai, order it down. Let's camp here tonight. Nuwa. Ling Bai nodded his head, and a more meaningful smile spread across his mouth. The whole army is on the ground. Set up camp. As soon as the order was given, all of the Xuanjia army dismounted and began to set up camp, and raised a smattering of campfires to begin boiling rice porridge. Don't look at just a bowl of rice porridge, but inside the rice porridge, but put a lot of good things. That is, the meat, is Li Tianzi's special dry meat, easy to carry. Xiao Qingcheng and Su Chuiwe, this would come down from the carriage. Husband, might as well go into Jinyang to resettle. Xiao Qingcheng said. Li Tianzi, however, shook his head. We can't go to Jinyang. If we go to Jinyang, it's the same as a sheep going into a tiger's mouth. For those of us, whether we can live or not is another story. Xiao Qingcheng blinked her eyes. In that case, does Sima Yan want to kill us? Li Tianzi let out a deep breath. Hard to say. Late outside no matter what kind of commotion occurs. You guys stay in the tent and don't come out. I'll let Ling Bai, outside the tent, keep watch. Can it be that Sima Yan really dares to move against us? Xiao Qingcheng's small fists clenched. No, this matter, I must tell father. Li Tianzi smiled faintly. It's useless. If Sima Yan really wants to make a move, it's the latter, who has already made a foolproof plan. What? About that? Let's simply turn back. This place is after all Sima Yan's territory? We only have 5,000 soldiers and horses. If Sima Yan leads tens of thousands of soldiers and horses to come, can we block it? Xiao Qingcheng was a little worried. Husband, go back to seek father and send an army. Su Chuiwe said. In the view of many people, how the battlefield above the battlefield strength advantages completely rely on the number of enemy on our side, but they completely forget that there are warriors, but can be 1 against 10. Li Tianzi pinched the two's little cheeks. This sudden intimate action was what caused the cheeks of the two women to turn a little scarlet. Alright, all relax. After tonight, Taiyuan will still be Taiyuan. Li Tianzi smiled faintly. If Sima Yan really dared to make a move, then he would not leave any mercy in his future attacks on parallel state. The two women gave an intimate cry. Sima Yan was certainly powerful, but the two women had great faith in their husbands. And above the high slopes, Zhao Ping led a group of assassins, observing Li Tianzi's camp. Yeah, right here. This place is for Li Tianzi, an excellent place to bury his bones. Zhao Ping could not help but laugh. And less than 20 miles behind him was Sima Xiao's army. By midnight, the moon was dark and windy. It would be a cloudy day. A good time to kill. As the Jinbei army camp quieted down, Zhao Ping began to lead the 100 assassins, preparing to strike. Because it was a temporary camp that was set up, not even a fence was put up. Zhao Ping's men, with such ease, came to the outside of Li Tianzi's center army camp. What Zhao Ping hadn't realized was that he hadn't even spotted a single soldier standing guard the entire way over. But Zhao Ping was so eager to make his mark that he had to kill Li Tianzi, and he was able to level the playing field. Li Tianzi, you were wise for a while, but unfortunately, offended the wrong person. Today, must die under this general's sword. All hands, move. Zhao Ping was like a ghost, directly breaking into the center army tent, but before he could do so, the candles around him lit up. Li Tianzi full armor, sitting on a wooden chair, Ling Bai a hand holding a sword, standing on the side. This is smiling full, looking at Zhao Ping. Chapter 156, let Sima Yan learn a long memory. Seeing Li Tianzi who was sitting in such a posture, Zhao Ping's face, her face became ugly. The latter was obviously waiting for him to come here on purpose. Li Tianzi stretched his back and looked at Zhao Ping with a smile on his face. Zhao Ping, this king has been waiting for you for a long time. I really didn't expect that His Highness the Crown Prince would really go to great lengths to kill this king. Underneath Zhao Ping's mask, he had long been shocked. He was shocked that Li Tianzi had long since discovered his trail and knew his identity. However, the latter had unexpectedly not guessed him through until this time. For a while, his back, inexplicably, felt a wave of icy cold and fear, especially when he saw the smile on Li Tianzi's face. How do you know me? Zhao Ping subconsciously looked around the tent, and realized that, under the illumination of the firelight, outside that tent, a single silhouette appeared. Ha! Ling Bai laughed coldly. What top assassins you and others are. In front of the brocade guards, they are nothing. Now, you are the ones who are going to die. Kill! When the long sword in Ling Bai's hand fell, a miserable shout came from outside the tent. Not good. Quickly retreat. What Zhao Ping wanted at this time was to leave and quickly exit the tent. After all, fighting to the death, he wasn't qualified enough. Whether it was Ling Bai or Li Tianzi, he couldn't beat any of them. Want to leave? It's too late. Ling Bai chased after him in big strides. That figure was like a phantom, incomparably fast. Whether it was from speed, hidden weapons, stabbing as well as being a sword competition, the Zhao Ping in front of him was simply the same as a toy in front of Ling Bai. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Zhao Ping. and the long sword in his hand was already swinging out towards Zhao Ping, and the speed was so fast that people were caught off guard. Zhao Ping only felt the back of his neck. Attacked a sword chi. Subconsciously. Is to stop. Clang. Even though he intercepted it, the sword chi that flew out from Ling Bai's sword still wiped Zhao Ping's neck, scaring him so much that he hastily pulled away from Ling Bai. He actually couldn't figure it out. He was the 10th ranked swordsman, but he had such a big gap with Ling Bai. Not good. Before Zhao Ping could react, Ling Bai attacked again. Moreover, he was unexpectedly unable to keep up with the speed at which Ling Bai swung his sword. Tear. Oh! The sword in Ling Bai's hand, sword after sword, cut through the clothes on Zhao Ping's body. The flesh on his body was cut out a bright red wound. Eventually, Zhao Ping's wrist was cut. The sword in his hand fell to the ground. The whole person was kneeling on the ground, the pain all over his body, just like picking bones. Ahem! Zhao Ping spat blood from his mouth. He looked around and realized that the people he brought with him, almost all of them were already dead. And then after looking at Ling Bai in fear, he smiled helplessly. Worthy of being the #1 assassin in the world. I did not expect that the gap between me and you is so big. To die in your hands, Zhao Ping has no regrets in death. Only, you should not be too happy too early. Sima Yan's Jin army will be here soon. It's 20,000 troops, just with Air's district of 5,000 soldiers and horses. Today will definitely die. Ling Bai is not the slightest bit panicked. Dead or not, do not have to worry about it. My lord has long guessed Sima Yan's movement, but still dare to come. Is not afraid of Sima Yan's Jin army. Alright, you are at least a top 10 swordsman, my lord, or willing to give you the opportunity to change your family. Come on, escort Zhao Ping down. The left and right guards were about to take Zhao Ping into custody. However, since Zhao Ping had already cast his lot, he had no intention of changing his family. Ling Bai, you are also underestimating this general. This general cast himself into the prince's family. How can he turn his back on his master? Without waiting for the soldiers to come, Zhao Ping clenched his teeth and suddenly a mouthful of black blood spurted out, followed by a sharp pain in his abdomen. He fell to the ground and died. In fact, the assassins led by Zhao Ping, is the prince under the command of the dead soldiers? Since they came, they did not want to go back alive. Is in the mouth hidden poison. If they fail, they will take poison to kill themselves. You, Ling Bai sighed helplessly, are an honorable opponent. Take his body and put it away nicely. An opponent who dies with such dignity is more honored than one who surrenders. 101 assassins fled. One, in fact, is also Li Tianzi deliberately let it leave, return to the capital to Xiuji report to go. He is to tell Xiuji, now he with its situation, has long been attacked and defended alien. Report, Sima Xiao's army is already less than 5 miles from our camp, and his troops are rapidly approaching us. Soldiers come to report. Wow. Li Tianzi walked out of the tent with his tiger head Zhanjin gun in hand. Ling Bai, go to the rear camp and protect the 2 master mothers. This king will personally meet Sima Yan's Jin army. This time, Li Tianzi thought, he must make the Jin army pay some price. Promise, Lord, take care. Ling Bai made a bow, and then looked at Li Tianzi, and ran his horse straight to the front of the camp. At this moment, 5,000 Xuanjia iron horsemen, long ago by Li Xin, Su Dingfeng, Xian Longyu, assembled, ready to deal with Sima Xiao's army. According to Sima Xiao's speculation, he would lead his troops and horses to make a surprise attack on Li Tianzi's military camp, and achieve victory in one strike. But unfortunately, his small plan would, in the end, come to naught. Shoo. Before approaching the Jinbei army camp, the ears of the Jin soldiers were greeted by a burst of sharp and ear-piercing sound of breaking wind. Ah! In the next second, it was the miserable shouts that could be heard from the mouths of the Jin soldiers, and one by one, the Jin soldiers shot down from their war horses. Young master, enemy attack, enemy attack. A war general behind him shouted. You can't see anything in the dark. Instead, he let Li Tianzi pose. It is Sima Xiao, also failed to react. Above the arm, solidly received an arrow. Intense pain, let Sima Xiao's face, pain incomparable hideous. Quick, light the torches. Sima Xiao didn't dare to advance. His personal guards, holding shields, immediately came to Sima Xiao's front and blocked for him. But when the torches lit up, into the eyes, it is clearly to Li Tianzi as the head of the Xuanjia cavalry. Only, under the dark night, the armor cavalry, wearing masks, dressed strangely, looking like the hell, hooking the ghosts of the soldiers to claim their lives. It's a big night for posturing. Li Tianzi, today Ben will come. You can't escape, Sima Xiao said triumphantly. Is that so? This king would also like to say that you can't escape. Li Tianzi said coldly. Xuanjia army, charge and break the enemy. Li Tianzi's long spear was held horizontally and pointed forward. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In an instant, the war horses and iron cavalry moved in unison, making a sound that shook the heavens and the earth, charging towards the Jin soldiers. The will of the Xuanjia. There is death and there is no life. The Xian armor soldiers were filled with a vast murderous aura, as if they were monstrous waves, sweeping towards the enemy army. Chapter 157, Beheading Sima Xiong. Sima Xiao was shocked, even furious. His Jin army has 20,000 soldiers and horses, but Li Tianzi has 4 times the number of soldiers and horses under his command. He did not take the initiative to attack, but Li Tianzi started to take the initiative to launch an attack. Li Tianzi, truly arrogant to the extreme. I don't believe that nowadays. In a frontal battlefield battle, he, Li Tianzi, will still be able to gain the upper hand, even if it's a messy chop. I will make Li Tianzi pay the price. All troops charge, kill, Sima Xiao bellowed, and the entire army charged straight out. However, night battle, for any army, is a kind of test, and the parallel state army is also so. Of course, Xuanjia army of night fighting, is specially trained, can be stronger than the parallel state army? Anyway, we are all blind, simply all chopping, depending on whose soldiers and horses, more suitable for night fighting. Fusiliers, the Xuanjia iron cavalry at the forefront, who were advancing side by side, had their flintlock rifles in their hands, aiming them at the Jin army that was attacking in front of them. The Xian armor soldiers in the back 2 rows were touching out powerful fire mines. The reason why the Xuanjia soldiers called to do the Jinbei army in the special forces, not only their own strong combat power, but also on the body of the excellent equipment weapons, equipped with weapons, a variety of weapons, flintlock musket, fire mine, chopping saber, etc. Anyway, the battlefield weapon, basically all ready to go. Pa 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 pa. As the trigger of the flintlock pistol was pulled, the pistol emitted a loud bang like a thunderbolt from the sky. Sparks rushed out, and firebombs were instantly shot towards the enemy cavalry. Due to the fact that Sima Xiao was injured, he could only let Sima Xiong lead the cavalry to charge, and he saw that the foremost Jin cavalrymen fell in rows, collapsed in a pool of blood, and their horses toppled over. Oh, Sima Xiong is also an inattentive, solidly received a shot. However, this guy good life, because of fear of Jinbei army crossbow, hand holding a shield, blocking in front of their chest, that firebomb although from the shield through the past, but also just stuck in the surface of Sima Xiong's body at the flesh, and not a big problem. Obviously, the sudden commotion, Hercules is the Jin army up and down, are ruthlessly startled. Even Sima Xiong is also shocked out of cold sweat. What weapon was that in the party that was so powerful that it could even penetrate the shield? Sima Xiong learned his lesson and immediately was hiding behind the cavalry. But in the next second, countless palm-sized fire thunderbolts fell from the sky. Boom boom boom. Instantly, that fire and thunder with fireworks in general, fell on the ground, set off countless pits, splash up the dirt, meters high. Is even the Jin army cavalry, even with horses, are a piece of all lifted off, blood and fog flying, the wreckage of the enemy's limbs, scattered everywhere. These several rounds of fire and thunder bombs alone had caused countless injuries to the enemy army, just now also raging Jin army, but was bombed, dazed and confused. The morale of the whole, not to mention the will to fight, the first time to face this kind of strong weapons, really cannot help but let a person gall fear. Only, the poor Sima Xiong, thinking that this battle, robbing and killing Li Tianzi, was a merit for nothing, never thought that this huge battlefield would become a grave to bury him. When several rounds of fire thunder fell, the purpose of breaking the enemy's sharpness had been achieved. Only then did Li Tianzi enter the enemy formation and clean up the remnants of the enemy. A Tiger Zhenjin gun, like a harvesting machine, a gun broken through the throat of a Jin general, quickly drawn out at the same time, but also turned to attack other Jin soldiers, left and right sweeping between, and several Jin soldiers died in his hands. The courage is difficult to be, which is to let those who came to intercept the Jin soldiers. Think of Li Tianzi, the world's first god of war title. Inexplicable fear, can rely on the mortal body. The rock casting of the martial arts platform, are blasted into pieces. Such a person, really like a beast, like ferocious. And those Jin soldiers, Hera is not dare to close to Li Tianzi's body. As long as close to a little bit, Li Tianzi only need to a gun, will be able to kill them. It's Xiang Longyu, Su Dingfeng, and Li Xian are also brave. Especially Xiang Longyu, is also not weak at all. The hands of the Feng Tianyu a halberd, but also sweep everything, that horror of a halberd. A sweep is several, blood splatter, Wherever the Xuanjia army passed, it was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, a one-sided massacre. Clang. This would be the Jin soldiers, but they found that they were unable to cut through the armor on the Xuanjia soldiers. How is this possible? When the Jin soldiers reacted, it was to find the Xian armor soldier's weapon, falling straight down, directly piercing the Jin soldier's throat. All the Jin soldiers were very confused. The Xuanjia army's heavy armor was great, but it killed the Jin soldiers extremely badly throughout the entire battlefield. The Xuanjia iron cavalry was like a long dragon, plunging straight across, blink of an eye. Li Tianzi was then close to killing Sima Xiao. Young master, too, otherwise, we'd better go. This Xinbei army is really fierce and invincible. Don't look at our 20,000 troops, but looking at it like this, it seems that it's not enough for the Xuanjia army to kill. The general beside him reminded. Sima Xiao looked at Li Tianzi, who was already killing, and was immediately stunned. Retreat, hurry up and retreat. This Xinbei army's 5,000 soldiers and horses. I'm afraid that it's no different from back then. The northern foreigner's iron Faust, right? To be honest, Sima Xiao today, even if he put his best foot forward, he would not be able to take this army in front of him. Back then, the powerful iron floaters of the foreign races were also 5,000 people, sweeping the 100,000 troops of the Central Plains, and were invincible in battle, and today's Xuanjia army is the same. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. The trumpet of retreat sounded suddenly. The Jin soldiers, who had already been killed to the point of chilling, turned and ran after hearing the retreating horn. After all, this will not run. And what is the difference between a fool? The weapons in their hands, that is, even the body armor, are difficult to cut through. Even the weapons are cut out of the gap, are useless. My lord, Sima Xiao, this brat is going to run. Xiang Longyu shouted. Li Tianzi's eyes narrowed slightly, but he had no intention of letting Sima Xiao off the hook. Directly pursue and kill under Jinyang city, in front of the faces of all the people of Jinyang. This king would like to see what he would do? Xuanjia army all the way to chase north. This place from Jinyang, in fact, just a few dozens of miles of position. Li Tianzi is deliberately stationed in this place, seeing the Xuanjia army in hot pursuit. The Jin cavalry can only stay behind, so on and so forth. Only then was Sima Xiao able to escape. But in just one night, 20,000 Jin troops actually lost more than half. It wasn't until early the next morning, under the city of Jinyang, that Li Tianzi ended his pursuit, and a group of plainclothes soldiers, entering the city of Jinyang, naturally exposed all of these guys, all of them. Sima Yan, who was informed of the news, immediately arrived on top of the city tower and looked at the Xuanjia army, which came ragingly underneath the city, with blood-stained armor. There is also lying on the ground, Sima Xiang's body. This time, at once, Sima Yan, his liver was cut off. Chapter 158, This matter shall not be expressed. King Jin, hello again. However, the law and order of your land, it's really messy enough. Even tens of thousands of bandits appeared. This king has already chopped off more than half of its bandits and beheaded its bandit leader. So King Jin doesn't need to thank this king. Li Tianzi shouted towards the city. Listening to this, Sima Yan, immediately angry chest fell. Puff, a mouthful of blood, directly from Sima Yan's mouth spit out. The king, the side of the generals see the situation, immediately went forward to check. One face anxious bad. If something happens to Sima Yan, they can't afford the responsibility. Li Tianzi, this king vows to kill you. Sima Yan clenched his teeth, his hatred for Li Tianzi reaching the extreme. Your Highness, what should we do now? We don't have any soldiers left. We can't just watch Li Tianzi leave. Sima Yan urgently said. My nephew, but just like this died in the hands of Li Tianzi for nothing. This revenge will not be reported. The world will laugh at us. Sima Yan grabbed the ladder. This matter shall not be stretched out. He, Li Tianzi, came here to tell the people of the state of Bingzhou that the king had sent someone to kill him. This public opinion, once it is realized and fermented greatly, with Li Tianzi's position today, it will definitely make us the target of 1,000 accusations. And it's not good. Sima Yi's foundations in the state of Bingzhou will be completely destroyed. Quickly, help the king up. Sima Yan, with assistance, regained his footing, and said in a deep voice, Then thank you, King of Xinbei, for administering law and order for me in our state. These bandits, indeed, deserve to die. When there is an opportunity in the future, this king will definitely invite the Xinbei king's family to come and sit in Taiyuan. Sima Yan's last words, full of killing intent. The meaning of the surface is very clear. Once the world is in chaos, and the state and the northern Liang will be a situation of immortality. King Jin is polite. Li Tianzi smiled faintly. Farewell. When Li Tianzi said that, he took the Xuanjia army and made a detour from Taiyuan. Xiao Qingcheng and Su Chuyua's carriages, when they were chasing the enemy army in the middle of the night, had already arrived in front of them and left first. Now, the land of the state of peace, Sima Yan's command. There are not many soldiers and horses. To him simply do not constitute a threat. Of course, last night with the elite of the parallel state army a battle, is also so that the Xuanjia army, casualties of 500 people. Among them, 300 people died on the spot on the battlefield. When Li Tianzi led the troops and horses, successfully returned to the north of Liang, Sima Yan has 800 miles to expedite. The news of their own failure, sent to the hands of the Prince Xiuji. To be honest, at this time Xiuji, after learning the news, the whole person has been completely blindfolded. How could this be? The previous Li Tianzi, in front of Lone, was as simple as pinching an ant to death. But now, a small Li Tianzi, why is it so hard to kill? Xiaoji's face was incomparably hideous. He was squeezing his head through, but he couldn't figure this out. Want to kill Li Tianzi? At present there is only one way left. That is to rely on the chaos in the north. Completely kill Li Tianzi, and, Your Highness, the Crown Prince, will also have to get Su Bashan, also get killed in the northern border, just like getting Li Dinghua killed back then. As long as Su Bashan is dead, then, there is no longer any power in the dynasty that can contain you. At that time, the emperor's side is completely out of hand. Is not still by the crown prince you exterminate? King Xiaoguozi of Wu, grimacing, said with a smile, local many vassal kings, in half a month's time, almost has left the capital. Only Xiaoguozi, almost every day will run to Xiao George's East Palace, with which to discuss major events. Nowadays, Xiaoguozi, go to see Xiao George, even less hidden, but very deliberately, show in front of the big guys, seems to say to all the ministers who support the emperor that he supports the crown prince. And this is the old emperor. Marriage Li Tianzi's real purpose. The crown prince party's powerful, has completely threatened him as the emperor, so, he wants to support the new party forces out, to combat the rise of the crown prince party. Do not look at Xiuji as the crown prince, the future crown prince, but threaten the emperor, is not. The old emperor's position, can be passed on to any of the emperor, but absolutely cannot be passed on to a rebel. Hearing these words, Xiaoji's heart, at once, was much more solid. If only imperial uncle could stay in the capital all the time. So, imperial nephew sometimes, there is no need to be in fear. Indeed, Xiaoguozi's teachings to Xiaoji these days, in the East Palace, did make Xiaoji's heart, much calmer. However, Xiaoguozi is, after all, an imperial uncle, and was also a candidate for the throne of the emperor back then, and the latter is so attentive to help Xiaoji. I am afraid, that the purpose here is also perhaps impure. For a man who is well versed in the art of power, almost every move seems to carry intrigue and mischief. Ha ha ha. Xiaoguozi's eyes immediately flashed a flash of stern color, and then returned to normal. Royal nephew sighed. There are Bailey Datong such a top strategist. The royal nephew went to listen to the advice of the strategist under his command. I returned to Jingzhou this time. Can always be the royal nephew's external assistance. Well, with that said, I will leave. After saying that, Xiaoguozi left. As for what they talked about, it was naturally the matter of future rebellion. This time, under the guidance of Xiaoguozi, Xiaoji's mood, naturally, is a lot more stable. In Xiaoji's view, nowadays, he can be said to be all the advantages of the battle of the northern border. The martial arts country simply cannot win. In addition to Li Tianzi, can be self-sufficient, preparations to grain and grass, hundreds of thousands of army food and clothing, almost all in his hands. As long as the Ministry of Households a broken grain and grass, hundreds of thousands of army, can be finished. In fact, then again, Xiuji is purely a fool. Once the war in the north is lost, for him and even the entire Wu country, there is no benefit. On the contrary, as soon as the northern alien army went south, his crown prince who wanted to be the emperor, even if he ascended to the throne, after that, I'm afraid that he would be a puppet emperor, with his destiny in the hands of others. Northern Liang. Li Tianzi returned to the northern Luo royal capital. It's already June. The weather in the north, too, is getting warmer. Jin after the failure of the martial arts competition, Hepburn is contrary to what is on the agreement. What ceded the south side of the map bordering with the martial arts country, directly let Jin force to give a negative. With its big fist, the Golden Kingdom is not afraid to face the internal and external problems of the Dao Kingdom. Along the way, Li Tianzi was also aware of this piece of news, to which, there is nothing that surprises him. After all, who would give face in the current great martial kingdom? the entrance to the royal residence. Li Tianzi's 3 daughters-in-law had been waiting for a long time. To be honest, he went all the way north. In fact, quite entangled. He went to the capital, brought back 2 daughters-in-law. This large family, 5 women. If it makes a mess, this makes a headache. Chapter 159, The 3 Armies of the Golden Kingdom Going South. Greetings to your highness. Your highness really didn't go back this trip in vain. The smile on Yu Lushue's face seemed to be tinged with some anger. Jealousy was naturally true, but with 2 new daughters-in-law and no notification to her, the first lady, she was naturally a bit angry. Indeed did not go in vain. This is not for the 3 ladies, and brought back 2 sisters. When this king is not in Beiluo, the several ladies must live in harmony, Li Tianzi said with strange embarrassment. Then, to the 3 ladies, it was a good coaxing. With his previous life that sweet words, want to coax several women, or quite easy. The 3 women, Yu Lu Shui, Huangfu Yaoga, and Ma Yunyao, were immediately complimented to the point of blushing. In fact, Yu Liu Shui and the others also understood that an outstanding prince like Li Tianzi was bound to have more than just 3 wives in the future, probably more. Greetings to the 3 sisters, Xiao Qingchang and Su Chuiwe. At the same time, Oda bowed towards the 3 of them. However, the 3 women of Yu Lu Shui thought that their own beauty is also extremely beautiful, but Xiao Qingchang, Su Chuiwe 2 women's out of the item, even if it is a woman, is also a bright spot in front of their eyes. I have to say, my husband's vision of marrying a daughter-in-law is still very good. Marrying a daughter-in-law, that one is as beautiful as heaven. The 2 sisters are really pretty, and when you marry your husband in the future, we'll be a family. Come on. I've had the underlings, pack out the room and I'll give you a tour of the house. Yu Liuxue took Xiao Qingchang and Su Chuyue's arms, and then with a smile and a laugh, walked towards the interior of the mansion. Don't look at the Moon Lu Shui as a Wuhuan princess. Weekdays is also looking at the delicate very, but since becoming the master of the king's house after the mother, is the status of their own position is correct? The king's house on weekdays look rustic some, but in the month under the care of Lu Shui, but the king's house is in good order. This, looking at the women who entered the king's mansion with a smile and a laugh, Li Tianzi suddenly lost his mind in a bit of a trance. That's good? Was Feng's anger all an act? Women, it's still strange enough. Lord, the situation in the north now is getting more and more complicated. Shouldn't we deliberate in the mansion and discuss it? Yang Xian said. Aha. Li Tianzi nodded his head, just to listen to Yang Xian extermination of the Hu people's report. Of course. Also want to meet the Wuhuan Prince Yu Shang. If you can Wuhuan's people, all recruit into the command, for the power of Northern Liang, will straight line skyrocket a bit. In the middle of the city hall, all the generals were gathered. Yu Shang, Yu Tinglong, Yu Yuan 3 people, this will be the mood. Quite low. Of course, they are also very angry. Wuhuan's second Prince Yu Mao, killed the Wuhuan king, regicide of his own father, simply worse than animals. This is a devastating blow to the entire Wuhuan tribe. This quickly caused resentment among the people of the Wuhuan clan, who wanted to oust Yu Mao from the stage. But nah, this Tsukumo guy, he's really crazy. He will be his own butcher knife, and then extended to his few people, beheading tens of thousands of people, which only let the people of Wuhuan quiet down, but has centrifugal separation of Yu Mao, destined to be on the throne, cannot sit for a long time. The people of Wuhuan are very eager to welcome Wuhuan Prince Yu Shang back to the royal court and regain control of the Wuhuan clan. At this moment, Li Tianzi was sitting on top of the main seat, looking at the generals below. Everyone, the Northern Border Rebellion, is about to begin. All of you speak freely about your own views, Li Tianzi said. Yang Xian was the first to voice his opinion. My lord, this battle is very unfortunate for my martial kingdom. The probability of being able to win this battle is almost only 10%. If Beiliang wants to survive the Great War, it must close the portals of Beiliang tightly and hold fast to bide its time. Why can we only hold on? Li Tianzi wondered. I'm sure the Lord is also aware that the greatest enemy of the Dawu court is not outside of the pass, but within the court, where certain people are capable of using any means in order to reach certain political ground. Yang Xian frowned and said, the rotten state of the court, my humble servant is really too clear. In fact, Li Tianzi also understands that his father's northern expedition, and ultimately because of the court, causing his Li family, almost destroyed. Li Tianzi's gaze, too, was directed at the other generals. What do the generals think? Su Dingfeng, Shadow Shi, and a host of other generals, also nodded their heads. We second the words of the military division. We need to avoid the Jin army for a while. In everyone's opinion, stick to Northern Liang and improvise. But Li Tianzi's eyes, however, chilled slightly, and his fists clenched. I'll avoid him first? He, Wanyan Liangbi, a defeated general deserves it? It seems that the idea of this king is not quite the same as all of you, and this king has decided that he can't just sit back and wait for death in Bailiang, and that he should lead his troops and horses and fight the enemy on the grasslands. This is the only way we can win. Moreover, you have not thought all the way. The second army, if they are defeated, Hebei is lost, the Jin army back to a closed siege, our entire northern Liang, isolated from the outside, and how long can we hold on? So, of these 4 armies, one should be a breakthrough. So do it. The king has already thought of a countermeasure. Jin soldiers, known as the king of the frontal battlefield, but in the eyes of Li Tianzi, the Jinbei army is the king of the frontal battlefield. In addition to the quality of the soldiers themselves, the Jinbei army mastered the fine weapons. To the battlefield, must be able to crush the enemy. Don't look at Wanyan Liangbi has 100,000 soldiers, but in his eyes, it's not enough to fear. The generals below looked at each other. If the Lord really decides, we are willing to fight to the death and accompany the Lord north to the grasslands, Su Dingfang said. Yes, once the northern gateway opens, the entire central plains will suffer. And then, what's the point of living? It's not about fighting to the death. It's about winning. Winning with less, Li Tianzi said firmly. Of course, his greatest certainty, that is, he pulled an ally. That is, Hu Li Hao Yen. There are Tartary as a countermeasure, so that Li Tianzi in the front battlefield pressure will be greatly reduced. Yes, this battle will be won, the generals said in unison. Good, gentlemen, 1 month's time to gather the army together. Ready to start. All the arsenals and blacksmiths in Bailiang, all of them build cannons and gunpowder for this king. This time, this king will let the Jin people have a good look at the power of hot weapons. Li Tianzi had already estimated the time. The real southward movement of the Jin army would take more than a month, and this more than a month would be enough time for Bailiang to prepare properly. Of course, the accurate person to say is always preparing. The biggest advantage of northern Liang is that it does not have to worry about the problem of insufficient logistical provisions, but the court army is difficult. Alright, all go down and have a good practice. The several generals of the Wuhuan clan stay behind. This king has something important to discuss.